Chapter 1, Picking Up a Pregnant School Beauty. The fortune teller said I'm not good enough for you. My friend also said you're too handsome for me. My classmates all say I've cast a spell on you, otherwise how could someone as handsome as you be with me? Gu Dongcheng, I've had enough. Being with you puts too much pressure on me. Let's break up. Let's cut all ties from now on. Yuqing, at the entrance of the Industrial University. Gu Dongcheng hadn't reacted yet. His girlfriend broke up with him unilaterally and then got into a Mercedes with an older man by the arm. My girlfriend just ran off with someone else. What about their relationship? You should know that he pursued her for several months before Gu Dongcheng agreed to be her boyfriend. The school just announced the internship program today. She found an older man who drove a Mercedes. Is this the reality of society? Gu Dongcheng sighed. A relationship that lasted several months can just vanish like that. It would be a lie to say I'm not sad. Feeling down, Gu Dongcheng hopped on his electric scooter and headed to Mishue Ice Cream to buy a milk tea to cheer himself up. However, just as he was driving past the entrance of a residential area near the school, I could vaguely see a woman lying on the ground, groaning in pain. The other person was clutching their large belly, their face contorted in pain. Pregnant woman. A pregnant woman preparing to give birth. Why are you lying on the ground? Upon seeing this, Gu Dongcheng quickly stopped his car and went to check on the situation. Beautiful lady, are you about to give birth? Hang in there, I'll get you to the hospital right away. Gu Dongcheng is not a cold-hearted person. How could he stand idly by when faced with a matter of life and death like this? The woman nodded weakly upon hearing Gu Dongcheng's words. I'm about to give birth. Please save me, save my baby. Get us to the hospital. Based on the woman's condition, Gu Dongcheng guessed that she had likely given birth prematurely. But where are their family members? I can't worry about that anymore. Gu Dongcheng quickly helped the other person up and hailed a taxi on the roadside. Driver, hurry, take us to the nearest hospital. This beautiful woman is about to give birth. Sensing the urgency of the situation, the taxi driver was alarmed and quickly beckoned them to get in the car. As a father of two, he was well aware of the danger the woman was in at that moment. After Gu Dongcheng helped the woman into the car, the driver floored the accelerator and took them to the nearest hospital. The woman had just fallen on the road, her hair covering her face. Gu Dongcheng could only get a general idea. After getting in the car, Gu Dongcheng helped her tidy her hair. A face with exquisitely beautiful features appeared before Gu Dongcheng. Upon seeing the other person's appearance, Gu Dongcheng's pupils contracted sharply. Xiao Xiao, the campus belle of the Industrial University. Gu Dongcheng was immediately taken aback. Unexpectedly, Xiao Xiao is pregnant. And she's even planning to give birth. If this news gets out of school, it will definitely cause a huge uproar. I'd heard long ago that the school beauty dropped out of school last year. Many classmates speculated about the reason for her taking a leave of absence from school. Gu Dongcheng now has the answer: the other person is pregnant. Taking a year off from school due to pregnancy makes sense. Gu Dongcheng helped Xiao Xiao sit in the back seat of the car. The two were very close, and could smell each other's scent. The scent on Xiao Xiao gave me a sense of déjà vu. He felt like he'd smelled it somewhere before. Suddenly, a scene from a year ago flashed through my mind. The woman from that night looked exactly like Xiao Xiao. Carefully examining the other person's face, I vaguely noticed a 9/10 resemblance. Could it be that the woman that night was her? Just as Gu Dongcheng was recalling what had happened a year ago, the driver has already taken them to Yuqing Maternal and Child Health Hospital. The driver opened the door for them. Handsome, we've arrived at the hospital. Get the pregnant woman inside right now. Gu Dongcheng helped Xiao Xiao out of the car. Okay, how much is the fare? I'll transfer it to you right away. Hey, this is a matter of life and death. At a time like this, why would you need a fare? I'll give you a free ride. Hurry up and take your wife inside. There really wasn't enough time, and Xiao Xiao's face grew increasingly pained. After noting down the other party's license plate number, Gu Dongcheng quickly carried Xiao Xiao into the hospital. When Xiao Xiao opened her eyes again, she was already lying in a hospital bed. The doctor, holding the documents, approached Gu Dongcheng and asked, "Are you Xiao Xiao's boyfriend or husband?" Gu Dongcheng scratched his head. "No, I'm his classmate." The doctor and the nurses around him frowned. "If she's not your boyfriend or husband, then why did you bring her here?" The pregnant woman's condition is very dangerous right now. These are signs of premature labor, and she will need a cesarean section soon. Cesarean section carries certain risks and requires the consent of the patient's family. Her family isn't around, and her husband isn't here either. You're really not Xiao Xiao's boyfriend? Gu Dongcheng told the truth. I ran into her near the school. I brought her over as soon as I saw her lying on the ground. I'm really not her boyfriend. However, Gu Dongcheng had barely finished speaking. A panel resembling a game system appeared before my eyes. Young Master Cat has noticed that his owner, Gu Dongcheng, has touched his unborn quadruplets. The cat master, worried that his owner Gu Dongcheng couldn't afford to raise 4 children, specially stole 40,000 yuan in cash for you to buy baby formula. With the advent of the system panel. With a ding from his phone, Gu Dongcheng immediately received a text message from ICBC. Bank card balance, 51,198.03 yuan. Gu Dongcheng remembered that his ICBC card originally only had a little over 10,000 yuan in it. Now there's suddenly an extra 40,000 yuan in my card. The information on this panel is real. Cat, young master, are you stealing money? Gu Dongcheng was completely baffled. I do own a tabby cat, and its name is Young Master. But how could the other animal, which I keep in my rented apartment, steal money for me? Suddenly, I had an extra 40,000 yuan. This is so surreal. What shocked Gu Dongcheng even more was that the information on the panel in front of him said that he had met the unborn baby. Her unborn baby is actually quadruplets. How is that possible? He was just dumped, how could he possibly have a child? The information on this panel is hilarious. The next second, his gaze fell on Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao's belly was much larger than that of an average pregnant woman. Could it be that the other party is pregnant with quadruplets? The information displayed on the panel is about the baby in her womb? If that's the case, wouldn't that mean that I and Xiao Xiao would be? Just as Gu Dongcheng was wondering. Another message appeared on the panel. It's a tabby cat avatar nicknamed Young Master. Young Master, yes, Master, the child Xiao Xiao is carrying is yours. Young Master, I'm so happy. The young master is about to have a little master. Gu Dongcheng rubbed his eyes and asked the doctors around him, can you see the words in front of me? The doctor and the nurses around him frowned in confusion. What word? Where? Did they have words written on their bodies? This man in front of me is so strange. Chapter 2, the child is born, the system doesn't show up, the cat does. The panel was not visible to anyone around. Only you can see it. Thinking back to the 40,000 yuan in cash that had just arrived in my account. Could this really be true? Xiao Xiao was the woman he had a one-night stand with a year ago. Is she carrying her own child? It's possible that I've acquired a cheat code, similar to those in novels. It wasn't the system, but the cat at home. The young master became his own cheat code. Gu Dongcheng took a deep breath, trying to calm his excited and uneasy heart. The panel information stated that Xiao Xiao was the mother of her child. She was pregnant with quadruplets. Gu Dongcheng thought to himself, what if Xiao Xiao gives birth later? The other party really did give birth to quadruplets. That child is most likely their own. It's true that the young master helped him gain an unfair advantage. However, for now, Gu Dongcheng plans to wait and see, and make a decision after Xiao Xiao gives birth. Gu Dongcheng hesitated for a moment and asked, Doctor, can't a pregnant woman give birth without a signature? The doctor said it was okay. However, it would be better if family members were present, since having a child is such a significant event. In case anything happens, it's good to have family members there to take care of things. However, Xiao Xiao's situation was special. After weighing the options for a while, she said, it's okay if there's no family member's signature. But young man, you are Miss Xiao's classmate. She has no family members with her right now, and there will be no one here to take care of her after she gives birth. Could you help look after her for a while? Or wait until she gives birth, then go back to the school and talk to her teacher, asking them to send her family over. Gu Dongcheng nodded without hesitation, okay. Doctor, please leave it to me. The frail woman in front of him might just be the mother of his child. How could Gu Dongcheng not care? Before Xiao Xiao was wheeled into the delivery room, Gu Dongcheng came to her bedside to encourage her. Xiao Xiao, you can do it. I am Gu Dongcheng, and I will always be by your side. Make sure you come out safely. I'll be waiting for you and the baby outside. Although it hasn't been officially confirmed yet, Gu Dongqing said many comforting things to encourage Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao never expected that she would see this man again when she was preparing to give birth. The other person saved me and my baby. He wanted to stay and keep him company. Xiao Xiao was in too much pain to speak. She nodded and gave him a deep look. Gu Dongchang remained standing there until the delivery room door closed. Is the child Xiao Xiao is carrying her own? Was the information panel I just saw real? System, are you there? Wait, is young master here? Is Mimi here? If so, please say something. Through Gu Dongqing's thoughts, another information panel popped up in front of him. The cat's avatar started jumping again. Young master, yes, master. Young master, Xiao Xiao's baby is indeed your child. If you don't believe me, you can take them for a paternity test after the babies are born. Young master, Mimi is here to congratulate master on becoming a father. Gu Dongqing felt like he was chatting with a friend on WeChat. However, the other party wasn't a person, but a cat. After confirming several times that only I could see the panel, I checked the bank card information again. The extra 40,000 yuan lay quietly in the bank account. Everything that was happening before his eyes proved that it was real. Gu Dongqing was not seeing things, nor was he hallucinating. Furthermore, the young master said that if he didn't believe it, he could take the babies for a paternity test after they were born. The cheat codes from novels have come true in real life, so I'm sure it's true that the child in Xiao Xiao's belly is his. After figuring everything out, Gu Dongqing's heart was pounding rapidly. I might really be going to be a father. Gu Dongqing's deception had a strange feel to it. I couldn't help feeling nervous, hoping that Xiao Xiao would come out safely. I hope the babies will be born safely. A tense atmosphere permeated the corridor outside the delivery room. Besides Gu Dongqing, there were several other expectant fathers pacing anxiously in the corridor. Their feelings were similar to Gu Dongqing's. I don't know how much time passed. The tense atmosphere was broken, and the delivery room door was opened again. A nurse came out and said to the crowd, "Who are Xiao Xiao's family members? Xiao Xiao's family members, come here quickly. Mother and babies are safe and sound. Miss Xiao gave birth to quadruplets. Where are Miss Xiao's family members?" Gu Dongqing's heart trembled suddenly. They really are quadruplets. Everything that just happened was real. Xiao Xiaoxing's baby is indeed her own child. The woman he had a one-night stand with a year ago was her. Where are Miss Xiao's family members? Hearing the nurse's words again, Gu Dongqing finally came to his senses. He stepped forward excitedly, exclaiming, "Yes. I'm the young lady's family member." The nurse in front of him had just been transferred from another delivery room and did not recognize Gu Dongqing. Naturally, he was unaware of his relationship with Xiao Xiao. Seeing that Gu Dongqing was so young, she asked in surprise, "You're the father of the quadruplets, Miss Zhao's husband?" Gu Dongqing scratched his head, "I guess so." The nurse understood if it wasn't her husband, then it must be her boyfriend. Many young people are getting pregnant before marriage these days. The nurses were used to this kind of thing. Upon hearing that Gu Dongqing had given birth to quadruplets, the expectant fathers around him felt both envious and sympathetic. Having 4 babies means 4 extra joys in the future. But if all 4 are boys, then Gu Dongqing will have a headache later. I need to prepare at least 4 houses in the future. After confirming Gu Dongqing's identity, the nurse told him to follow her. Come over here to get disinfected first. The adult is still getting stitches inside. I'll take you to see the child first. Gu Dongqing's heart was hanging in mid-air. Nurse, how is Xiao Xiao? Miss Xiao is perfectly fine, don't worry, she's safe and sound. However, if you want to see her, you'll have to wait a little longer until the doctor finishes stitching up her incision. Gu Dongqing breathed a long sigh of relief. The nurse glanced at him discreetly, thinking to herself that this young man seemed to care a lot about his girlfriend. When she brings her family members in, most of them immediately ask about the babies, and very few people care about the mother. The nurse had a very good impression of Gu Dongqing. Do a good job of disinfection. The nurse led him to a small bed. 4 babies, wrapped in swaddling clothes, lay on top. Upon seeing the 4 little ones for the first time, Gu Dongqing felt a warm and reassuring feeling. Newborn babies breathe very finely. 4 little hands moved slowly back and forth. The nurse explained the baby's condition to him. Debeo is the older sister, and she weighs 3.5 g and 1.25 kgs. The second child is the older brother, and he weighs the same as his sister, 3.5 gene 1.25 caddies. Sanbao is a younger sister, weighing 3.4 gene 1.2 caddies. Sibao is the younger brother, weighing 3.4 gene 1.2 caddies. Mr. Gu, congratulations! You've had 2 boys and 2 girls, making a perfect family. Chapter 3, The Clever Quadruplets and the Helpless School Beauty's Mother. They were blessed with quadruplets. The moment Gu Dongqing saw the babies, he felt a special sensation. I became a father just like that. What an amazing feeling! As if sensing that his father was nearby, De Bao moved around in his swaddling clothes. The next second, she started crying anxiously. Don't let your tiny size fool you. When your baby is first born, he can cry really loudly. The baby's cry was very infectious. The second, third, and fourth babies were infected by their older sister and also started to whine and cry. The little ones cried so hard as soon as they met him, which broke Gu Dongqing's heart. Seeing this, the nurse quickly comforted them. Oh dear, do the babies know their dad is here? The babies are so clever to greet their dads with cries. Come on, let daddy interact with the babies, okay? Here it comes, daddy's first baby is coming. The nurse coaxed him, saying, Mr. Gu, come and say hello to the babies. You can hug them. Some babies open their eyes shortly after birth. The 4 little ones watched and cried with their bright, innocent eyes. Gu Dongqing was extremely excited. He also wants to hold the babies. But the babies are so newborn, so fragrant and soft, I wonder if I might hurt them. The nurse smiled and said, babies aren't as fragile as you think. I'll teach you a method. Try holding your older child. Holding a newborn is very simple. The nurse taught him to hold him horizontally. Gu Dongqing has a strong learning ability. Following the nurse's instructions, Gu Dongqing picked up De Bao. He was very careful throughout the whole process. Don't cry, daddy's here to see you and your little brothers and sisters. De Bao and his younger siblings were born safely, and dad is very happy. I'm so happy to see you all safe and sound. It's so nice to meet you, little darlings. How about you go see mommy with daddy later? Mom, you can come out now. It's amazing. I don't know if De Bao understood or if he felt safer in his father's arms. The baby's sobbing gradually stopped. She stared blankly at Gu Dongqing with her big, watery eyes. Gu Dongqing's heart softened, and a smile appeared on his face without him even realizing it. The nurse was amazed. De Bao seems to know you're his dad. He immediately stopped crying. The little guy is so smart. Mr. Gu, the babies are so beautiful right after they were born. They're sure to be very good looking when they grow up. They must all be incredibly handsome men and beautiful women. The babies have inherited Xiao Xiao and Gu Dongqing's good looks. Whether they are boys or girls, they will definitely be heartthrobs in the future. The nurse wasn't just saying that as a compliment. She genuinely thought the babies were beautiful and adorable. Hearing the nurses praise the babies, Gu Dongqing couldn't help but feel happy. De Bao stopped crying, but his younger siblings were still crying. Gu Dongqing picked up Erbo again and coaxed him gently. Second baby, it's so nice to meet you. Daddy will give you a hug. Don't cry. Hearing Gu Dongqing's words, the little guy cried even louder. Her teary-eyed expression was incredibly pitiful. Don't cry, don't cry. How about we go play with mommy together with daddy later? My second baby is truly a little man. He cried so energetically even right after he was born. Although Erbo was crying loudly, Gu Dongqing didn't feel impatient at all. His expression, on the contrary, was incredibly gentle and loving. This left the nurses nearby completely stunned. This man looks so gentle and handsome as he comforts the baby. This scene is so heartwarming. After interacting with De Bao and Erbao, Gu Dongqing then picked up Sanbao and Sibao. The 2 little ones were so cute wrapped in swaddling clothes. Like their older sister, the siblings gradually stopped crying after feeling their father's warmth. The 4 little ones were so sweet and soft that Gu Dongqing couldn't bear to put them down. After an unknown amount of time, the nurse wheeled Xiao Xiao out of the operating room. Xiao Xiao lay weakly on the bed. She couldn't move her lower body yet, and asked with her head tilted to the side, her face pale. Where is my child? Where is my child? After enduring the hardships of childbirth, the first thing Xiao shouted after leaving the operating room was to see her babies. Gu Dongqing looked at him with concern. The babies are here. Xiao Xiao, the babies are all healthy, don't worry. Seeing Xiao Xiao and Gu Dongqing walking over with the baby in their arms, Xiao Xiao's pupils narrowed slightly. A nurse nearby came over and said, Ms. Xiao, Mr. Gu has been here with the babies the whole time. The four little ones are having a great time with their dad, staying quietly in Mr. Gu's arms. Xiao Xiao's heart skipped a beat. How do I get along with my dad? Could it be that Gu Dongqing knows the baby's identities? But how did he know when I didn't say anything? Not only her, but the doctors and nurses who delivered Xiao Xiao's baby were also full of questions. What? The father of quadruplets? Gu Dongqing? There must be some mistake. When the other party brought the pregnant woman over, they said she was an alumnus of their school. How come he's a dad now? Although I have many questions in my mind, now is not the time to get to the bottom of them. Gu Dongqing picked up De Bao and carefully placed him next to Xiao Xiao. He introduced in a gentle voice, Xiao Xiao, you're amazing, you gave birth to quadruplets. This is De Bao, a little princess. Xiao Xiao gave Gu Dongqing a deep look, then her gaze fell on De Bao. The little princess seemed to recognize her mother's familiar scent. She tilted her little head and moved it toward her mother. However, she is still too young, and no matter how hard she tries, she can only keep making little kisses in place. Xiao Xiao's gaze was gentle as water as she looked up at Gu Dongqing. Could you bring the little one closer to me? Gu Dongqing nodded and hugged De Bao even closer. Xiao Xiao pressed her cheek against her daughter's forehead, her face full of love for her babies. My little darlings, Mommy is finally here to see you. Mom is so happy to see you all. You are all my precious little darlings. It's so wonderful that my little darlings are all safe and healthy. As Xiao Xiao was speaking, tears suddenly streamed down her face. Perhaps influenced by her mother's emotions, the baby in the swaddling clothes also started to whine and cry along with her. Gu Dongqing quickly comforted him, don't cry, De Bao, Mommy isn't sad. Mommy, these are tears of joy. Mommy is happy to see her baby safe and healthy. These are tears of happiness and joy. Mommy, am I right? Seeing Xiao Xiao looking helpless, Gu Dongqing paused and said to her, babies are very smart, they can sense our emotions. They will cry if they sense that we are unhappy or sad. Xiao Xiao suddenly realized what was happening, quickly wiped away her tears, and gently comforted her. My little darling, Mommy isn't sad. These are tears of joy. Meeting you all makes Mommy the happiest. So, baby, you misunderstood. Let's not cry anymore, okay? Chapter 4, The Amazing Gift Pack. Luckily, the cat helped me out. Babies remember their mother's scent. Once they were by Xiao Xiao's side, the quadruplets were all incredibly well behaved. She was just whining a moment ago. Now, when she's next to Xiao Xiao, she's as quiet as a ghost. Gu Dongqing found it amazing. My baby seemed to be very smart and well behaved. After seeing that Xiao Xiao had recovered to a near complete state, the doctor instructed the nurses to push her back to the maternity ward. During the time the mother was undergoing surgery, the hospital had already arranged accommodation for Xiao Xiao. When they returned to the ward, the doctor called Gu Dongqing to the corridor outside the door. He asked in a cold voice, when you brought Miss Xiao here just now, you said she was her classmate. They refused to sign the consent form for the surgery, but after the child was born, they claimed to be the father. So, what exactly is your relationship with Miss Xiao? And what is her relationship with the quadruplets? The doctors now have a very bad impression of Gu Dongqing. She felt that the man in front of her was being dishonest. And they're too afraid to take responsibility. If the other party really is the father of quadruplets, then Ms. Xiao has really met the wrong person. She felt a pang of regret for Xiao Xiao. Gu Dongqing scratched his head awkwardly, well, I am the baby's father. I only just confirmed it myself. The doctor raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by just confirmed to be the baby's father? Is it or isn't it? Yes. Why didn't you admit it when Miss Xiao first came to the hospital? I didn't think of it at the time. It was definitely my fault. That doctor. My story with Xiao Xiao is a long one. The doctor's face showed displeasure. Gu Dongqing braced himself. Okay, since you're the children's father, you don't need to go back to school and tell the teachers. Take good care of the child and Miss Xiao during this time. Call your family and Ms. Xiao's family over as soon as possible. The child has already been born, and the parents don't even know what's going on. Gu Dongqing nodded awkwardly, I understand, doctor. I will take good care of Xiao Xiao and the babies. I hope you'll keep your word. I'll come to check on your ward more often when I have time. Oh, right, go downstairs and pay the fees in a bit. Gu Dongqing expressed his gratitude. Congratulations on the birth of your 4 little masters. A new member has joined the family, and the young master is very happy, all to ease the burden of raising a child for his master. Your cat has prepared 200,000 yuan for you to raise your child. The little ones have been born, and I'll be cooking for them from now on. As a wonderful dad, how can I not be a great cook? To improve your cooking skills, your cat has bestowed upon you the title of gourmet talent. Note: cash has been received. Talents can be fused. Just as Gu Dongqing finished speaking with the doctor and was about to return to the ward, a panel of information that only Gu Dongqing could see popped up in front of him again. To celebrate the birth of his babies, the young master prepared 200,000 yuan as startup capital for his babies. Check your bank card balance. Sure enough, another 200,000 appeared. Gu Dongqing was shocked. That's amazing. But he seemed to understand. The information panel seems to have appeared because of the babies. To Gu Dongqing's surprise, there were actually 2 rewards this time. In addition to cash, there's also a talent reward. Foodie. Judging from the information notes, it seems to be a talent that can enhance cooking skills. With the right talent, even someone who couldn't cook before can instantly become a top chef. Cooking and preparing dishes seem to be something I was born with. I need to improve my cooking skills so I can cook delicious meals for my children in the future. The young master has made quite a thoughtful arrangement. He only had a little over 10,000 yuan in his bank card just now. If it weren't for the young master's cheat code that gave him 240,000. I don't even know if the money I have is enough for Xiao Xiao's surgery and hospitalization fees. But things are better now. My cat suddenly became incredibly lucky. Now I even have money for hospitalization and childbirth. Gu Dongqing entered the room and saw a weak Xiao Xiao struggling to look towards the door. They saw Gu Dongqing walk in. Xiao Xiao's pale face was full of complex emotions. She was both excited and apprehensive about Gu Dongqing's appearance. The nurse's words still echoed in my ears while I was in the delivery room. The nurse said he was the father of her child. He didn't deny it at the time. He knew all along? Xiao Xiao's mind was filled with doubts. Looking at Xiao Xiao lying on the hospital bed with her lips completely bloodless, Gu Dongqing broke the silence first, saying with heartache, "Xiao Xiao, aren't these babies my children? I'm the baby's dad, right?" Xiao Xiao felt as if struck by lightning. She stood there, stunned. My feelings are incredibly complicated. I was already prepared to raise my baby alone and be a single mother. But she never expected that Gu Dongqing would barge into her world again. Looking at the 4 bewildered babies, Xiao Xiao was confused. She was unsure whether to allow the children to reunite with their father. If they recognize each other, the other person might take care of them in the future. If they continue to keep it a secret, I will have to raise them myself from now on. That means the babies won't have a father, which is very unfair to them. A tear slid down Xiao Xiao's cheek. In the end, for the sake of the children, she chose to let fate decide. Yes, the babies are your children. But so what if they're your children? How do you plan to treat them? I'll just meet them once today and then leave, and never see them again? Xiao Xiao was heartbroken when she said those words. She finished speaking through tears. Gu Dongqing's heart ached as well. Of course I won't just look at them and leave. As their father, I will stay to take care of them. And I will take care of you too. Xiao Xiao, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were pregnant before, and you suffered so much all by yourself. Now that I know, I won't let you get away with this. As the children's father, I will definitely take responsibility and take good care of them. Xiao Xiao was suddenly shocked and looked at Gu Dongqing in disbelief. Do you know what you're saying? You haven't graduated yet. Aren't you afraid that 4 babies will be a burden to you? Gu Dongqing smiled. He smiled gently and brightly. I'm perfectly sober now. Xiao Xiao, my babies have never been a burden. They are God's blessing upon me, and they are the greatest happiness of my life. I didn't have the chance before, but now I want to ask, Xiao Xiao, can you give me a chance to take care of the babies, let me fulfill my responsibilities as a father, take good care of them, and raise them to adulthood? Some feelings cannot be faked. Xiao Xiao could sense that Gu Dongqing's words came from his heart. The other party's sincerity and determination exceeded her expectations. Xiao Xiao was in a state of utter confusion. Gu Dongqing thought she wanted to refuse. She quickly said, Xiao Xiao, you've been having trouble getting around lately, and the babies have just been born. Please let me stay and take care of you no matter what. We'll decide what to do after you're discharged from the hospital. Now the children can't be left unattended, nor can they be without their fathers. Chapter 5, Mother Gu learns that the cat brings warmth. Feeling Gu Dongqing's sincere gaze, Xiao Xiao also wanted to give herself and the babies a chance. She was silent for a moment before nodding. Okay. Thank you for your hard work during this time. Gu Dongqing exclaimed excitedly, it's not hard work at all, I'm happy to do it. Xiao Xiao had just undergone surgery and her body hadn't recovered yet. She was exhausted after just a few words. Gu Dongqing quickly helped her down and covered her with a blanket. Xiao Xiao, you take a rest. Don't worry about the babies, I'll watch over them here. The nurse was worried that Gu Dongqing wouldn't know how to take care of the child, so she came over to remind him. The new mother has just undergone surgery and cannot drink water for 6 hours. You can only eat after you pass gas, but you should eat liquid foods, such as millet porridge or radish soup. Gu Dongqing asked, what if you're really thirsty? Even if you're really thirsty, you must endure it and wait 6 hours before drinking. Remember that. Gu Dongqing nodded repeatedly. Before the nurse could finish speaking, she continued, if the babies cry later, it's probably because they're hungry and need to be fed. Have you seen Miss Xiao's milk come in yet? If it's not open, let the baby suckle. If they can't get any milk out, you'll need to buy a breast pump. If breast pumps don't work, you'll have to see a lactation consultant. If there is really no milk, then temporarily feed the baby formula. The nurse glanced at Xiao Xiao. Their scale is enormous and their flow is overwhelming, so the problem of not having enough milk shouldn't happen to her. After giving her instructions, the nurse left, turning back to look at herself several times. Gu Dongqing followed behind her, saying, Xiao Xiao, you look after the babies for a while. I'm going to pay the bill and will come back to play with the babies later. Xiao Xiao called out to him, do you have enough money? Don't worry, I have money. Watching Gu Dongqing's departing figure, Xiao Xiao felt inexplicably at ease. Fate is such a wonderful thing. The babies were born today, and we even ran into their fathers. There were many people queuing to pay at the hospital, so Gu Dongqing took a moment to call his mother. Mom, are you busy? Are you free today? I need your help to come to Yucheng. You and your dad are now grandparents. I'm a father now, I have quadruplets. The babies were just born and are in the hospital right now. On the other end of the phone, Gu's mother was stunned. It took him a long time to come to his senses. Xiaochang, you said you have children, quadruplets. Your dad and I are now grandparents? You're not joking with Mom, are you? Mom, no, I'm at Yucheng Maternal and Child Health Hospital right now. I have no experience taking care of children, and I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of quadruplets. You should come up here when you have time. Gu's mother was completely stunned. I took a deep breath. I hadn't misheard, and my son wasn't joking. God. My son has become a father. Quadruplets. Happiness came so suddenly. The new mother was exhausted after giving birth, and Gu Dongqing was worried that if Xiao Xiao fell asleep, no one would watch the baby. After explaining the situation to my mom, I paid the fees and rushed back to the ward. It takes about 4 hours by car to get from the village to Yucheng. Gu Dongqing didn't know if his mother would be able to make it today. At the same time, inside the hospital bed, Xiao Xiao's gaze remained fixed on the 4 adorable babies in the crib. Newborn babies sleep most of the time. The little cuties are sleeping soundly now. Xiao Xiao dozed off in a daze. Fortunately, the door opened again at that moment, and Gu Dongqing returned. You're back. How much did it cost? I'll transfer the money to you later. Gu Dongqing waved his hand. No need, I'm doing this willingly. Xiao Xiao, you don't need to be so polite. Gu Dongqing told Xiao Xiao about his parents' plans to come. Xiao Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Did you tell your parents? Aunt and uncle are coming? Gu Dongqing hummed in agreement. Other people's babies all have their grandparents and great-grandparents by their side. I was afraid I couldn't take good care of the babies by myself, so I asked my parents to come. Xiao Xiao wanted to say something more. But when she heard that other babies had their maternal and paternal grandparents with them, she paused. Yes, the babies choose to be their own mothers. If they come into this world and don't feel the love of their family, they will be very sad when they grow up. What did your uncle and aunt say? Do they like babies? Gu Dongqing could sense her nervousness and said half-jokingly, how could I not like it? She was so happy when we found out she was going to be a grandmother that she almost jumped for joy. My dad is super happy too. Xiao Xiao, my parents love children. Now that they're grandparents, how could they not be happy? Don't overthink it. The babies are so cute, they're overjoyed. Perhaps it was Gu Dongqing's words that had an effect, and Xiao Xiao's unease gradually dissipated. New mothers experience significant loss of energy after childbirth. Xiao Xiao had just finished talking to Gu Dongqing when she fell asleep from exhaustion. Gu Dongqing tiptoed over and sat down next to the crib. I just quietly watched the 4 little babies. The babies are sleeping soundly. It must be the older one, his mouth moves occasionally. Perhaps it's because of his fatherly filter, but Gu Dongqing finds the babies cuter and cuter the more he looks at them. Gu Dongqing, as if possessed, reached out to De Bao, wanting to poke her face. As a result, the little guy grabbed his finger. Gu Dongqing was startled and cursed himself for being too rash. What if he had woken up the little guy? I held my breath and dared not move. Fortunately, De Bao didn't wake up. He was still fast asleep, his little hands still clenched around his fingers. Your cat is so happy for you holding your kittens for the first time. Therefore, the young master has specially gifted you a set of baby daily necessities, including formula, diapers, etc. These were all carefully prepared by the young master. Please use them with confidence, master. Just as De Bao was gripping his fingers and Gu Dongqing was holding his breath, another information panel appeared in front of him. The young master actually gave me something again. Holding the baby can also earn you a reward from the young master. This time, I'm preparing baby supplies again. Upon seeing the item information, Gu Dongqing finally remembered. Xiao Xiao was brought to the hospital temporarily because of the accident. We didn't bring any of the baby's things. Seeing the gifts from the young master, he suddenly realized that he had nothing that the children needed. Fortunately, the kittens are too close to the body, so we can only prepare them for the babies. However, Gu Dongqing soon became curious. How am I supposed to get my hands on these things? Just as Gu Dongqing was wondering, De Bao loosened his grip slightly. Gu Dongqing quickly withdrew his finger. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a food delivery man suddenly appeared outside the hospital bed. The other person was carrying a large bag of things, which, judging from the packaging, appeared to be baby products. Chapter 6. Why isn't Xiaobao breathing? It scared his father to death. I wonder how the young master arranged the delivery man for himself. The other person handed me the bag and then left. When Gu Dongqing opened it, he found it filled with a dazzling array of baby products. All sizes are the smallest available. For example, all the diapers used for babies are NB size. The baby bottle is also small. They all have one thing in common: they're cute, adorable, and full of energy. Gu Dongqing took out the children's belongings and sorted them out. That way, you won't be caught off guard when you need to use it. After packing up, the ward was quiet. Gu Dongqing went to the crib again. A newborn baby's breathing is barely perceptible. Gu Dongqing was a first-time father and had little experience. Quietly watching the 4 little ones. The little ones wore a small bracelet on their wrists. The information about the babies was written on it, which allowed Gu Dongqing to identify the children's birth order. Suddenly he realized that Sibao seemed to have stopped breathing. This startled him. I reached out and placed my hand near his little nose, and only then did I notice his faint breathing. Gu Dongqing breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the baby is alright, it's just that newborns have very weak breathing. Upon closer inspection, the 3 treasures also have similar frequencies. If your breathing is normal, you should be fine. Gu Dongqing's gaze fell on the sleeping Xiao Xiao again. The mother was pale, her lips were bloodless, and even in her sleep, she exuded exhaustion. A look of heartache flashed in Gu Dongqing's eyes. This woman secretly carried her pregnancy for 10 months and planned to give birth to the child herself. If I hadn't encountered this myself, I might have remained completely unaware for the rest of my life. Gu Dongqing quietly watched over the mother and her 5 children. I don't know how much time passed. Suddenly, the baby's whimpering cries came from the crib. At first, there was only the sound of a baby. But then, 1, 2, 3. Then 3 more sweet, childlike voices rang out. She was whimpering and crying very loudly. Like a string quartet, Gu Dongqing was startled. All 4 babies cried at the same time. What should we do? Remembering the nurse's reminder, if the babies were crying, it probably meant they were hungry. But Xiao Xiao is still not awake. Gu Dongqing is considering whether or not to feed the children formula. However, at that moment, Xiao Xiao, lying on the hospital bed, seemed to know that the babies were crying, and groggily opened her eyes. She snapped awake when she heard the babies crying. "What's wrong with my babies? What's wrong with my babies?" Gu Dongcheng quickly reassured them, "It's okay, the babies are fine, they're probably just hungry. We'll breastfeed him, and he should be fine once he's full." Seeing Gu Dongcheng with the children, Xiao Xiao gradually relaxed. "Are the babies hungry? Then bring them over here, I'll breastfeed them." "Good." Gu Dongcheng answered crisply and decisively. But soon he and Xiao Xiao ran into a problem. How should I feed a newborn their first meal? Fortunately, Gu Dongcheng was always lucky, just when the two were in trouble. The nurse happened to be making her rounds in their ward. Seeing the quadruplets crying so sadly, she knew they were hungry. "What are you two standing there for? Hurry up and feed the baby. Feed the one that cries the loudest first." Gu Dongcheng was troubled. "We've never breastfed the baby before, we don't know how to feed him." The nurse smiled and went over to pick up the eldest child, who was crying the most. "It's very simple, I'll show you how. After the newborn is born, if possible, breastfeeding is better. Because breast milk is richer in nutrients, it can also enhance the baby's immunity. Not only is it convenient and hygienic, it can also strengthen the bond between the baby and the mother." The nurse, holding the baby, asked, "Has mommy started breastfeeding yet?" Xiao Xiao nodded, blushing, "I think it's there, I can feel it." Xiao Xiao has a good constitution, she had colostrum right after giving birth. The nurse nodded, looking at Xiao Xiao's size with envy in her eyes. Holding De Bao, she came to the bedside and turned to Gu Dongcheng. "Dad, come over here too. If you don't come closer, how will you feed the babies later? Miss Xiao has just had surgery and is not very mobile right now. She will need your help to breastfeed the children from now on, you know." Gu Dongcheng was stunned for a moment. "Me? Move closer? How do you observe how you feed your baby?" The nurse gave him a look. "What are you standing there for? You already have a child, why are you still being so coy? Do you want the children to go hungry forever?" Gu Dongcheng snapped out of his daze and glanced at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao went all out. "Gu Dongcheng, come here, it's okay, don't worry about me, the babies are the most important." Gu Dongcheng took a deep breath. They got a little closer. The nurse finally smiled. "Do you have a towel? Go to the restroom and wet the towel with warm water, then come and give Miss Xiao her rations. Before feeding, wipe the food clean to keep it hygienic." The baby supplies that the young master gave himself happened to include an adult towel. Gu Dongcheng immediately took it to the bathroom and wet it. Then he wiped Xiao Xiao's food rations. Xiao Xiao was voluptuous, fair-skinned, and supple, with a jade-like figure and ice-like skin. If you get close to her, you can smell a faint fragrance on her. Gu Dongcheng had not seen Xiao Xiao's body since that night a year ago. After taking off his clothes, Gu Dongcheng thought to himself that the mother of his child had a really good figure. With this scale, the children won't have to worry about food in the future. Xiao Xiao turned her face away, not daring to look at Gu Dongcheng. Gu Dongcheng's hands were clumsy, afraid of accidentally scratching Xiao Xiao's delicate skin. The nurse was very understanding. "I didn't urge him. Just wait like this. To help the two develop their relationship. But she can wait, while the babies can't." Especially De Bao, as the firstborn as the eldest sister, she was the strongest and cried the loudest. Gu Dongcheng quickly wiped the rations clean and then covered them up. The nurse sat down on the edge of the bed and placed De Bao in Xiao Xiao's arms. "It's ready. Dad is watching from the side. Follow the method I taught you before for holding the baby, put the child in the mother's arms, and she will find the milk to drink on her own." Just as the nurse had said. As soon as De Bao was placed in Xiao Xiao's arms, the little princess seemed to have radar installed. Her little face rubbed against him. They quickly and accurately located the food supplies. One bite, and it's so enjoyable to eat it with gusto. "My little darling is so good at it." She stretched out her two chubby little hands, held her food, and ate heartily. Gu Dongcheng and Xiao Xiao both found it amazing. The baby will find milk on its own. How did she pinpoint the location of the food rations? The nurses were used to it. It's the baby's instinct. We can feed the younger siblings like this later. Xiao Xiao looked down at her daughter in her arms, her face full of tenderness. Chapter 7. Poor Xiao Bao, he said he wished he had been the older brother. De Bao was the first of his siblings to be born. It is also the strongest. the little guy must be starving. Xiao Xiao strained with all her might to eat, and the pain made her wince. Xiao Xiao only just realized how painful it is to breastfeed a baby. Gu Dongcheng asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Xiao Xiao glanced at her daughter in her arms and said, "De Bao bit me a little hard." The nurse smiled and said, "This is normal, just bear with it for a while." Xiao Xiao nodded. She would have tolerated it even if the nurse hadn't said anything. No matter how much it hurts, we can't let the babies go hungry. The little princess ate happily, and Gu Dongcheng and Xiao Xiao were very pleased. Newborn babies have very small stomachs and get full quickly. At this age, they cannot speak yet, and if they don't want to eat anymore, they will turn their mouths away. The nurse kept a close eye on De Bao. Be careful, press down on the food when the babies aren't eating. Don't let them drip onto your face. The nurse reacted quickly, pressing down on Xiao Xiao's food with one hand and lifting De Bao away with the other. Then he took a tissue and wiped the milk stains from the corner of the little princess's mouth. Gu Dongcheng watched from the side, his heart pounding with fear. I thought breastfeeding was over. No. He's still too young. You also need to burp the baby. The nurse continued to demonstrate to Gu Dongcheng, remember to burp him. We can hold the baby upright in our arms, let her little head rest on our shoulders, and then gently pat her back with our hands in a cup shape. Tap gently like this repeatedly for 5-10 minutes. Gu Dongcheng carefully noted down every detail the nurse mentioned. Why should we burp our babies? This helps babies expel air from their stomachs and prevents them from spitting up. Parents, please remember that if your baby falls asleep while nursing, you don't need to pat them. You can let them lie on their stomach at a 45-degree angle in your arms for a while, and then put them on their side in bed to sleep. I didn't realize there were so many things to consider when taking care of a baby. Gu Dongcheng thought to himself, it must have been really tough for my parents to raise me. After the nurse patted De Bao's back to burp him, the little guy fell asleep almost immediately. The nurse laughed. Newborn babies are like that, they sleep most of the time. This is normal. We shouldn't disturb the babies when they're sleeping. Dad, did you remember the method I just taught you? De Bao has eaten and drunk his fill and fallen asleep, but his younger siblings are still crying. Gu Dongcheng cheered himself up. I'll remember that. Okay, the second baby is crying the most right now, you feed him first. Just pick it up like I did just now. Bao's face turned purple from crying, and Gu Dongcheng picked the little guy up with a pained expression. There were 2 milky, sticky rice balls next to it, sobbing softly. Sanbao and Sibao, please bear with it a little longer. Daddy will take your older brother over to eat first. After your older brother finishes eating, it will be your turn, babies. Please bear with it a little longer. Xiao Xiao noticed Gu Dongcheng's gentleness towards the babies. Will he be a good father? While Xiao Xiao was still in a daze, Gu Dongcheng had already brought her Bao over. The little cutie seems to have sensed her mother's scent. She stopped crying as soon as she was in Xiao Xiao's arms. The swaddling clothes wrapped around the newborns were provided by the hospital. The baby, wrapped in its coat, was incredibly adorable, and Xiao Xiao's heart melted. The second child was similar to her older sister, searching for her in her mother's arms with tears in her eyes. They quickly located the food rations. He took another bite. Xiao Xiao frowned and took a deep breath. This time, the second baby ate food from the other side. The second child was hungry a little longer than his older sister, and he ate with even more effort. The pain from the food being bitten was even greater than that from De Bao. Look closely at the newborn baby's long eyelashes. This is very similar to Gu Dongcheng. The pearls were glistening on the surface. As Gu Dongcheng ate, he wiped away his tears with a tissue. Bao shifted uncomfortably but continued to eat diligently. I was full after only a few bites. The little guy stopped crying after he had eaten and drunk his fill. She stayed obediently in her father's arms. Gu Dongcheng imitated the nurse and patted the baby's back to burp. Hold the baby upright with his head resting on your shoulder and gently pat him with your palm cupped. About 5 minutes later, the little dumpling burped. The nurse was pleased. Very good, it seems Dad has learned it. This is how you breastfeed. Just put the second child back on the bed and let him play by himself. Do the same for the third and fourth children. I've been a nurse for 5 or 6 years since I graduated, and this is the first time I've ever encountered quadruplets. Wow, they're so cute. She looks so cute even when she's crying from hunger. What will she be like when she grows up? They're definitely handsome guys and beautiful girls. After the second child finished eating, it was finally the third child's turn. The voices of the third and fourth children were not as loud as those of their older brothers and sisters. But they looked so pitiful. Gu Dongqing's heart was broken. Don't cry, don't cry. Come on, Sanbao, it's your turn to drink milk. Little Bao, hang in there a little longer, it'll be your turn after I finish eating. Sweetie, don't cry, Sibao. Hang in there a little longer, and Daddy will buy you toys later, okay? Little Bao couldn't understand anything. All he knew how to do now was cry when he was hungry. Gu Dongqing steeled his heart and took the 3 treasures with him first. The little princess ate very well. Gu Dongqing became even more adept at patting her back to burp. 5 minutes later, Sanbao also burped and became a quiet and well-behaved baby, neither crying nor making a fuss. Gu Dongqing and Xiao Zhao's eyes were filled with relief. Hurry up and feed the last baby. The 4th baby was born last, and was as small as the 3rd baby. The first feeding after birth is also the last one. The 4th child cried even more pitifully than the 3rd child. Gu Dongqing picked up the little crybaby with a pained expression. Don't cry, it's really time for the 4th baby this time. I'm sorry, Daddy made Sibao go hungry for so long. Daddy promises you, next time we're feeding, we'll let the 4th baby go first, okay? Next time, let's make our older siblings cry for a little longer, and then our 4 little darlings will be the first to drink. The baby cried his eyes out. Xiao Xiao couldn't bear to see the child cry, looking at Sibao, who seemed to be the most pitiful baby in the world, in her arms. Her eyes were full of heartache. Okay, you can eat your milk now. Sibao, you're the youngest, so try to eat more. Eat more, Grandma, so you can grow strong and catch up with De Bao and Air Bao as soon as possible. Xiaobao cried very sadly, tears streaming down his face as he held his food rations. The little crybaby ate in small bites, taking a little longer than his older brothers and sisters. Xiao Xiao touched his cheek, and Sibao stopped to look at his mother before continuing to eat. A soft and cuddly little baby. Xiao Xiao thought it was amazing that she had given birth to 4 little angels. After Xiaobao finished eating, Gu Dongqing continued to pat him to help him burp. The nurse smiled with satisfaction. Good, just feed him like this from now on. Alright, I need to take the babies for a bath and vaccinations tomorrow. Have you named your babies yet? We need to enter the baby's identity information before tomorrow's vaccination, and the baby's name is essential. Chapter 8. My little master has a name. My cat is celebrating. How to name your baby? Gu Dongqing and Xiao Xiao exchanged a glance. After the nurse left, Xiao Zhao's gaze fell on Gu Dongqing. You're the baby's father, so you name them. The surname Gu is fine. Gu Dongqing was struck dumb. I'll name the children, and you'll give them the surname Gu. Xiao Zhao's eyes lit up. Yes, hurry up and get it for the babies. Didn't you say you were going to take care of them? Could it be fake? Gu Dongqing quickly shook his head. How could this be fake? I'll get it now. I'll get it now. Gu Dongqing was so excited. He never expected that Xiao Xiao would ask him to name the children. They'll even be allowed to take the surname Gu. Suppressing his excitement, Gu Dongqing fell into deep thought. Yun Yao, Muji, Nianxi, Junhui. Xiao Xiao, what do you think of these 4 names? Numerous students, outstanding talents. How did I come to meet the shepherd boy from Yohu? To cherish gratitude is a rare treasure. You soared down, crossing the empty mulberry tree to follow me. Xiao Xiao muttered to herself, the eldest is named Yunyao, the second is Muji, the third is Nianxi, and the 4th is Junhui. All 4 names have origins. Xiao Xiao read it twice, her eyes sparkling, and said, they all sound great. Let's name the babies this from now on. Gu Yunyao, Gu Muji, Gu Nianxi, Gu Junhui. The babies will all have names from now on. Xiao Xiao looked at the crib with a gentle expression. The babies are all asleep. Let's share this good news with them when they wake up. Dad has already chosen names for the babies. Xiao Xiao closed her eyes, and a sense of joy welled up within her. The owner is feeding his babies, taking another step on his journey to becoming a dad. The owners have named their little masters, and the little masters now have their own names. The young master is happy that his young masters have received milk and have names. The young master cat is very happy right now, so he bought you an apartment in Phoenix Garden and is giving it to you as a gift. The property documents are in the bag with the baby supplies. Seeing that Xiao Xiao was satisfied with the names he had chosen for the babies, Gu Dongqing breathed a long sigh of relief. The information on the panel reappeared in front of me the next second. Feeding the babies and naming them. The young master felt great and was very happy he had actually bought himself a house. Gu Dongcheng read the message several times. Phoenix Garden. I didn't see it wrong. You see, this apartment in this neighborhood has always been his dream. This residential complex was launched a year and a half ago. The community has an extremely beautiful environment and a great location. You can see the river view from the balcony. The surrounding facilities are complete, and the subway station is not far away. It is convenient to go anywhere in Yucheng. What's most appealing is that all the houses are large, fully furnished. Gu Dongcheng even did a part-time job when the project first opened. If he remembers correctly, the opening price was 20,000 yuan per square meter. Now a year and a half has passed. House prices are rising instead of falling. It's already gone up to 22,000 yuan per square meter. When Gu Dongcheng first went there for a part-time job, he dreamed of buying his own house in Phoenix Garden 10 years after graduation. Originally, I planned to work on this goal for 10 years. Now I actually have it. Gu Dongcheng calmly opened the bag containing the baby's supplies. Sure enough, there was an extra file folder inside. There is a property ownership certificate and 2 keys to the main gate. Gu Dongcheng's heart pounded wildly. We have a house. We have a house. Once the babies are discharged from the hospital, we can take them to our new house. Gu Dongcheng was overjoyed. With a new house, it will be much more convenient to take care of the babies in Xiaoxiao. The nurses had just left after teaching them how to breastfeed the baby. The doctor came over. Seeing that Gu Dongcheng was still staying by Xiaoxiao on the baby's side, their attitude towards him improved a little. I'm here to check on mom's discharge. Dad's here to help mom pull back the blanket. Gu Dongcheng seemed to understand, but didn't know what discharge meant. But he understood after he lifted the blanket off Xiaoxiao. So that's what excretion means. Gu Dongcheng saw her in such a disheveled state. Xiaoxiao covered her face, looking utterly dejected. Because the anesthesia from the surgery hasn't worn off yet, Xiaoxiao hasn't regained feeling in her lower body. Therefore, she had no idea what her body was like under the covers. When the blanket was pulled back, the scene that came into view made her pupils dilate continuously. Good heavens, is that really me? The visual impact is so strong. Her next reaction was that Gu Dongcheng had seen this shameful side of her. He must have felt disgusted. Will he hate himself because of this? However, Xiaoxiao was overthinking it. Xiaoxiao has sacrificed and endured so much for the babies, all he feels is heartache. How could I hate it? If I despise her because of this, would I still be human? The doctor placed his hand on Xiaoxiao's lower abdomen and applied moderate pressure. While pressing, observe and ask, how do you feel? Does it hurt? Xiaoxiao felt it for a moment. It's a little swollen. The doctor nodded. It's normal for it to feel swollen. This massage will help you expel the fluid. It will be fine once the lochia stops. Xiaoxiao nodded. The doctor then asked her, have you passed gas yet? You have to wait until you pass gas before you can eat. Xiaoxiao shook her head. No. The doctor nodded and instructed Gu Dongcheng to wait until Xiaoxiao passed gas before feeding her. After she finished speaking, she asked the nurse to bring iodine to clean Xiaoxiao's wound. Gu Dongcheng was shown how to clean and disinfect the wound. After the mother is discharged from the hospital and returns home, she should occasionally help clean the wound. The wounds were shocking, but Gu Dongcheng was not afraid. Xiaoxiao blinked and asked, Doctor, will I have a scar on my stomach later? The doctor didn't hide anything. If someone takes care of you during your postpartum period and you recover well, you should still have a little bit left. A faint trace. Xiaoxiao understood the doctor meant that no matter what, a scar would remain. For women who love beauty, scars are their nemesis. However, for the sake of the children, Xiaoxiao felt that having a scar was nothing to be ashamed of. This is proof that she gave birth to little angels. The doctor looked up at Gu Dongcheng and said, Did you hear that? After you are discharged from the hospital, you need to take good care of Miss Xiao so that the scar on her stomach will fade a little. If you take good care of her and Miss Xiao recovers well, she might not even have a chance to have this scar. Miss Xiao has gone through so much hardship to give birth to your quadruplets. She is such a young girl and has suffered so much. I hope you will not let her down in the future. She has suffered enough. I hope her life will be sweeter from now on. Gu Dongcheng nodded earnestly, Doctor, I will take good care of Xiaoxiao. I will treat her well for the rest of my life, and I will never let her suffer any injustice again. Gu Dongcheng grew up in hardship, and he knows how unpleasant it is to suffer. Chapter 9, Parents Arrive. Xiao Xiao is nervous. Anyone can say nice things, but doctors only believe in actions. After giving Xiao Xiao a diaphragm treatment, hand the used maternity pads to Gu Dongcheng. This is a maternity care pad, also called a postpartum pad. Go and buy a few more. Miss Xiao needs to have her pads changed frequently because of the need for drainage. Remember to disinfect the wound as well. I've left the iodine and cotton swabs here for you. Gu Dongcheng rummaged through the bag and actually found it. The young master gave us quite a comprehensive set of things. Xiao Xiao has everything she needs. After the doctor left, there were only the 2 adults in the ward, besides the 4 sleeping babies. Xiao Xiao felt embarrassed and lay there without saying a word. At that moment, Gu Dongcheng received a phone call from his mother. Mom, you've arrived. Did you come with Dad? Yes. Oh, then come to the 6th floor of the inpatient department. I'm in room 603. Okay, your dad and I will be right there. After hanging up the phone, Gu Dongcheng took a breath. My parents came too. I wonder what their expressions will be later. Surprise, happiness, anger? I suddenly became pregnant, without any warning. If I don't tell them beforehand, will I feel like I'm disrespecting them? Gu Dongcheng adjusted his mindset. Xiao Xiao, my parents have arrived at the hospital. Xiao Xiao stirred on the bed. Aunt and uncle have arrived? So quickly? Xiao Xiao suddenly looked very nervous. I'm in such a bad state right now, I have no image to maintain. Will Gu Dongcheng's parents think he is a sloppy person? I'm getting ready to tidy my clothes and hair. Gu Dongcheng quickly said, You look beautiful just the way you are, you don't need to fix it up. Xiao Xiao paused for a moment, staring blankly at Gu Dongcheng. This is not flattery, nor is it excessive praise. As the school beauty, Xiao Xiao is naturally beautiful. Even though she is in a weak state now, it cannot hide her stunning and refined temperament. Downstairs at the hospital. Upon receiving their son's call, Mr. and Mrs. Gu immediately took a car to Yucheng. I brought my family's savings book with me before leaving home, just in case. After all, having a baby costs a lot of money these days. What's more, she gave birth to quadruplets. The couple was puzzled as to how their son had suddenly become a father. He's only been dating his girlfriend for a few months, hasn't he? How could someone be pregnant at only a few months old? Suddenly, a terrible thought popped into her mind. Oh no! Is my son going to end up being someone else's mistress? Becoming a father unexpectedly, ending up as a sucker? However, Mr. and Mrs. Gu quickly dismissed this terrible idea. They know their own son well. He would never do something like taking over someone else's child. With a heart full of doubt, the couple, both nervous and curious, found the 6th floor of the inpatient department. The door to the ward was closed. Gu's mother sent Gu Dongcheng a WeChat message, saying that they were already outside the door. The couple decided it would be better to talk to their son first before going in to see their grandson and daughter-in-law. Mom and Dad, you're here. Upon seeing Gu Dongcheng emerge, Gu's mother hurriedly pressed him for details. You called me earlier and told me you became a father? What's going on? How did you suddenly have quadruplets? Didn't you only start dating your girlfriend a few months ago? Don't tell me you've taken over someone else's business, or your dad and I will beat you to death. Gu Dongcheng had already prepared his explanation, but when he actually saw his parents, he didn't know where to begin. Mom and Dad, you've really become grandparents. I didn't become a sucker, the quadruplets are all my children. The girlfriend you're talking about? She thought I was too handsome and not good enough for her, so she left with the old man who drives a Mercedes. Mr. and Mrs. Gu looked on with question marks. My son broke up with his girlfriend? Where did those quadruplets come from? Mr. Gu gave him a look that said, Tell me quickly. Gu Dongcheng gave an awkward laugh. Mom and Dad, the child is mine and a classmate's. Her name is Xiao Xiao, and she's the school beauty. We've known each other for a year. Gu Dongcheng gave a general overview of the situation, but didn't dare to go into details. I'm afraid my parents will be angry if they find out what happened. Even so, the couple was extremely angry. What? You two met a year ago? Then what about that girlfriend from a few months ago? She ran off with an older man who drives a Mercedes? Good riddance. A woman like that isn't right for our family. Tell me and your dad honestly, what's going on between you and this Xiao Xiao? You two were together a year ago, otherwise how could you have a child? Gu Dongqing scratched his head. Mom, the story between Xiao Xiao and me is a long one. Now is not the time to talk about it. I'll explain it to you and Dad another time when I have the chance. Look at the son's expression. The couple wondered if there was some love-hate entanglement between them along the way. For example, breaking up halfway through. Afterwards, Xiao Xiao discovered she was pregnant and reconciled with her son. Oh dear, just thinking about these kinds of emotional matters gives Gu's mother a headache. As long as the son isn't someone else raising children or taking care of his mother, he can accept it. Suddenly you're a grandparent. This is so exciting. And suddenly they had 4 grandchildren. My daughter-in-law is amazing. Fine, explain things to me and your dad later. Now, take us to see the child and your daughter-in-law. Since her son went to university, Gu's mother's biggest worry has been when he will get married and have children after graduation. Good heavens, he got it done before he even finished college. Quadruplets. I wonder how many grandchildren they have. Mr. and Mrs. Gu were both surprised and delighted. Pushing open the door, he followed Gu Dongqing into the ward. They are the only family in the ward right now. The bed next to them is empty. Therefore, the first thing Gu's parents saw was Xiao Xiao lying on the hospital bed. The couple's pupils contracted sharply. Upon first meeting Xiao Xiao, they were both captivated by her beauty. Bright eyes and white teeth, eyebrows like a crescent moon. She's as beautiful as a fairy. Even though she was wearing a hospital gown and looked pale, it couldn't hide her stunning beauty. Is this his daughter-in-law? The mother of the quadruplets' grandchildren? Xiao Xiao had already heard the commotion outside the door. When the door to the room was opened, Xiao Xiao also saw Gu Dongqing and the other two. As Gu's parents were sizing her up, Xiao Xiao's gaze also fell on the two of them. No one knows how fast Xiao Xiao's heart is beating at this moment. Gu Dongqing introduced them first. Mom and Dad, this is the baby's mother, your daughter-in-law, Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, these are my parents. They knew you had a baby, so they came all the way from the village to see you and the children. Xiao Xiao was stunned. Mother Gu was the first to come to her senses and greeted them with a smile. Hello Xiao Xiao. I'm Dongqing's mother. Your child is so beautiful. Our Dongqing is so lucky. Chapter 10. The first meeting between the human baby and her grandparents. Mr. and Mrs. Gu worked in the countryside year-round, and although they were in their 40s, they looked much older than their urban counterparts. But he seems kind and approachable. Xiao Xiao calmed herself down and quickly greeted them. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. Uncle and Aunt must be exhausted after coming all this way. There are chairs here for you to rest. The daughter-in-law is not only beautiful, but also cares about the elderly. This must be what they mean by being beautiful inside and out. Mr. and Mrs. Gu had a very good first impression of this daughter-in-law. Although her and her son's situation was very sudden. But becoming grandparents made the couple very happy. He looked around the ward. His gaze fell on the crib. I saw 4 soft, cuddly little ones lying cuddly in their swaddling clothes. Although you can't see her face clearly, she's undeniably adorable. Gu's mother asked Xiao Xiao and the babies in a low voice. The babies have already been fed? Breast milk? Great. You haven't passed gas yet? You can eat once you pass gas. I'll have Dongqing buy you some good food later. You need to take good care of your body after giving birth. Women are very vulnerable during this period and are prone to developing health problems. You need to rest well. Xiao Xiao is not good at chatting with others. Most of the time, it was Gu's mother who did the talking, and she listened. Suddenly, the baby's cries of waking up came from the crib. There was only one question at the beginning. Soon, 3 more sounds followed. The cries were so loud you could tell the babies were very energetic. Mr. and Mrs. Gu couldn't stop smiling. The couple first went to the crib. Oh dear, all the little darlings are awake. They cry as soon as they wake up, but they're all healthy babies. Babies, Grandpa and Grandma are here to see you. Sorry, Grandpa and Grandma are late. When the babies opened their eyes, they didn't see their parents crying even harder. Gu's mother smiled and coaxed, Are you looking for your mom and dad? Grandma, shall we take the babies to find Daddy? Mom just had surgery and it's not convenient for her right now. How about we play with Dad for a while? Newborn babies lack a sense of security and cry when they wake up and can't see their parents. They instinctively call for their parents with cries. Gu Dongcheng walked over softly. Upon seeing their father, the four little ones started moving their little hands and cried even more pitifully. That expression seemed to say, "Daddy, hurry up and hug the baby." With a gentle smile, Gu Dongcheng picked up each of the little ones and comforted them. He coaxed them while introducing them to the two. "Mom and Dad, this is Debao, a little princess." Debao was the first one born, and she cried the loudest. Mr. and Mrs. Gu's eyes lit up. What an adorable baby! Turns out she's the eldest granddaughter. With a broad smile, Mr. Gu asked, "Have the children been given their names?" "We've taken her in. Debao's name is Gu Yunyao." Gu Yunyao and her husband repeated it twice. What a poetic name! Debao's name is so beautiful. Debao, who had been sobbing, seemed to find a sense of security after coming into Gu Dongcheng's arms, and her crying gradually stopped. Gu Dongcheng had a relieved smile on his lips. Newborn babies are very attached to their parents. Seeing his mother's eager anticipation, Gu Dongcheng handed Debao over to her. "Mom, try hugging her." Debao came into his grandmother's arms and moved uncomfortably. She looked up at her with her big, watery eyes, as if curious about her grandmother's identity. Mother Gu held her fragrant granddaughter, overjoyed. Try to greet her in a soft and gentle voice. "Debao, I'm your grandma." "You're your dad's mom." "It's grandma." "Grandma is your family too." "Don't be afraid, grandma will protect you." Debao's eyebrows and eyes bear some resemblance to his son's when he was a child. Holding the tiny baby in her arms, Gu's mother sighed at how fast time flies. "My son, who was just learning to walk a few steps back then, is now a father. Debao prefers his dad a little more." She turned her head and searched softly for her father's figure. At this moment, Gu Dongcheng picked up the whimpering Erbao again. While coaxing him, she introduced, "Mom and Dad, this is our second baby. Our second baby is a boy. His name is Gu Muji." The second child also cried very loudly. However, the little one wanted his mother more, and he kept crying even when he was in his father's arms. Gu Dongcheng gently patted his bottom. "Erbao, what's wrong? Don't you want to be with Daddy? Look, who's come to see you? It's your grandparents who have come to see you." Erbao wouldn't listen, kicking his toes and crying. Mr. Gu picked up the little one and said, "Let me soothe him. You take care of the third and fourth babies." Mr. Gu had worked in the fields for decades, and his hands were covered in calluses. Normally, he wouldn't dare to hold the babies. They were afraid that rough hands would damage their delicate skin. However, with the babies wrapped in swaddling clothes, he didn't have this concern. Suddenly found in a stranger's arms, Erbao momentarily forgot to cry. Mr. Gu was overjoyed. "My little darling, you know I'm your grandpa, don't you? You stopped crying when you were in Grandpa's arms, you're such a good baby." However, before Gu's father could finish speaking, Erbao started crying again. He didn't recognize his grandfather at all. They just hadn't come to their senses yet. "Now that I've recovered, my throat is hoarse even more." It's normal for children to cry when they wake up, just be patient and comfort them. So the couple each had a little cutie in their arms. Gu Dongcheng continued to introduce the two little dumplings. He held Sanbao in his arms and touched her cheek. This is Sanbao, also a little princess. She cries in a delicate way, just like her brother. The little princess's name is Gu Nianxi. Sanbao was a sweet little girl. Sensing her father's familiar scent, she snuggled and rubbed against him. Gu Dongcheng's heart melted at her adorable appearance. The last one is the fourth baby. Mom and Dad, the fourth baby was born last. Like the second baby, he is a boy. He weighed 3 pounds 4 ounces at birth, a little lighter than the first and second babies. The four treasures are calling for Gu Jun to return. The fourth child is a crybaby, even more so than the third child. She stretched out her chubby little hand and tried to grab her father's collar. However, because it was just born, it was too weak to catch it. All I can do is grasp at the air. The names of my grandchildren are all very nice. With 4 such sweet and soft babies, Gu's mother felt that it would be even more perfect if she could give them nicknames. After thinking for a moment, she suggested, "We've got the babies' names, and they all sound really nice. The babies are still young. If we give them nicknames, it will be easier for us to take care of them at home. Dongcheng, Xiaoxiao, why don't you give the children some nicknames?" Gu's mother heard that babies with nicknames are easier to raise. Gu Dongqing's eyes lit up. I think Mom's suggestion is great. He looked at Xiao Xiao. I chose the children's formal names, you can choose their nicknames. Xiao Xiao also thought Gu's mother's suggestion was good, it would be easier to call the children by their nicknames. And it sounds even cuter. Hearing Gu Dongqing's words, Xiao Xiao's heart stirred. Chapter 11 The Awkward School Beauty. She had actually thought about nicknames for the babies, and had a few in mind before. The eldest is called Little Strawberry, the second is Little Apple, the third is Little Peach, and the fourth is Little Mangosteen. Dongqing, uncles and aunts, what do you think? They're all names of fruits, so cute. Gu's parents thought it was very festive and catchy, so they decided to go with it. Xiao Xiao looked at Gu Dongqing and asked for his opinion. Gu Dongqing had no objections and thought it sounded great. And that's how we decided on the babies' nicknames. Mr. and Mrs. Gu were overjoyed, and their smiles never stopped as they held the little dumplings. Dabeo, did you hear that? Your mom and dad have named you. Dabeo, your name is Gu Yunyao, and your nickname is Little Strawberry. Erbo, your full name is Gu Muji, and your nickname is Little Apple. Little Princess Sanbao, you are Gu Nianxi, Little Peach. Sibao, your name is Gu Junhui, and your nickname is Zaya Shansu. The couple took turns holding the babies. How could they not be happy to have quadruplets all at once? Gu Dongqing was sitting next to the hospital bed when he suddenly heard a poof sound. He knew that Xiao Xiao could eat after passing gas. Mom, you and Dad stay here and take care of the babies and Xiao Xiao. I'll go back and make something to eat for Xiao Xiao. While in the hospital bed, Xiao Xiao realized that she had passed gas. And Gu Dongqing heard her venting. Her face instantly turned a rosy color. Oh dear, this is so embarrassing. The goddess in the hearts of countless people in the school, Xiao Xiao blushed as red as a boiled crab when she was exposed in front of Gu Dongqing. Fortunately, Gu Dongqing didn't make fun of her at all. Holding Dabao, Gu's mother turned to him and asked, "Are you planning to go back and make it yourself?" Gu Dongqing nodded. Go back and do some cleaning. Mom and Dad, you wait for me here for a while. Okay, go ahead. Don't worry about the hospital, your dad and I are here. Gu Dongqing turned to Xiao Xiao and said, My parents are here taking care of you. I'm going back for a bit. If you need anything, just tell my parents. Xiao Xiao nodded and said, It's already dark outside. Be careful on the road. Gu Dongqing smiled, Okay, I will. Wait for me to come back. He consulted a doctor who said that new mothers can eat millet porridge, steamed egg custard, radish soup, and noodle soup. With his parents there, Xiao Xiao and the babies didn't need to worry. He could cook for them back in his rented apartment and keep an eye on the cats. No sooner had he left than Gu's mother sat down on the chair next to the hospital bed, holding her son, Dabao. He had a heart-to-heart talk with his daughter-in-law. From now on, let Dongqing handle everything. We women go through so much to give birth to these children. If he does nothing, how will he ever care about you and the baby? Men need to do more to get used to things, otherwise they might develop a spoiled attitude, and then who will take care of them? Xiao Xiao felt a warmth in her heart. She knew that Gu's mother was genuinely kind to her. However, my relationship with Gu Dongqing. Well, let's just take it one step at a time. When the baby in Gu's mother's arms sought his mother, he immediately struggled to stay in her arms. The little one wanted his mother to hold him. After leaving home, Gu Dongqing scanned a shared bicycle, went to the supermarket first, and then drove back to his rented apartment. His electric scooter is still parked near Xiao Xiao's neighborhood. He'll go get it when he has time in a while. Gu Dongqing often worked part-time during his university years, sometimes returning to school very late. Later, in order not to disturb his roommates' rest, he rented a single room in an urban village near the school. It costs 350 yuan per month, which is quite cheap. Back in the rented room. As soon as I opened the door, a tabby cat hopped and skipped over. Go to the door to greet him. He brought the tabby cat from his village to his rented room a few months ago. It was already 7 or 8 months old, and Gu Dongqing named it Young Master. As soon as he stepped through the door, the young master came over and rubbed against his trouser leg, meowing. Gu Dongqing squatted down and scratched its little belly. Young master, did you give me a cheat code? You know Xiao Xiao is pregnant with my baby, so you might remind me if you're worried I'll miss it, right? You also gave me a lot of money, a house, and a talent for cooking. My God, young master, are you a fairy cat? The young master rolled over and meowed. Gu Dongqing picked up the young master and looked into his eyes. Young master, can you talk? Since you're using cheat codes, you'll definitely say something, right? However, the young master's eyes remained clear and foolish, with a hint of mischief mixed in. Held in midair by Gu Dongcheng, the young master twisted his body and meowed in dissatisfaction. Gu Dongcheng put it down. I can't see any difference from before. Could it be that the young master was faking it? Or is it just like this from the beginning? After the young master touched the ground again, he skipped and hopped off to play with his toys. Just like any other day, it's an ordinary little kitten. He shook his head and decided to observe further later. Carrying the ingredients, I walked into the kitchen. Gu Dongcheng wanted to try out the talent the young master had given him. Silently recite merge in your mind. Suddenly, his mind was filled with a lot of knowledge that he didn't know before. After incorporating his talent as a gourmet, Gu Dongcheng felt like he was a master chef. It's like he was born with a talent for cooking. What an amazing talent! While Gu Dongcheng was fusing his talents, he was actually keeping an eye on the young master's every move, but the other party still showed no abnormality and happily played with his toys. And you know what? After fusing the talent, cooking is a piece of cake for Gu Dongcheng. It's not much harder than drinking water. Soon, the millet porridge, steamed egg custard, radish soup, and noodles were all ready. After tasting it, Gu Dongcheng's eyes widened. It's so delicious. This was the best millet porridge he had ever eaten in his life. Try the steamed egg custard and radish soup. His eyes were filled with shock. I never imagined my cooking skills had become so amazing. Culinary talent is such an amazing thing. Finally, I took a bite of noodles. We wanted more. Gu Dongcheng was secretly pleased, wondering if Xiao Xiao would like the taste later. The child's mother is hungry at the hospital right now. Quickly clean the insulated food container you just bought and fill it with food as soon as possible. Before leaving, Gu Dongcheng opened a can of food for the young master and poured out some cat food. Young master, I'm going to the hospital to see the babies. You can stay home and eat something first, okay? I'll introduce you to the babies after they're discharged from the hospital. The young master meowed and eagerly ran to the can of food, devouring it with gurgling sounds in his throat. Gu Dongcheng patted its head. Then you eat first, brother has to go. The young master didn't even turn his head and continued eating. When Gu Dongcheng arrived at the hospital carrying a thermos, he found that there were a few more people in the ward. It turned out that a pregnant woman who was about to give birth had moved into the ward next door. Chapter 12 Divine Culinary Skills. Gu Dongcheng is amazing. A pregnant woman has been admitted to the bed next to mine, and many relatives and friends have come, making the bed noisy. Fortunately, the quadruplets slept well. To keep her grandchildren from being disturbed, Gu's mother opened the screen in the ward and placed it between the beds. Although it had little effect. But every little bit helps, and it can also block the view. The other person's bed doesn't have a view of their side, which helps protect their privacy. The moment Gu Dongcheng pushed the door open and entered, all eyes fell on him. He paused for a moment, then quickly deciphered the situation inside the hospital bed. The quadruplets were sleeping soundly in their cribs, and Xiao Xiao was resting in bed. The parents stayed by the children's side. Gu Dongcheng placed the two insulated food containers on the table. Xiao Xiao, Mom and Dad, I'm here. Mom and Dad, I also made a portion for you. You probably haven't had dinner yet, right? Eat here with Xiao Xiao in a bit. Mr. and Mrs. Gu had indeed not eaten dinner. They had rushed over from home after receiving their son's call, so they had no time to eat. My stomach is growling with hunger right now. You feed Xiao Xiao first, we'll eat later. Gu Dongcheng hummed in agreement and sat down on the edge of the hospital bed to help Xiao Xiao move over. Are you hungry? Here. I'll feed you something. I made all of these myself. I don't know if they'll suit your taste. After cleaning the spoon, Gu Dongcheng opened the insulated lid. An irresistible aroma instantly filled the air. Xiao Xiao jolted awake, instinctively swallowing hard. Wow, it smells so good. Gu Dongcheng, did you cook this? Xiao Xiao had never smelled anything so delicious before. Mr. and Mrs. Gu couldn't help but sniff, their eyes lighting up at the smell. The couple thought to themselves at the same time, is this really the food our son cooked himself? It tastes so many times better than before. At the same time, the pregnant woman in the next bed and her family also smelled the tempting aroma. The pregnant woman couldn't help but exclaim, wow, it smells so good. This is the first time I've ever smelled something so delicious. I wonder where they bought it. Honey, I want some too. The pregnant woman felt that such an enticing and unforgettable flavor was something most people couldn't possibly replicate. It must have been bought from outside. Gu Dongqing scooped up some porridge and replied, "Yes, I made it when I went back to my rented room." He blew on the millet porridge and said, "Here, be careful, it's hot." Xiao Xiao parted her red lips slightly and took a bite. The pupils dilate the next second. This taste. Gu Dongqing asked nervously, "How is it? Does the taste suit your palate?" "It's so delicious. Gu Dongqing, this millet porridge is just to my liking. It's especially delicious. I never imagined millet porridge could taste so good. Dongqing, you're amazing." Gu Dongqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. "If it suits your taste, then eat more. Come on, ah." Xiao Xiao smiled and opened her mouth to take another bite. "This taste is indescribably delicious. Good heavens, if I could eat Gu Dongqing's cooking every day, wouldn't I be the happiest person in the world?" Xiao Xiao was very surprised. "I never expected that Gu Dongqing could cook at such a young age, and he can cook so well." She thought that the chefs in those 5-star hotels might not necessarily cook as well as him. After tasting the millet porridge, Gu Dongqing gave Xiao Xiao a few bites of steamed egg custard and radish soup. "This is the first time I've ever had such delicious food. Although it's all liquid food, it's incredibly delicious." Xiao Xiao wished she could eat it all. It's a pity she can't eat too much right after giving birth. At this moment, Gu Dongqing was feeding himself, and the two of them were very close. Observe Gu Dongqing's face up close. Wow! He's so incredibly handsome. His fingers were long and slender. Xiao Xiao had never seen anyone's hands so beautiful. His features are distinct and incredibly handsome whether you separate them or combine them. He's so handsome it's unbelievable. What's most captivating about him are his eyes. It's as if it has a magical power. Once you take a look, you can't take your eyes off it. Also, he has a faint, particularly captivating scent. Xiao Xiao was so engrossed in watching that she didn't even notice a grain of rice stuck to the corner of her mouth. Gu Dongqing reached out and wiped the rice grains from the corner of her mouth. "Here, just one more bite. I'll make you something else delicious tomorrow." Xiao Xiao snapped out of her reverie and realized that she had been lost in thought. Blushing, she hummed in agreement, "Thank you, Gu Dongqing." Gu Dongqing put down his chopsticks and took a tissue to wipe her mouth clean. "You're welcome. It's only right that I take care of you after you just gave birth." After finishing the meal, Gu Dongqing covered her with the blanket again. "You should get some rest first. Just call me if you need anything." Gu Dongqing's actions for Xiao Xiao were seen by both his parents. The couple were very pleased their son had really grown up. He can already take care of people. "Mom and Dad, you should eat too. Go back and get some rest later. I've booked rooms for you at a hotel near the hospital. After you finish eating, you can go back to the hotel to rest and come back tomorrow." Mother Gu didn't stand on ceremony. I opened the insulated lid and took a bite. The taste is absolutely amazing. How come I didn't know my son had such good cooking skills? You'll be staying here with Xiao Xiao and the babies tonight. Can you manage to take care of yourself? I'll stay here tonight. You and your dad go home and rest. Come back tomorrow to relieve me. The babies might wake up at night, and my son has no experience, so I'm worried he won't be able to take care of them by himself. Gu Dongqing thought for a moment and said, "Mom, I'll try it first. I'll call you if I get too busy. Anyway, the hotel is near the hospital, so it'll be quick to get here. You and Dad must be exhausted from coming all this way today. Go back and rest first. If I can't take care of you, you can stay tomorrow night." Hearing that the hotel was near the hospital and that they could get there quickly in case of an emergency, Gu's mother finally agreed. "Did you have meal? Come and have something to eat with me and your dad." "Mom, you and Dad eat. I already ate before we came." The couple then ate to their heart's content. When I finished packing up the insulated food containers, I realized it was already 11 o'clock. Mr. and Mrs. Gu left reluctantly, looking at the crib again and again. She kept reminding Gu Dongqing, "Take good care of your grandchildren. Call me and your dad immediately if there's any emergency. Don't sleep too soundly at night. Not only do you need to take good care of the baby, but you also need to be careful with Xiao Xiao. If there's any emergency, call the doctor immediately." Pa. How could my daughter-in-law, who is so healthy, possibly have any emergencies? Anyway, you need to be careful when you're alone, okay? Gu Dongcheng promised, "Mom, I will. You and Dad, if you need my help, just call me. Don't worry about the babies in Xiao Xiao." Chapter 13 The first night spent with the babies. After his parents left, Gu Dongcheng moved a chair over and stayed by the baby's side. I watched them sleep quietly. The new mother's body had not recovered after giving birth, and she had just eaten a full meal. Xiao Xiao fell asleep shortly after lying in bed. Occasionally, sounds came from the next bed. It sounded like their relatives had gone home. Only the woman's mother-in-law remained to take care of the pregnant woman. Gu Dongcheng glanced at them and then turned his gaze back to the babies. He remembered what the nurse had told him. Tomorrow I need to take the babies to get their information registered, and then take them for a bath and vaccinations. There's still a lot to do. Gradually, Gu Dongcheng leaned against the crib and fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, I suddenly heard a humming or moaning sound. Gu Dongcheng woke up with a start. Seeing all 4 children crying together, he immediately regained his senses. Xiao Xiao, who was in the hospital bed, was also awakened by the children's crying. Why are the children crying? Are they hungry again? Gu Dongcheng shook his head. I don't know yet. Let me check the diaper. The doctor said that besides being hungry, babies often cry because they need to poop or pee and are uncomfortable. Xiao Xiao suddenly remembered something very important. We don't have any diapers or other things for the babies. What to do? Xiao Xiao had already made preparations for the children while she was pregnant. But this time it was an unexpected accident that led to the cesarean section at the hospital. I didn't bring anything I prepared at home. However, before Xiao Xiao could finish speaking, Gu Dongcheng took out a diaper from a bag. Dongcheng, when did you start preparing? Gu Dongcheng smiled and said, I went out to buy it while you were asleep. Xiao Xiao responded with an "oh," indicating that she didn't recall it. However, she was quite touched by all that Gu Dongcheng had done behind the scenes. The babies are currently wrapped in swaddling clothes, so you can't tell if they're wearing diapers. Gu Dongcheng gently unwrapped the babies and carefully examined them. The color of the diaper has changed. But how do you change diapers for children? It looks very simple. But the babies are so soft and pink when they are first born. What if I hurt them if I don't know my own strength? Fortunately, just when he was at a loss, the nurse came in. She smiled and instructed, go and fetch a basin of warm water first. The water shouldn't be too hot. Take the baby out and put on a waterproof pad. See that little ear over there? Just slowly peel it open with the Velcro. The Velcro straps can be attached to the back of the diaper to prevent scratching the baby. Then use your left hand to hold the baby's leg and gently lift it up. Gu Dongcheng's heart jumped into his throat with nervousness. He looked up and asked the nurse, should I lift it up by holding the ankle like this? Won't that hurt the baby's foot? Xiao Xiao, who was on the hospital bed next to him, also looked nervous, but she couldn't help but laugh when she saw Gu Dongcheng's nervous appearance. The nurse nodded. You're doing very well right now. Just be gentle with your wrist and you'll be fine. Following the nurse's instructions, Gu Dongcheng gently lifted Dibao's legs and then used his right hand to remove her diaper. The next second, Gu Dongcheng's heart clenched with panic. Nurse, why is my daughter's poop the wrong color? Why is it dark green? Is my daughter sick? Xiao Xiao, who had been paying close attention the whole time, was startled by his words and her expression changed drastically. What's wrong? Dibao's poop is the wrong color. Is she sick? Newborn babies are very fragile, and parents pay extra attention to even the slightest abnormality. Seeing their anxious expressions, the nurse explained to them. This is the baby's meconium. They're all like this when they're first born. They'll gradually turn into a normal color after they start drinking milk. Gu Dongcheng and the other man finally felt relieved. The nurse then reminded, after removing the diaper, you should clean up the baby's poop as soon as possible, otherwise the baby's bare bottom can easily catch a cold. Use the warm water I just asked you to prepare. Gu Dongcheng was very careful with every movement, but Dibao was very uncomfortable and cried sadly, whimpering on the diaper pad. He gently coaxed his daughter while cleaning her bottom. Little Strawberry, just bear with it a little longer, Daddy's almost done cleaning up for you. Does your poop feel uncomfortable? It will stop in a moment. Hearing Gu Dongcheng's gentle voice, Dibao cried even harder. Children express their emotions in a simple way, they laugh when they're happy and cry when they're sad. It's clear that little Strawberry was really upset. Fortunately, Gu Dongcheng was quick to learn and soon changed Dibao's diaper. She transformed back into a clean and refreshed baby, and little Strawberry's crying gradually ceased. Looking at his fragrant daughter in his arms, Gu Dongqing's eyes were filled with joy. This is my little darling. The little Strawberries are so cute. With the experience gained from Debao, Gu Dongqing was much more at ease when changing Bao and the others. The little cutie stopped crying after a short while. Having just dealt with the pooping issue, I continued breastfeeding the babies. This time, Xiaobao cried the loudest. Gu Dongqing was the first to pick him up and feed him, saying, "Little Shanju, Daddy keeps his word. See? This time, I'm the first to bring you here to Mommy for milk. Be a good girl, okay? Don't cry anymore. Now you can have your milk. We can have it before your older brothers and sisters. Little Mangosteen, drink more milk, and grow tall and strong." Xiaobao held his food in both hands, eating for a while before stopping to look at his parents. Xiao Xiao nuzzled Xiaobao's forehead with her chin. "Xiao Shanju, what are you looking at? Hurry up and eat. You should concentrate on eating." Xiaobao stopped and stared blankly at his mother with his bright eyes. The 4 babies are so adorable. The nurses had never seen such an adorable baby. Their eyes were filled with affection for the little one. In addition, her older brothers and sisters are also super cute. They are all her precious babies. The nurse didn't leave until all the little angels had finished drinking their milk and were full. Taking care of the baby at night is very tiring. Not to mention bringing 4 at the same time. After the children fell asleep again, Gu Dongqing fought off his sleepiness and opened the door for family members to stay with them in the ward. Only after placing the cot next to the crib did Gu Dongqing close his eyes with peace of mind. Gu Dongqing woke up twice more in the middle of the night. When babies urinate, you need to change their diapers and feed them. Xiao Xiao didn't care that Dongqing was tired. She only took care of feeding him. However, having your sleep constantly interrupted is not a pleasant experience. When I finally got the 3 babies to sleep, I looked out the window and it was already getting light. Gu Dongqing went back to bed and tried to get some sleep. He was awakened by noise from the bed next to his when he woke up again. Mr. and Mrs. Gu arrived at the hospital at 8 o'clock to see their grandchildren. Seeing how tired their son was, the 2 let him continue sleeping. I tiptoed to the crib to see the little cuties. The nurse came over to inform us, Xiao Xiao's family, remember to take the babies for a bath later. Chapter 14 The Little Peach Who Could Be a Scoundrel Even After Being Born. Gu Dongqing groggily opened his eyes and heard the nurse come over to remind them to take the baby for a bath. Mr. and Mrs. Gu replied, "Okay, doctor, we'll take you there in a bit." After the nurse left, Gu Dongqing rubbed his eyes. "Mom and Dad, you're here. We just arrived. If you're sleepy, go back to sleep for a while. Your dad and I brought breakfast. I'll feed Xiao Xiao later." Gu Dongqing shook his head. "Mom, I'm not going to sleep." After saying that, she put away the cot and then checked on the babies and Xiao Xiao. The 4 little ones are already awake and are obediently looking around in their cribs. Upon seeing their father, the little ones all turned to look at him without prior arrangement. Gu Dongqing was charmed by her glass-like eyes early in the morning. The chubby little baby smells so good. Gu Dongqing was cured and looked at the hospital bed. Xiao Xiao was exhausted from last night and hadn't woken up yet. Gu's mother said with a smile, "The babies are very well behaved. They were already awake when Dad and I arrived. It's amazing. None of my brothers and sisters cried. They were all so well behaved." Having a beloved grandchild is the proudest thing for grandparents. If they had 4, they would only be even more proud. Just then, the old lady in the next bed returned from buying breakfast. She looked on with envy when she saw the quadruplets in the crib. "Wow, you had quadruplets? So beautiful. So cute. I hope my daughter-in-law can give me a little grandson just as adorable." Mrs. Gu smiled and said, "Yes. My daughter-in-law has worked so hard. The 4 little ones are so well behaved. Look, they're not crying after waking up, they're just playing by themselves. Your daughter-in-law is so beautiful, her baby will definitely be adorable." The woman's mother-in-law also hopes for the same thing. After all, which mother-in-law wouldn't want a cute and good-looking grandson? The 4 little angels made the woman like them more and more. Her daughter-in-law came over from the bed, and her expression lit up when she saw the quadruplets. "Oh my God, quadruplets! What adorable babies! Mom is so amazing. The babies have such beautiful eyes. The parents are good-looking, and the babies are so adorable. The pregnant woman approached the crib and saw 4 little ones looking at her curiously. When she met the eyes of the little cuties, her heart melted instantly. She subconsciously touched her stomach. Good luck! I hope my baby in my belly is just as beautiful and cute. After looking at the baby, she turned her gaze back to Gu Dongcheng with satisfaction. Young man, are you the baby's father? Wow, you guys are so lucky. You're so handsome. No wonder your kids are so cute, they inherited your great genes. Gu Dongcheng smiled and nodded, your baby will be just as cute when it's born. The pregnant woman smiled and said, I hope so. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Xiao, who was lying in the hospital bed, opened her eyes and woke up. She instinctively looked for the baby's location. Gu Dongcheng walked to the bedside. The babies are all awake and in their cribs. Don't worry, they're all being good. Hearing his reassurance, Xiao Xiao finally felt relieved. She was still somewhat taken aback when she saw the woman in the next bed and her mother-in-law. Gu Dongcheng smiled and explained to her, the expectant mother next door and her mother-in-law came to see the babies. They all praised the babies for being cute and beautiful, and they also complimented you on your abilities. Xiao Xiao, you're amazing. Xiao Xiao felt quite embarrassed when Gu Dongcheng praised her as soon as she woke up. That's why they say a mother and child are of one heart. It was as if it knew its mother had woken up. Not long after Xiao Xiao woke up, the 4 little ones in the crib started whimpering and crying. They started making a fuss, waving their little hands. Mother Gu knew the babies were hungry. Xiao Xiao's health has improved somewhat since yesterday, and she can now perform some simple movements. She bent down and adjusted the angle, give me the baby. Gu Dongcheng pulled down the bed curtains to make it easier for Xiao Xiao to breastfeed the babies. This time, I fed Xiaobao first. The babies are hungry, but mommy can only feed one baby at a time. To be fair, whoever dad calls out gets to eat first, okay? Babies who eat late are not allowed to cry. Come on, let's begin. Whoever dad calls out has to eat first. Wow, Sibao is so lucky. Sibao, Xiaoshan's who was the lucky one to drink milk this time. He picked up Sibao, who was still crying. The little guy looked confused, but the next second he smelled a familiar scent. I was already in my mother's arms. Little Shanju loves her mother the most. After recognizing her mother's scent, she looked up at her mother with her little head tilted back. Xiao Xiao's gaze softened. Little Shanju, why are you looking at mommy like that again? Are you captivated by mommy's beauty? Come on, let's eat first. Are you hungry? Let's eat first, and then mom will play with you. After Xiao Xiao finished speaking, she took off her clothes. Nuomi Tuanzi received the signal and immediately picked up her food and started eating. Xiao Xiao touched her youngest son's face, her eyes filled with joy. Sibo has more energy to eat than yesterday. Has he grown up a bit? After Xiaobao finished eating, Gu Dongcheng patted him to help him burp, as usual. The second one to drink milk was Sanbao Xiaozi. Little Peach couldn't wait any longer. After smelling the food, she immediately opened her little mouth and eagerly ate. She has to breastfeed 4 babies at a time. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao is very capable, otherwise the little ones would have to drink formula. Little Peach started acting spoiled after finishing her milk. She wouldn't leave her mother's arms, and wouldn't let anyone else hold her. She cries as soon as you get close. Xiao Xiao was both amused and exasperated. Little Peach, look, your older brothers and sisters haven't had their milk yet. If you stay in mommy's arms like this, your older brothers and sisters will go hungry. Can you bear to see your 2 babies go hungry? Look at your older siblings crying, aren't they pitiful? Little Peach, why don't you go play with daddy first? Mommy will hold you after your older brother and sister have finished eating. Gu Dongcheng made a face and took the little princess from Xiao Xiao's arms while her attention was diverted. Next, the second baby, Little Apple, was fed milk, and lastly, the first baby, Little Strawberry. The 2 little ones have better appetites than the 3rd and 4th babies, and they eat more. After the little ones had eaten and drunk their fill, Gu's mother brought a hot towel to wipe her daughter-in-law's face. Xiao Xiao is currently unable to move around easily and cannot take a bath or wash her face yet, so we can only help her wipe herself with a towel for now. 40 minutes passed without us even realizing it. Before the children fell asleep, Gu's mother carried them into the stroller. Dongcheng, you stay here with Xiao Xiao. Your dad and I will take the babies to take a bath. I'll find time to get vaccinated after I take a shower. Gu Dongcheng was about to feed Xiao Xiao when he said, Okay, Mom and Dad, thank you for your help. Chapter 15, Son's irresponsibility leads to furious outburst from Mr. and Mrs. Gu. Mr. and Mrs. Gu happily pushed the stroller out the door. The quadruplets looked around curiously, the tiny babies trying their best to observe the world. There are quite a few people bringing their babies out for a bath at this time, and many parents are queuing up with their children. The woman pushing the stroller nearby saw the quadruplets and started chatting with the Gu couple. "Your family had quadruplets?" Mr. and Mrs. Gu were overjoyed. "Yes, quadruplets, 2 boys and 2 girls. Where's your little darling? Is it a boy or a girl?" The woman sighed, "It's a boy. We originally wanted a little princess for our second child, but my daughter-in-law gave birth to another boy." Gu's mother smiled and comforted her, "A boy is good too. Having a boy or a girl is a blessing. Your little grandson looks like a lucky one. Maybe he'll become a high-ranking official in the future." The woman was so worried. "No one in our family is cut out for studying, so it'll be hard for them to become officials. I have 2 sons now, so I'm under a lot of pressure. I'll have to prepare 2 houses for them when they get married. Not only do you need to prepare 2 houses, but also 2 sets of betrothal gifts. How can a single word like sorrow possibly suffice?" Looking at the quadruplets in the stroller, the woman started spreading gossip that had been making headlines at the hospital that day. "Speaking of which, our hospital also had a pair of quadruplets born yesterday. I heard the mother is a college student." "Wow, how old is a female college student to have a child?" "It is said that she fainted while shopping and came to the hospital to give birth. She was brought here by taxi, and the person who came with her was also a college student." "That's interesting." When the doctor asked him to sign the papers, the man only said it was because they were alumni, and that nothing else was his business. Hey, what happened next? After the baby was born, he claimed to be the father. Do you think that man was afraid of taking responsibility, or did he just decide to take on the quadruplets' mother because she was pretty? Mr. and Mrs. Gu. There's such a thing? No wonder my son keeps so many things from them. So there was this incident when the baby was born. It's impossible for my son to be taken over by someone else. The grandchildren look almost exactly like my son when he was little. Given their understanding of their son, they knew that taking over his life was not something that would happen to him. The couple can be 100% certain that the babies are their own grandchildren. The son didn't sign. Is it really because he's afraid of taking responsibility? Hearing the woman's words, Mr. and Mrs. Gu were furious with their son. His daughter-in-law risked her life to give birth to quadruplets, but he didn't even dare to sign the papers. With such a good daughter-in-law and such well-behaved children, how can the son treat them well? That makes perfect sense. The couple got angrier and angrier the more they thought about it. The woman next to them didn't notice the expressions on Gu's parents' faces and continued eating her melon. Don't you think college students these days are a mess? They're so young, still in school, and they're having babies without even realizing it. She didn't study properly and only cared about her own happiness. Look, now she has a child but doesn't dare to tell her family. I'm sure their quadruplets will have a tough time in the future. Sigh, it's so pitiful that such a good baby has such parents. I wish they were my grandson, or quadruplets. Mother Gu straightened her expression and said, "Who said that quadruplets will have a hard time in the future? Their parents weren't around when they were born. They might be on their way here. Besides, if you have a child, just have one. What does that have to do with whether students' lives are chaotic or not? Why are you suddenly so excited?" The woman immediately understood when she saw Gu's mother's expression. So these 2 are the parents of the college students she was talking about. The identities of the quadruplets in front of us are obvious. It's the baby she just mentioned whose future will be very difficult. The gossip has reached the person in question. The woman smiled awkwardly, then picked up her grandson and went to queue in another area. Mr. and Mrs. Gu exchanged a glance. No, I must ask my son about this later. Why didn't he sign the papers when his daughter-in-law gave birth yesterday? Isn't he afraid of hurting Xiao Xiao's feelings by doing this? Gu's mother wished she could immediately return to the ward and confront Gu Dongcheng. Looking at the 4 soft little babies in the stroller, Gu's mother forced herself to calm down. It's not too late to go back and question them after giving the grandchildren a bath first. There is a glass partition separating the area where the babies bathe. Parents are not allowed to go inside. They can only watch from outside. 2 nurses were present. One person was responsible for carrying the baby into the shower to undress him, while the other was responsible for washing him. To avoid parents disturbing the nurses and babies, the hospital specifically used glass to separate the areas. No matter how noisy it is outside, it won't affect the inside. Soon, Gu's mother felt that the hospital's actions were necessary. When it was the parents' turn, the children were being washed inside while the fathers outside were shouting and yelling, accusing the nurses of being unprofessional. Newborns are so fragile, how can you be so rough with them? Another nurse, seeing him shouting outside and fearing it might cause a disturbance, opened the door and yelled at him. This is how you bathe a baby. We bathe our babies every day, how could we not know how to bathe them? If you're still worried, you can rest assured from now on. You can wash the child yourself from now on. The nurses said they wash countless babies every day. None of them have any problems. If you have any doubts, you can defend yourself. The nurse's firm retort silenced the father in front of her. The surrounding parents were also terrified and dared not say a word. It's the quadruplets' turn. The nurses who changed clothes had to come out 4 times, picking up one baby at a time. Wow, quadruplets! Is it the couple who were born yesterday? Miss Zhao's children? She's already so pretty and cute in less than a day. You babies are so great. Let me see who brought you here. Clearly, the news of the baby's births is not only being spread among parents, but also among doctors and nurses. Upon seeing Mr. and Mrs. Gu, the other party specifically inquired about their identities. Upon learning that the couple were the grandparents of the quadruplets, the nurses instructed them to take good care of the quadruplets and Xiao Xiao in the future. Don't be like Gu Dongcheng, who didn't even dare to sign the consent form when the mother entered the delivery room. Mr. and Mrs. Gu nodded awkwardly. We will. The babies are our little grandchildren, and we will definitely take good care of them. As long as we have food to eat, we will never let our children and daughter-in-law suffer any injustice. The nurse nodded. I hope you keep your word. You've suffered so much during childbirth. I hope Ms. Xiao has a bright future. After saying that, she happily took the quadruplets to bathe. The couple stood there awkwardly watching. It seems that now all the doctors and nurses at the Yuqing Maternal and Child Health Hospital know about their son's situation. Chapter 16 Mom and Dad, let me explain. The couple had something on their minds and longed to go back and ask their son face to face to find out the truth. However, since their grandchildren were still taking a bath, they had to suppress their emotions and continue waiting. Gu's mother looked inside through the glass. Good heavens, I should have just not watched it. I was shocked when I saw it. This isn't a bath, it's clearly washing piglets. However, seeing the little one's expressions of enjoyment, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. After the nurses dressed the children and carried them out, the couple felt extremely distressed. Quickly carry him back to the ward. Xiao Xiao had already finished breakfast, and Gu Dongcheng had just finished washing the insulated food container. Mom and Dad, you're back. How was your bath, babies? Were you good? Xiao Xiao also cast a curious glance at her. The couple said they were very well behaved, and the little ones didn't cry or fuss, so the nurses praised them. Gu Dongcheng and Xiao Xiao were very happy. They couldn't help but feel happy when they heard their babies being praised. After putting the 4 little ones into the crib, Gu's father pulled Gu Dongcheng out. Soon, Gu's mother also came out. Mr. Gu spoke in a stern tone, tell us clearly what happened yesterday. Dad, what happened? You still want to hide it from us. Your mother and I know. It's all over the hospital now. Tell me, why didn't you sign when Xiao Xiao was giving birth yesterday and her family members were asked to sign something? I heard from others that you initially said the child wasn't yours, and that you were just Xiao Xiao's classmate who happened to bring her to the hospital. But after the child is born, you claim to be the father. You brat, what exactly happened? How many things are you hiding from us? Gu's father looked like he was about to hit someone. When Gu Dongcheng was a child, he was often beaten by him, so even now that he's grown up, he's still a little afraid of him. Mr. Gu's tone did not sound like he was joking. Gu's mother also chimed in, yes, please tell us what exactly happened. We don't want to be laughed at wherever we go. You didn't even sign the document yesterday. Aren't you afraid of hurting Xiao Xiao's feelings? Gu Dongcheng was in a real bind. So I decided to go all out and made up a half-true, half-false reason on the spot. Mom and Dad, please listen to me, this is what happened. I didn't sign yesterday because I didn't know at first. I didn't know Xiao Xiao was pregnant after we broke up last time. Later, when she went into the delivery room, I realized that she was carrying my child. You said Xiao Xiao's heart would be broken. Mom and Dad, I will treat Xiao Xiao and the babies even better from now on, and try my best to make it up to them. Yesterday, the couple guessed that their son had been with Xiao Xiao for a period of time before. They broke up for some reason later, and that's when he started dating a new girlfriend. It wasn't until they met later that her son found out Xiao Xiao was pregnant. Their guesses and what their son is saying now seem to be correct. Mr. and Mrs. Gu asked doubtfully, "Is that really true?" "Mom and Dad, if you don't believe me, you can take the babies for a paternity test. I will fully cooperate with you, the babies are definitely my children." Gu's mother pinched him lightly. "We don't doubt the baby's identity. I want you to explain what happened yesterday." Gu Dongcheng shrugged in pain. "Mom and Dad, I've told you everything that happened, that's about it. Yesterday was indeed my fault, I was negligent." Mr. and Mrs. Gu frowned. "If that's the case, then we can't entirely blame you. You can explain it to Xiao Xiao another time later. If you're too embarrassed to say it, Mom will explain it to you." Gu Dongcheng quickly said, "Mom, no need, I can handle it myself." Xiao Xiao was unaware that people at the hospital were gossiping about her and Gu Dongcheng. She couldn't help but worry when she saw Gu Dongcheng being pulled away by his parents. Judging from the expressions on Gu Dongcheng's parents' faces just now, something was definitely wrong. What will they talk to Gu Dongcheng about? Could it be something about myself and my babies? Xiao Xiao was extremely nervous, glancing towards the door every now and then. Meanwhile, outside the ward corridor. After Gu Dongcheng explained, his parents finally let him go. But when she thought of Xiao Xiao and the 4 children, Gu's mother still had something to say to Gu Dongcheng. "Now that you're a father of 4, it's not a good idea to keep renting a place to live. Without a house, the woman doesn't feel secure. Your dad and I have discussed it and we're planning to buy you an apartment. Having their own house makes it more convenient for the babies to live in, and Xiao Xiao feels more secure. While they might not be able to pay the full amount up front, they could certainly afford a down payment. They brought all their savings with them when they came to Yucheng. You can buy a house directly if you find one that suits your taste. It would be even better if there were reasonably priced, fully furnished apartments so that Xiao Xiao and the babies could move in as soon as they were discharged from the hospital." They planned to tell their son first, and then go see the house later when they had time. "My parents want to buy me a house." Gu Dongcheng was startled. "Why would I need to buy a house? The young master has already prepared everything for himself and the babies." "Mom, no need. You and Dad don't need to buy me a house. I've already bought the house myself. Once the babies are discharged from the hospital, I'll move them in." Gu's mother touched her son's forehead. "He didn't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense?" Gu Dongcheng straightened his expression and said, "Mom, I'm not talking nonsense. I really did buy a house myself, in Phoenix Garden. If you don't believe me, I'll take you there to see the children after they're discharged from the hospital. You can also stay there for a few days." Mr. and Mrs. Gu clearly did not believe it. "My son said he bought his own house. Housing prices in big cities are so high, and he hasn't even graduated yet. Do you think buying a house is like buying groceries? If it were that easy to buy a house, then everyone in big cities would own one." Gu Dongcheng gave a wry smile. "Anyway, don't go looking at houses for now. Let's wait until the children are discharged from the hospital. I'll take you to see the new house then." Seeing that her son's story sounded very plausible, the couple exchanged a glance, based on their understanding of their son. The other party wasn't joking. Did he really buy a house himself? The two were filled with questions. Gu Dongcheng didn't explain much. Seeing is believing. He plans to take his parents to see the house when the children are discharged from the hospital, and they will believe it once they see it. "I just got back to the ward door. I saw Xiao Xiao's nervous and uneasy eyes. Gu Dongcheng smiled and reassured her, "My parents told me to take good care of you. Xiao Xiao, don't overthink things since you just had your baby. My parents love you and the babies very much. They also said they wanted to buy us an apartment so that you and the babies would have a place to live after you were discharged from the hospital." Xiao Xiao's eyes widened. "Your aunt and uncle said they're going to buy us a house? But. Gu Dongcheng walked to her side and said with a gentle smile, "However, I refused. They don't need to buy the house." Xiao Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second her eyes widened. Because Gu Dongcheng didn't finish his sentence, he continued, "Since I've already bought the house, once you and the babies are discharged from the hospital, I'll take you straight to the new house." Chapter 17, The Anxious New Mother Can't See Her Baby. Xiao Xiao's eyes widened. "You bought a house?" Gu Dongqing looked at her seriously and said, "Yes, I want to move into the new house as soon as you and the babies are discharged from the hospital, so it will be easier to take care of you in the future." Xiao Xiao stood there, stunned. Yesterday, Gu Dongqing said he wanted to take care of himself and the babies, but today he even bought a house. That's so fast. Or did he buy it before? Yesterday, she thought of having Gu Dongqing take care of her and the baby here, and then making further plans after being discharged from the hospital. Unexpectedly, the other party had already bought the house and even asked her and her babies to move in. Although the time spent together was not long, Xiao Xiao could sense that Gu Dongqing was a very good person and would be a very responsible father in the future. If he could stay with the babies, they would definitely be very happy. When Mr. and Mrs. Gu returned to their room, they still looked incredulous. Was what my son just said true or false? When did he buy the house? Nowadays, not to mention big cities, even in small places like county towns, housing prices are frighteningly high. Although they didn't know the exact price of houses in Yuqing. But it'll definitely be super expensive. Did he strike it rich recently and make a down payment? Just as they were wondering what was going on, they heard a pregnant woman in the next bed cry out in pain. Soon a commotion arose. Immediately afterwards, the doctor and nurses came over and pushed the other person away. The woman was followed by her husband and in-laws. Watching the hospital bed disappear through the door, Xiao Xiao felt very worried for the woman. As a mother herself, she knows all too well how difficult childbirth is. Gu Dongqing held her hand reassuringly. "Don't worry, that lady will definitely be alright. She'll be back in a little while." Xiao Xiao snapped out of her daze, looked at Gu Dongqing's profile, and hummed in agreement. This man has such a sensitive heart. The neighbor had just left when the doctor came over and removed Xiao Xiao's catheter. Now that the tubes have been removed, Mom can try to get out of bed and move around. "Gu Dongqing, when you have time, take Miss Xiao out of bed for a walk." At this point in the postpartum period, the mother's body begins to stabilize. Getting out of bed earlier can promote blood circulation, help expel lochia, and prevent thrombosis. The first time a new mother gets out of bed after surgery, she may be scared and must have a family member or nurse by her side to assist her. Gu Dongqing nodded. "Thank you, doctor. I'll take Xiao Xiao to try it later." The doctor nodded. Seeing that Gu Dongqing's parents were there, she thought to herself that this kid still had some conscience. He then glanced at the 4 sleeping children and left. "Come on, Xiao Xiao, the doctor said you should get out of bed and walk around more. Let us move around a bit." Gu Dongqing first helped Xiao Xiao slowly sit up from the bed. "Take some time to adjust by the bedside." Gu Dongqing asked with concern, "How are you? Does your stomach hurt?" Xiao Xiao shook her head and then nodded. "It hurts a little." "Then sit here and get used to it for a while. Since the doctor said I can get out of bed, then there shouldn't be any problem." Xiao Xiao felt a little dizzy, but the feeling quickly disappeared. She felt that she should be able to walk without any problems. Mr. and Mrs. Gu watched nervously. Xiao Xiao can't bend over yet, so Gu Dongqing helped her put on her shoes. He carefully took her hand and said, "Come on, try walking. Tell me if you feel unwell." Xiao Xiao took a breath. "Okay." Taking the first tentative step, Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up. "Gu Dongqing, I feel like I can walk." "Okay, then take one more step and see. I'll continue to support you. Don't be afraid." "Okay, I'll take one more step." So Xiao Xiao took another step. The C-section incision is a little painful, but it's negligible. With Gu Dongqing's help, Xiao Xiao was able to get out of bed successfully. Gu Dongqing and his parents were all happy for her. "I think Xiao Xiao is awesome." Gu Dongqing helped Xiao Xiao up, and the two stood very close together. Xiao Xiao could feel Gu Dongqing's strong chest. His chest exudes masculinity and a strong sense of security. Xiao Xiao's heart was beating very fast. Gu Dongqing helped her walk into the corridor. "Wow, it feels like I haven't been in the sun in ages, it feels so good." Gu Dongqing laughed. "We can walk around in the corridor, not only to get some exercise, but also to soak up the sun." The mother next to her said, "When the babies wake up, I'll bring them out to bask in the sun for a while. Sunlight exposure can promote vitamin D synthesis in newborns." Gu's mother explained to the two of them, vitamin D can help newborns absorb calcium and phosphorus better, which is conducive to the healthy development of bones and teeth and prevents rickets. Not only that, sunbathing can also boost babies' immunity and reduce jaundice. Blue light from the sun can help babies break down bilirubin in their bodies. It can reduce the severity of jaundice and reduce a series of problems caused by excessively high jaundice levels. Gu's mother's concern for the babies comes from the bottom of her heart. With such a loving grandmother, Xiao Xiao is genuinely happy for the babies. New mothers should not sunbathe for too long. 15-20 minutes is sufficient. After checking that it was almost time, Gu Dongcheng helped Xiao Xiao back to bed. She tidied his blankets and said, "Xiao Xiao, you should get some rest. Don't worry, babies, your parents and I are here." Xiao Xiao checked her body's recovery progress and nodded weakly. After settling Xiao Xiao in, Gu Dongcheng went to the crib to check on the baby's sleeping conditions. The babies have great chemistry. They always clench their little fists when they sleep. They're so cute and cuddly, it's indescribable. Gu Dongcheng whispered, "Mom, I'm a dad now. Look, little strawberry and little apple are my babies. Mom and Dad, I have babies now. I have 4 kids. Aren't they adorable?" The son was as happy as a child, and Mr. and Mrs. Gu responded to him with smiles. "My son is amazing. He's having quadruplets. Your grandchildren are just like you were when you were little, they're super, super cute." Looking at their son and their grandchildren in the crib, Mr. and Mrs. Gu sighed at how fast time flies. In the blink of an eye, I've grown old and am now a grandpa or grandma. Xiao Xiao was not asleep in the hospital bed. She was amused by Gu Dongcheng's childlike appearance. Since the children were born, the other party has been devoted to staying by their side. Feeding, changing diapers, keeping watch at night, cooking for myself. He did so much all by himself, but he never showed the slightest impatience. The child's father has a really good personality. He loves babies too. Seeing Gu Dongcheng sitting next to the crib gave Xiao Xiao even more courage for the future. With Gu Dongcheng by her side and the babies, Xiao Xiao felt a great sense of security and drifted off to sleep without realizing it. When she woke up again, the quadruplets were no longer in the room. Xiao Xiao was extremely anxious because he couldn't see his babies. Gu's mother quickly reassured her, "The babies are fine, Xiao Xiao, don't worry. The children just woke up, and Dongcheng is taking them to register their identity information now. They can get their vaccines later." Chapter 18. Whose baby is crying so loudly? Xiao Xiao was relieved to learn that Gu Dongcheng had taken the babies to register their identity information and get vaccinated. As a mother, it's no wonder she's worried when she wakes up and can't see her child. Gu Dongcheng brought the babies to the doctor's office. The doctor looked at the baby in the stroller and couldn't help but praise him. "These are the quadruplets born yesterday. Wow, they're so cute. You're Gu Dongcheng? Your girlfriend is so beautiful and gave birth to such adorable quadruplets. You'd better treat them well in the future." That's right. Miss Xiao endured the pain of a C-section to give birth to quadruplets. If she were to let them down, would she even be human? The nurse next to her spoke up for Xiao Xiao and the babies. Gu Dongcheng gave an awkward laugh, nodding and thanking everyone he saw while recording the message. After leaving the office, Gu Dongcheng took the babies straight to get vaccinated. The little ones looked around curiously on the way. Gu Dongcheng walked very slowly, patiently explaining things that the children were curious about. Although they can't understand it yet, Gu Dongcheng felt that it might subtly cultivate the baby's cognitive abilities. Do the babies like being outside? How about Dad takes you out to play often from now on? Whenever they hear their fathers speak, the little ones will focus their attention on them. Before even reaching the injection room, we could hear the baby crying from afar. The voice was pitiful and mournful. Those who heard it were heartbroken and wept. The quadruplets, affected by the baby's crying, began to sob uncomfortably. Gu Dongcheng quickly tried to comfort them. "Hey, what's wrong with the babies? Weren't you all fine just now? Daddy has been by your side the whole time, protecting you. Are the other children crying? It's okay, their crying has nothing to do with you. Daddy will protect you." Gu Dongcheng stopped and comforted the babies one by one while coaxing them. Feeling the warmth of their father's arms, the babies finally felt safe. His emotions gradually stabilized. Gu Dongcheng breathed a sigh of relief and continued to lead them to the injection room. There were only 5 people ahead of them, and soon it was the quadruplets' turn. The nurse's eyes lit up when she saw 4 adorable babies who looked exactly alike. "My goodness, I haven't seen quadruplets in ages." Their astonished gazes lingered on the human cubs. Following the order, the nurse first entered De Bao's information, and then called Gu Dongcheng. "Come on, let's call De Bao first. Dad, please take De Bao out and roll up your sleeves to show your arms." "Oh my, is De Bao a little princess?" She's so exquisite and beautiful. Debao had no idea what was going to happen next. His big, grape-like eyes sparkled as he looked at the nurse. While holding his daughter, Gu Dongqing said to the baby in the stroller, "Daddy will take the older sister to get her shot first. Babies, play by yourselves for a while. Be good, it'll be your turn soon." Debao was soft and cuddly. Gu Dongcheng placed her on his lap and carefully unbuttoned her clothes to reveal her chubby little arms. Little Strawberry stirred in his arms, looking confused. The nurse was very quick and efficient, inserting the needle into her chubby arm. Debao looked at the ant in front of him with a blank expression, and the next second he burst into tears. Her facial features were squeezed together, making her look incredibly pitiful. Gu Dongcheng comforted her tenderly, "Sweetie, little Strawberry is the strongest baby. Don't cry, don't cry. It hurts to get a shot, doesn't it? If it hurts, we won't get the shot. It doesn't hurt anymore now that it's over. Let's not cry anymore, okay? Let's set a good example for our younger siblings." The nurse laughed when she heard Gu Dongqing's words to comfort the baby. She stated that newborns need 2 shots for their first vaccination. These are the hepatitis B vaccine and the BCG vaccine. Gu Dongcheng was immediately heartbroken. "There's still one more injection?" The nurse smiled and said, "You just received the hepatitis B vaccine, and now you'll have a BCG shot. Come on, this time we'll hit the other arm. Show the little princess's arm." After the second shot, the infection finally stopped. Little Strawberry cried even more pitifully than before. Large tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Gu Dongcheng wiped away his daughter's tears while comforting her. "Don't cry, don't cry. I really won't hit you this time. After getting the shot, the baby can grow up safely and peacefully." Children don't understand that much. The little pearls continued to fall. Little Strawberry cried for a long time before Gu Dongcheng put her back in the stroller. The second one hit was Erbao's older brother. Little Apple thought her dad was going to breastfeed her, and she was so happy waving her little hands. But the human children soon came to experience the dangers of society. He was too naive. The father wasn't breastfeeding her at all. As soon as the nurse gave her the injection, Little Apple stared at her bewildered eyes and burst into tears. Those tears that fell were even bigger than my sister's. The nurse was amused by Little Apple's bewildered expression. "Second brother, you're the older brother, a real man. You need to set a good example for your younger siblings. Look at you, you're a boy. Why are you crying even harder than your sister just now? If a little man cries so loudly, the other babies will laugh at him. Little Apple doesn't care about all that. He's only been born a short time and doesn't want to be a little man." After the second injection, Erbao cried and cried in his father's arms. Hearing the cries of the older and younger babies, the younger and older babies in the stroller gradually realized that something was wrong. She continued to sob and cry, her voice trembling with unease. Gu Dongcheng comforted Erbao for a while, then quickly put him back and started to hug Sanbao. The baby hadn't even had his shot yet, and he was already crying. The nurse gently comforted her. "You're Sanbao, right? Don't cry, the injection won't hurt. Auntie is very quick, she finished it in no time. Trust your auntie, okay? Sanbao, you're a strong child." Little Peach paused for a moment, trying to figure out if the person in front of her was her mother. Soon the little dumpling realized that the person comforting her wasn't her mother. "Keep crying." Taking advantage of the moment when Sanbao was distracted, the nurse quickly gave her 2 injections. After hitting the little princess, he cried his eyes out. She yelled so loudly that she soaked Gu Dongqing's clothes. Finally, there's the small mangosteen. Xiao Shanju seemed to realize the terrible thing that was about to happen to her. She struggled incessantly in Gu Dongqing's arms. Don't underestimate the fourth baby just because he was born last. His voice is even louder than the third baby's. Gu Dongcheng hugged and comforted her, and after a while the crying gradually stopped. The nurse seized the opportunity and quickly gave 2 more injections. And so, another heartbroken and pitiful baby was born. Both of his hands hurt, and Xiaobao cried for a long time in his father's arms. Finally, the nurse handed the 4 small notebooks to Gu Dongcheng. These are the baby's vaccination records. Parents, please take them home and keep them safe. They will be needed for your baby's future vaccinations. The schedule for getting the relevant vaccines is listed above. If you're worried about forgetting, you can also follow our official WeChat account, which also lists the schedules for each vaccine. The place where the babies received their vaccinations must not be exposed to water for 24 hours after returning home. Chapter 19. The cat is so generous, there's a car now. Gu Dongqing carefully put away the baby's vaccination records. Before leaving, he asked the nurse to teach him how to follow the official WeChat account, pushing the whimpering little cuties back to their room. When I returned to the ward, I found that the 4 little ones were already fast asleep. After settling the little ones in, Gu Dongqing showed Xiao Xiao their vaccination records. Although it was just a small notebook, Xiao Xiao was extremely happy. This is proof that the babies are growing up. Vaccines are supposed to be cute, with the little ones' names and basic information written on them. Suddenly the door to the ward opened again. The doctor and nurses were the first to walk in. Following behind was the family from the next hospital bed. At this moment, the woman, supported by her husband, slowly walked back. Behind her were her overjoyed mother-in-law and her father-in-law, whose face didn't look very happy. The woman in the next bed gave birth to a daughter. She, her husband, and her mother-in-law were all happy. The only one who wanted a baby boy was her father-in-law, and his frustration was written all over his face. The woman noticed her father-in-law's displeasure but pretended not to see it. She continued to be supported by her husband. As long as she and her husband are happy, that's all that matters. If my father-in-law doesn't like it, so be it. Anyway, we don't usually live with them. Seeing the overjoyed expression on the mother-in-law's face in the next bed, Gu's mother offered her congratulations and asked her questions. Congratulations on the safe arrival of your baby. Will you get a young master or a young lady? The old lady in the next bed replied with a smile, I've had a little princess. Great. We have a little darling in our family. My daughter-in-law is amazing. I'll give you a big red envelope later. The woman also noticed her husband's displeasure. He hasn't smiled much since his granddaughter was born. How could she not know that the other party wanted a grandson? However, women prefer granddaughters. What era are we living in? She doesn't subscribe to the old ideas of favoring sons over daughters. Mrs. Gu was happy for her, you've got a little princess. Congratulations. Let me see your little grandson, wow, he's so cute. This little cutie looks like she's destined for good fortune. The woman's smile was as sweet as honey. I think it's cute too. Thank you for your hard work, my daughter-in-law. On the bed, Xiao Xiao tried to look at the woman's mother-in-law and baby. Seeing them return safely, Xiao Xiao was very happy for the woman and baby in the next bed. At the same time, I also envy the other person. Some women can get out of bed and walk right after giving birth. He seems to be only slightly weak. Unlike my own C-section, I couldn't get out of bed until the next day, and the incision on my stomach is still aching. Gu Dongqing held her hand and smiled, see? I told you they would come back safely. You don't need to worry about them. Now they are safe and sound, just like you and your baby. The tranquility of the hospital bed was quickly shattered when the woman and her family returned. Worried that the babies would be woken up, Gu Dongqing opened the screen and stayed by their side. The owner takes the children to get vaccinated. Vaccines can prevent diseases and protect the health of infants. The master has done something very important for the little masters again, and the young master is very happy. He has decided to give you a nanny van. The nanny van will appear in a reasonable manner when the children are discharged from the hospital. Just as Gu Dongqing was silently watching over them by the crib, the information panel appeared in front of him again. The young master was very happy to get the babies vaccinated. It gifted itself a nanny van. Oh my god. Is this for real? I suddenly have a car. Upgrade your car ownership. It's still a minivan. Although I don't know what brand of van the young master gave him. But based on his knowledge of cars, brand new minivans are never cheap. Great, we have a car now. When the babies are discharged from the hospital, we can drive them home. Meanwhile, after the babies and Xiao Xiao fell asleep, Mr. and Mrs. Gu planned to leave for a while. Where did you park your tram? Your dad and I will drive it to the hospital for you after we finish shopping. What if the battery gets stolen after being left on the roadside for so long? The couple came in a hurry this time and haven't prepared any gifts for the babies and Xiao Xiao yet. I'm planning to go out and buy some things, and while I'm at it, I'll pick up my son's car and bring it back. They can also visit the sales office to learn about the houses in Yuqing along the way. Gu Dongqing spoke up, Mom, it's fine to leave the electric scooter there. There are so many cars on the road, you might not be able to find it. I can go get it myself later. Gu's mother disagreed, saying, just tell me the exact location. I remember the color of your car and the license plate number. With the location, how could we not find it? Gu Dongqing thought for a moment and said, I'll send you my location via WeChat in a bit. Mom and Dad have a lot of traffic on the road, so please be careful when you go out. The couple told him not to worry about anything and just to take good care of their grandson and daughter-in-law. They can handle everything else. After leaving the hospital, on the way home, Gu's mother asked, Old Gu, do you think what our son said is true? He said he bought the house himself, do you believe him? Gu's father found it hard to convince himself to believe it. But the son looked so serious that he didn't seem to be lying. Whether he bought it or not, let's find out about the housing prices. If he's lying about already buying it because he doesn't want us to spend money, we should do more research and find out the price so we can buy it for him later. If he really buys it himself, it won't hurt for us to find out more. Gu's mother thought what he said made sense. The two first followed the location to find Gu Dongqing's electric scooter. Having learned the exact location, Mr. and Mrs. Gu also knew the color and license plate number of the vehicle. It was found very quickly. First, go to the sales office to check the prices, then go buy gifts for the babies in Xiaoxiao, and finally go back to the hospital. I knew that housing prices in Yucheng were high, but I didn't expect them to be this outrageously high. Goodness, I asked about several properties, and the average price was no less than 13,000. If you want to buy a 100 square meter apartment in Yucheng, you can't afford it for less than 1 million yuan. Mr. Gu secretly gasped, my son said he bought a house in Phoenix Garden. Let's go check out the sales office over there. The two soon found Phoenix Garden. This residential complex was put on sale a year and a half ago. All unit types are now sold out. Even if you have the money and want to buy it, you simply can't. Inside the sales office, Mr. Gu still asked a question. Young lady, I think your neighborhood has a very nice environment. How much was a bottle when it first opened? The staff at the sales office saw that the two were simply dressed, but they did not treat them with prejudice. Smiling, he explained to the two, when we first opened, it sold for 20,000 yuan per square meter. Now, a year and a half later, not only have house prices not fallen, but they've actually increased by 2,000 yuan per square meter. Right now, if you buy a second-hand apartment in the same neighborhood online, the price is over 22,000. Chapter 20, The Doubts of Mr. and Mrs. Gu, and their visit to the house with the young master. It was 20,000 yuan per square meter when it opened. A year and a half later, the house price didn't drop, instead, it rose by 2,000 yuan. The couple also learned from the sales staff that the houses in Phoenix Garden were all large, single-level apartments. The smallest area is 165 square meters. My son definitely didn't buy a house a year and a half ago. If he really did buy a house in this neighborhood, the purchase price can only be 22,000 yuan per bottle. Even the smallest area, 165 square meters, would cost 3.63 million yuan. A house with a total price of over 3 million yuan requires a down payment of several 100,000 yuan. Where did my son get so much money? Mr. and Mrs. Gu were puzzled. Could it have been given by the daughter-in-law? But it doesn't look like it. With questions in mind, the couple went to see several more properties. The average price was similar to the previous few properties they had looked at, all around 13,000. The couple both took a breath at the same time. With housing prices so high, it's practically impossible to settle down in a big city without money. The pressure on the two of them immediately increased. After viewing the house, the elderly couple drove their electric scooter to buy gifts for their grandson and daughter-in-law. 2 hours later, they returned to the ward with bags and packages. The family in the next hospital bed was clearly better off than them. The other party's parents-in-law were dressed smartly and elegantly. In contrast, Gu's father and mother appeared very simple and unassuming. However, the couple didn't pay much attention to it. It's their business if they have money. Just live your life peacefully and steadily. Take out all the clothes, shoes, and toys I bought for the babies. Gu's parents liked him no matter how they looked at him. Kids' items are so cute and have a very high aesthetic appeal. Don't be fooled by its tiny size, it's not cheap at all. The tiny piece of clothing was more expensive than the clothes Gu Dongqing was wearing. However, for their grandchildren, these new grandparents are willing to spend any amount of money. Gu's mother's favorite item was the little hat she bought. It has a small ear design on top, and newborns can wear the hat to cover their fontanelles. The nurses have been putting them on ever since the babies were born. Gu's mother thought the one she bought was cuter, and that she could put the new hat on the little darlings when they woke up. In addition, I bought a lot of pretty little clothes and pants. The little socks are also incredibly cute. The older generation says that cold enters the body through the feet, so it's important to keep babies' feet warm. The gift I bought for Xiao Xiao was much simpler. Because they had only known each other for a short time, Gu's mother didn't know her daughter-in-law's preferences. This time I only bought her what she was wearing. For example, pajamas, socks, hats, and the like. Xiao Xiao has a great figure, she's a natural clothes hanger and looks good in anything. According to her measurements, Gu's mother put together 3 outfits for her. He sat down next to the hospital bed, carrying the bag, and said in a kind voice, "Auntie didn't know what style you liked, so she put together 3 outfits based on your personality. Do you like them?" She spoke while showing off her new clothes. Xiao Xiao nodded gratefully. "I really like them, Auntie. The clothes you bought are all very beautiful." "Thank you." Mrs. Gu was overjoyed. "I'm glad you like it. Auntie will wash it clean for you right away, and you can wear it once it's dried." She had a jade bracelet on her wrist, which was given to her by Gu Dongqing's grandmother when they got married. I originally intended to take it off and give it to Xiao Xiao. However, she had just given birth not long ago and her body had not fully recovered. Wearing a bracelet on your wrist might be uncomfortable. After thinking about it, Gu's mother decided to hand it over to her daughter-in-law after she was discharged from the hospital. After showing the clothes to Xiao Xiao, Mother Gu was overjoyed and took it to wash her. There are also clothes for babies. It's best to wash newly bought clothes once. Mr. Gu also stepped forward to help. He washed his grandchildren's clothes, while his mother washed Xiao Xiao's. With lunchtime approaching, Gu Dongqing picked up the insulated food container. "Mom, you brought the tram back? Is it still powered?" Gu's mother was washing clothes in the bathroom when she poked her head out and said, "You drove it back and parked it in the hospital parking lot. Are you going back to cook? Wait until I finish washing the clothes before you go back." Gu Dongqing hummed in agreement and, holding the lunchbox, spoke to Xiao Xiao. "Are you hungry? I'll cook for you when we get back. Is there anything you'd like to eat?" Xiao Xiao said she likes to eat anything Gu Dongqing makes. The surgery has been going on for 24 hours. Xiao Xiao can eat a wider variety of things than yesterday. Gu Dongqing planned to make her some loofah with minced meat and shrimp stewed with winter melon, as well as some vegetable and egg drop porridge. However, this time he doesn't plan to do it in the rented room. Let's go check out the houses in Phoenix Garden first. The message indicated that the house the young master had prepared for himself was a fully furnished apartment. There should be kitchen utensils in there. The mother was exceptionally careful when washing her daughter-in-law's clothes for the first time. He didn't come out of the bathroom until half an hour later. She took over from Gu Dongqing to take care of the quadruplets. "Mom, thank you and Dad for your hard work here. What would you like to eat? I'll make it for you." Mrs. Gu waved her hand. "Just make something simple, and be careful on the road." Gu Dongqing waved goodbye to Xiao Xiao and then turned to leave. Phoenix Garden is about 7 or 8 kilometers away from the maternal and child health hospital. However, before going there, Gu Dongqing went back to his rented apartment first. He felt more confident bringing the young master along. Back to the rented room. As usual, as soon as Gu Dongqing opened the door, the young master meowed and came to greet him. Gu Dongqing picked up the little guy and scratched its chin. Next, I packed its cat food and canned food into the cat carrier. "Young master, didn't you send me a house in Phoenix Garden? I'll go take a look in a bit. If I can cook there, I'll go there to cook for the next few days. Why don't you stay there? Once Xiao Xiao and the babies are discharged from the hospital, I will take them to live in Phoenix Garden." The young master meowed, seemingly having no objections. It said that as long as it still has its own cat food and canned food, it doesn't matter where it lives. Oh, and cat litter too. I also brought the cat litter with me before leaving the house. As soon as the door was closed. Then I ran into the girl from across the hall coming back from outside. She was accompanied by a man who was 5 or 6 years older than her. I saw Gu Dongqing carrying a cat-shaped backpack and holding several bags. After a brief internal struggle, the young woman finally decided to stop and ask, "Young man, are you moving out?" Gu Dongqing glanced at the other person in surprise. He has been living here for a while now, and he occasionally runs into the other person when he goes out. I know that the girl living across the street, although she usually lives alone, actually has 2 boyfriends. However, she was very good at time management, and the two men were unaware of each other's existence. Gu Dongcheng didn't comment much on the young lady's behavior. When you meet someone, keep your distance quietly. Gu Dongcheng carried the young master downstairs, saying, they should be moving out in a few days. Why did you suddenly move away? Will you come back in the future? The woman asked with some regret. Without turning his head, Gu Dongcheng said indifferently, I guess I won't go back. I cried in chapter 21. This is my house. Meow meow took me flying. They might not come back after they move away. The woman secretly regretted that she hadn't been able to add such a handsome young man on WeChat yet. Gu Dongcheng responded and then ignored the other party. He drove the electric car to Phoenix Garden with the young master. You need to swipe a card to enter the community. The security guard kept a close eye on Gu Dongcheng. Open the property document bag, take out the access card, and the door will open automatically with a beep. No wonder it sold for 20,000 yuan per square meter on its opening day. The entrance to this residential complex is incredibly impressive. The community environment is also very beautiful, with various exquisitely trimmed flowers arranged in a pleasing manner. The winding path leads to a secluded spot, where elegant garden landscaping awaits. Artificial hills, small bridges, flowing water and traditional houses, and a delightful fountain. What caught Gu Dongcheng's eye the most were the phoenix flowers in the community. From a distance, the deep red looks lovely, and the light red looks lovely too. What a beautiful neighborhood. The building's exterior is also distinctive and unique. The more Gu Dongcheng looked at the place, the more he liked it, thinking about how he could bring Xiao Xiao and the babies to live there in the future. According to the property information, Gu Dongcheng found Unit A, 701, Building 2. With a heart full of excitement, I opened the door with the key. Push open the door. What comes into view is the Song family's decorating style. An atmosphere of high luxury and elegance wafts over you. It feels so high-end. Gu Dongcheng was thrilled this was the house the young master had given him. I have an urge to look up to the sky and roar. Gu Dongcheng was overjoyed. Who would have thought I'd actually own a house? Quickly take the young master out of the cat carrier. The little guy showed no fear at all in the new environment. He looked around curiously in the living room. It immediately looked up and meowed twice at Gu Dongcheng. Gu Dongcheng beamed with joy, young master, thank you for your love. I'm not saying anything more. From now on, just tell your brother what you want to eat. Your brother will make sure you eat the best food and drink the finest. The young master wagged his tail happily, looking expectantly at the canned food in the bag. Gu Dongcheng quickly found a place to open a can of food for it. Here, eat up. Young master, please eat first. Let me take a look around the house you gave me. The interior design style is reminiscent of the Song dynasty. This is the first time Gu Dongcheng has ever seen this before. It felt completely different from the typical interior design he usually saw. The Song family's interior design style has a unique scholarly atmosphere. It is natural, simple, yet exquisite. Many common traditional Chinese style elements. The colors are light and soft. The overall design is based on a soft and warm earth tone. Use natural colors or white with low saturation. Pair it with off-white, light gray, milk coffee, natural wood color. The use of a few dark accents in certain areas creates a super sense of depth and dimension in the space. This is practically my dream love room. Incredible. I never imagined I could own such a beautiful house in Yucheng. Not only is the interior decoration beautiful and perfect, but the scenery outside is also breathtaking. I went out onto the balcony and looked outside. The community has trees and a lake, and the Yujiang River, which runs through Yucheng, is not far away. Standing on the balcony, admiring the river view outside, I couldn't help but feel a sense of liberation and openness. Gu Dongcheng was very satisfied with both the view inside and outside the house. He truly loves the house the young master gifted him. He took a quick look. It has 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, and each room has its own bathroom. The master bedroom also has a huge walk-in closet. Based on Gu Dongcheng's experience, this apartment is at least 180 square meters. Gu Dongcheng took a long breath in the 180 square meter house. Goodness, the young master is too good to me. He had looked up information about Phoenix Garden online before he came. It is a fully furnished, single-level apartment. The smallest apartment is 165 square meters, and the average price of the apartment is now over 22,000. They're extremely popular online. You can't buy them even if you have the money. A house of over 180 square meters has a market price of 22,000 yuan per square meter. Doesn't that mean this house is worth at least 3.96 million yuan? Gu Dongcheng estimated the price of the house. His heart started racing. 3.96 million. If this were cash, it could be stacked so high. Gu Dongcheng suppressed his excitement. The child's mother was still hungry at the hospital. We need to cook for her right away. The kitchen is fully equipped with all kinds of pots, pans, and appliances. For Gu Dongcheng, who possesses the talent of a gourmet, cooking is as easy as drinking water. The meal was ready quickly. I packed my share, along with my parents, into an insulated box. Young master, this is our new house. I put the litter box on the balcony. Go there if you need to use the toilet. I'll come back to see you later. Gu Dongcheng led the young master to the balcony to familiarize him with the surroundings before leaving. When I returned to the ward, the little cuties are awake, and their little hats have been changed to the ones grandma just bought for them. She looks much cuter now. The little ones must have just finished drinking milk. They smell sweet and fragrant with milk. Gu Dongcheng, carrying the insulated food container, asked, Mom and Dad, when did the babies wake up? Do you cry when you wake up? Gu's mother said with a smile, she cried so hard, but after drinking milk, she became well behaved and stopped crying. Gu Dongcheng looked at them with satisfaction. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but the baby seemed to have grown a little bit after he left for a short while. Ha, this must be the dad's filter. Gu Dongcheng shook his head and placed the insulated box on the table next to the hospital bed. Xiao Xiao helped him up. You must be starving. Here, I made 3 dishes for you. Try them and see how they taste. Upon opening the lid, a wonderful aroma immediately fills the air. Everyone in the ward subconsciously swallowed. Wow! It smells so good. Xiao Xiao, your husband cooked for you again? Oh my god, this is only the second time I've smelled food that smells so good. I remember the first time I smelled such an enticing fragrance was last night. It was also made by Gu Dongcheng. However, at the time, the woman and her in-laws thought that Gu Dongcheng had bought it from outside. But after asking around, they found out that such delicious food wasn't bought from anywhere. It was clearly Gu Dongcheng who did it. It's hard to imagine that Gu Dongcheng, at such a young age, possesses such unfathomable culinary skills. The enticing aroma made them really want to eat. Unfortunately, they can only dream about it. Because this was made especially for Xiao Xiao by Gu Dongcheng. Gu Dongcheng held the spoon, his gaze gentle. Here, try the loofah and minced meat slices and the shrimp and winter melon stew I made for you, and try this vegetable and egg drop porridge too. Xiao Xiao's eyes crinkled with joy, feeling that her happiest moment had arrived once again. It's so delicious I could cry. It's so delicious, so incredibly delicious. I took one bite and couldn't help but take another. The food was very ordinary, but the taste far surpassed that of a 5-star chef. How did Gu Dongcheng manage to do that? Xiao Xiao patted her chubby chin. It's so delicious. Thank you, Gu Dongcheng. If she could eat Gu Dongcheng's cooking every day, Xiao Xiao said she could gain 20 pounds. Chapter 22 Gu Dongcheng, have you closed your eyes? Xiao Xiao felt that eating Gu Dongcheng's cooking was a very happy thing. Unfortunately, I can't eat too much in my current condition. Gu Dongcheng only ate until he was about 70% full before taking the food away. After Xiao Xiao finished eating, Gu's parents also carried their insulated food containers to the hospital cafeteria. Gu Dongcheng stayed behind to take care of Xiao Xiao and the quadruplets. The little ones looked at their father with curiosity. Gu Dongcheng shook their little hands one by one with a smile. The newborn's hands were pink and smelled sweet, and Gu Dongcheng kissed their little hands. The little cuties are kicking their toes happily. Just as Gu Dongcheng was interacting with the children, the doctor walked in. After learning about the situation in the next bed, then she walked over to Gu Dongcheng and said, remember to disinfect Miss Zhao's wound. Now that the weather is hot, new mothers can't take showers, so whenever we have time, we wipe their bodies with a hot towel to keep them clean. Gu Dongcheng looked up. I understand, doctor. After saying that, he looked down at the little ones and said, Daddy will go help mommy wipe herself down first, and then come back to play with the babies after he's finished applying the medicine, okay? Little strawberry, little apple, you must be good to your younger brothers and sisters. Dad will come and play with you later. Xiao Xiao blushed furiously as Gu Dongcheng wiped her body. She asked the doctor, I just finished eating, can I wipe myself down? I need to use iodine to disinfect it. The doctor thought for a moment. You just finished eating? Then you can wait a while. Xiao Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'll wipe it later. When Gu's mother comes back later, she will have someone to help her. Xiao Xiao still felt embarrassed to have Gu Dongcheng wipe her body. Although I have overcome the need to drink milk. But wiping your body is different. Gu Dongcheng noticed her shyness and sat back down next to the crib to continue playing with the babies. I don't know why this time. Xiao Xiao waited and waited, but Gu's mother did not return. After the time advised by the doctor has passed, the wound should be disinfected promptly. Gu Dongcheng got up and walked over. Xiao Xiao, let me help you wipe yourself down first. Clean it up first, then we'll disinfect it later. Xiao Xiao dared not look at Gu Dongcheng. But he knew what Xiao Xiao was thinking, so he opened his mouth and said, I don't know when my mom will be back, so it's best to disinfect the wound promptly. Don't worry, I won't look at you while I'm wiping myself. I'll just close my eyes. Xiao Xiao's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Okay, then, thank you for your help. Gu Dongcheng shook his head and said seriously, it's no trouble at all. It's you who have worked hard these past few days. Tell me if your wound hurts later. Bring warm water to a boil, soak the towel, and wring it out. First, wash Xiao Xiao's face. I have to say the mother's skin is really good, moisturized and delicate, like ice and jade. Her exquisitely beautiful features are like a work of art, making one want to take a bite. Long eyelashes and a pair of captivating, watery peach blossom eyes. She has a faint, pleasant fragrance about her. After wiping her face clean, Xiao Xiao turned away, not daring to look at Gu Dongcheng. Next comes a major project. You need to wipe your entire body down. Gu Dongcheng had drawn the bed curtains beforehand and moved the crib next to the hospital bed. The bed curtains created a private space for the family of 6. Gu Dongcheng squinted and slowly unbuttoned Xiao Xiao's clothes. She covered her eyes with one hand and asked in a soft, sweet voice. Gu Dongcheng, have you closed your eyes? Yes, don't worry, I've already closed my eyes, I can't see anything. But how did you take off my clothes so quickly? I already confirmed the position of the button before I closed my eyes. I don't know if Xiao Xiao will believe this reason. However, I noticed out of the corner of my eye that her cheeks had turned even redder. Xiao Xiao looks slim when dressed, but when she takes her clothes off. Goodness, she's incredibly voluptuous. Gu Dongcheng's hand traced every inch of Xiao Xiao's skin. It looks so tender, you could almost squeeze water out of it. The school beauty's figure is so much better than I imagined. Snow white and sexy collarbone. Fair-skinned, perfectly long legs. A fragrant, shapely bottom. New mothers have weak immune systems and high body temperature after giving birth. Even when wiping your body, you shouldn't stay on it for too long. Gu Dongcheng composed himself and quickly wiped Xiao Xiao's entire body. It's all wiped clean. I'm going to remove the gauze from your stomach now. Tell me if it hurts. Xiao Xiao opened her fingers, which had been blocking her view, a crack. Okay. Thank you for your hard work, Gu Dongcheng. They were still unusually polite. She felt completely exposed to Gu Dongcheng, with no secrets left. A day later, Gu Dongcheng noticed that Xiao Xiao's wounds were healing better than they had the day before. The blade isn't as grotesque or terrifying anymore. Remove the gauze and apply iodine solution around the incision for disinfection. After it evaporated, Gu Dongcheng took out a new gauze and carefully wrapped it up. Gu Dongcheng was extremely careful throughout the process, afraid that any mistake would hurt Xiao Xiao. Fortunately, he is quite good at hands-on activities. 5 minutes later. The disinfection of the wound has been completely completed. Gu Dongcheng asked with concern, how are you? Does it hurt? Xiao Xiao felt it for a moment. It hurts a little bit, but not as much as yesterday. Okay, hang in there for a few more days. The doctor said you'll be fine once you're discharged. This time, Gu Dongcheng not only wiped Xiao Xiao's body and disinfected her wounds. She also changed to a new nursing pad. After completing the entire process, Xiao Xiao felt much more relaxed. In the afternoon, Gu's mother told Gu Dongcheng to go home and rest for a while. I'll come back tonight to keep watch and take care of the babies. During his absence, Xiao Xiao and her grandchildren were cared for by her and Mr. Gu. If you get enough rest during the day, you'll have the energy to take care of the children at night. The babies now wake up 3 or 4 times every night. I have to get up to feed them and change their diapers in between feedings, which is very tiring. Gu Gu Dongcheng glanced at the time. It was already 3 p.m. After saying goodbye to Xiao Xiao, he picked up the insulated food container and left. On my way home. Gu Dongcheng thought for a moment and then changed direction, navigating to the largest infant and toddler plaza in Yucheng. He plans to buy a stroller for the babies. We'll use the babies at home after they're discharged from the hospital. We also need to buy a crib for the babies. As far as I remember, I didn't see a crib when he visited the master bedroom. Upon arriving at the infant and toddler plaza, one is greeted by a multitude of brand name stores. Gu Dongcheng visited more than a dozen stores but couldn't find a suitable stroller or crib. Because there are very few strollers suitable for quadruplets. A crib decorated in the Song style is also a rare sight. After browsing through more than a dozen stores in the mall, Gu Dongcheng. That's how I found the stroller I wanted. The sales assistant was taken aback when she saw a super handsome man walk into her store. God! What a handsome young man! He has such a great body. And his face is absolutely gorgeous. The sales assistant was immediately struck by Gu Dongcheng's beauty. Chapter 23. The landlady. Oh no, I miscalculated. The sales assistant has been working for 4 or 5 years since graduating from university. Over the years, she has met many handsome men and is also a fan of celebrities. There is no male celebrity in the entertainment industry that she does not know. But all those top celebrities combined aren't even half as handsome as Gu Dongcheng. Good heavens! Is this what a wild, handsome guy looks like? That's incredibly impressive. With looks like that, she'd be a superstar if she entered the entertainment industry. The sales assistant stared at Gu Dongcheng's face for a long time before she came to her senses. He smiled sheepishly. She was stunned when she heard that the other party wanted to buy a stroller and a crib. Young man, are you buying this for your relative's child? Gu Dongcheng shook his head, looking happy. No, I bought it for my child. You have a child? Yes, quadruplets. Seeing Gu Dongcheng's happy expression, the sales assistant was speechless. No way. This handsome young man is already married and has a baby. Wah! Such a perfect, charming, and handsome man got married at a young age. The sales assistant was heartbroken because the object of her affections wasn't herself. Gu Dongcheng was unaware of the sales assistant's inner thoughts. His attention was entirely focused on the 4 rows of baby strollers. Miss, how much is this stroller? Are there any other styles? On the other side, the brand store owner noticed the sales assistant looking distracted. They secretly cursed that young people nowadays are all obsessed with looks, unable to walk past handsome men. They've even stopped doing business. He quickly stepped forward to reply for her. Sir, this stroller costs 6,000 yuan. We don't have the other styles left, but we do have other colors. Would you like to see them? Because very few people give birth to quadruplets. She doesn't buy much stock here. The proprietress was probably in her 40s. The moment she saw Gu Dongcheng, her pupils contracted sharply, and she was slightly stunned. Gu Dongcheng was startled. He hadn't expected the stroller to be so expensive. I thought I could buy it for a few hundred or a little over 1,000 yuan. Good heavens, it's priced at 6,000 yuan. If it were a few days ago, he would have struggled with such a high price. But now, he can accept a price of 6,000 yuan, as long as the quality is good. Gu Dongcheng asked the proprietress to bring out the other colors. The proprietress waved to the sales assistant, who immediately understood and brought out the other colors. After looking at them all, Gu Dongcheng still preferred the one he saw at first glance. His calm demeanor left the proprietress unable to guess his thoughts. I was afraid he would buy it online later. Quickly introduce the features of the stroller. Young man, come and feel it. My stroller is made with the best materials. You'll know once you touch it. The materials we use are the safest and most environmentally friendly, and will absolutely not harm the baby's skin or health. We also have a super convenient design with a 1-button folding function. Just press it once, and when you're out and about and your hands are full, the stroller will automatically fold up with a gentle press. It's easy to carry and store, and the wheels are designed with shock absorption, making it safe and comfortable to take your baby out. The proprietress introduced and demonstrated the functions as she spoke. She would also observe Gu Dongcheng's reaction. There's also a sunshade designed overhead. Once you open the sunshade, it not only protects you from the sun in the summer but also blocks ultraviolet rays, and it even keeps you warm in the winter. The stroller seat also has safety buckles, providing all-around protection for the baby's safety. The best part is that this stroller also comes with a transparent rain cover, so the babies won't get wet even when it rains outside. The seat also features 4 different colored cup holders. You can put water bottles or baby bottles in there so that parents won't mix up their babies' things. Gu Dongcheng took a look around and checked everything inside and out. He was very satisfied with both the quality and the appearance. As for the price, he just searched online and found it was 500 yuan more expensive than the online price. He can accept this price. But Gu Dongcheng wasn't a novice at buying things. Although he was satisfied, he remained outwardly calm. His gaze then fell on the crib next to him. This crib was also specially designed for quadruplets and is larger than the regular ones. Most importantly, this crib is a perfect match for his home decor. We haven't decided whether we want a stroller yet. He then inquired about the price of the crib. The proprietress, unsure of his intentions, continued her introduction. Young man, this crib is a bit expensive. The price is 12,800, but if you want it, 12,000 will do. After that, she went on to explain the functions of the crib. Gu Dongcheng paid extra attention to the things the babies used. He values product quality more than price. Carefully inspect the quality of the crib. The stroller costs 6,000, and the bed in front of me costs 12,000. The total is 18,000. Gu Dongcheng mentally calculated for a moment before asking, "Boss lady, I'll take both this stroller and the crib." "I just calculated it, it's 18,000 in total. But I want both. Can you give me a smaller price?" "I'll buy them all for 16,000. "I want both, 16,000? The proprietress hesitated for a moment. The handsome guy suddenly lost 2,000 yuan, and I can't make any money from this business. How about we add a little more? Both of them will cost 17,000 in total, but I'll give you a 1,000 discount." Gu Dongcheng shook his head. "I don't have that much money, I only have 16,000. Boss lady, look, I'm still a college student, I really can't afford that much money. If I can buy it for 16,000, I'll buy it right away. If that doesn't work, I'll buy it online later, the same model will do." The proprietress's heart skipped a beat, and after weighing the options, she finally wore a pained expression. "That's fine. It's 2,000 less, young man. I can see you've had a tough time. If you need anything else in the future, please continue to support me." Gu Dongcheng nodded happily. Before making payment, he asked again, "Do you offer home delivery?" The proprietress quickly nodded, "Sure, we offer free delivery. Just leave your address and phone number. You can set the delivery time, and I'll arrange for someone to deliver it to you at any time." "Okay, can we deliver it now?" The landlady nodded with a smile, "Sure, where do you live, young man?" "Unit A, Building 2, Phoenix Garden, Room 701. The proprietress. "Oh no, that was too hasty. The young man in front of you is not in a difficult situation. Those who can afford to buy a house in Phoenix Garden are all extremely wealthy. I should have held on a little longer, I've wasted 2,000 yuan. After Gu Dongcheng made the payment and left his address, they took several more videos of the stroller and crib before leaving. Back to Phoenix Garden. He had just arrived when the delivery man arrived. Gu Dongcheng and the other party carried the crib into the master bedroom. The delivery man was about 30 years old. Looking at the beautiful house, his eyes were filled with envy. Having worked as a delivery man for so many years, this was the first time he had ever encountered Son's decorating style. Chapter 24. Other people's husbands are handsome and can cook, what about yours? Son's style interior design has an indescribable sense of sophistication. The delivery man remarked that he didn't know if he would ever be able to live in a house like this after delivering goods for the rest of his life. He himself has 2 children. "If my wife and kids could live in such a beautiful house in the future, they would be so happy." After tidying up the crib and stroller, Gu Dongcheng poured him a glass of water. The delivery man didn't stand on ceremony, he was indeed thirsty. "Mr. Gu, your house is so beautiful. I've been delivering goods for so long, and this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful house." Gu Dongcheng smiled and took a sip as well. "Thank you. You're so young, yet you've already bought your own house?" The delivery man couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Gu Dongcheng nodded. "Yes, my child was recently born. I want to give them a good environment when they come back from the hospital." The delivery man couldn't help but sigh, wishing he had that kind of financial means. After drinking a glass of water, he said goodbye to Gu Dongcheng and continued delivering goods. Gu Dongcheng needed time to read it. After preparing the ingredients, call the young master over. Brother is going to take a nap first. When it's 6:30, you come and wake him up, okay? The young master meowed. Gu Dongcheng scratched its chin and went into the room to sleep. As it turned out, the young master didn't listen to him at all. There's no such thing as waking yourself up. Fortunately, Gu Dongcheng set an alarm and got up promptly at 1:30. I opened canned food and snacks for the young master. Eat something by yourself when you wake up. Your brother is going to cook. The young master didn't even lift his eyelids and continued sleeping in his cat bed. With a talent for food, Gu Dongcheng cooks very quickly. He quickly prepared the food that Xiao Xiao and her parents wanted to eat. He made one for himself as well. I left the house only after I finished eating. It was already 7 o'clock when I arrived at the hospital ward. Mom, how are the children? The 4 little ones are fast asleep in their cribs right now. Gu's mother said softly, she just fell asleep not long ago. I've already fed her, so she should be able to sleep until around 10 o'clock. Gu Dongcheng couldn't help but smile as he looked at the 4 fragrant little dumplings. Mom and Dad, are you hungry? Have something to eat first. Thank you for your hard work today. After you've eaten, go back to the hotel and rest. Mr. and Mrs. Gu waved their hands. What's the trouble? We're just happy to see our grandchildren. Last night, Gu Dongcheng took good care of both the adults and the children. Mother Gu was completely relieved. He opened the insulated cover and sat down next to the hospital bed. Here, have something to eat. I made you corn and pork ribs and stir-fried romaine lettuce. The aroma made Xiao Xiao's stomach rumble with hunger. As Gu Dongcheng fed her, he said, Xiao Xiao, once you and the babies are discharged from the hospital, move to my new house. The apartment is fully furnished and ready to move in. Xiao Xiao paused for a moment. But she quickly nodded and mumbled an okay. Gu Dongcheng was happy and fed her another bite. Eat a little more to supplement your nutrition. Mr. and Mrs. Gu, who were standing nearby, were even more puzzled. Had their son really bought a house? It really doesn't look fake. The new mother next to me was also having dinner around this time. Her mother-in-law specially hired a 5-star chef to make it. Before Gu Dongcheng arrived, it smelled delicious. As a result, the aroma immediately disappeared once the insulation lid was opened. Although the ingredients she used were better and more abundant than those used by Gu Dongcheng. But the taste is completely different. Compared to Gu Dongcheng, who really is a 5-star chef. The neighbor's mother was like a wax candle. It doesn't smell good at all anymore. Gu's mother also realized that the other party wanted to eat the food her son had made. After thinking for a moment, she asked, Girl, my son made a lot for me, I can't finish it all, would you like some? I'll share with you. The mother-in-law didn't want her daughter-in-law to eat food from other people's homes after she had just given birth. She felt the meaning was bad. But before she could speak, her daughter-in-law excitedly interrupted. Really? Thank you, Auntie. Why, I want to eat it right now. Gu's mother smiled and gave her the portion she hadn't eaten yet. The woman's mouth watered as she looked at the delicious-smelling food. Wow, thank you so much, Auntie, you're so kind. Mother Gu didn't mind, don't be polite, I can't finish it all myself. Go ahead and eat, don't be shy with me. Sharing a hospital room, Gu's mother felt it was fate. Okay, then I won't be polite. The new mother next door had her eyes light up and couldn't wait to pick up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. Her eyes narrowed quickly. It's super delicious. It's so delicious. Oh my, how can there be such delicious food? I'm so happy. Gu Dongcheng's cooking skills are amazing. It's so delicious it brings tears to my eyes. After taking the first bite, the new mother couldn't stop eating. She had never eaten such delicious food in her entire life. Seeing her daughter-in-law eating like this, her mother-in-law quickly reminded her, Slow down, you just gave birth, the doctor said you can't eat so much. Be careful of your stomach and intestines. The woman showed no sign of stopping. Mom, I'll eat a little more. Just a little. The girl in the next bed is so lucky. She gets to eat such delicious food every day. Alas, it's a pity I'm not so lucky. Her husband's expression immediately turned sour. She can't cook, and she's not as good looking as Gu Dongcheng. What does my wife mean by this? Do you dislike yourself? It's hard for him not to be jealous of a handsome guy who's better than him in every way. Since the other party enjoyed the food her son cooked so much, Gu's mother went back and continued eating. By the time she and Gu's father finished eating, Gu Dongcheng had already cleared away the dishes for Xiao Xiao. You'll feel sleepy after eating, so rest for a while. If you need to go to the bathroom, just tell me. Xiao Xiao nodded and obediently covered herself with the blanket. The elderly couple had witnessed their son and Xiao Xiao's situation firsthand. To give them more space, the two prepared to leave after washing the insulated box. Gu's mother repeatedly told Gu Dongcheng to take good care of the children at night and not to sleep too soundly. Gu Dongcheng knew what she was worried about. Don't worry, Mom. The hospital is under surveillance now. The baby won't get lost. I will keep a close eye on the babies and take good care of them. You and Dad can go back without worry. Just come pick me up on time tomorrow. Gu's mother gave him a look. Even with surveillance cameras, it's not enough. What if someone uses hacking to steal the child? Gu Dongcheng. Mom, if someone has the hacking skills, why don't they just rob a bank? Why bother stealing a child? I'll sleep with one eye open and one eye closed at night, so you can rest assured. Mrs. Gu smiled with satisfaction. That's more like it. If anything happens tonight, let me and your dad know immediately. Take good care of Xiao Xiao and the little ones. If anything happens to them, I'll hold you accountable. Gu Dongcheng assured her, Mom, you don't need to tell me, I will take good care of them. Only then did Mr. and Mrs. Gu leave, satisfied. Chapter 25, the second night of accompanying the bed comes with a challenge, the weak Xiao Xiao. After the elderly couple left, Xiao Xiao tilted her head and looked at Gu Dongcheng, who was busy running around. Gu Dongcheng, you've worked hard these past few days, thank you. Gu Dongcheng stopped wringing the rag and sat down to look at her. I should be thanking you for giving birth to 4 babies for me. Compared to the suffering you've endured, what's all this work of mine? Gu Dongcheng's magnetic words and his warm gaze, like sunshine, touched Xiao Xiao. I don't know how much time passed. The sounds of the quadruplets making soft moaning came from the crib. Gu Dongcheng quickly got up to go and see. My mom said the kids only fell asleep after drinking their milk, so they shouldn't be hungry that quickly. Did it pee or poop? Upon closer inspection, the urine strips on the children's diapers had turned yellow. Gu Dongcheng was unsure, so he reached out and touched it again. It felt damp. He was certain that De Bao and Xiao Xiao Mei had already peed. The second child, Little Apple, was also moving her bottom uncomfortably next to her. Gu Dongcheng leaned closer and took a sniff. It had a peculiar smell. Little Apple not only peed but also pooped. Let's continue to focus on the 3 treasures and 4 treasures. That's why they say twins and triplets have a special connection. We sleep with our colleagues, and we poop and pee around the same time. As he expected, the 2 little ones also needed diaper changes. Xiao Xiao was in a daze at the moment. Hearing the children humming, she became extremely anxious. However, she was unable to help due to health reasons. I could only lie in bed and watch helplessly. Gu Dongcheng quickly found some wet wipes and hot water. Changed the pee first, and put the poop one later. Even though I've already cleaned the baby's bottoms, I'm still being extra careful. Every movement was done with utmost care, for fear of hurting the babies. The new mother in the next bed was able to get out of bed by herself, so she came over to watch the commotion. Your 4 babies are crying at the same time, how can you manage? Would you like my mother-in-law to come and help you? Gu Dongcheng shook his head, no need, I can do it myself. Watching Gu Dongcheng carefully change the baby's diaper. The new mother was filled with emotion. This is someone else's husband. She can cook and take care of people. Where is my husband? Since I became pregnant, has he done anything personally for me? In the evening, the nurses made their rounds as usual. I saw Gu Dongcheng changing little Strawberry's diaper. She stepped forward to remind the baby, remember to apply some diaper rash cream later. Diaper rash cream helps to protect the skin from the irritation of urine and feces, reducing the chance of diaper rash occurring. Gu Dongcheng said gratefully, thank you, nurse, I'll apply it right away. He remembered that the young master had prepared diaper rash cream for the babies. I opened the bag, and sure enough, I found it. Gu Dongcheng quickly opened the applicator and applied it evenly to the little Strawberry's pink and tender bottom. Hearing the conversation between the nurse and Gu Dongcheng, the new mother next door thought of her own daughter. It seems they don't have any diaper rash cream on hand. She asked Gu Dongcheng, Dad, we forgot to buy diaper rash cream. Could you lend me some when I change my daughter's diaper? I'll have my husband buy it tomorrow, and he'll give you one when he gets back. Gu Dongqing smiled and said, "Just let me know when you need it. You don't need to return it to me tomorrow. It's no big deal." After saying that, he continued changing the baby's diapers. Finally, there are the second and third babies. Both the brother and sister poop. Stinky is harder to clean up, so Gu Dongqing is on high alert. The nurse was satisfied. "I didn't realize you learned so quickly. Not bad at all, you're changing diapers for the kids quite well now. Keep up the good work." "Thank you, nurse. I will try my best." The quadruplets slept soundly through the night. Gu Dongqing stayed by their side at all times. At this stage, babies have very small stomachs and don't drink much milk each time. "I spend most of my time sleeping. She cries when she wakes up and feels hungry." At this time, Gu Dongqing would wake up from his dream and get up immediately to feed them. It's less about breastfeeding and more about holding her while sitting next to the hospital bed. Xiao Xiao groggily took off her clothes, and the little babies found the food and ate heartily. After the children have eaten and drunk their fill, Gu Dongqing will bring a towel to clean up the baby's food again to keep it clean. Gu Dongqing sighed inwardly. Otherwise, Xiao Xiao wouldn't have become the school beauty. Not only is her appearance impeccable, but her figure is also so alluring. The size, the elasticity, the feel is just amazing. Gu Dongqing realized that his mind was wandering and quickly brought his attention back to the present. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao, who was in a daze, was jolted awake by the pain. "It turns out I accidentally aggravated my wound while sleeping." Seeing her pained expression, Gu Dongqing asked with concern, "Xiao Xiao, what's wrong? Is your wound hurting?" Xiao Xiao nodded, tears welling up in her eyes. "Lie down properly, I'll examine you." After saying that, he unbuttoned her clothes, revealing her fair skin. "Gu Dongqing, is my wound bleeding? It hurts so much." "Ouch, ouch, it really hurts a little." Gu Dongqing observed carefully, "There's a little bit, but thankfully not much." "Xiao Xiao, just bear with it for a moment. I'll wipe the blood off and then disinfect it with iodine." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." This time, Gu Dongqing didn't stand on ceremony with Xiao Xiao, he focused all his attention on her wound. "Take a cotton swab and gently wipe it." Xiao Xiao gritted her teeth. It was clearly not just ordinary pain. After treating her wounds, Gu Dongqing thought Xiao Xiao would feel better. As a result, her face turned even paler than before, and she was sweating profusely from the pain. "I'll call the doctor right away." "Xiao Xiao, just bear with it a little longer, the doctor will be here soon. There's a bell at the window, just press it and the doctor will come right away." Gu Dongqing chatted with her while massaging her, trying to distract her. But because of the intense pain, Xiao Xiao didn't even have the strength to speak. Gu Dongqing was heartbroken. Fortunately, the doctor arrived 2 minutes later and inquired about her condition. "Doctor, my wife aggravated her wound while sleeping, and it's really painful now." In his haste, Gu Dongqing even called out for his wife, without Gu Dongqing noticing. The doctor raised an eyebrow. "Did you aggravate the wound? Is it bleeding?" "A little bit came out, but I wiped it off and disinfected the wound with iodine." "But Xiao Xiao is still in a lot of pain, doctor, what should we do? Are there any ways to relieve the pain?" After listening to the doctor examine Xiao Xiao's wound. "It's been taken care of, it probably just pulled on some wound tissue. There are ways to relieve pain, one of which is to take painkillers. However, all medicines have side effects, and you can't breastfeed your babies for a short period of time if you take medicine. Because the medicine will pass to the babies through breast milk." Hearing the doctor's words, Xiao Xiao shook his head with a determined look on his face. "Doctor, I won't take the medicine. If the babies wake up and are hungry later, I can feed them." Chapter 26. Your girlfriend broke up with you because she wanted to drive a Mercedes? Is she blind? Fearing that her children wouldn't have enough milk, Xiao Xiao resolutely refused to take her medicine. She was pale and shook her head, saying, "Doctor, I can bear it. This little pain will pass in a bit." Seeing that she was in pain, the doctor quickly said, "Besides taking medicine, there is another way. You can use a hot water bottle to relieve the pain. For postpartum women experiencing pain from incisions, cold and hot compresses are among the methods to relieve the pain." In Xiao Xiao's current condition, a warm compress is appropriate, but the temperature must be carefully controlled and not too hot. When applying the compress, do not let it come into direct contact with the wound. Each application should last approximately 15-20 minutes. Upon hearing this method, Gu Dongqing's eyes lit up. It can relieve pain without the need for medication. He quickly rummaged through his luggage. As expected of the young master, he has prepared everything very thoroughly. Hot water bottles are available. Gu Dongcheng was excited and quickly plugged in the heater. After explaining the method, the doctor waited nearby. I walked over to the crib to check on it. The 4 little ones were all sleeping soundly. It will be heated in 2 minutes. She came over and taught Gu Dongcheng how to apply the compress, saying, "The incision hasn't healed yet, and the wound is prone to reopening. Your stomach shouldn't be put on pressure. You'll need to hold it the whole time, and apply the hot water bottle along the edges. Just hold on for 15 minutes. If it doesn't work later, come back to me and I'll prescribe some medicine for you." Gu Dongcheng knew how painful it was to have a wound. Xiao Xiao bit her lip, enduring the pain, and said, "I understand, thank you, doctor." After the doctor left, Gu Dongcheng continued to apply the compress to her. About 5 minutes later, he asked with concern, "How is it? Is it working?" Xiao Xiao felt a little better, and said with beads of sweat on her forehead, "I feel a bit better." "Real?" Gu Dongcheng was pleasantly surprised. "Then I'll continue applying it to you." After saying that, he took a hot water bottle and wiped Xiao Xiao's sweat. Xiao Xiao felt that giving birth was too hard. Not only is childbirth painful, but it's also very painful afterwards. Gu Dongcheng remembered what the doctor had just said: it could distract the pregnant woman. So he started talking to her. Xiao Xiao listened quietly, then suddenly asked a question. "You came here to take care of me and the babies, but what about your girlfriend?" Xiao Xiao inquired about Gu Dongcheng at school when she was pregnant. "I know he has a girlfriend." In order not to affect their relationship, Xiao Xiao chose to hide her pregnancy and did not go to Gu Dongcheng. Gu Dongcheng smiled nonchalantly. "I broke up with her. The school just announced the internship schedule 2 days ago, and she broke up with me." Xiao Xiao's spirits lifted. "Why? Maybe they think I have no money and no future." On her very first day of internship, she got into an old man's Mercedes. Watching Gu Dongcheng calmly recount his breakup, Xiao Xiao didn't react for a moment. Gu Dongcheng is so handsome, and he's also considerate and caring. His girlfriend must be crazy to initiate a breakup. Gu Dongcheng didn't seem sad. Everyone has different pursuits. She probably prefers a life with better conditions. I couldn't give her what she wanted right now, so she left. They heard the other person run away with an old man. Xiao Xiao was furious. Her boyfriend was gone just to ride in a Mercedes. Humph, a woman like that probably isn't a good person either. People who are scum will always be scum too. She'll definitely get her comeuppance someday. Xiao Xiao was acting like a child, standing up for Gu Dongcheng. Gu Dongcheng smiled, thinking Xiao Xiao was quite cute. Time flies when you're chatting. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and Gu Dongcheng observed her expression. "How are you feeling? Is it working?" Xiao Xiao pulled her scattered thoughts back and carefully considered them. She exclaimed with delight, "It doesn't hurt anymore. Ha, I don't know when the pain will stop. I didn't even feel it just now." Gu Dongcheng couldn't help but laugh. He had just managed to distract the girl. It would be strange if someone who's been filled with righteous indignation for more than 10 minutes didn't notice any change. Gu Dongcheng was happy for her and put away the hot water bottle. Since it doesn't hurt anymore, there's no need to call a doctor. "Xiao Xiao, you can continue sleeping. If you feel any pain, just tell me. Don't be shy, I'll take care of you." Xiao Xiao lay on the bed, looking at him with her eyes crinkling. "Okay. Gu Dongcheng, you've been working so hard, you should go to sleep too." Gu Dongcheng happened to see her star-like eyes. "Okay, I'll sleep after you fall asleep." Xiao Xiao quickly closed her eyes. For some reason, she suddenly felt a sweet feeling in her heart. Is this what it feels like to be cared for and pampered? My heart is beating fast, and I feel a sense of security. I covered Xiao Xiao with the blanket and then put the hot water bottle back in its place. Xiao Xiao secretly opened her closed eyes and looked at Gu Dongcheng's profile. Wow, the baby's dad looks so handsome from this angle too. Humph, his ex-girlfriend actually broke up with him to ride in an old man's Mercedes. She's so blind. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, but eventually, she succumbed to sleepiness and drifted off to sleep. During the night, Gu Dongcheng got up twice more. The babies cried a lot when they pooped, so after cleaning them up, I continued to feed them. When Gu Dongcheng finally put the little ones back in their cribs, he looked out the window and saw that it was already dawn. He yawned and quickly went back to his bed to sleep. When I opened my eyes again, it was already 9 a.m. Gu's mother bought him steamed buns and soy milk. Go wash your face and brush your teeth first, then eat something and go back to rest for a while. Your dad and I are here. Gu Dongcheng hummed in agreement and looked at the hospital bed first. They discovered that Xiao Xiao was already awake. Gu's mother smiled and said, Xiao Xiao told me everything. You worked hard last night. Well done. This woman went through a lot to give birth to the child, so as the father, you should take good care of them. Keep up the good work from now on, okay? If you dare to let Xiao Xiao and the children down, see how I deal with you. Gu Dongcheng scratched his head and laughed. Mom, is your son that kind of person? After saying that, he happily went to look after the child. The babies woke up by now, and their father was playing with them. It's wonderful, I can never get enough of looking at my 4 little grandchildren. Mr. Gu has recorded countless videos of his babies. He's been so excited these past 2 nights that he can't sleep. I watched the babies' videos over and over again. The quadruplets seem to have changed a little on their 3rd day after birth. She's become even prettier and cuter. Gu Dongcheng also noticed, and he and his father watched curiously from the side. The little ones looked at the 2 of them curiously. Baby's vision is not yet fully developed, so they can only see blurry outlines. But they seem to know that it used to be their father and grandfather, and they moved their little hands around, looking quite happy. After interacting with the babies for a while, Gu Dongcheng went to wash up and have breakfast, feeling quite satisfied. After finishing the meal, Gu's mother felt sorry for her son and said, Go back and rest for a while. Gu Dongcheng shook his head. Mom, I'll go back later. I'll help Xiao Xiao get out of bed and move around a bit. Chapter 27 Princes and Princesses from Fairy Tales. The doctor advised him to take Xiao Xiao out of bed and move around more often when he had time, as this would help her recover. There is a garden downstairs in the inpatient building. Many people usually take walks and exercise down there. He planned to take Xiao Xiao down for a walk and let her get some sun. Hearing that Gu Dongcheng and Xiao Xiao were going down to participate in activities, the woman in the next bed who had just given birth also asked, Are you going downstairs? I'll come down with you guys too. I'm so bored staying in the ward all day. Gu Dongcheng nodded, having no objection. The other party's mother-in-law was worried and pushed the baby downstairs instead. Her son went home to rest, and she stayed with him at his bedside all night. Seeing this, Gu's mother also took the quadruplets downstairs to bask in the sun. Does the wound hurt? Gu Dongcheng asked questions as he walked. Xiao Xiao walked like a quail, shaking her head and saying, It doesn't hurt. I just feel like I don't have much energy. Then take it easy. The doctor said you'll recover in a few days. After what happened last night, Gu Dongcheng kept a close eye on her wounds. Fortunately, they walked slowly and were not seriously injured. Xiao Xiao looked at her neighbor's mother, who was walking briskly next door, her eyes filled with envy. The other person gave birth later than me, and was able to get out of bed and walk on the same day. She was so envious. When I arrived at the garden downstairs, I saw quite a few people taking a stroll. Many family members were supporting the child, and some were pushing wheelchairs. Xiao Xiao took a deep breath. What fresh air! The mom next door chimed in, Yeah, I'm so bored lately. Giving birth is too hard, I'm not having any more children. Everyone around her was amused by her carefree personality. Gu Dongcheng whispered in Xiao Xiao's ear, If you want to get down and walk, I'll come down with you every day from now on. Xiao Xiao nodded sweetly, She is still recovering and looks very weak. But her pale complexion couldn't hide her natural beauty. Walking with Gu Dongcheng, passers-by kept turning their heads to look. Wow, what am I seeing? Have princes and princesses stepped out of a fairy tale? That couple strolling in the garden looks so sweet. This girl has such a great figure and demeanor. She looks like she just gave birth. I wish my wife were this beautiful. Wha, you're all looking at the girls, I'm taking the guys with me. Why are all the handsome men other people's husbands? Why? Why? A murmur of discussion arose from the surrounding area. As the school beauty, Xiao Xiao was used to other people's comments and opinions. But things are different now. Gu Dongcheng is by my side. Hearing others praise her for being a good match for Gu Dongcheng made her feel incredibly happy. Gu Dongcheng was very considerate and would ask Xiao Xiao to avoid places with stones. The sunlight shone on the 2 of them, seemingly carrying a sweet scent. Just then, 2 young women wearing blue short-sleeved shirts walked up to the 2 of them. One of them made a stunning remark. Young man, are you out for a walk with your wife? Your wife is so beautiful. You can tell from Xiao Xiao's hospital gown that she has just given birth. Gu Dongqing frowned and warily sized up the two people in front of him. Sensing Gu Dongqing's wariness, the other party smiled and introduced himself warmly. Excuse me, we are employees of a nearby postpartum care center. Our postpartum care center has been established in Yuqing for more than 10 years. We have been deeply involved in this field and have rich experience in taking care of postpartum women. I wanted to ask if you plan to find a postpartum care center after you are discharged from the hospital? Having professional caregivers to take care of the mother and baby makes things safer and more worry-free. After listening to their explanations, Gu Dongqing understood. They're here to advertise. The two young women somehow managed to get past the security guards and into the inpatient department to promote their services. Gu Dongqing was not interested in postpartum care centers. It's best to keep the child with you and take care of him yourself. Not only can you feel at ease, but you can also participate in their growth. Gu Dongqing shook his head, uninterested. Sorry, you should go find someone else. The older lady didn't want to give up. Sir, you are both so good-looking, and you even have quadruplets. If you agree to come to our postpartum care center after being discharged from the hospital, we can waive all your fees, and you won't need to pay a single penny. Gu Dongqing frowned. He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. Sure enough, the young woman continued, as long as you become spokespeople for our postpartum care center. Cooperate with us to shoot some promotional advertisements, and all expenses during the postpartum period will be covered by our agency. And we've arranged the most luxurious package service for you. The food, drinks, and accommodations are all top of the line, so you don't need to worry about the children at all. It sounded very tempting, but Gu Dongqing still refused. He didn't want his children to be out in public so soon after they were born. Sorry, we're really not interested. Please don't bother us anymore. After saying that, Gu Dongqing helped Xiao Xiao to the other side. Gu's mother waited behind them, pushing the stroller. The two staff members at the postpartum care center looked regretful. Such a good-looking family of 6, even if we don't charge them money. With advertising and promotion, we can recoup our costs quickly. However, to their surprise, Gu Dongqing refused. After I left, the old lady in the next bed laughed and said, "It's best to avoid these postpartum care centers. Nowadays, many institutions exaggerate the risks of postpartum women in order to attract business, saying that they can't do this or that and that they need someone to take care of them. Actually, there aren't that many rules. Our older generation has always lived like this. Some women go back to work the day after giving birth. These people are just exaggerating for the sake of business and making money off us." Gu's mother nodded in agreement. Yes, when I had just given birth to Dongqing, I went back to work just a few days later, and I'm fine now. I've seen these postpartum care centers online, and they're incredibly expensive. There are also many shady organizations that take advantage of new mothers to have their staff do that to the fathers of the babies right after they give birth. In Gu's mother's memory, the postpartum care center was very chaotic. Even if it meant more hardship for them, they were unwilling to let their son take Xiao Xiao and the babies with him. When Gu's mother mentioned this, the old lady in the next bed had also seen it on social media. The two of them were suddenly struck by a realization that society was in complete chaos. It's more reassuring to have the child with you. The two families walked and chatted, and 15 minutes passed quickly. New mothers and babies should not be exposed to the sun for too long. Having timed it perfectly, Gu Dongqing helped Xiao Xiao back to her ward. Xiao Xiao, I will take good care of you and the babies after you are discharged from the hospital. I feel more at ease having the children with me, so we won't go to the postpartum care center. Xiao Xiao nodded. She had never considered going to a postpartum care center. Having my postpartum care at the facility didn't feel like home at all. I felt so empty inside. Chapter 28, The secret can't be kept anymore. The fact that he has a child with the school beauty has been exposed. Unbeknownst to Gu Dongqing, a student from the same school witnessed him and Xiao Xiao taking a walk in the hospital ward garden. The other party was also a student at the Industrial University. His sister recently gave birth and lives in the same building as them. He had just arrived to deliver breakfast when he saw the two of them taking a sweet walk together. There were also two adorable quadruplets following them. He secretly took pictures with his phone again and again. Soon, a super shocking message appeared in the school's communication group. Guess who I ran into at the hospital? School beauty Xiao Xiao. She actually gave birth. A college student's dream of having quadruplets shattered in the hospital. When the photos and videos in the group chat were seen, the entire university was in an uproar. No way, I clicked on it and looked again and again, she really is the school beauty. Why, the school beauty still smiles so much. My goddess is pregnant? Is that true? That's a lie. You're definitely lying. How could my goddess have a child with someone else? I'm coming clean, I'm the one who had the child with the school bully. That's right, I've also come clean that the person next to the school beauty is me, and the school beauty's husband is none other than me. Damn it, that loser upstairs should take a piss and look at himself in the mirror. The guy next to the school beauty looks familiar. He looks like he's from our school. He's so handsome, it's hard to believe he looks familiar. Another one swooning over a crush. Can't you women stop being so shallow? It's disgusting. Get lost. I think I've actually seen him before. Oh right, I remember now, his name is Gu Dongcheng. I used to take a class with him in the big classroom. It's Gu Dongcheng. How did he end up with the school beauty? My crush. My crush has a child with the school beauty. In the end, I still didn't wait for you. School beauty, my school beauty heartbreaking sobs. Gu Dongcheng and Xiao Xiao were unaware that their story had already been filmed and shared in the alumni's chat group. Meanwhile, inside a male dormitory building at the University of Technology, Gu Dongcheng's 3 roommates were stunned when they saw the messages in the group chat. Holy crap! It really is Brother Chang. Wasn't he with Zhang Lily? How come he's suddenly dating the school beauty and they even have a child? My goodness, the way Chang Ji is helping the school beauty look so intimate. They even have quadruplets. Brother Chang is a true winner in life. Chang Ji is really good at hiding things. He even had a child with the school beauty and didn't tell us. No wonder he can be with the school beauty, even his secrecy couldn't get him to talk about it. I cried. Brother Chang already has a child, and his wife is the school beauty. I haven't even held a girl's hand yet. The 3 roommates in the dormitory were shouting excitedly. I immediately opened the dormitory group chat and tagged Gu Dongcheng. Is Brother Chang there? Is Brother Chang there? Come out and explain yourself. You're dating the school beauty? And you even had quadruplets? Brother Chang, is it true? It's all over campus now. You're something else, becoming a father without saying a word. Just as Gu Dongcheng helped Xiao Xiao back to the ward, his phone kept beeping. It shows up as a roommate's group chat. Upon opening the photo, Gu Dongcheng was surprised to find that it was taken by someone from the same school when he and Xiao Xiao went for a walk earlier. The 3 roommates immediately sent messages to inquire. Gu Dongcheng has a pretty good relationship with his roommates, and they occasionally make suggestive jokes. When they asked, I didn't hide anything. Yes, Xiao Xiao and I have children, quadruplets. Dad's a father now. Sons, are your red envelopes ready? When Chang admitted it himself, his 3 roommates were completely dumbfounded. Holy crap! Chang Ji, are you serious? He and the school beauty have quadruplets. Gu Dongcheng smiled, do I get paid to lie to you? It's the real deal. The 3 people in the dormitory looked at each other in disbelief. Chang Gu had really become a father. Just as Gu Dongcheng and his 3 roommates were chatting happily. Inside a dormitory room in a girls' dormitory building at the University of Technology, Zhang Lily had just woken up and was getting grumpy when a scream rang in her ears. Ah! Lily, come quick and see. What are you looking at? Why are you yelling so loudly? Do you want to die? No, Lily, come here and see. It's related to you. No, it's related to your ex-boyfriend. It's Gu Dongcheng. Gu Dongcheng and school beauty Xiao Xiao are together. They even have quadruplets. Zhang Lily's first reaction was that it was impossible. How could Gu Dongcheng possibly be with Xiao Xiao? Xiao Xiao hasn't been to school for almost a year, and she only broke up with Gu Dongcheng not long ago. How could Gu Dongcheng possibly be with Xiao Xiao? Having children is even more impossible. Her roommate pulled her over to see, Lily, it's real. There are pictures to prove it. The group chat is full of their videos and photos. Your ex-boyfriend really is with the school beauty, and they even have a child together. Lily, your past has been dug up, and many people are saying you're the other woman. Zhang Lily's eyes widened. You're saying I'm the third one? Are those people's brains filled with shit? Zhang Lily, the class beauty, was so angry her mouth was almost crooked. However, her roommate's story sounded very convincing, so she suppressed her morning grumpiness and came over to take a look. Open the video and photos. It really is Gu Dongcheng. The stunningly beautiful figure beside her was none other than the school beauty, Xiao Xiao. Zhang Lily's heart suddenly skipped a beat. It feels like something that originally belonged to me has been taken away by someone else. He snatched the phone and started scrolling. The more I looked at her, the uglier her expression became. Are Gu Dongcheng and Xiao Xiao really together? You already have a child? Right, Lily? Your ex-boyfriend Gu Dongcheng already has a child. Didn't you notice when you were together? Hearing her roommate's words, Zhang Lily gritted her teeth in anger. I'll call him and ask him. After saying that, he took out his phone and dialed Gu Dongcheng's WeChat number. Inside the hospital, Gu Dongcheng had just finished chatting with his roommate when a WeChat call came in. Upon seeing Zhang Lily, he realized to himself how he had forgotten to block her a couple of days ago. Rejecting the call and blocking the number were done in one smooth motion. Inside the dormitory, Zhang Lily was furious when she saw that Gu Dongcheng had refused to answer her call. That Gu Dongcheng dares to ignore my calls. How dare he? No, she kept hitting. However, she was dumbfounded the next second. The message could not be sent. You have been blacklisted. Zhang Lily was so angry she jumped up and down. Fine. Very well. Gu Dongcheng, you've got guts. You even blocked me. Unwilling to give up, she continued to call Gu Dongcheng. However, he was quickly blocked. My roommate was watching the drama unfold with great interest. Lily, how's it going? Gu Dongcheng is still refusing to answer? Has he blocked your number again? Well, no wonder. You were the one who broke up with him, so it's normal for him to block you. But now things are getting more and more out of control at school. Everyone's saying you're ruining the school beauty's relationship. Lily, didn't you notice anything unusual when you were with Gu Dongcheng? How should I know? If you want to know, go ask him. Zhang Lily shouted, and everyone in the dormitory fell silent. Chapter 29, Stunned by the Envy from the School Beauty. Zhang Lily was furious. Just a few days after breaking up, Gu Dongcheng is now dating Xiao Xiao, the school beauty. And she even gave birth to quadruplets for him. She thinks Gu Dongcheng is such a jerk. She found someone new not long after breaking up? Could it be that, just like what the people at school said, I'm a third? He was already with Xiao Xiao, but he was just keeping it from me? But there was nothing unusual about her when she was with Gu Dongcheng. Zhang Lily became increasingly agitated the more she thought about it. On the other side, Xiao Xiao tilted her head to look at Gu Dongcheng. What's wrong? Gu Dongcheng smiled, pulling himself together. We ran into alumni when we went down for the activity earlier. He posted the photos of us together in the group chat. Now the whole university knows we're together, and we even have quadruplets. Xiao Xiao, are you scared? Xiao Xiao never expected to run into a student from the same school, and was even secretly photographed by that student. But if you know, you know. Xiao Xiao has nothing to be afraid of. As long as Gu Dongcheng is single, that's fine. For her children, she was fearless as a mother. Gu Dongcheng was happy. I thought Xiao Xiao would be afraid of her teachers and classmates finding out. Surprisingly, the other party didn't seem to care at all. The child's mother has a great attitude. After sunbathing, the quadruplets were in a very good mood. She fell asleep shortly after drinking the milk. With their parents here, Xiao Xiao and the babies are reassured by Gu Dongcheng. She yawned and said to Xiao Xiao on the bed, I'm going back to rest for a while. I'll come back at noon and bring you some food. Xiao Xiao saw all of Gu Dongcheng's hard work and nodded in agreement. Okay, be careful on the road. 2 more days passed in the blink of an eye. The more Gu's mother looked at her grandchildren, the more she liked them. Based on her experience, the little ones will definitely be super cute when they grow up. That morning, the old lady in the next bed took her son to complete the discharge procedures. Gu's mother noticed that ever since the mother next door gave birth, the other woman's father-in-law had hardly come over. It's probably because the other party doesn't like their granddaughter. He sighed. Every family has its own problems. Although technology has advanced now, there are still many people who hold the traditional preference for sons over daughters. Fortunately, the woman's husband and mother-in-law both loved the little princess. The discharge procedures started at 9 a.m. and weren't completed until 10:30 a.m. Xiao Xiao lay on the edge of the bed, watching longingly. She won't be able to be discharged from the hospital and go home for another 2 days. After packing up, the mother next door came over with her daughter to say goodbye. Mom of quadruplets, we're leaving now. Goodbye, may everything go smoothly for us when we get back. Xiao Xiao smiled, yes, goodbye sister, goodbye little princess. Watching the mother next door leave with her daughter, Xiao Xiao felt a strange feeling in her heart. The person in the next bed had just left less than half an hour ago. Another pregnant woman, who was about to give birth, moved in. The other person looked to be around 19 or 20 years old, and was happily playing King of Glory on the bed with a big pregnant belly. She was accompanied by a man and a woman, both around 40 years old. It was unclear whether they were her parents or her in-laws. After finishing the game, the pregnant woman looked at Gu Dongcheng in surprise and said, "Wow, quadruplets! You guys are amazing. Ah, what an adorable baby. You're such a handsome young man, your child will definitely be very good looking when he grows up." The pregnant woman was very easygoing and had a very straightforward personality. Seeing that it was Gu Dongcheng who had been taking care of the quadruplets, she asked curiously, "Are you the only one taking care of your child? Where are your parents? You don't look much older than me, you should still be a student, how come you suddenly have a child?" Gu Dongcheng replied, "My parents went out to buy things." The pregnant woman gave an O and looked at the ceiling, talking to herself. "I didn't like studying before, and I didn't get into university. I've been working for several years now. So you can have children even if you don't graduate from university? This is the first time I've ever heard of this. You are all college students, your child will definitely be very smart in the future. I hope my child will be smarter after birth, and not have a hard life like mine." Through chatting, Gu Dongcheng learned that the man and woman taking care of her by her hospital bed were her parents-in-law. Her husband is 8 years older than her and is still handling the paperwork outside. As the two were talking, a man wearing blue clothes walked in. The man came to the bedside, said a few words to the pregnant woman, and then went out to buy baby bottles, diapers, and other similar items. When Xiao Xiao woke up, she found another family in the ward and observed them curiously. Just as she was trying to get a good look at what the new pregnant woman looked like, she heard a woman next door clutching her stomach and crying out in pain. Soon, the other party's parents-in-law called the doctor, who then drew the bed curtains to examine her. "It's already dilated to 5 fingers. After the doctor finished speaking, he turned to the nurse next to him and said, "Get ready to go into the delivery room. Go and get ready right away." The nurse nodded quickly, "Okay, I'll go prepare right away." Generally, pregnant women should enter the delivery room when they are dilated to 6 centimeters, and they can give birth when they are fully dilated. The woman is now dilated to 5 centimeters, so beds in the delivery room need to be prepared in advance. Less than 5 minutes later, several nurses came over, and the doctor asked them to push the pregnant woman away. Xiao Xiao was a little confused. "I had just woken up when the newly moved and pregnant woman gave birth? Wow, that was fast." Gu Dongcheng and Xiao Xiao originally thought that even if they left quickly, it would take them 2 or 3 hours to return. And wow! They were back in just over an hour. Gu Dongcheng and Xiao Xiao were taken aback. Looking at the swaddled baby in their mother-in-law's arms, they asked in surprise, "Have you given birth yet?" The old lady next door nodded, "Yes, they had a little boy." They were both stunned. "I was back in just over an hour." Soon, something else happened that Xiao Xiao envied. The woman, who had just given birth, returned, supported by a nurse and her husband. She lay down on the bed and let out a long sigh of relief. "Phew, finally I've given birth. I'm exhausted since I got pregnant." The woman's personality was similar to the previous mother's. She was the type to speak directly and bluntly. Not only do they have similar personalities, but they also both had natural births. "You can walk back after giving birth." Xiao Xiao said she was tired of expressing her envy and would just have to hold back. "I can be discharged in 2 more days." In the evening, Gu's parents returned from shopping and packed some food for Gu Dongcheng. "Sai, someone's come to the bed next to mine again? She gave birth? So quickly? Good heavens, someone else moved into the ward while I was out. And she gave birth so quickly. There are just too many people having babies these days, and the efficiency is really fast." Gu Dongcheng said with a smile, "You came back not long after you left, and you came out of the delivery room quickly, probably only 70 or 80 minutes ago." Gu's mother was surprised. "It's good that you came out quickly, so that I won't suffer as much." After saying that, she asked Gu Dongqing to feed Xiao Xiao. If this food doesn't suit your taste, have Dongqing go back and cook for you. Chapter 30. Mother Gu's heart-wrenching concern for her baby. Gu Dongqing is a very good cook, but we can't keep bothering him to cook for us every time. Moreover, this was specially packed and brought back by his mother for him. Xiao Xiao is not the kind of person with low emotional intelligence. She tasted it, and it tasted similar to what she used to eat outside. Although it's nowhere near as good as what Gu Dongqing did. But she accepted it, saying, "Auntie, I think it's delicious. Thank you and uncle for packing it for me." Mrs. Gu smiled and said, "Don't mention it. Don't be so polite with me in the future. Just tell Auntie what you want to eat or drink, and Auntie will buy it for you." Gu's mother was not well educated and didn't know how to say sweet words to comfort people. Say what's on your mind. Xiao Xiao could feel her kindness towards her, and while eating, she said with gratitude, "Auntie, I'll tell you if there's anything I want to eat." Gu's mother smiled. She was extremely satisfied with the partner her son had chosen. After finishing her meal, Xiao Xiao needed to use the restroom. The large size. Gu's mother helped her to the bathroom. As she helped him up, she said, "Slow down, don't worry about rolling it on the wound." After arriving at the bathroom, Gu's mother helped her take off her pants. Xiao Xiao blushed. Gu's mother said, "We're all women, what's there to be afraid of? It's not convenient for me to help you right now." Xiao Xiao was hesitant and embarrassed, but she still obediently accepted it. Mothers who have given birth vaginally do not need to wait for gas to pass before they can eat. The woman in the next bed was starving after giving birth. "Right now, I'm sitting on the bed eating as much as I want." Her mother-in-law was dissatisfied, saying, "All you do all day is eat, eat, eat. You're like this even when you come to the hospital. How much money do you think we have to support you?" The woman retorted, "How can I provide nutrition for the baby if I don't eat? Are you breastfeeding the baby?" She wasn't afraid of her own mother-in-law at all. Not only does she not help the couple normally, but she also constantly complains to her husband behind his back about how bad she is. She's always stirring up trouble. The woman has long been fed up with her. Seeing that the two were about to start arguing, her husband didn't react at all. Fearing that the quadruplets would be disturbed, Gu's mother quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Gu Dongqing watched the baby intently from beside the crib. Only 5 days old, the babies are visibly getting whiter and cuter. Xiao Xiao asked him with a smile, "Gu Dongqing, can you tell the babies apart without looking at their bracelet information?" Gu Dongqing blurted out, "Sure." "And you?" She gave birth to the quadruplets, perhaps out of maternal instinct. She can tell which baby is which at a glance. For example, observe the baby's feeding habits, their hair, or their body language. De Bao was the strongest when he was nursing, like a little piglet. Sometimes it will suddenly stop and take a bite. The second child has slightly more hair than his other siblings. Although it wasn't obvious, Xiao Xiao's keen observation allowed her to recognize it. The little guy also likes to examine his own hands. Sanbao Xiaozi loves to play with the babies. The little hands were either on the older sibling's arms or on the younger brother's face. Sibao's eyes are so bright and sparkling, he's the easiest to recognize. The baby cries the loudest. He's also the one who cries the most. It will even remind you when you poop. Cry first, then pull. The two chatted about the differences and little habits of their babies. They are only 5 days old now, and their features will become more obvious as they grow up. Xiao Xiao and the babies will be discharged from the hospital the day after tomorrow. Gu Dongqing thought for a moment and said, "Let me go help you move your things first. Once you and the babies are discharged from the hospital, you can come and stay with me." Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement, "But I have a lot of stuff." Gu Dongqing laughed, "It's okay, if we can't finish moving, I'll hire a moving company." Even so, what he really thought was that Xiao Xiao lived alone. How much stuff can there be? However, he was dumbfounded when he arrived at his destination. "There's a lot of stuff than I expected. Is this what it's like for a woman to live alone?" However, the house was quite clean and had a faint fragrance. The smell was familiar. It was Xiao Xiao's scent. Gu Dongqing also saw several bags in the room, all of which were packed up. It's full of things the babies need. It must have been prepared by Xiao Xiao for the quadruplets. However, before she could even use it, she accidentally fell and was taken to the hospital by Gu Dongqing. The children's items are all cute and full of energy. Gu Dongqing felt completely healed. There is also a large wardrobe in the room. The room was filled with clothes. Gu Dongcheng recognized a brand. Even the cheapest item cost tens of thousands of yuan. It seems the child's mother is quite wealthy. He packed Xiao Xiao and the baby's luggage into packing bags. Then I went downstairs to call a taxi. I ran into my neighbor coming back from outside as soon as I stepped out. She was an 18 or 19-year-old girl. Upon seeing Gu Dongcheng, she stopped in her tracks. "Hey, are you moving things? Did the pregnant woman who lived here move out?" Gu Dongcheng nodded. "Move to my place, I'll take care of her from now on." Has your sister given birth?" Gu Dongcheng laughed. "They've given birth, it's been 5 days already, and they're quadruplets." Seeing Gu Dongcheng's happiness, the girl tentatively asked, "Are you my sister's boyfriend? The father of the child in her belly?" Gu Dongcheng smiled happily. "That's right. My car has arrived. I'll talk to you later." Watching Gu Dongcheng's hurried departure, the girl looked regretful. Gu Dongcheng was the most handsome and attractive man she had ever met. He's so many times more handsome than the idol she idolizes. Unfortunately, he's already taken. Why, the girl is so heartbroken. Where can she find a handsome guy like Gu Dongcheng? On the other side, Gu Dongcheng received a call from his father as soon as he got downstairs. The other person asked him if he needed help. "Dad, no need, I've already packed my things and called a car. I'll go back when I'm done with my work." After saying that, he waved to Lalamove. Xiao Xiao had a lot of things, and Gu Dongcheng didn't finish packing until 4:30 p.m. When the young master saw that his master had brought back a lot of things, he walked over curiously to smell and look at them. It was almost dinner time. After finishing his work, Gu Dongcheng went to the vegetable market again. When I returned to the ward, it sounds like the people in the next bed are arguing. The reason is that the girl doesn't have milk yet. Her mother-in-law said with a dark face, "She eats so much normally, but when it really matters, she's completely useless. I don't even know where the food went. Look around, which mother doesn't have breast milk? Do you want my grandson to drink formula all the time?" The woman was suffering, saying, "I want to breastfeed my baby too, but what can I do if my milk hasn't come in yet?" The woman's husband is also useless. He's still playing video games while his wife and mother are arguing like this. Gu's mother was in a real bind. "My little grandson just fell asleep, why is he making noise again?" She drew the bed curtains, trying to shut out the noise around her. Not feeling reassured, he stepped forward to offer advice to the two. "If you don't have enough milk, you can try using a breast pump or find a lactation consultant." Chapter 31, Discharged from the hospital and returning home, the car brought by young Master Miao Miao. Compared to the previous family's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship, this family doesn't get along as well now. They would occasionally have a disagreement and exchange a few words. Later, I bought a breast pump. A lactation consultant was also brought in. The baby still couldn't get milk and had to temporarily drink formula. This made the mother-in-law increasingly resentful of her daughter-in-law. Her husband remained completely indifferent to their arguments. Xiao Xiao secretly rejoiced, thankful that she hadn't encountered such a family. Gu Dongcheng and his parents treated me very well. At night, Gu Dongcheng continued to keep watch over the quadruplets. Before I knew it, it was time to be discharged from the hospital. The doctor came and gave Xiao Xiao a comprehensive examination. "Your health is recovering well, and everything is normal. After you get back, you need to pay attention to your diet. Avoid spicy foods to prevent passing the bacteria to the babies. If you have any problems, bring your child to the hospital to see me. Dad can be discharged from the hospital after he finishes the formalities. Go back and live a good life." Mr. and Mrs. Gu stood by and repeatedly expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, doctor, for taking care of Xiao Xiao and the babies. Thanks to you all, my daughter-in-law has recovered so well." The doctor smiled and said, "You're welcome. It's what we should do. It's because you all took such good care of yourselves that mom recovered so smoothly." Mr. Gu was about to call a taxi to go home. Gu Dongcheng quickly said, "Dad, there's no need to call a car. I'll drive the babies home in a bit. You and mom sit together too." "What kind of car can seat so many people?" the couple asked curiously. "Did you call a nanny van?" Gu Dongcheng smiled without saying a word. "Mom, you'll find out soon enough." The young master said the nanny van he gave him would be delivered to the children on the day they were discharged from the hospital. "I reckon it'll be delivered to the door. Pack up the baby's things." Mr. Gu carried the luggage, and Mrs. Gu pushed the stroller. Gu Dongcheng helped Xiao Xiao up. It was hot outside, and Gu Dongcheng was holding an umbrella in one hand. The outdoor light is too strong, I'm worried it might hurt the baby's eyes. Gu's mother pulled down the sunshade of the stroller. The stroller I bought for my son not only has a sunshade that protects against the sun, but also helps to insulate and cool him down. The four little ones looked around curiously in the stroller. Arrived at the hospital entrance, Mr. Gu observed, but he didn't see the nanny van. Xiaocheng, did you use Didi Chuxing? Check where the driver is. Yes, Xiao can't stand the wind right now, she can't stand for too long. If he stays too long, we won't sit here anymore and we'll take a taxi back. Gu's mother looked around, searching for a target. However, shortly after the two finished speaking, a white van pulled up toward them. A virtual panel appeared before Gu Dongcheng's eyes. The young master noticed that the babies had been discharged from the hospital and specially sent you a Toyota Alphard. The car has been delivered, you can pick it up after signing the paperwork. As the notification panel appeared, Gu Dongcheng couldn't help but feel excited. The nanny van has finally arrived. Mr. and Mrs. Gu also saw the nanny van. They thought their son had called the car via Didi, because the car was super new, looking like a brand new car that had just been registered. Xiao shared similar thoughts with them. Everyone assumed that the nanny van driving towards them was called by Gu Dongcheng. However, the people who got off the car soon stunned them. A man in his 30s got out of the car. Then he came to Gu Dongcheng's side and said respectfully, Mr. Gu Dongcheng, the Toyota Alphard you purchased has been delivered to you. You can check it first, and if you think there are no problems, you can sign and take the car. Gu's parents were stunned when they heard what the man said. What did the other person say? This car isn't a Didi car, did my son buy it? The couple was taken aback. Although they don't know anything about cars. But everyone knows that minivans are more expensive than regular cars. A car this big must cost at least 300,000. Did the staff say something wrong, or did they mishear? Xiao, who was standing next to him, was also slightly surprised. As the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, they certainly have this much sense. She could tell that Gu Dongcheng's car was the latest Alphard model, and the top-of-the-line one at that. The price is no less than 1 million. Xiao had learned something about Gu Dongcheng's family background during this period of time. How does he have the money to buy such an expensive car? Xiao felt that she was starting to lose sight of Gu Dongcheng. The young master is very thoughtful, he not only brought me a car, but also installed a car seat for the baby. Once you open the car door, you can simply put the child in the car seat and you won't have to worry about their safety. Arriving in an unfamiliar environment for the first time, the four little ones curiously looked around. At the same time, Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu, and the babies all had similar expressions, looking around with curiosity. The interior is incredibly luxurious, exuding an overwhelming sense of opulence. This was the first time the couple had ever ridden in a nanny van, they had only ever seen them on television before. I didn't expect this car to be so comfortable. No wonder those big stars like to travel in nanny vans. The two originally thought the car would cost at least 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. But after the pad gets on your buttocks, there might be more than that. You can't buy this car for less than 500,000 to 600,000 yuan. Without changing her expression, Gu's mother asked, Dongcheng, how much is this car? Gu Dongcheng wasn't very familiar with the car's features, and her mother's question really stumped her. Seeing that her son didn't say anything, Gu's mother thought he was afraid to tell her the price. He looked at the driver with dissatisfaction. You kid, just tell me. How much did you pay for it? Why don't you talk to your parents anymore now that you're all grown up? Gu Dongcheng didn't mean to be unwilling to tell, he genuinely didn't know the exact price. Auntie, the car in Dongcheng is a top-of-the-line Toyota Alphard, which costs over 1 million yuan. The exact price depends on the configuration he chooses, but it will definitely not be less than 1 million. Seeing that Gu Dongcheng was hesitant to speak, Xiao stepped in to help him out. Over 1 million? Mr. and Mrs. Gu were stunned. Xiao, you didn't misremember the price, did you? Oh, my family has a similar one. I don't know the exact price, but I'm sure I'm not mistaken. You can't be mistaken. That means this car really costs over 1 million. My God. Over $1 million. If it were cash, how tall would it be if stacked up like that? Tears welled up in my eyes. My son had used so much money to buy a car. Isn't this just wasteful? It would be so much better to use that money to buy a house. The couple thought to themselves, our son is too impulsive. The car starts losing money as soon as it's purchased. Buying a house would be so much better. Not only can you live in it, but it might even appreciate in value in the future. Mom and Dad, didn't I tell you I've already bought the house? Now your son is someone who owns a car and a house. Seemingly knowing what his parents were thinking, Gu Dongqing said while looking in the rearview mirror as he drove. That's right. My son said he bought a house himself. We're on our way to his new house now. Gu's parents felt like they were dreaming. Chapter 32. You bought a house and a car? We're not dreaming, are we? The son suddenly became a father. The couple originally planned to use their savings to buy him a house. But they didn't use it at all. Not only did they buy a house, they also have a car. And it's a luxury car worth millions. They wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. Afraid that her daughter-in-law would laugh at her, Gu's mother secretly pinched herself. Ouch, it hurts. It's not a dream. My son really bought a car. You have to admit, luxury cars costing millions are just different. The comfort level is incomparable to ordinary cars. Yuqing Maternal and Child Health Hospital is about a 15-minute drive from Phoenix Garden Community. Arrive at your destination. Looking at the entrance of the upscale residential complex, Mr. and Mrs. Gu felt a mix of emotions. Did you really buy it? The two of them inquired about the house prices here. Due to its advantageous location, housing prices have increased rather than decreased. It has now risen to 22,000 per square meter. Such an expensive price is beyond the reach of ordinary families. Looking at the exquisite greenery in the community, the couple silently followed Gu Dongqing out of the car. After a long car ride back, Xiao Xiao thought the babies were all asleep. As a result, the four little cuties were very energetic in their car seats. Gu Dongqing picked up the little guy. Opened the stroller's sunshade to prevent sunlight from shining into the baby's eyes. Then Gu Dongqing helped Xiao Xiao out of the car. Take it easy, we're almost home. From now on, this will be your home with the babies. When I make money in the future, I'll buy you a bigger house. Since arriving at the gate, Xiao Xiao has been taking in the environment of the community. There is no doubt that the apartment Dongqing bought is in a high-end residential area. For Xiao Xiao now, all she needs is a place to stay. She doesn't care where the children live, as long as they are safe and sound. However, she was quite touched by Gu Dongqing's feelings. Time to go home. Gu Dongqing was in a great mood, and while supporting Xiao Xiao, he recited reduplicated words with the babies. Xiao Xiao felt that her husband's personality was like a child's, sunny and cheerful, but sometimes quite mischievous. The elevator goes directly to the 7th floor. Pushing open the door, an elegant and sophisticated Song-style interior design comes into view. Antique and charming. Mr. and Mrs. Gu were so shocked that their jaws nearly dropped. Dongqing, is this the house you bought? Oh my god. It's so beautiful. The couple and the salesperson recently visited the empty apartments in this complex. I didn't hear them mention any Song Dynasty-style decoration in the neighborhood. I've heard that Chinese-style interior design is more expensive than common interior design styles. And Song-style firework was even more common. Seeing such a beautiful renovation, Mr. Gu was certain that it couldn't have been done for less than 1.5 million yuan. Upon entering the main gate, the first thing you see is the entryway. Next is a super spacious and square living room. The kitchen is right next to the restaurant. Unlike the currently popular open kitchens, this is a closed kitchen. Once you pull the door shut, cooking becomes quiet, and not a trace of cooking fumes escapes. They haven't seen the rooms yet, but what excites the couple the most is that their son's apartment has a river view. Surrounded by rivers on 3 sides, it is a feast for the eyes. Standing on the balcony, a feeling of sudden enlightenment arises spontaneously. The benevolent find joy in mountains, the wise find joy in water. Houses near the river are usually more expensive. The average price in Phoenix Garden residential area is currently 22,000 yuan per square meter. But the son's house is surrounded by rivers on 3 sides, so if he wants to get such a good house, he will probably have to pay more. Continue the tour of the rooms. Good heavens! Mr. and Mrs. Gu, who have lived in the village for most of their lives, have never seen such a beautiful room before. Even the houses in TV dramas aren't as nice as the one your son lives in. Looking at the simple and elegant house in front of me, Xiao Xiao was secretly surprised. The interior design is beautiful. It's clear that her aesthetic sense is evident in every detail. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it her dream love room. It's hard to imagine that I and my babies will be able to live in such a beautiful house in the future. Dongcheng, you really bought this house? Gu Dongcheng pursed his lips. What else? After saying that, she took out the property certificate, saying, from now on, this will be your home with the babies. Xiao Xiao, are you satisfied with the environment here? Satisfied, very satisfied. Dongcheng, can my babies and I really live here from now on? Xiao Xiao felt as if she were inside a Song Dynasty painting. Living in a beautiful house really brings joy. Gu Dongcheng patted her head, his gaze falling on the stroller. Really? From now on, this will be your home with your babies. You can stay here as long as you want. I will always be with you. Seeing the property certificate in their son's hand, Mr. and Mrs. Gu were deeply shocked. My son didn't lie to me. He really bought the house. After touring the place, Mr. Gu estimated that the house was at least 180 square meters. A 180 square meter house now has an average price of 22,000. Wouldn't this house cost 3.96 million? After mentally calculating the total price, Mr. Gu was completely stunned. A house worth 3.96 million, plus another house worth over 1 million. Adding it all up would bring in at least 5 million. How did my son earn so much money? Just as the couple were wondering where Gu Dongcheng's money came from, the baby suddenly started crying from the stroller. It turns out that babies feel insecure in unfamiliar environments. The little ones were crying incessantly in the stroller. Gu Dongcheng helped Xiao Xiao to the sofa and quickly comforted her. What's wrong, babies? Are you feeling insecure? Your mom and dad are here. Look, grandpa and grandma are here too. This is the baby's home. From now on, the babies will live here with their mom and dad. Look, that's our room, and mom is over there on the sofa, right? Daddy, hug me, and you'll feel better, don't cry. Gu Dongcheng's voice was very gentle. Nestled in their father's arms, feeling his warmth, the baby's cries gradually subsided. Only little Peach continued to cry sadly, her eyes turning red. Xiao Xiao saw how much Gu Dongcheng doted on the babies. Bring the 3 treasures to me. Maybe she misses her mother. Gu Dongcheng nodded and placed the little guy in Xiao Xiao's arms. The little princess really misses her mother. Smelling her mother's familiar scent, the little girl nuzzled her head, so happy she forgot to cry. Gu Dongcheng was envious. He wished his baby could be so attached to him. But after thinking about it, Xiao Xiao had been pregnant with them for so long and had gone through the hardship of giving birth to them. It's only natural for babies and mothers to be close. He leaned closer to smell Sanbao's diapers. There was no strange smell at all. Great, the babies haven't pooped yet. After their initial excitement, Mr. and Mrs. Gu also helped to comfort the child. The doctor said that we will have to bathe the babies ourselves after we get back. I think the weather's nice today. Let's give the kids a bath around 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon. Your dad and I can't go out right now to buy the things the babies need for bathing. Chapter 33 Gu's mother, give the cat away. It's not suitable to keep one with children in the house. As soon as Gu's mother finished speaking, she prepared to go out to buy bath supplies for the babies. A tabby cat came out of the room, meowing. The kitten looks like it just woke up. The little guy's eyes lit up as soon as he saw Mr. and Mrs. Gu, and he wagged his tail and meowed. The young master was taken from Gu Dongcheng's home and raised by him. They are kittens born to our tabby cat. It can be said that Gu's parents watched it being born. The young master still remembers the 2 of them. Gu's mother stroked its little head, only then remembering that her son had a cat. The little guy has grown so much. That's amazing, you still remember me. Dongcheng, it's not suitable to keep a cat if you have children at home. Your dad and I will take this cat home and raise it first. We'll bring the children up when they're older. Or you can give it to someone else. I don't know if the young master understood, but he protested with meows. Gu's mother pursed her lips. The little guy seemed quite clever. Take it home to raise, or give it away? Gu Dongcheng was startled by his mother's words. Mom, who told you that it's not suitable to keep a cat after having a baby? The internet says that as long as the cat is kept clean, it won't affect the baby. When Gu's mother has questions, she usually asks Gu Dongcheng to let her look them up online. She believes everything she's told online. But this time she stuck to her point of view, frowning as she said, just keeping things clean isn't enough. What if I accidentally scratch the little ones? The kitten runs around the house. If Xiao Xiao gets up one day and accidentally trips and falls, it's very dangerous. Gu's mother insisted that no cats could be kept in the house. she can either take it back or give it away. The young master protested with meows. Seeing that Gu Dongcheng insisted on raising the child, Gu's mother insisted on not raising it. At this moment, Xiao Xiao spoke up, "Auntie, you should keep the cat. I think this cat in Dongcheng is very smart, it seems quite intelligent. The tabby cat sheds very little and is very hygienic, so it won't affect me and my child. I've seen quite a few bloggers on Douyin who keep cats at home after giving birth. They say that children who have the company of small animals will be smarter and more compassionate in the future." Since her daughter-in-law had spoken, Gu's mother swallowed her words even though she was unwilling. She gave Gu Dongcheng a look and said, "Remember to trim the cat's nails regularly in the future. If anything happens to my daughter-in-law and the children, I'll hold you accountable." The young master was even happier than Gu Dongcheng, and rolled around on the ground. Mother Gu scratched its chin. "You're not allowed to bully your younger siblings anymore, understand?" The young master meowed and came over to rub against Xiao Xiao's trouser leg. Xiao Xiao was surprised. She felt as if the cat was greeting her. This was the first time she had ever seen such a smart cat. The pet cats she usually teases don't show this kind of expression. "Dongcheng, what's this cat's name?" Gu Dongcheng scratched his head. "Its name is Young Master." "Young Master?" Xiao Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Is this what people often mean when they say, "My family has raised a young master"? But I must say, the name sounds quite nice. The babies also noticed the kitten, their eyes following the little guy's movements. Wherever the young master went, that's where they saw him. Suddenly, the young master leaped onto the table next to the stroller, sat quietly with his little paws tucked in, and watched the human cubs. Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu, and Xiao Xiao held their breath, watching to see if the young master would attack the babies. The young master leaned forward and sniffed, then stood up from the table, wagging his tail and meowing as if he were playing with the babies. The quadruplets seemed to really like kittens. 4 faces stared at the young master with curiosity. Seeing their young master wagging his tail, the little ones waved their hands happily. Mr. and Mrs. Gu breathed a sigh of relief. It seems like having a cat to keep the babies company is quite nice. Their kittens can even make the babies happy. Your cat was very happy when you brought your owner and the children home from the hospital. The young master is very happy he has decided to give you a box of Little Genius baby medicine. Note, Little Genius liquid can improve infants' physical condition and immunity, and also helps to enhance their intelligence. Note, can be mixed with infant formula. Just as the young master was making the babies happy, a virtual panel appeared in front of Gu Dongcheng again. After being discharged from the hospital and bringing the babies back, the young master actually sent me gifts again. Little Genius baby medicine liquid, judging from the label, seems very powerful. Gu Dongcheng returned to the bedside table in the master bedroom and indeed saw a cute-looking box. Inside, there are 4 small bottles. It contains a clear, transparent liquid. This must be the medicine that can improve babies' intelligence, physical strength, and immunity. Gu Dongcheng secretly told the babies to drink the milk later that night. The babies were both crying and happy when they came back from the hospital. Their emotions fluctuated wildly, like a roller coaster. She fell asleep shortly after interacting with the young master. While they were out, Gu's parents went out to buy them bath supplies. After the children fell asleep and their parents left, the house became much quieter. The only sound was the young master jumping around happily. Xiao Xiao sat on the sofa, quietly watching it. "Dongcheng, how long have you had this cat?" "It's been a few months, hasn't it? Did you buy it at a pet store?" The young master seems so smart he even makes the babies happy. "No, I brought it from my hometown." "The village tabby cat? No wonder it's so smart." Gu Dongcheng smiled and waved to the young master. "Come over and say hello to your sister again." The little boy, who was playing with his toys, ran over and raised his tiny head to call out to it in a cute, childlike voice. Xiao Xiao was healed. Although she has been discharged from the hospital, Xiao Xiao's body has not yet fully recovered. I found myself yawning without even realizing it. Gu Dongcheng helped her back to her room. "You should rest for a bit. Don't worry about the children. They're all asleep. The young master and I will keep an eye on them. Sleep well, this will be your home from now on." Xiao Xiao nodded warmly. "You should rest for a while too." During this time, Gu Dongcheng has been busy taking care of himself and the babies, and Xiao Xiao has seen all his hard work. Gu Dongcheng covered her with the blanket, and then, as if possessed, kissed her forehead. "I will. Sleep well, sweetie." Xiao Xiao was stunned by his sudden intimacy, and her mind went blank. Coming to her senses, she nodded, her cheeks burning. After Gu Dongcheng left the room, Xiao Xiao clutched the bedsheets with both hands, her mind filled with images of Gu Dongcheng himself. Why did he suddenly? But Gu Dongcheng is really handsome. At the same time, Gu Dongcheng, who had just come out of the room, subconsciously touched his lips. No way. Was I just possessed by a ghost? Won't Xiao Xiao be angry if I suddenly kiss her? Recalling the sensation I had just felt, Gu Dongcheng smiled, thinking, the baby's mother smells so good and is so cute. Chapter 34. Who says the college entrance exam is simpler than bathing a child? Xiao Xiao was sleeping soundly. When she opened her eyes again, it was already 4:30. The babies were not found in the room. With difficulty, I got out of bed and slowly moved towards the living room. As soon as I entered the living room, I saw Gu Dongcheng holding De Bao and laughing like an idiot, with a kitten wagging its tail beside them. There was noise coming from the bathroom. It sounded like Mr. and Mrs. Gu were busy inside. Xiao Xiao entered the living room, just as Gu's mother came out of the bathroom. Xiao Xiao, you're awake. You silly child, it was so dangerous for you to come out by yourself. Why didn't you ask Dongcheng to come in and help you? What if you fell? After saying that, she glared at Gu Dongcheng again. How did you take care of Xiao Xiao? You didn't even know the child's mother woke up and came out on her own. Xiao Xiao quickly spoke up for him. Auntie, this has nothing to do with Dongcheng. The doctor said I can walk by myself now. I woke up and saw you were all busy, so I came out by myself. I'm perfectly fine now. Gu's mother was still worried, so she helped her walk towards De Bao's place, saying, even if you can walk by yourself, you can't. Someone has to be by your side to watch over you. You can't be careless when you're in postpartum confinement. If something goes wrong, it's easy to develop health problems later in life. There is someone in our village who fell and hurt herself during her postpartum period. Now, so many years later, her stomach still hurts terribly whenever it's windy or rainy. Despite Gu's mother's talkative nature, Xiao Xiao knew that she was only saying so much because she cared about her. She asked Gu's mother, Auntie, are you getting ready to give the babies a bath? Mother Gu said with a smile, yes, we're getting ready to bathe them. Your uncle and I have bought all the bath supplies for the little ones. The babies just woke up, let's wait a while until they feel better before we bathe them. When they were discharged from the hospital, the doctor instructed them to bathe their children at home. If a child has just woken up, do not give them a bath immediately. At this time, the baby's body temperature, heart rate, and other physiological indicators have not yet fully recovered from sleep. Sudden exposure to changes in water temperature and environment can cause discomfort to babies, and in severe cases, may even frighten them. The doctor advised them that it would be best to wait until the children were awake for a while. For example, wash it after half an hour. Xiao Xiao listened and took notes. Unfortunately, she hasn't recovered yet and can't wash the children herself. Gu's mother is experienced in taking care of children. This time, she provided guidance from the sidelines while Gu Dongcheng took action. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Gu Dongcheng set the air conditioner in his home to a constant temperature. Pushed the stroller to the bathroom door. The bathroom in this single-level apartment is exceptionally large. Even if 4 or 5 people are busy inside, it won't be a problem. There are quite a few things you need to prepare for bathing your baby. For example, baby clothes, diapers, umbilical cord dressings, thermometers, bath towels, hand towels, ear swabs, body wash, diaper rash cream, etc. Don't be fooled by how quickly the nurses bathed the babies at the hospital. When it came down to it, Gu Dongcheng felt it was a very significant challenge. It's no exaggeration to say that he was more nervous about bathing the baby than when he took the college entrance exam. Fortunately, Gu's mother was there to guide her. Gu Dongcheng felt a bit lost when he bathed the babies for the first time. Gu's mother encouraged him, don't rush, relax, first wash the bathtub with hot water once or twice. High temperature disinfection, and after the disinfection work is completed, the water can be released. The water temperature should be controlled between 38 and 40 degrees Celsius. If you are unsure of the temperature, you can use your wrist to feel it to avoid burning your baby. Gu Dongcheng took a deep breath and did as his mother instructed. After disinfection, start heating the water. The young master gave us a house with very high-end furniture and appliances, and the water temperature can even be adjusted. Gu Dongcheng chose to use hot water at 39 degrees Celsius. She rolled up her sleeves and walked over to the stroller with a smile. Little Strawberry, you're the eldest, so how about your older sister sets a good example for your younger siblings? If you don't say anything, Daddy will take that as a yes. Come on, let's go take a nice bath with the baby. He picked up the fragrant little princess. Little Strawberry didn't resist and cooperated obediently. Just when he thought he could give Debao a bath smoothly, the next second, they were slapped in the face. As soon as Gu Dongqing started helping Debao take off his clothes, the little guy began to resist. They waved their little hands, resisting with their meager strength. Xiao Zhao's heart jumped into her throat. Dongchang, slow down, be careful not to hurt Debao. Gu Dongqing nodded without speaking, continuing to concentrate intently on carefully undressing his daughter. Debao probably feels insecure. Gu Dongqing coaxed her as he did so. Little Strawberry, don't you want to take a nice bath? Didn't you have a great time taking a bath at the hospital? Now we're home. Daddy will give you a nice, fragrant bath. After the bath, you'll be a sweet and smelly baby. Do you remember when you need to take off your clothes for a bath? Daddy will wrap you in a towel later. Don't be afraid, Daddy will protect you, Little Strawberry. Debao continued to resist with his little arms and legs. After taking off his clothes, he was naked and started whimpering and crying, his cries filled with unease. Gu Dongqing couldn't bear to see his daughter cry, but he still had to continue bathing her. The little one was wrapped in a bath towel and held close, as if he had returned to the delivery room when he was first born. Gu's mother found a small stool and placed it next to the bathtub for Gu Dongqing to sit down. Place Little Strawberry on your lap, hold her with your left hand, and support her neck and head with your palm. Use a wet tissue to clean the baby's eyes with your right hand. Remember, you must wash your baby's eyes separately, not at the same time. Washing separately is more hygienic. Gu Dongqing sat up, holding the whimpering Debao, and supported her with his left hand. Newborn babies have such bouncy skin, I'm always afraid of accidentally scratching it. He took the tissue handed to him by his mother and gently wiped his eyes with the damp tissue. Debao felt uncomfortable and was very uncooperative, crying even louder. A baby's crying is contagious. Upon hearing her older sister's voice, the three little ones in the stroller soon began to whine and fuss. Gu Dongqing quickly comforted Debao, showering him with compliments. Wow, Little Strawberry, your eyes are so beautiful. Whose baby has eyes like jewels? No, not jewels, they're stars. Your baby's eyes are even more beautiful than stars. Little Strawberry, do you know what stars are? They're the stars in the sky. The stars in the sky are so bright and beautiful, they're the most enchanting. Oh my, Debao's eyelashes are so long, like little fans. Who does he take after? His mom or his dad? Mom and dad have very long eyelashes. So Little Strawberry looks just like mom and dad. Debao's attention was diverted from Gu Dongqing's voice, and he gradually forgot to cry. Gu Dongqing thought to himself that this was a good opportunity and took the chance to clean the little princess's eyes. Wow, Debao looks so cute after washing his face. She was so soft and gentle, especially her blinking eyes. It melted his heart as her father. Chapter 35 Erbao's surprise for Dad. After washing my eyes, I started washing my hair. Following the method taught by Gu's mother, Gu Dongqing used his hands to plug the little princess's ears. This will prevent water from getting into your ears. With her ears suddenly plugged, Little Strawberry felt uncomfortable and started crying again. She twisted her little body and struggled with all her might. Gu Dongqing dared not slack off for a moment. Little Strawberry, don't cry, Daddy will wash your hair. My hair only smells nice after I wash it, otherwise, it gets itchy. Sweetie, Daddy will be done washing you soon, just hang in there a little longer. Gu Dongqing was extra careful when washing the baby's hair. The baby's fontanelles haven't fully healed yet. If you use too much force, you might damage their fontanelles. It's strange, when we were at the hospital, the little ones looked like they were enjoying their baths. Why did things change as soon as I got home? Gu's mother couldn't help but laugh. Those nurses have been working for so many years, and their daily job is to bathe children. They are experienced and skilled. You only bathed your baby for the first time and you want to catch up with them? Gu Dongqing thought about it and it seemed to make sense. I was too impatient. After wetting Little Strawberry's hair, I gave her a simple massage. Mr. Gu handed him the shampoo. The baby shampoo is specially formulated for them. It's gentle on the skin and smells wonderful, with that unique baby scent. Dad kept rubbing his head, and soon more bubbles appeared on it. Little Strawberry felt like she was growing a brain, and started crying loudly. 1 2 3, 1 2 3. I washed it over and over again. Little Strawberry, don't cry anymore, your hair smells nice now. The major undertaking of washing my hair is finally over. Then you can put the baby in the bathtub. The little one was wrapped in a bath towel, and Gu Dongcheng was holding her horizontally, with her bottom touching the water first. Observe the little princess's reaction. De Bao, who was crying, looked surprised, as if he had found a familiar feeling. Continue to support the baby's neck and head with your left hand. After soaking the human cub's body in the water, Gu Dongcheng scooped up a handful of water and gently poured it onto the little guy's belly. It was as if a switch had been flipped on for her daughter, and the little princess giggled. She stopped crying and instead looked like she was enjoying herself. Mom, De Bao's mood changes so quickly. Little Strawberry, why are you suddenly smiling? Weren't you just crying? Aren't you a fickle baby? Gu's mother frowned and said to him, what if De Bao gets upset if you talk like that? Don't assume that babies are too young to understand anything. But they can judge whether the people around them are praising or criticizing them through emotional perception. As expected, Gu's mother's worries were justified. No sooner had she finished speaking than De Bao, who was enjoying a bath in the tub, pouted and burst into tears. Good heavens, did De Bao understand that I was teasing her? Gu Dongcheng found it amazing that his daughter knew he was talking about her at such a young age. Little Strawberry's dad was just kidding, baby isn't fickle. Baby is a very emotional baby. Little Strawberry is the smartest and the most beautiful princess when she smiles. Daddy's smile is so adorable, can you smile one more time, little Strawberry? Gu Dongcheng showered him with compliments. Unfortunately, the little boy's heart has been broken by his father, and it won't be healed in a short time. Gu Dongcheng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he poured water on De Bao's tummy again. Feeling the water flowing over his little belly, De Bao kicked his toes and laughed again. While De Bao was recovering and happy, Gu Dongcheng quickly washed her body. The baby's limbs, bottom, waist, and tummy should be thoroughly cleaned. Yes, that's it, very well done. You can take the baby out after the bath. Gu's mother had already prepared a new bath towel for De Bao. After De Bao gets out of the bathtub, immediately wrap him in a towel and dry him off to prevent him from catching a cold. Do you think that's all? No. They even gave De Bao a baby massage. Gently massaging a baby after bathing can stimulate their lymphatic system. It helps boost immunity and promotes digestion and absorption. It can also soothe their emotions, enhance parent-child interaction, and improve sleep quality, among other things. Gu Dongcheng only learned so much after his mother told him. After drying De Bao off the water, Gu's mother brought over a workbench. Place the little one on it and begin the massage. Since this is the first time, we will make it for the children in the future. Gu Dongcheng must learn the process and methods. Once they got out of the water, De Bao was unhappy again. Let alone cooperating with the massage, every cell in the little one's body resisted it. They can't cooperate at all. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao spoke up to comfort De Bao, saying, Little Strawberry, Daddy is giving you a massage. It's hard work for Daddy to bathe you. If you cooperate with Daddy, Mommy will play with you in a bit. After the massage, you can get dressed and that's it. Little Strawberry, be good. Upon hearing his mother's voice, De Bao turned his head to look in her direction. Although children's vision is not fully developed at this stage, everything still looks blurry. But little Strawberry still recognized her mother. Gu Dongcheng quickly finished massaging the princess and then dressed her in her little clothes. The clothes were all bought for the babies by Mr. and Mrs. Gu, and they are super cute. Once dressed, a fragrant, soft, and glutinous milk dumpling is freshly baked. Xiao Xiao picked up the little guy. Looking tenderly at her daughter in her arms, she said, Little Strawberry, you smell so good. Come here, let Mommy give you a kiss. The soft little Strawberry nestled in her arms, looking for milk. Xiao Xiao lovingly carried her back to the room to breastfeed. Gu Dongcheng let out a long sigh of relief. Bathing a baby is much harder than he imagines. But after washing them, I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Their gaze fell on Erbao. Little Apple, your older sister has set a good example for you all. Now it's your turn to be a role model for your younger brothers and sisters. Daddy will always be gentle. Dad has accumulated quite a bit of experience now. After disinfecting the bathtub and filling it with water again, Gu Dongcheng began to undress Erbao. I had just picked him up and was about to wrap him in a bath towel. As a result, a jet of water sprayed right in his face. The next glistening water droplet splattered onto Dongqing's face. The little guy peed. It peed right on Dad's face. Gu Dongqing was stunned by the sudden attack. Mr. and Mrs. Gu also witnessed this scene. After regaining their senses, the elderly couple couldn't help but laugh. Our little apple is so strong. She gave her dad a big surprise with her first bath after coming home. You did a great job, Bao. Grandpa and Grandma are so proud of you. On the other side, Xiao Xiao, carrying Bao, came out of the room and happened to see Gu Dongqing being peed on by Bao. Chapter 36, Whose baby is so well behaved. The young master's continued surprises. Bao wasn't very hungry, he only ate a couple of bites before feeling full. Xiao Xiao carried her out, and saw the scene as soon as they reached the bathroom door. Little Apple peed on Gu Dongqing's face. Will he be angry? Xiao Xiao thought Gu Dongqing would be angry. No, that didn't happen. Gu Dongqing was overjoyed and praised Bao profusely. Little Apple is so energetic, is there any more? Go wash your face if you don't have daddy. I'll come back and give you a nice, fragrant wash later. After handing the little apple to his mother, Gu Dongqing turned around and went to wash his face. Gu Dongqing didn't think much of his own son's urine. On the contrary, I'm quite happy. The little guy is healthy and energetic. Having learned from Bao's experience, Gu Dongqing became much more adept at handling things. Despite Bao twisting his body in resistance, Gu Dongqing still managed to wash the little guy's eyes and hair in one go. Next, it's time to wash your body. As soon as it came into contact with water, Little Apple was harder to press than a pig during the Lunar New Year. Water splashed everywhere. Does the second baby not want to take a bath? If he doesn't take a bath, he's not a cute baby. If you don't wash your face with perfume, you'll become a smelly baby. Baby, mommy and daddy won't like it if you're smelly. It will also smell bad to the other babies. They'll think the second baby smells bad and won't want to play with you anymore. Bao didn't listen to his father at all. It struggled in the water like a little piglet, waving its tiny fists in protest. Little Fist accidentally punched Gu Dongqing's nose. Gu Dongqing exclaimed ouch, kissed his son's little hand, and then gave him a bath. The newborn's skin was pink and tender, and Gu Dongqing was very careful the whole time, afraid that he might accidentally hurt them. Bao, sweetie, look, what's this? Little yellow duck. Duck, duck, duck. The little yellow duck is taking a bath and swimming with the baby. The second child was drawn to the stationery his father brought, and his attention was involuntarily drawn to it. However, the baby's hands are not strong enough at this stage, so he can't hold on to anything. This allows the little yellow duck to float on the water. Gu Dongqing would occasionally use it to distract the little guy. The baby was so happy taking a bath at the hospital, why doesn't he give his dad any face when he gets home? Why, don't you love your dad? After getting out of the bathtub, Bao's mood stabilized a lot. After finishing the massage, Gu Dongqing quickly dressed the little guy. Alright, Xiang is done washing up. Go play with your sister now. Next up is Sanbao Zayata Ozi. I don't know if it's because the more I wash them, the easier they become. Little Peach had a look of pure enjoyment on her face. She's much better behaved than her older siblings when taking a bath. She didn't cry or make a fuss, instead, she laughed very happily. Gu Dongqing thought Sanbao was simply a little angel. Little Peach is great. You're so cooperative with daddy, are you an angel? Or a fairy baby? Good boy. Little Peach seemed to know that her father was praising her, and she smiled even more happily. Sanbao was interested in the bubbles, staring at them with his big, watery eyes. Reach out to grab it. It broke as soon as I touched it. They caught nothing. The bubbles have disappeared. The little princess looked sad, and it looked like she was about to pout and cry. Gu Dongqing quickly scooped up a handful of bubbles and placed them in Sanbao's tiny palm. Although the bubbles kept decreasing the moment they touched the little hands. But Sanbao was visibly less heartbroken. After getting out of the bathtub, a massage and touch-up are essential steps. Before dressing the baby, Gu Dongqing applied diaper rash cream to the little one, just like he did for the two babies. Finally, another fragrant, soft, and adorable little cutie appeared before everyone. Only the four babies, still confused and bewildered, remained in the stroller. It's your turn, little mangosteen. The situations of Si Bao and De Bao are similar. I started crying when I was washing my eyes and hair. Moreover, the fourth child felt even less secure than the eldest, and cried louder than his older siblings. Gu Dongcheng coaxed and washed her at the same time. When Xiao Shanju put on her new clothes, the little one's face turned red from crying. Gu Dongcheng handed Xiaobao over to his mother to coax. He continued tidying up the bathtub and the baby's toiletries. After finishing everything, I checked the time. Goodness, an hour and a half has passed. It took so long to bathe the baby. Xiao Xiao handed him a tissue. Wipe your sweat. It turned out that Gu Dongcheng's back was already soaked with sweat without him even realizing it. Dongcheng, thank you for your hard work. Gu Dongcheng took the tissue to wipe his sweat and smiled brightly. It's not hard work. I feel very fulfilled. The babies are so cute. If I could, I'd bathe them every day. He was telling the truth. The quadruplets are so adorable. Although it was tiring at times, it was all worth it for the babies. Xiao Xiao noticed how good Gu Dongcheng was to the babies. So far, Gu Dongcheng has performed exceptionally well. He is undoubtedly a very qualified and outstanding father. He took good care of the babies. The children fell asleep shortly after their bath. The young master stood guard beside the stroller, like a devout soldier. Your cat thinks you did a great job giving your little one a bath after coming home for the first time. As a reward, your cat has decided to give you 30,000 yuan in cash as startup capital for being a stay-at-home dad. Just as Gu Dongcheng finished wiping his sweat and was about to drink some water, the illusory panel reappeared in front of him. The young master rewarded himself with 30,000 yuan in cash. I opened my phone and, sure enough, I received another bank message. 30,000 yuan in cash has been deposited into my account. It feels so good to be on a winning streak. Long live the young master. It's so great to be a cheater. After the children fell asleep, Mr. and Mrs. Gu toured the house again. It must be said that Song-style decoration is particularly elegant and also very pleasing to the eye. The couple recorded many videos and posted them in the family group chat. When they saw such a beautiful house, their relatives and friends were all amazed. Many people tagged Mr. and Mrs. Gu in the group chat. You two haven't been in the village for the past few days, so you've gone out to play. Such a beautiful house, it must cost a lot of money to rent it for a day. This house is beautiful, even more beautiful than the ones on TV. Hey Laojio, where are you guys going to have fun? Tell me the rent price so I can give up on this idea. Gu's father was the ninth in the village. In the village, people of lower seniority usually call him ninth brother or ninth uncle. Gu's mother was naturally ninth aunt. Seeing the flood of messages in the family group chat, Gu's mother couldn't help but laugh. This house isn't rented, Xiaocheng bought it himself. What? Old Joe's family, what do you mean by that? Did your family buy a house in your small town? Mother Gu was happier than ever before. Yes. This house was bought in a small town. A large, single-level apartment, bought in Yucheng. One sentence stirred up a huge controversy. The relatives and friends were stunned. Old Ninth's family, are you kidding us? Did Xiaocheng really buy a house in Yucheng? But he hasn't even graduated from university yet, so how come he's already buying a house? The next second, Gu's mother sent out Gu Dongcheng's property certificate. The next second, the jaws of their relatives and friends dropped to the floor. Chapter 37 Xiao Xiao, the child's father must have stepped out of a comic book. The property ownership certificates have already been issued. There's no need for the couple to lie to themselves. Gu Dongcheng really bought a house in Yucheng. And this house looks really big. Ninth brother, why did your family suddenly buy a house in Xiaocheng? Such a big house must have cost a lot of money, right? Isn't he a student? Where did he get so much money? Mr. Gu was overjoyed to see the messages in the group chat. I don't know where he got the money, I haven't asked him yet. The total price was 3.96 million. He suddenly bought a house because he has a child. We're grandparents now. A father has been born to quadruplets in the small town. Mr. Gu couldn't help but share his joy in the family group chat. Gu Dongcheng has quadruplets? When they saw this news, their jaws dropped again. Your small town has a baby now? How come we didn't know when he got married? Where's the child's mother? Did she also go to the same school as the girl from Xiaocheng? Mr. Gu sent a video of the quadruplets to the group chat. Isn't he adorable? Ha, I'm a grandpa now. Xiao Chang has already bought a house and a car. The wedding will be held later. His wife went to the same school as him. Remember to come when the baby turns 100. Seeing the video of the quadruplets, these soft and adorable little ones melted everyone's hearts in the group. My God, how can there be such a beautiful and adorable baby? Based on their experience, these little ones are so good looking, they'll definitely be very handsome when they grow up. They must all be incredibly handsome men and beautiful women. Congratulations, Uncle Joe. The little town let you become grandparents without saying a word. Our grandson is so handsome. Our Goo family has been blessed with another great addition to the family today. Quadruplets, what a blessing. What does the child's mother look like? Do you have a photo? Please send it to us. Mr. and Mrs. Goo kept it a secret. I said I'd amaze them when we met again. Before we knew it, evening had arrived. Goo Dongcheng checked the time and went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Strangely enough, since the quadruplets came home, the young master has rarely been seen in the living room. When I got back to the room, I found that the little guy had been lying quietly next to the crib, watching over the babies. Knowing that the young master wouldn't harm the quadruplets, Goo Dongcheng simply let it watch over the children. Young master, stay here and watch the babies. If anything happens to the younger siblings, go to the kitchen and call their older brother, okay? The babies just got home, and their older brother isn't here, so I'm asking you to look after them. The young master lay on the table, meowing as if to say, leave it to me. Goo Dongcheng patted its little head. So good. There are ingredients in the kitchen. Goo Dongcheng planned to prepare a postpartum meal for Xiao Xiao, which would be nutritious and help with lactation. Although Xiao Xiao is very capable, she has to breastfeed 4 children every day, which puts her under tremendous pressure in the long run. With the culinary talent bestowed upon him by the young master, cooking is a piece of cake for Goo Dongcheng. After preparing the ingredients, Goo Dongcheng rolled up his sleeves and got to work. Meanwhile, inside the room, Xiao Xiao woke up but did not see Goo Dongcheng. Seeing that he was getting up, the young master next to the crib meowed. Then they continued to watch over the children. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but smile. Young master is so good, you're protecting your younger brothers and sisters, aren't you? The young master rubbed his hand against her palm with great enjoyment. The babies are sleeping soundly, young master. Thank you for watching over them all this time. The young master wagged his tail happily. I heard noises coming from the kitchen. Xiao Xiao knew someone was cooking inside. I closed the bedroom door and walked to the kitchen doorway. Shock. Xiao Xiao was stunned by his handsome appearance the moment she arrived at the door. The reason is that the man cooking in it is just too handsome. Xiao Xiao never imagined that cooking could be so pleasing to the eye and so captivating. The man before me exuded a unique charm in every gesture. It's so beautiful. This isn't cooking, it's a visual feast. No wonder Goo Dongcheng's cooking is so delicious. It turns out they're even better than the chef. And he's also an incredibly handsome chef. Wow, it's so beautiful it made me cry. Inside the kitchen, Goo Dongcheng was stirring a wok, looking like a god amidst the fire and light. As he moved, an enticing aroma wafted from the iron pot. Xiao Xiao subconsciously swallowed. Goo Dongcheng turned his head and smiled when he saw Xiao Xiao leaning against the doorframe. You're awake, I'm preparing dinner, you can try it in a bit. There's too much smoke in the kitchen, why don't you go and rest in the living room for a while? Xiao Xiao shook her head. There's no smell if you turn on the range hood. I want to watch you cook here. Dongcheng, you look so handsome when you cook. Goo Dongcheng was both amused and exasperated. School beauty, you're praising me to my face like that. I can't help but feel proud. Since the child's mother wants to watch it, then let her watch it. Xiao Xiao is right, the house the young master gave us is very well decorated. The appliances provided are also the best. Once the range hood is turned on, the cooking fumes disappear before they even leave the kitchen. On the other side, Mr. and Mrs. Goo were also attracted by the noise of their son cooking. I found myself walking to the kitchen doorway without even realizing it. Their expressions were the same as Xiao Xiao's just now. I was completely blown away. The couple were both surprised and puzzled. The way my son cooks so skillfully, is this really the same person I used to know? Could it be that he secretly studied during this time? My son used to be able to cook, but the taste was just so-so. But right now, he looks like a god of food as he flips the wok in the kitchen. My cooking skills have improved dramatically in a short period of time. Is my son a genius? The same thought popped into the minds of the couple simultaneously. Xiao Xiao became more and more attracted to Gu Dongcheng the more she looked at him. My goodness, Gu Dongcheng is absolutely captivating when he cooks. It flowed smoothly and was completed in one go. With his handsome face and tall, upright figure, he was even more handsome than the Prince Charming she had dreamed of when she was a child. Wow, he's like a male protagonist straight out of a manga. What should I do if I can't help but be attracted to my child's father's charm? Just as Xiao Zhao's emotions were irresistibly drawn in, Gu Dongcheng in the kitchen had already turned off the stove and was serving the dishes. Bring the dishes out. Xiao Xiao, Mom and Dad, the food is ready. Wash your hands and get ready to eat. Xiao Xiao only snapped out of her daze when Gu Dongcheng's magnetic voice rang in her ears. Gu's mother helped Xiao Xiao to wash her hands. After they sat down, the three of them were almost moved to tears by the aroma of the food on the table. Mom, Dad, this is what I made for you. It has chili peppers in it. Xiao Xiao, this is a postpartum meal I made especially for you. Try it and see how it tastes. If you don't like it, I'll make you something else. Xiao Xiao was eager to try. Dongcheng, I like any food you cook. Because no matter what the dish is, you make it absolutely delicious. Is this self-praise? Gu Dongcheng couldn't help but laugh. Come on, let me feed you a bite. Chapter 38. Would you like to get your marriage certificate with me? A handsome guy personally fed him. The key point is that the other person is extremely concerned about me. Xiao Xiao felt a sweet warmth in her heart. While in the hospital, Gu Dongcheng often fed her, and Xiao Xiao gradually developed a habit of it. Open your mouth. She then ate the meal that Gu Dongcheng had specially prepared for her. It's still as delicious as ever. Dongcheng, I wish I could cook as well as you in the future. Gu Dongcheng smiled. You want to learn to cook? Xiao Xiao nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I can't cook, and I've always wanted to learn, but I haven't had the chance yet. I'll teach you later. But we'll talk about that after you finish your postpartum period. Right now, focus on getting better. Okay, it's a deal. Dongcheng, you can't stand me up. Xiao Xiao said with a smile. Seeing the young couple interacting so intimately, Mr. and Mrs. Gu were filled with joy. A son and daughter-in-law getting along well is more important than anything else. After dinner, Xiao Xiao rested in the living room while watching TV. I could vaguely see Gu Dongcheng busy in the kitchen. This was a scene she had never dared to imagine before. This seems to be the warmth of home. It was bedtime when I saw Gu Dongcheng preparing to enter the second bedroom. Gu's mother pushed him back. What are you doing? Aren't you going to sleep with Xiao Xiao tonight? How can she take care of the child by herself? The babies wake up many times in the middle of the night. For babies, she hasn't recovered from the surgery. Are you going to abandon her and the children? Gu Dongcheng scratched his head, but... Before he could finish speaking, Gu's mother interrupted him. But what? Didn't you two always sleep in the same room in the hospital? Going home is no different. What's there to be embarrassed about? With you not here and Xiao Xiao having difficulty moving around, who will clean up after the baby when he poops at night? Are we just going to let the child cry all the time? Gu Dongcheng had considered his mother's words. Hearing Gu's mother's words, Xiao Xiao also said, Dongcheng, why don't you stay and sleep with me? Auntie is right. I can't take care of the children if you're not here. You don't need to worry about my feelings. We can just act like we did in the hospital. For the sake of the children, you don't need to worry about me. Gu Dongcheng gave Xiao Xiao a deep look. Okay. Then let's take care of the babies together tonight. Mother Gu finally smiled. That's more like it. For the sake of the child, you're all grown up. What's there to be embarrassed about? Take good care of the children. Once Xiao Xiao has recovered from childbirth, you can leave the children to me and then get your marriage certificate. Live a good life together from now on. Let's get our marriage certificate. Xiao Xiao's mind suddenly went blank for a moment. I used to think that marriage was something that was very far away from me. In the blink of an eye, you have a child. Should I really get a marriage certificate with Gu Dongcheng? Will he always be good to himself and his children? Xiao Xiao's heart was pounding, and countless images flashed through her mind. Fortunately, with Gu Dongcheng by her side, Xiao Xiao felt very safe and her heart gradually calmed down. After closing the door, there was only one family of 6 in the house. The quadruplets were asleep, and Gu Dongcheng prepared to sleep on a makeshift bed on the floor. Just then, the sound of shoving at the door came from behind. When they opened the door, they found it was the young master trying to pry it open. The little guy was carrying his blanket in his mouth. "Young master, would you like to come in and sleep with us?" The young master wagged his tail. Gu Dongqing opened the door and let the little guy in. After entering the room, the young master grabbed the blanket and jumped onto the table next to the crib. As soon as the blanket was loosened, the cat's bed was ready. The kitten yawned and quickly fell asleep. Xiao Xiao was stunned to see that even when the cat was sleeping, it was still guarding the babies. "Dongchang, the young master seems to really like the babies. I want to sleep with them even when I'm sleeping." Gu Dongqing smiled, maybe it thinks the babies are cute. "Xiao Xiao, don't worry about it, let's go to sleep." After saying that, he continued to make his bed on the floor and prepared to sleep. Xiao Xiao frowned. "Sleeping on the floor will make you catch a cold. Come to bed and sleep with me. The bed is big, we can each take one side." Gu Dongqing smiled and said, "It's okay. I used to sleep on the floor a lot when I was a kid. I'm tough and fearless." Xiao Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Even if someone is tough, there's no need to force yourself to suffer. "Dongchang, you've worked so hard taking care of the babies these past few days. Come and sleep in bed." Feeling Xiao Xiao's gaze and tone, Gu Dongchang wavered. He could feel the other person's concern for him. Currently, she and I are in this kind of relationship. Now that we have the opportunity to go further, as a man, I can't back down. He looked up at her sincerely and asked, "Are you sure you want me to sleep in bed with you?" Xiao Xiao's ears turned bright red, and she nodded shyly and earnestly. "Okay, you should come up and go to sleep now. Be more comfortable in bed." Gu Dongqing smiled brightly. "Okay. Thank you, Xiao Xiao." Xiao Xiao didn't dare look at Gu Dongqing. "Why are you thanking me?" I don't know either, I'm just so happy right now, I'm in a really good mood. When I'm in a good mood, I want to thank you and sing your praises. Thank you for giving me such adorable quadruplets. Thank you for letting me sleep in your bed." It's clear that Gu Dongqing is in a very good mood. Emotions are contagious. Gradually, Xiao Xiao was also infected by his emotions and inexplicably felt happy. Gu Dongqing turned to look at her. "Xiao Xiao, you heard what my mother said just now, right?" "Huh? Auntie said a lot just now, which sentence are you referring to?" Xiao Xiao pretended not to know. Gu Dongqing said seriously, "It's about us getting our marriage certificate. Xiao Xiao, after you finish your postpartum confinement, would you be willing to come with me to get our marriage certificate? I swear, I will be good to you and the babies for the rest of my life. Although my current abilities are limited and I cannot provide you and the children with a better life. But I will definitely work hard in the future. We will strive to ensure that you and your babies live a life free from worries about food and clothing. Xiao Xiao, I'm serious, I will be good to you for the rest of my life. If I break my promise, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death." Xiao Xiao's heart pounded. Gu Dongqing's sincerity made her very uneasy. Actually, after observing him for a while, I found that Gu Dongqing is a really, really good person. It's a lie to say that Xiao Xiao has no feelings for him. Women are emotional, and their minds can easily become confused when it comes to marriage. Sensing her unease, Gu Dongqing hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Whether you accept me or not, I will always be by your side and the baby's side." Xiao Xiao turned around and looked at him seriously. "Dongqing, will you cheat on me in the future? Will you always be good to me and the babies?" Gu Dongqing met her gaze and said firmly, "If I cheat on my partner, may I be hit by a car the moment I step outside, or choked to death while drinking water. In short, may I die a horrible death. Xiao Xiao, from now on, you and the babies are my whole world." Chapter 39. Whose cat would help take care of the kids? Looking into Gu Dongqing's sincere and affectionate eyes, memories of how kind and gentle he was to me during that time flashed through my mind. Xiao Xiao's intuition has always been very accurate. She knew that Gu Dongqing was a very good man and would also be a very good father. Finally, as if she had made up her mind, she took a deep breath and nodded. If you can promise to treat me and the babies well for the rest of your life and not cheat on me, then let's find a time to get our marriage certificate after I finish my postpartum confinement." Gu Dongqing's whole face lit up. "I promise. I will love you for all eternity, for all lifetimes to come. Once we get our marriage certificate, we can register our babies' births." After agreeing to Gu Dongqing's request, Xiao Xiao felt much more relaxed. The pent-up frustration inside finally dissipated, and I no longer felt uncomfortable. I won't overthink things anymore. Gu Dongcheng was excited for a long time, and it took him a while to gradually fall asleep. At night, it felt like someone was stepping on my face. In my hazy state, I thought I heard the baby crying. When I opened my eyes, I saw the young master's two paws stomping on my face. I saw myself wake up. The young master meowed anxiously. "Nini, what's wrong? The kitten is meowing again." Suddenly, the sound of a baby crying came from the crib, and Gu Dongcheng was jolted awake. The baby is crying. Oh no! I was too excited before bed, and I slept like a log. I've completely forgotten I have a baby. Hearing the child cry, Gu Dongcheng quickly and quietly got out of bed. The young master skipped and jumped after him. Then, with another burst of strength, she jumped onto the crib railing. Seeing the four children crying, the young master was frantic. If a child cries at night, it's usually because they're hungry, need to poop or pee. First, check their diapers. Babies, wake up. Sorry, Daddy was sleeping too soundly. Dad is late. Is it because you're hungry or need to poop or pee? How about Dad checks the baby's diapers first? Come on, let Daddy smell it. Oh dear, what's that smell? Little Apple pooped. After a thorough examination, it was found that he had both pooped and peed. Gu Dongcheng was the first to bring out the second baby. I put the little guy on the sofa. Young master, do you see that bag over there? Could you get me some tissues? Gu Dongcheng didn't know if the kitten could understand. To everyone's surprise, the young master meowed, then hopped over and quickly brought him a box of tissues. Gu Dongcheng found it amazing. The young master actually understood. When I need to contact it, the little guy doesn't even meow. But when it comes to the quadruplets, the little ones seem to have suddenly become enlightened, understanding everything they say. Is the little guy discriminating against us? Gu Dongcheng took a breath. Besides Erbao, there were 3 other little darlings to take care of. Gu Dongcheng was experienced in cleaning up poop and pee, and skillfully untied the diaper. Then bring some warm water and wipe it with a paper towel. The little one was uncomfortable and was kicking his little legs and whimpering as he cried. Children are unreasonable, they cry when they feel uncomfortable. Gu Dongcheng's movements were very gentle, he tidied up while coaxing her. The young master wasn't idle either, he jumped back onto the crib, wagging his tail to amuse the babies and distract them. With the kitten as a helper, Gu Dongcheng's life became much easier. After tidying up Erbao, Gu Dongcheng thought the little crybaby would stop crying soon. But no! The crying continued unabated, sobbing loudly. Gu Dongcheng guessed, is the baby hungry? Wait a minute, Dad will feed you after he cleans up your sisters' and brothers' bottoms. Little Apple, hang in there a little longer. It's a good thing that the child can eat well. Wait until I change the other 3 little cuties into new diapers. Gu Dongcheng immediately prepared the formula, then mixed the little genius baby medicine given to him by the young master into it. Holding 4 small bottles, I began to feed them. Xiao Xiao was still asleep, so Gu Dongcheng decided to give the children milk powder first, and then use the little genius medicine. It is packaged in a transparent glass bottle and is colorless and odorless. There's nothing particularly special about it. Young master, can this really boost the baby's immunity and physical condition, and even improve their intelligence? The kitten didn't respond and continued watching the baby drink milk. Gu Dongcheng. He realized that this rebellious cat was indeed discriminating against him. It's only good to the babies, but not to its owner who raised it from a kitten. Ignore them. Sobbing. I'm so sad, little kitty, why did you treat me like this? Babies spend most of their time drinking breast milk since birth. The number of times they drink formula milk can be counted on one hand. Gu Dongcheng stirred the little genius baby medicine again, unsure if the children would be able to swallow it. Observe while feeding. Both De Bao and Xiao Bao took a bite and then turned their little faces away. The kids have already noticed that tonight's meal is different from usual. She won't drink anything other than breast milk. But they must have been starving. After a while, he picked up the bottle again and started munching away. Although they still looked reluctant, they had drunk most of it. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, the crying finally stopped. Gu Dongcheng finally relaxed and carried the little ones back to their crib. I just quietly watched them sleeping. How amazing! The 4 cuddly little babies turned out to be her own children. It was this small when it was born, and now it's so big. Gu Dongcheng gazed at the children with a gentle expression. Beside him, a tabby cat yawned and stood guard over the 4 little cuties. Young master, the babies are asleep, you should go to sleep too. Thank you for your hard work tonight. The kitten meowed, rubbed against his palm, and soon lay down on the fence and fell fast asleep. Gu Dongcheng couldn't help but chuckle, and he yawned as he returned to bed. In the middle of the night, Gu Dongcheng was once again awakened by the cries of the quadruplets. The babies are hungry this time. Xiao Xiao groggily opened her eyes. The babies are awake? Do you want some milk? Yes, I'm going to make them some formula. Stop rushing, bring the children here to me, I'll feed them. She nestled into Xiao Xiao's arms. The human babies were overjoyed to smell their mother's familiar scent. The little ones seemed to have radar installed, automatically finding their food and taking big gulps of it. Xiao Xiao hugged them, still half asleep. Gu Dongcheng stayed by his side the whole time. Xiao Xiao is very powerful. What if the babies don't drink it? When he spits out his food and turns his head away, he will immediately press the food down. Avoid getting breast milk on your babies' faces. Having a mother gives me a sense of security. After finishing their milk, the little ones quickly fell asleep in Xiao Xiao's arms. Gu Dongcheng carefully carried the children away, saying, Xiao Xiao, you can continue sleeping. I'll take care of the children. Xiao Xiao, half asleep, asked, how many times have the babies woken up tonight? Chapter 40. Gu's mother inquires about the source of her son's money. Gu Dongcheng replied, the second time. Xiao Xiao immediately became more alert. Did the babies wake up just now? Dongcheng, why didn't you call me? I didn't have time to feed the babies. Gu Dongcheng smiled, I fed them formula, and the babies can accept it. Xiao Xiao, you should continue sleeping. In case the babies wake up later, we'll need to feed them. The babies aren't afraid of needing milk every time they wake up. For example, when babies wake up again, they cry because they feel uncomfortable after urinating. Gu Dongcheng changed the babies' diapers. It was already dawn. I yawned and quickly went to sleep. A new day begins, and I open my eyes again. The young master has already gotten up. The little one sat on the crib railing, looking down at the world below. The little tail wagged back and forth as if it were teasing something. Gu Dongcheng got up and looked, and a magical scene appeared before his eyes. The quadruplets are awake. This time when they woke up, they didn't cry. With its big, watery eyes, it curiously looked at the kitten beside the bed. Gu Dongcheng was charmed by this scene. Wow, young master, the babies are awake. Are you teasing them? The babies didn't cry when they woke up today, it seems like it's all thanks to you. I'll reward you with 2 cans of food and some dried fish later. The young master meowed and came over to rub against his arm. Gu Dongcheng opened the door to let the little guy go out to use the toilet. After the young master left, the children's curious gazes fell on Gu Dongcheng again. Upon seeing their father, the children instinctively made whimpering noises. Gu Dongcheng knew that this was not a sign that the babies disliked him. Instead, they cling to themselves and want to attract their parents' attention. Okay, Dad's here. Tell Daddy, when did the babies wake up? The babies were great today. They didn't cry when they woke up. They were playing with Mimi, right? Mimi is your best friend, babies. How about you get along well with Mimi from now on? Suddenly, Sanbao's facial features scrunched up like little buns. Gu Dongcheng knew that his daughter had pooped. After a while, little Peach's expression finally relaxed. Just as the little one was about to cry, Gu Dongcheng quickly picked up the little princess. Sanbao suddenly froze for a moment. Seeing his daughter's bewildered expression, Gu Dongcheng laughed, Little Peach, don't you know how cute your expression is? Daddy's going to clean your bottom now. You'll feel better soon. Debao, Airbao, and Xiaobao, does anyone else need to poop? The quadruplets all have basically the same biological clock. After Sanbao pooped, I reckon the other babies will poop soon too. Xiao Shanju and the others watched their father carry the 3 babies away, and soon they too started crying in their cribs. Xiao Xiao, who was fast asleep in bed, heard the baby crying and instinctively opened her eyes. I saw Gu Dongcheng changing the baby's diaper. Xiao Xiao lifted the blanket and came over. Let me help you. Gu Dongcheng was worried, I'll do it myself. You haven't fully recovered yet, what if you aggravate your wound? Sit down first, I'll take you to wash up later. Hearing their mother's voice, the 3 little crybabies in the crib started making even louder sounds. Outside the door, the faint sound of a child crying could be heard. Gu's mother knocked on the door. Are the babies awake and crying? Do you need our help? Gu Dongcheng opened the door and explained the situation. Mr. and Mrs. Gu helped clean up the children's bottoms. After taking care of the child, Gu Dongcheng took Xiao Xiao into the bathroom to wash up. He was worried that Xiao Xiao wouldn't like the food he cooked. After Gu's mother finished preparing the ingredients, she handed the kitchen over to Gu Dongcheng. From now on, Xiao Xiao's meals will be your responsibility. You need to pay extra attention to what you eat during postpartum confinement. Buy more nutritious food when you come home. Don't worry about spending money. Your dad and I will transfer the money to you later. Gu Dongcheng refused while cooking, saying, "Mom, no need. It's all your hard-earned money, you can keep it for yourselves. I have my own money now." Gu's mother said to him, "Who are your father and I working for? Isn't it all for you? Now that you have a wife and kids, there are places to spend money everywhere, so why are you being so polite with us? Take it if we give it to you." With his mother's firm stance, Gu Dongcheng had nothing to say. Finally, Gu's mother asked again, "How's things going with you and Xiao Xiao? What's up? What's wrong? Is it about you and Xiao Xiao getting your marriage certificate? Such a big thing, and you don't care at all? How can my grandson be registered if you don't get a marriage certificate?" Gu's mother has been thinking about her son and Xiao Xiao getting their marriage certificate. She even sent the child information to the family group chat, saying that if the two of them don't get a marriage certificate in the future. What kind of situation is this? Moreover, it's not good for the child's future development. Seeing his mother's worried expression, Gu Dongcheng smiled and said, "Mom, don't worry. Xiao Xiao and I discussed it last night. Once she's out of her postpartum confinement period, we'll choose an auspicious day to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get our marriage certificate." Gu's mother was overjoyed. "Really? You're not lying to me?" Gu Dongcheng was both amused and exasperated. "Mom, you'll worry if I don't tell you. I told you, but you wouldn't believe me. Do you think I'd joke about something this serious?" Seeing that her son didn't seem to be joking, Gu's mother was so excited she almost jumped up. "Getting a marriage certificate is great. Getting a marriage certificate is great. As expected of my son, well done. All right, the proposal before getting the marriage certificate is a must. The proper sense of ritual is still necessary. There are some things women might not say, but they secretly long for. Xiao Xiao is such a good girl, you can't treat her badly." Mother Gu was in a great mood and gave her many instructions. It's a pity she didn't bring her family heirloom bracelet this time, otherwise she could have given it to Xiao Xiao. Gu's mother seemed to have something else to say, and after a moment, she lowered her voice and asked, "Xiao Chang, tell your mother honestly, where did you get the money to buy the car and the house? Your dad and I have calculated it, the car and the house together cost around 5 million. You haven't even graduated from university yet, how come you suddenly have a large sum of money?" Gu's mother knew a thing or two about the child she had raised herself. He certainly wouldn't do anything illegal. But she really couldn't understand how her son suddenly had so much money. The child suddenly became rich. The mother was both happy and worried. Outside the kitchen, Mr. Gu, who was playing with his young master, also pricked up his ears to listen. Gu Dongcheng knew that his parents wouldn't feel at ease until they understood where his money came from. Fortunately, he had already prepared his response. "Mom, the money for buying the house and car came from investments in Bitcoin. I bought Bitcoin a few years ago with money I earned from part-time jobs. I never expected it to skyrocket. I only have money now because I recently sold my Bitcoin. Mom, there's also the lottery, you should know about it, right? I was lucky enough to buy a welfare lottery ticket a while ago. I never expected to win the jackpot, more than 3 million. Gu's mother frowned. She knew about the lottery. But what is Bitcoin? A dagger? What kind of dagger makes so much money? Chapter 41, The Conversation Between Gu's Parents and Gu Dongcheng. The older generation, especially Mr. and Mrs. Gu, usually farmed in the village. They don't know anything about Bitcoin or anything like that. I do know a little about lotteries. Gu Dongcheng gave a brief explanation. Bitcoin is a type of virtual currency. Yes, you can make money from it. Moreover, the market is currently being driven up to very high levels. That's how Gu Dongcheng got part of the money to buy a house and a car. He still has some Bitcoin, which he plans to sell when he needs more money. After hearing their son's explanation, the couple gained a general understanding of Bitcoin. Mother Gu was uneasy about something that could be seen but not touched. Mom doesn't really understand. But Mom knows that high returns come with high risks. Your dad and I are already satisfied that you have a house and a car now. Xiao Xiao is willing to get a marriage certificate with you, and you two even have quadruplets. In mom's eyes, your life is already perfect. You should cherish the life you have now. As for Bitcoin, once you sell what you have, don't do it again. She often sees videos on Douyin TikTok showing people failing at their investments. He lost everything overnight and jumped off a building. Every time I see news like this, I can't help but feel scared. My son is not the same person anymore. He has the responsibility of supporting a family on his shoulders. Gu Dongcheng knew his mother was thinking of him. Mom, don't worry, Dad. I know what I'm doing. Once I sell what I have, I'll never buy anything again. Mom, actually, buying this kind of thing is a huge investment. Some people get rich overnight while others lose everything. Your son is lucky and made money, hee hee. Gu's mother couldn't help but laugh. My son is so wonderful. Not only did he bring me back such a beautiful daughter-in-law, she's even raising 4 children, including a grandchild. With a house and a car, your dad and I won't have to worry about anything anymore. You have no idea how many bachelors there are in our village these days. You've got everything even without graduating from university. When I go back to the village, they'll probably be green with envy for your dad and me. Mother Gu was secretly delighted. She plans to return to her village and visit the Baihe temple in town to fulfill a vow. She went there to make a wish before the new year, hoping that everything would go smoothly for her son in the new year. I never imagined that my son would have everything in less than a year. I have nothing more to say. We must kill a free-range chicken to make them willing. Thank you for the blessings of the 3 pure ones. After breakfast, Mr. and Mrs. Gu returned to their room, muttering something to each other. After a while, Gu's father came looking for Gu Dongcheng. He said, I plan to go home today to check on the chickens, ducks, and cows. Your mother and I have been away for so long, and we've been asking your Aunt Huang to help look after us, but it hasn't worked. Even though they don't say anything, we can't keep bothering them. Gu Dongcheng nodded. I understand, Dad. Be careful on your way back, and call me when you get home. Where's Mom? Your mom will stay here with you to take care of Xiao Xiao and the babies. Xiao Xiao and the babies have just come home, and you have to take care of 5 people all at once. I'm worried you won't be able to manage by yourself, so I'd like your mom to stay and help out. I'll go back home for a while, and once things are settled, I'll bring some free-range chickens and ducks to visit you. Free-range chicken and duck are nutritious. Make some for Xiao Xiao so she can recover. Gu Dongcheng was worried about letting his father go back alone. My family was poor when I was a child. In order to make life better for himself and his mother, his father went to work at a nearby quarry with the uncles and elders in the village. As a result, one time when the quarry workers were blasting the mountain, the staff neglected to give prior notice. As a result, my dad and uncles were unaware that someone was carrying out a demolition. It was too late by the time the rocks slid down the mountain. Mr. Gu was unlucky. A large rock hit him, and his leg was broken on the spot. Although he was rushed to the hospital and saved, he was left with many hidden health problems. Sometimes I feel pain all over my body for no reason. In addition, he has been busy with farm work in the village for many years, which has severely depleted his health. She even fainted in the field once. That day, if it weren't for Gu's mother not seeing that he hadn't returned by mealtime and worrying that something had happened to him, she would have gone to the fields to check on him. As expected, the thing she feared most came to pass. There's a person lying in the field. The doctor said that if it had been any later, the person would probably be dead. Ever since that incident, Gu's mother has never dared to let him go to the fields alone again. He objected to his dad wanting to go back. However, he was worried about Gu Dongcheng being alone. Dad, let Mom go back with you. It'll be good for her to look after you on the way. Gu's father glared at him. No need. I can manage on my own. Besides, the grandchildren just came back and I have to bathe and change their diapers every day, and I also have to cook. Can you manage all that by yourself? With your mom around, it saves a lot of trouble. Mr. Gu insisted that Mrs. Gu stay and help him take care of the child. Gu Dongcheng was really worried about his father going back alone. Dad, I can take care of Xiao Xiao and the babies all by myself. Look, haven't I been doing a good job these past few days? You and Mom go back first this time and take care of things at home before we talk about anything else. Next time you come up here, stay a little longer. At this moment, Gu's mother also came over and asked, if we all go back, are you sure you can manage alone? How about your dad and I hire a temporary nanny for you? Let her stay until we come back up. Actually, Goo's mother was also worried about Goo's father going back alone. After the incident where he fainted while spraying pesticides, Goo's mother was terrified. But she couldn't let go of her little grandson either. Gu Dongqing laughed. Mom, there's no need to hire a housekeeper, I can manage on my own. I'll tell you if I can't take care of it. You should go back with Dad and take good care of him. I'll come over after I've finished taking care of things at home. Otherwise, I'm not comfortable letting Dad go back alone, and you won't be comfortable either. It's easy to get distracted when taking care of the babies. But Gu's mother wanted to say something more. Gu Dongqing interrupted her. Mom, don't you know how good I am at taking care of people? Leave the children to me without worry. If they don't work out, I'll let you know. I would never joke about the safety of the babies in Xiao Xiao. Gu Dongqing's attitude was firm. If I go back, my parents have to be together. This time, Gu Dongqing suddenly called them up, and the couple hurriedly went out. There are still many things to take care of at home. Gu's parents were still worried, so Gu Dongqing continued to speak. Mom and Dad, go back and take good care of Dad. When our son earns money in the future, we'll buy another house and bring you to live in Yuqing so you can enjoy your retirement. His mother told him this when he was a child. After I get married, my partner won't live with me. Gu Dongqing knew that his mother was worried about the relationship between her and her mother-in-law, and that she was thinking of him. He respects his mother's opinion. Therefore, Gu Dongqing plans to buy a house in Yuqing specifically for them when he has more money in the future. I won't go back to the village to farm in the future. Of course, parents are happy when their son is filial. However, Gu's mother still refused. Chapter 42. Don't worry, I won't look at anything indiscriminately. Buying a house in a big city these days isn't cheap. Even ordinary apartment prices in residential areas are over 10,000 yuan per square meter. You can't buy a regular small 3-bedroom apartment without at least 1 million yuan. $1 million might not be much to a wealthy person. But for ordinary people, it's impossible to save that much money in a lifetime. My son is doing very well now. Gu's mother didn't want to put pressure on her. Silly child, your father and I don't want to enjoy a life of leisure, nor do we want to move to a big city. We've worked hard in the village for most of our lives. Now that we're living in the city, we don't know anyone or anything. It's so uncomfortable. Mom knows you're good to us, and she knows you're a promising child. It's enough that you have this intention. Take good care of Xiao Xiao and the babies from now on and live a good life. We come up to see them whenever we have time. Gu Dongqing's nose felt sore. After all these years, my parents are still like this. Whatever you do, it's all for yourself. Gu Dongqing secretly resolved that he would make sure his parents lived a good life in the future. Once I've saved enough money, I'll try to take my dad to see the best doctor. I hope that my parents will be free from illness and disaster in the future. Shortly after the couple finished talking with Gu Dongqing, they went to the master bedroom and told Xiao Xiao about their trip back. Xiao Xiao was caught off guard. Uncle and aunt, are you going back? Aren't you going to stay a little longer? Gu's mother was kind and gentle, saying, we left in a hurry this time, but now that you and the babies are back, everything is fine. There are still many things to take care of at home. Your uncle and I plan to go back for a while and come to see you again later. While we're back, Xiaocheng will take care of you. If he dares to treat you badly or not take good care of the babies, you can tell your uncle and your uncle and aunt will stand up for you. Xiao Xiao quickly said, Auntie, Dongqing is very good to me. Don't worry, he won't let me suffer any injustice. Mother Gu nodded with a smile. He turned to Gu Dongqing and instructed him to take good care of the adults and children no matter what. After saying that, she and her father walked quietly to the crib. She looked at the 4 sleeping little cuties with loving eyes. How can there be such adorable babies? No matter how long you watch it, you can never get enough. Gu's mother took out her phone and recorded several videos, planning to watch them when she missed her babies at home. Little Strawberry, Little Apple, 3 treasures, 4 treasures, Grandpa and Grandma are going home first. I'll come see you again in a few days. During this time, babies should be good, listen to their parents, and grow up safely and peacefully, okay? Grandpa and Grandma will miss you, so be good. As Gu's mother spoke, her eyes reddened. Whether she was a child or now a grandmother, she still dislikes the feeling of separation. Gu's father reminded her from the side. Your daughter-in-law is here. If you want to cry, wait until you get home. Gu's mother put away her phone and blinked hard, trying to hold back her tears. After saying goodbye to Xiao Xiao and the babies, the elderly couple left. Gu Dongcheng wanted to see them off, but his father refused. You stay home and take good care of Xiao Xiao and the child. We'll go to the station. What if something happens at home while you're not here? Gu's mother chimed in, that's right, we'll take a taxi ourselves. There are so many taxis in big cities, you can just hail one. We'll come see you again in a few days. After giving Gu Dongcheng a chance to speak, the couple turned around, closed the door, and left. I left the community gate. Gu's mother sighed with emotion. I never imagined that I would become a grandmother after coming to Yucheng. My son even bought a house and a car. Although they refused their son's offer to buy them a house, the couple were still very pleased that their son had this intention. The child I raised myself is very filial. In the end, the two did not take a taxi to the station. Taking a taxi is too expensive, there are direct buses available. It takes longer, but it saves money. After my parents left, Gu Dongcheng returned to the room and sat quietly beside the crib, watching the children. Xiao Xiao is a thoughtful person, ever since Gu's parents left. She noticed that Gu Dongcheng seemed to be in a much lower mood. After hesitating for a long time, she finally decided to ask, Dongcheng, what are you thinking about? Gu Dongcheng smiled and said, I'm wondering if the children will leave us when they grow up. Xiao Xiao, thinking about how the children will grow up and leave us, I feel a little empty inside. This is what they mean by feeling sad in books. The children are still so young, but time flies by so quickly, and the babies will grow up very fast. What do you think we'll be like when we're old? Xiao Xiao laughed. So this perfect and handsome man also has his sentimental moments. His future is in his own hands. Xiao Xiao's face was filled with hope for the future. The children will grow up and leave us. But we can stay with them for a long time along the way. Our future babies will definitely be very handsome and beautiful. When we get old, they will surely stay by our side just like they do now. Growing up is a bittersweet experience. If possible, Xiao Xiao hopes that the babies won't be in a rush to grow up in the future. I hope they enjoy their childhood to the fullest. Gu Dongcheng looked at Xiao Xiao's clear, bright eyes. The child's mother has exceptionally beautiful eyes when she speaks, it's as if the stars and the sea are shining brightly. Seeing the light in her eyes, Gu Dongcheng's melancholy gradually dissipated. Time flew by and it was already afternoon. Xiao Xiao felt uncomfortable all over and wanted to take a shower. Gu Dongcheng checked online and found that Xiao Xiao had a C-section. However, you can take a shower there. You just need to be a little careful when taking a shower. Xiao Xiao was unsure, I had a C-section, can I still take a shower now? If it really doesn't work, I'll just bear with it for a while longer. You can just wipe my body down. Gu Dongcheng nodded, I checked on Xiaohongshu, and people say it's washable. However, it's best to have someone with you when you take a shower to prevent accidents. We can take a shower, and I'll put a waterproof sticker on you in a bit. Gu Dongcheng also found out the precautions for cesarean section on Xiaohongshu. In summer, new mothers can take a bath a week after giving birth. In winter, it will take 2 weeks. Mothers who have undergone a cesarean section are relatively weak, so it is best to keep the water temperature for bathing at around 37 degrees Celsius. In winter, the water temperature can be increased a bit. Gu Dongcheng went over the precautions again. Xiao Xiao blushed and hesitated after hearing this, you mean a new mother can't take a bath alone? It's best not to go alone, that's what all the posts I've read say. I wiped your body every day when Xiao Xiao was in the hospital, and I helped you take a bath too, don't worry I won't look at anything inappropriate. Chapter 43 Taking a bath, is it too late to regret it now? Xiao Xiao was already embarrassed, and hearing his words made her even more ashamed. While he was in the hospital, Gu Dongcheng wiped his body every day. He's seen everything he was supposed to see. It shouldn't be a big deal to have him help me take a bath. As long as Gu Dongcheng doesn't look, it's fine. Xiao Xiao comforted herself, thinking that perhaps it was because she hadn't showered in a long time. Dongcheng. I'm counting on you. Gu Dongcheng was a little happy that the child's mother had agreed to let him help her take a bath. Does that mean that my relationship with her has gotten a little closer? Because of the C-section incision, Gu Dongcheng bought waterproof patches on a shopping app. The food deliveries take 30 minutes to arrive. At this time, Gu Dongcheng first prepared bath supplies for Xiao Xiao. Loose-fitting maternity wear for home use. Shampoo and body wash specifically for postpartum women. Just as Gu Dongcheng finished his work, he received a call from the delivery man. Young master, could you please watch over the babies for me? If the babies wake up, come to the bathroom and call for their older brother. Brother, go help sister take a bath. The young master lay beside the crib and looked up to me. It seems like they're saying they understand. Then he continued to sleep lying face down. Gu Dongcheng patted its little head and helped Xiao Xiao into the bathroom. The two walked side by side, and Gu Dongcheng could feel the tension in Xiao Xiao's breathing. Although Gu Dongcheng wiped her body while she was in the hospital. But taking a bath now is completely different. You have to stand naked in front of him. Xiao Xiao regretted it as soon as the bathroom door closed. She felt that although not showering was uncomfortable, she could still bear it. Gu Dongcheng didn't notice the change in Xiao Xiao's expression. I adjusted the water temperature for her. When the switch was turned on, water gushed out. Then she brought out a waterproof patch, saying, Xiao Xiao, I'll put the waterproof patch on for you later, so you won't have to worry about getting the wound wet when you take a shower. I saw on Xiaohanshu that some people say that showering should be limited to 5 minutes, while others say it should be limited to 10 minutes. How about we keep it in the middle, wash for 7 or 8 minutes? Seeing how diligently Gu Dongcheng was working for her. It would be too pretentious to say I don't want to wash it now. Xiao Xiao took a breath. Okay. Then we'll wash for about 7 or 8 minutes. Thank you, Dongcheng. Gu Dongcheng smiled, no need, as long as taking a bath makes you more comfortable, that's fine. As a southerner, he knows what it feels like to not shower for several days. It'll take several days to tell. Even if he doesn't shower for a day, Gu Dongcheng feels uncomfortable all over. What's more, she hasn't washed her face since Xiao Xiao gave birth. If this happened to me, I'd probably go crazy. Come on, let me help you take off your clothes first. Don't worry, I won't look. Okay, come on. Xiao Xiao turned her face away and closed her eyes as she spoke. She knew that Gu Dongcheng would definitely check her body. If I don't look at it, how am I supposed to take off my clothes, put on waterproof patches, and take a shower? They both knew it, but they were just deceiving themselves. Xiao Xiao's skin is very fair and delicate, like snow. Every time Gu Dongcheng saw her body, one word would come to mind. Her skin was as white as snow. Her bones were like jade and her skin like ice. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Xiao Xiao's skin seemed to have a magical power. Gu Dongcheng couldn't help but fall for it after just one glance. Such fair skin, I really want to take a bite. Xiao Xiao has a really great figure. Her waist was as slender as a willow branch, so delicate it could be encircled by one hand. Her curves were perfectly proportioned. Gu Dongcheng's breathing gradually became rapid. Fortunately, he kept telling himself that he was giving the child's mother a bath. If someone has improper thoughts now, are they still human? The waterproof sticker was applied quickly. Xiao Xiao appeared naked in front of Gu Dongcheng. Stand here for a moment, let me test the water temperature for you. Tell me if you feel hot later, or if you feel uncomfortable anywhere. Good. Gu Dongcheng reached out to feel the temperature. It was just right, neither too hot nor too cold. First, give Xiao Xiao's legs a soak. After she adjusted to the temperature, Gu Dongcheng slowly moved the shower head from bottom to top. Wherever it went, hot water flowed over Xiao Xiao's skin. Xiao Xiao felt more comfortable than ever before. Oh my god, I finally got to take a shower, it feels so good. The 1.8-meter long legs dazzled Gu Dongcheng. He tried to pull himself together and started applying shower gel to Xiao Xiao. He moved very gently, as if afraid of accidentally scratching her skin. How are you feeling? Does the wound hurt? Xiao Xiao carefully felt it and shook her head. It doesn't hurt. It's been so long since I took a shower, it feels so good. Dongcheng, let me tell you, I've been feeling really awful these past few days without showering. I feel like I've been reborn, it's so relaxing. Gu Dongcheng laughed. I'll wash your hair again after I'm done washing it, you'll feel even more comfortable. Really? That's great. I haven't washed my hair in almost 10 days, it's so oily I could fry vegetables on it. Oily hair is so uncomfortable. This period has been tough. Not only does the wound hurt, but you also have to endure the pain of not being able to shower in the oily scalp. Fortunately, Gu Dongcheng was considerate and solved the problem for her in one go. Many older generations now believe that new mothers should not bathe or wash their hair during their postpartum period. Due to the instructions of their parents-in-law, many new mothers wait until the 42-day postpartum period before taking a bath. This period has been incredibly difficult. But actually, the older generation's views are not entirely correct. Many doctors and hospitals now recommend that new mothers take a shower and wash their hair after returning home if they are feeling well. Don't be influenced by the ideas of the older generation. Gu Dongcheng had no idea what his mother was thinking. However, just to be on the safe side, he didn't tell the other party about Xiao Xiao taking a shower. Gu Dongcheng kept checking the time. 8 minutes passed quickly. Gu Dongcheng turned off the water. It's time. Let me wipe you down first. Xiao Xiao was still not satisfied and wanted to continue washing. Gu Dongcheng smiled as he wiped her down. I'll wash you again tomorrow or the day after. Just hang in there a little longer. After your confinement period, I'll give you plenty of baths. Xiao Xiao looked hopeful. She's really looking forward to it. I hope my postpartum period ends soon. Strangely enough, when Gu Dongcheng dried her off after her shower, Xiao Xiao was no longer embarrassed at all. Is it because he saw and touched me naked while I was showering? It's amazing that he can be so calm about it. Xiao Xiao felt that she was becoming less and less concerned about her image in front of Gu Dongcheng. Come on, raise your hand, let me rub your armpits. Okay, get dressed first, then I'll give you a bath. Gu Dongcheng planned to peel off the waterproof sticker after washing his hair. She planned to imitate how you get your hair washed at a hair salon, and have Xiao Xiao lie down while she gets her hair washed. A long table was moved from the study. The table is about the same height as the wash basin. Gu Dongcheng shook the table to make sure everything was alright, then lifted Xiao Xiao onto the table. Turn on the hot water and wet Xiao Xiao's hair strand by strand. Gu Dongcheng knew a little massage technique, and he used it on Xiao Xiao as well. Just like with bathing, Gu Dongcheng didn't dare to wash Xiao Xiao's hair for too long. Chapter 44, Upon learning the truth, the irritable best friend. Xiao Xiao has very thick hair, and the hair quality is also very good. This hair is the envy of everyone. Gu Dongcheng took a towel and gently dried her hair, then wrapped it up for her. How are you feeling? Are you comfortable? This feels so good, I feel completely relaxed. I haven't felt this refreshed in ages. Xiao Xiao said, her eyes crinkling with delight. Gu Dongcheng's eyes were filled with doting affection. After lifting her off the table, I found a hairdryer. Come sit down, I'll dry your hair. Thanks. Gu Dongcheng turned on the hairdryer and switched it to warm air mode. He brushed her hair aside with his left hand and blew on it with his right. Xiao Xiao looked at Gu Dongcheng in the mirror, focused on blow-drying her hair. My childhood memories came back to me. She had a princess dream when she was little. When I grow up, I hope to marry a Prince Charming who will absolutely spoil me. Looking back suddenly, I've finally met the Prince Charming I always dreamed of. A faint smile appeared on Xiao Xiao's face without her noticing. Dongcheng, do you think I look better with long hair or short hair? If you think short hair looks good, I'll get it cut after I finish my postpartum confinement. Gu Dongcheng looked up at the child's mother in the mirror, who looked like an angel. I think they all look good. Xiao Xiao, you're so pretty, any hairstyle looks good on you. But I prefer your long hair. Why? Because there's a line in the book, marry me when your hair reaches your waist. I'm still waiting for you to come with me to get our marriage certificate. Getting married, registering the marriage. Thinking about getting her marriage certificate with Gu Dongcheng after her postpartum period, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but feel excited. Don't assume that blow-drying a girl's hair is the same as blow-drying a boy's hair for a while. Gu Dongcheng only realized now that it takes girls so long to blow-dry their hair. It took a full 10 minutes. It greatly broadened Gu Dongcheng's horizons. When she returned to her room, Xiao Xiao had transformed back into a fresh and fragrant beauty. Tell me what you want to eat. Beverages and fruit are both fine. Xiao Xiao lay sprawled on the bed, saying, No need, I don't want to eat anything right now. Dongcheng, I'd like to go get it myself if I want to eat it. You've been busy for so long, you should take a rest. Gu Dongcheng shook his head, he didn't feel tired. When they went to check on the baby in the crib, the young guard was still standing by their side. As evening approached, Gu Dongcheng went into the kitchen to start preparing dinner. The little ones woke up 3 or 4 times during the night, as usual. Gu Dongcheng yawned as he coaxed the last baby to sleep. It's already 5:30. Go to sleep as soon as possible. When I woke up again, it was already 9:30 a.m. the next day. Since the children came home, the young master hasn't played with his toys much. Aside from eating, drinking, and using the toilet, I spend most of my time with the babies. After Xiao Xiao woke up, she didn't see Gu Dongcheng. I guess the other person is probably in the living room or kitchen. The four little cuties are awake and in a great mood, quietly watching the cats in their cribs. Xiao Xiao rested her chin on her hand and quietly observed them from the side. Little Strawberry and her younger siblings grew even faster after returning from the hospital. It's fair and tender, and it's grown even bigger. Such an adorable baby, who wouldn't call him a lucky baby? As if sensing that their mother was looking at them, the quadruplets shifted their gaze and looked at her with their big, watery eyes. Although a child's vision is not yet fully developed, they can only see a blurry outline. However, they can identify their mothers by their scent. At the same time, outside the gate of the residential complex where Xiao Xiao used to live, her childhood friend, Huang Jing, was standing outside the door, listening with a surprised expression to what the girl across the hall was saying. You mean that beautiful woman who used to live here got pregnant? And another man came to pick her up, was he her boyfriend? You're not mistaken, are you? The girl across the hall replied, she's incredibly beautiful, isn't she? So tall. How could I possibly mistake her? I run into that lady all the time when I go out. She gave birth recently. Later, her boyfriend came to help her move. Her boyfriend is so handsome. He's tall, handsome, and has great charisma. He's a perfect match for her. By the way, what do you want with that lady? Who are you to her? Didn't she tell you when she had her baby? The girl across the hall had a gossipy look on her face. Huang Jingxiang suppressed his anger and replied, I'm her childhood friend. Thank you, beautiful lady, I have to go now. After saying that, Huang Jing rushed off to the Industrial University. She needs to find out if her best friend is pregnant and has given birth. However, when Huang Jing arrived at Yuqing University of Technology, her world collapsed. She stopped someone on the way to ask for advice and gave them a very enthusiastic answer. You mean Xiao Xiao, the school beauty? She gave birth. I heard they're quadruplets. It seems like it was born about 10 days ago, but I've forgotten the exact dates. The guy seems to be from our school too, Gu something. Oh, right. Gu Dongchang. That guy's lucky. He actually managed to steal our goddess away. Hearing people discussing Xiao Xiao and Gu Dongchang, a male classmate who had a crush on her burst into tears. Goddess. My goddess. She actually had a child with another man. It hurts. My chance with my goddess is over. Beautiful lady, what's your relationship with goddess Xiao? If you know her, after you meet her, please tell her that I, Jin Zhuangzhuang, have been waiting for her. Even now, many of the students at the university who admired Xiao Xiao, the campus belle, are still reeling from the news of her giving birth. When Huang Jing asked Xiao Xiao about it, he blurted out everything he knew. After saying that, she cried sadly again. Although the woman did not belong to him before. It doesn't belong to me now either. Knowing that the other person belongs to someone else, my heart aches uncontrollably. Huang Jing felt increasingly disheartened as she listened. What a person says may be false. But the story about my childhood friend has spread throughout the school. It's an indisputable fact. She really did get a boyfriend and have a baby. She didn't even tell me about something this big. Does he even care about his childhood friend anymore? Huang Jing became increasingly angry the more she thought about it. He frantically sent WeChat messages to Xiao Xiao. Nobody replied. She immediately made a phone call. Inside the Phoenix Garden residential community, Xiao Xiao had just finished interacting with the babies when she heard the WeChat call ringtone. The note says it's from my childhood friend. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to answer the call. The next second, she frowned and held the phone out from beside her ear. A furious, clattering sound came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Xiao, you're something else. You didn't even tell me about something as important as having a baby. Don't you even consider me your sister anymore? I'm so angry. Xiao Xiao, you've gone too far. Why aren't you saying anything? Have you become mute because you know you're in the wrong? Xiao Xiao calmed herself down, took a deep breath, and asked, Are you finished? I'm hanging up now that I've finished talking. Huang Jing's incredulous voice came through the phone. What? Xiao Xiao, are you going to hang up on me? Don't you have a heart? Chapter 45 My best friend arrives, what a handsome man. Xiao Xiao was thoughtful. But now my heart belongs to the babies. Hearing Huang Jing's roar, Xiao Xiao hung up the phone. Let the other person calm down. However, hanging up the phone only fueled the other party's even greater rage. Good. Xiao Xiao, you really dared to hang up on me, huh? This princess is angry. Keep fighting. Instant rejection. Very good. I'll keep playing. Another instant rejection. Keep dialing while I'm still angry. Still no answer. 5 minutes later, Huang Jing finally lost her temper and sent a message to Xiao Xiao. Sister, I was wrong. I shouldn't have gotten angry and yelled at you. Please, just answer it already. Please, I swear I'll be a dog if I lose my temper again. That's more like it. Xiao Xiao waited until Huang Jing calmed down before answering the WeChat call. A sullen voice came from the other end of the phone. Miss Xiao, where are you now? I'm at your school gate right now. Your classmates said you dropped out of school. I went to the neighborhood where you used to live, and your neighbors said you moved away. Send me your address, I'll come see you. While you're at it, check on your child. Did you have a boy or a girl? As their godmother, I haven't even seen them yet. Xiao Xiao remained silent for a while. Okay, but let me tell you first. Don't tell my parents about my affairs. If you can't do it, then go back. Huang Jing thought to herself, just as I thought. The uncle and aunt don't know yet. This woman not only kept it a secret from him, but her parents didn't know either. Okay, I promise. I definitely won't tell your aunt and uncle. Send me the address. No, you swear an oath first. Huh? I have to swear an oath. Xiao Xiao, you've gone too far. After all these years of being sisters, you don't even trust me. Huang Jing shattered on the spot. It was heartbreaking. I can't believe it. Fine. I swear it. I, Huang Jing, swear that if I ever tell your aunt and uncle about Xiao Xiao, I'll make sure you never get married. You're always matched with terrible teammates in games, and you're always unlucky when it comes to gacha pulls. Miss Xiao, you can rest assured now that I've shown you my utmost sincerity. Xiao Xiao hesitated for a while before sending the address. After sending the location to Huang Jing, Xiao Xiao found Gu Dongchang and told him about her childhood friend's upcoming visit. Gu Dongchang was surprised. Your childhood friend is coming? Then cook a meal for her at noon. Xiao Xiao had no objection. Dongchang, my best friend has a rather eccentric temper. She was spoiled by her parents since she was little. Don't take what she says to heart when she gets here. Gu Dongchang chuckled, don't worry, we have a strong mentality. No matter what you write in your letter, I won't take it to heart. He knew Xiao Xiao was a rich and beautiful girl back in school. The kind of family that's extremely wealthy. As her childhood friend, his family must be quite wealthy. She's a little princess, spoiled as she grows up, so it's normal for her to have a bit of a strange temper. What are your childhood friend's favorite dishes? Gu Dongchang planned to go out and buy some groceries to entertain the other party later. Xiao Xiao replied, no, she can eat anything. Dongchang, just cook whatever you like. If she doesn't eat, let her go hungry. Gu Dongchang pursed her lips. It seemed that the child's mother and her best friend had a very good relationship. Gu Dongchang felt a little nervous when he learned that Xiao Xiao's best friend was coming. I wonder how the other person will react when they see me. At the same time, outside the gate of the Industrial University, I found out where my best friend lives. Huang Jing immediately took a taxi and rushed over. Arrived at the entrance of the residential area. The residential compound has access control. Unable to enter the residential compound, Huang Jing called Xiao Xiao for help. Hey sis, I'm at the entrance of the complex. But there's a security gate here, so I can't get in. You should call him and talk to him. Xiao Xiao asked Huang Jing to hand the phone to the security guard at the gate and gave him some basic information about Gu Dongcheng. The other party quickly let them pass. That's enough, beautiful lady. Sorry for taking up your time. Huang Jing nodded in understanding. A place with tight security means it's safe to live in. Huang Jing walked and looked around, and she was quite satisfied with the environment of the community. It seems my childhood friend is living a pretty good standard of living. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Xiao Xiao knew her best friend had arrived. The door opened. A beautiful face appeared before my eyes. You're here. Huang Jing chuckled, yes, I've arrived. What? I've come all this way, aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? Xiao Xiao opened the door. Come in. You don't need to change your shoes. Huang Jing pouted, that's more like it. Seeing her best friend's figure, she felt much more relaxed. Miss Xiao seems to have gained some weight. He looked radiant and seemed to be enjoying a comfortable life. As she walked through the gate and looked around at the interior decoration, she was immediately amazed. If she's not mistaken, this must be the Song Dynasty style of interior design. Elegant and grand, pleasing to the eye. Huang Jing knew that this type of interior design was very expensive. My childhood friend's girlfriend must come from a pretty good family. The place you're staying is pretty good. Xiao Xiao, you're so unfair. You didn't even tell me you were having a baby. Huang Jing followed Xiao Xiao confidently and sat down on the sofa. I saw lots of colorful little clothes hanging out to dry on the balcony. Where's my godchild? Huang Jing looked left and right but couldn't find the baby. Tell me quickly, is it a boy or a girl? Take me to see. Xiao Xiao poured her a glass of water. We have both boys and girls, 2 little princesses and 2 little princes. Both boys and girls' babies are available. Huang Jing's eyes are glowing. 2 men and 2 women, my childhood friend is really good at having children. Where are my godson and goddaughter? I need to go see them right now. After finishing her water, Huang Jing jumped up from the sofa. At this moment, the door to the master bedroom opened. A man came out from inside. Huang Jing couldn't help but glance at it. The next second, his pupils contracted sharply. Wow! What a handsome man! Good heavens, is this the male lead who stepped out of an idol drama? Wrong. He's way more handsome than in idol dramas. He's just as good as the male protagonist in the comics. Huang Jing has seen many handsome men, but so far, none of them can compare to Gu Dongcheng. Handsome features, deep, star-like eyes. A faint smile always seemed to linger at the corners of his mouth. It gives people a feeling of warmth and brightness. This is the man my best friend found, the father of her child? Huang Jing scrutinized Gu Dongcheng with a critical eye. At the same time, Gu Dongcheng's gaze also fell on Huang Jing. Is this the mother's childhood friend? She is about 167 centimeters tall, has a bun hairstyle, and has a pair of long, white legs. Her features are very delicate, and she belongs to the cute, demure type. She would definitely be a school beauty in any school. Sure enough, all the beautiful woman's friends are beautiful women too. Seeing the two sizing each other up, Xiao Xiao introduced them. Dongcheng, this is my childhood friend and best friend, Huang Jing. You can just call her Jingjing. Chapter 46: The Cat Protecting Human Cubs and the Startled Godmother. Jingjing, this is the baby's father, Gu Dongcheng. We plan to get our marriage certificate after the baby is out of confinement. You can just call him Dongcheng. Huang Jing carefully examined the man in front of her. I have to say my best friend has great taste. As for his looks, he's very handsome. Her temperament seems quite good as well. I just don't know how the sound will be. Gu Dongcheng waved first and greeted her. Hello Jingjing, I'm Gu Dongcheng, nice to meet you. His voice is very pleasant, unique, and magnetic. Huang Jing snapped out of her daze from his face and voice, and gave a cold Just kidding, she ran off with her best friend and even had a baby without telling me. So what if someone is handsome and has a nice voice? Huang Jing showed no mercy either. Xiao Xiao quickly said, Dongcheng, my best friend has a bit of a weird temper. She acts like this around strangers, so please don't take it to heart. Gu Dongcheng smiled, not taking it to heart. Saying you have a strange temper? What's wrong with me? Hearing Xiao Xiao say that about her, Huang Jing immediately became anxious and moved her mouth as if she wanted to say something. Xiao Xiao gave her a look that said, stop messing around. Didn't you want to see the child? I'll take you there now. Dongcheng, are the babies still awake? Gu Dongcheng replied, they're still awake. Young master is watching over them. Huang Jing was filled with questions. Who is the young master? Does my best friend have guests at her house? The other party came to help them take care of their children. Gu Dongcheng turned around and said, I'm going out for a bit to buy some groceries. I'll make you lunch later. Xiao Xiao nodded, go ahead, don't worry about the children, Jingjing, and I will take good care of them. After giving a few instructions, Gu Dongcheng went out to buy groceries. Huang Jing was surprised as she watched Gu Dongcheng's departing figure. She never expected that Gu Dongcheng could cook. After all, there are fewer and fewer young people who can cook these days. A handsome man like Gu Dongcheng, who also comes from a good family, shouldn't be like that. He shook his head. Where are the babies? My godson and my dear daughter, your godmother has come to see you. Upon entering the master bedroom, I saw the crib. Huang Jing rushed over eagerly. The next second, a tabby cat, its body arched and poised to attack, charged at her. The cat was hissing, looking like it was about to start a fight. Huang Jing was startled and her hair stood on end. I stared in horror at the panting kitten. Where did this kitten come from? So fierce. Xiao Xiao was also startled. I didn't expect the cat to react so strongly. Is it afraid that strangers will hurt the babies? Huang Jing screamed instinctively, grabbing Xiao Xiao's arm in terror. Xiao Xiao quickly covered her mouth. Don't scream, you'll scare the babies. Huang Jing's eyes widened, and she nodded in a panic. The young master was still hunched over, his hair standing on end, breathing on Huang Jing. Xiao Xiao comforted him. Young master, are you protecting the babies? Don't worry, this is my sister's good friend. She's the baby's godmother, she won't hurt them. Please don't yell at her anymore, okay? My brother knows her too. The young master, his hair standing on end and his airplane-shaped ears bristling, took 2 more steps toward Huang Jing. Huang Jing's heart nearly jumped out of her chest, and she stammered, yes, yes. Your sister is right, I know your brother. I'm the baby's godmother. I won't hurt the babies. The young master, full of bull-like energy, continued to fly his plane. Xiao Xiao was afraid that it might really hurt someone, so she continued to soothe it. Young master, this is Huang Jing, Sister Jingjing, who is my sister's best friend who grew up with her since childhood. She is also the baby's godmother. She came here specifically to see the babies. She won't be like little Strawberry and the others last time, don't scare her. This time, the young master finally responded. It wagged its tail and meowed at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao didn't know if the young master could understand. However, after she comforted it, the kitten finally stopped hissing. He folded up his airplane earpiece and looked at Huang Jing warily. Huang Jing was still shaken and dared not go to the crib. Xiao Xiao was both amused and exasperated. Young master, don't scare her. My younger siblings will be sad if they can't see their godmother. With your sister here, she won't hurt the babies. The young master came over and rubbed against her trouser leg. Xiao Xiao patted its little head and picked it up. Jingjing, it's all right now. Young master was protecting the babies just now, it didn't really mean to bite you. Now it's all right, it recognizes you. Huang Jing's heart was pounding as she warily stared at the kitten in front of her. Is this the young master Gu Dongcheng mentioned? Or is it a kitten? Xiao Xiao smiled. Yes, young master is very smart. If it understands, it won't be mean to you. Isn't that right, young master? Come on, say hello to the baby's godmother. This is Sister Jingjing. Who is Huang Jing? This is the first time in his life he has suffered such a huge loss. Although I was very dissatisfied. But she was genuinely terrified. She forced a smile and said, Hi, little kitty, I'm Huang Jing, the baby's godmother. You're called young master, right? Wow, that's a really nice name. You're so handsome. The young master ignored her flattery and turned to look at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao scratched its chin. All right, you all know each other now. The babies are over there, young master. Take Jingjing to see her younger brothers and sisters. After getting out of bed, the young master dashed off to his crib. With a bounce, it landed on the fence again. It turned around and meowed, seemingly beckoning Huang Jing to come over. Huang Jing patted her chest. Phew, that was terrifying. My best friend, how did you raise that cat? It almost scared the princess to death. Fortunately, the other party could still understand human speech. I followed my childhood friend to the crib. My heart, which had been shattered by the tabby cat, was quickly healed. What a beautiful and adorable baby. Soft and chewy, delicate and cute. No wonder the cats have been guarding them. All the babies my childhood friend shared are little angels. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 glutinous rice balls in total. Quadruplets. Wow, you're amazing, sister. 4 children. How did you manage to give birth to so many? They're all super cute. Upon seeing the babies, Huang Jing let out a squeal like a groundhog. This was the first time in her life she had ever seen such an adorable baby. The quadruplets were more beautiful and adorable than any celebrity baby she had ever seen. She thought her best friend was amazing. Xiao Xiao smiled, that's how they were born, but it was tough being pregnant with them. Hearing their mother talking to someone, the quadruplets looked at them curiously. Ah, those big, watery eyes are like jewels. Long eyelashes. Human babies all have such captivating eyes. His eyebrows and eyes bear a resemblance to Gu Dongcheng and Xiao Xiao. The little hands and feet would move occasionally. Its soft and cuddly appearance was absolutely adorable to Huang Jing. Huang Jing couldn't help but wave, "Hello, babies. I'm your godmother, a good friend of your mother's. Your godmother has come to visit you." Chapter 47, Overconfident Huang Jing gets a slap in the face from De Bao and Xiao Bao. Huang Jing and Xiao Xiao grew up together. They made that agreement when they were little. Regardless of who gets married and has children first, they should become each other's godmothers. Xiao Xiao is now pregnant. So naturally she's the godmother of these adorable kids. The little ones looked at Huang Jing with their grape-like eyes. Their blinking eyes are just so adorable. Wow, Xiao Xiao, look, this baby is smiling at me. So cute. How many babies is she? Is it a boy or a girl? Xiao Xiao was also charmed by the baby's adorable smile. This is De Bao. De Bao is the older sister, and her nickname is Little Strawberry. The person next to her is her older brother, Erbo, whose name is Zhao Pingguo Little Apple. Sanbao is my younger sister, Zayat Ozi. The one looking at the toys is Xiao Bao's younger brother, Xiao Shanzhu. Huang Jing was so touched she exclaimed, "Oh my god, their nicknames are so cute. Little strawberries, little apples, little peaches, and little mangosteens. My godchildren all have such beautiful names." Little Strawberry is so happy to see her godmother. Is she captivated by her godmother's beauty? Come here, let your godmother give you a hug, okay? After speaking, Huang Jing looked at Xiao Xiao and asked, "Can I hold the babies?" Xiao Xiao nodded and said yes, but not every baby can be held. It depends on the children's mood. Huang Jing chuckled. De Bao is smiling so happily at me, she must want to hug me. Huang Jing looked confident. However, the moment she reached out her hand, she was slapped in the face. As soon as we got close, De Bao started kicking his feet and crying. Every single cell in my body is resisting. What kind of self-love is this? Huang Jing's smile froze, and she shattered on the spot. Little Strawberry, didn't you just smile at your godmother? Does that mean you like your godmother? Why didn't you let your godmother hold you? I'm your godmother, your mother's best friend, you should like me. A baby's crying is contagious. Little Apple and her younger siblings also started making anxious, whimpering noises. Seeing this, the young master was extremely anxious. Then, with its body bent over and its fur standing on end, it breathed on Huang Jing. Their aggressive demeanor seemed to say, "Get away from here." Huang Jing didn't expect the babies to cry. It seems I was too young and overconfident. It's normal for babies to cry when they first encounter strangers because they feel insecure. Xiao Xiao stepped forward, bent down, picked up De Bao, and comforted him, "Little Strawberry, be good, don't cry, mommy's here." Mommy is here with the babies. This is your godmother. Your godmother is not an outsider, so Little Strawberry doesn't need to be afraid. Young master, godmother didn't mean to scare the babies, please don't be harsh with her. Little Strawberry, look who's next to you? Nini, right? Nini is always by the baby's side, just like their mother. The young master wagged his tail and meowed. Nini amused him, and he stayed in his mother's familiar embrace. Little Strawberry gradually felt safe. The little head nestled in her arms, and the baby was looking for milk. Xiao Xiao unbuttoned her clothes. Drink up, drink up. Little Strawberry, drink more milk so you can grow tall and strong. The little crybaby would eat a few bites of his food and then stop crying, looking as pitiful as could be. Xiao Xiao gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her daughter's eyes. He told Huang Jing, the babies are still young and haven't been in contact with any strangers since they came back from the hospital. Maybe it's because this is the first time I've seen you feel insecure. You can try Erbao, Sanbao, and Xiaobao later. De Bao drank gurglingly in his mother's arms. He would stop every now and then to check on Huang Jing. Huang Jing looked regretful. At this moment, she began to doubt her own beauty. Is it because I'm too ugly? She won't give me any face if she makes Little Strawberry cry from how ugly she looks. With a skeptical heart, Huang Jing forced out another kind and friendly smile. Hi, are you Erbo Xiaopingwa? I'm your godmother. Wow, Little Apple, your hands smell so good, so soft and sweet. Can I smell them? Xiao Xiao. If you replace the baby with an adult, she'll think her childhood friend's words are creepy. But she was curious. Will the second baby let her little sister hold her? The young master stared intently at Huang Jing from the side. Surprisingly, the second child did not resist like her older sister. The little cutie grinned at her godmother who was close by. Her smile is so cute it's irresistible. Huang Jing was overjoyed. Oh my god, Xiao Xiao, did you see that? Let me hold the baby. Wow, the little apple smells so good. Why, Erbo, your eyes are so beautiful. Why are you looking at your godmother like that? You want to seduce your godmother and inherit her Alipay account, right? Having met Gu Dongcheng in person, Huang Jing was certain that Erbo would grow up to be an incredibly handsome man. The baby was born not long ago. They don't have many facial expressions. Erbo curiously looked at the ant in front of him, his little hands moving around. With barely any strength, he seemed to be trying to tear open Huang Jing's clothes to find milk. Huang Jing was amused. Little apple, I'm your godmother, I don't have a grandma. Are you hungry? Mommy will feed the baby later. The little one searched and searched, but finding no milk, he soon became unhappy and squirmed in his godmother's arms. The second child said he wanted to drink milk. The godmother doesn't have a grandmother, so the baby doesn't want to play with her. It's so comfortable to hold a soft and cuddly baby in your arms, and they smell so sweet and milky. Huang Jing took a deep breath. Oh my god, it's that unique smell that only babies have. How nostalgic, how healing. Sister, Erbo is so well behaved. Even the way he twists his body is so cute. You'd better keep a close eye on him when he grows up, lest he be led astray by those bad women. Second child, mommy is feeding your older sister. Why don't you stay with your godmother for a while? After your sister finishes eating, go find your mother and let your godmother hold you for a while. Come on, let's look at the meow, meow, Erbo wants to play with you, meow and say hello to little apple. Huang Jing said it casually to coax Erbo. Unexpectedly, the young master actually wagged his tail and meowed at Erbo, and even rolled around on the table trying to be cute. Huang Jing's jaw dropped in astonishment. Holy crap, Xiao Xiao, your cat's practically a spirit. Where did you buy this cat? How long have you had it? It can even understand human speech. I want to buy one too. Seeing that the young master was trying his best to distract Erbo, Xiao Xiao smiled with satisfaction. Young master is really super smart. You can't buy this outside. Young master was brought from Dongcheng's rural home and raised by Yucheng. I thought it was amazing when I first saw it. So they were brought from the countryside to raise. No wonder he's so smart. Huang Jing had heard people say before that rural cats are more intelligent and have better physical health than pet cats in the city. She didn't believe it before. Now she believes it. Chapter 48 The Sky Has Fallen. Is Gu Dongcheng not a rich and handsome guy? Seemingly aware that the mistress was praising him, the young master rolled around even more enthusiastically. The 3 and 4 treasure's attention was also drawn to Mimi. After returning home from the hospital, the kitten stayed with him the whole time. Human babies really love their little master. Little strawberry, don't open your mouth after you've eaten your fill. Xiao Xiao suddenly cried out in pain. Because there was plenty of food, it all got splashed on Dabao's face. Xiao Xiao quickly grabbed some tissues and wiped her daughter clean. I'm sorry, little strawberry, mommy was distracted just now. Don't cry, sweetie, mommy will wipe it clean for you right away. Mom will never be so careless again. If breast milk gets into a baby's nose, it can easily cause choking. Extremely dangerous. Xiao Xiao wiped the cloth while blaming herself and comforting him. Fortunately, Dabao didn't cry this time. After cleaning the little guy's face, her attention was drawn to the cat. I went to see the cats with my younger siblings. He put the little princess back in the crib and took the second baby from Huang Jing's arms. Huang Jing continued to focus her attention on Sanbao and Sibao. This time, let her hold the 3 treasures. The 4 treasures will not be given. Xiaobao seemed rather shy before Huang Jing could even extend her hand. The little guy started crying. She bounced around on her bottom and cried loudly. Her little face turned purple from crying. Xiao Xiao hugged him and comforted him, feeling sorry for him. Seeing that Xiao Xiao was taking care of 4 babies at the same time, Huang Jing felt that it was not easy for her. She was extremely angry on the way to find her. But seeing this scene now, her heart softened. Do you and Gu Dongcheng usually take care of the child? I haven't seen a postpartum nanny since I arrived, nor have I seen anyone else. Didn't you hire a housekeeper? Aren't Gu Dongqing's parents coming to help take care of him? Huang Jing thought Gu Dongqing was financially well off. He was a tall, rich, and handsome guy. I should be able to afford to hire a postpartum nanny. While gently patting Xiaobao's bottom, Xiao Xiao said, Gu Dongqing has been taking care of them and me since the baby was born. I'm only taking care of him now that he's out. We didn't hire a postpartum nanny. Dongqing and I felt it was better for us to take care of the baby ourselves, participate in their growth, and have a deeper bond with them in the future. My uncle and aunt just went back not long ago. They said they would bring them to see us again in a while. Huang Jing's expression changed drastically. No need to hire a postpartum nanny, you can take care of yourselves. For children, can you take good care of them? If you don't have the money, I'll use it to pay for it. Xiao Xiao laughed, you take good care of her. Dong is really good at taking care of the baby, otherwise his parents wouldn't have felt at ease returning to the village. You don't need to worry about the cost of hiring a postpartum nanny, we'll take care of the baby ourselves. Huang Jing looked at her with suspicion. Can quadruplets really be well cared for without a nanny? Is it true or not? Gu Dongqing doesn't look like he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Etc. Suddenly, Huang Jing's eyes lit up as she grasped the key point. You mean Gu Dongqing's parents went back to the village? Which village are you going back to? Lieta village? Xiao Xiao shook her head. No, they went back to their rural hometown. Huang Jing. The countryside? Do they go there for vacation and relaxation? No, they went home. Didn't I just tell you? Young master was brought from the countryside by Dongqing and raised in Yucheng. His home is in the countryside, so of course his uncle and aunt went home. Huang Jing's eyes widened. Rural, countryside, countryside? Wait, you said Gu Dongqing's family is from a rural area? Isn't he a rich, handsome, and successful man? Doesn't his family live in the city? Xiao Xiao blinked, wondering why her childhood friend would think that way. It's just in the village, what's wrong? Huang Jing felt like the sky had fallen. From learning that Xiao Xiao lived in Phoenix Garden, to meeting Gu Dongqing in person. Judging from his words and actions, she always thought he was a rich, handsome, and successful man. Even if he's not rich and handsome, his family's financial situation isn't bad either. However, what did her best friend say to her now? She actually said that Gu Dongqing's family lived in the countryside and that his parents farmed in the village. This was unacceptable to her. Xiao Xiao, you're not kidding me, are you? If Gu Dongqing is really from the countryside, then what's the story behind this house? Did they take out a loan to buy it? Or did you pay for it? Xiao Xiao said seriously, do I look like I'm joking? No way. He really is from the village. Xiao Xiao, have you lost your mind? Your aunt and uncle are introducing you to someone who's a perfect match and worth hundreds of millions, and you refuse him. You found someone from the countryside yourself. If your aunt and uncle find out, they'll see what they do to you. What do you want from him? Is it his good looks? These days, what good is being handsome if you're broke? Xiao Xiao has her own ideas. She believes that as long as two people truly love each other, we've decided to spend the rest of our lives together, money doesn't matter. Love should be pure. My best friend might think I'm silly. But that's exactly what Xiao Xiao was thinking. Having finally come into this world, Xiao Xiao wants to live in a way that she likes. And being with Gu Dongqing is exactly like that. Regardless of whether they are a good match or not, or whether the other person is rich or not. As long as they can be with each other, the babies will grow up happily and safely. She was willing to live a simple and frugal life. Huang Jing looked into her eyes, then at the 4 babies in her arms, and sighed. You still haven't answered me. You bought this house. Was it bought by Gu Dongqing's family with the down payment? Xiao Xiao's answer surprised her again. No, Dongqing bought it himself with cash. Huang Jing's pupils contracted. He bought it with cash himself? How is this possible? I heard from people at your school that he's still a student. His family is from the countryside, he has no background or connections, how could he possibly earn so much money to buy it outright? Xiao Xiao laughed, it's normal if you don't believe me. The uncles and aunties in front of me don't believe it either. They only believed it when the Dongqing property certificate was produced. He not only bought the house here in full, but also a top-of-the-line Alfred minivan in full. Huang Jing felt that her best friend was lying, and the more she said, the more outrageous it became. On her way here, she checked the housing prices in this neighborhood. The market price is 22,000 yuan per square meter. The smallest unit in the complex is over 160 square meters. Although she hadn't formally visited her best friend's apartment, based on Huang Jing's experience, this apartment is at least 180 square meters. A 180 square meter house with an average price of 22,000 yuan per square meter would cost 3.96 million yuan if paid in full. How could a college student possibly come up with so much money on his own? My best friend said he also bought a Toyota Alphard worth over 1 million yuan in cash. The top-of-the-line model costs over 1 million. The house and the nanny car together cost at least 5 million. How is that possible? Aside from the children of wealthy families who have family support, it's impossible for ordinary college students to achieve this. Xiao Xiao knew her best friend didn't believe her. Believe it or not, it's up to you. The facts are right in front of me. I can only say I have good judgment. Huang Jing frowned at her childhood friend's attitude. Having grown up together since childhood, she knew Xiao Xiao better than anyone. Is everything you're saying true? You're not embellishing Gu Dongqing's image? Chapter 49, If you make the babies cry, I'll get you right now. To beautify Gu Dongqing? Xiao Xiao shook her head. No need. Gu Dongqing's excellence needs no embellishment. Huang Jing was completely stunned. From what she knew, her childhood friend's decision was genuine. How did Gu Dongqing do that? That's over 5 million. Huang Jing could also come up with 5 million during her university years. Because her parents are backing her up, she can have as much as she wants. People at her level are also acceptable. No matter what I do, I always have my parents' support. But Gu Dongqing is different. Even if his parents wanted to support him, they couldn't. 5 million is a sum that many people cannot earn in their entire lives. But Gu Dongqing actually did it. Putting aside family background, Huang Jing secretly thought that Gu Dongqing was indeed much more outstanding and capable than herself. Huang Jing also wanted to ask her best friend about her parents. Xiao Xiao's little Shanju's face suddenly scrunched up like a bun. Xiao Xiao didn't dare to move, quietly waiting for the little guy. Huang Jing was confused. What's wrong with Si Bao? Are you feeling unwell? After a while, when Xiao Bao's brows relaxed, Xiao Xiao said, Bao pooped. Pooping? Yes, come and smell it. Huang Jing was curious, so she leaned forward and took a sniff, and sure enough, she smelled an odd odor. She couldn't help but laugh. So babies poop too? Si Bao pooped, pooped. Not cute anymore. Si Bao pooped, now he's a stinky baby. Little Shanju seemed to know that her godmother was cricketing at her, and she waved her little hand sadly, looking aggrieved as if she was about to cry. Xiao Xiao pinched her. Baby is very smart. Stop teasing Si Bao. Little bamboo, let's not listen to your godmother. She's just teasing you. You've always been mommy's good baby, mommy and daddy's little darling. Our godmother has mental problems, we're not playing with her anymore. Mommy will change your diaper, just bear with it. The young master meowed beside her, and she thought the mistress was right. The woman in front of me is definitely mentally unstable, and she's especially wicked. Since she arrived, the babies have cried many times in a short period of time. The young master was breathing heavily and waving his little paws as if warning Huang Jing. Hey you're making the babies cry, I'm going to get you right now. Seeing the kitten's warning claws, Huang Jing shrank back. I cried, this cat is so scary. I wish I had such a smart and protective cat. If it's yours, it's not scary. Seemingly realizing that Huang Jing had designs on him, the young master angrily hissed again. The quadruplets all have basically the same biological clock. Gu Dongqing went out to buy groceries, so she had to change the baby's diapers. While Gu Dongqing was taking care of the babies, Xiao Xiao was always observing and learning diligently. Although she had never cleaned up the baby's bottoms, Xiao Xiao still remembered the general process. Young master, could you please go and get the baby's diapers for me? Jingjing, could you go to the bathroom and fetch a warm water for me? Just remember to use warm water. The basin is in the bathroom, you'll see it as soon as you go in. The kitten meowed and quickly ran to retrieve the diaper. Gu Dongqing often uses it to help him change the children's diapers. The young master knows where the baby's diapers are. Even a smart kitten can be of help. I'm a human. I can definitely do it too. Huang Jing said oh and quickly walked into the bathroom. Sure enough, There were 4 small basins with waterproof stickers on them, each labeled with the baby's nickname. Find the 4 treasures, small mangosteens, and prepare warm water as quickly as possible. Xiao Xiao put her youngest son on the sofa. Si Bao kicked his toes uncomfortably. Warm water is here. Xiao Xiao, how do I change a diaper? Is there anything I can help you with? Huang Jingxing hurriedly brought out a bowl of warm water. I saw that the young master had already come out with a diaper in his mouth. Xiao Xiao told her to put the basin aside. I can do it myself. In a bit, could you help me throw the used diaper in the trash can? Okay. My childhood friend's technique was clumsy. It was clear she had never changed the children's clothes before. Xiao Xiao was indeed very nervous, trying hard to recall the scenes of Gu Dongqing taking care of the babies in her mind. Change little by little, following the rhythm of memories. First, take off the diaper, gently lift the baby's feet, and then slowly pull it out. Xiao Xiao's technique was very clumsy, and Xiao Bao felt that it was different from how his father usually changed his clothes. With her little mouth pouting, she cried until the back of her neck was covered in sweat. Oh, okay, I'm sorry, this is the first time mommy is changing your poop. Mom will study hard from now on. When dad comes back, you won't feel sad next time. Little Shanju, are you ready? Time to wash your bottom. This is the water your godmother fetched for you. And the diapers that your brother, the young master, gave you. Xiao Xiao was busy with her hands while also trying to soothe the little one's emotions. Huang Jing suddenly felt a pang of sadness and heartache. She felt that her childhood friend, who was so close to her, was a complete stranger. The other person has changed. She's become gentler and more sensible. This is a good thing. But why do I feel heartache? Huang Jing turned her face away and secretly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Xiao Xiao didn't notice anything unusual about her. Jingjing, get me some diaper rash cream. It's on your right, on the table, there's something written on it. Huang Jing took a breath. I'll get it right away. Wow, Si Bo has turned into a fragrant human baby again. Xiao Xiao, you're amazing. One person can take care of the babies. Xiao Xiao laughed. Dongcheng is the one who works hard. He's the one who usually takes care of the children. He's the one who feeds the baby, puts the baby to sleep, and changes diapers. He also cooks for me every day, and he's the one who soothes the babies when they wake up at night. Huang Jing could sense from Xiao Xiao's unintentional revelation that Gu Dongcheng was indeed a good man. She harbored a lot of resentment towards the man who stole her best friend. Hearing about everything he had done for his childhood friends and babies, my resentment subsided considerably. Xiao Bao is done cleaning up. Do De Bao and the others need to clean up too? Have the little strawberries pooped yet? Xiao Xiao handed the clean and refreshed baby, now dressed in a new diaper, to Huang Jing. He bent down and checked each child's progress one by one. De Bao's diapers are warm and a bit heavy. As expected, he has already pooped. The second baby pees. It seems that Sanbao has both poop and pee. The 3 little ones were lying in their cribs, crying their hearts out. That's how kids are. They laugh when they're happy and cry when they're sad. It was so uncomfortable carrying around poop and pee. The 3 siblings cried louder and louder than the next. Huang Jing clicked her tongue in amazement. My goodness, I definitely couldn't have taken care of this by myself. I'll go crazy if I don't hire a postpartum nanny. Sisters, you have 3 babies too. Do you have to take care of them like this every day? How about I hire 2 nannies for you? Having a postpartum nanny won't prevent you from spending time with your baby. Seeing her 3 little ones crying so pitifully, Huang Jing felt like the sky had fallen. Chapter 50. Does Gu Dongcheng have magic? His superb culinary skills. Xiao Xiao has always known that she is not good at practical skills. However, since becoming a mother, she has been careful and dedicated to doing everything she does. Especially things related to babies. Xiao Xiao wanted to do everything she could to take good care of her precious little ones. The young master was also busy, constantly moving between the crib and the wardrobe. When Gu Dongcheng returned from grocery shopping, the quadruplets had already had their diapers changed. Seeing the sweat on Xiao Xiao's forehead, she wiped it away while asking with concern, Xiao Xiao, what's wrong with the babies? Huang Jing spoke for her, saying, the babies just pooped, and my sister changed their diapers. Why were you gone for so long? Don't you know it's dangerous for Xiao Xiao to be home alone with the child? She just gave birth and her body hasn't recovered yet. What if something bad happens to her? Fortunately, the young master and I helped this time. Gu Dongcheng felt sorry for Xiao Xiao. Next time I go out, I will definitely come back as soon as possible. Jing, thank you and young master for helping take care of the babies. Huang Jing pouted, who wants your thanks? Gu Dongqing smiled and didn't take it to heart. He walked over and patted the young master's head, then his gaze fell on the four little ones. Little strawberry, little apple. I'm sorry, Daddy is a little late this time. Daddy will definitely come back to be with you as soon as possible next time. Did you all listen to Mommy while Daddy wasn't home just now? Gu Dongqing's voice and expression were both gentle. The babies recognized their father's voice. She looked at him excitedly. Xiao Xiao smiled and praised, the babies are so well behaved. They cried for a while when I changed their diapers. It was my fault. It was my first time changing their diapers, and I didn't do a lot of things right. The babies were uncomfortable and cried. Looking at the four bewildered little ones, Xiao Xiao felt filled with self-reproach. As a mother, I can't stand seeing my child cry. Gu Dongqing comforted her, you've done a great job. Leave these things to me from now on. Seeing that it was almost time, Gu Dongqing went to the kitchen to cook for the two of them. Before cooking, Gu Dongqing opened 2 cans of food for the young master, and the kitten jumped around happily. The meals I made today were similar to usual, all of them were Xiao Xiao's postpartum meals. However, Gu Dongqing specially prepared a few dishes for Huang Jing. I just don't know if it will suit her taste. After Gu Dongqing and the young master left, only the 2 childhood friends and the quadruplets remained in the room. After the children had eaten and drunk their fill and had their diapers changed, they fell asleep shortly after their father left. Xiao Xiao gently closed the bedroom door. Come on, let's go sit in the living room for a while. Is Gu Dongqing okay cooking by himself? Should I go help him? She felt that since Gu Dongqing and she were both college students, it would definitely take a long time for one person to cook. And I'll go to the kitchen later to watch him cook. If the food doesn't taste good, she can order takeout. As the eldest daughter of the Huang family, she certainly wouldn't skimp on food. Xiao Xiao sat down on the sofa. I'll just wait here. If you want to help, go ahead. However, I don't think you can be of much help to Dongqing. Huang Jing pointed to herself, me? Can't help? Just kidding. Although I can't cook, I used to help Auntie pick vegetables all the time. Xiao Xiao smiled mysteriously, you'll find out when you get there. Huang Jing scoffed. The once unattainable goddess is now showing more and more signs of being love-struck. Huang Jing thinks her best friend is now completely obsessed with romance. Blindly trusting Gu Dongqing. Since the other party is so confident, she wants to see how good Gu Dongqing's cooking skills are. Gu Dongqing, if you need anything. As Huang Jing reached the door, she hadn't even finished speaking. She was completely dumbfounded when she saw the scene in the kitchen. OMG. Are you seeing things? The cutting board is here, and the plate is there. Gu Dongqing was chopping vegetables when the vegetables suddenly flew into his plate. Just like the anime Cooking Master Boy that I watched when I was a kid. This can't be real, right? How could it be so amazing? Huang Jing rubbed her eyes vigorously. I opened my eyes again. You read that right. The chopped vegetables seem to have a GPS device, automatically flying into the empty plate. Furthermore, the evenness of the cut vegetables is comparable to that of a machine. In addition to automatic disc loading. Gu Dongqing was still wielding the kitchen knife, and with a series of swishes, exquisite carvings appeared before his eyes. Toss the egg into the air and let it fall. The egg white and yolk will separate and fall into 2 bowls. Huang Jing subconsciously pinched herself. This really happened. How did Gu Dongqing manage to do that? Because of her family background, Huang Jing was spoiled growing up. She has tasted delicacies from all over the country and even the world. She has met many famous chefs, both domestically and internationally. But she had never seen anyone with such superb knife skills as Gu Dongqing. It's like an animated film has come to life. That's not all. Soon, another scene appeared that sent chills down Huang Jing's spine. Gu Dongqing, standing in front of the stove, began to heat the oil in a wok. Next, pour the vegetables in. Turn up the heat and stir-fry in the wok. The roaring flames shot into the iron pot, rising and burning. Bathed in the firelight, Gu Dongqing's already extremely handsome face became even more captivating. His fiery good looks can burn your eyes. As Gu Dongqing stirred the food, Huang Jing subconsciously swallowed. It smells so good. This is the most fragrant and alluring scent Huang Jing has ever smelled. Compared to this flavor, what were all the delicacies she had eaten before? Wow, it turns out Gu Dongcheng really can cook, he doesn't need my help at all. Look closely, Gu Dongcheng looks incredibly handsome while cooking. With every gesture, one's gaze is involuntarily drawn to the other person. I couldn't help but admire his every move. Huang Jing came to her senses and silently told herself, "This is my best friend's boyfriend. He's the father of my godson and goddaughter, I can't have any wild thoughts about him." Don't let your mind wander. Take a deep breath to calm yourself down. Tears welled up, it smells so good. Huang Jing's stomach started to protest, rumbling loudly. At the same time, Gu Dongcheng also noticed Huang Jing outside the door. "Jingjing, wait a moment, I'm almost done." Huang Jing chuckled awkwardly and scratched her head. Do you need my help? I may not be able to cook, but I can pick vegetables." Gu Dongcheng shook his head and smiled. "No need, I can manage on my own. You and Xiao Xiao should rest for a while. I'll call you when I'm done." Looking at the gentle and welcoming man before her, Huang Jing said nothing more, nodded, and went back to the living room. Xiao Xiao laughed, "See? I told you Dongcheng didn't need your help." Huang Jing remained expressionless. "Did you deliberately send me to the kitchen? Who told you to go? You asked to go yourself, didn't you? How about it? My husband looks handsome and charming when he cooks." Chapter 51. It's all Gu Dongcheng's fault, he'll gain at least 10 pounds tomorrow. Huang Jing rolled her eyes. So this woman is showing off her boyfriend to me. She was indeed amazed by Gu Dongcheng. But he stubbornly insisted, "It's so. It's pretty much the same as what I've seen before." Xiao Xiao smiled without saying a word. Are they really almost identical? She just didn't want to expose her girlfriends. The delicious aroma continued to waft from the kitchen. Huang Jing couldn't help but swallow again. Good heavens, Gu Dongcheng's cooking skills are amazing, it smells so good it makes me cry. Now she couldn't wait for Gu Dongcheng to bring out the dishes and devoured them all. Another 20 minutes passed. Gu Dongcheng turned off the stove and served the dishes. "Xiao Xiao, Jingjing, dinner's ready. I'll go get your food." Huang Jing excitedly ran into the kitchen and turned on the rice cooker. The result was too heavy, and as a young lady from a wealthy family, she found it very difficult. Gu Dongcheng laughed, "Leave it for now, I'll carry it out later." No need to bring out the whole rice cooker. Huang Jing probably didn't serve the food. They took the whole rice cooker out. Huang Jing smiled and said, "No need, I can do it myself." Fortunately, the rice cooker had a handle, so Huang Jing carried it out with both hands. Xiao Xiao had never seen her best friend so enthusiastic before. It seemed she really wanted to eat Gu Dongcheng's cooking. She smiled slightly and went to wash her hands. With everything ready, the three of them took their seats. As Gu Dongcheng served rice to Xiao Xiao, he said, "Jingjing, I didn't know what kind of dishes you liked, so I just made a few random ones. If you don't like the taste, just tell me. These are Xiao Xiao's postpartum meals. They don't have any chili peppers. You can try them if you're interested." Huang Jing nodded repeatedly. "I didn't know you could cook." Gu Dongcheng said politely, "I learned this myself before, so please eat first and try it." Xiao Xiao also said, "That's right, Jingjing, you should try a bite first. Dongcheng is a really good cook. Eat more later." The young master next to him meowed when he smelled the aroma, and Gu Dongcheng put 2 pieces of fish into his bowl. Huang Jing's stomach was growling, she was starving. "Then I won't be polite. Woo." I picked up a piece of meat, put it in my mouth, and took a bite. Wah-ah. The food was indeed delicious, with perfect color, aroma, and tasted absolutely amazing. I fell in love with the flavor of yellow quartz at first bite. Gu Dongcheng's cooking skills are absolutely amazing. Xiao Xiao kept a close eye on her best friend's expression. "How is it? How does it taste?" Huang Jing took another bite and nodded hurriedly, saying, "It's all right. Very nice. Super delicious, yum, chewing. I cried, "Sister. This is the best dish I've ever eaten. It's so much better than the dishes I used to spend thousands or tens of thousands on." Huang Jing experienced for the first time what true culinary delights were like. My childhood friend is so lucky. If she could eat food like this every day, she would be willing to never buy a handbag again. Xiao Xiao pursed her lips, right. The most delicious taste in the world. I felt the same way the first time I tasted it. Jingjing, eat more. If it's not enough, Dongcheng will make you more. Huang Jing didn't stand on ceremony and continued to eat heartily. Ha, I'll eat my fill even without you telling me. Also, thank you, Gu Dongcheng. Thank you for cooking so many delicious meals for me. Your cooking is amazing. It has to be said that Gu Dongcheng's cooking skills are the best she has ever seen. Gu Dongcheng really liked the cooking talent that the young master had given him. Everyone who tried it said it was delicious. Seeing the child's mother enjoying her childhood snacks, Gu Dongcheng felt very gratified. She put food on Xiao Xiao's plate, saying, "Xiao Xiao, you should eat more too." Xiao Xiao said warmly, "Thank you, Dongcheng, you should eat more too. You've been taking care of the children lately, and you've cooked a big meal today. Thank you for your hard work." Gu Dongcheng laughed, "It's not hard at all, I find it very easy. It was really tough when I was a child. I often went with my parents to dig lotus roots and wash them. Especially in winter, the pond water was very cold and the wind was strong. That was really tough. Taking care of you and the baby, cooking is a piece of cake for me." Gu Dongcheng was telling the truth. Life in the countryside was very hard when he was a child. In addition to digging and washing lotus roots, they also have to do other farm work. Children from poor families mature early in rural areas. Many children start helping their families with chores from a young age. Although my parents didn't let me do heavy work when I was a child in order to protect me. But where in the countryside can you find work that isn't physically demanding? Compared to children who grow up in the city, children in the village do indeed have a much harder life from a young age. Gu Dongcheng felt that taking care of the child and cooking every day was nothing special. Huang Jing was curious about Gu Dongcheng's childhood. "I asked a lot of questions while we ate." Xiao Xiao listened quietly while eating. Gu Dongcheng talked a lot, but most of it was about interesting things in the countryside. Xiao Xiao and Huang Jing are both rich girls from big cities, definitely two beautiful, rich, and successful women. Where have I ever heard of interesting stories from the countryside? When Gu Dongcheng finished speaking, Huang Jing suddenly realized that she had almost finished eating all the food on the table. Oops. They listened with rapt attention and ate with such relish that they forgot themselves. The important task of losing weight has been forgotten. I touched my belly, it's so round and plump. My stomach is sore from the weight of my pants. Huang Jing wanted to cry, "Oh my god, sister, what do we do? We accidentally ate it. Look at my belly, I'm probably going to gain 10 pounds tomorrow." Xiao Xiao laughed, "It's not that exaggerated, at most 5, 6, 7 or 8 pounds. Wah, Huang Jing cried even louder. It's all Gu Dongcheng's fault. It's all because his cooking is too delicious. There was still a little bit left on the plate, and Gu Dongcheng planned to put it in the refrigerator. Unexpectedly, Huang Jing suddenly stood up and stopped him. "No! Don't take it away. I can still eat." Gu Dongcheng. "Didn't I just say I'd gain 10 pounds tomorrow and wouldn't eat anymore?" Indeed, women are too hard to understand. Xiao Xiao was a little worried about her. "Jingjing, let's eat later. You're already stuffed. If you eat any more, your stomach might explode." Huang Jing felt that her stomach could still hold a little bit more. "It won't explode. Even if I have to die, I want to die from overeating." Xiao Xiao. "Then you can eat it. I remember there are some digestive tablets in the first aid kit. I'll have Dongcheng get them for you later." "Yay! Sister, you're so good to me. Gu Dongcheng is great too, his cooking is delicious." So Huang Jing continued eating. Xiao Xiao never expected that her best friend could eat so much food with such a small stomach. 10 more minutes passed. Huang Jing lay listlessly on the sofa. After eating her fill, she didn't want to do anything but lie down and sleep. She touched her belly. Huang Jing is experiencing both pain and pleasure. His gaze fell on the kitchen, and he listened intently to the faint sounds coming from inside. The water from the tap was flowing freely. Gu Dongcheng was washing the dishes. A cat was lazily lying on the floor playing in the living room. Chapter 52. Huang Jing, do you know the gap between you? Such days seem quite ordinary and commonplace. But Huang Jing felt inexplicably at ease. After Gu Dongcheng finished cleaning up the kitchen and went back to the room to see the babies, Huang Jing sat on the sofa and asked Xiao Xiao, "What are you going to do about your aunt and uncle? When do you plan to tell them?" Xiao Xiao sighed and looked out the window. "Let's keep it a secret for now. They'd be furious if they knew." Huang Jing was amused by her. "So you knew your aunt and uncle would be angry?" Let me tell you, the later you tell them, the angrier they will become in the future. I know. However, things haven't settled down between Dongcheng and me yet, so it's not the right time to talk to them. Huang Jing looked at her and asked, so when do you plan to tell me? This can't go on forever. Let's talk about it after I finish my postpartum confinement. Dongcheng and I plan to get our marriage certificate after Dongcheng finishes her postpartum confinement. Tell them after you get the marriage certificate. Xiao Xiao also felt sorry for her parents. But this is the only way for now. What if I tell them too early and they don't agree to my marriage with Gu Dongcheng? So she plans to act first and ask questions later. How did you suddenly get pregnant and have a baby? Huang Jing asked with concern. Xiao Xiao smiled, maybe this is fate. Since the babies have chosen me to be their mother, then I will give birth to them. When talking about the children, Xiao Xiao's face was full of tenderness. Are you really planning to get a marriage certificate with Gu Dongcheng? Xiao Xiao blinked. Yes, the people in Dongcheng are very nice. They're nice to me and nice to the babies too. Does he know anything about your family? For example, what do your uncles and aunts do, and how many businesses do they own? Xiao Xiao shook her head. He doesn't know. I haven't told him yet. Huang Jing frowned. He doesn't know anything about your family. And what about their family? Don't tell me you know nothing about them except that they're from the countryside. Xiao Xiao knew her childhood friend was worried about her. After all, marriage is about happiness for the rest of one's life. I have met Gu Dongcheng's parents. He is their only son. They own a few acres of land in the village. I have a general understanding of their situation. Jingjing, I know you're thinking of me, but I trust my own judgment. I will spend the rest of my life with Dongcheng. This is the first time I've made a choice, please support me, okay? Huang Jing looked at her intently. I wanted to say something more, but I swallowed the words back. Don't worry. If I didn't support you, would I still be sitting here having dinner with Gu Dongcheng? But sister, promise me you'll be happy in the future. Yes, I will always be happy. Xiao Xiao smiled with a light in her eyes. Also, if you ever suffer any injustice in the future, you must tell me. If Gu Dongcheng dares to bully you, you must tell me, and I'll find someone to teach him a lesson. I'll get revenge for you. Xiao Xiao nodded, touched. I'll definitely tell you if anything comes up in the future. However, I believe Dongcheng won't let me suffer any injustice. Huang Jing held her hand. It feels like my childhood friend has grown up overnight. When I was a child, I looked forward to growing up. But now that I'm older, I feel a little sad. Tell me in advance when you tell your aunt and uncle. If your aunt and uncle get angry and cut off your source of income, I will give you money to spend. Xiao Xiao nodded, I'll let you know in advance, but you don't need to spend the money, I have some saved up myself. The two childhood friends chatted for a long time. Before she knew it, Xiao Xiao started yawning. She hasn't fully recovered yet and gets sleepy easily. Plus, it's easier to feel sleepy after eating and drinking a full meal. After Xiao Xiao went back to her room and went to sleep, Gu Dongcheng had already prepared a guest room for Huang Jing. Jingjing, you can sleep in the second bedroom for now. Just let me know if you need anything. Good. Just as Gu Dongcheng was about to close the door and leave, Huang Jing called out to him. Do you know about Xiao Xiao's family? Do you know the gap between you two? Gu Dongcheng shook his head and truthfully said he didn't know. Your uncle and aunt have a very big business, they own several companies. Our business involves both domestic and international operations. Well, even in China, they'd be among the wealthiest group of people. It's something that ordinary wealthy families can't compare to. Gu Dongcheng nodded, she could tell from Xiao Xiao's words and actions. However, he didn't expect that the other party's family was much better off than he had imagined. My aunt and uncle have met many outstanding people, and they have very high requirements for their son-in-law. Generally, these families prefer to marry someone of equal social standing. Gu Dongcheng, do you understand what I mean? Gu Dongcheng nodded seriously and said, I understand what you mean. Jingjing, although I have nothing now, I will work hard in the future. We are trying our best to narrow the gap with Xiao Xiao's family. I don't know exactly how much money her family has, but as long as I have a breath left, I will keep working hard to make life better and give her and the babies a better life. I know that people at your level will think I'm arrogant when they hear what I'm saying. But I mean it all. I will try my best to become better and strive to gain the approval of my uncles and aunts. Huang Jing stared intently at the man in front of her. The woman's intuition told her that what Gu Dongqing said were the most sincere words from his heart. She believed what the other person said. Honestly, it's already quite impressive that a family like Gu Dongqing's can afford to buy a house and a car on their own. At least I can't compare to them. But life is real and cruel. The accumulation of several generations of people's wealth is sometimes hard for even the most ambitious person to match. However, she didn't want to discourage Gu Dongqing. Go for it, Gu Dongqing. I believe in you. Gu Dongqing nodded and smiled, thank you. You've had a long journey today, so take a rest first. Tell me if anything comes up. Watching Gu Dongqing's departing figure, Huang Jing had mixed feelings. My best friend has great taste. Gu Dongqing is a very nice and warm person. Will he be able to gain the approval of his uncles and aunts in the future? Huang Jing lay on the bed, staring quietly at the ceiling, her mind replaying the events of the day. After leaving the second bedroom, Gu Dongqing went to the sofa in the living room. I poured myself a glass of water. Recalling what Huang Jing had just said. The child's mother's family was living in conditions that were beyond her imagination. Her parents have very high standards. Ordinary people are simply not good enough for them. It's impossible to say there's no pressure. Just as he was thinking about Xiao Xiao's family, the young master came over. A bounce appeared on his lap, and then he found a comfortable spot to lie down. Gu Dongqing looked down at the lazy and comfortable kitten, and the pressure gradually lessened. Ordinary people may not be able to shorten the distance between themselves and the Xiao family even if they work hard their whole lives. But I am different. She has her own young master. Young master is a cat with superpowers. Chapter 53. Woman, you think you can control me? Gu Dongqing scratched the young master's chin. The little guy made gurgling sounds and soon fell asleep on his lap. It must be because taking care of the baby has been hard work lately. The young master sleeps whenever the babies sleep. After carrying the little guy back to his cat bed, Gu Dongqing yawned and went back to his room to sleep. 4:30 p.m. After Huang Jing got up, she played with the young master in the living room. I'm going to see the babies. As soon as she finished speaking, the young master rushed over from the sofa. It leaped high into the air, looking as if it was about to pounce on someone. Huang Jing covered her mouth and laughed, oh dear, I think I'd better not go. The babies might not be awake yet. She pretended to leave. The young master stopped his attack. He sent a telegram to leave. Just as I lay down back on the paper scraper, Huang Jing's voice rang out again. My godson and goddaughter might be awake. I'd better go find them and play. Young master airplane ears lunged forward again. Huang Jing then said, never mind, I'll just play on my phone for a bit first. I'll go later. The young master continued sending telegrams and left angrily. Huang Jing came again, no, I miss the babies so much. I'm going to play with them. The young master charged forward again. Huang Jing stopped in her tracks. I'd better not go. Ha, I can hold back a little longer. The young master meowed angrily. The little guy got angrier and suddenly pounced on him. It bit Huang Jing's shoe and kicked hard. Of course, kittens know their limits. It dared not bite hard, nor did it dare to extend its claws. It's less about biting and more about it playing with Huang Jing. Huang Jing laughed heartily, young master, you're such a good boy, such a rascal, so much fun. Do you want me to buy you some Jared food? If you buy me the canned food, you can't bite me anymore. The young master stopped and looked up at Huang Jing. Then continue pedaling. Huang Jing wasn't afraid at all as long as the kitten didn't extend its claws. Not even interested in the jars? I'll buy you lots and lots of different flavors. I'll buy all flavors, salmon, tuna, and more. And snacks too. I'll buy all the snacks the cat likes. Sure enough, the young master understands what I'm saying. Seeing that the young master had stopped and was tempted, Huang Jing continued to entice him. Wow, there's chicken flavor too, and goat milk flavor, and pigeon flavor too, and hearing about so many delicious things. The young master's ears perked up, and his eyes sparkled as he looked at Huang Jing. Huang Jing smiled, pursing her lips. You think you can't be controlled? Kitten. Human wisdom is beyond your imagination. Humans are incredibly cunning. Huang Jing's lips curled into a sly smile. Young master, can you give me a hug? I'll buy you some canned food later, it's so delicious. The young master meowed. Huang Jing exclaimed with delight, "Come here, let your big sister give you a hug." I thought I had the kitten firmly under my control. The young master's next move left her speechless. The young master continued to kick her hard. Then she ran quickly to find Gu Dongcheng. The kitten kept meowing. Having raised it for so long, Gu Dongcheng, as its owner, could tell the young master's general meaning from its voice. "Young master, would you like some canned food? Want some snacks?" The young master barked twice, then continued to meow anxiously. Gu Dongcheng frowned. Wrong? Recalling the sounds that came from when Huang Jing was playing with it. He quickly understood what was going on. "You said you wanted your brother to buy you new snacks? All the flavors in the jars? And a lot of snacks?" The young master wagged his tail excitedly and barked happily. Huang Jing walked over to take a look. "Gu Dongcheng, your cat is so smart. Xiao Xiao said you brought it from home. Do you have any more at home? If I had one, I'd like to have one." Gu Dongcheng shook his head and smiled. "No, young master's mother only gave birth to one. If you want to get a cat, you can buy one at a pet store. Don't girls all like to keep rag dolls, golden shaded and silver shaded dogs? Pet stores sell them." The type of cat that Gu Dongcheng mentioned has recently become very popular online. They're adorable and incredibly good looking. Gu Dongcheng also heard that these cats have noble bloodlines. The seller even gives you a pedigree certificate when you buy a cat. Tabby cats like Young Master are not very popular. Many people think they are domestic cats and that it's embarrassing to keep one. They're worth tens of yuan each, but nobody wants them in the market. However, Gu Dongcheng wasn't interested in those internet-famous pet cats. Instead, he preferred the authentic local tabby cat. Huang Jing looked regretful and opened her mouth. "Forget it, those pets in the pet store are so stupid, I don't want to keep them." Now she only likes the young master. She won't raise anyone who isn't a young master like him. The young master watched Gu Dongcheng place an order on Pinduoduo before leaving, satisfied. Huang Jing felt that if Gu Dongcheng treated cats so well, the babies in the future should be just as good. Although she didn't have much contact with Gu Dongcheng. But when I'm with the other person, I always feel very comfortable and relaxed. Such an outstanding man, his uncle and aunt would surely like him. Watching Gu Dongcheng bustling around the house, Huang Jing silently wished him and her childhood friend well. I hope things will go smoothly for the two of them in the future. Xiao Xiao hadn't gotten up yet, so Huang Jing decided to go out for a bit. "Gu Dongcheng, I'm going out to buy some things. If my sister wakes up, just tell her I'll be back soon." "Okay, be careful." After Huang Jing left, the living room quickly became quiet again. At that moment, the door to the master bedroom was opened. The cries of the quadruplets could be heard coming from inside. "Dongcheng, the babies are awake and crying. They must need to poop." Gu Dongcheng quickly put down what he was doing and went over. "Let me see." The four little ones pooped as soon as they woke up, and they looked uncomfortable. Their necks even turned red from crying. "Oh my, the babies have prepared a big surprise for mommy and daddy right after they woke up. Why are the babies crying when we're trying to surprise their parents? Dad will see which baby is crying the loudest and then switch to that baby first." Hearing their father's voice, the whimpering babies stopped and looked at him, then went back to whimpering. Bao cried the loudest, so Gu Dongcheng changed his clothes first. Xiao Xiao wanted to step forward to help, but Gu Dongcheng stopped her, saying, "I can do it myself. You just need to be responsible for crying, like the babies. Oh, no, I mean, for resting. Mom said that women should not do strenuous exercise during postpartum confinement. From now on, I can take care of changing diapers and bathing the babies all by myself." Gu Dongcheng, who was taking care of the child, spoke with a very gentle voice and expression. Xiao Xiao stared blankly at his profile, unable to come to her senses for a moment. He nodded blankly. "Okay, I understand." Who would have thought that the usually aloof and glamorous school beauty would be so docile in front of Gu Dongcheng? Chapter 54 Godmother's Gift. Having taken care of babies for so long, Gu Dongcheng already has experience. With skillful hands, she quickly calmed down the four crying little ones. The first thing to do after getting everything settled was to feed them. After returning from the hospital, Xiao Xiao ate meals specially prepared for her by Gu Dongcheng during her postpartum period, which were designed to help with breastfeeding. Therefore, even though the baby's appetites are bigger now than before, Xiao Xiao feels no pressure at all. The firstborn baby was the strongest. He was gulping down his rations. The younger siblings looked longingly at their mother and older sister. The little ones were starving and hoped their older sister would finish eating quickly. Debao took a couple of bites, then stopped and turned to look at his younger siblings. Xiao Xiao laughed. Debao, still watching? Look, your younger siblings are hungry. Hearing his mother's words, Debao continued to gulp down his drink. The little princess has an excellent appetite. When a baby has a good appetite, the mother is overjoyed. Dongchang, bring Xiaobao over here too. I can still eat here. Xiaobao's crying was noticeably a decibel higher than his older siblings. Xiao Xiao is very capable. She can easily take care of 2 children at the same time. Good. Gu Dongcheng took the 4 babies, who were crying for milk, into his arms. The new parents have been working together for so long that they've lost the initial shyness they had when facing Gu Dongcheng and Xiao Xiao. Now, in her eyes, the babies are the most important thing. So what if I see it? It's not like I'll lose a piece of my flesh. Xiao Xiao would do anything as long as the babies weren't hungry. With Xiaobao joining them, Debao ate even more enthusiastically. Gu Dongcheng couldn't help but laugh. Our Debao has the potential to be a little foodie. Look, ever since Xia Shansu ate it, Debao thought the little guy was trying to steal her milk, so she ate it even more diligently. Ha, you know what? At this moment, Debao was as anxious as a little piglet, grabbing his food and sucking it up. Xiaobao stopped to look at his older sister. Gu Dongcheng laughed. Little Shanju, look how good your sister's appetite is. You should eat more too. If you don't eat, you won't be able to keep up with your older sister. You were crying so loudly just now, why are you suddenly not eating? Xiaobao stared blankly at his older sister, then turned to look at his father. Then she buried her little face in her mother's food. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but laugh. It seemed the little baby wasn't very hungry. The loud crying was all an act. He ate so slowly, who would believe he was hungry? Little Apple and Little Peach must have been starving, because their cries were getting louder and louder. Fortunately, after the little foodie Debao finished eating, we were able to arrange a relay race soon. Looking at the 4 healthy and lively little ones, Xiao Xiao felt a great sense of accomplishment. She thinks she's awesome. She gave birth to 4 such beautiful and adorable little angels. After feeding the babies, pat them to burp them. Recently, Gu Dongcheng learned a few methods for burping babies on Douyin TikTok. Debao started hiccuping in less than 5 minutes. When Huang Jing returned, the quadruplets were playing with the kitten in the living room. When Huang Jing returned from her trip, she was carrying many bags and packages. Good heavens, did you go out to rob someone? You're carrying so much stuff. Xiao Xiao was startled by her childhood friend's appearance. Huang Jing was so tired that her mouth was dry. Without replying to Xiao Xiao, he put his things down in one go and quickly poured himself a glass of water. Phew, finally back. I'm exhausted. Xiao Xiao, I went out and bought some things for you and the babies. Wow, do you know how cute all the baby stuff is these days? The clothes are absolutely gorgeous, and so are the toys. Huang Jing really had her eyes open this time. Society is developing so fast. Just now, she almost wanted to bring back all the clothes and shoes from the children's clothing store for her babies. Huang Jing bought clothes, shoes, and toys for the babies. I also bought baby bottles, formula, diapers, and so on. She bought everything that her child needed. The delivery person will be here soon. I filled in your address because the milk powder is too heavy for me to carry back. Xiao Xiao. You've bought so much, the babies can't possibly finish it all. If I can't finish it, I can't finish it. I'm happy to do it. As the baby's godmother, how could I not send a small gift? Isn't that right, my little darlings? I apologize for being late in visiting you this time. These are all gifts that I bought especially for you. Look, there are little shoes, little hats, and clothes. Oh, and look how cute this fluffy bunny is. This one over here is a little tiger. After replying to Xiao Xiao, Huang Jing immediately turned around and proudly showed off to the quadruplets. The toddlers' curious eyes followed their godmother's toys. Sanbao was interested in Rongrong and reached out to grab it. Huang Jing handed it to her. Little Peach, here, bunny for you. Our little bunny is giving us a kiss, Mua. Isn't the bunny cute? But not as cute as our little Peach. Sanbao waved his little hands, looking extremely happy. However, she is still young and has limited strength, so she cannot lift the toy rabbit yet. Therefore, Huang Jing kept holding it in his hand to tease her. Erbo looked at his younger sister with envy. Huang Jing also kissed his little face with the fluffy bunny, saying, Our little prince is super, super cute too, come and give him a kiss. Oh, the little apple smells so good. Bao giggled. A baby's happiness is simple. Sometimes a very ordinary thing can make them happy for a long time. After interacting with Bao and Sanbao, Huang Jing then took out new toys to amuse De Bao and Sibao. The young master stayed by their side the whole time, interacting with the little cuties from time to time. Huang Jing smiled, "Young master, your sister also bought you a gift. Look, these are toys, and these are snacks in jars. There are 12 flavors in total. And you can eat as many of these snacks as you like. I'll buy you more after you finish eating." Huang Jing opened the 2 bags, which were full of things she had bought for the young master. She waved her hand grandly and said to the young master. The young master meowed happily, and his attitude towards Huang Jing improved considerably. Besides that, Huang Jing also bought Xiao Xiao a lot of things. This is for you to nourish your body. You can eat it after meals or during your leisure time. You need to eat more nourishing foods now that you're in postpartum confinement. Don't be stingy with them, we have plenty of money. These are the maternity clothes I bought for you. They're gentle on the skin and won't irritate your skin. This pillow is specially designed for new mothers. Use it to sleep tonight. No wonder Huang Jing was exhausted. She bought so much stuff. Whether it's a lot of money or a little, it all comes from my best friend's heart. Xiao Xiao was deeply moved. Don't buy so much next time. Huang Jing smiled and waved her hand, then found Gu Dongqing and said, I don't know what gift to give you. Besides, you're my best friend's boyfriend, so it's not appropriate for me to give you a gift. These 2 phones are gifts for my aunt and uncle. Could you please give them to them in my best friend's name when you have time? Chapter 55. Zhao's mother discovers something amiss. Could her daughter be pregnant? Both phones Huang Jing bought were the latest Apple 16 Pro models. It still has the top of the line 1 terabyte of memory. Priced at 12,999 yuan. It's just $1 short of 13,000. I bought 2 at once. I have to say, Miss Huang is incredibly extravagant. Faced with such a valuable gift, Gu Dongqing was unsure whether to accept it or not. Seeing his hesitation, Huang Jing said impatiently, Gu Dongqing, just accept it. You're the baby's dad and my best friend's boyfriend. It's just 2 cell phones, what's there to be so polite about? Besides, you cooked such a delicious meal for me, and I haven't even had a chance to thank you yet. Huang Jing wasn't particularly knowledgeable about gift giving. She wasn't very shrewd or sophisticated. Since she bought it, I hope the other party will accept it readily. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Xiao Xiao also said, this is Jingjing's kind gesture, Dongqing, please accept it. We'll give it to your uncle and aunt another day. She knew her best friend was giving the gift in her name because it was for her own good. She didn't refuse at the time, planning to buy her a gift after her postpartum period as a thank you gift. Gu Dongqing accepted it. Jingjing, thank you. Huang Jing smiled with satisfaction. No need to thank me, just treat my sisters and babies well from now on. After saying that, she went back to playing with the babies. The babies really like the toys their godmother bought. However, babies at this age can't play with toys yet, so Huang Jing can only wave the toys in front of their eyes to train their visual tracking ability. It was 5:30. The sun is shining outside. With the weather warm, Gu Dongqing took the babies out one by one for a bath. Huang Jing also stepped forward to join in the fun. My goodness, these 4 adorable little pink rice balls are so cute they're almost unbearable. Ha, the babies aren't cooperating at all during bath time. Gu Dongqing either got splashed with water or was kicked by the baby. In short, none of them are easy to deal with. The young master also came over to join in the fun. Unbeknownst to the kitten, after the babies finished bathing, Gu Dongqing also grabbed it and gave it a bath. The young master didn't like taking baths and struggled violently. Young master, you haven't taken a bath in so long, how can this be? Look, even the younger siblings don't like to wash, but they still have to wash, don't they? How will you play with them if you don't wash yourself? What if I don't shower and bring bacteria to my younger siblings? Upon hearing Gu Dongqing's words, the kitten gave up struggling, meowing with a resigned expression. Huang Jing laughed heartily beside her. Hee hee, little kitty, you finally met your match. The young master breathed on her. After the bath, Gu Dongqing asked the young master to go to the balcony to sunbathe with the babies. The afterglow of the setting sun felt warm and comforting on my skin. After a satisfying dinner, the little ones quickly fell asleep in their parents' arms. After returning to her room, Huang Jing looked at the photos of her babies in the album and felt a deep sense of joy. How amazing! How incredible! These 4 adorable babies are actually all born to my childhood friend. There was also a photo of Gu Dongcheng, which she also secretly took a picture of. Even though it's just a view from behind. But he's also incredibly handsome. I'll post this on my WeChat moments first. Block out uncles and aunts, select the 9-square grid, and add a note. I became a godmother today. How amazing! My childhood friend's baby is so cute. The moment the 4 adorable human babies were posted, Huang Jing's WeChat moments exploded. Wow, what an adorable baby! This isn't just a baby, it's a little angel. Jingjing, you're such a beautiful lady. When did you become a godmother? When are we going to have one too? Was it born to your childhood friend? Why, I thought it was yours. You scared me. Well, I still have a chance. Seeing the comments and likes, Huang Jing was in a great mood. But she soon stopped laughing. The reason was that an account labeled Aunt Xiao sent her a message. Jingjing, what's going on with your WeChat moments? Xiao Xiao is pregnant? Huang Jing's expression changed drastically upon seeing the message. How did the aunt see her own WeChat moments? How did she know? Xiao Xiao is my only childhood friend. Even a fool would know who she was talking about in that post on her WeChat moments. Huang Jing is not replying to messages. Zhao's mother immediately called her from the other end of the phone. Make a WeChat call. It doesn't work. When Huang's mother looked at her WeChat moments, the baby's post had already been deleted. Keep fighting. When Huang Jing saw Aunt Xiao calling her, she knew she was in trouble and felt like a child who had made a mistake. After weighing the options, I still answered the call. Hello, is this Aunt Xiao? What can I do for you? Jingjing, I'm at your house now, with your mom. Did you block your aunt in the post you just made on WeChat moments? Your aunt can't see it, but your mom can. Tell Auntie, who has a child. Is it Xiao Xiao? Auntie heard you went to Yucheng. Xiao Xiao is there. Xiao Xiao wouldn't be pregnant, would she? Huang Jing was raised by Zhao's mother. The other party only has one childhood friend, who is his daughter. Similarly, Huang Jing is the only close friend her daughter has. Upon seeing Huang Jing's posts on WeChat moments, Zhao's mother was thrown into turmoil. Aunt Xiao was actually at home with her mother. Huang Jing wanted to slap herself. Oh no, I just blocked my uncles and aunts, but I forgot to block my parents. My mom and Aunt Xiao are such good friends, if she saw this, she would definitely tell her. Wah, sister, I'm so sorry. I am a sinner. Huang Jing was filled with regret at that moment. Hey, Jingjing, are you listening? Zhao's mother's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Huang Jing took a deep breath. Auntie, I'm here. That post on WeChat moments? I just posted it for fun. I lost a game of truth or dare, so I posted it. Now that the adventure is over, I'm deleting it. Is that so? You're not lying to your aunt, are you? Zhao's mother on the other end of the phone clearly didn't believe it. Auntie, why would I lie to you? You have to believe me. You know how much young people love playing dares these days. I forgot to block my mom just now, I'm so sorry for this big blunder. Zhao's mother paused for a moment, then asked, Where's Xiao Xiao? She should be with you. Could you ask her to come over and talk to me on the phone? Oh, Auntie, Xiao Xiao got drunk playing truth or dare and is asleep now. I'll have her call you tomorrow after she wakes up. Can I let her get the injection tomorrow after she wakes up? Zhao's mother became even more suspicious. My daughter doesn't drink alcohol, how could she possibly get drunk? There's a problem. There's definitely a problem. This time, she didn't alert the enemy. Okay, tell her to call your aunt tomorrow when she's sober. By the way, Jingjing, is Xiao Xiao still living in the same place? Yes, it's still in the same place. Huang Jing had a bad feeling. I hope Auntie won't come all the way here tomorrow. If the other side comes to kill us, my childhood friend's secret will be exposed. Then your childhood friend will kill you. Chapter 56 Xiao Xiao's eyes, is her best friend an undercover agent? Huang Jing shuddered. She realized she might have gotten herself into trouble. I hope Auntie didn't find out. Maybe I'm just overthinking it, being too sensitive. After finishing her phone call with Huang Jing, Zhao's mother tentatively sent her daughter 2 WeChat messages. No reply. Could it be that he really got drunk and fell asleep, just like Jingjing said? But that shouldn't be happening. Zhao's mother decided to wait until her daughter called back tomorrow before deciding whether or not to go to Yuqing in person. Huang Jing couldn't sleep at night. I could faintly hear people walking and talking outside the living room. When I opened the door, I saw Gu Dongcheng holding the baby and comforting him. Seeing her open the door, Gu Dongcheng asked in a low voice, "Did I disturb your rest?" Sanbao kept crying, and I was afraid she would disturb Debao and the others' sleep, so I took her out. Huang Jing shook her head. "No, I woke up on my own." "Why is little Peach crying? Have you had your milk? You woke up crying." "Babies, you'll have this happen sometimes too. Just comfort them for a while and they'll be fine." "Where is Xiao Xiao?" "She just finished feeding the baby and went to sleep." "Oh, do you need any help?" Gu Dongcheng smiled as he held Sanbao. "No need, you rest first. I'll walk around with Sanbao and I'll feel better soon." Before he could finish speaking, the little princess in his arms started crying again. The little crybaby was probably protesting because he was unhappy that his father had stopped. "Okay, Daddy will take you on a walk now." "Little Peach, can't Daddy even stop and talk to Godmother for a moment?" The baby won't sleep at night, and the godmother is worried about the baby. Sanbao didn't care about anything else and continued to whine and cry. She needs to be held and coaxed by her father, and only when he walks around with her is she satisfied. Gu Dongqing's love for his child was undeniable, and Huang Jing was relieved that her sister had found a good man. Before we knew it, it was dawn. Gu Dongqing got up with a yawn. Before the babies woke up, he went to the kitchen to cook. It's ready to eat once Xiao Xiao gets up. Huang Jing got up earlier than usual. Seeing Gu Dongqing busy in the kitchen, she asked curiously, "Do you make breakfast every day now?" Gu Dongqing replied while kneading the dough, "Yes, I feel more at ease with what I make myself. I often see bad news about things I buy outside." "Oh, that's fine, but I'll have to trouble you with that." Huang Jing is a very lazy person. If you asked her to take care of a large family, and to do their laundry and cook for them every day, forget about it. She would rather hire a nanny than cook for herself. But Gu Dongqing didn't find it troublesome at all, on the contrary, he enjoyed it. Soon, a delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen. After turning off the engine, Gu Dongqing made sure to keep it warm. Then returned to the room. Based on his experience, the baby should be awake by this time. Pushing open the door, the young master was indeed standing next to the crib, meowing. Xiao Xiao was already up and cleaning up their bottoms. "Oh dear, who pooped?" "They go to the toilet regularly. The babies are great. They don't need their parents to worry about them at all." Huang Jing came across parenting tips on Douyin TikTok. The blogger said that we should praise babies often, even if they don't understand, they can still sense what adults mean. Praising them frequently can boost a baby's confidence. The children were crying when suddenly two more adults appeared, their eyes all turning to Huang Jing. The little ones have already forgotten that their godmother came to their house yesterday. Huang Jing burst out laughing when she saw the baby's shocked and curious expressions. After tidying up the four little ones, Gu Dongqing carried them to the living room. He instructed the young master to keep an eye on things from the side. After enjoying the delicious breakfast, Huang Jing exclaimed that it was another day of gaining weight. She regretted it after finishing her meal. However, she had something important to tell her best friend. She looked ashamed. Sister, Miss Xiao." Xiao Xiao frowned. "Stop beating around the bush and tell me. Did you get into some trouble that I have to clean up your mess for?" Huang Jing nodded reluctantly, more or less. I'm sorry. Yesterday I posted a message on my WeChat moments about the babies." Xiao Xiao's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Don't tell me you didn't block my parents?" Huang Jing, looking guilty, said, "I've blocked it. However, I forgot to block my parents. Aunt Xiao happened to be at my house yesterday chatting with my mom. And then my mom found out about me and the babies?" As she spoke, the air around Xiao Xiao seemed to drop a few degrees. Huang Jing quickly waved her hand. No. My aunt doesn't know yet. Last night she asked me whose child it was, and if it was yours, and I denied it. He said he posted it on WeChat moments because he lost a game of truth or dare." Xiao Xiao scoffed. "Do you think my mom would believe that?" Huang Jing tried to argue. "I think maybe, probably, perhaps. Maybe my foot." "Huang Jing, you're such a terrible teammate. Do you even remember the oath you swore to me yesterday? I never expected this. You sold me out in less than a day." Let me see what you posted on WeChat Moments yesterday. Huang Jing was so flustered that she didn't dare to look her best friend in the eye. I deleted my WeChat Moments post immediately after my mom and aunt found out about it last night. Xiao Xiao facepalmed. Oh my god, how could she have such a jerk of a best friend? Seeing Xiao Xiao's unhappy expression, Gu Dongcheng asked with concern, if your aunt and uncle find out, is there anything I can do? Xiao Xiao, I said that no matter what happens in the future, I will be by your side in the babies. Xiao Xiao gave Gu Dongcheng a deep look and nodded, giving him a reassuring smile. It's okay, Dongcheng. My mom probably doesn't know yet, otherwise she would have called me last night. And even if she finds out, I'm not afraid. We've already had the baby, what can she do? Gu Dongcheng held her hand and said, if you encounter any difficulties, just tell me, and we'll face them together. Huang Jing felt increasingly guilty towards her best friend. Yesterday I said I lost a game of truth or dare, and Auntie asked you to come over and call her, but I told her you were drunk and asleep. She wants you to call her today after you've sobered up. Xiao Xiao. It seems mom is still in the stage of doubting herself. When I checked my phone, sure enough, I saw a message from my mom. Huang Jing took a breath. Are you going to call her later? If not, I'll call her myself and tell her you're busy with class and don't have time. Xiao Xiao retorted irritably, go ahead and hit me. If you do, I reckon my mom will be in Yucheng today. As a daughter, I know my mother's personality best. If I don't call her back today, she'll drop everything and fly to Yucheng. It will be too late to say anything then. Making a phone call might still offer a chance to salvage the situation. Even if we can't dispel all her doubts, we should at least wait until she finishes her postpartum confinement period to get the marriage certificate. Chapter 57 Zhao's mother, tell mom you have a child? Xiao Xiao appeared calm on the surface, but was actually extremely anxious inside. Her best friend's actions disrupted all her plans. Now she's terrified that her mom might suddenly show up in Yucheng. She timed it perfectly, and at 11 o'clock, she returned to her room and dialed Zhao's mother's number. The other party answered quickly. Mom, you told Jingjing yesterday to call you today. Is there something you need? Zhao's mother's familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Mom saw Jingjing's post on WeChat Moments yesterday. That kid is really something, she posted something and then blocked her mom. Luckily, I was visiting your Aunt Huang's house, and she saw it and showed it to me. She posted on her WeChat Moments that she became a godmother to her childhood friend's child. Your Aunt Huang and I were thinking that you were Jingjing's only childhood friend, so we assumed the child was yours. That's why mom wanted to call you to confirm. Honey, are you having a baby? The quadruplets Jingjing mentioned are actually your children? Tell mom honestly, are they? Mom won't be angry. Xiao Xiao tried hard to force herself to calm down. My mom said it would be a lie to say I wasn't angry. I was fooled so many times when I was a kid, I'd be a fool to believe her now that I'm all grown up. Mom, no, having a baby is such a big deal. If I really gave birth, wouldn't I tell you and Dad? Stop having your fill and stop letting your imagination run wild and making baseless accusations. I don't even have a boyfriend yet, and you're already spreading rumors that I'm pregnant. I don't care if this gets out, but I'm afraid you and Dad will feel ashamed. Hearing her daughter say that made Zhao's mother happy. Really? You're not lying to mom? Mom, do I look like someone who overthinks things after a good meal, like you do? I already said, it was Jingjing who sent it because she lost a game of truth or dare. It was just a game. Zhao's mother still felt something was wrong. Her daughter never drank alcohol when she was at home before. How could I possibly be drunk last night? This is very unusual. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao reacted quickly. Mom, I recently tried drinking a little. People say that drinking in moderation is good for physical and mental health, but I didn't expect to get drunk after just 2 drinks last night. Zhao's mother frowned and said to her, who told you such nonsense? It's best for a girl not to drink outside. What if she gets taken advantage of? Don't drink it anymore, okay? This time, Xiao Xiao was very obedient. Mom, I felt terrible after getting drunk last night. I won't drink anymore. Only then was Zhao's mother satisfied. She seemed to have something else to say. Honey, you said you don't have a boyfriend or children right now, right? Yes, Mom. You still don't believe me. Of course I believe it. It's good that you don't have a partner. Your mom thinks you're about to graduate, and your dad and I think you're not getting any younger. Since you're not looking for a partner yourself, we're thinking of introducing you to one. Do you remember Uncle Zhao, who often did business with your dad? He has a son who is a year older than you. He has already graduated and started working this year, and he will take over the family business in the future. Your dad and I have met him. He's a good kid, and he's quite good looking. He's also seen you before and has a very good impression of you. So, our two families have put their heads together and decided to arrange for you two to meet sometime. If you both feel it's okay, we'll set a date for you two after you graduate. Zhao's mother's meaning was quite clear. I need to arrange blind dates for my daughter. Or perhaps she and Zhao's father have someone they approve of and hope their daughter will marry that person. The other party and their family are both business people, and they know each other well. I get annoyed just hearing about Xiao Xiao. Mom, my affairs are none of your business. Don't even think about arranging a marriage partner for me. Zhao's mother said anxiously, You're our daughter, how could your father and I possibly abandon you? You can get married right after you graduate. If you don't want children, you can wait 2 years. After the wedding, you can go on your honeymoon, either domestically or internationally. You've always loved traveling, haven't you? You can travel as long as you want after you and Xiao Xiao get married. She already has a child with Gu Dongcheng, and they have decided to get their marriage certificate after she finishes her postpartum confinement. Xiao Xiao was extremely resistant to, or rather, disgusted by, her mother's attempts to arrange blind dates for her. Mom, tell me about my affairs so you won't have to worry about me. I don't want to get married, and I won't meet that Xiao Zhao or De Zhao. If you bring this up again, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Xiao Xiao was very angry and said some harsh words to her mother. You're all grown up now, if we don't worry about your marriage, who will? Mom, I don't want to get married so soon, and I'll find my own marriage partner. Zhao's mother was adamant, You've been pampered and spoiled since you were little, and you're naive. What if you run into a scumbag if you go looking for yourself? Can you judge people yourself? Marriage is a major life event, so your father and I must be the ones to oversee it. Xiao Xiao didn't want to talk to her anymore. Mom, I don't want to argue with you today. Anyway, mind your own business. If you bring up this again, don't blame me for getting angry. So, it just died like that. Xiao Xiao didn't want to say another word and hung up the phone immediately. When the room door opened, Huang Jing saw her best friend's ashen face, and her heart skipped a beat. How did your chat with your aunt go? Won't we be exposed? Xiao Xiao calmed herself down and shook her head. No. Your aunt didn't know? Then why do you look so pale? Mind your own business. Xiao Xiao was also in a bad mood. Huang Jing shrank her neck. Knowing her best friend as she does, she must have just had an argument with her aunt. Let's avoid her for now and not walk into her trap. Gu Dongcheng walked over carrying Erbao with a concerned expression. Xiao Zhao's mood was instantly soothed when she looked at the soft little baby. Dongcheng is fine. My mom doesn't know about us yet. Once I'm out of confinement, we'll go get our marriage certificate, and then we'll talk to them about it. Gu Dongcheng nodded and didn't say anything more. He knew that the other person must have had an unpleasant conversation with Zhao's mother in the room just now, which explained their current mood. However, since the other party wouldn't say, he didn't press the matter. What he needs to do now is stay by her side and take good care of the babies. On the other hand, Xiao Xiao wasn't sure if the phone call had completely dispelled her mother's doubts. However, it certainly had the effect of temporarily delaying the inevitable. Thinking of this, her mood instantly brightened. The adorable babies seemed to sense their mother's happiness and happily made sounds in their strollers as well. Seeing her best friend's mood brighten, Huang Jing breathed a long sigh of relief. Aunt Xiao watched me grow up. Her best friend understood Zhao's mother, and so did she. Given the other person's personality, they certainly haven't dispelled their doubts yet. They might just come all the way from Wuzhou someday. After thinking it over, Huang Jing decided to stay in Yuqing for a few days and then return to Wushi to keep Aunt Xiao calm. Chapter 58 Super Reward, My master must achieve success in his career. 2 more days passed in the blink of an eye. The babies have grown incredibly fast since they came back. It's grown wider now. She's even prettier and cuter. Under Gu Dongqing's care, the 4 little ones are safe and healthy. The young master stayed by their side every day. The kitten would immediately alert Gu Dongcheng at the slightest sound or movement. That day, Gu Dongcheng was peeling loofah in the living room. Another illusory panel appeared before my eyes. Your cat is very happy because you take such good care of your quadruplets. Because of the arrival of the lady of the house's best friend, the kitten thinks you're too poor. It wants you to become a successful person with a house, a car, and a career, so it's giving you a shop in Jinhu Plaza. The relevant documents for the shop and the property ownership certificate have been placed in the cabinet at the entrance. Please check them. Gu Dongcheng was planning to make a soup with loofah and eggs. Then, the familiar information panel appeared before my eyes. I opened the entryway cabinet and took a look. A file folder lay quietly inside. Upon opening it, it was indeed property information for a commercial property. Located at Shop A099, Jinhu Square Pedestrian Street. It has an area of 188 square meters and is located on the first floor. Looking at the information on the property certificate, Gu Dongcheng was extremely excited. The shop's in Jinhu Plaza. That's one of the most bustling areas in Yucheng. There is also a university town 2 kilometers away. Many universities have campuses there, so there is a particularly rich student population. There are office buildings and residential areas nearby, and there are always a lot of people shopping there every day. During his sophomore and junior years, Gu Dongcheng often went there to do part-time jobs. If he remembers correctly, the rent for shops there is at least 50,000 to 60,000 yuan per square meter. If we calculate based on the lowest price of 50,000 yuan per square meter. So my 188 square meter apartment would cost a total of 9.4 million. 9.4 million. So much money. Gu Dongcheng did a rough calculation, and his heart began to pound. This is based on my own calculation using the lowest possible price. The better the location, the higher the price. If the location is good, Gu Dongcheng is certain that the shop that the young master gave him is worth no less than 10 million. Thinking of this, his heart started beating even faster. Where is the young master? Where's the cat? Young master, I love you. The kitten was sleeping soundly next to the crib when Gu Dongcheng suddenly picked it up and started petting it. The little guy stretched out his 2 paws and pressed them against his chin, looking very disgusted. Gu Dongcheng chuckled, unconcerned, "Young master, you're too good to me. Long live the young master. Long live the young master." When Xiao Xiao came out of the bathroom, she saw her husband, who looked like a child. "Dongcheng, what's making you so happy?" Gu Dongcheng chuckled and put the young master down. "It's nothing. I'm so happy to see the young master taking care of the babies and staying by their side every day. Isn't that right, young master?" "Thank you." Gu Dongcheng winked at the kitten. The young master meowed, jumped off the bed, and came to Xiao Xiao's side, affectionately rubbing against her trouser leg. Xiao Xiao picked up the little guy and scratched its chin. The kitten purred contentedly. During mealtime, Huang Jing let out a loud wow, and continued to eat to her heart's content. She has decided to go back to Wushi tomorrow, so she's going to eat as much as she can today, regardless of the consequences. Every time Huang Jing eats the food Gu Dongcheng cooks, she feels like she's about to cry. It's so delicious. Gu Dongcheng, if you ever open a restaurant, I guarantee it will be a huge success. No, it's incredibly popular. Gu Dongcheng's culinary skills were unparalleled in Huang Jing's life. If I had this culinary skill, I would definitely open a restaurant in the future and make everyone in the city drool with envy. Open a restaurant? Gu Dongcheng's eyes lit up. With my current culinary skills, I shouldn't have to worry about not having business if I open a restaurant. However, his situation is not suitable. The babies are still small and need someone to take care of them. Xiao Xiao's health hasn't fully recovered, and she needs someone to look after her regularly. Running a restaurant requires him to be busy in the store every day, and he doesn't have enough time. After thinking it over, Gu Dongcheng decided to put the idea of starting a business aside. Seeing that Gu Dongcheng was interested, Huang Jing chuckled, "So, Gu Dongcheng, what do you think about opening a restaurant? If you're interested in opening one, we can go together. I'll take care of everything, from the shop and renovations to the workers. You just need to train the chefs when you have free time." I transferred the chef from my dad's place, and I signed an agreement that he can't leave for 5 years. Huang Jing was thinking about opening a restaurant with Gu Dongcheng in the future. Wouldn't that mean I could eat delicious meals every day? Although Huang Jing can come to her best friend's house for meals every day, even if they are close, she will feel embarrassed after a while. It would be different if I partnered with Gu Dongcheng to open a store. Gu Dongcheng smiled and said, "Let me think about it for a while." Gu Dongcheng roughly understood the cooperation method Huang Jing described. We provide the technical training ourselves, and leave everything else to the other party. To be honest, he was quite tempted if the profit split was right in the future. However, Gu Dongcheng also had an idea to start his own business. That means opening a milk tea shop or a coffee shop. Many people drink milk tea and coffee nowadays. From elementary and middle school students to college students and office workers, everyone loves milk tea. Milk tea is also very inexpensive. Gu Dongcheng had the idea of starting a milk tea shop when he was a sophomore in college. Now that I have my own shop, it's convenient to do whatever I want. Therefore, he did not immediately agree to Huang Jing's suggestion. Huang Jing took another bite of beef and nodded happily. Okay, if you ever decide you want to open one, be sure to let me know. Gu Dongcheng agreed. A new day begins, and Huang Jing is heading back to Wuzhou. Standing in the living room, she looked at the quadruplets and Xiao Xiao with reluctance. My little darlings, your godmother is going back now. Your godmother will come to see you again after a while. In the meantime, you must grow up well, stay safe and sound, and listen to your parents. My dears, your godmother will miss you. The quadruplets have become familiar with Huang Jing during this time. She looked at her godmother with her big, watery eyes, full of doubt. Looking into the baby's clear and innocent eyes, Huang Jing felt even more reluctant to part with them. She picked them up and gave them kisses one by one, saying, "They're all my little darlings, you must take good care of yourselves. Remember to think of your godmother, and your godmother will miss you all too." After saying that, she hugged Sibo and instructed Gu Dongcheng, "I'm entrusting my godson and godson to you. You must take good care of them, and my sisters too." Gu Dongcheng smiled, "I will." Finally, Huang Jing's gaze fell on Xiao Xiao. "Don't worry about Auntie. I'll take care of everything properly when I get back. I'll clean up the mess I made. You and Dongcheng should take good care of the baby. Remember to stay safe and sound. Call me if anything happens. If Gu Dongcheng bullies you, tell me, and I'll take care of him." Xiao Xiao's eyes glistened with tears. "Okay, I will." Huang Jing turned her face away, afraid that she would shed tears. She was very reluctant to part with her childhood friends and babies. However, the longer she returned to Wuxi, the higher the risk of Zhao's mother coming to Yucheng. Chapter 59. Gu's mother arrives again, and Aunt Mu is surprised. Huang Jing came like a gust of wind, and she left like a gust of wind. After giving Gu Dongcheng his instructions, he left in a hurry. "I'll come see you all after I've sorted things out in Wuxi. May you have peace and joy." Watching her childhood friend's departing figure, Xiao Xiao stood there in a daze for a long time. Gu Dongcheng held her hand and said, "I will always be by your side. The babies will always be with you." Xiao Xiao came to her senses and gently rested her head on his shoulder. "Thank you, Dongcheng." After Huang Jing left, the house became much quieter. When she was around, the young master would play with her while the babies were asleep. After she left, the young master resumed taking care of the baby with Gu Dongcheng, and spent his free time playing by himself. Gu Dongcheng patted its head. "Young master, Sister Jingjing has gone back to her home. She'll be seeing the babies again in a while. You guys can play together then. Look, this is a gift that Sister Jingjing bought for you. There are lots of jars and snacks." The young master was chewing on his chew toy. "Stop and watch him meow. It seems to mean I understand. Taking care of babies seems like every day is the same, but if you pay close attention, it seems different each time." 3 days after Huang Jing left, Gu Dongcheng received a call from his mother. The other person said she was coming up with her neighbor, Aunt Mu. The village has some collective projects to work on recently, so Mr. Gu didn't come up. Leave one person behind to help in the village. To help Xiao Xiao recover, Gu's mother specially prepared free-range chicken and duck eggs for her this time. There are also 2 chickens, 2 ducks, and 2 geese. The other party will arrive at the bus station around noon tomorrow, and Gu Dongcheng will drive to pick them up. Free-range chickens and ducks raised in the countryside are healthy and nutritious. In order to see his daughter-in-law and grandchildren as soon as possible, I got up at around 6 a.m. to prepare. It takes time to get from the village to the town's bus station, so she and Aunt Mu plan to take the 8 o'clock bus. I arrived at exactly 12 o'clock. First, put a layer of rice in the basket, then put the chicken and duck eggs in, then put another layer in, and so on. This way, the eggs won't break easily on the way. Chickens, ducks, and geese are even simpler. Just find 2 burlap sacks and put them inside. Next, cut a few holes in the bag so they can stick their heads out to breathe. It's best to use 2 bags inside each other, to prevent them from defecating on the road and soiling other people's cars. In addition, Gu's mother picked some white cauliflower in the village, preparing to make soup for Xiao Xiao right away. The other two baskets also contained local specialties. These are all common items found in the village and are not worth much money. But that's all the villagers have. Gu Dongcheng knew his mother's feelings and called to tell them to be careful on the road. If it's too heavy, don't bring it up. Wait until he goes home and then use a car to take it. Gu's mother and Aunt Mu called Gu Dongcheng before they set off. It takes about 4 or 5 hours to get from the village to Yuqing by bus. I arrived at the station at exactly 12:05. They carried large and small bags out of the station. Good heavens, the sun is shining brightly. The girls in the city were all using umbrellas to protect themselves from the sun. There are many drivers standing outside the bus station waiting for passengers. They have destinations for all. He kept greeting everyone he saw. Gu's mother knew that everyone had their own difficulties. Given the opportunity, who would want to stand outside in the blazing sun, offering rides to others? Aunt Mu set off early in the morning and traveled for 4 hours to get here. She was starving. Gu's mother took her to the steamed bun shop next door to buy something to eat. Gu Dongcheng once told her that it was best not to buy food near the train station. It's expensive, and it doesn't taste good either. Gu's mother bought a basket of xiaolongbao soup dumplings and 2 bottles of water. The sun was strong outside, but thankfully there was a parasol placed at the entrance of the steamed bun shop. Gu's mother and Aunt Mu ate their food while chatting with the owner of the steamed bun shop. Your son bought a house in Yuqing outright? You already own a house and a car before even graduating from university, that's amazing. He's much better than my son. My eldest son graduated several years ago and is still living off his parents. His dad and I don't expect him to buy a house or a car in the future. It would be fine if he went out to work. He stays at home all day sponging off his parents, and when they arrange blind dates for him, the girls don't even want him. Wow, your son already has a girlfriend and a child? That's amazing. Gumu couldn't help but feel happy every time she heard others praise her son. Ever since her son got a car and a baby, Gu's mother has always stood tall and straight wherever she goes since returning to the village. My son has always been very easy to take care of since he was little. Everyone in the village praises him for being smart and sensible. I enrolled in your industrial university, and I never expected to buy a car before I even graduated. Studying is indeed useful, it can change one's destiny. As Gu's mother was chatting enthusiastically, a nanny van stopped beside her. Mrs. Gu recognized her son's car and beckoned Aunt Mu to get up. Boss, my son is here to pick us up. Let's go. Upon seeing the Alfred in front of her, the proprietress's pupils contracted slightly. Good heavens, so this is what people mean when they say someone has a house and a car. The car in question is an Alfred worth over 1,000,000 yuan. Aunt Mu had already heard that Gu Dongcheng had bought a car. This time, seeing it again, I looked at it curiously from left to right. Xiao Cheng, is this the car you bought? Gu Dongcheng smiled. Hello, Aunt Mu. Yes, I just bought it recently. Here, give me the stuff, you guys get in the car first. In addition to each of them carrying a snakeskin bag, they also carried a basket. With a basket on his back, he looked like a country bumpkin coming to the city. It attracted a lot of attention. Gu Dongcheng didn't care at all. As long as you live a comfortable and carefree life, why care so much about what others think? Gu's mother also shared this mindset. He happily handed it to his son. Sixth sister-in-law, the cars in this small town are so comfortable. You should experience them later. I'll show you around his house later. I think it's even more beautiful than the ones in TV dramas. Seeing her son made Gu's mother very happy, and she couldn't help but share her joy with Aunt Mu. Aunt Mu nodded and shifted her position after getting into the car. Wow, this seat is great, so comfortable. The car smells wonderful, there's no odor at all. Last time, Daong's son drove back in his new car and took us to town. The smell inside the car was awful, but we were too embarrassed to say anything at the time. Mother Gu smiled and experienced it herself. Aunt Mu leaned back in her seat and looked at the driver's seat. Xiao Chang, your mother said this car cost over 1,000,000 yuan. You bought it with cash? Gu Dongcheng nodded. Aunt Mu's mouth dropped open. My God, a car worth over 1,000,000. You could buy 2 or 3 houses in town with that money. Don't even mention 1,000,000, even if you give me 500,000, I won't have to worry about anything for the rest of my life. The car is worth over 1,000,000, and the house is worth several million. I never even dared to dream of having so much money combined. You've really made something of yourself in this small town. If your brother Nyen were even a fraction as successful as you, I wouldn't be so worried. Sigh. Chapter 60. Gu's mother and Aunt Mu were both stunned. You bought a shop? Seeing how successful other people's sons are, it's impossible for Aunt Mu not to feel anxious. Especially since her son was 4 or 5 years older than Gu Dongcheng and had started working much earlier. But after working for 4 or 5 years, not only did he not save any money, but he also called home every few days to ask for living expenses. Asking for living expenses is one thing, but he doesn't even talk about girlfriends. The number of bachelors in the village who cannot find wives is increasing year by year. Those who couldn't find wives were often gossiped about by the villagers. Aunt Mu was very anxious. If my son can't find a wife in the future, I might be the one getting swatted by crickets. Xiaocheng, if you have the chance in the future, could you take your brother Nyen with you? It's not good for your brother Nyen to just wander around outside all the time. Aunt Mu couldn't help but worry about her son soon after getting on the bus. Gu Dongcheng replied, Aunt Mu, I will if I have the chance in the future. But it also depends on whether brother Nyen is willing. Aunt Mu's eldest son met Gu Kainyan. She was 4 or 5 years older than Gu Dongcheng, and the two were neighbors. But he didn't play with him much when they were little. He was actually closer to his sister. Gu Kainyan has always been a person with a strong sense of self-esteem. After graduating from junior college, he worked odd jobs outside the home. If the other party is unwilling, it's useless even if others want to help them. Upon hearing his words, Aunt Mu quickly replied, Of course I'm willing. Why wouldn't I be? You have no idea that your brother Nyen has worked for so many years without earning a single penny. He changes jobs frequently, and when he can't pay the rent, he calls back to ask me and your sixth uncle for money. If he continues like this, he'll have a hard time finding a wife in the future. If you're willing to take him in, your sixth uncle and I won't know how to thank you enough. Raising a child is a source of endless worries. Aunt Mu was extremely worried when her son was mentioned. This is also why she came to Yucheng with Gu's mother this time. Let's first look at the quadruplets and Xiao Xiao. Secondly, I wanted to see what Gu Dongcheng did to make so much money. If possible, could you please take care of your son? Gu Dongcheng said he had no problem bringing his family along, provided he was able to. However, Gu Dongcheng does not have that ability right now. He can only say that he will wait for an opportunity in the future. Aunt Mu was already very happy to hear this. Sure enough, even though this kid from the small town has become successful, he still cares about his own people. Gu's mother sat quietly to the side, listening to their conversation. Upon hearing that her son was willing to take care of his sixth sister-in-law's son in the future, she asked Gu Dongcheng about his future plans. As Gu Dongcheng drove, he replied, Mom, I plan to open a milk tea shop or a restaurant in the future. Restaurants and bubble tea shops? These are all in the food and beverage industry. I've heard that this industry is risky. Many people invested in it, but it went bankrupt within a few months. With shop rents so high these days, a lot of the money we earn isn't even enough to pay the landlord's rent. Gu Dongcheng smiled and said, Mom, I don't need to worry about the rent. No need to worry? If you don't rent a shop, do you have one? Gu's mother said half jokingly, but to her surprise, Gu Dongcheng actually nodded in response. Mom, you're so smart, you guessed it right away. I recently bought a shop in Jinhu Plaza. Xiao Zhao's childhood friend said, All Gu's mother heard was that her son had bought a shop. When he went on to explain the details, Gu's mother forgot to listen. I was so overwhelmed with the shock that I had no interest in listening. You just said you bought a shop? Gu's mother stared at him with wide eyes, incredulous. Yes, I bought it, but only one set. Mom! Gu's mother! My son really bought a shop. When did you buy it? Was it also paid in full? I just bought it a few days ago, Mom, it was definitely paid in full. Gu's mother. Aunt Mu. Hearing the conversation between the mother and son, Aunt Mu's jaw dropped. Gu Dongcheng has bought another shop. This kid is so rich. Although she didn't know how much the shops in Yucheng cost. However, I do have some understanding of the prices of shops in town. Even small shops in town cost at least several $100,000. It will be even more expensive if the area is larger. Yucheng is a big city, so prices are definitely much higher than in towns. She didn't know how big the shop Gu Dongcheng bought was, but she estimated it must cost several million. Another multi-million-dollar payment in one go. Aunt Mu shed tears of sorrow. If your son had millions, would you still worry about not finding a wife? This is terrifying. Gu Dongcheng is even more successful than I imagined. After a long while, Gu's mother finally came to her senses. Xiaochang, you're not joking with me, are you? You really bought a shop? Mom, you really bought it. My childhood friend Xiao Xiao even invited me to open a restaurant with her. She said that I only need to be responsible for training the chefs, and she can handle everything else. Gu's mother's eyes lit up. She is quite confident in her son's cooking skills. If the chef could learn even half of his skills, the business would definitely be great. But she quickly frowned and asked, Xiao Xiao's childhood friend? Her family has arrived? Because Aunt Mu was there, I didn't dare to mention Xiao Xiao's parents' situation. Gu Dongcheng understood his mother's thoughts and was afraid that Aunt Mu would hear about it and spread it back to the village. Yes, Xiao Xiao's childhood friend is called Jingjing. She just went back from seeing the babies not long ago. She is also a little princess, her family is very rich, and she said she wanted to open a restaurant with me, but I'm still considering it. It's not surprising that Xiao Xiao's childhood friend is also a rich and beautiful woman named Gu. Aunt Mu was stunned. Good heavens, she's only ever heard the term rich, beautiful, and fair-skinned in TV dramas. A rich and beautiful woman's friends are naturally also rich and beautiful women. Dongcheng is a promising young man, he should marry a rich man's daughter. She learned that her son had the idea of opening a restaurant and a milk tea shop. Gu's mother also became conflicted. She likes both of them. Especially milk tea shops, there are so many people drinking milk tea now. And the cost is very low. Not to mention young people, they often buy a cup to drink when they are thirsty while out and about. Mom doesn't understand starting a business, so you should decide for yourself. No matter what kind of mother you become, I will support you. But no matter what, we absolutely can't let it affect the family. You have a wife and children now, so don't do anything that's too risky. Of course, a mother is happy when her son becomes successful. However, a reminder was still given. If starting a business is too risky, you can make a lot of money every month by renting out a shop. There is income every month, and there is no risk. Mom, I know. The three chatted all the way back to Phoenix Garden. The grand and imposing gate made Aunt Mu shed tears of envy through the car window. Not only are the buildings in the community beautiful, but the greenery is also a favorite feature of hers. When Gu Dongcheng led her through the door, the interior design that greeted her eyes made her jaw drop. Oh my god! Ninth sister-in-law. Dongcheng's house is so beautiful. What kind of decorating style is this? Even the places where the main characters in TV dramas live aren't this beautiful. Chapter 61. This looks like a fairy. This looks like a New Year's picture, baby. Aunt Mu was completely stunned by the luxurious and comfortable decor of the house. She had only ever seen such a beautiful house on TV and in short videos. The owners of such beautiful houses are all millionaires or billionaires. Is Dongcheng already that rich? Although Aunt Mu doesn't know much about furniture. But judging from how high-end the sofa and coffee table looked, she was certain that they couldn't be bought for less than tens of thousands of yuan. She couldn't even imagine spending tens of thousands of yuan on furniture. Looking around, everything is beautiful. Good heavens, this is practically my dream love room. Now she is increasingly envious of Gu's mother. With such an outstanding son, I won't have to worry about anything in the future. Mother Gu smiled. Sixth sister-in-law, how's the house in Dongcheng for that child? It's more than just okay. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's even better than the video you sent to the group last time. Oh my god, I never thought I'd be in such a beautiful house one day. I'm only doing this because of you and Dongcheng. Mother Gu smiled happily. She couldn't help but feel happy when she heard others praising her son. Place the baskets and carrying racks in the living room. He then carried the snakeskin bag to the kitchen. Gu's mother said to Aunt Mu, I'll show you around later. Then she looked at Gu Dongcheng. Where are Xiao Xiao and the babies? They should be in the room. Gu Dongcheng had just finished speaking. The master bedroom door clicked shut. Xiao Xiao pushed the stroller out from inside. The little guy heard the sounds of chickens and ducks coming from the kitchen and had a curious little expression on his face. Upon seeing Gu's mother, Xiao Xiao greeted her very warmly. Auntie, you're here. Long time no see, my babies, and I miss you. My daughter-in-law is not only beautiful, but she also has a super sweet tongue. Gu's mother genuinely liked Xiao Xiao. She nodded with a bright smile. Yes, I missed you and the babies, so I rushed over and brought you some local specialties to help you recover. Have the babies been behaving well lately? Xiao Xiao felt a warm glow in her heart. They're so well behaved, eating attentively and sleeping soundly at night. The moment Aunt Mu saw Xiao Xiao, her eyes widened in amazement. Is her eye functioning correctly? What a beautiful and elegant woman. She looks like a fairy. Is this the daughter-in-law from Dongcheng? It's just too beautiful. Aunt Mu felt that the other woman's looks and temperament far surpassed those of many female celebrities in the entertainment industry. She also has a really great figure. She has a curvaceous figure and a face so beautiful it's almost blinding. Especially her aura, which Aunt Mu, being poorly educated, couldn't quite put her finger on. But she was always attracted to and captivated by the other person's charisma. This is the legendary rich, beautiful, and fair-skinned woman. Dongcheng is really something, he married such a beautiful fairy as his wife. Aunt Mu was sizing up Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao was also observing the other party. Gu's mother introduced them. Xiao Xiao, this is Aunt Mu, our neighbor. She grew up watching Dongcheng when I was little. They have a very good relationship with our family. She heard that there was a baby in Dongcheng, so she came up to see the babies in you. Her husband is the sixth in line. I usually call her sixth sister-in-law, but you can just call her Aunt Mu. Sixth sister-in-law, let me introduce you. This is Xiao Xiao, Dongcheng's wife. You can call her Xiao Xiao or Xiao Xiao, it's fine. Aunt Mu snapped out of her daze at Xiao Xiao's beauty. She greeted him cheerfully. Hello Xiao Xiao, I'm sixth sister-in-law from Xiaocheng. Wow, you're so beautiful. You have such a great presence. You are the most beautiful, the most elegant, and the most charming person I have ever met. It's a blessing for my family to have a wife like you. There are some people who are stunning at first glance. It's obvious that Xiao Xiao in front of me is this kind of person. Sixth sister-in-law has a very outgoing and straightforward personality. She can't keep anything to herself. He showered Xiao Xiao with compliments as soon as they met. Xiao Xiao was almost embarrassed by Aunt Mu's praise. She greeted me with a sweet smile. Hello Aunt Mu, I'm Xiao Xiao. She speaks in a very generous and poised manner. It's clear that he has excellent manners. Not only is her voice sweet, but her smile is also particularly warm and radiant. Aunt Mu was speaking face to face with a rich and beautiful woman for the first time, and she couldn't help but feel nervous. After greeting Xiao Xiao, a sudden sound came from the stroller. It turned out that the four little ones were protesting. The children were interested in the sounds coming from the kitchen, as if they were urging their mother to take them there. Aunt Mu's gaze was drawn to it. These are all children from the East City. Quadruplets. Aunt Mu was charmed by little Strawberry and her younger siblings. This baby is so cute and adorable. A human cub, exquisitely carved and fragrant. My God, what an adorable baby. They're so good looking. They look just like Dongcheng when he was little. 1, 2, 3, 4. Quadruplets. She's so much prettier than those celebrity babies, like a marshmallow, so beautiful. TSK, that face, those eyes. She's beautiful no matter how you look at her. Hi, little ones, it's Grandma Lu. It's so nice to meet you all. Looking at the babies, Aunt Mu felt a warmth in her heart. She waved and greeted the little ones with a smile. The quadruplets' curious expressions were broken, and they turned to look at Aunt Mu. Soon the children became confused again. His expression seemed to say something. Oh dear, another stranger has come to our house. Who is she? Babies' puzzled expressions are absolutely adorable. Aunt Mu was overjoyed by their sight and reached out to hold their little hands. Oh, these hands feel so soft and warm. Her skin is so bouncy and cute. How many babies are these? They'll definitely be very good looking when they grow up. Whether she looks like her father or her mother, she's a heartthrob. Dabao, unafraid of strangers, looked at Aunt Mu with a soft, whining voice, covering his little hands as if to say hello. Sanbao and Xiaobao seem a little afraid of strangers. She turned her head to look for her parents. They only feel safe when they see their parents. Erbo is very easygoing and has a very stable emotional state. After glancing at Aunt Mu, he was quickly drawn back to the commotion in the kitchen. Because I was worried that the free-range chickens, ducks, and geese in the kitchen would get stuffy. Gu Dongcheng had just taken them out of the snakeskin bag. However, their feet and wings were still tied with ropes. It can neither walk nor fly. Seeing the children's interested expressions, Aunt Moo kindly looked towards the kitchen. My little darlings, do you want to go see the free-range chickens and ducks? There are also 2 big white geese inside. How about Grandma Moo takes you to see it? Free-range chicken, cheap free-range duck, duck, big white goose, goose. Xiao Xiao was also interested in the free-range chickens and ducks raised in the countryside. She pushed the stroller toward the kitchen. Soon, 6 local products appeared before our eyes. Chapter 62 Goo's Mother's Intentions, Xiao Xiao in a Dilemma. Like the babies, Xiao Xiao was seeing free-range chickens and ducks from the countryside for the first time. She had eaten it before. I've also seen it on short videos. However, this is the first time I've seen it in real life. Seeing that her daughter-in-law was interested, Goo's mother smiled and said, "They're all raised at home. Your Aunt Moo and I will clean them up later, and Xiaocheng will make soup for you. Would you like to eat free-range chicken or duck? Goose is fine too. Goose meat is so delicious." Xiao Xiao's gaze fell on the kitchen floor. Both geese were large white geese, very energetic, and kept sticking their heads towards the door. The native ducks are also white. Chickens consist of a male and a female, and there are roosters and hens. Xiao Xiao wanted to try goose meat. "Auntie, I want to eat goose." Mrs. Gu laughed. "Okay, Auntie will make it for you in a bit. If you can't finish it, put it in the refrigerator first, and Dongcheng will take it out and cook it for you whenever you want to eat it." Aunt Moo thought Gu Dongcheng's wife was really good. She speaks softly and gently, far superior to the wives who marry into the village. The commotion in the kitchen attracted the young master's attention. The kitten hopped and skipped over. I went up to the free-range chickens and ducks, smelled them again and again, and circled around them. Then it looked up and meowed at Gu's mother. Mother Gu looked at it and smiled. "Yes, these were all brought from home. You saw them when you were a child. I forgot, you were chased by these 2 geese when you were a kid." The young master's meowing clearly still remembered being bullied by the big white goose back in the village. It hissed at the 2 geese and even made a hunting gesture as if it wanted to pounce on them. Gu Dongcheng pulled it back. "Young master, if you go and swat them, you'll get all dirty. You still want to take a bath, don't you?" The young master meowed in frustration. Aunt Moo found it strange. "Is this the cat you brought from the village? They're already this big? It seems very intelligent and can understand what you're saying." The young master, with a proud expression, raised his tail and circled around Aunt Moo's trouser leg. Aunt Moo's expression became even more peculiar. Good heavens, she was pretty sure the cat could understand what they were saying. The babies are interested in chickens and ducks. This was the first time they had ever seen a relatively large small animal since they were born. Xiao Xiao introduced them. "My little darlings, these are the chickens and ducks that Grandma raises, and also a big white goose. Isn't it beautiful? Do the babies know what they usually eat? Well, they will eat corn and rice. The chicken and the duck can fly too. They have wings, and they fly away in a flash." The 4 boys stared at the small animals on the floor with bright eyes. Seeing that the babies were interested, Gu Dongcheng and Xiao Xiao watched with them for a while. They waited until they started yawning before leaving. Babies' happiness is simple. Even though they can't talk yet, just a few chickens and ducks can keep them entertained for a long time. After putting the little ones back in their cribs, Mother Gu took off the jade bracelet from her wrist and handed it to Xiao Xiao. "This was given to me by my grandma in Xiaocheng a long time ago. I didn't bring it last time when Auntie came, so I finally brought it up for you this time. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. This is what my grandmother in Xiaocheng passed down to me. I don't have much to give away, but this bracelet is the most valuable thing I have. You should take it. Accepting this jade bracelet means that I will be calling Gumu Grandma in the future." Xiao Xiao and Gu Dongcheng have decided to get their marriage certificate after Xiao Xiao finishes her postpartum confinement period. This time she didn't refuse. Mother Gu smiled broadly. "Come on, let Auntie put it on you. Once you and Xiaocheng get your marriage certificate after you finish your postpartum confinement, you can call me Mom." Thinking of this, Gu's mother smiled even more happily. Xiao Xiao's hands are very slender, and they look even more beautiful after wearing the jade bracelet. Mother Gu looked at it from left to right, and was satisfied no matter how she looked at it. "My daughter-in-law has a great figure and a great temperament. She looks good in anything." After putting on the jade bracelet, Xiao Xiao was a little troubled. Will this bracelet be passed down to the second child's wife or the first child's wife in the future? Xiao Xiao shook her head. It's too early to think about these things now. She'll buy more jewelry when the children grow up. That way, each person gets one, and everyone will have one of the 4 treasures. Aunt Mu looked on with envy as she watched Gu's mother put the bracelet on her daughter-in-law. When will I be able to have a daughter-in-law? Not asking for it to be very beautiful. As long as my son can be brought back. Gu Dongcheng wanted to handle the chickens and ducks himself, but his mother and Aunt Mu stopped him. They said these tasks should be done by the older generation. They are experienced and quick. Watching Gu's mother and Aunt Mu busy themselves. Xiao Xiao bought an Apple 16 Pro on a local shopping app. Huang Jing bought 2 for Gu Dongcheng last time. Tell him to find an opportunity to give it to Mr. and Mrs. Gu. This opportunity is just right. Just hand the phone to Gu's mother, and she can take it back to Gu's father. Aunt Mu was also there. Xiao Xiao plans to give one to her too. Seeing what she was doing, Gu Dongcheng said, Xiao Xiao, I'll pay for it. Aunt Mu is so kind to me, I've always wanted to give her a gift. Xiao Xiao laughed, no need, I have money in Dongcheng. This is my way of showing my love for Aunt Mu, don't argue with me about it. Otherwise I'll be unhappy. As she spoke, Xiao Xiao herself laughed. She's not the type of person who gets angry easily. Gu Dongcheng smiled along with her. A serious mom is so cute. The phone was purchased quickly. The price was the same as what Huang Jing bought, 12,999 yuan. Same city delivery takes about an hour to reach your door. Unlike the countryside, chickens and ducks cannot be raised in the city. Therefore, Gu's mother and Aunt Mu decided to kill all the chickens, ducks, and geese they had brought. Put it in the refrigerator after it's done. The 2 boiled water and immediately bled the hair out. Aunt Mu exclaimed as she worked, this kit from Xiaocheng is really amazing. I just searched for the same model on Douyin, Sister Gio, guess how much this range hood and refrigerator cost? Mrs. Gu shook her head, unsure. Aunt Mu exclaimed, her mouth agape, this range hood costs 130,000. The refrigerator costs 80,000. Aunt Mu only searched for 2 results before she dared not search anymore. She was afraid that if she continued searching, she would break down. A range hood that costs over 10,000 yuan. How long would it take her to save up all that money? Gu's mother quietly took a breath. She hadn't expected her son to buy such expensive appliances. My goodness, the range hood and refrigerator together cost over 200,000 yuan. With just a little more, you could buy a house in town. She knew beforehand that her son's renovation wouldn't be cheap, but she didn't expect it to be this expensive. Aunt Mu continued, Dongcheng is a really promising kid. After buying such an expensive house and car, they still go out to eat something low-key. If you and ninth brother hadn't told us, we wouldn't have known. This child has always been like this since he was little, always keeping a low profile in everything he does. If it were any other child in the village, it would be like this. When you first bought the car, you were probably already making a big fuss with drums and horns. Gu's mother smiled and said, if we hadn't mentioned buying him a house last time, we probably wouldn't have known he had already bought one. Chapter 63, this comparison shows that the son deserves to be single. Thinking back to what happened during her last visit to Yuqing, Gu's mother still felt like she was dreaming. My son bought a house and a car without saying a word. In fact, being able to buy a house worth over 1 million yuan and a car worth over 100,000 yuan in the city is already something everyone in the village envies. And what about his own son? I haven't graduated from university yet. Goodness, a house and car together cost over 5 million. If this hadn't happened to her, Gu's mother really wouldn't have believed it. She originally thought that this was the limit for her son. Good heavens, this time when I came up here, he mentioned that he bought a shop. It hasn't been that long since they went back. In such a short period of time, he spent several million to buy shops. Gu's mother really didn't know how her son did it. However, she felt a great sense of pride when she thought about her son's achievements. Now that my son has a house, a wife, a child, and a shop, my life is already perfect. The more Gu's mother thought about it, the happier she became. Before she knew it, she and Aunt Mu had quickly taken care of the 6 chickens, ducks, and geese. Summon Gu Dongcheng. You cook, your cooking is better, let Xiao Xiao eat more. Aunt Mu exclaimed in surprise, ninth sister-in-law, Xiao Cheng's cooking skills are better than yours now. Mother Gu smiled and said, yes, I don't know when this child learned that. You'll know once you try it. Where is Xiao Xiao? Gu Dongcheng replied while washing the pot, he's resting in his room. Okay, sixth sister-in-law, let me show you around the houses in this small town. Aunt Moo wiped her hands. Alright. Now all bedrooms except the master bedroom are open to visitors. Gu Dongqing peeked in and said, Mom, Aunt Moo, there's food, drinks, and fruit in the fridge. Help yourselves to whatever you want. We understand. Just let us know if you need any help. Mother Gu responded and happily led Aunt Moo on a tour of the house. When Aunt Moo came in, she only got a general look. After a thorough tour. Oh God! This has completely changed Aunt Moo's understanding of luxury homes. It was beautiful everywhere she looked, so she couldn't resist recording a few videos and posting them in the village's chat group. The video quickly became lively in the village's group chat shortly after it was posted. Many people tagged Aunt Moo in the group. Sixth sister-in-law, I heard you and ninth sister-in-law went to Yucheng. Is this the house he bought? How's it going? Looks pretty good. Have you seen ninth sister-in-law's wife? What does she look like? Aunt Moo happily replied to each of her friends and relatives who tagged her in the group chat. This is the house I bought in Dongcheng. My goodness! You have no idea how much better it looks in person than in the videos. It's a house that costs nearly 4 million. The decoration is absolutely gorgeous. I've never seen such a beautiful house before. I've met ninth sister-in-law's wife too. She's as beautiful as a fairy, even prettier than the actresses on TV. She's also a rich and beautiful woman. Dongcheng is such a lucky boy. Aunt Moo praised Gu Dongqing's house and Xiao Xiao in the group chat. Gu's mother smiled broadly as she looked at the messages in the group chat. Not only that, Aunt Moo also posted several photos of the quadruplets. The villagers were even more envious of the Gu family. After the visit, Aunt Moo chatted enthusiastically with her relatives and friends in the group chat. As Gu Dongqing stir-fried, an enticing aroma wafted out of the kitchen. Aunt Moo subconsciously sniffed. Wow, what smells so good? The aroma is wafting from the kitchen. She went over to take a look, and was completely stunned by what she saw in the kitchen. Aunt Moo was speechless with amazement at Gu Dongqing's cooking skills. She didn't come to her senses until Gu Dongqing turned off the stove and served the dishes. Dongcheng is really something now. I'm wondering why your mom made you cook. Wow, your cooking skills have improved so much now. Sigh, if only your brother Nian were half as hardworking and sensible as you. My son is too lazy to even pick vegetables, let alone cook. No wonder Gu Dongcheng was able to succeed, buying a house and a car and marrying a beautiful and wealthy woman. Not only does she have excellent grades and attend a prestigious university, but she's also an amazing cook. Compared to this, I realize my son deserves to be single. Gu Dongqing smiled modestly. Aunt Moo has washed her hands and is going to eat. Make yourself at home, eat whatever you want, don't be shy. Aunt Moo nodded happily. I'll have to trouble you with coming up here this time. Gu's mother went to the master bedroom to call Xiao Xiao out for dinner. The moment I opened the door, I was greeted by a wonderfully fragrant aroma. It smells so good. Are Dongcheng geese? As Gu Dongcheng served her rice, he said, I made you braised goose in an iron pot and braised goose in red sauce. Try them later. Xiao Xiao smiled and said, Dongcheng, thank you for letting me eat such delicious food every day. Auntie, Aunt Moo, thank you too. Thank you for bringing up the free-range chickens and geese for me and Dongcheng. Gu's mother told her to sit down and eat quickly. No need to thank me, we're all family. You're still recovering, so eat more meat later. It's all raised by your aunt, and it tastes delicious. Okay, thank you, Auntie. Mother Gu couldn't help but laugh. See, you're thanking me again. Don't be so polite in the future. Aunt Moo also said, yes, Xiao Xiao, your mother-in-law is very easy to talk to, so don't be polite with her. This is too kind of you, it doesn't feel like we're family. Xiao Xiao nodded sweetly. I understand, Aunt Moo. Please don't be shy, eat more. Aunt Moo has a very easygoing personality. Auntie won't stand on ceremony. Come on, let's not stand on ceremony, let's eat. After saying that, she picked up a piece of goose meat and put it in her mouth. The next second, his eyes involuntarily narrowed. Oh my god, it tastes so delicious. Sister-in-law Jiao. Dongqing's cooking is amazing. It tastes so much better than what Lao Yu from our village makes. Aunt Moo said that Lao Yu is recognized as the best cook in their village, and he is in charge of cooking for weddings and funerals in the village. Aunt Moo was utterly astonished to learn that Gu Dongqing's culinary skills far surpassed those of the village's top chefs at such a young age. Moreover, not only is the goose meat delicious, but the other dishes are equally unforgettable. The dishes look and smell delicious, you can't help but want to eat them all. Aunt Mu ate another piece of meat and praised Gu Dongcheng highly. Dongcheng is amazing. He's become a master chef now. No wonder you're planning to open a restaurant. With your excellent cooking skills, Aunt Mu is sure your business will be booming in the future. Aunt Mu talked a lot while eating. Gu Dongcheng pursed his lips. Aunt Mu, if you think it's delicious, eat more. If it's not enough, I'll make you more. Aunt Mu waved her hand. That's enough. This much food is definitely enough for us. Don't be shy with me. Xiao Xiao, don't just watch me eat. You should eat more too. Look how thin you are, you probably can't even eat 2 bowls of rice a day. Back when I had just given birth, I could eat 3 bowls of rice in one meal. It's important to get proper nutrition during postpartum confinement. Eat plenty of food. Chapter 64. Gu's mother said that Gu Dongcheng didn't eat meat when he was a child. Xiao Xiao nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Aunt Mu, I usually eat a lot. Eat 1.5 bowls. She used to be unable to finish a bowl of rice. Xiao Xiao felt great, as she could now eat a full bowl and a half. Aunt Mu frowned. 1.5 bowls? My goodness, that's so little. You should eat more. Now that you have to breastfeed 4 children, how can you not eat more? If the baby's nutrition is not up to par, how can I breastfeed? Am I supposed to feed him formula? And who knows what the quality of formula is these days? There are always reports of problems online, it's scary. Xiao Xiao didn't know how to respond. 1.5 bowls was already her best effort. She could only try her best to get 2 bowls of rice. Gu Dongcheng served her some food, saying, Aunt Mu, just eat your fill. Some people don't eat much. 1.5 bowls is almost the same as a man's appetite. Now Xiao Xiao eats small meals frequently, so breastfeeding is no problem. Gu's mother also came to her rescue, saying, Xiaocheng is right, as long as you're full, that's enough. Here, 6th sister-in-law, eat more. Besides the postpartum meals Xiao Xiao was given, Xiaocheng also specially made your favorite dishes. Gu Dongcheng and his mother also knew that Aunt Mu was doing it for Xiao Xiao and the children's good. Xiao Xiao can't eat that much, so we can't force her to eat. Speaking of food, Gu's mother recalled something very funny from her childhood. When Dongcheng was a child, he didn't like to eat meat. I feel like throwing up whenever I eat meat, so I eat vegetables every day. Everyone in the village says he's going to become a Taoist priest when he grows up. Back then, all the other kids ate meat, but he was a vegetarian, which really worried his dad and me. Other kids fight over chicken legs, but he just wants to spit it out after one bite. To get him to eat, I told him I'd give him 5 yuan for every chicken leg he ate. When Gu Dongcheng was a child, 5 yuan was a lot of money for a child in the village. Xiao Xiao asked with particular interest, what happened next? Did you eat in Dongcheng? Even after all these years, Gu's mother still has a worried look on her face. He wouldn't eat it. This child is so desperate to avoid eating meat that he's not even willing to pay. Your Uncle Gu forced him to eat it, and if he didn't, he would yell at him. That kid was eating chicken legs with tears in his eyes back then. I felt sorry for him because he looked so pitiful, but he couldn't go without meat. When this was mentioned, Aunt Mu said with surprise, your mother-in-law is right. When I was a kid, Dongcheng never ate a single piece of meat. But this child happens to be number 1 in academics, always ranking at the top of the class in every exam. People in our village are wondering, can not eating meat really improve academic performance and make people smarter? But how can we survive without eating meat? This child is amazing, he can grow so big even without eating meat. Xiao Xiao knew that Gu Dongcheng was eating meat right now. She then asked curiously, so what happened next? When did Dongcheng start eating it? Auntie, did you give Dongcheng extra money again? Gu's mother shook her head. Later, I increased the price to 10 yuan for a chicken leg and a piece of fatty meat, but he still didn't budge. I remember this child started eating meat when he was in junior high school. When he came home from school on Friday and picked up his own food, your uncle and I were both stunned. At that moment, I was thinking, oh my god, my son actually ate meat. Gu's mother recounted the events vividly, her expressions were incredibly exaggerated. Xiao Xiao became even more curious and looked at Gu Dongcheng. Gu Dongcheng smiled and said, I didn't know what happened back then either. Maybe the workload was too heavy when I was in the first year of junior high school. My body can't keep up if I don't eat meat. One day when I came back from getting food, I saw meat and ate it without thinking. Hey, I found that I didn't feel that nauseous feeling like I did when I was a kid anymore, so I gradually started eating it. When talking about his childhood, Gu Dongqing couldn't help but smile. Although the family didn't have much money, my parents never made themselves suffer. He may not have been rich or powerful, but he had a happy childhood. Mom, thank you, and Dad. You've worked so hard to raise me. The mother was taken aback by her son's sudden emotional outburst, saying, "Why are you talking about these things while we're eating? I'm your mother, who else would I raise if I didn't raise you? Treating Xiao Xiao and the babies well from now on is the greatest way you can repay us." Listening to the conversation between the mother and son, Xiao Xiao envied their relationship. Although my family was well off when I was a child, it seems that I never really cared about Dongqing's happiness. When Aunt Mu put down her chopsticks, she realized that her stomach was already full. He had a look of lingering satisfaction on his face. I smacked my lips. It's so delicious. While Gu Dongchang was clearing the table and going into the kitchen to wash the dishes, Xiao Xiao brought over 3 phone boxes. "Auntie, Aunt Mu, this is a gift for you." Aunt Mu, who was resting in her chair, turned her head. "What? There's a gift too?" Xiao Xiao handed 2 phone boxes to Gu's mother and another one to Aunt Mu. The two opened it and took a look. It's an iPhone 16 Pro. Before Gu's mother could speak, Aunt Mu called out, "Apple 16 Pro. Starting price, $7,999. This should be the top of the line model, priced at $12,999. Mother Gu was stunned. "Sixth sister-in-law, you know this phone?" Aunt Mu exclaimed excitedly, "I know. Daong from our village bought a car, and he also bought an Apple phone on a 5-year installment plan. It's the top of the line Apple 16 Pro, yes, 1 terabyte, and it costs 12,999 yuan. 12,999 yuan. Those 3 cost 38,997 yuan. Mrs. Gu silently calculated the price and gasped. 3 phones cost almost 39,000. They wouldn't dare use such an expensive phone. Moreover, the more expensive the phone, the more functions it has. Will I be able to understand how to use them? Gu's mother pushed the phone back. "Xiao Xiao, I can't accept such an expensive gift." Aunt Mu also pushed it back, saying, "I don't want it either. Xiao Xiao is too valuable, and we old folks don't understand how to use smartphones these days." Gu's mother agreed, "These phones have so many functions, you never know when you'll run out of data, and then you'll be charged for it." The two's reactions were exactly what Xiao Xiao had expected. "Auntie, Aunt Mu, you can just turn off the data when you don't want to use it. Dongqing should have taught you that before. Besides, we all have Wi-Fi at home now, and connecting to Wi-Fi at home doesn't use up your data. Auntie, take the phone. Dongchang and I will video call you from now on. You can see the babies more clearly with this phone. I bought this phone a while ago, and it's past the warranty period, so I can't return it. If you don't take it, it'll just sit there collecting dust." At this moment, Gu Dongqing came out of the kitchen. "Mom, Aunt Mu, please accept these as a token of Xiao Xiao's appreciation. You can't just refuse her gift the first time she gives you one. If this continues, how will she dare to give you things to express her feelings in the future?" Chapter 65. If you keep making excuses, your daughter-in-law might not be filial to you in the future. Xiao Xiao agreed, "Yes, Auntie, this is the first time I've given you a gift. If you don't accept it, I'll feel embarrassed to give it to you later." After thinking about it, Gu's mother realized that what her son said made sense. If you don't accept gifts from your daughter-in-law, and if this continues in the future. After a while, she started giving them all to herself. What if word got out and people said her daughter-in-law was unfilial? After hesitating for a while, Gu's mother finally accepted it. Gu's mother can accept it, but Aunt Mu's situation is different. She can't accept something so valuable. A gift worth almost 13,000. Even her son wouldn't buy her such an expensive gift. Xiao Xiao smiled, "Aunt Mu, please accept it. You are my elder, and this is our first time meeting. Consider this a gift from me to you. If you don't accept it, then all my preparations have been for nothing. This is my feeling for you, and also for Dongcheng." After she finished speaking, she gave Gu Dongcheng a wink. Gu Dongcheng understood and handed the phone to her, saying, "Aunt Mu, please accept it. We'll get angry if you don't. This is our heartfelt sentiment." Gu's mother also told her to take it, saying, "Sixth sister-in-law, I've already accepted them all, you should take them too, don't make things difficult for the child." Since both Gu's mother and Gu Dongcheng had said so, Aunt Mu felt too embarrassed to refuse. Then I'll accept it. Xiao Xiao, Dongqing thanks you. Xiao Xiao smiled with satisfaction. Okay. She was sleepy right after eating. Dongchang, I'm going back to my room to lie down for a while. Could you help Auntie activate her phone? Let me help you inside first. Xiao Xiao waved her hand and said no, but Gu Dongqing still helped her inside. After covering the baby with the blanket, Gu Dongqing went to the crib. The four little ones were sleeping soundly, and Gu Dongqing patted the kitten next to him. Young master, when the babies wake up, call for their older brother. The older brother and grandma are outside in the living room. The young master meowed to indicate that he understood. However, when Gu Dongqing left the room, the little guy followed him out. He jumped to his mother's side. Gu Dongqing understood the little guy wanted to be close to Gu's mother. Gu's mother picked it up and exclaimed, "Oh my, it's grown so big. You were tiny when you were little, but now you're bigger than your mom. I'll take you home to see your mother when I have time later." Does the young master prefer living in the city or the village? The young master was called in a very sweet, childlike voice. Gu Dongqing knew that when the family's female cat gave birth, it was Gu's mother who stayed by the side waiting for the young master to be born. Since the cat was fed by Gu's mother at home, the young master was particularly close to her. Aunt Mu also hugged it. I couldn't help but sigh, pets in the city are like children. Not only do you have to buy them delicious food, but you also have to bathe them regularly. You wouldn't expect this kind of treatment from your own cats or dogs in the countryside. But city pets aren't exactly happy they don't have much freedom. Life in the countryside may be tough, but at least they can go out and play anytime. Gu's mother agreed, that makes sense. Young master, if you miss your mother in the future, just tell brother Dongqing and ask him to take you and the babies home. The young master wagged his tail happily. Is Xiao Xiao asleep? Gu Dongqing nodded. They're already asleep. Mom, Aunt Mu, let me help you activate your new phones. Apple's new phones need to be activated before they can be used. Mrs. Gu didn't know how to do this, so she said, could you help us make the font size bigger? There were also sounds of phone calls. Now, every time someone calls, they speak very softly, and it's hard for me to hear them. Gu's mother's eyesight isn't as good as it used to be, so the font has to be large. Aunt Mu also said, Xiaocheng, you set mine up the same way as your mom's. Okay, I'll download some more software for you. Yes, you must help your dad and me download TikTok. It took a total of half an hour to activate and download the software on all three phones. Gu Dongqing handed the phone to them. Mom, Aunt Mu, you guys give it a try. Aunt Mu turned on the camera and exclaimed, wow, a phone that costs over 10,000 yuan is really something else. Ninth sister-in-law, this camera is so clear. Mother Gu opened it and took a look. It was indeed true that you get what you pay for. There was a reason why it was expensive. With this phone, it's much clearer to video chat with the babies at home. Finally, Gu's mother asked Gu Dongqing to do something for her. Could you help me transfer the conversation from this old phone to the new one? She didn't know how to do this. My old phone still has a lot of videos of my babies. Mom, I'll send it to you right away. Don't take the old phones to a phone store to sell, just keep them. We're not short of money. If the information isn't completely deleted and is sold, it might leak your and dad's information. Mother Gu's heart skipped a beat, and she nodded to indicate that she understood. After sending the photos from his mother's old phone, Gu Dongqing also sent them to Aunt Mu. After finishing, I opened the room for the two of them. Mom, Aunt Mu, you can each sleep in one of these two rooms. Everything in them is new. Mom, the toiletries you and Dad stayed with last time are still in the bathroom. I'll go out and buy a set for Aunt Mu later. Gu's mother didn't want her son to work so hard, saying, we can go out by ourselves later. I'll take your Aunt Mu out for a stroll. You want to go out for a stroll? I'll take you there, just in case you get lost. No need. You stay home to take care of Xiao Xiao and the child. We'll just wander around the neighborhood. We won't get lost. Right now, Gu's mother and Aunt Mu are in high spirits and don't feel tired at all. After settling into their rooms, the two put their things down and went out for a stroll together. Mom, call me if anything happens. I've saved my number in my new phone. Okay, do you think I'm a 3-year-old when you're my mom? I'm leaving. After saying that, he and Aunt Mu went out happily. Last time, due to the limited time, Gu's mother didn't have time to familiarize herself with the area around her son's neighborhood. With company this time, we can shop to our heart's content. You won't believe it until you go. It's truly an eye-opening experience. No wonder the price of apartments in Phoenix Garden can reach 22,000 yuan per square meter. Wow, everything you could possibly need is available nearby. Not only are there subway entrances, hospitals, and schools, but there's also a super large shopping mall. It looks super high-end, and there are a lot of people browsing inside. Looking at the upscale shopping mall, Aunt Mu felt a chill. Ninth sister-in-law, the things inside look very expensive. Are you sure we want to buy things there? Gu's mother pouted, let's just go inside and browse without buying anything, okay? I noticed there's a market over there, and there should be a department store inside. We can go there to buy things later. The mall has air conditioning, let's go in and enjoy the cool air while we do some shopping. Aunt Mu's eyes lit up and she followed excitedly. That's why big cities have their own monetary system. The items in the shopping malls are also attractive, but the prices are also incredibly high, making Aunt Mu and Mother Gu very anxious. Chapter 66 Aunt Mu, where is my grandson? Where is my daughter-in-law? The mall sells everything. But the price is ridiculously high. Gu's mother and Aunt Mu strolled around inside, but didn't buy anything, though they filmed quite a few videos. Before leaving, the two finally decided to buy a cup of milk tea. My goodness, they dare to sell a cup of water for 28 yuan. This would only cost 7 or 8 yuan in our town. It's so easy to make money in big cities. If I open a milk tea shop in Dongqing district in the future, will I be able to make just as much money? When ninth sister opens a shop in the small town, you will be the boss's mom. Thinking that her son could make money this way by opening his own shop in the future, Gu's mother instantly stopped feeling bad about the money she had just spent on milk tea. The two of them, carrying milk tea, went to a nearby market to find a department store, and soon came out with bags and packages. I went home after shopping. Big cities seem to have the same streets, yet they also seem different. I took 2 wrong turns and finally made it to the entrance of the residential area. Aunt Mu quickly noticed something was wrong. Ninth sister-in-law, is this a residential area in this small town? Why does the entrance look different? When we came out, the entrance was even bigger and more impressive. Mrs. Gu looked at it again and again. The name of the community is written on it. This should be the small gate. Let me swipe my access card to check. With a beep, they realized they hadn't gone to the wrong place. See? I told you we didn't go the wrong way. We chose the right neighborhood. But soon Gu's mother was dumbfounded. Phoenix Garden is quite large, with many green spaces and recreational facilities. In addition, the building numbers are different for each building. Gu's mother and Aunt Mu looked at the signs, but they still couldn't find where Unit A of Building 2 was. In addition, the weather was hot. Seeing that there were recreational facilities nearby, Gu's mother carried her things over and put them on the ground. Sixth sister-in-law, let's rest for a bit. We've already returned to the neighborhood, we'll definitely find our way home soon. After saying that, she leaned back against the entertainment equipment and started massaging herself. Gu's mother didn't know what this device for elderly people to use was called, but she thought it was very amazing. As I leaned back, I felt as if all the acupoints on my back had been massaged. Sixth sister-in-law, come and try this, it feels so good. Here's another one, you can try it. Aunt Mu became interested and put down her things to come and experience it for herself. I must say, it really is very comfortable. I feel much less tired after walking all that way. Amazing. The neighborhoods where rich people live are so nice, the facilities provided for residents are so high-end. You wouldn't find these in town. Sister-in-law, could you record a video for me later? I'll post it in the group chat. Aunt Mu is just like that, she likes to share any interesting things in the group. The two played for about 10 minutes before deciding to go back and come back to play again when they had time. They still couldn't find Building 2, but Gu's mother was clever, she asked anyone she saw for directions. On the other side, Gu Dongchang was worried that his mother and Aunt Mu had gotten lost after being gone for so long. I made 2 calls, but no one answered. Just as he was worrying that something might have happened, the young master ran to the front gate and wagged his tail at the outside. Gu Dongchang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Anyone who has owned a cat or dog knows that this is the pet welcoming its owner home. Sure enough, the young master had barely sat down and was wagging his tail when the door was opened. Mother Gu and Aunt Mu walked in, panting. Oh my god, I'm exhausted, but I'm finally home. Young master and Dongchang are both here. The two of them put their things down as they talked. Gu Dongchang poured water for them. Mom, why didn't anyone answer my calls to you and Aunt Mu? Gu's mother said while drinking water. I thought it must have been you who made the call, but we were already downstairs, carrying some things. I plan to tell you when I get home. Oh, I see, Gu Dongqing finally relaxed. Besides buying Aunt Mu's daily necessities, the two of them also bought a lot of things for the babies on this trip. Are you all awake, my little darlings? He just woke up and is playing with Xiao Xiao in his room. Gu's mother's eyes lit up. Never mind, I'll go find them to play after I've dried off the sweat. So as not to let the smell affect her adorable little grandchildren. Evening arrived in the blink of an eye. Gu Dongqing carried the babies to the living room. Place a soft cushion next to the sofa and line up the children on it. The young master quietly stayed by their side. Gu's mother and Aunt Mu sat beside them, playing hide and seek to amuse them. At that moment, Mr. Gu made a video call. How are the little ones doing? Have they grown any bigger lately? Gu's mother picked up Debao and said, You've grown a lot, and you're getting cuter and cuter. Grandpa, guess which one this is? Little Strawberry looked at the phone in front of her with a puzzled expression. With her big, watery eyes and adorable expression, even Gu's father on the other end of the phone was completely charmed by her. A cheerful voice came from inside. Is this Bao, little apple, right? That stupid grandpa has no sense at all. Wait, I'm guessing. Wrong? Then grandpa is guessing. Is it Debao and little Strawberry? Grandma Gu hugged her eldest granddaughter and laughed. That's right, grandpa guessed correctly this time. Little Strawberry, do you remember who this is? He's grandpa. It's daddy's dad. Little Strawberry watched the camera for a while but quickly lost interest and turned to look at the cat. Mr. Gu was filled with regret. Then, Gu's mother picked up the other three babies and video chatted with Gu's father. The quadruplets are being well taken care of by Gu Dongqing, and they're getting cuter and cuter with their rosy cheeks. I held it so tightly, it smelled so good, that I didn't want to put it down. Suddenly, little Peach's face scrunched up like a little bun, and Gu's mother knew that her granddaughter needed to poop. Change her diaper as soon as she finishes pooping. Soon, Sanbao returned to being the innocent and happy little butterfly. After dinner, Gu's mother and Aunt Mu returned to the room that Gu Dongqing had arranged for them. As soon as she lay down on the bed, Aunt Mu felt like her bones were about to melt. What kind of bed is this? It's so soft. It feels like lying on a cloud. Recalling what happened today, Aunt Mu became increasingly angry as she compared the events. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and dialed her son's number. Soon after, Gu Kangnian called. Hey, Mom, what's wrong? Why are you calling me so suddenly? Did something happen at home? Hearing her son's voice, Aunt Mu became even angrier. Everything's fine at home, but I'm busy. Mom, what's wrong? Are you sick? Gu Kangnian's voice suddenly tightened. I'm not sick. When are you going to bring a daughter-in-law home for me? When are you going to let me hold my grandson? Gu Kangnian? Mom, what's wrong with you? Are you out of your mind? Why are you suddenly saying this? You mean this? Look at our neighboring small town, that guy's already a father, he has 4 kids. You started working a few years earlier than him, and he's already married and has a baby. What about your wife and child? Where is my grandson? Chapter 67 Where is my daughter-in-law? Where is my grandson? Gu Kangnian looked completely bewildered on the other end of the phone. Mom, what daughter-in-law and children? I don't even have a girlfriend right now, where am I going to get you a grandson? Did something happen to you? Aunt Mu flew into a rage. I was just provoked. Not only does he have a wife in that small town, but he also has quadruplets. I own a house and a car in Yucheng. And you've been working for so long, and you still don't have a boyfriend. Gu Kangnian was stunned. Mom, you're saying Gu Dongqing has a wife and children? When did this happen? Now, the village's chat groups are mostly used by the older generation. Younger generations rarely join group chats. Or even if someone joins a group, it's muted, and they only open it during the Chinese New Year. Therefore, Gu Kangnian was unaware that Gu Dongqing already had a girlfriend and a child. My baby was born recently. Where are the quadruplets? And you? Where is my grandson? Gu Kangnian broke out in a cold sweat. Mom, I'm still young. I should focus on my career first. I'll find a partner and get married when I've made some money in the future. What kind of career do you call that? I spoke with Dongqing and asked him to mentor you if he has the chance. That kid from the small town is really something. He bought a car worth over $1 million. The house is worth several million, and there's also a shop worth several million, both paid for in full. I asked him to mentor you, and he agreed. That's why I'm telling you, why don't you go back to Yuching to develop your career? Maybe the small town can give you a helping hand. The phone I have in my hand now was a gift from my wife from the small town. It cost 12,999 yuan. Gu Kangyan was surprised. A car worth over $1 million. They also bought houses and shops worth several million yuan in cash. Gu Kangyan didn't believe it. Mom, you're kidding, right? Dongcheng hasn't even graduated from university yet. Where did he get so much money? A car worth over $1 million yuan? That can't be right. He was even less convinced that there were houses and shops that were paid for in full. Aunt Mu chuckled coldly, then opened WeChat and sent him more than a dozen videos in a row. Do you think these videos are a joke? Xiao Chang is preparing to start a business and open a shop again. I had to swallow my pride to get them to agree to let me have a chance to take you on, so don't embarrass me in the future, show some respect. Click to watch the video. There are houses, cars, and babies inside. Gu Kangyan gasped again. Gu Dongcheng is really getting better. They actually bought a house and a car. And there are also 2 adorable quadruplets. To be honest, seeing his peers doing better than him and achieving so much made Gu Kangyan feel quite uncomfortable. Aunt Mu was also afraid of upsetting her son, so she softened her tone considerably. Mom doesn't expect you to achieve great success outside. It's good that everyone is safe and sound. It's just that Mom hopes you'll find a girlfriend when you have time. We'll work on our careers together after we get married. Wouldn't it be great if your dad and I could help you take care of the kids while you two go to work? Your dad and I are still young now, so we can help take care of you for a few years. But when we get old, we probably won't be able to take care of you anymore. You don't need a girlfriend who's very pretty, as long as she's good at managing a household. Look at Xiao Cheng, he hasn't even graduated yet, but he already has a wife and kids and is living a wonderful life. Aunt Mu said a lot in one breath, and Gu Kangyan had mixed feelings. Mom, I understand. I'll try my best to talk to someone if I find someone suitable. You really need to hurry up and find a girlfriend. There are 30 bachelors in our village right now. After hanging up the phone, Gu Kangyan fell into deep thought. It took him a long time to adjust his mindset. Open WeChat and find Gu Dongcheng's WeChat chat window. Click to transfer money. Enter 1,000. But he quickly deleted it and replaced it with 2,000 yuan. He gritted his teeth, entered the password, and quickly transferred the money to Gu Dongcheng. On the other side, Gu Dongcheng, who was tidying up the baby's clothes in the room, saw the message light up. I opened it out of curiosity. I never expected it to be Gu Kangyan. Dongcheng, I heard you got married and have a baby. Congratulations. I've been busy outside all this time and haven't had time to go back. These are red envelopes for the babies. Take them and buy them some toys. It's not much money, please don't be picky. Gu Dongcheng knew that making money was not easy these days, so he did not accept it. Thank you, Brother Nyen. Come and attend the children's 100-day celebration if you have time. It's been so long since we last saw each other. Gu Kangyan nodded, recalling his mother's words, we'll have a drink sometime. Dongcheng, I heard from my mom that you bought a house and shops in Yucheng? Yes, I just bought it recently. Gu Kangyan exclaimed in admiration, amazing. You're something else. You were the model child in the village when you were a kid, and you've grown up to be just as outstanding. You're probably the only one who would spend millions on a house and a car. My mom showed me pictures of the quadruplets. They're so cute. Congratulations. Gu Dongcheng smiled, when you have twins or more in the future, you can make Aunt Mu happy too. Gu Kangyan gave a wry smile, I hope so. Remember to introduce your younger siblings to us at the 100-day celebration. I heard your wife is a rich and beautiful woman. Wow, you're something else. You've already married a rich and beautiful girl before you even graduated. Gu Dongcheng knew that Aunt Mu must have told Gu Kangyan about his situation before the other party took the initiative to contact him. The job market is extremely competitive these days. Being able to support yourself is already quite an achievement. After ending the chat, Gu Dongcheng returned the red envelope transferred by Gu Kangyan. I saw the little guy whimpering and kicking his blanket. Gu Dongcheng put down his phone, pulled back the small blanket, and reached out to hold his little hand. Let daddy see which little one woke up instead of sleeping. Oh my, it's the four treasures. The older brothers and sisters are asleep, and mommy is asleep too. Come on, daddy, shall we take you out to play? She carried the baby into the living room. I noticed that Gu's mother was still awake and was sitting on the sofa, seemingly busy with something. Seeing Gu Dongcheng carrying Xiaobao out, Gu's mother put down what she was doing. Mom, what are you doing so late at night? I'm crocheting a pair of shoes for Xiao Xiao and the babies, to wear when it gets cold. What's wrong? Is this Xiaobao? What happened to Zaya Shansu? Gu Dongcheng held the little one and comforted him. He probably woke up because he was uncomfortable sleeping and kicked off the blanket. I can coax her a bit and she'll be fine. Mrs. Gu was worried and came over. You've had a long day. Give me the baby. Gu Dongcheng handed Xiaobao over to her. Unable to feel her father's warmth, Zaya Shansu burst into tears the next second. Gu's mother exclaimed, "Oh dear, what's wrong? Missing your father? Can't I go with Grandma? Grandma will hug you, little one, don't cry. Grandma, shall we take the baby to find the cat to play with? Where is Meow Meow? Is Meow Meow asleep?" Upon hearing the word meow, Xiao Shanju's crying gradually subsided. Although he was only recently born, the young master has been staying with them ever since they came home. Xiaobao already knows who Meow Meow is. Chapter 68 Brother Chang. Buying such an expensive car, are you a rich second generation? Hearing the meow, Xiao Shanju turned her head to look outside, searching for something. Madame Gu quickly called the young master over. The kitten jumped onto the sofa and looked up at the kitten in its mother's arms. Mother Gu picked her up. Look, isn't Meow Meow coming over? Xiaobao, do you want to play with Meow Meow? Xiao Shanju stared blankly at the cat, gradually forgetting to cry. Young master, come and play with your younger brother. The young master peeked out and smelled Sibao's little hands. Sibao smiled happily. As the babies grow, their expressions become more and more varied, and their smiles become increasingly adorable. Madame Gu thought the young master was wonderful. She was worried that having a cat at home would affect the children. Now, it smells amazing. On the new day, Xiao Xiao and the babies were being taken care of by Gu's mother and Aunt Mu. At 10:30 a.m., Gu Dongcheng planned to go out. Gu's mother didn't know where her son was going out to do, but she knew he had something to do. You go ahead with your work. Don't worry about Xiao Xiao and the little ones. Leave them to me and your Aunt Mu. Gu Dongcheng nodded and went out. Upon arriving at the garage, he called his roommate, Cui Hao, beforehand. Hey, Mouse, are you and Gangzi in the dorm? I need your help with something. If you're here, I'll come pick you up from school now and take you somewhere in a bit. Cui Hao was Gu Dongcheng's best friend during college, and also his roommate. The call was answered very quickly after I made the call. Hey, Chang Ji, I'm here. We just finished breakfast and we're about to start playing games together. What's up? Help me out. No problem, I've got this under my wing. I'll go through fire and water for you, just say the word. Okay, I'll be at the school gate in about 15 minutes. You and Gangzi wait for me at the gate, I'll come pick you up. They picked us up in a car. There are 3 of us. Can Changgu pick us all up with his little electric scooter? After hanging up the phone, Cui Hao was completely confused. However, he did not hesitate to do what Gu Dongcheng entrusted to him. He called his roommates Zhao Gang and Huang Teng over. Gangzi, Tengzi, brother Chang needs our help with something. We guys put on our shoes and waited for him at the school gate. He said he was coming to pick us up. Zhao Gang perked up. Brother Chang asked us for help. Sure, let's go. Holy crap, isn't Cheng Ji spending time with the school beauties and girls today? What does he want with us? Huang Tang was also curious. We'll find out when we go out. By the way, you guys said Cheng's baby has been born for so long now, shouldn't we, as brothers, buy some gifts to visit them? Cui Hao thought about it and realized it made sense. Damn, Tingzi, you reminded me. Buy. We absolutely have to buy it. When we have time, let's go buy some clothes and toys for the kids and then go see Cheng Ji's baby. Zhao Gang and Huang Tang had no objections and said they absolutely had to go see Cheng Gu and the school beauty's child. Do you think Cheng Ji bought a car since he said he was coming to pick us up? On the way, Zhao Gang asked curiously. Cui Hao stroked his chin. Maybe. Holy crap, if Cheng Gu buys a car before he's even graduated, I'll be so jealous. He's got a baby with the school beauty and he's buying a car. Huang Tong, who was the same age as Huang Tong, expressed his envy. They were faster than Gu Dongcheng. Upon arriving at the industrial park gate, Gu Dongcheng was not seen. The three looked around curiously, trying to find Gu Dongcheng. At that moment, Huang Tang saw a white Alfred driving towards him. The envy in his eyes was undisguised. Holy crap, look, there's a minivan. Many celebrities and big shots like to ride in this car now. I wish I could own one someday. Huang Tang knows a bit about cars. After playing games in his dorm, he likes to browse cars on AutoHome. He recognizes most of the cars on the road. I heard Huang Tang's voice. Cui Hao and Zhao Gang couldn't help but look over as well. My first impression was, he's incredibly handsome. A true man should be like this. I wish I could own one someday. Having a nanny car makes it convenient to go anywhere. When we get married and have kids in the future, we can not only go camping trips by car, but we'll also feel really proud. The three of them assumed that the person sitting in the van must be some big boss. Amidst envious glances, the car drove straight towards them. Then it stopped in front of them. I rolled down the car window, and there was Chang Gu sitting in the passenger seat. Brother Chang. How did he end up in the nanny van? Did he become someone else's driver? Amidst the puzzled and surprised gazes of the three, Gu Dongcheng said with a smile, "It's been a long time since I've seen my sons. Come on, get in the car quickly, let's go to Jinhu Square." Brother Chang spoke up. They weren't seeing things it really is Brother Chang. Upon hearing his words, the three of them eagerly got into the car. Once they got on the bus, they all looked at each other with expressions of naivete. He looked around the car, sizing it up and down. What a beautiful car! The interior is so luxurious. So comfortable. No wonder celebrities and big bosses love riding in this car. Brother Chang, is this car your boss's? Seriously. Why would someone as handsome as you be someone's driver? Are you trying to earn money for baby formula? Brother Chang has had a tough time. Raising quadruplets must be incredibly stressful and exhausting. Gu Dongcheng started the car and smiled. I don't work for anyone. I bought this car myself. Cui Hao and Zhao Gang both thought they had misheard. Brother Chang, what did you just say? You said you bought this Alfred? As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them pricked up their ears and stared intently at Gu Dongcheng. I was afraid of missing a single word. Gu Dongcheng nodded. You heard me right, I did buy this car. I thought it would be more convenient to take the babies out in the future, so I bought it. Cui Hao and the other two were stunned. Holy crap! Holy crap! This car belongs to Brother Chang, he bought it himself. Brother Chang? You're not kidding, are you? This is a top-of-the-line Alfred, costing over 1 million yuan. You really bought it? Gu Dongcheng knew they didn't believe him, but he didn't explain further. The three of them understood Gu Dongcheng's character. Seeing the other person's reaction, you know he's telling the truth. This van belongs to Brother Chang, he really bought it. Cui Hao was so excited he almost jumped up. Brother Chang. A car worth over 1 million. You just bought it. Isn't your family short of money? Have you been pretending to be poor all these years, living quietly with us just to experience life? Zhao Gang also found it unbelievable. Yeah, Brother Chang. Tell us now, are you a rich kid or not? You're finally dropping the pretense and coming clean with us. Oh my god, I'm crying. My roommate is a rich kid. I was blind. Is it too late to cling to his coattails? Brother Chang, Dad. Do you need any more accessories? I'm bowing down in admiration. Huang Tang burst into tears, saying that Brother Chang was too unfair and had been hiding his true abilities. Chapter 69 Brother Chang, he bought shops worth tens of millions. And you still say he's not a rich second generation? If someone can afford a car worth over 1 million, what else could they be but a rich second generation? Gu Dongcheng felt helpless in the face of the three people's speculations. He's not a rich kid at all. Definitely a descendant of farmers. Cui Hao secretly searched online and found that this car was indeed worth over 1 million. Gu Dongcheng told them to stop speculating. If I were a rich kid, I would have taken you guys out to eat and drink the finest food and drinks long ago. I've come here today because I need your help. What kind of help do you need, Brother Chang? Now that Brother Chang is so successful, they don't know if they can still help him. Gu Dongcheng smiled and said, I'd like you to help me conduct a survey at Jinhu Square during this period of time. It depends on whether restaurants or milk tea shops are doing better business in Zone A of the pedestrian street. I will cover the expenses during the research period. Cui Hao and Huang Tang were confused. Brother Chang, this isn't difficult. We have plenty of time now. But why are you having us research this? Are you planning to open a shop and start a business? The three of them simultaneously thought of the same possibility and cast excited glances at Gu Dongcheng. Gu Dongcheng nodded and said, I have that plan, but I haven't decided what kind of business to open yet. Restaurants and milk tea shops are caught in a dilemma. The nanny van erupted in chaos. Holy crap, Chang Ji, you're really opening a shop? Wah, we still don't have any jobs, and Chang Ji has already become the boss. Brother Chang, you're serious, right? My god, a big boss is about to emerge from our dorm. I think bubble tea shops are quite profitable. There are a lot of people drinking them now. Brother Chang, haven't you always wanted to open a bubble tea shop? I've heard that milk tea is very inexpensive to make, and young people love to drink it these days. Cui Hao was unaware of Gu Dongcheng's current situation, but he thought opening a milk tea shop would be a better option. High profit margins and low costs once the store is open, all you need are a few workers. The only thing I'm conflicted about is the brand. Currently, the most popular brands on the market are big brands, and their franchise fees are very high. You can create your own brand, but the business won't be as good as that of a big brand. Zhao Gang, on the contrary, felt that opening a restaurant was more stable and could earn more money. He has a relative who owns a small noodle shop in the city, and he's made quite a bit of money over the years. 2 apartments in Yuqing and a car worth over 200,000 yuan. Huang Tang and Haozi shared the same idea, believing that the milk tea shop would be more popular. For example, he orders a drink almost every day. As they spoke, the group arrived at Jinhu Square. After parking the car, Gu Dongcheng led the three of them straight to Section A of the pedestrian street. Cui Hao waved his hand, Brother Chang, wait a minute, can I take a selfie in front of your car? Hee, I'm going to post it on my WeChat moments later. Zhao Gang and Huang Tang also wanted to take pictures, so Gu Dongcheng stopped and waited for them. Jinhu Square was still packed with people. Bustling and lively. It was packed with people. The road was bustling with traffic. Many locals and tourists from other places enjoy visiting this place. Especially since there's a university town just 2 kilometers away, and you can see young college students strolling around everywhere on the streets. With such a large flow of people, both restaurants and milk tea shops do very well. Brother Chang, I heard that the lowest price for a shop here is 50 or 60,000. The monthly rent is also terrifying, it costs tens of thousands of yuan. How big are you planning to rent? Not only are the shops expensive here, but the rents are also extremely high. The phrase every inch of land is worth its weight in gold is quite apt. If you want a good location, the prices are shockingly high, whether you buy or rent. Gu Dongcheng smiled mysteriously, you'll find out soon enough. Based on the property information, we located shop A099 on the pedestrian street. Standing at the door, Gu Dongcheng took out the prepared key. Opened the roller shutter door, and inside is a double glass door. Gu Dongcheng was full of anticipation, though he didn't know how big the shop the young master had given him was. The time to open the blind boxes has finally arrived. Seeing Gu Dongcheng open the door with the key, Huang Tang asked in confusion, Brother Chang, you've already rented this place? How big is the area? Gu Dongcheng laughed, you'll see when you come in. After saying that, he pushed open the glass door and went in first. Gu Dongcheng's pupils contracted quickly. The space that comes into view has a very square structure, and there is even a staircase next to it. There are stairs, so is there another floor above? Cui Hao and the other two were also stunned, exclaiming, wow! What a huge and spacious space. This should be about 120 square meters. Look! There's a staircase over there. Brother Chang, the shop you rented has 2 floors. That's scary. If it's a 2-story building, totaling over 200 square meters, the rent would be at least 80,000 to 90,000 yuan a month. They had already observed the surrounding geography on their way here. The shop that Brother Chang rented is located in the heart of the pedestrian street, in the most crowded and bustling area. The 3 roommates thought that such a good location must cost at least 80,000 or 90,000 yuan a month, or even more. When I went upstairs, there was indeed another floor. With such a great location, whether you open a milk tea shop or a restaurant, the business is sure to be good. Holy crap, it's definitely over 200 square meters, and the location is so great. Brother Chang, can you tell us about the monthly rent? Let us see what it's like. Changgu already has the key, so he must have already rented it. After a brief tour, the three looked at Gu Dongcheng with curious and expectant eyes. Gu Dongcheng never expected that the young master would give him such a large shop. It actually has 2 floors. It's over 200 square meters in total. We're rich. We're rich. Long live the young master. Feeling the gazes of his 3 roommates, Gu Dongcheng made no attempt to hide it from them. He shook his head. I don't know how much the monthly rent is, because I've already bought this shop. What is that? They didn't hear wrong, did they? Brother Chang has once again made a shocking statement. He actually bought this shop. Holy crap! Chang, you're awesome. You really bought it? The shops here cost at least 50 or 60,000. This is still in a peripheral area. A prime location like this would probably cost 70 or 80,000 yuan per square meter. But this apartment owned by the blind man, Changgu, is at least 240 square meters. Located in a prime location, if the price is 70,000 yuan per square meter, the total price would be 16.8 million yuan. When the total price was calculated, Cui Hao and the other 2 were stunned. I'm completely numb. If 16.8 million were converted into cash, it would probably kill me countless times. Brother Chang, you still say you're not a rich kid? They absolutely refused to believe it this time. Gu Dongcheng didn't explain this time. I plan to open a shop here, and the shop will be my own. Without paying rent, we can save a lot of money every month. Thank you for your hard work in conducting a survey at Jinhu Plaza during this period. All 3 of them knew that he usually didn't have time because he had to take care of his children. Cui Hao and the others patted their chests and said they would take care of it. Chapter 70. Zhang Lily and her teachers and classmates were stunned. Gu Dongcheng had come clean? In their junior year, the teachers led them to do market research. The favor Gu Dongcheng asked them to do was not difficult for the 3 of them. I'm leaving this to you. Come on, let's grab a Starbucks. Cui Hao and the other 2 stared wide-eyed. Dad! That's a Starbucks. Coffee that only the wealthy can afford. They usually drink Mishue ice cream. Thank you, Brother Chang. Brother Chang is such a great guy. Big bosses are different. I don't even dare to look into Starbucks when I pass by. I never thought I'd get to drink with him one day. I'm clinging to Brother Chang's leg. My roommate was still reeling from the shock of Gu Dongcheng buying the shop. Gu Dongcheng surprised everyone again by treating them to Starbucks coffee. The 3 of them felt like they were dreaming. Cui Hao pinched Zhao Gang. Holy crap, that hurts. You son of a bitch. Why are you pinching me? Zhao Gang jumped up in pain. Cui Hao chuckled, ouch. That means I'm not dreaming. Brother Chang is really taking off. A car worth over 1 million. A shop worth 16.8 million. God, these are all true. A dragon has appeared in our dorm. Brother Chang, let's go drink later. I'd like to record a few more videos and take some photos here, okay? For my WeChat moments, I'm going to show off, hee hee. Zhao Gang and Huang Tang said they also wanted to post on their WeChat moments to show off. So they started taking pictures again. While the 3 were taking photos, Gu Dongcheng also recorded a few videos, which he would show to his mother when he got home. After finishing my work, I headed to Starbucks. You can order any white peach frappuccino you like, it's 35 yuan a cup. This really excited Cui Hao and the other 2. They planned to go back and not use the restroom for a week to give Starbucks a rest. Gu Dongcheng is very handsome. As soon as I entered the store, I quickly attracted the attention of those around me, including the conversation between his 3 friends next to him. They're saying that Brother Cheng's car is worth over 1 million yuan and that he spent another 16.8 million yuan to buy shops. The people around were startled. That adds up to 17.8 million. If you converted it to cash and stacked it up, it would be terrifying. It was obvious that the man in front of them, who was even more handsome than Daniel Wu, was the Chang Ge they were talking about. A handsome and wealthy man was spotted at Starbucks. Many young women are smitten by the handsome and wealthy young man. Many bold girls who were confident in their looks took the initiative to approach Gu Dongcheng and ask for his WeChat. However, Gu Dongcheng rejected them all. Gu Dongcheng has a wife and children, so no matter how beautiful other women are, he won't even glance at them. Is this what a cool, aloof, rich, and handsome guy looks like? Gu Dongqing's actions made the young ladies even more disappointed. I wonder which woman got to be lucky enough to have such a good man. With his children on his mind, Gu Dongqing chatted with his 3 roommates for a while before heading back. Watching Gu Dongqing's departing figure, Cui Hao and his 2 companions were filled with envy. Brother Chang went back to be with his wife and children. Let's start the research after we finish our drinks. Huang Teng nodded, absolutely. We must complete the task that Brother Chang entrusted to us as soon as possible. Cui Hao noticed that Zhao Gang had been looking at his phone ever since Chang Ge left. Gangzi, what's up? Chatting with your online boyfriend? Zhao Gang chuckled, more or less. I'll post it on my WeChat moments first, so she knows I have a handsome, rich, and successful roommate. Show off. Cui Hao muttered something, but soon he happily started editing the copy. After he came up with the copy, he decided to post several more. Send both videos and photos. Show off a few more times. So photos and videos of him posing with luxury cars worth millions quickly appeared on his WeChat moments. He also specifically tagged everyone in one of his posts. The copy has been carefully edited. Holy crap! My roommate Chang is actually a rich, handsome guy who's been hiding his true identity for years. A shop worth 16.8 million was bought on a whim. Just like buying groceries. Brother Chang is preparing to open a shop and start a business. Everyone is looking to curry favor with him. The 3 men's posts on WeChat moments had barely been published when they caused a huge uproar. Especially their classmates. Everyone was dumbfounded. What is that? Gu Dongqing? He bought a car and shops? The car is worth over 1 million, and the shop is worth 16.8 million. Is this for real? Are you crazy? Many students left messages on WeChat moments asking if it was true. Even the teachers who saw it messaged them privately to ask if their posts on social media were genuine. Cui Hao and his 2 companions claimed that it was more real than real gold, and then released several more videos to prove it. Good heavens, the teachers and students in the class were completely stunned. Could it be that Gu Dongqing is really a tall, rich, and handsome guy? At the same time, one of Gu Dongqing's roommates, Zhang Lily, also saw Cui Hao's WeChat moments post. She and Cui Hao were in the same club, and they added each other on WeChat last semester. Therefore, she could see Cui Hao's posts on WeChat moments. When she opened the videos and photos on her WeChat moments, her jaw dropped. Lily's ex-boyfriend is so rich. Could he be a rich second generation who's pretending to be low-key while experiencing life? I immediately forwarded it to the other person. Sister Lily, I saw your post. Oh, Gu Dongqing's post. He bought a car worth over 1 million yuan and a shop worth 16.8 million yuan, did you know that? Zhan Lily, who was out shopping with her girlfriends, was completely bewildered when she saw the message from her roommate. What the hell? What do you mean? You're deliberately trying to annoy me, aren't you? How could that poor bastard Gu Dongqing possibly afford a car worth millions, let alone a shop? If you're deliberately trying to make fun of me, I'll tear your mouth apart when we get back to the dorm. Sister Lily, I'm telling the truth. These photos and videos were posted by Gu Dongqing's roommates. You should know all of his roommates. The news has already spread throughout their class, and even the teacher knows about it. Gu Dongqing really did buy a car and a shop, and he paid for them all in full. We're getting ready to open the shop and start doing business. They all say that Gu Dongqing is actually very rich, but he's just pretending to be low-key to experience life, and the people around him don't understand. Sister Lily, I believe all of this is true. If Gu Dongqing were really as poor as you say, would the school beauty be with him and have his child? The school beauty must have known he was a rich kid all along. After her roommate's analysis, Zhang Lily felt that it made a lot of sense. You're going to die. Could Gu Dongqing really be a rich second generation pretending to be poor and keeping a low profile? But he didn't seem like that when we were together before. Was it because the other person was too convincing, they're acting too good, that I didn't see through them? Thinking about this made Zhang Lily increasingly agitated. How could Gu Dongqing possibly be rich? How could he be a rich kid? A car worth over 1 million. A single shop cost 16.8 million. All of them were paid in full. Since he can buy houses and shops in full, it means he must already own property. Zhang Lily is about to shatter. No way. No way. Did I really miss out on a rich, handsome, and successful guy? Zhang Lili was very unwilling and asked her roommate, "Are all the messages you sent true?" 99.99%, Sister Lily. I also asked Gu Dongqing's other two roommates through other classmates. They all confirmed it's true, they even went together today. The car and the shop are real. Zhang Lili felt like vomiting blood. Open WeChat, find Gu Dongqing's chat window, and send him a message. The result was still a red exclamation mark. The message wasn't sent, and I'm still blocked. Chapter 71. Gu's mother was stunned by her son's actions. Zhang Lili was so angry she wanted to jump up. Damn it, Gu Dongqing even blocked me. Her friend asked her curiously, "What's wrong, Sister Lily? You look so pale." Zhang Lili asked for her opinion. Do you think Gu Dongqing is like a rich second generation? No way. Sister Lily, didn't you say his family was dirt poor? He has nothing but good looks. Zhang Lili said with difficulty, but he has now bought a house, a car, and shops. I heard he's planning to open a shop and start a business. The car is worth over 1 million, the shop is worth 16.8 million. The girl's mouth dropped open. Really? You used to have a hard time getting him to buy a Xiaomi phone. Zhang Lili was very frustrated. He was indeed very poor before, but now he's actually bought a car and a shop. People in his class said he was a rich kid, but he pretended to be poor to experience life while in school. My jaw dropped. Pretending to be poor and ugly. This is just a TV drama plot. Is he really doing it for real? Sister Lily, are you sure? Zhang Lili waved her phone. Most likely. Damn it, Gu Dongqing blocked me and I can't get through to him. Can I borrow your phone for a second? I want to call him and ask him if he pretended to be poor when he was with me. She took her friend's phone and dialed Gu Dongqing's number. Gu Dongqing had just returned home when a call came in from an unknown number. Out of curiosity, I accepted it. He heard a familiar voice and immediately hung up. Hello? Hello? Gu Dongqing, I have a question. Beep beep beep. Zhang Lili was so angry on the other end of the phone that she jumped up and down. It crashed again. Damn it! Why couldn't they wait until they finished speaking? Gu Dongqing hung up as soon as he heard Zhang Lili's voice. He didn't want to have anything to do with this woman anymore. She walks her own sunny path, and she walks her own narrow bridge. When we got back, the babies were already asleep. Gu's mother and Aunt Mu were chatting in the living room. Mom, where's Xiao Xiao? My daughter-in-law is already asleep. Xiaocheng, where did you go? Although Xiao Xiao and her child are being cared for by themselves, as a mother, she still needs to check on her son since he's been away for so long. Gu Dongqing took out his phone. Mom, Aunt Mu, I just went to look at the shop. It's the one I bought. I also asked my college roommates to help me do research at Jinhu Plaza to prepare for opening the store. Gu's mother's eyes lit up. She strongly supports her son's business ventures. In the past, she would have thought that doing business was risky and easy to lose money, and she would definitely have advised him to be cautious. But now I don't have to worry about that anymore. Because the shop belongs to my son, he doesn't need to pay rent every month. As long as the store is open and you pay your employees' wages, it's basically a surefire business. What does the shop look like? How big is it? What's the location like? Aunt Mu, out of curiosity, also came over to take a look. Gu Dongqing opened the photo album. These are the videos I recorded and the surrounding environment of the shop. The address is located in the heart of the pedestrian street of Jinhu Square. The video you are watching shows a two-story building, about 240 square meters in total. Gu's mother and Aunt Mu stared wide-eyed. Prime location in the pedestrian street area. My goodness, there are 2 more floors, totaling 240 square meters. The video storage space on my phone looks quite large. As Aunt Mu looked around, she asked, how expensive are the houses in the prime locations of this small town? Mother Gu also pricked up her ears to listen. Gu Dongqing gave a conservative price, 70,000 yuan per square meter. 70,000 square feet. Gu's mother and Aunt Mu stood there, frozen in place. They originally thought that the shop Gu Dongqing bought was worth several million. But now it seems that the reality is quite different from what they thought. 240 square meters, 70,000 yuan per square meter. How much will it cost in total? Aunt Mu opened her phone's calculator and did some calculations. A total of 16.8 million. The two were stunned. A shop worth 16.8 million. They wouldn't even dare to dream of such a huge number. It took Gu's mother a long time to come to her senses. Xiaocheng, you really bought this shop? 16.8 million? Yes, Mom. Is this also a full payment? Yes, the property certificate is still there. I can show it to you if you don't believe me. Gu's mother felt like she was dreaming again. Good heavens, how could my son be so amazing? It wasn't until Gu Dongcheng placed the property certificate for the shop in front of her that Gu's mother finally snapped out of her dreamlike state. The full amount is 16.8 million. At this moment, she didn't know what to say. Gu Dongcheng smiled, Mom, I will work hard to earn money in the future. Once the business is up and running, I will be able to bring you and Dad to enjoy a comfortable life. Aunt Mu shed tears of envy. I wish my son was as successful as her. He's talented and filial, but unfortunately, he's someone else's child. However, there is still a chance. Dongcheng said that he would bring his son if there was an opportunity in the future. When the opportunity comes in the future, maybe our son can take off with him. Gu's mother felt a warmth in her heart. You should focus on your career and take good care of your family. Don't worry about your father and me in the future, we're doing just fine in the village. If we miss you, we'll come up to see you and the babies. Back in the village, I could at least talk to your Aunt Mu and the others. But here in the city, there's nothing. Are you trying to suffocate your dad and me? Even so, I couldn't be more gratified that my son was so filial and caring towards his mother. So what do you plan to do in the future? Those two last time, either a restaurant or a bubble tea shop. I'll decide after my roommates finish their research. After thinking for a moment, Gu's mother said, if you think running a shop will be too tiring in the future, you can rent it out. Renting a shop in a big city must bring in a lot of rent every month. Gu Dongcheng nodded, Mom, I don't feel tired. Once my shop opens, remember not to farm the land in the village anymore. Gu Dongcheng had already told them this. But how could Gu's parents listen to him? Just a few days ago, Gu's father opened up another plot of land to grow vegetables. Gu's mother smiled, as long as you're doing well in the city, your father and I will listen to you. Gu Dongcheng asked suspiciously, Aunt Mu, could you keep an eye on my parents? If they're working in the fields, please let me know. Aunt Mu smiled and said, okay, Aunt Mu will look after your parents for you, alright? Ninth sister-in-law, look how filial your son Xiaocheng is. Gu's mother wore a proud expression. By the way, Xiaocheng, your aunt and I are planning to go back tomorrow afternoon. Do you have the key to your shop? Before we go back, Mom would like to take a look at your shop. Knowing the location will make it easier for your dad and me to go there in the future. Gu Dongcheng handed her the keys. Mom, I'll send you the location later. Mrs. Gu happily accepted the key. After chatting with his mother and Aunt Mu, Gu Dongcheng went to find the young master. The little guy gave him such a big gift, and Gu Dongcheng was extremely grateful. Snacks and canned goods are a must. Chapter 72. Gu's mother wanted to put on a little act. Gu Dongcheng was extremely grateful to the young master. If it weren't for it, I wouldn't have this kind of life. Young master, thank you. If it weren't for you, my brother might still be working like a beast of burden to raise the babies. You are my brother's great benefactor. Right now, the young master is playing alone in his room. Hearing Gu Dongcheng's words, the little guy meowed and came over to rub against his trouser leg. Gently pat its head. Gu Dongcheng asked it if it wanted canned food. The kitten meowed once, but showed no interest in eating. Gu Dongcheng sat on the cushion and played with it. After playing for a while, we went back to the room to see the babies. Gu Dongcheng noticed that Erba would occasionally twist and turn while sleeping and make humming noises, but he didn't cry. He didn't rush to pick up the little one. Gu Dongcheng knew that this was the baby's rapid growth period, and that the baby's bones and muscles were developing rapidly. Growth hormone is secreted in large quantities during a baby's deep sleep, and this behavior is normal. As parents, keeping our children quiet and focused is the best way to help them. Forcibly intervening will disrupt the baby's development. The four little ones were sleeping soundly, each one looking more peaceful than the last. Gu Dongcheng looked at them with tender eyes. Hearing the noise, Xiao Xiao, lying on the bed, groggily opened her eyes. Dongcheng, you're back? Gu Dongcheng laughed, I just got back not long ago. Did I disturb you? You go back to sleep. I'll look after the babies for a while. Are the babies awake? Without. Upon learning that the children were still asleep and did not need to be fed, Xiao Xiao quickly fell asleep again. Dinner time in the evening. Xiao Xiao learned why Gu Dongcheng went out today and also heard about the shop incident. Her incredulous expression, Dongcheng, you bought a shop for over 16 million? Yes. I want to give you and the babies a better life, so I want to earn more money. Xiao Xiao was touched. So, have you decided what you want to do? Not yet, it will probably take a few days. Xiao Xiao, do you support my starting a business? Xiao Zhao's eyes lit up. I support you. I support whatever you do, but I don't want you to be so tired. Dongcheng, life is actually pretty good right now. You don't need to give me and the babies a better life. We're perfectly comfortable with how things are now. Gu Dongcheng smiled. I need to think about our future and the baby's future. Don't worry, I won't tire myself out. I still need to take care of you and the babies. If we open a restaurant in the future, Jingjing will help us, so she'll be the one who has to work hard. It would be even easier if I opened a milk tea shop. All I need to do is hire a manager and staff. Xiao Xiao nodded. Just don't overwork yourself. Seeing her daughter-in-law and son getting along so well and lovingly, Gu's mother had a smile on her face the whole time. Upon learning that Gu's mother and Aunt Mu would be returning tomorrow, Xiao Xiao felt reluctant to see them go. Auntie, could you stay a little longer? We just came up here, why are we going back again? Gu's mother smiled and said, there are many urgent matters in the village. The village cadres are organizing everyone to repair roads, clear mountains, and plant trees. Your uncle is busy with work every day. There are many things to do at home. Auntie is going back for a while, and will come back to see you when she has time. You stay here and rest well after childbirth. If anything happens, talk to Dongcheng. Don't let the man stay idle all the time. If you feel wronged, remember to tell Auntie, and Auntie will stand up for you. Xiao Xiao was reluctant to part with them. Then be careful on your way back, and call me in Dongcheng when you get home. A new day. When Gu Dongcheng got up, his mother and Aunt Mu had already prepared breakfast. Where did you park your tram? Your Aunt Mu and I are planning to go to the shops later. We'll take our electric scooter. It's in the original spot in the garage. Okay, please bring me the property certificate for the shop later. Gu Dongcheng smiled and said, okay. He knew what his mother was going to do. Posting it in a group chat or on WeChat Moments might seem a bit pretentious. But as long as mom is happy, that's all that matters. After that, your Aunt Mu and I will take a walk around the neighborhood and buy some gifts for your dad. Is there anything you need? Gu Dongcheng shook his head. No, Mom, you and Aunt Mu just need to be careful. Remember to call me if you get lost. Gu's mother said irritably, do you think I'm the kind of person who would get lost? But after thinking it over, she said, can you teach me how to use the navigation later? And how do you tell the direction? Aunt Mu also wanted to learn, so she joined in. After breakfast, the two of them excitedly took the property certificate and went out. Xiao Xiao asked curiously, Dongcheng, where are Auntie and Aunt Mu going? She could sense that Gu's mother had been very happy since the morning. Gu Dongcheng smiled. They went to look at the shops. Xiao Xiao suddenly realized. No wonder you're so happy. If it were me, I'd be happy too. Gu's mother had already asked Gu Dongcheng to set up the navigation for her, so she just needed to ride her electric scooter and follow the directions. Aunt Mu sat in the back seat, looking at the surrounding skyscrapers and couldn't help but sigh. A house here costs over 1 million yuan, and an average person could probably only afford one even after a lifetime of hard work. That kid from Dongcheng is amazing. You've got everything at such a young age. Wow, a shop worth 16.8 million was bought outright with cash. You can't find a second one even if you count upwards. This child is so filial. Ninth sister-in-law, you and ninth brother can just wait to enjoy a life of luxury from now on. Mother Gu chuckled, your little New Year celebrations will be just as wonderful from now on. Once you get married and have a baby before the Lunar New Year, you can enjoy the good life too. Aunt Mu sighed, I've given up all hope for Xiaoyan. Unless Xiaocheng takes him under his wing in the future, relying on him is difficult. I think it will take forever. The more successful Gu Dongcheng became, the more she wanted her son to work for him. Even a small favor from someone would be enough to benefit my son for a lifetime. Mother Gu smiled and said, I don't know much about things in Dongcheng, but since he brought it up, maybe the brothers can work together to do something in the future. After chatting for a while, Gu's mother wanted to focus on the navigation. Upon arriving at Jinhu Square, you need to park your car before you can enter the pedestrian street. However, as soon as she parked the car, Gu's mother couldn't understand the navigation and couldn't tell which way was which. This time she learned her lesson and directly asked anyone handing out flyers. "Excuse me, miss, do you know how to get to this place?" The girl handing out flyers by the roadside heard someone calling her name. Turning my head, I found that they were two simply dressed women who looked like they had just come to the city from the countryside. Others might have found their perfunctory response distasteful. But she was different. As a salesperson, you won't miss any opportunity to close a deal. I glanced at the navigation that Gu's mother handed me. This location is in the heart of the pedestrian street. "What are you doing there, aunties? Are your son and daughter waiting for you to go shopping?" Mother Gu smiled and said, "No, my son bought a shop there. Let's go take a look." Chapter 73. Auntie, did your son buy a shop here? The woman was a salesperson for a renovation company, so she naturally knew the property prices in Jinhu Square pedestrian street. The cheaper ones cost 50,000 to 60,000 yuan per square meter. Good locations cost 70,000 to 80,000. The place the unassuming auntie who asked me for directions pointed out was the heart of the pedestrian street. A single shop can cost at least tens of millions. I didn't realize that auntie's son was quite wealthy. The woman smiled warmly and said, "Auntie, I happen to have some time now. How about I take you there? I'm going there too." Mrs. Gu was pleasantly surprised. "Great. Thank you, young lady." On the street, a woman suddenly inquired, "Auntie, you said your son bought a shop there. Is the shop already renovated?" She knew that the shops on this side of the pedestrian street were all unfurnished when they were handed over to the owners. If she hadn't done any renovations before, she saw it as an opportunity. Gu's mother said, "This is our first time going there, but my son showed me a video, it hasn't been renovated yet." Judging from the flyer in the woman's hand, Gu's mother roughly knew what the woman was thinking. Sure enough, the woman's eyes lit up when she heard that there was no renovation. "Auntie, isn't your son coming with you?" "My son is at home taking care of the baby, and my daughter-in-law is still in her postpartum period." The salesperson congratulated her as they walked. "Auntie, you're so young to be a grandmother." "Congratulations. The shops on this pedestrian street are very expensive. Your son is very capable to be able to buy a shop here." Mrs. Gu pursed her lips. It's alright, he's quite capable himself." Women are eloquent and good at talking, and Aunt Mu was also influenced by her. "I'm not exaggerating, but our small town is more than just impressive. I bought a house and a car in the city, got married, and had children. The car cost over 1 million yuan, the house cost several million yuan, and the shop was also bought in full for 16.8 million yuan. Oh right. My hometown is still in the middle of college. Sister-in-law Xiao Cheng is a senior doing his internship now, right?" Gu's mother nodded with a smile. "Yes, he's a senior this year and will graduate next year." The salesperson was stunned. He bought a house and a car before even graduating from university. The shop is worth 16.8 million. I paid in full. What do you do to make so much money? The two women in front of me don't look wealthy at all. They don't seem like braggarts, most of what they say is true. "Auntie, your son has achieved so much at such a young age, it's amazing. 99% of the people in the country can't compare to your son. You're amazing for raising such an outstanding son." The smile on Gu's mother's face never disappeared. "His father and I just taught him normally. We never expected that this child would get married and start a career so early. We didn't even know he had bought a house and a car until he told us. From what you're saying, your son must have been very well behaved and obedient since he was little, and also exceptionally intelligent." When it comes to her son, Mrs. Gu has endless things to say. Before they knew it, the three of them had arrived at the shop. The closed roller shutter door in front of me is completely out of place with the bustling and prosperous atmosphere around me. Mother Gu looked up. "This should be it." Aunt Mu said, "Sister-in-law Jiu, why don't you use the key Xiao Cheng gave you to open it and take a look? Number A099 should be here." Mrs. Gu nodded, took out the key, and went to unlock the door. A snap. The roller shutter door opened, and sure enough, this was the shop my son had bought. The salesperson hadn't left yet, and looked expectantly at Mrs. Gu. "Auntie, can I go in and take a look?" Mrs. Gu nodded generously. "Sure. Thank you so much for bringing us here, young lady. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how to get here." The salesperson's heart pounded as he entered the shop. 2 floors. The total area should be over 200 square meters. She hadn't expected the shop to be so big. Gu's mother and Aunt Mu are taking photos and recording videos. After they finished shopping, the salesperson asked again, "Auntie, is your son planning to start a business after buying this shop? Or will you rent it out in the future?" Gu's mother didn't hide anything. He said he wanted to do business. To do business. You'll be the big boss then. By the way, Auntie, your son will be doing renovations in the future if he wants to start a business. I'm the business manager of a decoration company. Our company mainly engages in decoration work. We handle everything from design to construction. We handle both residential and commercial renovations, and have been doing so in Yuching for over a decade, with numerous successful cases. I was thinking, when your son is renovating, you can consider our company. If you book in advance, you'll get a 20% discount. The identities they use when traveling are all self-provided. Especially for those in the sales industry, their identity when going out is always that of a business manager. I heard there's a 20% discount. You can save a lot of money by renovating the entire shop. Gu's mother also hoped that her son could save some money. Looking at the salesperson, she was somewhat tempted. "Sure, I'll go back and talk to my son." The woman was pleasantly surprised. "Auntie, can I add you on WeChat? I'll send you our company's discounts, renovation examples, and our construction techniques later." Mrs. Gu said with delight, "Okay, thank you, young lady." The salesperson smiled and said, "Auntie, you can just call me Xiao Wei. I'll send you the case studies and process details later, and you can show them to your son when you get home. If you're interested, you can send me your son's WeChat ID later, and I'll add him on WeChat to discuss things in more detail." "Sure. I'll go back and tell my son and daughter-in-law." Gu Dongqing's mother and Aunt Mu really liked the shop that Gu Dongqing bought. Especially the view from the second floor, with a large terrace outside that offers a panoramic view of the pedestrian street. The two filmed a lot of videos in the shop, which will be great material for their WeChat moments and group chats with their girlfriends. As she was leaving, the salesperson reminded her, "Auntie, I've sent you the case studies, the process details, and the discounts. You can take a look when you have time. If you have any questions, just ask me on WeChat." Mother Gu waved her hand. "Okay, I'll check it when we get back after we've finished shopping. Thank you for today." After leaving, Aunt Mu said, she said that there is a 20% discount for paying a deposit these days. "But I think they offer discounts every day." Mrs. Gu nodded. She knew that. Nowadays, renovation companies are basically running promotions every day. The so-called discounts are just a gimmick to attract people. However, since her son would definitely need to renovate in the future, Gu's mother felt that it was a good thing to learn more about it. Jinhu Square is very lively. You can buy anything here. Gu's mother and Aunt Mu were dazzled by the sights. When they got back, the electric scooter was already full, and Aunt Mu still had to carry 2 large bags. When they got home, they were both covered in sweat. Right now, Xiao Xiao is playing with the babies on the sofa. Hearing a noise at the door, the 4 little ones pricked up their ears and looked curiously in the direction of the door. Chapter 74. The grievances Gu's mother has suffered over the years. 4 pairs of large, grape-like eyes looked curiously toward the doorway. Ms. Gu, who was exhausted from the journey home, felt all her fatigue vanish the moment she saw her grandson. Baby's eyesight is not fully developed yet, so they can't see that far. But their curiosity was irresistible. Xiao Xiao would guide them from the side. "Babies, look who's back. It's Grandma and Grandma Mu, right? Grandma and Grandma Mu are back from shopping." At this time, the babies will turn their heads to look at their mother. The little ones are in a stage of curiosity about the world, and they become curious babies as long as there is life around them. Mother Gu put the things down, washed her hands, and said with a smile, "Oh dear, my little darlings are all awake. Are you playing a game with your mom? You babies are so great. You can play games with mommy now." At this point, the babies will look at their grandmother again. Xiao Xiao smiled. "Aunties, you're back. Can you find the shops?" Gu's mother poured Aunt Mu a glass of water. "We found it. A kind-hearted girl led us there. After we parked at Jinhu Square, we didn't know which way to go. The navigation system was terrible. It was impossible to tell which way was north, south, east, or west. We don't know who designed it, and we can't understand it at all." Gu's mother couldn't help but complain a few times when she realized she didn't know how to use the navigation. Hopefully, future software developers will be able to clearly define the direction so that everyone can understand it. Xiao Xiao understands this deeply because of walking navigation. When she first started walking and figuring out directions, she couldn't tell which way to go. "I always have to walk a bit before I know if I'm on the right track. Xiao Xiao, where's Xiao Chang? Gu's mother looked left and right but couldn't find Gu Dongcheng. Xiao Xiao smiled, she went downstairs to get something, she should be back soon. Speak of the devil, and he appears. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the door opened again, and Gu Dongcheng returned carrying 2 suitcases. What's inside? And she's not at home taking care of Xiao Xiao and the babies. What will happen to them if something happens to her? Gu Dongcheng laughed, Mom, I was only downstairs for a few minutes. When I came back, I saw you and Aunt Mu, but you went into the elevator first. Inside are the supplements I bought for you and Dad, as well as for Aunt Mu and Uncle Lu, and also for Grandpa and Grandma. Please take them back to them for me. Gu Dongcheng's father did not have a good relationship with his grandparents, and Gu Dongcheng rarely went to his grandparents' house to play when he was a child. However, since he was buying gifts for his parents, he also bought gifts for his 6th uncle and aunt, and then had his mother take them back to them. When she heard that she was going to deliver something to her parents-in-law, Gu's mother remained silent. I'll have your dad send it later, I'm not going. Gu's mother got angry just thinking about how her in-laws treated her husband and herself. She has been married into the Gu family for so many years, and they have never helped her family, not even once. Not only did they not help, they also spread rumors about them throughout the village, saying that they treated the couple badly. Gu's mother asked herself if she had ever treated them very well. But when they are in trouble, the other party doesn't even bother to come and see them. For example, before Gu Dongcheng was even born, when the family divided their property, Gu's father didn't get a single room. All the rooms were reserved for their daughter and youngest son. Back then, the couple had nowhere to live, so they stayed at Gu Dongcheng's great-grandfather's house. My great-grandfather's house happened to have 2 rooms. He lived in one of them, and my parents had nowhere to stay, so they had to go to my great-grandfather's house to stay. Later, Gu Dongcheng was born. We need to hold a 100-day celebration, but we have nothing at home. When I asked them for money, the couple said they didn't have any. In the end, it was Gu Dongcheng's maternal grandparents who gave them more than 100 yuan and a piece of cloth that enabled them to hold the 100-day celebration. After Gu Dongcheng was born, his family was poor and he had to go out to work. Neither of the couple wanted to take Gu Dongcheng with them. Having no other choice, Gu's mother carried Gu Dongcheng on her back. When she got tired, she would find a place to lay the baby carrier on the ground and let Gu Dongcheng play by himself. When Gu Dongcheng got a little older, his mother handed him over to his great-grandfather to take care of. Over the years, Gu's mother has never seen her parents-in-law help them. But their daughter and youngest son were very well cared for. They are Gu Dongcheng's aunt and uncle, and his parents-in-law treat them like their precious daughters, giving them whatever they want. They help take care of the children, do chores, and give them all the money they earn from farming. Mr. Gu never received a single penny. Sometimes Gu's mother would ask Gu's father if he had been adopted. Whenever his mother asked him, his father would remain silent. What angered Gu's mother the most was when her son was a child. He was about 3 or 4 years old at the time. One day, my husband and I were not home, and my son was playing by himself at home. I saw my aunt and uncle come back from grocery shopping and cook at my grandparents' house. Out of curiosity, Gu Dongcheng went to his grandparents' house to see. The door was locked, and he stood at the window looking inside. Grandma opened the door and told him to leave, saying, "Who told you to come here?" My son was still young and didn't understand back then. He came to tell me when I got home. He said he didn't understand why his grandmother was kicking him out. He didn't actually want to eat at his grandparents' house, he just wanted to go and visit them. At that time, Gu's mother was holding her son and told him not to go anymore, saying that she had argued with Gu Dongcheng's grandmother. From the time she married into the family until Gu Dongcheng is this old now, he has never given their family a second glance. I never come to their house unless I have to. When people come to them, it's either because they have something they need them to handle, or they're asking for money or rice. Everyone else has their in-laws to help them, but she doesn't. Over time, Gu's mother felt wronged. He no longer had the same enthusiasm for those 2 people as before, and treated them like strangers. Therefore, Gu Dongcheng asked his mother to bring tonics to those 2 people, but she absolutely refused. Gu Dongcheng sighed, "Mom, if you don't want to go, Dad can take it later." Gu's mother nodded in agreement. Gu Dongcheng noticed that his mother's eyes were red and went over to comfort her. "Mom, things are getting better for our family now. Our family is no longer poor, and you will no longer suffer. It's their business if Grandpa and Grandma don't care about us. At least they gave birth to my dad, right? If it weren't for my dad, I wouldn't exist. Your son is successful now. Your grandparents didn't love you before, but your son does. Gu's mother looked at the face in front of her. My son said something similar when he was little. It feels like just yesterday he was a child, but now he's all grown up. And he did it. My son is a filial and sensible child. It is her and her father's greatest pride. Aunt Moo, observing the situation, teased from the side, "What's wrong, ninth sister-in-law? The little darlings are here, why are you crying on such a good day? Aren't things getting better now? You've settled down in this small town, and your babies are so adorable, why are you still thinking about your in-laws? If none of you are willing to take it, I will take it for you and give it to them. It's all in the past. Your in-laws weren't good to you, so just be nicer to Xiaochang and Xiaoxiao from now on." Chapter 75, I'm afraid my brother will suffer, and I'm also afraid he'll drive a Land Rover. If your in-laws don't treat you well, then you should treat your daughter-in-law and grandchildren even better. After figuring things out, Gu's mother felt much better. Come over and play with the quadruplets. The babies look a lot like my son when he was little, they're both so cute. Gu's mother got very close, and the babies could see a blurry figure. Perhaps knowing it was their grandmother, the children turned and smiled at her. The babies are so adorable, Gu's mother really wants to stay by their side for the rest of her life. Time flew by and it was afternoon. It was time for Gu's mother and Aunt Moo to go home. They arrived with lots of bags, and they left with lots of bags too. When they got back, the babies were still sleeping, and Gu Dongqing took them to the station. Mom, remember to call me when you get home. Be careful on the road. Nu. Take it easy in Yucheng. If you find running a business too tiring, just rent out the shop. I checked online beforehand, and the rent for the pedestrian street at Jinhu Square is tens of thousands a month. Renting it out for a month can bring in a considerable income, making your life much easier. That's tens of thousands a month. Even if you farmed in the village for a year, you might not be able to save this much. For my son, it's a piece of cake. Aunt Moo sighed, Xiaochang, your mother is right. Now you have to take care of Xiaoxiao and 4 babies. If you feel tired, just rent it out. Gu Dongqing nodded, Mom, I understand, Aunt Moo. If I feel tired, I'll rent it out. But don't worry, it's not as tiring as farming in the village, don't you think? Gu's mother and Aunt Moo thought it made sense. Before entering the station, Gu's mother remembered something. The shop is going to be renovated later, right? The Xiao Wei I just told you about, she works for the renovation company. When you're decorating, you can go to her place to learn more, compare prices from different companies, and see which one does a better job and offers a more affordable price. Gu Dongqing nodded, I'll ask her for advice when we're doing the renovations. Mrs. Gu was satisfied and soon went home with Aunt Moo, carrying large and small bags. Gu Dongqing only turned and left after his mother and her companion disappeared from sight. Although he was reluctant to part with his mother, he believed he would see her again soon. Therefore, there wasn't much sadness. When we got home, the babies were still asleep. Xiaoxiao was reading a book in the living room. She actually wanted to use her phone, but she heard that new mothers should avoid using electronic devices during their postpartum period, so she didn't. Did Auntie and Aunt Moo go back? We've arrived at the station. By the way, is there anything you need from Aunt Dongqing and your grandparents? I think your aunt was very unhappy when she mentioned your grandparents. Gu Dongqing's grandparents and their family's relationship were briefly explained. Xiaoxiao felt very sorry for Gu's mother after hearing this. At the same time, I really can't understand how Gu Dongqing's grandparents could be so biased. She couldn't understand why this was happening. Gu Dongqing smiled and said, I can't figure it out either. Maybe my dad really was adopted. Those things are all in the past. I can earn money now, Xiaoxiao, don't think about it so much. Your mom will definitely treat you very well from now on. I will always love you and the babies. How could a father bear not to be good to his child? The 4 twin babies are all his little angels, and Gu Dongqing will always cherish them. At the same time, we will treat everyone equally. Xiaoxiao nodded, trying to calm Gu Dongqing down. Gu Dongqing smiled, indicating that he did not take the matter to heart. When I was little, all I needed was for my parents to be good to me. How your grandparents treat you is not important, life is your own. You must have a good mindset. Night fell in the blink of an eye. Gu Dongqing received a call from his mother, who said he had arrived home safely. After hanging up the phone, WeChat suddenly lit up. When I opened it, I found it was a message from my 3 roommates. The 3 people wanted to visit his home to see the babies and asked if it was convenient for them. Gu Dongcheng welcomed them. After putting the babies to sleep, Gu Dongcheng told Xiao Xiao about it. Xiao Xiao asked, "Are your roommates coming? Are they the ones who are helping you with the research right now?" "Yes, it's them. It seems you get along very well with them." Gu Dongcheng laughed. "It was alright. We got along pretty well when we were in school. We played games together and did part-time jobs together." Xiao Xiao listened quietly. "So what time do you plan to have them come tomorrow?" "It should be around 11 a.m. After they arrive, let them have lunch before they leave." Xiao Xiao nodded. "Okay, you can arrange it." Gu Dongcheng added, "Now that most people at school know about our situation, if your classmates want to come over, just let me know and I'll host them for you." Xiao Xiao nodded. "Okay." She also had a few close friends in class. After the news spread that she and Gu Dongcheng had a child, he also came to ask her about it. They asked if they could come see the child, but Xiao Xiao didn't respond and said they would talk about it later when they had the chance. The four little ones woke up 3 or 4 more times during the night. Gu Dongcheng's sleep quality is very light now. He will wake up at the slightest sound or movement from the babies. If the baby cries because he's not fully awake, don't worry, he has a second layer of protection. The young master will wake him up. Sometimes the babies will look for their parents when they wake up, and sometimes they will cry if they can't see their little master. Because in the children's subconscious, the young master is their good friend. Xiao Xiao sleeps soundly at night, but often wakes up groggily to feed Xiao Qiaomei and her younger siblings. The next day, when Gu Dongcheng asked her how many times she had fed the baby that night, Xiao Xiao would always shake her head and say she couldn't remember. To welcome his 3 roommates, Gu Dongcheng bought a lot of fresh ingredients. Meanwhile, inside the school, I saw the location Gu Dongcheng sent me. Cui Hao and Zhao Gang were stunned. "Holy crap! Phoenix Garden Residential Complex, I just looked it up, it's a high-end residential complex in Yucheng. The average price is now 22,000 per square meter. Now that Brother Chang lives in this neighborhood, he's bought a car and shops, so he should have bought a house too. I dare say that Brother Chang has definitely bought a house in Phoenix Garden. Who dares to bet with me?" Zhao Gang and Huang Tang said only a fool would gamble with him. With Chang Ji's current financial situation, he must have already bought a house. "We'll just ask Brother Chang later. To be honest, we're all in the same dorm, and I'm both worried about my brother suffering and worried about him driving a Land Rover. How did Brother Chang suddenly take off? I'm so envious." Fortunately, Cui Hao and the others had a good attitude. "Our Brother Chang is taking off. If we ever can't make it in the future, we'll have to go and beg Brother Chang for help. Brother Chang has quadruplets. Should we bring gifts and toys when we first visit them? And the children's clothes are also essential." Chapter 76, showing my roommates around the house. Cui Hao, Zhao Gang, and the other 2 had some savings. Some of it comes from part-time jobs, and some is from living expenses given by their parents, which they save up every month. This is a good time to buy gifts for the babies. They felt that the baby's child shouldn't be expensive. It's only so small, so it doesn't need much fabric. However, they were dumbfounded when they went to buy it. The baby's clothes are more expensive than theirs. Don't be fooled by their tiny size. The cheaper ones cost tens of yuan, while the more common ones cost 1 or 200. Cui Hao and his team definitely bought the best. Even though it was expensive, the 3 of them still pooled their money to buy 3 sets of clothes for each of the quadruplets. So cute, even adults will love it. After leaving the clothing store, I went to the fruit store and bought 2 fruit baskets. Then we took a taxi straight to Phoenix Garden. Arriving at the entrance of the residential complex, Cui Hao swallowed hard as he looked at the grand and imposing gate. "I envy Brother Chang. I wish I could buy a house in such a high-end place someday. A room costing 22,000 would easily cost several million. I don't know if I'll ever have that chance in my lifetime. My dream was fulfilled by Changgu before he even graduated. I'm about to meet the school beauty in the quadruplets. What should I do if I'm a little nervous?" The 3 roommates looked at each other at the entrance of the residential compound. The community has strict security, so Cui Hao called Gu Dongcheng immediately. Upon receiving a call from his roommate, Gu Dongcheng quickly arrived at the entrance of the residential compound. "Brother Chang. Brother Chang, you're here. Wow, this neighborhood is so beautiful. Did you buy a house here? We've seen the house prices here online. Wow, over 20,000 yuan per square meter. Brother Chang is awesome." Gu Dongcheng led the way, saying, "I just bought it recently. Come visit sometime." "Brother Chang, So you and the school beauty will be living here from now on? Gu Dongqing nodded. I'll stay here for now. However, he plans to buy a villa when he has more money in the future. Upon hearing that Gu Dongqing planned to buy a villa, the three of them were filled with disbelief. A villa, my eternal dream. Brother Chang, if you ever buy a villa and need house cleaning, be sure to call me. I can bark like a dog. Gu Dongqing punched Zhao Gang. Why not just buy a robot vacuum cleaner instead of a cleaning service? The group chatted and laughed as they quickly arrived at the door. Huang Tang, Cui Hao, and the other two held their breath. Curious about the house Brother Chang bought? Such an expensive neighborhood must have beautiful interior design. The next second, the door opened. Just as they expected, the moment the door opened, all three of them dropped their jaws. How can there be such a beautiful house? Why, this is my dream bedroom. Please, Brother Chang, move out of your house. Such a beautiful house should belong to me. All three of them were so envious they cried. Brother Chang, what style of decoration is this? It's so rare. I think it's even more beautiful than the houses of celebrities on TV. Yeah, Changji, it's kind of like Chinese style, but not quite. What a spacious room. The balcony even overlooks the river. This must be the legendary Riverview apartment. Gu Dongqing explained to them, this is Song Dynasty style decoration, which is quite rare. Please make yourselves at home, I'll wash some counterfeit goods for you. Cui Hao came over carrying 2 fruit baskets. Brother Chang, you wash these. The three of us bought them especially for this. You and your sister-in-law can try it later and see if it's sweet. Gu Dongqing didn't stand on ceremony this time, saying, don't buy anything next time you come. Cui Hao scratched his head. If Brother Chang hadn't gotten married, they wouldn't have been so polite. I heard noises coming from the living room. The young master came out of the room and sniffed the three of them repeatedly. It still remembered Cui Hao he was its owner's friend. Upon seeing the young master, Cui Hao exclaimed and picked him up. Young master, it's been a long time. It's me, Mouse. Do you still remember your brother? Have you missed your brother lately? Kittens are so cute to pet. Cui Hao petted them again and again, and scratching their chins was so much fun. The young master glanced at him listlessly, then quickly struggled down. Brother Chang, the young master is so handsome. He was only this small when I last saw him. It looks so smart. Gu Dongqing laughed, absolutely, young master is very clever. It usually helps me take care of the babies. It's been a huge help to Xiao Xiao and me. The three were stunned the kitten could even help take care of the children. It seems she really understands human nature. Cui Hao secretly thought that he would raise one himself in the future. Brother Chang, can we take a look around? We'll just take a look at the living room, dining room, balcony, and kitchen. Not seeing the quadruplets and the school beauty, the three roommates guessed that they were probably resting in their room. They were all sensible people, and they only visited public areas. Gu Dongqing had no objection and told them to see for themselves. My goodness, is this what rich people live in? So luxurious, so high class. Especially with this song-style decoration, Cui Hao felt that only wealthy and cultured people could live in such a house. Someone like him, who has nothing and no job, has to hold his farts tightly when walking in a house like this, and doesn't even dare to fart when going to the toilet. Brother Chang, your house is so beautifully decorated. This renovation must have cost a lot of money, right? Cui Hao and Zhao Gang both cast curious glances their way. They also thought that such a beautiful house would cost hundreds of thousands to renovate. Gu Dongqing smiled. It cost quite a bit. I don't know the exact amount. I bought a fully furnished apartment, and it was already decorated when I received it. Zhao Gang felt that this was just Cheng Ji's excuse to appease them. It's probably because the other party doesn't want to talk about it, fearing it might damage their confidence. Because you definitely can't buy such a nice house for 22,000. He must have bought the house and then decorated it himself. The price was just too high, so I didn't want to tell them. The three of them took photos while touring the area. At that moment, the master bedroom door suddenly opened, and a stroller was pushed out. Xiao Xiao looked around curiously. Dongqing, are your roommates here? Gu Dongqing came out of the kitchen. They've arrived. They're touring the kitchen. Are the babies awake? Cui Hao and his two companions looked towards the door, and a familiar yet unfamiliar face appeared before them. That woman was as beautiful as an angel. School beauty Xiao Xiao. The other person is really dating Chang Gu. Xiao Xiao was wearing a white loungewear outfit that resembled gardenias, exuding a casual yet elegant charm. She remains the same moonlight she always was. There was also a stroller in front of her. The four angelic little ones curiously observed their surroundings. The four little ones are very happy to see their father, but when they see strangers in the house, they quickly switch to expressions of curiosity and confusion. Whether it's the school beauty in front of you or the quadruplets, their looks are absolutely stunning. Chapter 77. Should I tell you all that I'm a culinary master? Not only are the adults beautiful, but the babies are absolutely stunning too. They're absolutely adorable. Xiao Xiao was so beautiful that it was impossible to look directly at her. Cui Hao and the other two didn't dare to look at her at all. My god, this is their industrial goddess. She got married by Brother Chang. Brother Chang is awesome. The goddesses are like fairies, and the babies are incredibly beautiful too. Good heavens! This is the most beautiful, cutest, and most adorable baby the three of them have ever seen. She's so much prettier than those celebrity babies on TV. My goddess wife and her exquisite and adorable quadruplets. Wah, Cheng Ji is such a winner in life. The three roommates shed tears of envy once again. Gu Dongcheng introduced them. Xiao Xiao, these three are my roommates. This is Cui Hao, nicknamed Maostat. This is Zhao Gang, nicknamed Gongzi. This is Huang Teng, nicknamed Tingzi. All three of them had the character in their nicknames, which made Xiao Xiao want to laugh. She wondered who had given them the nicknames. Mouse, let me introduce you. This is my child's mother, Xiao Xiao. The three of them were extremely reserved in front of the school beauty. In the past, they would never have had the chance to speak in front of the school beauty. School beauty, no, sister-in-law. We are Chang Ji's roommates, and my name is Haozi. This is our cronies, Gangzi, and this is Tingzi. Zhao Gang and his companions stared wide-eyed. The introduction had been going so well just moments before. How come they've become my cronies? He secretly nudged the dead rat with his elbow to express his dissatisfaction. Cui Hao chuckled. Hello, mice. Welcome to our home, and thank you for your continued care and support of Dongcheng. Wow, no wonder everyone at school says the school beauty is a rich, beautiful, and fair-skinned girl. The person speaks with a very pleasant voice and speaks politely and gracefully, which shows that they have a very good family upbringing. At this moment, Cui Hao and the other two looked at her even less favorably. The school beauty truly lives up to her title of goddess. Only Brother Chang is worthy of her. Cui Hao's gaze fell on the stroller. Right now, four pairs of grape-like eyes are curiously observing them. Brother Chang, the school beauty, this is your child. They're so cute. We bought them gifts. I wonder if the little cuties will like them. After saying that, the three of them excitedly brought over the gifts they had prepared. The three of them bought clothes and small toys. The clothes I bought were a little too big. But kids grow so fast these days, they'll be able to wear them in a while. Brother Chang, the babies are all so cute. So adorable. From now on, I can easily appear on TV to shoot commercials. Mouse is right. Although those babies in TV commercials are cute, they can't compare to real babies. Maybe these babies will be child stars in the future and grow up to be big stars. Everyone who sees the quadruplets praises them. My three roommates were no exception. Since becoming a father, Gu Dongqing's favorite thing is to hear others praise his child. Gu Dongqing couldn't stop smiling at this moment. This is De Bao. De Bao is the older sister, her nickname is Little Strawberry. Little Strawberry, look, your three uncles have come to see you. De Bao blinked his eyes. The hearts of Cui Hao and his two companions melted instantly. The baby is like a porcelain doll, so incredibly cute. Little Strawberry, what a lovely name. Little Princess, you're so cute. What color burlap sack do you like? How about coming home with Uncle? Uncle will deliver takeout and support you. Cui Hao tried his best to put on a kind and friendly smile. What can I do if I'm so charmed? Such a beautiful baby, I wish I could steal it and raise it myself. With his parents by his side, De Bao feels very safe. Hearing Cui Hao's words, the little princess giggled sweetly. The human cub didn't understand what Uncle Cui meant and just laughed. De Bao's smile makes him even cuter. Gu Dongcheng continued, this is Erbo. Erbo is a boy, nicknamed Little Apple. These are the three treasures, Little Peach, and Little Peach is the little girl. Finally, there's Xiao Bao, whose nickname is Xiao Shanju. The little babies seemed to know that their father was introducing them, and their little faces all turned to look at him. Zhao Gang and the others were completely charmed. 2 men and 2 women, 2 perfect characters. Brother Chang, you're so lucky. Although I've only just met the babies, their adorable expressions are impossible to hide. Zhao Gang and his 2 companions were certain that the babies would be very smart when they grew up. Good looking and smart. These are 4 incredibly handsome, rich, and beautiful men. The babies are so cute, anyone would want to go up and hold them. Cui Hao and the other 2 also wanted to. But they were afraid. I'm worried that I might be too clumsy and accidentally hurt the little ones. The babies were less than a month old, with thin arms and legs. If something goes wrong, they can't afford to compensate such a beautiful and adorable baby. Gu Dongcheng asked them if they wanted a hug, and his roommates were surprisingly in agreement. He shook his head repeatedly. Brother Chang, the babies are too cute. We dare not do it for now. Let's wait a few more months, then we won't be afraid of hurting them. Gu Dongcheng said they were useless, they didn't even dare to hold a child, how could they possibly accomplish anything significant in the future? Cui Hao and the other 2 knew that Brother Chang was joking and didn't take it to heart. They are afraid to hold the children, but playing with them is no problem. Play hide and seek with them next to the stroller. They popped out from one side, and then their heads popped out from the other side. It amused the little ones so much that they danced and waved excitedly. The young master meowed beside them and happily joined in the game. Gu Dongcheng told them to sit on the sofa and have some fruit since they were tired. I'll go make you something to eat. You can go back to school after lunch. Cui Hao was stunned. Brother Chang, you can cook? Zhao Gang and Huang Tong also looked incredulous. Holy crap, Chang Ji, when did you learn to cook? I've never seen you lift a finger when we went camping and barbecuing before. Gu Dongcheng laughed. A scholar should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of separation. Do you think I'm a culinary god and need to tell you that? That's what it means to be a master of disguise. This is it. The 3 roommates were speechless. He's a master of disguise. That makes perfect sense. Brother Chang is indeed a master of deception. He managed to keep his identity as a rich second-generation heir a secret from them for so long. If the other party doesn't reveal it themselves, they won't find out at all. He kept such a big identity a closely guarded secret, and now the other party says he can cook. Cui Hao and his 2 companions weren't too surprised. Although I accepted the fact that Brother Chang was a rich second generation and could cook. But they were soon dumbfounded. Changgu just said he's a culinary god, and he wasn't exaggerating at all. Gu Dongcheng went into the kitchen and started tinkering. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted into the living room. Cui Hao couldn't help but sniff, and his eyes widened instantly. I swallowed hard. I looked at the kitchen in disbelief. OMG. It smells so good. Chapter 78 Gu Dongcheng's obsessed roommate and his plans. This is absolutely delicious. The 3 roommates simultaneously shed tears of longing for the food. I've never smelled anything so delicious before. Is this really food cooked by Brother Chang? The 3 expressed their doubts. I ran to the kitchen doorway to look. Good heavens, what did they just see? Is Brother Chang really a culinary god? No wonder he's planning to open a restaurant. Dazzling and masterful knife skills. In no time at all, a carrot was chopped up. When you toss an egg into the air, the egg white and yolk will automatically separate when it lands. Even a 5-star chef outside couldn't do what Brother Chang does. Zhao Gang took a deep breath. Wow. It smells so good. A fragrance that makes you feel like you're in heaven. Brother Chang is awesome. Awesome, Brother Chang. Not only is he more handsome than Daniel Wu, but he's also an excellent cook. No wonder Changgu was able to win the heart of the school beauty. That person is truly all around amazing. Finally, after another 20 minutes, the fragrant food was ready. The 3 men eagerly stepped forward to help, saying, Brother Chang, leave the serving of dishes to us. Give us the rice cooker too. Holy crap, Brother Chang, you're a culinary genius. Even hotels can't make food this delicious. We're so lucky. Gu Dongcheng smiled but didn't say anything, telling them to stop bickering and hurry up and serve the dishes. The babies were very well behaved, neither crying nor fussing, and there was even a young master helping to watch over them. Gu Dongcheng and Xiao Xiao can now eat in peace. The 5 people took their seats. Cui Hao and the other 2 had a feeling that it was not real. Is it really true that I can eat at the same table as the school beauty? There are chili peppers here for you. These aren't spicy, I made them especially for Xiao Xiao. Cui Hao laughed heartily. Brother Chang, you're so good to the school beauty, you're so considerate. Wah, if I were a girl, I would definitely fall in love with you. Disgusting, hurry up and eat. Cui Hao chuckled and unceremoniously picked up a piece of beef and put it in his mouth. The next second, tears streamed down her face. It's so delicious, I'm moved to tears. Holy crap, this is so delicious, guys. You guys should try it too, this beef is simply divine beef. Delicious dishes that are perfect in color, aroma, and taste not only smell good, but also taste even better. After eating a piece of beef, Cui Hao was so overwhelmed by how delicious it was that he was beyond comprehension. Seeing the mouse's blissful expression, Zhao Gang and Huang Teng couldn't wait to take a bite as well. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Delicious! It's so good, Brother Chang. I used to think that my mom and grandma were the best cooks, but now I realize I was wrong. And it's ridiculously wrong, Brother Chang, you're a culinary genius. Holy crap, this is incredibly delicious. Zhao Gang and Huang Teng couldn't help but praise the food as they ate. Gu Dongcheng laughed. If it's delicious, eat more. If you're not full, I'll make you more. There's plenty of ingredients in the kitchen. The three nodded repeatedly. Thank you, Brother Chang. Brother Chang, you're so good to us. Gu Dongcheng picked up a piece of goose meat for Xiao Xiao, saying, this is really from my mom who brought it up earlier. It's from our own farm, so eat more. Okay, thank you. Xiao Xiao had tasted the goose meat that Gu's mother brought up, and he remembered it vividly. The taste was indeed different from ordinary goose meat, and it tasted much better. After taking a bite, the fragrance lingered on my lips and teeth. Cui Hao and his two companions ate in silence, not daring to be too presumptuous while eating at the same table as the school beauty. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao asked about the results of their survey at Jinhu Square. At this point, the three of them put down their chopsticks. He straightened his expression and said seriously to the two of them, Brother Chang, school beauty, we've explored the entire area around Jinhu Square these past few days. There are more people drinking milk tea over there, and the people who run milk tea shops earn a lot of money. If they go online in the future, their business will probably be even better. Gu Dongcheng and Xiao Xiao understood. The three researchers concluded that opening a milk tea shop had a greater market potential. But the three quickly changed the subject. But Brother Chang, ever since I ate your meal, we think opening a restaurant would be more suitable. If you opened a restaurant with cooking skills like that, it would be packed every day after it opened. As Cui Hao finished speaking, Zhao Gang and Huang Teng nodded repeatedly in deep agreement. With Brother Chang's cooking skills, even if you only learn a third of his abilities, you'd still be a force to be reckoned with outside. Xiao Xiao looked at Gu Dongcheng, seemingly waiting for his decision. Gu Dongcheng remained silent for a moment, then said, I understand the results of your survey. I'll consider it for a while longer. Anyway, thanks. I'll treat you to barbecue when I have time in a while. Cui Hao and the other two quickly waved their hands. Brother Chang, you're too kind. We are so grateful that you treated us to such a delicious meal. Let's skip the barbecue. We didn't really do anything, we just went for a walk, you don't need to be so polite. Gu Dongcheng smiled and said, it's decided then. Let's get together another day. After saying that, the three roommates continued eating heartily. So delicious. So tasty. By the time the three of them put down their chopsticks, their stomachs were already full. Brother Chang, school beauty, we're heading back now. We won't disturb you and the babies any longer. Goodbye, my little darlings. I'll come see you again when I have time. Young master, take good care of the little ones, and we'll buy you canned food next time. Brother Chang, you're leaving now, no need to see me off. The three of them finished their meal and left in a carefree manner. Gu Dongcheng didn't stand on ceremony with them and told the three of them to come and visit often when they had time. As he walked out of the residential compound, Cui Hao couldn't help but look back. I guess I'll never be able to live in such a high-class place in my lifetime. Brother Chang is awesome. Not only is he handsome, rich, and good-looking, but his cooking skills are also amazing. She's already so outstanding, yet she still works so hard. Perhaps this is the key to Brother Chang's success. No way, I want to learn from Brother Chang. I'll go back and find a job right away. We can't afford to waste much more time. Zhao Gang and the other man nodded with mixed feelings. They could never achieve what Chenggu had accomplished, even if they worked hard their whole lives. However, seeing their friend's success, they also wanted to try their best. They don't aspire to buy a high-end house in the future, they would be happy with just an ordinary apartment. Let's go. Let's learn from Brother Chang, become excellent, and find internships right away. Maybe a rich woman will take a liking to you after you join the company. The three of them adjusted their mindset and walked back, laughing and joking. After Cui Hao and the others left, Xiao Xiao played with the babies while asking Gu Dongcheng, "Are you planning to open a restaurant or a milk tea shop? If you have the skills, you can open a restaurant anytime." A bubble tea shop has always been his dream, and he doesn't want to give it up. After hesitating for a long time, he finally made a choice: "I want to open a milk tea shop first. The restaurant will open later." Nowadays, opening a restaurant requires training chefs, which takes a lot of time. The children are still young, and Gu Dongcheng wants to spend more time with them. We can open them when they're a bit bigger. As for the milk tea shop, he's already decided to open a franchise. In the future, we will arrange for a store manager to go to headquarters for training. Chapter 79, Postpartum Confinement is over, time to get the marriage certificate. Gu Dongcheng plans to join Mishue Ice Cream. This brand of milk tea is very popular now. Although the price isn't high, the advantage lies in high volume and low profit. As for arranging for him to go to headquarters for training, Gu Dongcheng already has someone in mind. When Xiao Xiao heard that Gu Dongcheng planned to join Mishue Ice Cream, she was not surprised that he chose to open a milk tea shop. Opening a milk tea shop has always been his dream. If you have the ability, fulfilling your dreams first is a very enjoyable thing. Although she didn't know exactly how much money Gu Dongcheng had, she was certain that he was certainly not short of money. Xiao Xiao supports the idea of doing something she's always wanted to do without financial pressure. As for the restaurant, it can open whenever it wants. The child's father has his own plans. Gu Dongcheng asked, "Xiao Xiao, if I join Mishue Ice Cream, will you support me?" Xiao Xiao smiled radiantly, "I support you. Dongcheng, whatever decision you make, I will support you." Touched, Gu Dongcheng gently embraced her. Time flew by after my three roommates left. Xiao Xiao recovered quickly under Gu Dongcheng's care, and now she can walk on her own without Gu Dongcheng's help. The little ones grew very quickly under the couple's careful care. It changes almost every day. When I take them downstairs for a walk, everyone praises them. Now all the residents in the community know that there are two adorable quadruplets in the community. Parents often bump into their little ones at opportune moments. Time flies like an arrow, it's gone in a flash. This was the 42nd day since Xiao Xiao returned from the hospital. Today marks the end of her postpartum confinement period. The house was filled with a festive atmosphere. Gu Dongcheng found Xiao Xiao and asked with a smile, "Do you still remember our plan?" Xiao Xiao paused for a moment, but quickly broke into a smile. "I remember. Dongcheng, when are we going to get our marriage certificate?" Gu Dongcheng was overjoyed his wife still remembered him. He glanced at the time. "You just finished your postpartum confinement today. I'll go out and buy some groceries later so we can celebrate tonight." "Let's go tomorrow." Xiao Xiao nodded, her eyes sparkling like stars. "Okay." The four little ones seemed to know that their mother was out of confinement, and they were exceptionally well behaved today. She didn't cry or fuss, and had a cute, innocent smile on her face. The young master often runs around the house, trying to make the babies happy. Today marks the 42nd day since the kittens returned home. They are growing healthier every day, and your cat is very happy with the meticulous care you provide. It has decided to give you 200,000 yuan in cash. Just as Gu Dongcheng and Xiao Xiao were planning to get their marriage certificate the next day, a virtual panel reappeared in front of him. Another 200,000 yuan in cash. Long live the young master. Looking for the young master, the little guy is playing with the babies right now. He was jumping around excitedly in the living room. Gu Dongcheng was delighted to receive another 200,000 yuan in text messages. "I cooked a sumptuous dinner that evening. After finishing my meal, I received a call from Gu's mother. Hey, Xiaocheng, have you eaten yet? Xiao Xiao is out of confinement today. How is her recovery going? Oh, you're recovering well. Don't forget about getting your marriage certificate, okay? Your dad and I have chosen an auspicious date. Tomorrow is the perfect time for you to get your marriage certificate. Don't skimp on the ceremony before getting the marriage certificate. Xiao Xiao is such a beautiful girl who's with you, and you've even had a child together. You should propose to her. Rings and jewelry are essential. I just had your dad transfer 150,000 yuan into your account. Go buy the ring before you get your marriage certificate tomorrow. Although Gu's mother is old, her views are still very modern. She knows that young people nowadays love a sense of ritual. Gu Dongcheng checked his bank card transfer and, sure enough, there was another 150,000 yuan. Without saying a word, he transferred the money back. Mom, you don't need to transfer the money to me, I have my own. I'll take Xiao Xiao to buy rings and jewelry before we go tomorrow. Don't worry, there won't be a lack of ritual. Gu's mother was displeased. You've been spending so much lately, we don't have much money. Here, take it, why would you transfer it back to us? Gu Dongcheng insisted, Mom, I have enough, I still have money. After saying that, he transferred another 80,000 yuan to Gu's mother. Mom, you and Dad take this money. Buy whatever you want to eat whenever you want. Don't worry about saving money for me. I'll transfer some more to you next month. Remember, don't do any more work in the village. His son transferred another 80,000 yuan to him. Gu's mother said to him, You're going to open a shop in the future, and the renovations will definitely cost a lot of money. Why are you transferring so much money to us? Keep it for yourself. Buy more clothes and shoes for Xiao Xiao, or for the babies too. Gu Dongcheng laughed, Mom, if I didn't have money, I would still transfer it to you. I've saved all the money for the renovation. This is a token of our affection from Xiao Xiao. You can keep it and spend it however you like. Gu Dongcheng didn't give his mother a chance to refuse. Mom, I have to go now, the babies are crying, I have to go. Remember not to turn it back to me, or Xiao Xiao will get angry. I'll send you a video after we get our marriage certificate tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Xiao asked herself why she was angry. Gu Dongcheng smiled and told her about transferring money to his mother. Xiao Xiao said brightly, Dongcheng, you and your aunt and uncle have such a good relationship. Sometimes she was quite envious of the way Gu Dongcheng got along with his parents. Thinking of her parents, Xiao Xiao quickly became depressed. The babies have been born for over a month, but the other party hasn't told them yet. They'll be furious when they find out. But soon, she cleared her mind of all those extra emotions. Today is the day she and Gu Dongcheng got their marriage certificate, so don't think about anything unhappy. Keep a positive mood. May you be happy for the rest of your life after getting your marriage certificate. Now you don't need a household registration book to get married, all you need is your ID card. But just in case, the new parents still brought it along. Did you think taking your baby out would be easy? If you think that way, you're too young. Before going out, Gu Dongcheng would prepare clothes, small bottles, thermos cups, formula, diapers, tissues, hats, and so on for the babies. There's a ton of stuff after I've packed it all up. Fortunately, the stroller is designed to be user-friendly, with a small pocket underneath. Simply put the prepared items inside and push it around with the babies. To commemorate their marriage registration, they specially dressed their babies in their cutest outfits. I'll take pictures with them later. As if infected by their parents' emotions, the human babies were super energetic from the moment they woke up. Lying in the stroller, she kept staring at the kitten on the coffee table. Seeing that Gu Dongcheng was about to take the young masters out, the young master suddenly jumped onto Gu Dongcheng's shoulder. Gu Dongcheng asked with a smile, Young master, my brother and sister are going to get their marriage certificate, and the younger brothers and sisters are going too. What, you're going too? Chapter 80 These are your babies, quadruplets? The young master meowed, clearly indicating that he wanted to go too. With no other option, Gu Dongcheng found a small box and then used cable ties to secure it to the side of the stroller. This created two spaces, one large and one small. The larger one contains quadruplets. The young master can lie down in the small box. After securing it, Gu Dongcheng shook it a few more times to make sure it was safe, and then found the young master's small blanket and laid it inside. Young master, from now on, you'll stay here when you go out. There are a lot of cars outside, so don't jump out, understand? The young master was very satisfied and jumped high into the air. She looked up at him with a satisfied expression. Xiao Xiao exclaimed, Dongcheng, young master is really smart. Ever since the babies came back, it has been helping us take care of them every day. Ha, I didn't expect it to come along this time too. During the postpartum period, they took the babies downstairs for walks, but the young master didn't go. I didn't expect them to ask to come along this time. Did the young master know that the place they were going to on this trip was quite far away, which is why he insisted on going as well? The babies couldn't see the young master's sad whimpers. The young master sat up and looked into the stroller, where the babies could see his entire head. Seeing Mimi, she quickly stopped crying. After packing their things, the family of 6. No, wait, with the kitten included, the family of 7 has officially set off. In Gu Dongqing's view, the young master was also a member of their family. Before going to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Gu Dongqing planned to make up for the lack of ceremony. How can a wedding be complete without a ring? Buy the wedding rings first, then get the marriage certificate. Xiao Xiao felt a sweet warmth in her heart after hearing his plan. Although she said she didn't want to buy a ring, she was still really looking forward to it. After all, this is about getting a marriage certificate. A sense of ritual makes things more romantic. It will be even better when we look back on it in the future. Gu Dongqing had already chosen a place to buy the ring online in advance. After putting the babies into the nanny van, we drove straight to Jinhu Square. The 4 little ones, plus a kitten, curiously looked out the window at the novel scenery. Jinhu Plaza is one of the most bustling shopping centers in Yucheng. Every day, many locals and tourists go there to shop. Gu Dongqing remembers that there were quite a few gold shops on the pedestrian street. The online reviews are also good, and the gold I bought is of very high quality. Gu Dongqing learned that Xiao Xiao didn't like diamonds, she preferred gold. So Gu Dongqing decided that their wedding rings should be gold. When Gu Dongqing was young, he thought gold was tacky and low class, but for some reason, as he grew older, he found gold to be more and more beautiful and charming. Xiao Xiao felt the same way. Gold is not only beautiful, but it also holds its value very well. Upon arriving at Jinhu Square, Xiao Xiao asked uncertainly, "Dongqing, is the shop you bought located here?" Gu Dongqing nodded. "Xiao Xiao, you have a good memory. The shop is over here, in Section A of the pedestrian street. It's not far from the jewelry store. If we still have time after we buy the rings, I'll take you to take a look." Good. Looking at the endless stream of people outside the car window, Xiao Xiao felt happy for Gu Dongqing. With so many people shopping here, the business is sure to be good once the store opens. Cars can't drive into the pedestrian street. After parking the car, Gu Dongqing took the 4 little ones out of their car seats. Fearing that the outside light would hurt their eyes, Gu Dongqing lowered the sunshade of the stroller. "Young master, do you want me to carry you, or will you jump on yourself?" "Never mind, the floor outside is dirty, I'll carry you in." The young master meowed and soon appeared in the small box that Gu Dongqing had temporarily built for it. The family of 6 is very good looking. He attracted the attention of those around him as soon as he got off the bus. With their parents around, the babies felt safe and secure, curiously looking around in their strollers. Most cats are afraid of strangers, especially in crowded places. But the young master is different. The little guy is very brave. Sitting in its small plot of land, looking left and right. If we spot any suspicious individuals, we will keep a very close eye on them to prevent them from harming the babies. This was the baby's first time out shopping. Xiao Xiao said to the kitten, "Young master, there are a lot of people outside. Please keep an eye on the babies for your older brothers and sisters. If you see any bad people approaching the babies, call your older brothers and sisters. Small animals are very intelligent. Perhaps they can detect potential dangers in advance." The young master wagged his little tail happily, as if to say, "Don't worry. I've got this covered." Xiao Xiao pursed her lips and patted the little cutie's head. Gu Dongqing took Xiao Xiao to the largest gold shop on Jinhu Square pedestrian street. From afar, it looks magnificent and resplendent, and through the glass, you can see many people selecting gold inside. There are many gold shops around, and many elegant young women stand outside the doors to solicit business. Although Gu Dongqing is not a second-generation rich kid, she has a unique aura, and can make even cheap clothes look like luxury items. As for Xiao Xiao, she is a true beauty, rich and beautiful, and her noble air is impossible to hide. Seeing the two of them pushing a stroller while shopping at the jewelry store, the young ladies soliciting customers around knew that business was on their side. Especially when there's a kitten in the stroller, the feeling of making a big sale is even stronger. Gu Dongqing had a clear goal: to buy from the largest store on the pedestrian street. The young lady warmly greeted and received us. Gu Dongqing asked, "Can I bring kittens into your store?" The receptionist asked, "Your cat shouldn't scratch people, right?" Gu Dongqing shook his head and smiled. "No, our cat is very well behaved, it won't scratch people, and it won't come down once it's inside, right, young master?" Hearing his words, the young master sat in the box and meowed at the young lady, as if to say that it wouldn't scratch people and wouldn't get down. The receptionist exclaimed in surprise, "What a clever boy, Hakimi. Does it understand human speech? Yes, as long as you can guarantee that your pet will not harm anyone, you can bring it in. As the young woman returned, her gaze kept falling on Gu Dingcheng and Xiao Xiao. Seeing the couple in front of her, she was secretly surprised. Were these two really not celebrities? They're so good looking. Her temperament is absolutely amazing. The words "a match made in heaven" and "a perfect couple" unconsciously popped into her mind the moment she saw the two of them. His gaze fell on the stroller. What happened next surprised her even more. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 little babies. Quadruplets. The young woman was stunned. Young man, woman, are these all your babies? Quadruplets? My goodness, these 4 little ones are so cute. Exquisitely crafted, like a work of art. The 4 of them look almost exactly alike, and their pink and chubby faces are exactly like my dream babies. The young woman was instantly charmed by the quadruplets' cuteness. Chapter 81. Wah, other people's husbands always strike with deadly precision. The baby's eyes are so clear, like stars. Long eyelashes, a single blink can be mesmerizing. The receptionist was completely charmed. Gu Dongcheng replied with a smile, yes, they are all our children, quadruplets. The hostesses also gathered around. You two are so young and already have a child. Quadruplets. You are such a blessed parent. Unbelievable. They look like college students. She's pregnant. Is this the capriciousness of a rich second-generation heiress? If you have money, you can have a baby anytime. Gu Dongcheng laughed, if you're pregnant, then have the baby. The young ladies around them started chattering and approaching the babies, which immediately put the young master on alert. He stared at them without blinking. The human cubs found it amusing, their little faces filled with confusion as they looked at everyone. She pushed the stroller into the jewelry store. Good heavens, it's dazzling. It was even more lively than I imagined. A dazzling array of jewelry came into view, making it impossible to choose. The first young lady who greeted them stopped and asked, "What kind of jewelry are you looking for, you two?" "We are the largest gold shop in Jinhu Plaza, we have gold, jade, diamonds and jadeite, everything." Gu Dongcheng got to the point, "We want to see the wedding rings." "Are there any in pairs?" The young woman exclaimed with delight, "Yes, the wedding ring is over here, please come with me." "What material would you like?" Wedding rings are usually more expensive than single rings, so the young lady was overjoyed to hear Gu Dongcheng's words. "We want gold." "Okay, please follow us this way." The quadruplets looked around in their stroller. When he saw something that interested him, Debao waved his little hands and hummed and sang. Gu Dongcheng knew that Zayaka Ozi was trying to get his and her mother's attention. He picked up the little princess and asked, "What's wrong, little strawberry? Do you also want to buy jewelry?" The little cutie burst into tears. Gu Dongcheng couldn't figure out what his daughter was trying to say. Just as she was wondering why Debao was crying, the little guy stared intently at a glittering gold necklace in the shop window. "Does my daughter want this necklace?" Gu Dongcheng, carrying the little cotton-padded jacket, came closer to the cabinet and asked, "Little strawberry, you want this?" Debao immediately stopped crying. It seems the little princess really wants it. Gu Dongcheng was surprised. His daughter was only a little over a month old, and she already liked jewelry? Gu Dongcheng asked the price, "How much is this necklace?" The saleswoman excitedly stepped forward to introduce the necklace, saying, "Sir, this is our store's latest design, priced at 98,888. 98,888. Gu Dongcheng hesitated for a moment. Although he had prepared a lot of money to buy the wedding ring. But now that he has spent nearly 100,000 yuan, he doesn't know if it will be enough. Just as Gu Dongcheng hesitated, a virtual panel appeared before my eyes. "Today is a special day because you brought your kittens out to get their marriage certificate together, and your cat is very happy. Your cat has discovered that your baby really loves jewelry, but because you don't have enough money, your cat has decided to give you 500,000 yuan as startup capital for your baby's jewelry business." Gu Dongcheng was stunned when he saw the notification on the panel. Their gazes fell on the young master. "This works too?" With a ding, my phone received a text message notification of a bank transfer. 500,000 renminbi in cash has arrived. Fearing that Gu Dongcheng might not have enough money, Xiao Xiao prepared to use her own money to buy it for her daughter. Gu Dongcheng waved his hand to stop her, indicating that he could still afford to buy his daughter what she wanted. After saying that, he turned to the saleswoman and said, "I'll take this necklace. Can I have it now? I can pay now." The young lady knew that Gu Dongcheng wanted to use the necklace to coax his daughter. "Quickly call the cashier." A quick beep followed. Gu Dongcheng transferred 98,888. Gu Dongcheng noticed that De Bao seemed to really like these shiny gold things. However, she is only a little over a month old and her strength is limited. Even though the necklace was very light, she couldn't pick it up. Gu Dongcheng held it in his hand and teased her, "Little strawberry, Daddy bought you the necklace you like. But you can't carry it right now, so how about Dad keeps it for you? When the baby is older and stronger, Daddy will give it to you. Little strawberry likes things that light up, so you need to eat well and grow strong so you can play." Gu Dongcheng placed the necklace in De Bao's palm, letting the little guy feel the necklace. The little girl was kicking her toes so happily. Gu Dongcheng looked at the three little ones in the stroller. "Sister bought a necklace she likes. Babies, do you have any jewelry you like? If you have any, tell Dad, and Dad will buy them for you." Little Apple and her younger siblings in the stroller remained unmoved. The children said they only liked looking at the pictures and didn't want to buy them. Everyone around Gu Dongcheng was shocked when he spent 98,888 yuan to buy jewelry for his daughter. "I can't help but feel envious of De Bao. My God! What kind of family do they come from? Their baby looks to be over a month old. I was interested in the necklace, and I bought it without hesitation. It cost nearly 100,000 yuan. Wow, that's amazing. Why don't I have such a generous and considerate husband? Wow, they have quadruplets. The dad is so handsome. And the mom is super beautiful. If only I could have my mother's beauty. I also want to buy one for my baby, but even 10,000 yuan is too expensive for me. Other people are so lucky. The quadruplets' dad even asked if they liked any of the other babies. I want to ask if they need another baby? I'm still a big baby myself." Xiao Xiao heard all the discussions coming from the surrounding area. Although she felt bad about spending the money, she was really touched by how good Gu Dongcheng was to the children. The young lady who greeted them was overjoyed. "Wow, we just closed a deal. Judging from what other dads say, it seems like they'll buy anything their babies like." I cried, "I'm so envious. I wish my partner was as rich and generous." She prayed that De Bao would like to see more pieces of jewelry when they looked at wedding rings later. That way, my commission this month might even double. The young lady's idea is wonderful. But she soon discovered. Sometimes reality is better. As they walked in, De Bao, who was in Gu Dongcheng's arms, took a fancy to other pieces of jewelry. Gold bracelet, priced at 79,999. Purchase. Tassel, priced at 18,888. The price is acceptable, I'll buy it. Earrings, 29999. Purchase. If his daughter takes a liking to something, Gu Dongcheng has only one word: buy it. People around them were both envious and jealous of De Bao and Xiao Xiao. Why is such a good man someone else's father and husband? Other people's husbands are not only handsome and rich, but also good to their wives. She spoils her child terribly. The baby's energy is limited, and after looking at the dazzling jewelry for a while, the older child unconsciously started yawning. During this time, Gu Dongcheng put the little princess back in the stroller to play with her younger siblings. He then started choosing wedding rings with Xiao Xiao. Chapter 82: Public proposal drives bystanders crazy. There are many styles of wedding rings. Gu Dongcheng bought 24K pure gold. Both of them were buying wedding rings for the first time and had no experience, so they wandered around the display cases, picking and choosing again and again. There are cheap ones and expensive ones. Xiao Xiao took a liking to one of the men's and women's styles, both of which were engraved with exquisite patterns. Look at the price, wow, 188,888. I decisively turned away and didn't buy it, instead looking at other options. In the end, she chose one that cost 6888. Dongcheng, what do you think of this one? Gu Dongcheng glanced at it and shook his head, then pulled her to look at the one he had chosen. It looks even better than the one Xiao Xiao had just liked, but the price is also more attractive. Priced at 199,999. Just 1 yuan short of 200,000. It's very beautiful, but Xiao Xiao thinks it's too expensive. She hasn't graduated yet and doesn't have a stable income. She also has to support quadruplets. She doesn't want to put so much pressure on Gu Dongcheng. Doncheng, just buy the 6888 one we just bought. They all look pretty much the same, and you won't be wearing your wedding ring much anyway, so there's no need to buy such an expensive one. Gu Doncheng knew she was trying to save money for herself. I turned to the receptionist and asked, "Do you think this one looks better or that one?" He picked up the comparison between 6888 and 199999. The young woman smiled and said, "Dad, you and your wife have excellent taste. This one that this mother likes is very beautiful, but if your budget allows, you can buy the one you like." Although she phrased it tactfully, Gu Doncheng and Xiao Xiao both understood the underlying meaning. She thought the 199,999 version looked better. Gu Doncheng smiled, "I'll take this one." "Xiao Xiao, put your hand out, I'll put it on you." After saying that, he raised Xiao Xiao's right hand and asked with affection in his eyes, "Xiao Xiao, will you marry me?" "Will you marry me, Gu Doncheng?" The child's father is proposing to her. "Oh my god, this outrageously handsome man is proposing to me." Xiao Xiao covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. Although I was mentally prepared, I still couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised when the moment arrived. Gu Doncheng looked at her sincerely and earnestly, "Xiao Xiao, will you marry me? I swear that in this life and the next, I will always treat you well, always pamper you, and always love you." As if they knew their father was proposing to their mother, the quadruplets made whimpering noises in their stroller. They waved their little hands with a happy and excited expression. The young master sat on his little box and happily wagged the baby's tail. The surrounding customers and saleswomen were also attracted by Gu Doncheng's sudden marriage proposal. All eyes turned to them. Good heavens, this couple is so sweet and happy. Proposing to someone in public. He bought a wedding ring worth 199,999 without hesitation, without even blinking. Their gazes fell on Gu Doncheng. The guy who proposed was the kind of handsome man who seemed unreal, like a male protagonist straight out of a manga. I'm so envious. How happy I would be if this handsome and wealthy young man in front of me were the one proposing to me. How should the mother of the child respond to being proposed to in public? Agree or disagree? Wah, if only she didn't agree. Maybe I could even snag a deal and agree on her behalf. Many female customers in the store were thinking to themselves. Their idea was good, but their plan soon fell through. After covering her mouth and her eyes welling up with tears, Xiao Xiao came to her senses and nodded vigorously. Extending her right ring finger, she said, "I do. Gu Doncheng, I'm willing to marry you." So, amidst everyone's attention, Gu Doncheng put the ring on Xiao Xiao's finger. The young master sat happily in the stroller, meowing. Xiao Xiao's fingers were slender and long, and the ring fit her perfectly. She raised her finger, and the ring sparkled brilliantly on her hand. It was absolutely gorgeous. "What a nice view. Honey, can you help me put it on?" This was the first time Gu Doncheng had publicly called her wife. Xiao Xiao was so excited and happy that she forgot to blush. She looked at him with the same affectionate gaze and nodded. She took the men's ring from the young lady and put it on Gu Doncheng's finger. Soon, a pair of gleaming gold wedding rings were on their hands. Gu Doncheng raised his hand, looking completely satisfied. "Honey, thank you, I'm so happy today." His smile was genuine. Xiao Xiao was infected by his bright smile and smiled along with him. The little angels in the stroller were also making little noises and were super happy. After buying the wedding ring, Gu Doncheng wanted to buy some gold jewelry, but Xiao Xiao refused this time. "The reason is that we still need to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register later, and we can't waste any more time. Moreover, there's no need to prepare the 3 gold pieces so early, you can buy them later when you have your wedding." Gu Doncheng thought about it and then agreed. After paying the bill, they left pushing the stroller. Unbeknownst to the two, as soon as they stepped out of the jewelry store, a lively discussion erupted inside. "I'm so jealous today. The quadruplets' dad is so handsome. And he dotes on his wife and children. The jewelry his daughter has her eye on probably adds up to 200,000 yuan, but he buys it for her like toys, without a second thought. Wah, now I know why some women want to marry rich men. It feels so good to be financially independent. I wouldn't even consider a wedding ring costing 200,000 yuan. I'm so disgusted by the comparison. My husband, that big jerk, won't even buy me a durian, let alone jewelry worth tens of thousands. He's infuriating. I'll make him kneel on durians tonight. Proposing in public, how romantic. Too bad the guy wasn't proposing to me. If it were me, I'd be willing to be a stepmother to quadruplets. Some people used to not believe in love. They ran into each other on this trip. It turns out it wasn't that there was no love, it was just that I hadn't met it yet. After leaving the jewelry store, Gu Dongcheng and Xiao Xiao worried that if they went to the Civil Affairs Bureau too late, there would be long queues. I've decided to visit the shops another time. After all, I brought the babies with me on this trip. Go early and come back early to avoid disrupting their biological clock. Back in the car, Xiao Xiao looked at the ring on her ring finger. It's very beautiful and looks great. But the thought of the price made her anxious again. If my future mother-in-law finds out that I bought such an expensive ring, will she be angry and think I'm a materialistic person who wastes money? Gu Dongcheng seemed to have read her mind. Wedding rings have a different meaning, so you definitely have to buy one you like. My mom doesn't know the exact amount, so I'll just not tell her to avoid making her overthink it. Xiao Xiao, my abilities are limited now. When I make money in the future, I'll buy you 100 or 200 caddies of gold. Whatever kind of jewelry you want, I'll have someone make it for you. I'll let you sleep with a gold brick every day. Xiao Xiao was amused by him, who sleeps with a gold brick in their arms. I'm not a money grubber. She looked at Gu Dongcheng's profile. Gu Dongcheng, thank you for your love, thank you for your gentleness. Chapter 83. Arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau, taking ID photos. There are fewer procedures to prepare for getting married now than before. Previously, a household registration booklet was required, but now an ID card is sufficient. The Civil Affairs Bureau is about a 15-minute drive from Jinhu Square. Gu Dongcheng chatted with Xiao Xiao as he drove and they arrived quickly. Even after getting off the bus, the little ones still had curious expressions on their faces. The young master stood beside them, looking around with equal curiosity. There were many people at the Civil Affairs Bureau. At first, Xiao Xiao thought everyone was there to get married. Later, we discovered that some people were also coming to get divorced. The mental state is clearly different between marriage and divorce. People getting married radiate excitement, joy, happiness, and anticipation. For those who divorce, there is disappointment, anger, resolve, and a desire to never speak to each other again. Looking at the crowds of people getting divorced, Xiao Xiao hoped that she would never have such a day. Gu Dongcheng pushed the stroller while holding her hand. Xiao Xiao, I've said I'll love you forever and always, and I'll be good to you. We'll be together for a lifetime. Seeing Gu Dongcheng's bright smile, Xiao Xiao felt a sense of warmth, and the unease in her heart gradually disappeared. Seeing the two of them pushing a stroller and chatting happily as they entered, a staff member came up to explain the process to them. Wow, you have a baby. So cute, they're quadruplets. You're so lucky. Oh my, these 4 little cuties are so adorable, so chubby, and well fed. Excuse me, are you two here to register your marriage? Wow, I knew babies were little angels, but it turns out their parents are all incredibly handsome men and beautiful women. The staff member was a woman around 45 years old, wearing the uniform unique to the Civil Affairs Bureau, and her expression was kind and approachable. Gu Dongcheng and Xiao Xiao exchanged a glance and nodded. Yes, we're here to register our marriage. Thank you for your compliment to our baby. The staff member played with the quadruplets while explaining the process to the parents. First, get a form and fill in the information. Then, take wedding photos. Finally, follow the procedure to submit the materials and photos and wait for the staff to review and issue the marriage certificate. The process was very simple, and both of them, being college students, quickly grasped it. The staff handed them forms. Just fill it out according to the instructions above. Do you babies need me to help you look at them? Gu Dongcheng took the form. Thank you, big sister. We can look at it ourselves. There was a young master nearby, and Gu Dongcheng didn't want to trouble others. Moreover, Gu Dongcheng only felt at ease when his children stayed by his side at all times when they went out. The staff members looked disappointed. The forms were filled out quickly, and the 4 little ones kept their eyes on their parents. The little ones are curious about everything their parents do. The quadruplets' curious expressions are absolutely adorable. The adorable how quickly attracted the attention of those around her. Newlyweds, especially those who have just registered their marriage, are completely powerless against the cuteness and adorableness of babies. Their gazes fell upon the human cubs, and they heard constant chatter around them. Oh my god. Honey, look over there are quadruplets. They're so cute. How about we have quadruplets someday? I want to have a pair of children as cute as them. I can't even imagine. How happy I would be to have 4 adorable little babies calling me mommy every day. Wow, the little baby and mom and dad are here to register for their marriage. Witnessing mom and dad's love, the babies are so great. Ah, there's a baby looking at me. And it's even winking at me. I've decided, I'll have one just as cute as this one in the future. The little ones will also observe curiously when they hear the voices of the uncles and aunts around them. At the same time, listen carefully to what they have to say. The pediatrician said that this is how babies observe and learn about the world around them. Don't disturb them along the way. Taking them out more often will be more beneficial to their growth. Gu Dongcheng and Xiao Xiao heard all the praise for the babies around them. Since my parents, they are genuinely happy whenever they hear others praising their children. Gu Dongcheng wasn't the only one with these feelings. Xiao Xiao did too. Xiao Xiao feels especially proud and happy whenever she hears others praising her child. The babies have perfectly inherited their parents' excellent genes. She has big eyes and long eyelashes, like a porcelain doll carved from jade. Although they are only a little over a month old, everyone can be sure that the babies will grow up to be handsome men and beautiful women. Wow, I'm so envious of them for having such a good-looking baby. The new parents were in high spirits, feeling the praise and envy of everyone. The materials were filled out quickly. The staff took them to take wedding photos. A small stool is placed in front of the backdrop, where the newlyweds can sit. Before the photo shoot, Gu Dongcheng asked the photographer, after we finish taking our marriage certificate photos, could you take a few pictures of us together? We want to take more photos with the babies, and our cat too. Because Gu Dongcheng offered to pay the photographer extra, the photographer readily agreed. Only 2 people can be in an ID photo, so Gu Dongcheng placed the stroller next to him. Little Strawberry, Little Apple, Little Peach and Little Mangosteen, Mom and Dad are going to take pictures first. You and the young master wait here for a while. Mom and Dad will take pictures with you later. Young master, you should join in the filming. Wait a while with your younger siblings. The quadruplets looked at their parents with bright, sparkling eyes. The 2 of them specifically chose their clothes for this trip, even though they didn't wear makeup. But with their good looks, even if the camera zooms in on their bare faces, they're still stunning. The 2 sat on a bench. One was radiant with sunshine, the other intellectual and gentle. This is the first time in all my years as a photographer that I've encountered such a good-looking couple. Even compared to celebrity couples in the entertainment industry, the difference is simply insignificant. There's no comparison whatsoever. Look at the camera, sit closer, even closer. Yes, that's it. Smile. Smile even brighter. Perfect. With the photographer's guidance, the ID photo was taken quickly. Both of them were quite satisfied after taking a look. Next, we'll have to trouble the photographer to take another family photo for them. The 2 sat on a bench, one holding 2 small babies close together. The little kitten sat upright to the side, its little tail held high as it looked at the camera. The babies are too young to cooperate. The photographer made a sound to attract their attention. Once the little ones look over, quickly press the shutter button. Wow, the effect is amazing, the photos are fantastic. Ah, Dongcheng, look. This is so cute. Sanbao is yawning. And this one too. What's Dabao doing? What's that expression on his face? Little Strawberry, what were you thinking just now? Young master looks great on camera, super handsome. Such a cute little prince. Wow, young master can look at the camera, that's great. Ugh, this photo makes me look so ugly. But I really like it. Chapter 84 Getting the Marriage Certificate, please guide me for the rest of my life. Xiao Xiao felt that one of her expressions looked strange. But she really liked it and thought it was very special. Babies are so cute and cuddly, they look adorable no matter how you photograph them. And their young master is super handsome and well behaved. Gu Dongcheng transferred 888 yuan to the photographer and asked him to send him the photos. Actually, you don't need to give so much. But today is the auspicious day for him and Xiao Xiao to get their marriage certificate, so he'll just consider it a red envelope for her. Babies don't know how to take pictures, so just smile when they see their parents happy. After taking the photos for their marriage certificate, the couple continued with the registration process. The staff member who reviewed and issued their certificates was a woman in her 50s. The other person was wearing glasses. After reading the materials, I looked up at the 2 people. I squinted and was amazed by the family of 6. Upon seeing the quadruplets, the other person asked with a smile. They gave birth to quadruplets. So cute. You 2 young people are so lucky, may you always be happy. The little ones came out with their parents to get their marriage certificates. That's great. Grandma's here. Oh my, her eyes are so beautiful and smell so sweet. The staff were charmed by the babies and couldn't stop laughing. The quadruplets and the young master looked at each other curiously. Is this Father Gu Dongcheng and the mother Xiao Xiao? Mr. Gu, are you willing? Have you made up your mind to marry Ms. Xiao Xiao as your wife, and will you treat her well for the rest of your life? Gu Dongcheng said solemnly, I do. Ms. Xiao, have you thought it through? Are you sure you want to marry Mr. Gu Dongcheng and become his wife, and stay by his side as his wife no matter what, whether he is rich or poor? Xiao Xiao said seriously, I've thought it through, I'm willing. The staff nodded in satisfaction, and the large stamp was affixed to the red booklet. Wishing you a happy marriage and a blissful life together. Little babies, grow up well, listen to your mom and dad, and always be happy and joyful. The four little cuties were moving their toes, oblivious to what their grandma had said before, and were just playing by themselves. Thank you, Auntie. We will live a good life. After thanking the other party, Gu Dongcheng pushed the stroller and left. I left the Civil Affairs Bureau. Looking at the red booklet in her hand, Xiao Xiao felt a sense of unreality. Dongcheng, am I dreaming? I actually got married. Gu Dongcheng pinched her cheek. Wife, from now on you have to call me husband. Xiao Xiao blushed. This isn't a dream, it's real. I got my marriage certificate with a handsome man. Looking at Gu Dongcheng's profile, Xiao Xiao shyly called out, husband. Gu Dongcheng's lips curled up, and he said with a grin, that sounded really nice. Call me wife one more time. Xiao Xiao's face flushed, but seeing Gu Dongcheng's expectant look, she called out again. Husband, father-in-law, father-in-law. Gu Dongcheng laughed heartily, his smile filled with smug satisfaction. Babies, did you hear that? Mommy called Daddy husband. Mom and Dad got their marriage certificate. Daddy was super happy when Mom called him that. Gu Dongcheng was as happy as a child, circling the stroller with great joy. Xiao Xiao was amused by his silly appearance. Wife, please guide me for the rest of my life. Looking into Gu Dongcheng's sincere and affectionate eyes, Xiao Xiao smiled radiantly. Honey, please guide me in the future. Gu Dongcheng took her hand, his smile radiant, we'll always be together, we'll always be happy. Gu Dongcheng really liked a sentence in the book. To hold your hand and grow old together. Holding the red marriage certificate back in the car, Xiao Xiao's heart was still pounding. Gu Dongcheng had just put the little ones in the car when he noticed that Xiao Shanju's expression was strange. Sure enough, the little guy's rosy cheeks scrunched up the next second. This was accompanied by moaning sounds of discomfort. Gu Dongcheng already knew the reason. Only after the little one's face relaxed did he ask with a smile. Little Bao, are you done pooping? Daddy will clean up after you poop. You little rascal, you're really causing your dad a lot of trouble. Can't you wait until we get home to poop? As soon as Gu Dongcheng finished speaking, Xiao Bao burst into tears. Oh, don't cry, Daddy was just kidding. Little Shanju can poop whenever she wants, and Daddy will clean her up anytime. Little Bao is the best boy. Even his poop smells good. Daddy loves cleaning up his bottom the most. Gu Dongcheng miscalculated this time. He couldn't comfort the heartbroken Xiao Bao. Fortunately, I brought baby supplies with me when I went out, including diapers and wipes. Moreover, the nanny van has a large space, making it easy to change diapers for the babies. Big Bao, second Bao, third Bao, and little brother have pooped. How about you? Anyone want to join? Xiao Xiao carefully put away the red booklet and observed the baby's micro-expressions. Little Strawberry and her younger siblings didn't seem to be pooping. For now, we only need to tidy up for Xiao Bao. There was a thermos in the car, filled with hot water. To prevent this from happening, Gu Dongcheng always puts an insulated box in his car before going out. It contains warm water. This way, if the baby poops while we're out, we can take it out and clean their bottom. The car hasn't started moving yet, and Gu Dongcheng has already packed up the used diapers. Take out a black garbage bag and put the used tissues in it as well. Get off the bus and take the trash to a nearby bin to dispose of it properly. Just got back. I noticed that Di Bao's face has also become round and chubby. Well, twins really do have a telepathic connection. To avoid making Dad too rushed, the little ones will stagger their time, right? Next, I tidied up the little Strawberry. Soon, the little princess, like her brother, transformed back into a clean-cut and adorable little girl. After observing for a while, and seeing that Erbao and Sanbao showed no signs of needing to poop, Gu Dongcheng drove home. They were both in a great mood when they got back. It feels like they did a lot of big things today. Buying a ring, registering for marriage, changing the baby's diaper. On his way home, Gu Dongcheng went to the supermarket again. The shopping cart was full of things the two of them loved to eat. As soon as he got home, a virtual panel reappeared in front of Gu Dongcheng. Today you took the babies to get your marriage certificate with Xiao Xiao, finally forming a legal family and giving the babies a warm home. Your cat is very happy for you and your babies. To express its joy, your cat gave you a congratulatory gift of 1 million yuan. With the appearance of panel information, Gu Dongcheng received a cash transfer of 1 million yuan into his bank account. Gu Dongcheng was overjoyed to have another million in savings. With money, the children's lives will be more secure. His gaze fell on the stroller. Perhaps because they were too tired from going out this morning, the little ones had already fallen asleep on the way home. After settling them in, Gu Dongcheng opened a can of food for the kitten. Young master, the babies are asleep. Come and have something to eat. Thank you, young master. Chapter 85. Oh no, my mother-in-law is coming. The young master rolled over, exposing his belly, and played with him. Gu Dongcheng scratched its little belly and sat on the cushion, teasing it with his hands. The little guy is still like when he was little, using his two little paws to tug at his fingers. Gu Dongcheng smiled brightly. Young master, thank you so much. You are the reason my brother is where he is today. My brother and sister got their marriage certificate today. My brother now has his own family. I'll live a good life from now on, thank you. The kitten meowed, and after playing for a while, it ran off to play on the balcony by itself. Don't you eat canned food? The little guy didn't even turn his head. Gu Dongcheng shook his head. It seemed he wasn't hungry. There are several potted plants on the balcony, and little bees and small animals often fly there to play. That place was one of the young master's playgrounds. Since settling the babies, Xiao Xiao has been fiddling with something in the room while holding the marriage certificate. Gu Dongcheng began preparing lunch. While picking vegetables, she took the time to send videos and photos to her mother. The content was all about their marriage registration. Soon after, Gu's mother and father called. Hey, you got back safely, right? Yes, Mom and Dad, we're back. Everything went smoothly. I've already got the certificate. Mr. and Mrs. Gu clicked on the photo, and two red marriage certificates appeared before their eyes. The two of them couldn't stop laughing. It's good that you got the marriage certificate. It's good that you got the marriage certificate. Now your dad and I can rest easy. Oh my, I saw your family photo with your babies. The little ones are so cute. Will they cry if I take them out? Gu Dongcheng said proudly, don't cry, little Strawberry and her younger siblings are very well behaved and cooperated well when taking pictures. The elderly couple beamed with joy when they talked about their children. Now that we've registered our marriage and are officially married with a wife and kids, let's live a good life from now on. Mom and Dad, I understand. Yesterday, Aunt Mu's relatives came to visit her and brought a lot of local specialties. They couldn't finish them all, so they shared half with us. I saw that there are Panax Noto ginseng, jujubes, cheese, and beef jerky. We'll go up and bring the babies over to you in a few days. Hearing that his parents were coming, Gu Dongcheng was especially happy. Be careful on the way here, and don't bring too much stuff. Everything can be bought in the city. New. Where is my daughter-in-law? Gu Dongcheng finished preparing the vegetables and started washing them. She's in her room, probably chatting with her best friend. Oh, I see. I'll chat with her on WeChat later. Are you cooking? Go ahead and do your thing. After we finish eating, take a lot more wedding photos for me. And your ID photos too, and that family photo too, send them all. Okay, I'll send them to you later. After hanging up the phone, Gu Dongcheng started cooking. Xiao Xiao was so happy at night that she couldn't sleep. This is my first day on my wedding day. She memorized the date, knowing that this time next year would be their wedding anniversary. Unable to sleep, Xiao Xiao got up to check on the child. The four little ones were sleeping soundly, and the second baby was incredibly cute with his legs draped over his. A smile appeared on Xiao Xiao's lips. I wonder if the babies know that they have a home now. Looking at the children she had carried for 10 months and brought into the world, Xiao Xiao had a lot to say to them. Xiao Xiao had heard a saying. The babies originally lived in the sky. they will choose their mother in heaven. And all 4 of her little darlings chose her. It made her a happy and joyful mother. If it were any other woman, getting pregnant without a boyfriend or husband, there is a high chance that the child will be aborted. But Xiao Xiao wouldn't do that. She felt that since the babies had chosen her from heaven, then I will not let them down, and I will give birth to them no matter what. However, she didn't know she would be so lucky back then. Wow, 4 little angels chose me. Then I was lucky enough to meet my child's father again. Honey, what are you thinking about? It's late, time to go to sleep. Seeing Xiao Xiao grinning foolishly by the crib for so long, Gu Dongcheng couldn't help but remind her. Xiao Xiao pursed her lips and asked, Dongcheng, do you believe in fate? Gu Dongcheng nodded, I believe you. It was fate that brought me to you, and now we have 4 adorable little babies. Xiao Xiao nodded in deep agreement, I believe it too. Meeting you and having our babies were all arranged by fate. Wife, fate has destined us to be together. Thank you for the encounter. Honey, it's late, come home and go to sleep. The babies aren't little princes yet. We'll have to get up and feed them later when they wake up. You need to get enough sleep so you can have enough milk. Okay. Young master, I'm entrusting the babies to you. Xiao Xiao patted the kitten's head and happily went back to bed. 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Xiao originally planned to tell her parents after she and Gu Dongcheng got their marriage certificate. Then one day, a phone call shattered all her phone calls. Zhao's mother called. Xiao Xiao's heart was trembling when she answered the phone. Hey, Xiao Xiao, are you home or at school? A familiar voice came from inside, and Xiao Xiao was at a loss for words when faced with her mother's question. Mom, I'm home. After a brief moment of thought, she dared not say that she was at school. What if Mom really goes to school? Wouldn't that expose her affair with Gu Dongcheng? The news that she and Gu Dongcheng have a child is spreading like wildfire at school. Mom will definitely find out when she goes there. Therefore, Xiao Xiao told a little lie. To everyone's surprise, Zhao's mother sneered the next second, You're home? In the same neighborhood you used to rent? Yes. Xiao Xiao blurted out. Okay, I'm already in Yuqing now, right in front of your apartment complex. Open the door for me now. Xiao Xiaofang was in a state of panic. Mom, you've come to Yuqing? Right outside my door? That's right. I've noticed you haven't been home for so long, you rarely call back, and you don't answer video calls. I was worried about you, so I came over. It's been so long, you're not going to let your mom stand at the door like this all this time, are you? Well. Xiao Xiao didn't know how to respond for a moment. Her mind went completely blank. My mom came to Yuqing. It's right outside the original entrance to the residential area. What should we do now? The call fell silent, then a voice came from the other end saying, Just as I thought. Xiao Xiao, what are you hiding from me? Now I don't even dare to see her own mother. I felt something was off a while ago, because you wouldn't answer my video calls. I haven't been home for over a year. Just as I expected. Just as I expected. Jingjing's trip back from your place last time wasn't normal either. I knew she was hiding something from me. I don't care where you are or what you've done. Now. Right now. Come see me. If you don't come, you won't have me as your mother. Chapter 86 Zhao's mother, the sky has fallen, her daughter has given birth? Zhao's mother was really angry. My daughter is definitely hiding something from me. She gave him a firm order, no matter where he was, he had to come here to see her within 40 minutes. He hung up the phone after saying that. As I put away the phone, the door next door suddenly opened. A young girl came out from inside. The other person had a gossipy look on their face. Auntie, are you here to see the girl across the hall too? Zhao's mother nodded politely, but quickly frowned again. Also? Young lady, besides me, has anyone else come looking for the people living inside? The girl nodded repeatedly, yes, a while ago, a lady came to see the lady across the hall. However, the woman who lives across from me moved in with her boyfriend after giving birth. After she learned some things from me, she left. I didn't expect someone to come looking for the lady across the street today. The girl had vaguely heard knocking on the door. Unexpectedly, someone else came looking for Xiao Xiao. The person in front of her looked somewhat like Xiao Xiao, and the girl guessed that the person was either Xiao Xiao's mother or sister. Doesn't the other person's family know that she has given birth? Thinking about this made the girl even more excited, and her eyes shone brighter and brighter as she watched the drama unfold. Having a baby. Zhao's mother's eyes widened, and she asked excitedly, "You mean the person living inside, she has a child?" The girl replied earnestly, "Yes. We've had them for a while now. It's been so long, the woman across the street should be out of confinement by now." Zhao's mother was breathing rapidly, her heart pounding. "Girl, you're not kidding me, are you? You're out of confinement? The woman inside really has a baby?" Seeing that she seemed completely unaware, the girl asked, "Auntie, what's your relationship to the lady over there? Am I her mother? Girl, please tell me, is my daughter really pregnant?" The girl replied solemnly, "Yes. I used to see my neighbor's sister a lot when she was pregnant, but then I didn't see her for several days in a row. Later I found out she had given birth. I saw her when her boyfriend came to help her move her luggage." With a thud, the bag in Zhao's mother's hand fell to the ground. The other party's story was very detailed and convincing, and there was no reason for them to lie to me. My daughter is really pregnant. No wonder, no wonder. Zhao's mother muttered to herself. No wonder my daughter hasn't answered my video calls for over a year. I only talk to myself on the phone and chat via text. I see. It turns out she was pregnant and afraid he would find out if they video chatted. Having a baby secretly. She didn't even tell me she was out of confinement. Zhao's mother was so angry that she trembled all over. Auntie? Auntie, are you alright? Didn't you tell me that the woman across the hall had a baby? The girl noticed Zhao's mother's excitement and asked curiously. She could tell that Zhao's mother was dressed head to toe in designer brands. He was decked out in luxury goods. The bag that just fell to the ground is worth more than 2 million. She recognized the bag. The female lead in the recent hit TV series was carrying this very bag. The cheapest one costs over 2.6 million. Moreover, judging from the aura emanating from the other person, the girl was certain that Zhao's mother was no ordinary person. Zhao's mother forced herself to calm down and managed a weak smile. Yes, my daughter didn't tell me. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known. By the way, young lady, the person who came here looking for my daughter last time, could you see if this is the one? After she finished speaking, she took out her phone and opened Huang Jing's photo. The girl glanced at it and said, "This is the same lady who came looking for the lady across the hall last time." Zhao's mother expressed her gratitude once again. Thank you, young lady. The girl shook her head. You're welcome, Auntie. Are you waiting for your daughter? Why don't you come to my house for a while? Wait until the girl across the hall comes back before you come out. Zhao's mother shook her head. No, I'll wait for her here. You can go back first, don't worry about me, thank you, young lady. At the same time, inside Phoenix Garden residential community. After hanging up the phone, Xiao was extremely nervous. She called Gu Dongqing over and said, "Honey, my mom just called. She has already come to Yuqing, right outside the house I used to live in. I'm going to pick her up now. I'll leave the babies with you for now." Gu Dongqing noticed her unease and stepped forward to take her hand. "Honey, how about I go with you? The kids will come too, I'll drive." Xiao hesitated for a moment and then shook her head. "I don't know what will happen when I run into my mom. I'll go by myself. You stay home and take care of the babies. I'll be back later. If she's angry with me and won't accept you and the babies, then I'll let her go to Wushi." Gu Dongqing looked at her and said, "Wife, no matter what happens, my children and I will always be by your side." Xiao nodded emphatically, "Okay. I'll go pick her up first, and then decide whether to bring her over depending on the situation." After saying that, she glanced at the baby's door and hurriedly went out. Gu Dongqing wanted her to drive the nanny van, but she refused. She was worried that driving while in a panic would be unsafe, so she decided to take a taxi instead. After Xiao left, Gu Dongqing's heart began to race. It's impossible not to be nervous when meeting your mother-in-law. I don't know if the other person can accept me and the babies. The Xiao family's circumstances are far beyond my reach. It's normal if the other person doesn't like you. But if Zhao's mother is also unwilling to accept the babies, Xiao will be very sad. Gu Dongqing didn't want her and the babies to be sad. The situation is unclear now, and he feels it is very necessary to make a good impression when his future mother-in-law arrives. Babies, Grandma is coming to see you. Be good later. It's okay if you don't behave. Our baby is so cute, just be good. Leave the performance to dad. Do you babies know who grandma is? Grandma is mommy's mommy. Are you happy to meet your grandma for the first time? Gu Dongqing walked to the stroller, looked at the four bewildered little ones, and couldn't help but speak. The babies couldn't understand and looked at their father with curiosity. Gu Dongqing interacted with the babies on his own. Then she waved to the young master. Young master, my sister's mother will be coming to our house soon. My older sister's mother is my younger brother and sister's maternal grandmother. Grandma is visiting the babies for the first time, so you have to behave well later, okay? Don't pounce on her like you did when Sister Jingjing came last time. If you were the baby's grandma, the older brother's good life would be over. Gu Dongqing felt it was necessary to remind the young master. The young master seemed to understand him and wagged his tail in response. Gu Dongqing breathed a sigh of relief. Young master is so good. I knew you were the best behaved. Remember to behave well and don't cause any trouble. The young master meowed, as if to say, I know, you're so long-winded. Gu Dongqing smiled, and his heart finally felt a little relieved. Chapter 87. Xiao Xiao is beaten, and Zhao's mother is furious. After leaving the house, Xiao Xiao hailed a taxi and arrived at the residential area in less than 20 minutes. Seeing Zhao's mother standing in front of her with a cold face, she didn't dare to breathe. He walked up to her timidly. Mom. What brings you here? Zhao's mother was furious. Why am I here? If I hadn't come, I would still be in the dark. Wow. You're something else, Xiao Xiao. You didn't even tell us about such a big thing as getting pregnant and having a baby. Do you even care about me, your mother? Are you planning to tell me after I'm dead? This was the first time Xiao Xiao had seen her so angry. Mom, you know everything? Zhao's mother was so angry she wanted to hit someone. If I hadn't come to Yuqing this time, I probably would never have known. Xiao Xiao, tell me. Do you even consider me your mother anymore? Mom, I'm sorry. Xiao Xiao knew he was in the wrong. Don't apologize to me, I can't accept it. Zhao's mother crossed her arms and turned away, not wanting to look at her. Mom, calm down. I was planning to tell you, but you came first. Prepare? How long are you going to prepare? Are you going to prepare until I die? Xiao Xiao was almost in tears. No, I was really planning to tell you. I plan to tell you and Dad after my postpartum period is over. Hearing her words, Zhao's mother was furious. She no longer believed a single word her daughter said. Jingjing didn't even tell me when she went back from your place last time. Did you tell her not to tell her? Giving birth is such a big and dangerous thing, and you didn't tell us anything. What if something happens and we can't find you? As she spoke, Zhao's mother began to cry. She is a very strong-willed person. Xiao Xiao has only seen her cry a few times since she was a child. The only times I did this were when I was sick. Xiao Xiao felt sorry for her and stepped forward to hug her hand. Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't dare tell you because I was afraid you'd be angry. Look at me, I'm perfectly fine now, nothing's wrong with me. Zhao's mother pushed her away. Xiao Xiao knew that no matter what he said, it would be useless, so he silently stayed by her side. She knew her mother would eventually come to her senses. Sure enough, after a long while, Zhao's mother finally spoke. Who is this person? How did they treat you? Xiao smiled and said, his name is Gu Dongqing, and he's very good to me. Mom, I'm very happy now. Zhao's mother frowned. Happiness? What do you know about happiness at such a young age? I asked you what their family does for a living? Xiao Xiao thought for a moment and said, his family in Dongqing isn't as well off as ours. My uncle and aunt usually work in the village. The anger that Zhao's mother had just managed to suppress suddenly flared up again. Work in the village? They're just farmers. Wow, Xiao Xiao, you've really gotten to know yourself. Your dad and I used to introduce you to suitable partners, but you refused them all and ended up with someone from the countryside. Are you trying to drive us crazy? Families like theirs, which one of them didn't marry into a family of equal social standing? Another option is to do business, accumulate some experience and connections. My daughter, on the other hand, married a penniless country boy. At that moment, she was convinced that her daughter had been deceived. She stared into Xiao Xiao's eyes. Are you getting a marriage certificate? Xiao Xiao's next move completely extinguished her anxiety. Yes, Mom. We just received it a while ago. Zhao's mother wanted to crack open her daughter's head to see if it was filled with water. Not only did she secretly have a child with someone else, but she also didn't tell me she got the marriage certificate. If she weren't her own child, Zhao's mother would really want to throw her away. In Zhao's mother's view, Gu Dongcheng came from a rural background, so he must have known his family's circumstances. He went to great lengths to deceive his daughter into being with the other man. Then he tricked her into getting a marriage certificate and having a baby. Excellent. Excellent tactic. Taking advantage of her naivety, they lured her into a trap step by step. Gu Dongcheng's impression on her was extremely bad. You didn't even tell me you got married and had children. I'll beat you to death. After saying that, he swung his bag and hit Xiao Xiao on the butt. They were hitting and cursing at the same time. Xiao Xiao received the first beating of her life. Xiao Xiao didn't dare to dodge, crying as she was being beaten. Mom, Dongcheng isn't what you think. He's a really nice person. He's also very kind to me and the babies. My uncle and aunt are very nice to me, they love me very much. Zhao's mother continued hitting. Of course they're good to you. They came for our family, so of course they'll keep trying to please you. Mom, Dongcheng, and He think differently. My mom can hit me, but she can't talk about Gu Dongcheng or his aunt and uncle. My daughter has definitely been brainwashed by them. Zhao's mother became even angrier and hit him even harder. Xiao Xiao squatted on the ground and cried, Mom, Dongcheng is really not what you think. He still doesn't know what our family does. Mom! If you think of Dongcheng like this and can't accept him, you should go back to Wusher. I will not go home in the future, I will live my life here. We'll keep to ourselves, you go your way, and I'll go mine. Okay. For that man, he even abandoned his own mother. It seems they've really been brainwashed too much. Seeing her daughter's resolute expression, Zhao's mother put away her bag. I forced myself to calm down again and decided to settle for second best and observe first. Where is that man? Take me to see him. Xiao Xiao looked up. Are you going to see Dongcheng? Are you going to have a fight? No way. Go back to Wusher by yourself. Zhao's mother was exasperated. How could I possibly go and argue with him? Mom came all the way from Wusher, she said she had to see him no matter what. It depends on who you chose. It can't be so bad that you're afraid to show it to me, can it? No wonder you've been hesitant to tell me, now I know why. Xiao Xiao knew her mother was trying to provoke her. But she still lifted her eyelids slightly. Mom, are you sure you won't argue when you go to see Dongcheng? Zhao's mother forced a smile. Do I look like I'm going to start a fight? Xiao Xiao nodded, yes. Zhao's mother. Now that I'm all here, you should at least show me around. Otherwise, I'll go back and tell your dad. He'll be angry and will definitely arrange for someone to forcibly take you back. Xiao Xiao panicked immediately. Okay, Mom, I'll take you to see Dongcheng. But you have to promise me that you won't argue with him, and you won't yell at him or hit him after we meet. Zhao's mother laughed in exasperation. Fine. I agree. No, you have to swear it. Xiao Xiao, don't push your luck. I'm your mother, would I ever harm you? Zhao's mother has her own principles. Xiao Xiao had no choice but to give up and take a gamble. Okay, then I'll take you to see Dongcheng now. However, remember what you promised me. Zhao's mother nodded silently. She'd give up her mother for that man. Zhao's mother wanted to go and see what kind of bewitching drug Gu Dongcheng had given her daughter. Chapter 88 Xiao Xiao's pride, his mother-in-law has arrived. As soon as she left the residential area, Xiao Xiao hailed a taxi. Mrs. Xiao frowned. Shall we take a taxi? Otherwise what? Mom, Dongcheng asked me to drive the nanny van, but I was emotionally unstable and worried about driving, so I came by car instead. Zhao's mother responded with an O. His eyes showed dissatisfaction. What kind of nanny van? You didn't just trick that man into paying for it, did you? Driver, Phoenix Garden residential area. The two sat in the back seat, and Zhao's mother couldn't help but ask, do you rent an apartment in this neighborhood? Xiao Xiao shook her head and smiled. Mom, it wasn't rented. He bought it in Dongcheng. And it was bought in full. Dongcheng is really something. Zhao's mother remained calm. How could someone from the countryside afford to buy a house outright? How much money did you give him? Xiao Xiao shook her head seriously. I didn't give it to you. Dongcheng bought it himself. Zhao's mother didn't believe her. You didn't give it to me? That must have been given to him by his parents. Xiao Xiao continued to shake her head. No, not at all. It's all Dongqing's own money. His uncle and aunt did give him money, but Dongqing returned it all to them. Zhao's mother felt that her daughter's words were becoming more and more outrageous. How could he have bought it outright if his parents hadn't borrowed money from relatives and friends to help him? I remember you said he was from your school, right? You haven't even graduated from university yet, and you're trying to buy a house outright? Are you kidding me? If you have connections or a powerful family background, then it's easier to handle. But Gu Dongqing's family has nothing, so why should he buy a house outright? Xiao wasn't joking. Mom, I'll show you the property certificate when the time comes. Dongqing not only bought a house outright, but also a top-of-the-line Alfred outright. We have one at home too. It cost over 1 million yuan, and he bought it not long ago. Zhao's mother felt that her daughter was glorifying Gu Dongqing. I checked my daughter's supplementary card, and the amount of money in it hadn't changed much. Could it really not be money given by my daughter? Where did he, a student who hasn't even graduated yet, get the money to buy a house and a car outright? Xiao thought for a moment. It seems to be money earned from investments. I'm not interested in money, and I haven't asked about it much before. I've heard him mention it occasionally. It seems to be about investing in stock trading. At this point, Xiao became even more excited, her tone tinged with pride. Mom, Dongqing not only bought a house and a car outright. He also plans to start his own business and bought a shop in Jinhu Square Pedestrian Street with cash. I remember the total price was around 16.8 million. He bought it all at once. Zhao's mother's pupils contracted slightly. Are you sure? He spent 16.8 million to buy a shop? How is that possible? Buying a house and a car with cash outright is out of the question. If you're lucky, you can still make money by trading stocks. But to say that he earned more than 16.8 million is simply unbelievable. Xiao chuckled. Mom, you'll see when you meet Dongqing, he's really handsome. With Gu Dongqing's image appearing in her mind, Xiao smiled without realizing it. Seeing his daughter's infatuated expression, Xiao scoffed. She now understands why her daughter is with Gu Dongqing. 9 times out of 10, it's because of the other person's looks. In his opinion, is he really that much more handsome than those models? She's seen countless handsome male models and celebrities. She's become immune to good-looking men. Only a naive girl like a daughter can be deceived by a man. Last time Jingjing came, she didn't tell me anything after she left. 9 times out of 10, they were also deceived by the other person's face. They're all little girls, they can't even walk past a handsome guy, it's so embarrassing for them. Xiao dismissed his daughter's words with disdain. In her opinion, being handsome is useless. He should have good character, love his wife, take good care of his children, and be filial to his parents. The driver in front, who was driving ahead, was terrified when he heard what the two were saying. Did you buy the Phoenix Garden residential complex with cash? If he remembers correctly, the houses there are all large single-level apartments, and the average price now is 22,000. A set like this would cost at least several million. He bought such an expensive house outright before even graduating from university. It has to be said that Gu Dongqing, whom they described, is truly outstanding. That's not all. The other party also bought a 1 million yuan nanny van in full. The driver was dumbfounded. He drives hard every day, and after deducting expenses, he can only save about 30,000 to 40,000 yuan a year. They can buy a car worth millions just like that. The scariest thing is that the other party also bought a shop in Jinhu Square Pedestrian Street in full. As a taxi driver, he travels all over Yuqing every day, and there's no alley he doesn't know. He was certainly familiar with Jinhu Square Pedestrian Street. The shops over there are all priced at over 60,000 or 70,000. If it's in a good location, it'll cost well over 80,000 or 90,000. It was bought in full for over 16 million. When did such an amazing young man appear in Yuqing? Although he didn't know whether Xiao was telling the truth or not, the driver was so envious he cried. When it comes to Gu Dongqing, Xiao has endless things to say. Almost every sentence in the text praises him. When Zhao's mother took a moment to look at her daughter, she noticed that her complexion was rosy and she seemed to have gained quite a bit of weight. Her skin was rosy and glowing, and her eyes shone with light. It seems she's quite happy being with Gu Dongqing. Ms. Xiao was becoming increasingly curious about the man her daughter had chosen. What kind of man could possibly deceive his precious daughter into his hands? Even Jingjing, who is usually very proud, kept it a secret from him for his sake. She was filled with doubt. 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Arrived at the entrance of Phoenix Garden residential area. After getting out of the car, Xiao Xiao stopped and continued to remind her, "Mom, remember what you promised me earlier, you can't argue or hit anyone later." Looking at her daughter who was siding with outsiders, Zhao's mother gave a cold Xiao Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, let's go then." Phoenix Garden truly lives up to its reputation as one of the most upscale residential communities in Yucheng. Not only is the main entrance impressive, but the landscaping inside is also excellent. Blooming phoenix flowers can be seen everywhere. Zhao's mother was fairly satisfied with the environment of the community. I encountered one or two mothers walking their children on the street, and they all greeted their daughters warmly. This also shows that the daughter is very popular in the community. "Mom, we're almost there." Entering the elevator, we quickly arrived at the main entrance with a ding. Xiao Xiao unlocks with her fingerprint. The Song Dynasty-style interior design came into view. Zhao's mother was amazed. Good heavens, she thinks she's quite well off and has seen many famous interior design companies both domestically and internationally. But this was the first time she had ever seen such a beautiful house. "Honey, I'm home. My mom came too." Upon entering, Xiao Xiao didn't see Gu Dongcheng in the living room. She looked left and right, then called out to the kitchen. Zhao's mother composed herself and took a deep breath. The moment has finally arrived. She wanted to see what the man who drugged her daughter looked like. Chapter 89 is I'm sorry enough? The mother-in-law makes a scene. If her daughter were to date a blonde guy with dyed hair and tattoos, Zhao's mother was determined to bring her daughter and child back no matter what. Under her bewildered and angry gaze, the man finally appeared before her. The moment Zhao's mother saw Gu Dongcheng, her pupils suddenly contracted. Well, how should I put it? He was about 1.8 meters tall, with handsome, or rather, otherworldly features. Yes. He has that kind of face that's both handsome and otherworldly. His features were chiseled, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. His eyes were piercing and seemed to hold a vast ocean of stars. His face seemed to have a magical quality, with a faint smile always playing at the corners of his mouth, making people unable to help but fall into it. Her figure is also quite attractive. She's like a walking clothes hanger, looking good from every angle. He's completely different from the blonde guy I was worried about. Is this the boyfriend my daughter found? The moment Zhao's mother saw Gu Dongcheng, she began to scrutinize him. At the same time, Gu Dongcheng was also observing his future mother-in-law. The other person looked somewhat similar to Xiao Xiao. A classic oval face shape, with a perfectly defined jawline, exuding a cool and elegant bone structure. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, and her eyes were captivating and charming. She exudes an innate dignified air even without saying a word. She can't help but draw attention when she stands there. No wonder she was able to give birth to such a beautiful daughter as Xiao Xiao. She herself is a stunning beauty, one in a million. Even though she's in her 40s now, she still looks like a 30-year-old. The two of them were sizing each other up. Xiao Xiao introduced them. "Mom, this is my husband, the father of my children, Gu Dongcheng. Dongcheng, this is my mother, Pei Fei." Gu Dongcheng approached the two women with a warm smile. "Hello, Auntie." Zhao's mother looked at him coldly, offering him no kindness whatsoever. Xiao Xiao secretly tugged at her sleeve and looked at her with pleading eyes. Only then did Zhao's mother give him an expression. Gu Dongcheng felt a little embarrassed, but it was understandable that the other party wouldn't give him a friendly look. "Auntie, welcome to visit Xiao Xiao and the babies. It was my mistake to keep our secret from you. I apologize to you now. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I told her not to tell you." Zhao's mother's face was grim. "You know it's your fault. They abducted my daughter without a word, and we didn't even know about such a big thing as her giving birth. Gu Dongcheng, do you know how far you've gone?" Zhao's mother suddenly exploded. Despite Gu Dongcheng's handsome appearance, it couldn't contain her anger at this moment. "You say sorry, but what good is it? You've ruined my daughter like this." "Mom!" Xiao Xiao panicked as soon as her mother walked in the door. "Mom, this has nothing to do with Dongcheng, so you can scold me if you want. It was my decision not to tell you. This has nothing to do with Dongcheng." Zhao's mother was so angry at the two of them that she laughed. "They kept it a secret from me when they were together and when I had the baby, but now that it's out, they're rushing to admit their mistakes. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? Mom! You promised me you wouldn't swear when you came, or you can go back. You are not welcome here." Zhao's mother's gaze swept between the two of them, and after a long while, she sighed and chose to back down. Staring into Gu Dongcheng's eyes, "I'll settle the score with you later." Gu Dongqing scratched his head. He knew it wouldn't go that smoothly. But whatever happens, he is mentally prepared. For Xiao Xiao and the children, even if Xiao's mother hits or scolds him, he will not fight back or talk back. Zhao's mother was furious and didn't want to see the two of them. He looked around the living room. He asked Xiao Xiao, "Where's the child? Take me to see him." If the babies aren't in the living room, then they must be in the master bedroom. "Mom, she's in her room. I'll take you to see her." Before leaving, she gave Gu Dongqing a look. Gu Dongqing smiled back, indicating that she shouldn't worry and that he could handle it. Upon entering the room, the crib came into view. Zhao's mother knew that her youngest grandson was inside. However, he quickly frowned because there was a cat lying next to the crib railing. Living so close to the babies, don't they know that you can't keep pets if you have babies at home? Xiao Xiao quickly said, "Mom, young master is the cat we've always kept. He's very smart and can take care of our children. I also play with the children and make them happy." Zhao's mother raised an eyebrow. "You can't even play with the child. What if he has an infectious disease? We need to find a time to get rid of it. We can't keep a cat at home because we have a baby." Xiao Xiao didn't respond. The young master definitely needs to be raised. He can't be separated from the babies. The young master also noticed that someone had arrived. Upon seeing its owner, the little guy sat up, wagging its tail and meowing. Xiao Xiao smiled. "Young master, you're taking care of the babies? How are the younger siblings? Are they being good? Have they cried?" The kitten wagged its tail and meowed again. Having lived together for so long, Xiao Xiao can now recognize the young master's body language. The other party is wagging its tail and barking now, which is telling her that the babies are not crying and are being very good. Zhao's mother looked at the tabby cat sitting upright in front of her with surprise. This is the first time she's ever seen such a smart cat. "I overheard my daughter's conversation with the kitten. Children? Could it be that the daughter gave birth to more than one baby? Twin?" Zhao's mother's heart raced, and she quickly walked to the crib. To everyone's surprise, there were 4 adorable little babies. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good heavens, they're quadruplets. 4 almost identical babies. Zhao's mother looked at Xiao Xiao in disbelief. "For children? You gave birth to quadruplets?" Xiao Xiao pursed her lips, looking at the 4 little ones in the crib with a gentle expression. "Yes, Mom, they are all my children. Quadruplets. Babies, look who's here. It's Grandma who's come to see you. Your grandma, whom Mom always talks about, is here to see you all today." For some reason, Xiao Xiao started crying as she was talking. The babies have been born for so long, and they've finally met their maternal grandmother. Even though babies don't understand anything and can't speak, they can't help but feel sad when they see their mothers crying. Waiting in the crib for the baby's little feet to whine and cry. Babies are most easily influenced by their mother's emotions. They are happy when their mother is happy, and they cry when their mother cries. Xiao Xiao quickly wiped away her tears. "Sweethearts, babies, don't cry. What's wrong, babies? Mommy didn't cry, Mommy is just so happy. Mommy is so happy because Grandma came to see the babies. Silly little ones, did you think Mommy was sad? No, I'm not. Look, isn't Mom super happy right now?" Xiao Xiao forced a smile to comfort the babies. Chapter 90. The babies are crying, only Dongqing can soothe them. Xiao Xiao thought that smiling would appease the babies. This time, the 4 little ones simply didn't buy it. She continued to whine and cry sadly, and nothing could soothe her. Seeing her daughter frantically trying to soothe the babies, Zhao's mother felt a pang of heartache. She must have been this busy every day since the babies were born, never having a single day of peace. At the same time, her resentment towards Gu Dongqing increased even more. The children are crying so much, and he doesn't even come to check on them. It's not good for the babies to keep crying like this. Let me help you soothe them. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Xiao shook her head. "Mom, no need. Young master, go and call my brother over. Mom doesn't need you to soothe them. These days, you can't soothe the babies. Only Dongqing can." As soon as she finished speaking, the young master jumped off the bed and ran quickly out of the room. Zhao's mother was taken aback. "This cat is smarter than I thought. The cat walks fast and comes back fast too." However, this time when he returned, Gu Dongqing was with him. Hearing the babies crying, Gu Dongqing quickly came over to comfort them. "Let Daddy see, which little one is crying the loudest." Oh, it's you, Zaya Shansu. Why are you crying? Look, Daddy's here. Daddy and Mommy are here, and our Mimi is here too. Who's sitting next to Mimi? It's Grandma. Grandma's here to see the babies. Isn't Grandma very beautiful? As Gu Dongcheng spoke, he picked up Sibao. Feeling the familiar embrace, Sibao tightly gripped her father's collar with both little hands. Strings of pearls fell down with a pattering sound. Gu Dongcheng held him tenderly and walked back and forth in the room, gently patting his little bottom. Xiao Shanju is a man, and men shouldn't cry all the time, or they'll become little crybabies. Shall we play with Mimi? Come on, young master, show your little brother a big windmill. The windmill is the young master's special skill, which is to wag his tail rapidly. Hearing Gu Dongcheng's words, the young master's tail wagged like a propeller, and he occasionally meowed happily. Little Shanju was indeed captivated by the young master's amazing skill, staring at the furry boy with sparkling eyes, and gradually forgot to cry. As the crying subsided, Gu Dongcheng breathed a sigh of relief. Then she took the three little ones out of the stroller and played with them while comforting and playing with the young master. In no time, the little crybaby who Xiao Xiao couldn't soothe before turned into a happy little angel. They waved their little hands and laughed, their faces beaming with joy. Gu Dongcheng told the young master to continue playing with the babies. Honey, that's enough. Call me if you need anything else. I'm going to pick some vegetables. Xiao Xiao smiled and said, Okay, thank you for your hard work, honey. After Gu Dongcheng left, he frowned and asked, Does he usually take care of the babies? Xiao Xiao sat down next to the children and nodded, yes. From the time the children were born until now, apart from feeding them, Dongcheng has been taking care of the babies most of the time. And the young master, he also helps us look after the children every day and plays with them. Zhao's mother pointed to the kitten that was entertaining the babies and asked, It's called Young Master? Yes. Did you raise it or did he raise it? Dongcheng raised it. He said he brought it from the village. Mom, the young master is so smart. The children all love it. Zhao's mother could tell that the quadruplets all really liked the kittens. These four are all children born to my daughter. When Zhao's mother first met them, she had an indescribable feeling. She was furious that her daughter had secretly gotten married and had a baby. But the children are innocent. Looking at the innocent and bewildered little baby, Zhao's mother's heart softened at that moment. He sat down next to Xiao Xiao. His gaze fell on Sibao, who had been crying the loudest just now, and he asked curiously, What's this treasure? Is its nickname Little Mangosteen? Xiao Xiao picked up Sibao, who was giggling as he watched the young master. She said in a gentle and loving tone, This is the fourth baby, the last one to be born. It's a younger brother, nicknamed Xiao Shanju. He's the one who cries the loudest. Xiao Xiao teased him with her finger, and the little guy held his mother's hand, looked up at her with a babyish expression. Zhao's mother was charmed by the little guy and reached out to tease him. The little guy turned his head and looked at him with a confused expression. The little Sibao couldn't understand how someone who looked so much like her mother had suddenly appeared. Seeing the child's confused and bewildered expression, Zhao's mother's heart softened even more. Their gaze fell on Xiao Xiao. She, too, was once nestled in swaddling clothes, just like Xiao Shanju. Looking at the four treasures, Zhao's mother was reminded of Xiao Xiao when he was little. My daughter was just as adorable as the quadruplets when she was little. They're both prone to crying and being mischievous. Before I knew it, the little princess who cried in her swaddling clothes had grown up and left me, and now has her own family and children. Zhao's mother sighed that time flies so fast, more than 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The little girl from back then has now become a mother of four. Tell Mom honestly, how have you been lately? Xiao Zhao's eyelids twitched slightly. Mom, I'm doing very well. Dongcheng is very good to me and the babies, taking meticulous care of us every day. Mom, I think this is the life I want. I am very happy now. I'm sorry for telling you so late about having my baby and getting my marriage certificate. I don't expect you to forgive me, nor do I expect you to accept the babies, but I hope you 1T hate Dongcheng, and you 1T hate the babies. These were all simple words, but every single one struck Zhao's mother's heart. The daughter in front of me seems like a completely different person. She is no longer the innocent little princess she once was. It seems to have transformed into an eagle that protects its offspring at all times. Zhao's mother stared at her blankly for a long time. Finally, he sighed and said, You're still young, you don't know what true happiness is yet. I don't even know what true love is. Perhaps Gu Dongcheng is really good to you, but are you sure this is really love? Can you two really stay together forever? Mom doesn't know much about your relationship. You said you don't expect me to accept him, you just hope I won't dislike him. I can't help but hate his mother right now, since he's the one who took away my beloved little princess. But you said you are very happy now and that this is the life you want, so give him a chance and observe him slowly. As she spoke, Zhao's mother wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with a tissue. But don't get too excited yet. My requirements are very strict, and he might not be able to meet them. Xiao Xiao was excited. As long as mom doesn't dislike Gu Dongcheng and is willing to give him a chance. Xiao Xiao believed that her husband could definitely do it. Because she had complete confidence in Gu Dongcheng. Mom, you said it. It's a deal, no take-backs. Chapter 91, The Baby's Various Reactions to Their Grandma. Zhao's mother patted the back of her head and nodded. She was furious when she found out that her daughter had secretly given birth and registered her marriage with a man. I'm still very angry now. But seeing her daughter looking so pitiful, her heart softened. She must have suffered a lot while she was away from home for over a year. Everyone has a different definition of happiness. My daughter is still young, there's still room for her to make amends if she makes a mistake. Since she said Gu Dongcheng was a good man, she might as well give her a chance. However, if Gu Dongcheng's performance does not meet her requirements, she will definitely take Xiao Xiao and the babies back. Their little princess is not someone just anyone can be worthy of. Her boyfriend must be outstanding enough. After figuring things out, Zhao's mother focused all her attention on her quadruplets. Come here, Xia Shansu, right? Let grandma hold you for a bit, okay? Zhao's mother looked at the little one in Xiao Zhao's arms with a kind and loving expression. Xiao Bao didn't react in time. Oh dear, who is this person who looks so much like my mother? Is that mom? But mom is right in front of me. At this moment, the little Sibo was filled with great confusion. Xiao Xiao introduced her youngest son, Sibo. This is your maternal grandmother, she's your mother's mother. Grandma came all the way to see the babies. How about the babies play with grandma for a bit? Sibao looked up at his mother, then turned to look at Xiao Mu. Zhao's mother smiled and took the little one. The little baby is so soft and cuddly in my arms. The more I look at her, the more she resembles my daughter when she was little. My little darling, I'm your grandma. Mom's right, I am your mom's mom, isn't that a bit convoluted? You'll know when the baby grows up. How old is Xia Shansu? Can you tell grandma? Xiao Xiao replied on Xiao Bao's behalf, the babies are almost 2 months old now. Oh my, they're almost 2 months old. They're growing so well. Grandma thought they were 3 months old. The 4 babies are amazing. Xiao Shanju was curious about Zhao's mother and stared at her intently. Zhao's mother kissed his little face. My little darling is so calm and collected, he'll definitely grow up to be a quiet and handsome young man. The 3 little ones playing with the young master nearby were also drawn to the interaction between their grandmother and younger brother. She glanced at the young master while turning her head curiously. Xiao Xiao introduced them one by one. De Bao is a girl, her nickname is Little Strawberry. Erbo is the older brother, and his nickname is Little Apple. Sanbao is my younger sister, Xiaozi. The 3 little ones are all very healthy and incredibly cute, with delicate features. The name is also very nice to hear. Zhao's mother's heart melted. After interacting with Xiao Bao for a while, Zhao's mother put him back on the mat to play with the cat. Xiao Shanju, you play with Mimi for a while first. Grandma will interact with your older siblings for a while, then she'll play with you later. 1, 2, 3. Zhao's mother planned to proceed in order. Let's hug the baby first. However, something devastating was about to happen. It turns out that although the little one was very curious about her grandmother, Little Strawberry only wanted to play with Meow Meow right now. Want a hug? There were no other people besides mom and dad. Zhao's mother deflated like a punctured balloon. Debeo, Zayaka Kamiai, I'm your grandma. Won't you even let grandma give you a hug? Grandma traveled a long way to see you, baby. Would you, baby, bear to make grandma sad? Look, your little brother was just being affectionate with grandma. Little Strawberry, shall we play together too? Debao said he couldn't say. Their gaze remained fixed on the young master who was rolling around in pain. Zhao's mother was devastated. Good heavens, she wasn't even as attractive as a cat. Mom, Debao is sometimes like this, she rarely lets anyone hold her when she's excited. She'll be fine when she gets tired of playing. Little Strawberry loves playing with the young master the most. It'll be ready in a little while. Xiao Xiao's voice came from the side, and Zhao's mother nodded regretfully, agreeing that this was the only option for now. Then his gaze fell on the second child, who was playing alone. Bao, Xiaopingwa, what are you doing? Bao knew his name, and when he heard someone calling him, he turned his head to look. Realizing it wasn't her mother calling her, she glanced at Zhao's mother and quickly went back to examining her fingers. Little Apple, are you figuring out how to eat your hands? Look, Grandma has hands too. Come to Grandma's arms and let's examine this, okay? Bao and Debeo look very alike, but their personalities seem to be somewhat different. The older sister seems more lively and active, while the younger brother seems quieter and more reserved. This time, when Zhao's mother picked up the little one, Little Apple did not refuse. Similar to Xiao Bao, the little cutie curiously looked at her grandmother after coming into Zhao's mother's arms. Bao was completely bewildered. Who is this person? Where's my mom? I turned my head and saw my mother standing next to me. Upon seeing her mother, the second child realized she was in a stranger's arms. With her soft little body wiggling, she stretched out her hands towards her mother, indicating that she wanted a hug. Zhao's mother was extremely anxious she hadn't hugged him enough yet. Little Apple, your grandma is your mother's mother, she would never hurt you. Let's play here with Grandma for a while longer. Look, Grandma has hands too, and there are rings on them. This is jewelry. He's not interested in human babies, he only wants his mother right now. The little one cried because he couldn't get back into his mother's arms. Zhao's mother wanted to try again, but the next second Bao burst into tears. Her expression was even more distressed than usual, her little face scrunched up like a bun. Xiao Xiao felt sorry for the girl and quickly took it. Don't cry, Mommy's here. Mommy's brought you back. Second baby, this is Grandma. It's the same whether Grandma holds you or Mom holds you. Xiao Xiao noticed that Xiaopingwa's features were still scrunched up, and she still looked very uncomfortable, and she immediately understood. She called out to the kitten, Young Master, Bao has pooped. Could you please go get me a diaper? The young master meowed and ran quickly towards the box, soon returning with a package in his mouth. Zhao's mother's jaw dropped. The baby cried, and the cat went back to call for help. She already found that incredible. Now it even helps its owner carry things. Xiao Xiao smiled and said, Mom, I told you the young master is very smart. It often helps us out. Zhao's mother was truly shocked and asked Bao what was wrong. Xiao Xiao, Little Apple has pooped, I need to change his diaper now. Zhao's mother asked, will you change it? In her opinion, cleaning up a baby's bottom is such a complicated task that her daughter might not be able to do it. In their homes, this kind of work is done by the housekeeper. Xiao Xiao looked down on everyone. Of course I do. I always study when Dongqing changes the baby's clothes. And if he's too busy or doesn't have time, I'll help him change it. In general, changing diapers for babies is no challenge for Xiao Xiao. As she went back, she busied herself, putting the baby on the mat before going to the bathroom to fetch a basin of warm water. Chapter 92 Zhao's mother, is this fair to us? Go talk to your father. Bao was kicking his toes and it was really uncomfortable. Xiao Xiao quickly fetched some warm water, then undressed him and washed his bottom in one smooth motion. The sight of Zhao's mother watching her practiced movements made her heart ache. At this moment, she felt more directly the changes in her daughter and the hardships she had endured. Little Apple is no longer uncomfortable at all now that she's wearing a new diaper. It has returned to its original form as the happy ginseng fruit. However, even when Zhao's mother wanted to hug him, she still couldn't. Xiao Xiao couldn't do anything with him. Bao, Grandma likes you so much, why don't you want to play with her? You're so naughty, aren't you? Little Apple didn't understand, because her mother was praising her, and she smiled happily. Xiao Xiao kissed her eldest son, alright, if you don't want to, Mom won't force you. Go play with your older sister and younger brother. If you're tired, just go to sleep, okay? Bao made sounds from his little mouth and occasionally blew out a bubble. Xiao Xiao placed the little guy next to Bao, letting the young master continue to play with him. This time, Zhao's mother learned her lesson. Before Sanbao could react, he had already pulled her into his arms. Little Peach, Grandma wants a hug. Is Little Peach usually a good girl? Has she been drinking her milk on time while Grandma isn't here? Wow, Sanbao, your clothes are so pretty. Who bought them for you? Sanbao, do you know that you and your mother looked remarkably alike when you were little? Little Peach stared blankly at her grandmother. I was just playing with the cat, how did I get picked up like this? The person in front of me isn't my mother. However, the third child seems to be a bit bolder and less afraid of strangers than the first and second children. Seeing that Zhao's mother was looking at him with a friendly smile, the little princess gave her a cute, adorable smile. Zhao's mother was overjoyed. Xiao Xiao, look. Sanbao is even smiling at me. Little Peach likes me. Wow. Sanbao's smile is so cute and healing. My baby's smile is so beautiful, Grandma loves it to death. Mom, Xiaodozi usually smiles a lot and her emotions are very stable. Maybe Sanbao recognizes you as her grandmother and is saying hello to you. Hearing her words, Xiao smiled even more brightly. Real? Hi, Sanbao, I'm your grandma. You know Grandma, right? The little princess is so amazing. So smart. Grandma came in a hurry this time and didn't prepare any gifts. Grandma will buy them for you later, okay? Grandma will buy you lots and lots of toys and pretty little dresses later. Little Peach was very obliging, waving her little hands and making babbling sounds. Such an adorable and fragrant baby, Zhao's mother loves him more and more every time she holds him. She gradually forgot her dissatisfaction with her daughter and Gu Dongcheng. I wish little Strawberry and the others could be like Sanbao. If all her children were like Little Peach, Zhao's mother couldn't imagine how happy she would be. Although the young master was playing with the babies, it kept a close eye on the mother and baby's every move. Seeing that his younger siblings weren't crying, the little guy finally felt at ease playing with the older kids. Like a beautiful woman holding a tofu bowl, Zhao's mother held a small peach in her arms, and she also noticed the kitten's wariness towards her. They asked, quite curiously, is this cat always this wary when guests come to your house? Xiao Xiao nodded, yes. If it's someone the young master hasn't met before, he won't let them hold the baby. That's how it was when Jingjing came last time. So he told her about Huang Jing's last visit. After hearing this, Zhao's mother couldn't help but laugh, serves her right. Who told Jingjing to keep it from me for so long after she went back? Little kitty, you did the right thing. Next time you see Jingjing, keep pouncing on her. Zhao's mother was just making a complaint, but she didn't expect the kitten to respond to her. The young master turned his head and looked at her, meowing. While teasing Xiao Taozi, Zhao's mother asked a question. When did Gu Dongcheng's parents find out about your relationship? After you gave birth, did your partner come to visit you? Xiao Xiao honestly replied, Dongcheng told them the day I gave birth. Our aunt and uncle were worried that we wouldn't be able to take care of the child, so they came over that very day. Mom, the uncles and aunts are so kind to me and the babies, they come to visit us often. They said they would come back in a while, but it should be soon. They should be up in the next few days. Zhao's mother was displeased, his parents found out when the baby was born. Have you ever thought about us? Do you think this is fair to me and your father? Xiao Xiao apologized again, Mom, I'm so sorry. At the time, I was afraid you would scold me and disagree with me being with Dongcheng, and I was also afraid you wouldn't introduce the babies. I got pregnant out of wedlock, and I was afraid you would feel ashamed of my family, so I didn't dare tell you. The more Zhao's mother listened, the angrier she became. What do you mean we feel ashamed? Xiao Xiao countered, isn't that right? Don't you and Dad, or even people in your circle, all pursue marriage between people of equal social standing? Mom, I'm not a 3-year-old. Just because I don't say it doesn't mean I don't understand. However, no matter what, it was definitely my fault for keeping the babies in Dongcheng's affairs from you. I apologize to you again. Zhao's mother wanted to get angry, but then she glanced at the 3 babies in her arms. In the end, he swallowed back the words that were about to come out. I can't get angry, otherwise I might scare my granddaughter. So what are your plans next? Without hesitation, Xiao Xiao replied, just live a good life. Dongcheng wants to start a business and open a milk tea shop. We are taking care of our baby while trying to make money. That wasn't what Zhao's mother was asking. I meant, your father's side. When are you planning to tell me? Xiao Xiao is now taking a wait-and-see approach. I originally planned to tell you all after I finished my postpartum confinement and got my marriage certificate with Dongcheng. But Mom, you already know about coming to Yucheng beforehand. As for Dad, could you talk to him for me? Zhao's mother gave her a look, so you're scared now? If your dad finds out, he'll give you a piece of his mind. Xiao Xiao pouted, fine, let's pack up then. At worst, he can kick me out of the house and disown me as his daughter. Xiao Xiao knew exactly what kind of person her father was. She was mentally prepared when she decided to tell them. Zhao's mother was surprised by her daughter's determination. If you're scared, I'll talk to him about it later. But I can't guarantee how he'll react when he finds out. Xiao Xiao exclaimed with delight, "Thank you, Mom." Zhao's mother wasn't buying it. "Don't thank me yet. If Gu Dongcheng fails my evaluation, don't even think about getting anything good from your father. If you fail the assessment, I'll take you and the babies home directly. The father is gone, but the son remains. From now on, you two should never be together again." Xiao Xiao said confidently, "Mom, then you should investigate carefully. But I'm telling you in advance. Pay attention to the standards. Don't compare your friend's child, or people in your circle, to Dongcheng. Dongcheng started from scratch on his own. Even if he wants to reach our family's standards, he still needs to accumulate experience. If you switched places, Dongcheng would definitely crush all those so-called young talents in your circle." Chapter 93. The mother-in-law was stunned. The son-in-law was too handsome. Zhao's mother understood what her daughter meant. Just don't compare him to people who have a much higher starting point. After all, the ceiling that most ordinary people strive for in their entire lives is just the starting point for some people. It's not that ordinary people aren't good enough, it's that they all started from a much higher point. Xiao Xiao felt it necessary to remind her mother. Mrs. Xiao lowered her head and said, "I know what I'm doing." Xiao Xiao pursed her lips. Zhao's mother looked at her in surprise. "You have that much confidence in Gu Dongcheng?" "Yes. Mom, let me tell you, Dongcheng, he's great in every way. He's handsome, considerate, filial, takes good care of me and the kids, and is incredibly gentle. And he's an amazing cook." Xiao Xiao felt that she couldn't find a better word in the book to describe her husband. Zhao's mother looked at her speechlessly. The mother felt a little ashamed of her daughter's love-struck behavior. Gu Dongcheng may be handsome, but he's not that much of a fangirl. Xiao Xiao chuckled, "Mom, you'll find out later. Your daughter is lucky she met a super-perfect and considerate man." When Xiao Xiao talks about Gu Dongcheng, her eyes are full of happiness. Is this what they call having light in one's eyes? When Zhao's mother and Xiao Xiao's father were young, their families arranged for them to meet. It was a standard family marriage. Fortunately, she was lucky. Her father was good-looking, family-oriented, and treated her well after they got married. Over the years, he has not only been incredibly attentive to her needs, but he has also never let her suffer any injustice. Zhao's father was seen as the perfect man and husband by others. Zhao's mother always felt that she was very happy. But when she saw the light in her daughter's eyes, she suddenly realized. Having managed a marriage for half my life, it seems I've never experienced love. "Mom, what's wrong?" Xiao Xiao had never seen her mother like this before. There seemed to be a faint sadness about her. "Mom, are you angry with me?" Zhao's mother blinked. "Yes, definitely. You didn't tell me about such a big thing as giving birth. You didn't even tell me you were getting married. How do you think I'll ever be satisfied?" Xiao Xiao felt guilty. "Mom, I'm sorry. Put yourself in their shoes. If your children got married and had children in the future and secretly kept it from you, you would be angry too. It's understandable that my mom's anger won't subside so quickly. The babies are not even 2 months old yet, so their energy is limited." While interacting with Zhao's mother and playing with the young master, I found myself yawning without realizing it. Xiao Xiao hummed a sweet lullaby to lull them to sleep. Zhao's mother was curious about what Gu Dongcheng had been doing in the kitchen for so long. After her grandchildren fell asleep, she planned to go out and take a look. "Mom, Dongcheng is cooking. His cooking skills are amazing. You must be hungry after the journey, so you should eat more later." Seeing her daughter's beaming face, Zhao's mother was annoyed. "I'd like to see just how good the man you've been praising to the skies is at cooking. Don't blame me if I don't eat it if it doesn't taste good later." Xiao Xiao was full of confidence. "The taste is bad? Ha, that's impossible. Mom, why don't you go check the kitchen now? I knew I had such good taste in your daughter." Zhao's mother couldn't stand her confidence. "Okay, let's go." Zhao's mother simply didn't believe it. Gu Dongcheng is so young, how could his cooking skills be better than a 5-star chef? With that in mind, I walked towards the kitchen. However, when she walked to the kitchen door and looked inside, she was dumbfounded. Good heavens! Cooking can be done like this? Inside the kitchen, a figure, illuminated by light and fire, appeared like a god. The firelight illuminated his face. Zhao's mother was speechless. What kind of face is this? Handsome, alluring, and fatally attractive. Despite his good looks, his superb culinary skills are equally impressive. His movements when he lifted the wok and tossed the food were smoother than Dove chocolate. Yes. It's silky smooth. It seems to blend seamlessly into the kitchen, exuding charm in every gesture. This doesn't look like cooking at all. It was clearly an unparalleled artistic performance. Zhao's mother was stunned. There are people in the world who can cook so beautifully. So incredibly handsome. The key is that it tastes incredibly delicious. The aroma wafting out made Zhao's mother involuntarily swallow. It smells so good. I couldn't help but feel an urge to cry. Is this what it feels like to be so delicious you want to cry? Good-looking people are pleasing to the eye. His cooking skills are superb. The flavors are so delicious they can make you cry. The culinary feast before her eyes was too overwhelming for Zhao's mother. She murmured to herself, "My daughter didn't lie to me. Gu Dongcheng is indeed a very good cook." No wonder his precious daughter was so determined to marry him. They secretly had a child and got married. Zhao's mother felt she had found the reason. Whether it's his looks or his cooking skills, Gu Dongcheng is the man she wants to be with as soon as possible. No one can compare. If there is any chance, it's that Little Apple and Little Bamboo have a chance to surpass Gu Dongcheng in the future. Inside the kitchen, Gu Dongcheng also noticed his future mother-in-law standing at the door. He didn't say anything, but instead focused even more on cooking. Xiao Xiao told him that her mother's favorite person is someone who cooks well. He needs to work hard to make the taste really good. After putting the children to sleep, Xiao Xiao also came out of the room. Seeing her mother standing at the door, she came over as well. "Mom, what do you think? I told you Dongcheng's cooking skills are superb. Now you see, it smells delicious. It tastes so much better than those so-called 5-star chefs." Zhao's mother withdrew her gaze and walked towards the living room. "Is that brat teasing me?" "No, Mom, I just wanted to tell you how great Dongcheng is, so you know your daughter didn't choose the wrong person." Zhao's mother hummed loudly at the TV remote control. He didn't mean it, saying, "It's just so-so. Your dad used to cook when he was young, but now he's too lazy to even go into the kitchen?" Xiao Xiao chuckled, "Mom, Dongcheng is different from Dad. Although Dad is also very good, he can't compare to Dongcheng." Zhao's mother immediately became displeased. "You're saying your father is inferior to Gu Dongcheng? Do you know how many women wanted to marry him back then?" Xiao Xiao grumbled, "You said it yourself, I never said Dongcheng was better than Ba. There are so many women who want to marry Dongcheng now. There are so many girls in our school who have a crush on her." Zhao's mother rolled her eyes. Why was she showing off her husband? Is it something to be proud of when your husband is secretly admired and coveted by another woman? Xiao Xiao will always be a child in front of her mother. She stuck out her tongue and said, "You were the one who showed off first. Like mother, like daughter." Zhao's mother poked her forehead and said she was heartless. Xiao Xiao chuckled, as if time had turned back to the past. Just as the mother and daughter were reminiscing about the past, Gu Dongcheng started turning off the stove and serving the dishes in the kitchen. Chapter 94. So delicious it made me jump for joy. How could you be so disrespectful to your mother? The delicious aroma can steal your soul. Gu Dongcheng finished serving the dishes, and Xiao Xiao came running in to help. "Dongcheng, let me help you. Thank you for your hard work today, you made so many delicious meals for us. Wow! It smells so good." Xiao Xiao took a deep breath, her expression one of pure bliss. Gu Dongcheng laughed, "Go and rest, I'll take care of serving the dishes." Xiao Xiao shook her head firmly, like a rattle drum, and said, "You've worked so hard. I need to do something too. How about I take your food out?" I lifted it up, and wow, it's quite heavy. Gu Dongcheng pursed his lips, carrying the dishes in one hand and the rice cooker out with the other. Set out the food. A table full of delicious dishes, with perfect color, aroma, and taste. Zhao's mother could hardly control her drooling. Every cell in my body is throbbing with longing. Gu Dongcheng pulled out a chair and greeted, "Xiao Xiao, Auntie's ready to eat." Zhao's mother pretended to be reserved, and Xiao Xiao went over to pull her. "Mom, are you hungry? Go and try the dishes Dongcheng made especially for you. He worked hard for a long time to make you something delicious." Zhao's mother gave a faint hum. After washing her hands and sitting down, Xiao Xiao was eager to try. Mom, you have to try it. These are your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs and braised shrimp. As Xiao Xiao spoke, she placed food on her plate for her mother. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at her expectantly. Zhao's mother wanted to remain reserved, but she simply couldn't resist the temptation of the delicious food. He nodded and picked up the sweet and sour pork ribs. I just put it to my lips. Oh my god, this smells amazing. The aroma is wonderful. So refreshing. So incredibly refreshing. Zhao's mother couldn't help but open her mouth. Take a bite. His eyes lit up instantly, as if countless electric currents were surging through his body. It's so delicious I'll jump for joy. I took one bite, and couldn't resist taking a second. Xiao Xiao chuckled and watched silently. Mom, what do you think? I told you Dongqing's cooking is really good. Isn't it super delicious? Zhao's mother realized she had lost her composure and quickly slowed down to a more deliberate and composed manner. It's so-so, just average, and tastes about the same as what you get outside. Xiao Xiao quickly moved the plate of sweet and sour pork ribs in front of her. Since it's about the same as what you get outside, why don't you go eat outside? I think it's delicious. I'll eat it all by myself. Zhao's mother. She was just going to hold back for a moment, but her daughter went straight for the ultimate move. Is it possible to treat your mother this badly? Xiao Xiao, this isn't funny. Mom came all this way, and you want me to go out to eat? That makes sense. Xiao Xiao remained unmoved. How is it boring? I want you to go out and eat something better. So that people won't say that the food here is bad or that I haven't treated them well. This meal was prepared with great effort by Dongcheng. Since Mom won't give me face, then Xiao Xiao won't give her any either. Zhao's mother still wanted to be stubborn, but her body betrayed her. My stomach is rumbling. She really wanted to eat the delicious food. Fortunately, Gu Dongcheng stepped in to smooth things over, saying, Xiao Xiao, stop fooling around. If Auntie thinks the taste is just average, I'll try harder to make it even better next time. But. However, before Xiao Xiao could finish speaking, her mother interrupted her. Dongcheng is right. That's a good kid. How can you be like this, not even letting your mom eat? I said the taste was okay, not that it was bad. Zhao's mother felt that her daughter was spoiled by her, and that she spoke without regard for the occasion and had no respect for elders. She's just making things difficult for her as a mother. Finally, someone smoothed things over and gave me a way out. Zhao's mother was determined to seize the opportunity. Eating Gu Dongcheng's cooking again filled me with excitement. Every cell in my body was throbbing with anticipation. It's so delicious it'll melt on your tongue. It has to be said that to win a woman's heart, you must first win her stomach. The food smelled so good that Zhao's mother looked at Gu Dongcheng much more pleasingly. He's handsome, and his cooking skills are unparalleled in her life. In terms of both looks and ability, my daughter certainly has good taste. If the other party really is as the daughter said, starting from scratch. You can buy a house, a car, and a shop in Yuqing with full payment on your own. Honestly, her friends' kids are nowhere near as good. Thinking about this. The man in front of me is quite outstanding no matter how you look at him. However, the other party abducted his little princess without saying a word. Zhao's mother wouldn't accept him so easily. You can know a person's face but not their heart. Whether she is truly sincere towards her daughter remains to be seen. Zhao's mother ate while thinking. The speed at which they picked up food increased. Xiao Zhao's eyes crinkled into a smile. She'd given herself away. My mom is so stubborn. Then eat more. Besides the sweet and sour pork ribs, there are also braised prawns and crabs. And this stir-fried beef with potatoes, and this, and this. Xiao Xiao put a lot of food on her mother's plate. Zhao's mother accepted everything offered to her, putting all the food her daughter picked for her into her mouth. Mom, is it delicious? This time, Zhao's mother didn't deny it and nodded with delight. Delicious. So delicious. I've never eaten such delicious food before, it smells so good. She used to think that the best food was from 5-star hotel chefs in foreign cuisine. But now Zhao's mother realizes she was wrong. That's ridiculously wrong. What do you call delicious food from the dishes I used to eat? It's at most edible. This table of dishes prepared by Gu Dongcheng. Well, Mrs. Xiao felt she could eat at 2 tables. Seeing that his future mother-in-law was satisfied with the meal, Gu Dongcheng breathed a sigh of relief. Auntie, please eat more. If it's not enough, I'll go to the kitchen and make you some more. Zhao's mother was very satisfied with his performance. Thank you for your hard work, but you don't need to make anything else. This should be enough. My daughter is usually a bit silly and naive. Is this what they mean by fools or lucky? She found a partner with such amazing cooking skills, so she can eat such heavenly meals every day from now on. When it comes to food, my daughter is definitely more fortunate than me. After the babies fell asleep, the young master also came out of the room. I saw the three of them eating. The little guy meowed and went under the table. Gu Dongcheng picked up a braised prawn and gave it to him. The little cutie started munching away. Zhao's mother asked curiously, "Do cats eat the things we humans eat?" Gu Dongcheng nodded, "Yes, young master eats everything. Many pet cats in the village eat their owner's leftovers. Actually, cats don't just eat cat food. You can give them some meat occasionally. If you grow rice with soup in the village, they will eat it too." Zhao's mother said oh, thinking that the cat was quite easy to take care of. As she ate, she asked, "I heard your family lives in the countryside, and your parents are farmers in the village?" Gu Dongcheng didn't feel embarrassed at all. He nodded generously, "Yes, my parents have lived in the village all these years, and I grew up in the village too." Zhao's mother liked his frankness. "Did you buy this house in full?" Chapter 95. A daughter who always sides with outsiders is better off without. Gu Dongcheng nodded truthfully, "Yes. I heard you also own a nanny van and a shop, both bought outright?" "Really? Or is it rented?" Gu Dongcheng had all the necessary documents. "Auntie, I bought them all myself. The relevant documents are all available. If you have any doubts, you can check with the relevant departments." Zhao's mother looked at him intently, "Are you sure?" Xiao Xiao was unhappy with her mother's aggressive questioning. "Mom, can we not ask these things during dinner? Can't you eat in peace?" "If you're not going to eat, I'll finish it all by myself." Zhao's mother gave her a look. "Mom is trying to help you, don't you know that? Good intentions are wasted. It seems that married daughters really do tend to side with outsiders." Xiao Xiao knew that her mother was doing it for her own good. But her question was too forceful, and Gu Dongcheng might be unhappy. Gu Dongcheng noticed the exchange of glances between the two and smiled. "Xiao Xiao is fine, these things aren't things that can't be talked about. The property deeds are kept in the bedside table drawer, and the vehicle registration certificate is kept in the car. You can take whatever you want to see anytime. Auntie, although my current circumstances are limited, I promise I will work even harder in the future. Work hard to earn money and improve myself. Strive to give Xiao Xiao and the babies a good life. Anyone can say nice things. I'm not a 17 or 18-year-old girl. I don't care what you say, I only care what you do." Zhao's mother remained unmoved. Gu Dongcheng understood her concern for her daughter. "Auntie, you're right. Whether my feelings for Xiao Xiao are genuine or not, you can judge for yourselves in the future. If you think I'm not treating Xiao Xiao well, you can take her back anytime." Gu Dongcheng was overjoyed at his mother's words. The other party's response indicates that they will give you a chance. It's not about rejecting or refusing to accept yourself. Although it's still under evaluation. But he was already satisfied. He would try his best to treat Xiao Xiao well. If she felt that her daughter was not doing well and was being wronged by him, Gu Dongcheng would have nothing to say. However, he is now confident in himself. With the young master around, he believed his life would get better and better. "You said it. If I find out you're not treating my daughter well, I'll take her back immediately. And the babies, I want to take them with me too." That's exactly what Zhao's mother was waiting for him to say. Gu Dongcheng said earnestly, "Auntie, don't worry. I mean what I say. I will definitely make sure Xiao Xiao has a good life." Xiao Xiao almost cried, "Dongcheng, I think life is already pretty good. I'm very happy. I'm happier than ever. As long as you and the babies are with me, I am happy every day. Mom, I know you're worried about me and have my best interests at heart. But I'm really doing great right now. I will live a good life with Dongcheng from now on. I don't like a life of great wealth and luxury. A simple and peaceful life is just fine. Just like now, I'm very content every day." Zhao's mother looked at Gu Dongcheng and then at her daughter. He didn't say anything and continued eating with his head down. Gu Dongcheng and Xiao Xiao glanced at each other and continued eating. Delicious food can heal complicated emotions. Faced with a table full of delicious food, Zhao's mother gradually forgot her gloom and then indulged in a hearty and satisfying meal. When she came to her senses, she found that there was hardly any food left on her plate. She looked at it again and again in disbelief. Good heavens! I ate most of it myself. When did my appetite become so good? After finishing his meal, Gu Dongcheng cleared the table and prepared to wash the dishes. Xiao Xiao stepped forward to help him. Gu Dongcheng shook his head. I can wash myself, honey, why don't you go keep the ant company? Xiao Xiao glanced at her mother, who was sitting on the sofa digesting her food, and shook her head. Let my mom take a break. I want to wash the dishes with you. Xiao Xiao insisted on washing, so Gu Dongcheng had no choice but to let her. Zhao's mother observed their interactions. Their affection is genuine. All of it was sweetness from the bottom of their hearts. It seems my daughter wasn't lying, she's doing well, and Gu Dongcheng treats her very well. Looking at the two of them, she unconsciously thought of her own youth. When he was young, Zhao's father treated him very well. But it doesn't seem as sweet as the relationship between his daughter and Gu Dongcheng. Zhao's mother quietly burped, then leaned back on the sofa to digest, listening attentively to the sounds of the two men interacting. I glanced to the side unintentionally. Gu Dongcheng's tabby cat had fallen asleep next to him at some point. Zhao's mother tentatively reached out and touched its head. The kitten opened one eye, glanced at her, stretched, and went back to sleep. What an adorable and comforting kitten. Zhao's mother couldn't help but like it and touched it again. The kitten was making gurgling sounds in its throat. Now Zhao's mother understands why her daughters kept cats to keep the babies company. They saw Gu Dongcheng and the other person come out of the kitchen. Zhao's mother resumed her aloof demeanor. She had something to discuss with Gu Dongcheng. Xiao Zhao's heart was pounding. Mom! What are you trying to do? Didn't you say you'd let bygones be bygones and give Dongcheng a chance? Zhao's mother glared at her. Don't I even have the right to speak to him alone? You can't even talk to Gu Dongcheng? You have so little faith in him? Xiao Xiao was speechless. Okay. But Mom, we can chat. But you can't lose your temper, can you? Zhao's mother was speechless at her heartless daughter. I thought I was as quick to anger as you? I have important business to discuss with Gu Dongcheng. Gu Dongcheng turned to Xiao Xiao and said, Wife, I'm going to chat with Auntie for a while. Go back to your room and check on the babies. We've been eating for so long, maybe they kicked off their blankets. Go back and check on them. I'll go back after I finish talking with my aunt. Xiao Xiao pouted, no way. I want to hear what you're talking about. Gu Dongcheng pushed her back into the room with both hands. He closed the door. Honey, I'm just chatting with Auntie for a little while, it's nothing, trust me. After Xiao Xiao returned to her room, the living room fell silent again. Zhao's mother sat on the sofa, with Gu Dongcheng opposite her at the coffee table. Gu Dongcheng, you should know something about our family's situation, right? Gu Dongcheng nodded. Jingjing told me some of it. Mrs. Xiao nodded, good to know. I won't beat around the bush with you. To be honest, although you are very outstanding, you are far inferior to my family. Every young person around me and her father is better off than you. Gu Dongcheng listened quietly. Auntie, I know that. I will work even harder in the future. Zhao's mother waved her hand. Anyone can say something like try hard. I don't object to you two being together now. But what guarantees do you have for your future? My daughter has lived a life of luxury since she was little. Are you sure you can afford to raise her? She used to buy a bag for tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan, and these are considered relatively inexpensive. Even if you can afford to support them now, what about your parents? Our two families are from different social classes, so even if we try to force a relationship, we will never be able to stay together in the future. Chapter 96: A conversation between mother-in-law and son-in-law. Nowadays, marriage emphasizes matching social status and economic conditions. Those within the system should seek out others within the system. Those who want to do business should look for families with businesses or those within the system. Wooden doors meet wooden doors, bamboo doors meet bamboo doors. Gu Dongcheng believed in the idea that those who get rich first would help those who get rich later when he was young. If the class gap is too large, it's impossible for them to come together, regardless of consumption habits or lifestyle habits. Although Gu Dongcheng is very outstanding, but Zhao's mother didn't think Gu Dongcheng was good enough for her daughter. Gu Dongcheng remained silent for a long time before saying, Auntie, I know. I hope you can give me a chance. Give me a chance to prove myself. You're right, my family and yours are not from the same social class. However, I believe that given time, I will become better and I will strive to reach you. Gu Dongqing's expression was more serious than ever before. A gentle breeze blew in from the balcony, carrying the fragrance of flowers. Pei Fei looked at him and said, I will give you a chance to prove yourself. However, if your performance does not meet our requirements, well, I'm sorry, but I won't let my daughter suffer with you. Furthermore, if you dare to let my daughter suffer even the slightest grievance, I will not let your Gu family off the hook. Pei Fei kept her word when it came to her daughter, saying the harshest words in the calmest tone. Gu Dongqing was pleasantly surprised. Thank you, Auntie, I will try my best. Pei Fei nodded and waved her hand. I'm a little tired, you go ahead and do your thing. That concludes our conversation for today. I hope you remember what I just said. After Gu Dongqing left, Pei Fei rubbed her temples. She was considering when to tell Zhao's father about her daughter. Inside the room, Xiao Xiao was eavesdropping by the door, extremely nervous. Upon seeing Gu Dongqing return, she blurted out, How was it? Did my mom give you a hard time? Seeing Xiao, the school beauty, looking anxious, Gu Dongqing shook his head and smiled. No, Auntie didn't give me any trouble. You even told me to take good care of you and the babies. Real? Xiao Xiao stood on tiptoe. She didn't believe her mother was so easy to talk to. Gu Dongqing reassured her with a reassuring tone, Really? If she didn't want me to take good care of you, wouldn't she have taken you back long ago? Xiao Xiao, your mother is very easy to talk to. Moreover, I can tell that she loves you very much and cares about you a lot. We had a great chat just now, honey. We'll live together forever from now on. Xiao Xiao looked into his eyes with bright, sparkling eyes. Is everything you're saying true? You're not lying to me? No, no. Yay. That's great. Xiao Xiao exclaimed excitedly. But he quickly covered his mouth. The children are still sleeping, we mustn't wake them. She kissed Gu Dongqing on the cheek. Dongqing, I'm going to talk to my mom. After saying that, she blushed and ran out excitedly. Gu Dongqing touched the cheek that Xiao Xiao had kissed, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Sometimes, mothers act like children. Outside the living room. Seeing Zhao's mother leaning against the sofa, Xiao Xiao plopped down next to her. He put his arm around hers. Mom, thank you. I knew you loved me the most. She snuggled closer to him as she spoke. Zhao's mother pushed her away with disgust, so annoying. Who loves you? Did you think about us when you had your child and got your marriage certificate? Still love you? Aren't you ashamed? Their parents found out that very day. What about us? It's been almost 2 months, and I was completely kept in the dark. Get away from me. You're not my daughter. Xiao Xiao clung to her arm, chuckling, Mom, didn't I already apologize to you? My daughter knows she was wrong. Xiao Xiao knows she was wrong. Mom, please forgive me? Xiao Xiao hugged her mother and acted coquettishly. Zhao's mother was impatient and stood up after she finished digesting her food. You tidy up the house for me, I'm going out for a bit. Xiao Xiao instantly woke up. Mom, where are you going? Let's go out and buy something. I'll also buy some household supplies. Xiao Xiao smiled. Mom, you've decided to stay? Great. Let's stay a few more days. Don't be like that brat Jingjing, who left after only a few days. Speaking of Huang Jing, Zhao's mother was furious and poked Xiao Xiao's forehead. What a mess you two sisters have made. If it weren't for that girl Jingjing, I would have come to Yucheng long ago. How could you have kept it from me for so long? You brat, just wait till I get back and I'll teach you a lesson. All right. Stop playing the victim here. Go and tidy up the house for me right away. If you have trouble moving around, have Gu Dongqing help you. After venting her frustrations, Zhao's mother rushed out the door. She planned to buy gifts for her grandchildren. Clothes, baby formula, toys, these are all essential. And they always buy the most expensive ones. What if I buy the cheapest one and my family members laugh at me? Also, she was thinking that since the babies were so small, should she buy them a safety lock to keep them safe? We headed straight to the largest baby care center in Yucheng. As soon as you enter, you see a dazzling array of baby products. The baby's items are all very cute and incredibly adorable. Like Gu Dongqing, Zhao's mother wanted to buy everything she saw for her children. Especially those cute little outfits, the quadruplets would look absolutely adorable in them. Zhao's mother was decked out in luxury brands from head to toe, and the aura she exuded was awe-inspiring. With such a powerful aura, you can tell at a glance that he's no ordinary person. They're definitely not short of money. Upon seeing Pei Fei, the sales assistant immediately greeted her with a cheerful smile. Wow, miss, you're a grandmother at such a young age. Quadruplets. Your daughter is amazing. You're so beautiful, your daughter will definitely be a great beauty too. My grandson must be super cute, right? As the image of her quadruplets appeared in her mind, Zhao's mother couldn't help but smile. Yes. They're adorable. She's very obedient. The sales assistant exclaimed in surprise, realizing she hadn't misheard. All that met her eyes were baby things, and Zhao's mother was reminded of her daughter when she was little. It's been such a long time since I last went to the baby store to buy things. She asked the sales assistant to recommend products for her 2-month-old baby. After buying everything for the babies, we filled 2 shopping carts with bags of all sizes. In addition to gifts for the babies, Zhao's mother also asked the sales assistant to recommend food and supplies for postpartum mothers. Although he didn't give Xiao a friendly look in person. But how could she not feel sorry for her own daughter? So, 2 more shopping carts were quickly filled. Regardless of whether I'll need it later, I'll buy it first. Miss, you've bought too many things, it's inconvenient to carry them back. Our store now offers home delivery service, would you like that? Zhao's mother is very well maintained. She is radiant, charming, and exceptionally beautiful. Even though she knew she was a grandmother, the sales assistant still instinctively called her Miss, as it sounded younger. Chapter 97. Mr. Xiao was stunned. I'm a grandfather now? The baby store delivered the baby products to her door, saving Pei Fei a lot of trouble. After giving the address to the staff, she went to the jewelry store to pick out a safety lock for her babies. On my way home, after much deliberation, Pei Fei finally opened WeChat and found Zhao's father's chat window. I sent them a video of the quadruplets and Xiao putting on diapers. The video was sent not long ago. Then the other party called. Fei, what's the meaning behind these videos you sent me? Why are there children? Why is my daughter changing their diapers? Whose children are the quadruplets? Are they my daughter's friends? Mr. Xiao didn't think about it in that way, but his heart started racing involuntarily. Pei Fei asked, Old Xiao, do you like quadruplets? I like it. I wonder whose child it is, they're so lucky. These 4 children are beautiful, they'll definitely be good looking when they grow up. Zhao's mother smiled and said, I like it. Then take a look at these quadruplets and see if they look like our daughter when she was little. Zhao's father suddenly widened his eyes. Watch the video of the quadruplets closely. Sure enough, these 4 little ones look remarkably like my daughter when she was little. His heart was in his throat. Thinking about how my daughter hasn't been home for over a year. He asked incredulously, Fei, these 4 children, don't tell me they're daughters. Pei Fei nodded, you guessed right. It's my daughter's child. Our grandson. Mr. Xiao was stunned. What's going on? How come my wife just went to Yuchek and my daughter is already pregnant? I'm a grandfather now? How could you not know that? Mr. Xiao thought he was hallucinating. Wife, I didn't hear wrong, did I? Your daughter is pregnant? Or am I hallucinating? No. I'm not joking. You're not hallucinating, our daughter Xiao is indeed pregnant. Not only that, she also got married to a man. I just found out too. Pei Fei's calm voice came through. Xiao Zerwa stood up instinctively. Fei, are you serious? My daughter has a child and has also registered her marriage with someone else? Yes. The videos I sent to you were all recorded by me just now. Xiao Zerwa was stunned. You're still in Yucheng, right? Send me your daughter's location. I'll have my assistant book a flight over there right now. Okay. I'll send it to you. But Lao Xiao, when you come over later, you need to control your emotions. Xiao is absolutely smitten with that man. I've met him. Although his family isn't well off, he is still quite good. I've agreed to give him a chance to prove himself. Zhao's father's voice was devoid of any emotion. Tell me about his situation. After listening, Xiao Zerwa tried his best to suppress his anger. Xiao found someone from the countryside? We usually introduce him to women of similar social standing, but he refuses them all and found someone from the countryside himself. This girl is driving me crazy. The thought that his beloved daughter had given birth and registered her marriage without telling him made Xiao Zerwa so angry that he wanted to hit someone. That's outrageous. Getting married and having children are major life events, and my daughter actually did it all secretly. They don't treat them like their parents at all. Who can argue with that? Giving birth is such a dangerous thing, especially giving birth to quadruplets. The risks are several times greater than for an ordinary person. Doesn't she know the worries that parents have? If something were to happen to her, where would we find her? As she spoke, Zhao's mother started crying again. They learned their daughter's address and some basic information about Gu Dongcheng. Xiao Zerwa flew over from Wuzhou immediately. Pei Fei estimated it would take 3 or 4 hours to arrive. I've sent you the address. Once you arrive, you can just take a car directly from the airport. I'll pick you up when we get to the entrance of the residential area. After hanging up the phone, Zhao's mother continued on her way home. I've been out for so long, I wonder if my grandchildren have woken up yet. I wonder if they will like the gifts I bought. The daughter secretly got married and had a child without telling her. But the babies are innocent. Besides, the quadruplets are so cute. It's impossible not to like them. When I returned to Phoenix Garden residential area, the baby store's delivery staff had already left. Xiao Xiao came out to greet her. Mom, I've already tidied up your room. Wow. You bought so much stuff. Mom, thank you. She asked Gu Dongcheng to put the things the delivery man brought in the living room. Goodness, a whole bunch. Everything the babies need for food, drinks, and other necessities is provided. Mrs. Xiao poured herself a glass of water. Are the children awake? Xiao Xiao replied, I just woke up and I'm playing with the young master in my room. Mom, is something on your mind? Zhao's mother glanced at her and said, I guess you're planning to have something come up? Xiao Zhao's heart clenched. Mom, what's wrong? Zhao's mother recounted the whole story. Xiao Xiao was filled with unease. You mean my dad's here now? He's coming to Yuchang? Zhao's mother began organizing the things she had bought for the babies. I've already booked their plane tickets. I'll be there later. I just told your dad. Pei Fei felt it was unfair to her husband to keep it a secret. She had already experienced that feeling. As Xiao Xiao's father, he has the right to know about his daughter's affairs. Xiao Xiao started to get scared. Dad, is he angry? Mom, did he yell at me? Zhao's mother countered, what do you think? Your dad was really angry on the phone just now. They kept asking you about your relationship with Gu Dongcheng. I don't know much either, but I told him everything I knew. Xiao Zhao's palms were sweating. Dad, he's not going to bring people over to attack Dongcheng, is he? Zhao's mother laughed, I don't think so. However, Gu Dongcheng's days are probably not going to be easy. Your dad's standards are much higher than mine. But don't worry too much, your dad isn't an unreasonable person. As long as you honestly apologize to him later, and Gu Dongcheng behaves well, he won't make things too difficult for you. Xiao Xiao was unsure. Mom, when dad comes later, you have to help us. Zhao's mother remained unmoved, saying, you brought this trouble upon yourself, so you must bear the consequences. Now you're thinking about your mother? Where were you before? Xiao Xiao stomped her foot and quickly ran back to her room. East City. Seeing her expression, Gu Dongcheng asked with concern, Wife, what's wrong? Xiao Xiao explained the situation. My dad knows about us. The plane tickets have already been booked, and they should arrive here today. Dongcheng, my dad is so strict, and he has such high expectations. I'm afraid he'll make things difficult for you. Gu Dongcheng held her hand to comfort her. Wife, it's okay, we've already gotten past Auntie's hurdle. You'll have to face your uncle sooner or later, so it's good that your dad is here now. As long as we perform well, I believe he won't make things difficult for us. Gu Dongcheng's gentle and warm words rang in Xiao Zhao's ears, making her feel as if she were bathed in a spring breeze. Chapter 98. The future father-in-law arrives. Who is Gu Dongcheng? Gu Dongcheng gave her a lot of confidence. Xiao Xiao blinked, okay. When my dad comes, I'll apologize to him first, and then I'll behave well. Gu Dongcheng's heart was far from as calm as he appeared. However, we will meet force with force, and water with earth. The young master is our greatest source of confidence. No matter what, he would not leave Xiao Xiao and the children. Pei Fei noticed the tension between the two. However, her attention was focused on her grandchildren. Take out all the toys you just bought. Carry it to the crib. She picked them up one by one to show them off, saying, "Babies, look, these are gifts Grandma bought for you. Do you like it? Give Grandma a smile, okay?" Pei Fei's toys were incredibly cute, successfully attracting the attention of the quadruplets. Pei Fei waved her hand very slowly. Babies' eyes follow the toys, which helps develop their visual tracking skills. The four little ones' jewel-like eyes followed the toy as it turned. The second and third babies are interested. She reached out her little hand, wanting to grab it. Pei Fei was overjoyed and put the small toys in their hands. Unfortunately, the babies are still too young and don't have much strength in their wrists. He can't even pick up a toy on his own. However, they were already very happy when their little hands touched something that interested them. Both little angels were smiling. Oh my God, Pei Fei's heart melted. How can there be such an adorable and cute baby in the world? And this adorable child is his own little grandson. Although her daughter did something outrageous, all she had in her heart when it came to the babies was love. Oh my, you're smiling so proudly. You're all your grandma's good grandchildren. Kiss your little hand. Little feet, who put these little socks on you? They're so cute. De Bao and Xiao Bao, do you want to play with toys? Look, besides toys, Grandma also bought you lots and lots of pretty clothes. After she finished speaking, she enthusiastically showed the children the demonstration. Finally, take out 4 small safety locks and place them next to the children. Grandma bought this for you, to keep you safe and sound. My little darlings, you must grow up safe and healthy. Pei Fei looked at the 4 soft and cuddly little babies and said. Xiao Bao was interested in the safety lock and reached out his little hands to grab it. The young master sat beside him, watching intently without blinking. Pei Fei also hung a safety lock on it. The material and shape are exactly the same as those of the quadruplets. Little kitty, this is a gift from Grandma. Thank you for taking care of the babies. Grandma also wishes you peace, health, and happiness forever. The young master wagged his tail and meowed, seemingly in gratitude. Xiao Xiao was overjoyed to see how much her mother loved the babies and kittens. Time passed in Xiao Xiao's torment. 3.5 hours later. Pei Fei's phone rang. Xiao Zhaohua has arrived in Yucheng. You can take a car from the airport yourself. I'll come down to pick you up when you arrive. Pei Fei hadn't finished speaking. Xiao Xiao then said, Mom, let Dad wait for us there. Dongcheng and I will go pick him up. Gu Dongcheng also said, Yes, Auntie, the babies are asleep now. You should rest well at home. Our uncle has come all this way, so we should go and pick him up, both out of courtesy and reason. Pei Fei glanced at the two of them in surprise, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. Then he said to the person on the other end of the phone, Okay, don't call a car yet. My daughter said they're going to drive over to pick you up. A stern voice rang out, Daughter, with that man? Humph. Fine, I'll wait for them here. Let's see how they're going to explain this to me. Judging from my future father-in-law's tone, he doesn't seem to have good intentions. Babies have limited energy. She's asleep again now. With the young master by her side and Madame Xiao at home, there's nothing to worry about. So the couple drove their van to the airport. On the way, Gu Dongcheng could sense Xiao Xiao's nervousness. Honey, relax. Auntie, we've passed this hurdle, so we'll definitely pass Uncle's too. Xiao Xiao turned her head to look at his profile. Okay. Even so, Xiao Xiao was still very nervous. At the same time, outside Yucheng Airport, Xiao Zerwa stood coldly. He looked incredibly charismatic in his sharp suit. In addition, he possessed a calm demeanor and a handsome face. This caused a young woman passing by to turn her head repeatedly. Despite being in her 40s, she is very well maintained and attracts attention wherever she goes. Yucheng Airport, it's been a long time since I've been here. I wonder how my daughter is doing. The thought that the other party had secretly gotten married and had children without telling him made Xiao Zerwa angry. The thought of the man who made his precious daughter risk her life to give birth to quadruplets filled him with rage. What kind of person could have kidnapped his precious daughter? I'll make him pay later. Having held a high position for so many years, Xiao Zerwa's aura is unmatched by ordinary people. Just as he was getting angry, the temperature around him seemed to drop a few degrees. Look left and look right. I don't know when my daughter will arrive. Just as Xiao Zerwa was searching for his daughter, A nanny van slowly pulled up beside him. The side door opens. A beautiful figure he had been longing for appeared before his eyes. Xiao Xiao looked guilty. Dad, it's been so long. I've come to pick you up. It's impossible for Xiao Xiao not to be excited to see his dad after more than a year. But right now, she's more worried about the other person being angry with her. They were also worried that the other party would make things difficult for Gu Dongcheng. My daughter, whom I hadn't seen for over a year, appeared before me. Xiao Zerwa's heart skipped a beat. I wanted to go up and hug her. But in the end, I held back. You finally decided to come see me. If your mother doesn't come this time, how long do you plan to keep this from us? Do you even respect me as your father? Xiao Xiao thought to himself, just as I thought. The expected thing has happened. Dad, he's really angry with me. Xiao Xiao's tone was apologetic. Dad, I'm sorry for keeping this from you and Mom for so long. I apologize to you here. Dad, I'm married and have kids now. My child's father's name is Gu Dongcheng. He loves me very much, and I'm doing very well now. We now have our own children, quadruplets. Dad, I'm sorry I'm telling you this so late in person. If it were his daughter when she was little, Xiao Zerwa would definitely beat her. But now that my daughter is older, it's no longer appropriate to hit her. Xiao Zerwa, with a cold face, didn't respond to her question but instead asked a different one. Where is Gu Dongcheng? Where is that man? Is he too afraid to come see me? Xiao Xiao was terrified when she saw her father looking like he was about to fight. Just then, Gu Dongcheng got out of the main car. Upon hearing Xiao Zerwa's words, he took the initiative to greet him warmly. Hello, uncle, I'm Gu Dongcheng. It's a pleasure to meet you. Chapter 99 Facing the Father-in-Law's Fury. Is the man in front of me Gu Dongcheng? She must be over 180 centimeters tall, with a tall and well-proportioned figure. His extremely handsome face always seemed to carry a faint smile. It gives people a very sunny and clean feeling. Xiao Zerwa considers himself a rare handsome man. Even at the peak of his youthful good looks, he had to avoid his sharp edge. Or rather, even when I was younger, I was incomparable to Gu Dongcheng. Over the years, he has met many good-looking people and many outstanding young talents. But so far, no one can compare to Gu Dongcheng. In terms of looks, he and his daughter are indeed a good match. Xiao Zerwa was sizing himself up. Gu Dongcheng was also observing the other party. The other person is about the same height as me. She is in her 40s but is very well maintained. His handsome face bore the marks of time, and his eyes seemed to hold countless stories. Gu Dongcheng couldn't discern the brands of anything he wore. But it gives people a very high-end feeling. Her eyebrows and eyes bear a resemblance to Xiao Zhao's. He was the man with the strongest aura that Gu Dongcheng had ever met. The last person I've seen with such an aura was a mother. Pei Fei was the woman with the strongest aura and the most oppressive presence he had ever met. This couple is remarkably similar in both looks and presence. No wonder they're a married couple. They are indeed a perfect match. You're Gu Dongcheng? Xiao Zerwa spoke as if he were interrogating a criminal, his words revealing a hostile intent. Gu Dongcheng composed himself and said, Yes, uncle, I am Gu Dongcheng. It was all my fault regarding Xiao Xiao and me. We shouldn't have kept it from you. Of course it's your fault. What right do you have to marry my daughter? What qualifications do you have to marry my daughter? Xiao Zerwa pressed on, continuing to pose probing questions. Xiao Xiao panicked, Dad. What are you saying? How can you talk like that? I know you're angry with me, but please don't take it out on Dongcheng. If you continue to be so unreasonable, then go back. I never want to see you again. Now that he's here, how could Xiao Zerwa possibly go back so easily? He won't go back unless he resolves his daughter's issue this time. Gu Dongcheng pulled Xiao Xiao back. Uncle is doing this for your own good. Uncle, I know you think I come from a poor background and am not qualified to marry Xiao Xiao. But if you ask me why, I'll tell you, it's because of my sincere heart. I know I have nothing right now, and I'm worlds apart from your family's situation. But I believe that my life will get better and better in the future. No matter what happens in the future, I will always be devoted to Xiao Xiao. Give her the best, and let her be happy forever. Xiao Zerwa remained unmoved. Anyone can say nice things. You don't think you can convince me to marry my daughter to you with just a few words, do you? Young man, don't be so naive and take things for granted. You and my daughter are from different worlds. If you know what's good for you, leave on your own. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. The big bosses who can build a large and successful business are all ruthless people. Dealing with a nobody like Gu Dongcheng is a piece of cake for Xiao Zerwo. However, Gu Dongcheng was not intimidated by him. Uncle, Xiao Xiao and I are truly in love. I never intended to make you feel good with those words. I just want you to give me a chance to prove myself. To prove that I love Xiao Xiao enough, to prove that I can make her happy forever. We weren't from the same world before, but I will try my best to become someone she can rely on in her world. Gu Dongcheng held Xiao Zhao's hand and looked at Xiao Zerwo with a serious gaze. Xiao Zerwo could sense Gu Dongcheng's sincerity. But so what? Over the years, he has experienced countless trials and tribulations. It's not something that can be swayed by a few words from one person. Xiao Xiao also spoke up for Gu Dongcheng. Dad, Dongcheng is very good to me, so please don't make things difficult for him. What do you mean we're not from the same world? Aren't we together? Does life have to be about how much money you have and your social status? I don't want to live such a hypocritical life. Dad, I'm doing great now, so you and Mom don't need to worry about me. Thank you for the wonderful life you've arranged for me, but I've already found my own happiness. Although my life is ordinary, I feel fulfilled and happy every day. Xiao Xiao said to him with bright, sparkling eyes. A daughter with a sparkle in her eyes is the cutest. Xiao Zerwo was at a loss for words. Even so, his impression of Gu Dongcheng was still extremely bad. With the arrival of Gu Dongcheng and Xiao Xiao, more and more eyes were cast their way towards them. Seeing the amused expressions on the faces of those around him, Xiao Zerwo thought for a moment. I've been waiting here for so long, and you're just going to make me stand outside? Gu Dongcheng understood and quickly opened the car door. Uncle, please come up and sit down. I'll take you to where we live right now. Xiao Xiao took a deep breath and sat down next to him. After starting the car, Xiao Zerwo looked around. Did you buy this car outright? Xiao Zerwo had heard Pei Fei tell him about his general situation. Before Gu Dongcheng could even speak, Xiao Xiao eagerly answered for him. Yes, Dad. Dongcheng bought this car outright. Does this car look familiar? It's the same as ours. Let me tell you, the neighborhood we're going to later is also one that Dongcheng bought himself. Dad, Dongcheng is actually very outstanding. Xiao Zerwo remained silent. Indeed, a married daughter is like water spilled from a bowl. My daughter's elbow has already turned against us. As soon as she got in the car, she started talking non-stop on behalf of that man. Xiao Zerwo felt that his most beloved little princess had been taken away. A secret sadness lingers in my heart. Your parents are farmers in the village? Xiao Zerwo ignored Xiao Zhao's words and turned his head to look in the direction of the driver's seat. Yes. Uncle, I grew up in the village since I was a child. Uncle, although my family doesn't have any connections, my parents taught me from a young age that one must be down to earth and that no matter what happens after I get married, family is the most important thing. Xiao Zerwo hummed in agreement. Although they hadn't had much contact, with his years of experience, he could naturally tell that Gu Dongcheng was a good person. He's a poor guy, but very sincere. His parents must be pretty good people to have raised someone like him. Uncle, my parents are expected to arrive in Yuqing in the next day or two. They will be able to meet you and Auntie then. Xiao Xiao nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, yes. Dad, my parents-in-law are about to come up. They've been really looking forward to seeing you. Chapter 100 Gu Dongcheng's Determination. Xiao Zerwo felt a little jealous when his parents-in-law addressed him so affectionately. The daughter I raised with all my hard work. I never thought I'd be calling other people's parents mom and dad so soon. And the other party had kept it from me for so long. Thinking of this, Xiao Zerwo couldn't help but feel resentful again. Looking at the scenery outside the car window. Yuqing seems to have developed even better than when he last visited. The scenery is beautiful, it is indeed a very livable city. Xiao Zerwo was very angry when he arrived. I'm still very angry. After asking for some general information about Gu Dongcheng, he stopped giving the two of them a friendly look. Arrived at Phoenix Garden. I heard that Gu Dongcheng bought this house outright. He came from a rural family. While it's possible to buy a house and a train station in a big city and establish a foothold on one's own, it's not necessarily the case that one could do it alone. Deep down, Xiao Zerwo admired Gu Dongcheng. Dad, we're here. This is our neighborhood, Mom lives upstairs. Xiao Zerwo hummed in agreement. Where are the children? The babies are asleep, and Mom and the young master are upstairs watching over them. Young master? Xiao Zerwa frowned, puzzled. Xiao Xiao explained, young master is our cat, and it's very smart. I play with the babies every day and take care of them. Xiao Zerwa found it unbelievable. A cat actually takes care of a child. Is it fake? Dad, come on, I'll take you to see the house where I and the babies live. Xiao Xiao still felt a little uneasy in front of Xiao Zerwa. She thought to herself that if her father saw where she lived, his anger would probably subside a little. Xiao Zerwa followed silently behind without saying a word. Gu Dongsheng walked at the very back, sending messages to his parents. Tell the two of them about Xiao Xiao's parents. The elderly couple were overjoyed to learn that their in-laws had arrived in Yucheng. On the other side, after arriving at the place where his daughter and Gu Dongsheng were staying, Xiao Zerwa looked around the room. Yes, the house is decorated very well. Although it's not a villa, it's very comfortable to live in. The renovation effect is even better than those that cost millions. Xiao Xiao chuckled, Dad, isn't our house beautiful? This is Song Dynasty-style decoration. Our family owns the only apartment in the entire complex. Come on, Dad. You must be thirsty after the journey. Let me pour you a glass of water, please sit down. Xiao Zerwa didn't stand on ceremony and sat down on the sofa without any hesitation. He pointed to the seat next to him, come sit down and talk to me. He was referring to Gu Dongsheng. Gu Dongsheng sat down generously, Uncle, this is the best life I can give Xiao Xiao so far. But I will work hard to earn money in the future and buy her a bigger and more beautiful house. Xiao Zerwa said sternly, Are you so sure I'd be willing to marry my daughter to you? Do you know how many outstanding men are pursuing my daughter? Aren't all of those people worth hundreds of millions? Gu Dongsheng shook his head. I'm not sure. But I can tell that Uncle loves Xiao Xiao very much. I know that a lot of people are pursuing Xiao Xiao. Take our school for example, there are a lot of rich second-generation guys pursuing her. No matter who they are all better than me. But I still hope that my uncle and aunt can give me a chance. If you feel that I cannot meet your requirements in the future, it's not too late to object then. Xiao Zerwa stared intently into his eyes. You're very confident. Gu Dongsheng smiled and said, I believe that as long as we keep working hard, one day I will be able to stand in front of you and Auntie and gain your approval. Actually, there is one thing that Xiao Xiao and I think alike. A person doesn't necessarily need a lot of money to live. I think enough is enough. Being content with what you have and being happy every day is the most important thing. Are you trying to lecture me? Xiao Zerwa remained unmoved. I've been through all sorts of situations. You're right, contentment brings happiness, and you don't necessarily need a lot of money. But young people, you absolutely cannot do without money. Xiao Zerwa's voice gives people a sense of unquestionable authority. Faced with his powerful aura, an ordinary person would probably be intimidated by now. But Gu Dongsheng remained unusually calm. I agree with my uncle's point of view. You can't do anything without money, especially after you start a family and have children to support. You need money for everything. After he finished speaking, he gave a brief account of his situation. The main point is to tell the other party about your idea of opening a store. Although Gu Dongsheng is still very young, he is working very hard to earn money. Xiao Zerwa laughed, You're planning to join Mishue Ice Cream? Do you know how much money Mishue Ice Cream makes in a day? Gu Dongsheng had calculated the costs. I know, although it may not be much profit for your uncles and aunts. But I'm thinking that once the franchise stores are up and running and we've made some money, then we can do something else. Uncle, Xiao Xiao is the best girl I've ever met. I hope to be with him forever and ever. I will cherish and love her for the rest of my life, and I will always pamper her. I hope she will always be happy from now on. I know I was wrong before, Uncle. I apologize to you again now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Uncle, I've kept Xiao Xiao and I a secret from you and Aunt for so long. At the prime of life, one should be at their most spirited and energetic. People from ordinary families can buy houses, cars, and shops on their own. If it were anyone else, they would probably be floating on air by now. But Gu Dongsheng adopted a very humble attitude. A sincere attitude touches people's hearts. Xiao Zerwa looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Suddenly, the room door opened. Pei Fei came out from inside. Old Xiao, you're here. I heard everything Xiao Gu said to you. I know you're angry, And I'm just as angry. These two kids have made such a scene, they have no respect for us as their parents. But since things have come to this, and Xiaogu seems like a decent person, let's give him a chance. Xiao Zerwa turned to look at the person beside him, his eyes flashing with surprise. He didn't expect the other party to speak up for Gu Dongcheng. Logically speaking, the other person should be angrier than you. Xiao Zerwa didn't say anything, but then he saw Xiao Zhao's expectant eyes next to him. Finally, he sighed. All right. I will give him a chance to prove himself. But if the deadline comes and they don't meet my requirements, I'll take my daughter and babies home. From now on, you should never see each other again. His voice was calm, but it was cold and devoid of any emotion. Gu Dongcheng knew that the other party meant what they said. But he also has confidence in himself. Thank you, uncle and aunt, for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely work hard. Let's strive to give Xiao Xiao and the babies a better life. Chapter 101, Meeting with her grandchildren, the daughter's hardships. The expectant look in my daughter's eyes. My wife said so too. Even if Xiao Zerwa was unwilling, he was too embarrassed to say anything. He remained silent with a cold expression. Pei Fei realized that her husband was a stranger. She gave Gu Dongcheng a smile. Dongcheng, treat our Xiao Xiao well from now on. If she suffers even the slightest injustice, your uncle and I will not let you off the hook. Gu Dongcheng breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, uncle and aunt, I will try my best. Does this mean I've gained the initial approval of my future in-laws? Gu Dongcheng immediately felt much less pressure. Xiao Xiao, who was standing next to her, was overjoyed. Yeah. Mom and Dad, you're so wonderful. Long live Pei Fei. Long live Xiao Zerwa. Pei Fei? Xiao Zerwa. Calling your parents by their first and second names so directly, do you think you're so special? Xiao Xiao chuckled. Mom, I'm so happy. Mom and Dad, don't worry, I will live a good life with Dongcheng from now on. Pei Fei and Xiao Zerwa exchanged a helpless glance. That's just my daughter's personality. Like a child. That's why they didn't feel comfortable letting her find it herself. This girl has no prior dating experience and is quite naive. The couple's biggest fear was that she would be deceived. Therefore, they are extremely cautious about her marriage. As parents, our greatest wish is for our children to live well and be happy. Although they were not a good match. But this is, after all, her life. After being together for so many years, the couple can understand each other's thoughts with just a glance. Gu Dongcheng, Pei Fei, and Xiao Zerwa were very grateful. He originally thought that meeting Xiao Zhao's parents this time would result in a barrage of scolding. He even thought of humiliating scenes from TV dramas. However, none of his fears came true. The two were surprisingly easy to talk to. Hearing the commotion in the living room, the young master leisurely walked out of his room. I saw Xiao Zerwa. The little guy stared intently at him. Xiao Xiao quickly told it, young master, they are all my sister's fathers. He is the baby's maternal grandfather. Don't yell at him. The young master is incredibly perceptive, it's as if he understood what was being said. It meowed at Xiao Zerwa. Xiao Zerwa was secretly surprised. This is the cat you keep? The one that takes care of the children? Xiao Xiao said proudly, yes. Dad, the young master is so smart. It seems like they know everything, and they even have to understand what we're saying. Come here, young master. Come to your sister. Xiao Xiao clapped her hands, and the young master ran over. He rubbed his head against her hand, being very well behaved. Pei Fei also thought this cat was amazing. It's making her want to get one. Congratulations on gaining the initial approval of your future in-laws and making a good impression on them. Your cat is very happy and has decided to give you 500,000 yuan in cash and a can of premium white tea. Just as Xiao Zerwa and the others were sizing up the young master, a virtual panel reappeared in front of Gu Dongcheng. As the information on the panel appeared, another 500,000 yuan was deposited into Gu Dongcheng's bank account. There's also a can of premium white tea. The message indicated that the white tea was kept in the wardrobe in the master bedroom. Gu Dongcheng felt a surge of joy. Sure enough, with the young master around, I'm sure I can go much further in the future. There was also a can of white tea. I don't usually drink tea myself, but I can give it to my future father-in-law. Xiao Xiao told me that the other person has a habit of drinking tea. The things the young master sent must taste pretty good, right? Xiao Zerwa really wants to see the quadruplets. But when Pei Fei told him that the children were already asleep, a look of regret crossed his face. Xiao Xiao pursed her lips. Dad, do you want to see the babies? You can watch it even while you're asleep. I'll take you there now. As long as I walk quietly, I won't wake them up. Xiao Zhehua's eyes lit up. The 4 little ones in the video are incredibly cute and cuddly. Finally, I'm ready to meet them in person. Xiao Zhehua was filled with anticipation. Come on, young master. Let's take Grandpa Xiao to see the babies. Grandpa is the baby's maternal grandfather. He's the closest person to the babies, so you're not allowed to do anything reckless later, understand? The young master hopped and ran into the room first. Xiao Xiao and Xiao Zhehua walked in quietly. There was a smell in the room similar to talcum powder. Xiao Zhehua knew that this was a flavor unique to children. The crib is right in front of me. The young master jumped up again, tucked his little paws into his pocket, and sat upright by the fence, looking inside. Xiao Zhehua bent down and leaned closer. For little one sleeping soundly suddenly appeared before his eyes. Oh my God! The real person is even more beautiful than the video. Her little face was rosy and her skin was so bouncy. Long eyelashes. When you go to sleep, curl up your little hands and be a good girl. Xiao Zhehua forgot to breathe. This is my daughter's child, my own little grandson. The children's every breath seemed to exude an adorable aura. Good heavens, how can there be such a beautiful, sweet-smelling baby in the world? Xiao Zhehua exclaimed that this was his dream lover. I saw a baby's little hand suddenly move. Xiao Zhehua dared not breathe too loudly, for fear of waking the other person. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. The child only moved slightly and did not wake up. Xiao Zhehua's gaze fell on the little guy. The little baby looks a lot like her daughter when she was little, but Xiao Zhehua doesn't know which baby the other is. Xiao Xiao whispered to him, Dad, this is Sanbao, Xiao Taozi. Next to me are Sibao and Zaya Shanzhu. These two are Debao, Xiao Chaomei, and Erbao, Xiao Pinghua. If your baby suddenly moves while sleeping, it doesn't necessarily mean they're not sleeping well. On the contrary. They are about 2 months old and have entered their peak development period. Parents should not panic if their child's arm suddenly moves while they are sleeping or resting. This is because it's a moral reflex. This is a neuroreflex phenomenon in babies, indicating that their little nerves are working hard to wire up and adapt to the surrounding environment. This is not the baby having convulsions or being scared. This phenomenon will disappear in a few months. The little ones slept very well. Every now and then, they'll make a small movement with their hands or mouth. It smells so good, I just want to take a bite. After hearing Xiao Xiao's introduction, Xiao Zhehua roughly figured out the baby's identities. Debao is the older sister, and her nickname is Little Strawberry. The second child is called Little Apple, the third child is called Little Peach, and the youngest child is called Little Bamboo. It's unbelievable that so many babies were born to daughters. Xiao Zhehua withdrew his gaze and looked at Xiao Xiao with heartache. Giving birth must be very hard and painful, right? Xiao Xiao smiled and shook her head. Dad, it only hurts for a moment. It's all in the past now, I don't think it's a big deal. As long as the babies are safe and healthy, it's all worth it, no matter how much we have to sacrifice. Xiao Xiao spoke casually, but Xiao Zhehua felt very sorry for her. He and Pei Fei were not there when their daughter was in the most danger and needed her family by her side the most. At that time, she must have really needed her family's company. Chapter 102 Father Zhao's Concern. You definitely need the care and support of your family when you give birth. But he and his wife couldn't be by his side. Xiao Zhehua couldn't help but feel guilty towards his daughter. Xiao Xiao seemed to see through his thoughts and gave him a carefree smile. Dad, I really missed you guys back then. But I'm also afraid you and Mom will scold me if they find out. I'm sorry, I wasn't able to tell you when the babies were born. The children are all safe and well behaved now, and Dongcheng and I are doing very well. As long as you and Mom don't object to us being together, that's the happiest thing for me. Xiao Zhehua patted the back of her head and said tenderly, Silly child, your mother and I have agreed to you two being together, haven't we? If we objected, would we still be sitting here watching the children? Your mother and I are not against it, but we need to see what kind of person Gu Dongcheng is. You are our precious child, and we would never entrust you to someone else so easily. You can't judge a book by its cover. You're still young. Let your mother and I be the bad guys. If Gu Dongcheng can truly pass our tests and prove that he is a good man, why would we object to our daughter marrying a good man? When his parents come to Yucheng, we'll see what your future in-laws are like. At this point, Xiao Zerhua paused again. Although we have temporarily agreed to your relationship with Gu Dongcheng, we do not want you to live with his parents. If Gu Dongcheng wants to bring his parents to live with you, I'm against it. But Dad can buy them a house outside so they can come and visit when they miss their children. It's common for daughters-in-law to live with their parents-in-law, which can easily lead to conflicts. Xiao Zerhua certainly didn't want his daughter to experience this situation. Xiao felt that her father was overthinking things. Dad, Dongqing's parents said they won't live with us. We don't need to buy them a house. They said they're not used to living in the city. They live in the countryside now, and they'll come to visit us whenever they miss me and the babies. You and Mom don't need to worry about buying a house. Dongqing said he'll buy one himself in the future. Xiao Zerhua was surprised he hadn't expected that Gu Dongqing's parents didn't want to live in the city. Logically, once the son earns money and settles down in the city, he should move out and enjoy life with his son. Xiao explained the reason. My parents-in-law said they are used to living in the village, and all their relatives and friends are in the countryside. They have no one to talk to in the city. That's why they don't want to stay in Yucheng. Xiao Zerhua thought about it and realized that their decision was understandable after all. It would be boring to be alone in the city without anyone to talk to. Although going back to the countryside isn't as bustling and lively as the city, I have many more friends. Then he asked a question he was concerned about. Are you and Gu Dongqing taking care of the children together now? No nanny? And his parents aren't coming to help either? Xiao knew her mother would ask this. Her gaze fell on the sleeping little ones, and she spoke slowly and deliberately. Dongqing has been taking care of me and the babies since they were born. My mother-in-law originally wanted to stay and take care of me and the children. However, Dongqing insists on taking care of himself. Later, my parents-in-law suggested hiring a nanny for us, but Dongqing refused, saying that he insisted on taking care of the children himself, participating in their growth, and having a better relationship with them in the future. Gu Dongqing usually has to take care of himself and the babies, and also find ways to earn money. Xiao felt that he had a very hard time. Xiao Zerhua was surprised. Has it always been Gu Dongqing who has taken care of you? You're a grown man, and so young, can you really take care of him properly? If you don't have the money to hire a housekeeper, Dad will pay for it. Xiao looked blissfully happy. Dad, do you think I've gained a little weight? And full of energy? This is all thanks to Dongqing. He's so good at taking care of people. Xiao thinks her husband is handsome, caring, and family-oriented. She's so lucky to have met such a wonderful man. Xiao Zerhua noticed the changes in his daughter as soon as he met her at the airport. Her face was radiant with health, and she exuded a vibrant and energetic aura, completely unlike what one would expect from a new mother. She looks more energetic than most people. The babies are so chubby and bouncy you can tell they're very well taken care of. I didn't expect Gu Dongqing to be so young, yet he can do so many things. It was as if it knew its mother was nearby. Little Apple in the crib suddenly opened her eyes groggily. His jewel-like eyes were filled with confusion. The first thing my little one does when she wakes up isn't crying. Instead, he slowly opened his eyes and looked around. Xiao did not disturb her son. Instead, we wait for him to turn on the device and play by himself, and then play with him when he gets tired of it and wants to go back to his parents. In just under 2 months, they can already see people and objects within a meter. The human baby's little head moved around, but it didn't react at all when it saw its mother. The young master noticed that the kitten's gaze paused for a moment. But it was moved again very quickly. Ultimately, it fell on Xiao Zerhua. The appearance of the stranger piqued Erbao's curiosity, and his gaze remained fixed on him. The little guy probably remembered that he had never met Xiao Zerhua before, and suddenly felt insecure. She suddenly burst into tears. Xiao picked the little one up in one go. What's wrong? Why is little Apple crying? Don't cry, sweetie, mommy's right here. Nini is here too. The kittens have been keeping the babies company the whole time. Erbao cried loudly, watching Xiao Zerhua while crying. Xiao comforted him. Erbao, this is your maternal grandfather, and he's mommy's father. He is the maternal grandfather, the closest maternal grandfather to the second child. Grandpa has come to see the babies. Grandpa won't hurt little Apple, okay? Don't cry, little Apple. Grandpa came all this way to see little Apple. Little Apple and Mom should welcome Grandpa, shouldn't they? Erbao's big, watery eyes kept crying. At less than 2 months old, they have a very weak sense of security. If a stranger suddenly appears in their surroundings, the little ones will feel uneasy. Xiao Xiao knew her son felt insecure. Bao, are you afraid of your grandpa now? How about mommy takes you to find daddy? You're not allowed to cry once you find daddy, okay? Be a good girl, alright? Upon hearing the word dad, the little guy turned his head and looked at his mother with teary eyes. Xiao Xiao gently patted his little bottom. Let's go, little crybaby, let's go find your daddy. Where is daddy? Where did daddy go? Oh, mommy remembers. Daddy's in the living room talking to grandma. In chapter 103, Debo asked, should I continue crying? I felt my father's presence as I entered the living room. With his parents by his side, the little one felt safe and his crying gradually stopped. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. You little rascal, you only stop crying when both mom and dad are here, right? Mommy will spank your bottom. It's tiring for mommy and daddy to do this. As Xiao Xiao spoke, she pretended to make a spanking gesture. Bao seemed to understand, and started crying again, whimpering. Gu Dongqing took the little guy. Little apple, mommy was just kidding with you. My baby is so cute, how could mommy bear to hit you? Just kidding, come here, let daddy give you a hug, and you won't cry when daddy hugs you. Does the baby want some milk? The second child cried loudly, his expression seemingly one of accusation. He doesn't drink milk, but his diaper is warm. Gu Dongqing was amused. Did you pee? Come on, dad will change you. Little apple, just bear with it a little longer, and you'll soon be a fresh and fragrant baby again. Young master, go and get it for your younger brother. Upon hearing its owner's words, the kitten darted away. It quickly returned carrying a pack of diapers. Xiao Zerwa was stunned. Wow, kittens can be so smart. Bao felt uncomfortable after peeing. I kicked my toes uncomfortably. Gu Dongqing placed him on the sofa, then skillfully removed his diaper and cleaned his bottom. The movements were practiced and fluid. You can tell at a glance that she takes care of babies often. Little Apple knew her father was tidying her up, so she had already stopped crying. The little girl was nibbling on her own little hand, waiting for her dad to finish cleaning up. Xiao Zerwa came closer. Wow, the little guy is so well behaved with his dad. Gu Dongqing's movements were very gentle, and Xiao Pinghua had a blissful expression. Pei Fei and Xiao Zerwa watched quietly from the side. After the second baby was changed, Pei Fei couldn't wait to make her move. Little Apple, it's your grandma, do you remember me? Remember grandma when you fall asleep. Wow, Little Apple has a new diaper. You look so handsome. Can you let grandma hug you? The little one was in a super good mood after his diaper was changed. With my parents around, I feel very safe. He did not refuse his grandmother's request. The little baby is so soft and cuddly, it smells wonderful to hold in my arms. Big, watery eyes, long eyelashes, and supple skin. Delicate and lovely facial features. A baby who looks just like an angel. Pei Fei couldn't stop smiling. Little Apple is so good. Look, who's that over there? It's Grandpa. How about you play with Grandpa for a bit, sweetheart? Xiao Zerwa was tempted. Grandma is right, I am Grandpa. Grandpa won't hurt the baby. Little Apple, don't cry later, okay? Grandpa came here especially to see you. This is his daughter's eldest son, and Xiao Zerwa really wants to hold him. Pei Fei suddenly frowned and asked, Old Xiao, did you smoke today? Xiao Zerwa sniffed his clothes. No. I haven't smoked a single cigarette today. Pei Fei's brows finally relaxed. That's more like it. You can't hold the babies if you smoke. What if the smoke bothers them? Xiao Zerwa quickly replied, Don't worry. Absolutely not. He made a silent vow that he would not smoke during his stay in Yucheng, so that he could hold the babies. Now, Bao can clearly see things within 1 meter in front of him. Pei Fei and Xiao Zerwa bought within the acceptable range. The little one curiously observed the two of them, occasionally turning his head to look at his parents. Since her daughter grew up, Pei Fei has rarely held a baby. Holding the adorable little girl, her smile never stopped. Old Xiao, isn't Bao super cute? Xiao Zerwa nodded eagerly, super cute. Haha, right. I also think our little apple is super cute, even cuter than the celebrity babies on TV. Old Xiao, quickly record some videos of me and little apple. Record more, document the baby's growth. Following Pei Fei's instructions, Xiao Zerwa recorded several videos of her and the babies. Little Apple and Grandma, can you look at the camera? Bao, do you love Grandma? Quickly say, I love Grandma. Grandma loves the baby the most. Perhaps because she found her grandmother too noisy, the second child didn't want to stay in her arms for more than 2 minutes. It twisted its body to get down. Xiao Zerwa was delighted to see this. Finally, Grandpa gave me a hug. Unfortunately, his expectations were too high. When he reached out to hug his second child, the little one didn't give him any face at all. He twisted his body like a caterpillar, wanting nothing more than to return to his father's arms. Little Apple, if you don't want to play with Grandma, Grandpa will play with you. What, you don't want your grandfather either? Grandpa came all this way, he's going to be heartbroken. Sweetie, let's play together. However, the second child was very upset and cried sadly because he couldn't get back into his father's arms. Having no other choice, Gu Dongqing came over and carried him back. Uncle and Auntie, Bao is a bit clingy, but he'll be fine once his emotions have calmed down. When Bao came back to her father's arms, her little face was pressed against his clothes, and little tears fell one by one. It looked like the most pitiful baby in the world. Gu Dongqing wiped away her tears. Don't cry, Daddy's here. Let's go find our young master and play together. The young master meowed at just the right moment to attract the second child's attention. Watching Gu Dongqing skillfully coax the child, Pei Fei and Xiao Zerwa recalled their daughter when she was little. I don't think I've ever treated her like this before. Back then, we had a postpartum nanny in our family. When my daughter cries, the nanny usually comforts her. They rarely comfort children like Gu Dongqing does. With Gu Dongqing's comforting words and the kitten's distraction, Xiaoping's emotions gradually stabilized. The quadruplets all have similar biological clocks. The second baby is awake, the other baby should be ready too. Xiao beckoned Pei Fei and Xiao Zerwa to come back to her room. She stayed by the crib for a short while. Sure enough, the little ones opened their eyes one after another. The human cub, just awakened, was still groggy and not fully powered on yet. In order not to disturb their concentration, Xiao instructed Pei Fei and Xiao Zerwa to wait until the children cried or expressed a desire for their parents to play with them. Bao instinctively wanted to cry when he woke up. Take care of your parents with your cries. Just as the little princess was getting into the zone, she saw her mother appear in her field of vision. The little one's mind suddenly paused for a moment. Should I continue crying, or should I stop crying? Just as the little one was struggling with her decision, Xiao smiled and waved to her. Bao was overjoyed, kicking his little feet. It makes sounds and nudges towards its mother. Sanbao and Sibo also woke up. However, the two little bundles of joy didn't see their mother, and after a while, a duet of cries immediately broke out. Chapter 104. Mr. Xiao, who humbled himself, said, "Why are all my little grandchildren so adorable?" Little Peach and Little Bamboo's cries were very loud. Xiao Zerwa and his family are so proud of their energetic baby. They are all healthy little babies. Xiao Zerwa's heart was filled with tenderness. Why are you crying so much when your grandparents come to visit? Have you pooped or peed? Mommy will check you. Xiao Zhao's voice was very gentle. When the third and fourth babies saw their mother, their cries grew several decibels louder. Xiao sighed helplessly. Are these two little rascals already crying and making a fuss at such a young age? The children's diapers have become quite heavy. Xiao knew they had pooped. Little Apple, you and your brother play here for a while. Daddy is going to change your sister's and brother's diapers. I'll come back to play with you later. Young master, keep a close eye on Little Apple. If anything happens, call me from her room. Gu Dongqing put the second baby into the stroller, gave instructions to the young master, and then hurriedly went into the house. I don't know why. This time, Xiaozi and Xiaoshansu didn't want their grandma to change their diapers. It must be mom and dad who change. Gu Dongqing walked in just in time. In no time at all, the two little ones transformed into fresh-faced little angels again. Gu Dongqing hugged them in his arms and flew away for a moment. Her gaze fell on Bao. Little Strawberry, your younger siblings have all gone to the toilet. When are you planning to go? He had barely finished speaking. Xiao, who was holding her, suddenly felt a warmth in her palm and couldn't help but smile. Dongqing, Bao listens to you very well. Right after I said that, she pooped. Gu Dongqing handed Xiaobao over to her in exchange for Bao. Little Strawberry is so good, did you poop? Come on, let Daddy smell it. Ugh, it stinks. Whose baby smells so bad? Daddy doesn't want him, Daddy doesn't want the smelly baby anymore. Gu Dongcheng made an exaggerated expression as if he had been smelled bad. De Bao was very happy, bouncing his toes in his arms. Now the babies know that their parents clean their bottoms, and they cooperate very well. Before long, De Bao was also wearing a new diaper and was very happy, feeling clean and comfortable in my arms. Xiao Zerwa felt that his opportunity had finally arrived. He walked up to Xiao Xiao, extended his hand, and said with a smile, "Si Bao, is it Xiao Shanju? I'm your grandpa, come here and let grandpa give you a hug." Si Bao turned her head and stared at him without blinking. The little guy was asleep and didn't know his grandpa was coming. This was the first time he had met his maternal grandfather. Xiao Bao is usually quite shy around strangers. I don't easily let strangers hug me. Moreover, it was his first time meeting his maternal grandfather, Xiao Xiao secretly guessed. The baby probably won't let his dad hold him. But the little guy's actions the next second made Xiao Xiao look completely wrong. The reason is that Xiao Zerwa actually hugged Si Bao. Xiao Xiao was surprised. "Dad, you're amazing. Little Shanju actually let you hug her. My god, Si Bao isn't afraid of you at all. Dad, Si Bao really likes you. Look, he's smiling." Xiao Zerwa looked down. That's really true. The little angel clenched his tiny fists, a sweet, innocent smile on his face. It's so incredibly therapeutic. Xiao Zerwa was extremely proud and turned to Pei Fei to show off. "Wife, look, Xiao Shanju likes me so much. She was willing to get close to me the first time we met." Pei Fei pouted, "Look how smug you are. Xiao Bao is also willing to be close to me. Do you believe that Xia Shansu will like me too later?" Despite saying that, Pei Fei wasn't very confident. Xiao Zerwa held the baby and laughed heartily. Xiao Shanju looked at her grandfather curiously, and then glanced at Pei Fei from time to time. Pei Fei leaned closer, her voice kind and friendly. "Little Bamboo, do you still remember your grandma? We just saw each other not long ago. Practice makes perfect, so the baby is now quite familiar with grandma. She's someone we know, so grandma, baby, don't cry later." Xiao Bao turned his head and buried his face in his grandfather's arms. Xiao Zerwa laughed heartily. "Look, Fei Fei, Xiao Bao definitely likes me more. I'm closest to my maternal grandfather. Our little one is the best behaved." Before coming to Yuqing, he had imagined countless times what it would be like to meet the baby. I never expected it to be such a heartwarming scene. Oh my god. Xiao Bao is so healing. I didn't want to let go of him. Seeing that Xiao Bao preferred his maternal grandfather, Pei Fei adjusted her mindset. It's okay, she still has her eldest child and her third child. De Bao and San Bao are my little darlings, they really gave their grandma face this time. No matter how I hold her or try to amuse her, she doesn't cry, in fact, she laughs happily. Watching her parents interact with the babies, Xiao Xiao breathed a long sigh of relief. I'm also happy for the babies. That's great. Now Grandpa, Grandma, and Grandpa on the other side all love them. Besides her own love for Gu Dongcheng, they also have grandparents on both sides to protect them. Gu Dongcheng was worried that Xiao Zerwa wouldn't feel comfortable interacting with the babies in the room. Honey, uncle and auntie, I'm going out to see the baby. Night fell, and before I knew it, it was already evening. After interacting with Erbao for a while, Gu Dongcheng carried him back to the room to play with his brothers and sisters before heading into the kitchen. This is my future-in-law's first dinner at their home, so I have to give it my all. Sure enough, after Gu Dongcheng left, Xiao Zerwa's facial expressions became more varied, and he also lowered his posture. Holding the little bamboo shoot, her smile became even brighter. Oh dear, little Shanju, can Grandpa give you a kiss? Oh dear, Grandpa has a beard, doesn't he? Your beard might prick your little darling, so let's stick it on. Little Mangostine's face smells so good. De Bao, Erbao, San Bao, look how happy Xiao Bao is playing with his grandpa. You all need to play with Grandpa later too. The quadruplets are all his precious little darlings, and Xiao Zerwa wants to hold each of them. When Si Bao saw the young master, he kicked his feet to get down. Now he doesn't want to play with his grandpa anymore, he wants to play with the kitten. Xiao Zerwa put him down with a smile. Then I tried to hold the other three babies. With Xiao Xiao guiding her, Pei Fei successfully hugged the little dumplings after Xiao Zerwa. They're all fragrant and soft, I can never get enough of hugging them. You can tell that Gu Dongcheng is good at taking care of children, and the babies like him too. Xiao Zerhua suddenly said something. Xiao Xiao was pleasantly surprised. Yes, Dongcheng usually takes care of the babies. The children are very close to him. Dad, I always knew Dongcheng was very good to me and the babies. Xiao Zerhua smiled and said nothing more. Pei Fei heard a beeping sound coming from the kitchen and knew it was Gu Dongcheng making the noise. Old Xiao Gu is a great cook, he's cooking for us. Eat more later. Xiao Zerhua looked up in surprise. He can cook? Xiao Xiao had already learned to answer quickly. The cooking in Dongcheng is amazing. His cooking tastes even better than that of a 5-star chef. It tastes so much better, many times better. Chapter 105. How can a person be this outstanding? Xiao Zerhua felt the same way Pei Fei had before. That's just bragging. Even if Gu Dongcheng is young and knows how to cook, how could he possibly cook better than a 5-star chef? Xiao Xiao shouldn't just blurt things out like that in an attempt to win him over. However, seeing that his daughter was so excited, he didn't say anything more, and just hummed in agreement. Children have limited energy. After playing for a while, Xiao Xiao fed them milk. A young master was playing with them nearby. When Gu Dongcheng came out of the kitchen with the dishes, the little ones were already asleep. Xiao Zerhua came out of the room. They couldn't help but move slightly. This tastes divine. That's going too far. The air was filled with a blissful, ethereal scent. Xiao Zerhua felt every cell in his body throbbing with longing. It's that kind of craving for delicious food. Take a deep breath. It smells so good I could cry. Pei Fei noticed the changes in Xiao Zerhua's expression. This is the food Xiao Gu made. How is it? It tastes alright, right? Eat more later. She swallowed hard as she spoke, clearly eager to get started. Gu Dongcheng set out the bowls and chopsticks and extended an invitation with a bright smile. The food is ready. Uncle and aunt can wash their hands and eat now. Honey, hurry up and wash your hands and eat. I made your favorite dishes. To welcome his future in-laws, he's going all out in the kitchen tonight. Every dish on the table was a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate. The dishes look so exquisite and are a feast for the eyes. Xiao Zerhua couldn't believe it. You did all of this? Gu Dongcheng answered frankly, yes, uncle. Why don't you try it and see if it suits your taste? Xiao Zerhua swallowed hard and nodded without making a sound. His cell's instincts and the aroma in the air told him that the food in front of him was delicious. However, due to his status, he pretended to be calm. Xiao Xiao was extremely happy tonight. After washing her hands, she pushed the two of them to sit down. Mom and Dad, eat as much as you want. If that's not enough, I'll have Dongcheng make you more. Pei Fei Mei was being polite this time. I picked up my chopsticks and immediately started tasting it. Xiao Zerhua's gaze remained impassive. Is this still the reserved and elegant wife she usually is? Where has that composure I used to have when faced with delicious food gone? Old Xiao, you should try some too. If you don't eat, my daughter and I will finish it all. Xiao Xiao smiled and said, that's right, Dad. You should try Dongcheng's cooking. I guarantee it will be absolutely delicious. At this moment, she was like a child showing off. Xiao Zerhua dropped his airs and said, okay. Then I'll try it and see what you think of the amazing cooking skills you've been praising. Take the first bite. Xiao Zerhua's eyes widened suddenly, and a strong electric current ran through his body. Feeling like you're floating on air. It felt like being in heaven. It was so delicious that Xiao Zerhua's hair stood on end. Absolutely divine. It's simply divine. Every cell in Xiao Zerhua's body was urging him to keep eating. Such delicious food, how can you finish just one bite? So Xiao Zerhua picked up another piece of pork rib. Good heavens, how do you make this texture? Having navigated the ups and downs of the business world for so many years, he has tasted delicacies from all over China, both domestically and internationally. It's fair to say that there's no delicacy he hasn't tried. But this was the first time he had ever experienced a taste so delicious that it reached right to the bone. He's handsome, knows how to take care of children, is independent and strong, has a sunny smile, and is such a great cook. Such a perfect man, surpassing my younger self in every way. Should I really not object to my daughter being with him? The more Xiao Zerhua got to know Gu Dongcheng, the more amazed he became. Xiao Xiao picked up a piece of sweet and sour carp for him. Dad, may you have abundance every year. This is beef, have a bite, it's incredibly powerful. And this is goose meat, soaring into the sky and rising straight up. Xiao Xiao chattered away, picking food for Xiao Zerwa as she spoke. The bowl for the vegetables was full in no time. Xiao Zerwa felt a warm glow in his heart. My little darling knows how to take care of herself. Xiao Xiao, you should eat more too. Which 4 children do you usually have? Xiao Xiao pursed her lips. Dad, I eat a lot every day. Look how fat I've gotten. After she finished speaking, she touched her stomach. She then turned to herself, feeling sorry for herself, and asked sadly, Dongcheng, if I get so fat, will you stop liking me in the future? Pei Fei, who was engrossed in her meal, put down her chopsticks. She said irritably, where are you fat? Your figure is just right. It's good to have some meat on your body. You used to be so skinny because you never ate anything. Xiaogu, I'm entrusting my daughter to you. Remember to cook delicious meals for her from now on. If you lose weight, I'll hold you accountable. Gu Dongqing nodded eagerly. Auntie, I'll cook delicious food for Xiao Xiao often and fatten her up so she won't be thin. After saying that, he comforted Xiao Xiao. Wife, you have a great figure right now. I think I'm even prettier than before. Didn't I tell you before that we would always be together, no matter how beautiful or ugly, fat or thin, we would grow old together? Gu Dongqing's every word was sincere. Xiao Xiao felt a sweet warmth in her heart and nodded happily. Dongcheng, you're so kind. Then I'll keep eating. Gu Dongqing's eyes were full of doting. Eat up. Here, try this eggplant. I cooked it differently tonight. Xiao Zhao's eyes lit up. Yay. Wow, this is delicious. Dongcheng, how come your cooking skills are so good? I wish I had such good cooking skills. Gu Dongcheng replied, no need, you can cook. I'll cook for you every day from now on. You can eat whatever you want. Real? That's right, your handsome and dashing husband wouldn't lie to you, would he? Pei Fei and Xiao Zerwa both witnessed the unintentional sweetness between the young couple. I haven't seen my daughter so genuinely happy in a long time. If the other person can continue to walk this sweet and happy path together, it might not be a bad outcome. Pei Fei was touched by the sweetness of their interaction. Looking at Xiao Zerwa eating heartily next to him, he said, Old Xiao, it seems like you haven't cooked for me in many years, have you? Look at Xiao Gu, he's so young but he can cook such good food. Are you saying I'm too old and you don't want to be with me anymore? You won't even cook for me anymore? Xiao Zerwa. They were enjoying their meal. Honey, what kind of weird thing are you doing now? They've brought trouble upon themselves. He wiped his mouth. When we get back, just tell me what you want to eat, and I'll ask Aunt Huang to teach me how to make it for you, okay? Pei Fei smiled triumphantly. You said it yourself, I didn't force you. Xiao Zerwa sighed helplessly as expected. Women are unreasonable. No matter how old they are all very difficult to deal with. How could I possibly refuse if I brought it up in this situation? Moreover, this was in front of Gu Dongcheng. If I don't agree to show off my skills, I always feel like I'm completely outmatched and he is always overshadowing me. Chapter 106 Xiao Zhao's conversation with his parents. For the first time, Xiao Zerwa experienced a meal that left a deep and unforgettable impression. It's so delicious. Delicious and incredibly satisfying. Xiao Xiao would occasionally put food on the couple's plate, and sometimes she would stop to put food on Gu Dongqing's plate as well. Honey, eat more. You've been taking care of the kids and me lately, it must be tough. Gu Dongqing shook his head. He didn't find it hard, on the contrary, he enjoyed it. He felt a great sense of accomplishment watching his children grow up day by day. It was already past 8 p.m. when we had dinner. Xiao Xiao arranged rooms for the two of them, and then went to the kitchen to help Gu Dongqing clean up the dishes. Inside the room, Pei Fei and the other sat on the bed and on the sofa, respectively. While digesting his food, Xiao Zerwa asked, what do you think of him? Images of her daughter interacting with Gu Dongqing flashed through Pei Fei's mind. I think Xiao Gu is a good person. He is caring and ambitious. As for his character, it seems alright so far, but we still need to observe him more closely. What are your thoughts? Xiao Zerwa leaned back on the sofa. Ambition, anyone can say nice things these days. Time will tell. His parents are coming soon, I'll see what kind of people they are then. Pei Fei raised an eyebrow. Old Xiao, judging from what you're saying, you seem to have a good impression of Xiao Gu too? When I told you this today, I was worried that you would be angry and object to bringing our daughter home. Xiao Zerwa laughed angrily. I am indeed very angry. You can't believe a child has a baby and hasn't told their parents for almost 2 months. They're completely disregarding us. I was furious when I found out. On the way here, Xiao Zerhua had a lot he wanted to say to his daughter in person. But when I saw the other person in person, my heart softened. She's still my little darling, how could I bear to scold her? Pei Fei laughed when this was mentioned. She told Xiao Zerhua that she beat her daughter up as soon as they met. You're telling me I'm her biological mother? She actually kept something as dangerous as childbirth a secret. What if something happens to her? Where will we find her? The family members who care about their children found out the day after the baby was born, but in our family, it was kept completely from us. No, when my aunt's parents come, I'm going to demand an explanation from them in person. Pei Fei is no pushover. Having held a high position for many years, she, like Xiao Zerhua, exudes a powerful aura. Especially since it concerns his daughter's future, he must establish his authority within the Gu family. She could tell that her daughter genuinely liked Gu Dongcheng. When the two are together, their daughter experiences genuine joy and happiness. But marriage is not just a matter between two people, but also involves both sets of parents. It's essential to let the other party's parents know that their daughter and her in-laws are not easy to manipulate. Otherwise, who knows what might happen in the future. Xiao Zerhua also felt it was necessary. I haven't accepted Gu Dongcheng yet. This is still a trial period. You should keep an eye on him and see if he's after our family. Pei Fei also lay down on the headboard and changed to a more comfortable position. I know. But you shouldn't always have a stern face, show people more emotion. Otherwise, people will think you're deliberately making things difficult for him. Xiao Zerhua smiled and said, I'm his future father-in-law. Do I need to give him attitude? I'm testing him. Testing his patience, emotional intelligence, and how he treats people. The couple chatted in the room. Inside the kitchen, Gu Dongcheng and Xiao Xiao chatted while they were busy working. Xiao Xiao wiped the water off the plate and said happily, Dongcheng, my parents really like you. I was so scared. When they first arrived, I thought they were going to beat you up. Fortunately, they didn't make things difficult for us. I really like the babies. Honey, you've had a tough time these past few days. Gu Dongcheng was full of energy. It's not hard work, the uncles and aunts are very easy to talk to. I know they all love you. Honey, now that your parents have agreed to give me a chance, I will definitely do my best and treat you and the babies even better in the future. Xiao Zhao's eyes sparkled with happiness. You've already been so good to me, you don't need to be any better. Dongcheng, do you know what? I feel like the happiest and most joyful woman in the world right now. With you and the babies by my side, I'd be willing to eat even the most meager food. Gu Dongcheng was amused by her words. When the babies are a little older, I'll take you back to our village to eat coarse food and wild vegetables. I'll feed you whole grains and vegetables every day. Let's see if you'll still be willing then. Xiao Xiao chuckled, going to your house? Great. I've never been to the countryside before. I heard there are a lot of cows there, is that true? Gu Dongcheng nodded. There are quite a few in our village, but they are mostly water buffalo. My family only has one. When we go back, I'll take you to herd cattle. Yay! Clapping hands. Gu Dongcheng leaned back and turned to look at the living room. Honey, I can handle things in the kitchen by myself. Go and talk to your parents. They must have a lot to say to you. Xiao Xiao nodded. Okay, I'll be right back. If the babies wake up to drink milk, come and call me. Gu Dongcheng told him to go find his parents without worry. The door opened. Xiao Zerhua's face hardened when he saw his daughter walk in. So you still know to come looking for us? Xiao Xiao asked weakly. Mom and Dad, were you waiting for me? Xiao Zerhua retorted irritably. Then what else? Having a daughter like you is the worst luck we've ever had. How are we supposed to explain this to our relatives, friends, and everyone around us when we get back? Getting married and having children out of nowhere, without any prior notice, people will be laughing their heads off behind their backs. Xiao Zhao's smile immediately vanished. Dad, I'm sorry. If anyone asks in the future, just tell them the truth. Life is for yourself, so why care so much about what others think? Our family is not short of money, and we don't need anyone's help. I'm completely open and above board. What business is it of theirs if I get married and have children? Xiao Zerhua sighed. Once relatives and friends find out, there will definitely be a lot of gossip behind their backs. Pei Fei and Xiao Zerhua are both people who care a lot about their image, and the little baby has given them a big problem. Xiao Xiao knew that her parents loved her dearly. Mom and Dad, you don't need to worry about me anymore. Just live your own lives well. As you can see, Dongcheng has been very good to me and the babies. Now we have a house, a car, and our own shop. We'll start a small business later. Although I'm not as rich as you, I'm very satisfied with my life now. Mom and Dad, thank you. Thank you for raising me. Thank you for never letting me suffer any injustice since I was little. I'm with Dongcheng now, and I'm doing great, so you don't need to worry about me anymore. Chapter 107. The parents of both sides are about to meet. Xiao Xiao spoke very seriously, word by word. Pei Fei and Xiao Zerhua listened very attentively. A daughter's happiness cannot be hidden. Pei Fei patted the edge of the bed to make her sit down. You can pursue your own love, and your father and I don't object now. But if anything happens in the future, you must tell us, okay? We are your parents, and we will stand by you no matter what happens. Mom doesn't know what will happen between you and Xiao Gu in the future, but if you suffer any injustice outside, don't keep quiet, tell Mom right away, okay? Your dad and I will stand up for you. You are our only daughter. If we don't treat you well, who else should we treat well? Xiao Xiao was touched. Mom, I understand. I will tell you everything from now on, no matter what happens, and I will never hide anything from you. The thought that she wouldn't be able to stay by their side anymore made Xiao Xiao very sad. Dad, you and I need to take good care of yourselves from now on. Don't be so busy with work when you get back to Wuxi. We have more money than we can spend. You should enjoy life more. When the babies are older, I'll bring them back to see you when I have time. Pei Fei wiped away her tears and said, okay, I'll come home to visit often in the future. Take good care of the children, and tell Mom if you don't have enough money. I'm worried about you traveling alone. If something can be solved with money, don't trouble yourself. Our home will always be your safe haven. Xiao Xiao hugged Pei Fei and said, Mom, I understand. Pei Fei gently stroked her hair. That's good, my daughter has grown up. Xiao Zerhua felt inexplicably sad. If you're going to be with Gu Dongcheng in the future, and you don't know how to handle the relationship with your in-laws, just talk less and let Gu Dongcheng take care of the rest. You are our daughter. There's no need for you to try to please or cater to anyone. Don't wrong yourself. Parents are most afraid of their children being mistreated outside. Xiao Xiao stayed in Pei Fei's arms like a child. Dad, I know. You don't need to worry about your in-laws. I can handle it. Besides, Dongcheng's parents are very easy to talk to. The family of three chatted in the room. Xiao Xiao vaguely heard the baby crying and opened the door to go out and see. There really is a child crying. Judging from the sound, it should be Xiao Taozi. Right now, Gu Dongcheng is holding the little princess in the living room, trying to soothe her. Mom and Dad, Sanbao is crying. I'm going to see what's wrong. You two rest first, and we'll talk another day. Pei Fei was worried. Is little Peach crying? Let's go see the little baby. After she finished speaking, she and Xiao Zerhua followed her out. Little Peach, who was fast asleep, suddenly woke up for some reason. Gu Dongcheng was afraid the little one would wake up her brothers and sisters, so he took her out. Honey, are you two done talking? Xiao Xiao nodded. Yes, what's wrong with Sanbao? Gu Dongcheng pondered. I don't know what happened. I was sleeping soundly, and then I suddenly woke up. She hasn't pooped or peed, and she won't drink milk. She probably woke up because she felt insecure when you weren't around. Seeing the little baby's face flushed red from crying, Xiao Xiao felt extremely sorry for him. Little Peach, do you miss your mother? Mom's here. Come here, come to mommy. Xiao Xiao took the little princess as she spoke. Amazingly, once in Xiao Xiao's arms, Sanbao, who had been crying loudly and losing little pearls, gradually stopped sobbing. However, her face was still flushed. Xiao Zerhua and Pei Fei exclaimed in surprise, so Sanbao really misses his mother. You're so young and you can already recognize your mother's scent. You're such a smart little one, so amazing. Babies at this age can probably recognize their mother's scent. The couple who lived there didn't care about any of that in their eyes. Their little darling was the best, and of course they had to praise him. Fortunately, only Sanbao woke up. The other three little ones were still fast asleep. Holding and coaxing little Peach, the little princess drifted off to sleep in less than 5 minutes. I've taken the baby back. Mom and Dad, you can go to sleep now. If you need anything, just tell me and Dongcheng. Your daily necessities have been prepared, find them yourselves. After giving instructions to Xiao Zerhua and Pei Fei, Xiao Xiao quietly carried the three treasures back to the room. After saying goodnight, Gu Dongqing followed him inside. Unsurprisingly, the kids woke up 3 or 4 more times during the night. Gu Dongqing is a light sleeper. He wakes up whenever the babies make a sound. Xiao Xiao didn't have as much energy as him, so most of the time Gu Dongqing took care of the child while she breastfed the baby in a daze. After tidying up the 4 little cuties, I covered them with their little blankets. Gu Dongqing sat on the edge of the bed, looking at them with tender eyes. That's wonderful. Grandpa and Grandma both love the babies. The children have received 2 more acts of love. Gu Dongqing was moved and happy for the children. Little strawberry, little apple, today is the day Grandpa and Grandma come to visit you. They really like you. Now the babies have grandparents, and they can play with them from now on. Aren't you excited? In order for the children to be able to play happily with their maternal grandparents in the future, he secretly resolved to perform well and gain the approval of his future in-laws as soon as possible. Honey, why aren't you home to sleep yet? Honey, come back to sleep, I can't find you. Just as Gu Dongqing was engrossed in watching the children, he heard Xiao Xiao's drowsy voice. Gu Dongqing quietly returned to the bed, and as soon as he lay down, she hugged him. Holding my fragrant wife, I pictured my sleeping children. Gu Dongqing felt that he was the happiest person in the world. Thinking this, he unknowingly fell asleep. As the new day began, Gu Dongqing entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Then I received a call from Gu's mother. Hey, your dad and I are already on the train. We'll be at the station in about an hour. We've brought quite a lot of stuff, can you come pick us up in a bit? Gu Dongqing placed his phone on the tissue box on the stove. Mom, I'll see when it's time to pick you up. You and Dad, be careful. Okay, are the children awake? No. Oh, it's good to be able to sleep. That's all for now, the signal is weak on the train, I'll call you when I get there. Before Gu Dongqing could speak, the other party hung up the phone. I shook my head. That's just how excited and energetic my mom is. I composed myself and continued making breakfast. At that moment, the door to the guest room opened, and Xiao Zerwa and Pei Fei came out. Hearing the noise from the kitchen, Pei Fei walked to the kitchen door. Xiao Gu, you're up so early? Gu Dongqing turned to the side and smiled. I'm used to this time, uncles and aunts, wait a moment, I'll make you breakfast in a bit. Pei Fei told him not to be shy, we can just go out for breakfast. You've done so much so early in the morning, it must be so tiring. Chapter 108 Gu's Nervous Mother. They usually have their breakfast made by their housekeeper at home. Gu Dongqing must be very tired from getting up to cook every day. Gu Dongqing shook his head and said he wasn't tired. Then he told the 2 about Mr. and Mrs. Gu. My parents will arrive in about an hour. They brought a lot of things, uncles and aunts, could you please take care of Xiao Xiao for me later? Pei Fei smiled and said, you can go out without worry. We can take care of Xiao Xiao and the baby. Xiao Zerwa had no objections. If they don't take care of their own daughter and grandson, who will? However, with Gu Dongqing's parents arriving, Xiao Zerwa hesitated whether to go back and change his clothes. Gu Dongqing's timing was perfect. He had just turned off the stove and brought out breakfast when the little ones woke up in the room. For little ones, and one of them is bound to cry when they wake up in the morning. In most cases, not all babies cry. But every time one of them cries, the 3 glutinous rice balls around it will be infected. Soon after, she started crying, making sounds. That's all for today. As soon as De Bao opened his mouth and made a few ahus, his younger siblings joined in with a quartet of sounds. Gu Dongqing returned immediately to check their diapers. He noticed that when he came to tidy up the babies in the morning, the little ones would cry even louder than before. The noise decreased again when the diaper was changed. Kids are curious about everything these days. They would quietly watch their father do things, curious about what he was doing. Those 4 pairs of curious, big eyes are just so adorable. Pei Fei felt a surge of tenderness upon seeing this scene. Waking up in the morning and seeing the babies is such a blessing. Gu Dongqing was very quick and efficient. He calmed down the 4 crying babies in less than 15 minutes. After eating and drinking their fill, the human cubs did not cling to their parents, but instead had their young master play with them. Human babies have so many fun things to do. Gu Dongqing told Xiao Xiao what his parents had prepared and told her about it. He left early when it was almost time. At the same time, Yuqing Station. After exiting the station, Mr. and Mrs. Gu carried their luggage to the place where they had been waiting for Gu Dongqing with Aunt Mu. Both of them were carrying local specialties from their hometown. Although it wasn't worth much money, it was the best they could offer. 2 portions of each were prepared, one for the son and one for Xiao Xiao's parents. Mother Gu was extremely nervous, and she kept stopping to tidy her appearance. "Old Gu, what do you think of my outfit? Are your clothes messy?" Mr. Gu replied with a smile, "It's not messy, it's very nice and beautiful." "Are you nervous?" Gu's mother was a little embarrassed. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous. The first wealthy person she had ever met in her life was her own son. For some reason, Xiao Xiao was afraid of wealthy people like her parents. I clearly did not steal or rob, and I owed no one anything. They act in a way that aligns with their own conscience. However, I can't help feeling inferior when I'm around rich people. Gu's mother didn't know why she was like this. Is it because I'm poor? But our son is doing very well now, and our family's situation has improved as well. She just couldn't understand it. Gu's father told her to relax. "What are you afraid of? We're all one family. So what if they have money and power? They can't possibly eat us alive. Just act like you're in the village. Say and do what you normally do. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. As long as you give them enough respect, I believe they won't make things difficult for our son." Mr. Gu's mindset was much better than Mrs. Gu's. He would comfort the other person whenever he had time. Gu Dongcheng headed straight for the bus station. "Mom and Dad, why did you bring so much stuff up here? There's so much, how could Xiao Xiao and I possibly finish it all? Just keep it at home to eat, don't work so hard in the future." Gu's mother said, "It's not all of it for you, half of it is for your parents-in-law." Gu Dongcheng wanted to say that even if they were given them, they wouldn't be able to take them back. Both of them came by plane. How do I take it back? Do I have to send it back via courier or logistics? But after thinking about it, he ultimately didn't say it. After loading the things into the car, Mr. Gu asked, "Where are Xiao Xiao's parents? How was your meeting yesterday? Did they give you any trouble?" This was the question that Gu's mother cared about most, so she listened attentively. Gu Dongcheng opened the car door and gestured for them to get in, saying, "No, Xiao Xiao's parents are very easy to talk to. Mom and Dad, don't be too reserved when you meet them later. Uncle and aunt are very easy to get along with." Until the other party fully acknowledges and accepts him, Gu Dongcheng can only temporarily address them as uncle and aunt. Mr. and Mrs. Gu breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that they didn't make things difficult for their son. When they arrived, the couple thought Mr. and Mrs. Xiao must be very angry. Unexpectedly, his son said that the other party was very easy to talk to and did not make things difficult for him. Gu's mother asked again, "Xiao Xiao's parents are really not angry? You and Xiao Xiao got married and had a baby, such a big thing, and you kept it from them. They must be angry, right?" Gu Dongcheng nodded truthfully, "I was definitely angry, but they didn't scold me. Well, they said they'd give me a chance to prove myself, to prove that I can be good to Xiao Xiao and the babies, and to prove that I have the ability to make their lives better and better. I estimate that their character will also be considered." Mr. and Mrs. Gu nodded. That's more like it. As parents, if their positions were reversed, they would make the same choice as the other parent. It's impossible to easily accept someone you've never met before. We must investigate this carefully. Mrs. Gu took a breath and looked at Mr. Gu seriously. We also need to perform well and not let our son down. The other party's assessment of the son is definitely not just a simple matter. As parents, they will certainly observe how their children behave. If they don't behave well and think they are stingy in laws, they will definitely not want their daughter to come and take care of the family. Gu's father thought it made sense and that he had to perform well. Gu's mother wanted to learn more about Xiao Xiao's parents before meeting them. How are they treating the babies? Do you reject babies? Gu Dongqing smiled. The uncles and aunts really like the babies. They kept hugging them when they met yesterday. He's probably at home playing with the kids right now. He told the elderly couple what he knew. Finally, I reassured them, Mom and Dad, don't be nervous. Just treat it like you're meeting relatives and friends normally. Leave the rest to your son. After saying that, he stopped paying attention and drove straight home. Xiao Xiao and his parents had already received the information in advance. The three of them waited on the sofa in the living room. Xiao Xiao was a little worried. Mom and Dad, my in-laws are very good to me. They are very nice people. When you meet them later, don't act like you did when you met Dongchun yesterday. I'm afraid they'll start overthinking things. Chapter 109 Comparison of Both Parents. Xiao Zerhua and Pei Fei knew what their daughter was worried about. Pei Fei took a sip of tea. Don't worry, your dad and I know what we're doing. As soon as she finished speaking, the living room door opened. The three of them walked in carrying large and small bags. Gu Dongcheng and his parents. Mr. and Mrs. Gu were wearing new clothes today, and their appearance was very different from usual. As soon as the two entered, they saw two strangers with extraordinary bearing. A man and a woman. The other party must be the daughter-in-law's parents. They were about the same age, but Gu's mother noticed that the two of them were well maintained and looked like young people in their 30s, with very fair skin. Xiao Zerhua and Pei Fei were also sizing each other up. My daughter told me that Gu Dongcheng's parents are in their 40s. Perhaps because they spend most of their time doing farm work in the countryside, they look older than their urban counterparts. He looks at least 10 years older. The faint white hairs between his temples and the marks left by the fan on his face. Honestly, standing next to them, it's very obvious that they're not from the same world. Gu Dongcheng was trained by them. Gu Dongcheng put down his bags and invited the two of them to come forward and introduce them. Mom and Dad, these two are Xiao Xiao's parents. Uncle and aunt, these are my parents. Xiao Zerhua and Pei Fei smiled and nodded. Mrs. Gu's gaze fell on Pei Fei, and she stepped forward enthusiastically. Miss Xiao, you are so beautiful. This elegant outfit makes her even more beautiful than the leading ladies on TV. Given the current relationship between her son and her daughter-in-law's parents, Gu's mother doesn't dare to call them mother-in-law. The word lady just sounded awkward coming from her mouth. Fortunately, Pei Fei noticed her unease. Hello, Dongcheng's mom. My name is Pei Fei. Just call me Fei Fei. Calling me madam is too formal. The daughter-in-law's mother was surprisingly easy to talk to. Gu's mother breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, then I won't stand on ceremony. Hello Fei Fei, I'm Dongcheng's mother. My name is Deng Taoyu. You can call me Lao Dang or Taoyu, it's up to you. Pei Fei smiled elegantly. Okay, then my name is Taoyu. It's nice to meet you all. Mr. Gu also greeted Xiao Zerhua. Hello, Mr. Xiao, I'm Mr. Dongcheng, my name is Gu Shuwen, it's nice to meet you. Looking at this man who was much older than himself, Xiao Zerhua extended his hand and smiled. Hello, my name is Xiao Zerhua, Xiao Xiao's father. I've wanted to see you all for a long time. About the children. Mr. Gu felt a little awkward, unsure whether he should shake hands with the other person. Because his hands were covered in calluses from years of work, he was embarrassed to shake hands with others. However, after a brief hesitation, he still gritted his teeth and extended his right hand. Hello Mr. Xiao, I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. I'm sorry about Dongcheng and Xiao Xiao's matter. It's all our fault for telling you so late. Xiao Zerhua shook his head. Things have already developed to this point, let nature take its course. However, I do have some things I want to say to you. Mr. Gu nodded. Alright, Mr. Xiao, please feel free to speak. We, the Gu family, have wronged you. No matter what you do, we will not run away from it. Xiao Zerhua was very satisfied with his attitude. Xiao Xiao, who was standing next to him, quickly pulled Xiao Zerhua away, saying, Dad, you've just met Dongcheng's parents. You can talk to them later. My in-laws must be tired from traveling up here so early in the morning. You should lie down and let them rest for a while. Although she had warned him, Xiao Xiao was still worried that her father might say something shocking. Xiao Zerhua has his own rhythm. He had something to say to Gu Dongcheng's parents, but not now. Look how much you worry about your daughter. While standing nearby, Gu's mother was praising Pei Fei for her beauty and good temperament, asking her how she maintained her youthful appearance. After we finished chatting, she brought over all her bags and packages. Fei Fei, Mr. Xiao, these are all local specialties we brought from our hometown. There are shiitake mushrooms, water chestnuts, taro, cured meat, beef jerky, and so on. When you get back, take some with you to try. These were all gifts that the couple had carefully prepared for them. Although it's not worth much money, it's all their good intentions. These are all the things the village has, they have nothing else to offer. Why don't you go out and buy them gifts? They're so rich, they might not even be interested. After much deliberation, the couple decided to send local specialties. Pei Fei was interested in these local specialties and asked with an impressive expression, Taoyu, are all these mushrooms, taro, and water chestnuts grown by your family? Gu's mother was surprised that the other party was interested. She nodded with a smile, yes, they're all grown by our family. Just let us know when you've finished eating them, and I'll bring you some more. Eat as much as you want. She has already dried the shiitake mushrooms, which are absolutely delicious when used in soups. Pei Fei didn't stand on ceremony, okay? Thank you. We'll take them back with us when we get back to Wushi. If we run out, please send us some more. Authentic local products may not be expensive in rural towns. You can buy them in the city, but sometimes even if you have the money, you might not be able to buy fresh ones. Eating these foods is good for your health and can also help you maintain your well-being. Pei Fei really liked the gifts that Gu's mother and her husband brought them. It's clear they put a lot of effort into seeing each other. Xiao Zerhua didn't know much about rural areas and had never farmed. Looking at the bags of beef jerky, he asked curiously, Dad Dongcheng, do you raise cattle? Gu's father guessed what he was thinking and nodded with a smile, we raise water buffalo, but we bought this beef jerky from a relative. They're all handmade, you have to try them later. Eating beef jerky with a glass or two of Baijiu Chinese liquor is wonderful. Xiao Zerhua's expression changed to one of surprise. He had assumed that the beef jerky was also made by Gu Shuwen's family. Xiao Xiao exclaimed, Mom and Dad, you brought us so many things. Thank you for your hard work. When they heard their daughter call out Mom and Dad, Xiao Zerhuan and Pei Fei instinctively assumed she was calling them. But when she came to her senses, she was calling for Gu Dongqing's parents. I felt a faint sadness in my heart. A married daughter is like water spilled from a bowl. Yeah, they haven't gotten used to it yet. Mom, everything that Dad and Mom grow at Dongqing's house is delicious. Last time my mother-in-law brought a lot of food upstairs, and we ate it all. It tasted so good. Pei Fei went along with her daughter's suggestion, really? Then Mom will try it later. Gu's mother said modestly, these are all common things in the village, and they don't taste anything special. But you can eat them more often. We grow them ourselves and don't use any pesticides. Just as the group was chatting enthusiastically, the sound of babies crying suddenly came from the stroller in the living room. Mr. and Mrs. Gu were greatly encouraged. She quickly washed her hands and walked to the stroller, looking at the 4 chubby little ones with kind eyes. My little darlings, what's wrong? Did you know your grandparents were coming and greet them with cries? Wow, it's been a while since I've seen you, my darlings have gotten even cuter. Chapter 110 3 Men and 1 Cup of Tea. The babies are growing very fast, changing almost every day. They've grown quite a bit in the nearly 2 months since then. They would listen quietly when adults were talking. This is the time the adorable child spends observing their surroundings. However, if you ignore them for a long time, they will make noise to attract the attention of adults. Just like the adorable babies now. She was crying softly in the stroller. Mr. and Mrs. Gu smiled broadly as they looked at their adorable babies. My little darlings, do you miss your grandpa and grandma? Grandpa and grandma have come to see you and your parents. Did the children miss their grandparents while they were away? Successfully attracted the adults' attention. The children gradually stopped crying, and the quadruplets all had the same expression. Her big, watery eyes looked at the elderly couple with curiosity. The little ones found it amazing that so many people had come to their house these past 2 days. The children are less than 2 months old and don't have much of a memory. They already don't remember their grandparents. Mother Gu said with a smile, Little Strawberry, what kind of expressions are you and your younger siblings making? Don't you remember Grandma? Oh dear, Grandma is sad. Mr. Gu also said, I'm so heartbroken. After saying that, he picked up Bao and said, Little Strawberry, wow, you've gotten quite heavy. Looks like you've been drinking your milk well. That's more like it. As the older sister, you should eat more. Mr. Gu noticed that his eldest granddaughter's eyes were becoming more and more beautiful. Her eyes were as clear and captivating as gemstones. Her eyelashes were long, like a small fan, blinking constantly. Holding his eldest child, Gu's father was overjoyed. While holding his eldest child, he asked Gu Dongcheng, how are the babies doing with their milk? Gu Dongcheng replied, the babies are feeding normally, and their appetites are even greater than before. Father Gu nodded in satisfaction, that's good, he truly is my little grandson. Seeing how close the babies were to Gu's parents, Xiao Zerhua figured it must be because the two of them visited them frequently. Even if the babies don't remember you yet, they won't reject you if you hold them too often. He also stepped forward and picked up the second child. Bao is quite brave now. When his maternal grandfather holds him, he will reach out his chubby little hands to grab the corner of the grandfather's clothes. At this time, Xiao Zerhua would kiss his little hand. Bao was stunned for a moment. She stared at her grandfather in shock. The little cutie didn't realize that her grandpa almost ate her hand. Xiao Zerhua was amused by the shocked expression on the human cub's face. Little apple, your hands smell so good. Grandpa will give you a kiss on the hand. Do you like Grandpa? Bao turned to look at his father. Babies these days only like their mom and dad. Yes, and there's also the young master. Gu Dongcheng remembered the tea that the young master had rewarded him with, so he went back to his room and took it out. I went to the coffee table and started cleaning the tea set. The young master gave himself a finely decorated house in the Song Dynasty style. How could a house built in the Song Dynasty not have tea sets? It's just that Gu Dongcheng doesn't usually drink tea. Now that the young master has given me this white tea as a reward, it's the perfect time to use it to entertain my father and the children's parents. The quadruplets were drawn to Gu Dongcheng's antics and looked curiously toward the tea room. The children's faces lit up with interest as they saw the bottles and jars on the coffee table. Honey, you can even make tea? This was the first time Xiao Xiao had ever seen him make tea after being together for so long. Gu Dongcheng laughed. I only know a little bit. I recently acquired a tin of tea by chance, and since my uncle, aunt, and parents are visiting this time, I wanted to give them some to try. Gu's mother was not interested in tea. Her father usually brewed it at home, but she had never drunk it. You guys drink, I won't drink. Little Peach, let's keep playing. Pei Fei wasn't into that either. Old Xiao, you guys go drink. I'll stay here and play with Si Bao. Xiao Zerhua loves tea, and he was pleased to hear Gu Dongcheng say that he had prepared tea specifically for them. He was curious about what kind of tea it was. Tea that's specially prepared to entertain guests must be of excellent taste. Little Apple, are you interested in the tea set? How about Grandpa carries you over to take a look? Dad Dongcheng, let's go over and have a drink. When the prospective in-laws were announced, Mr. Gu, holding his eldest child, spoke with a beaming smile. Okay. Let's go get some drinks and chat. Fearing the tea might be too hot and accidentally burned Bao, Gu's father put her back in the stroller. Little Strawberry, Grandpa and Grandpa have some things to talk about. You play with your younger siblings first, and Grandpa will play with you later. Babies can't understand what adults are saying yet. But they can sense happiness or joy from the expressions and emotions of adults. The kind and gentle grandfather spoke softly to him, and Bao happily played by himself. Xiao Zerhua was also worried that the tea would burn Bao. After thinking for a moment, I put the little apple next to the little strawberry. Bao, Grandpa will also have a cup of tea. I'll take you to see tea sets later. Play with your sister first, and call for Grandpa if you miss him. Settle the two babies down. Xiao Zerhua and Gu's father sat down at the coffee table. Seeing the tea leaves in the gaiwan, Xiao Zerhua asked, "Is this white tea?" As a tea enthusiast, he immediately recognized the tea that Gu Dongcheng had brought to serve them. He would occasionally brew a few pots of white tea. As for the taste, he personally quite likes it. However, he noticed that Gu Dongcheng's tea seemed a little different from what he usually drank. The color and aroma of the tea are different. Xiao Zerhua frowned. Xiao Gu, where did you buy this tea? Gu Dongcheng replied, I asked a friend to buy it for me, but I don't know where he bought it. I've never tried it before, so I don't know what it tastes like. Xiao Zerhua sat there solemnly, already eager to start tasting it. Mr. Gu, who was standing nearby, also noticed the difference in the tea leaves. The moment the water washed down, the fragrance it released was one he had never smelled before. It's very special. The aroma it emits draws you into the world of tea. Gu Dongcheng doesn't usually drink tea, so he can't taste the flavor. I learned how to brew tea in a sophomore year elective course. I've become so unfamiliar with it that I've almost forgotten how. Fortunately, he has a strong learning ability, and after some effort, he remembered most of it. After finishing the tea washing process, Gu Dongcheng brewed another bowl and poured it for Xiao Zerhua and his father. The two of them picked up their teacups at the same time and took a small sip. Xiao Zerhua's eyes lit up. Excellent tea. Excellent tea indeed. Unforgettable. This taste, how to describe it? It's a bit like the sweetness of spring water, the fragrance of flowers, but upon closer inspection, it's not quite like that. It's amazing. It's really amazing. Xiao Zerhua was amazed that white tea could taste like this. They had assumed that the tea Gu Dongcheng had prepared for them was the ordinary tea they usually drank. And wow! This is the best tasting and most uniquely flavored tea I've ever had. Gu Dongcheng's friend is amazing. He's so capable of getting his hands on tea like this. Chapter 111 Xiao Zerhua's attitude. as a seasoned collector and enthusiast of famous cigarettes, liquors, and teas. I have never tasted such good tea before. Gu Dongqing's friends are so amazing. Xiao Zerwa really wanted to meet him if he had the chance. Gu Dongqing could only say that his friend was very busy, traveling all over the country on business. Moreover, there was only one can of tea. If you want to keep an eye out for him, you can only ask him to do so. Xiao Zerwa looked regretful. Xiao Gu, I asked you to keep an eye out for my friend. If there's any more tea like this, I'll take it all, money is no object. If you ever buy all of these for me again, just tell me, I'll definitely repay you handsomely. Xiao Zerwa planned to buy more so he could show them off to a few close friends. Gu Dongqing nodded as he looked at the young master sleeping next to his mother. I'll ask a friend to keep an eye out for you later. Xiao Zerwa nodded in satisfaction. Mr. Gu also thought his son's tea was delicious. He took one sip after another. Gu Dongqing quickly refilled his cup. He also asked his son to buy some. However, he knew that such good tea must be very expensive. I'd better not say anything. She didn't want her son to waste her money. Gu Dongqing wondered if the young master would give him tea leaves again in the future. He thought to himself, what if there are more in the future? Give half to my future father-in-law and keep the other half for my dad. Xiao Zerwa picked up his teacup and suddenly looked at Gu's father. Dad Dongqing, our daughter has been pampered since she was a child and is the apple of our eye. She wasn't someone an ordinary person married. Besides what she likes, we also need to make sure she approves it. You should be able to understand this, right? Gu Shuwen nodded in understanding. If it were his own daughter getting married, he would definitely be very selective. Xiao Xiao is a good girl, we all like her very much. It's only right to vet such an outstanding child. Xiao Xiao's father, it's Dongqing's good fortune to have met Xiao Xiao, and it's also a good fortune for our Gu family. Xiao Xiao grew up in a comfortable environment, and now she's with our Dongqing, so she belongs to. Mr. Gu didn't know how to say that word. Is it a case of marrying down, or is it a case of being compatible with those who are less well off? He is not highly educated, and some of his words are not expressed accurately. Fortunately, Xiao Zerwa understood what he meant. It's not that Xiao Xiao's mother and I are against them being together. However, Xiao Gu must pass our test. As for your Gu family, we also need to see how you treat my daughter. His intention was to ensure Xiao Xiao's future well-being. He not only had to ensure that Gu Dongqing treated Xiao Xiao well, but the Gu family also had to treat their own daughter well. Mr. Gu looked at him seriously. Don't worry, Xiao Xiao's father. Dongqing in my family has always been honest and devoted to people and things. He's with Xiao Xiao, and he'll definitely treat her well in the future. I'm telling him right here, if he ever dares to let Xiao Xiao suffer even the slightest grievance, his mother and I will disown him as our son. Just kidding, Xiao Xiao is such a good daughter-in-law, how could I not treat her well? What if she runs away? Where will her son find her? Where are they going to find a daughter-in-law? Mr. Gu also believed in his son. He's not the kind of person who's fickle. After getting married, he will definitely be devoted to his wife and children. He knew that raising a child was not easy. Regardless of how much money was spent, she poured almost all her emotions into the pregnancy. It's impossible to just let my daughter marry someone else for nothing. Knowing that the Xiao family is not short of money, Gu's father still wants to show the Gu family's sincerity. Xiao Xiao's father, you can go ahead and investigate him in Dongqing. As for me and his mother, don't laugh at me. None of my family members have received much education, and our cultural level is low. But we really like Xiao Xiao, she's such a wonderful child, we like her from the bottom of our hearts. Regarding the bride price when we get married in the future, whatever amount you want is fine, as long as we can afford it. Xiao Xiao is such a good daughter-in-law, Gu's parents are willing to pay any dowry. Xiao Zerwa could sense Gu's father's sincerity. Gu's mother and Pei Fei, who were playing with their children nearby, also pricked up their ears to listen to the conversation between the two. Upon hearing about the bride price, Gu's mother and father shared the same opinion. As long as they can afford it, they definitely won't haggle. Fei Fei, now everyone in our village envies Dongqing. I envy him for marrying such a wonderful wife. She's not only beautiful and has a great temperament, but she also has a very likable personality. What my wife just said is exactly what I wanted to say. If you are satisfied with my son in the future, you can name any amount for the bride price, and we will do our best to give it to you. Also, with me and his father here, the Gu family will not let Xiao Xiao suffer any injustice. Mr. and Mrs. Gu had no idea how much dowry people in their circle gave when they got married. Pei Fei didn't elaborate. As long as my daughter is doing well, I don't even need a dowry. However, she didn't want to get involved and let Xiao Zerhua take charge. She said with a smile, "Tao Yu, the bride price is still a long way off. As long as you have this attitude, that's enough." Gu's mother remarked that the other person's smile was truly elegant and beautiful. They were about the same age, so she and I were practically the same age. I have endured many hardships, while others are in the prime of their youth and looking beautiful. If it weren't for her son, she and Gu's father probably would never have had the chance to come into contact with Pei Fei's circle of friends. People in their circle receive dowries and bride prices in the hundreds of millions. A family like the Gu family simply cannot afford it. But Xiao Zerhua had his own considerations. "I want to have a real wedding someday. He won't ask for more than the bride price. But it's impossible not to do it. If you don't ask for a bride price, people might think your daughter is paying extra to marry him and that she won't marry anyone else. If you have this kind of thinking, you might look down on your daughter over time." He plans to determine a reasonable amount for the bride price later, taking into account the Gu family's actual situation. "Dad Dongcheng, I feel relieved to hear your words. Although our family is not in Yucheng, her mother and I can't be by her side. Even though we're not here, you can't bully my daughter and make her suffer. If my daughter suffers any injustice in the future, I, Xiao Zerhua, have been through so many ups and downs over the years, I still have some influence. For my daughter's better future. It's not necessarily a bad thing for Xiao Zerhua to play the bad guy." Gu Dongcheng made his stance clear. "Uncle, if Xiao Xiao doesn't have a good life in the future, you and Auntie can hold me responsible. Uncle, I know that actions speak louder than words. You might not believe me when I say I will always treat Xiao Xiao well and never let her suffer. After all, saying it 1,000 times is not as good as doing it once. Let's prove it with actions. The years ahead are long. If you and your aunt are worried, you can come to Yucheng to visit any time. I, Gu Dongcheng, will prove with my actions that Xiao Xiao and the babies are my one and only." Chapter 112. Gu's mother's words. Gu Dongcheng's attitude pleased Xiao Zerhua. "It might not be a bad choice for my daughter to be with him." The little ones played with their grandma and maternal grandma while glancing at the coffee table every now and then. The 4 little ones missed their father and started whimpering and crying. Pei Fei and Gu's mother did not know the reason. The diapers were checked and found to be fine, but the baby won't drink milk. Xiao Xiao said with a smile, "Mom, the babies miss their dad and want Dongcheng to hold them." Gu Dongcheng had been keeping an eye on the children. Upon hearing the crying, he stood up and spoke to Gu's father. "Dad, the babies miss me. You two continue drinking tea and chatting. I'm going to see the children." Father Gu waved his hand, "Go ahead." Sure enough, when they returned to Gu Dongcheng's arms, the little dumpling stopped crying. Gu's mother remarked with emotion, "She's so young, yet she's already so attached to her father. Let's hope that all the boys in the future are daddy's boys." The children, nestled in Gu Dongcheng's arms, turned their heads and looked at their grandmother with bright eyes. The young master looked up, yawned, and went back to sleep. Before we knew it, it was evening. Gu Dongcheng prepared another sumptuous meal. Both sets of parents were present this time, and Xiao Xiao was happier than ever before. "Mom and Dad, Grandpa and Grandma, please eat more. Please come visit us in Yucheng often." Mrs. Gu beamed from ear to ear, "Yes, I'll take it. We'll come to visit you whenever we have time. Come on, Xiao Xiao, eat more. The children are growing rapidly now, so you should make sure they get plenty of nutrition. From now on, just tell Dongcheng what you want to eat, and he'll make it for you. If you want to eat free-range chicken or duck, just tell us and we'll bring it up for you. Free-range chickens and ducks not only taste better, but they are also more nutritious." Xiao Xiao had been craving this for a long time. Gu Dongcheng told his mother about it, and his mother smiled and said, "Mom will bring you more from now on." This was the first time Xiao Zerhua had eaten at the same table with Gu Dongcheng's parents. The two have been paying close attention to each other's attitudes toward their daughter. It's clear that they genuinely care about their daughter. Gu Dongcheng's cooking is delicious. When they finished eating, everyone was still reluctant to leave. "I wanted to eat more, but my stomach wouldn't allow it, it was already full." Mr. Gu wanted to spend more time with Xiao Zerhua. He asked curiously, "Xiao Xiao's father, do you usually drink alcohol? How can you do business without drinking?" "Even if I can't drink, I'll still drink." Upon learning that the other party could drink, Gu's father excitedly asked Gu Dongcheng, Do you have any alcohol at home? Gu Dongcheng shook his head. No, but there are some near the neighborhood. Dad, if you want some, I'll go downstairs and buy some for you. It'll only take about 10 minutes. Mr. Gu nodded happily. Okay, take it slow. Gu Dongcheng soon returned with 7 or 8 bottles of Mao Tai. Then he stir-fried a plate of peanuts for the two of them. Xiao Xiao pulled Gu Dongcheng aside and whispered, Dongcheng, how much alcohol does your dad drink? My dad often attends various drinking parties, and he can easily get 3 to 5 people drunk. Gu Dongcheng really didn't know how much alcohol his father could handle. Whenever someone in the village invites us to a drink or a meal, my dad will almost always go. We drink the local white liquor that's brewed in the village. They drank it in small ounces. Baijiu has a high alcohol content, and I think my dad has a pretty good alcohol tolerance. If both of them have a high alcohol tolerance, they'll probably be drinking for a long time. Gu Dongcheng told Xiao Xiao to go back and take care of the child. I'll keep an eye on them here and try to keep them from getting drunk. Xiao Xiao yawned and nodded. With her husband there, she felt much more at ease. My father and father-in-law are both getting old, and drinking too much alcohol is bad for their health. The couple's whispered conversation was overheard by Gu's mother. She told the two of them to go back and rest. We can manage the living room. Let your dad and Xiao Xiao's dad drink, I'll chat with Fei Fei for a while. Gu's father interacted with Xiao Zerwa in his own way. She also wanted to get to know Pei Fei better. Gu Dongcheng knew they had something to say, so he responded and took Xiao Xiao back to her room. After the young couple returned home, Gu's father and Xiao Zerwa started drinking. Take a sip of Mao Tai and eat a peanut. A little wine and peanuts after a meal is simply delightful. Gu's mother and Pei Fei sat on the sofa watching the two people drinking and chatting. Gu's mother smiled and said, Fei Fei, let me tell you, I never thought I would live such a good life. When I was a child in Dongcheng, my family had a very hard life. Dad Dongcheng is in poor health, so I do most of the heavy work around the house. How could I possibly compare to two people on my own? Therefore, the family had the least amount of money saved. Fortunately, Dongcheng has been sensible since he was a child and helps me with chores. I remember one year, I think it was when Dongcheng was in first grade, I was cutting pig feed outside when it suddenly started raining heavily. I couldn't see the pig feed clearly, and I accidentally cut my foot. It bled a lot at the time. My foot was cut and I couldn't walk. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the ground was all wet. I thought I would never be able to go back. Later, Dongcheng noticed that I hadn't gone home for a long time, so he came out with an umbrella to look for me. When he saw my foot was bleeding, he threw away his umbrella and cried beside me. He was only in first grade then, so small, and had never seen anything like this before. He rubbed his eyes hard and asked me if it hurt. I felt extremely guilty at the time, and I felt sorry for him, making him suffer with me at such a young age. Dongcheng saw that I couldn't walk and wanted to carry me home, but he was only in first grade. How could his small body possibly carry me? So he kept crying. Later I asked him to help me back home. His face was covered in tears and rain on the way. Thinking back to the past, Gu's mother couldn't help but feel heartbroken. My son suffered a lot because of me at such a young age. She still has a scar on her foot. Gu's mother didn't think it was ugly, on the contrary, she felt warm inside. Every time I see it, it reminds me of my son when he was little. Pei Fei comes from a scholarly family and is unfamiliar with things in the countryside. But from Gu's mother's words, one can sense that their family had really suffered a lot back then. Gu Dongcheng was very sensible and filial when he was a child. No wonder Xiao Gu was such an outstanding child, he was so sensible even as a child. Tao Yu, the son you raised is outstanding. More outstanding than many, many people. Hearing Pei Fei praise her son, a smile quickly returned to his face. She wasn't telling Pei Fei this to elicit sympathy. I just wanted to tell her that my son was very sensible when he was little. Now that I'm all grown up, I'm sure I can take good care of my wife and children and treat them well. Dongcheng studied very hard when he was a child. I told him that studying is the only way out for poor people. For farmers like us who have spent our whole lives working the land, if we don't want our children to end up farming in the village like us, we can only encourage them to study hard and go out to study in the future. Only by leaving the mountains and the countryside and acquiring knowledge can one have the opportunity to change their destiny. Dongcheng has always done very well since he was little. Every time he came home from school and finished his homework, he would help me with whatever he could. Chapter 113: The Future Mother-in-Law's Changing Perspective. Gu Dongcheng had excellent grades when he was young. He's the kind of child parents always talk about when they say other people's kids. He's not only smart, but also incredibly handsome. Unfortunately, his family was poor, and he suffered much more than his peers. Back when he was in high school, some people in the village suggested that Gu Dongcheng go to Guangdong to work and earn money. This way, there will be one more person in the family to earn money and supplement the household income. However, Gu's mother later chased those people away with a broom. If your own son has such good grades, why would you tell him to quit school and go to work? Isn't that just plain jealous of their family's success and trying to take advantage of them? These days, people in the village don't go to school. Most of them will follow a similar life trajectory in the future, working in a factory, getting married, and having children. A lifetime of manual labor offers no future, and turning one's life around is out of the question. Gu's mother did not want her son to live the same life as them in the future. Therefore, no matter how difficult it was, she was determined to send her son to university. Knowledge changes destiny. Sure enough, things got better every day after our son went to university. She hasn't even graduated yet, but she's already bought a house and a car, gotten married, and had children in the city. If only I had listened to the villagers and hadn't gone to school. Gu's mother didn't believe that they could buy a house in the city worth several million yuan outright. At least for now, none of the young people in the village who dropped out of school to work are able to buy a house in Yucheng outright. Gu's mother talked a lot about Gu Dongcheng's childhood. Pei Fei listened quietly, as if she had experienced everything Gu Dongcheng had gone through. It's not easy for this child to have reached this level of success. Looking at his refined, sunny, and radiant smile, I never imagined he had suffered so much. Gu Dongcheng has had a tough time, but the mother in front of him is even more admirable. Putting myself in her shoes, if I were in her situation, I probably would have run away from the countryside long ago. Not to mention raising a child to adulthood and cultivating such a positive set of values. Tao Yu, Xiao Gu is a filial son. You'll be enjoying a life of luxury from now on. He's doing so well now, so you shouldn't do so much anymore. Just relax and enjoy life. If you ever want to travel in the future, you can come find me in Wushu. Having been in business for so many years, Pei Fei could naturally tell which words were true and which were false. She knew that her future mother-in-law was a very good and honest person. After my daughter marries into that family, her husband will definitely treat her very well. Gu's mother's eyes lit up. Great. I haven't been able to travel in all these years. I'll try to go out sometime in the future. Fei Fei, don't think I'm a nuisance then. Now that conditions are better, she doesn't need to risk her life as much as before or in the future. Visiting Wushu is not only a great way to broaden your horizons through tourism, but also a great way to build relationships with your daughter-in-law. Killing two birds with one stone. At the next table, Gu's father and Xiao Zerhua also chatted for a long time. Most of it concerns Gu Dongcheng and Xiao Xiao. However, most of the time it was Gu's father who was talking, and Xiao Zerhua was listening. Mr. Gu felt that his family's circumstances were what they were, and there was no need to hide anything, so he took advantage of his drunken state to tell them everything at once. Old Xiao, Dongcheng's mom, and I are dragging our kids down. If this child hadn't been born into our family, he wouldn't have had to suffer so much. To be honest, when I first found out he was with Xiao Xiao, I was worried that you wouldn't approve. There is such a big difference between our families. I'm worried that they look down on our Dongcheng family because of us. If you don't approve of them being together because of us, I really don't know how I'll face the small town. Xiao Cheng is a good kid. He is dedicated to people and things. As his father, I hope you can give him a chance. I believe he will get better and better in the future. As he spoke, Gu's father couldn't help but shed tears. If it weren't for my poor health, my wife and children wouldn't have to suffer so much. Sometimes he thinks, if I hadn't been there, if I had left, would my wife and daughter have been better off? Father Gu drank a lot of Mauzi in one go, his face flushed. Xiao Zerhua did not mean to mock Gu's father, as she was also a husband and father. He knew that Gu's father's feelings stemmed from his love for his wife and children. Both of them are down-to-earth people. They all have good personalities. Although he was poor, Gu Dongcheng was a really nice person. With his daughter living with him, he shouldn't have to worry about mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationships in the future. Xiao Zerhua also gulped down a lot of wine. After drinking for another 20 minutes or so, Pei Fei called for a stop. Tell them not to drink it. Goodness, this young couple has 4 children. Both sets of parents got drunk on their first meeting. What's going on here? Gu's mother also thought it made sense. She called for Mr. Gu to go back to his room to rest. Gu Dongcheng has already tidied up the guest room, we can go to sleep once it's done. Inside the master bedroom, Gu Dongcheng was worried about the two of them drinking. When I went outside, the living room was empty. Pei Fei came out to get water for Xiao Zerhua and saw him. I just went back to sleep. I'm not drunk, don't worry. Gu Dongcheng smiled and said, okay. Auntie, you should get some rest. Remembering what her mother had said, she looked at the gentle and kind young man in front of her. Pei Fei felt sorry for him. Xiao Gu, it's late. You've had a long day. Go back and get some rest. Don't feel too much pressure about Xiao Xiao and the children. Gu Dongcheng nodded and replied, I understand, Auntie. I'll go back now. Pei Fei nodded in satisfaction after getting the water. That's right. If you have any difficulties in the future, just tell Auntie. Don't try to handle it all by yourself. Gu Dongcheng felt that his future mother-in-law's attitude towards him had changed. His tone and eyes seemed to carry a hint of heartache. He was completely baffled. Had his mother said something? I returned to my room with questions in my mind. A new day. When Gu's father woke up again, his head was still dizzy. Gu's mother complained to him, with your alcohol tolerance, you can't drink but you keep drinking. You're drunk and you still expect me to take care of you? Don't you have a heart at all? Mr. Gu chuckled and apologized. What time is it now? Gu's mother said in a rather irritable tone, you woke up just in time. Dongcheng just made breakfast for us. Let's go eat. Mr. Gu stretched and yawned, oh, this bed is so soft, I don't want to get up. I'll have my son buy me one too, so we can sleep on it every day. Gu's mother accused him of being wasteful, saying, do you know how much this bed costs? When my sixth sister-in-law came last time, she took a picture of this bed and searched for its price online. It costs 180,000 yuan per bed. Mr. Gu snapped back to reality. 180,000 for a bed. He lay down again and shifted his position. A bed that costs 180,000. No wonder it's so comfortable. Mother Gu sneered, yes, so can you afford it? Mr. Gu was in high spirits. I can't afford it, but our son can. I'll have him buy me two later, one for each of us. Gu's mother knew he was joking. A bed is so expensive, he couldn't bear to let his son pay so much. Chapter 114 The Cute Kids' First Outing with Their Grandparents. When Mr. and Mrs. Gu came out of the room, Pei Fei and Xiao Zerhua were already sitting in the living room. The stroller was placed right next to them. The four little ones were gulping down their milk. Hearing the commotion, the human cubs all looked towards the two of them. No child dislikes them. Pei Fei spoke to Xiao Xiao and Gu Dongcheng while breastfeeding de Bao. After we finish eating, your dad and I will take the kids out for a walk and let them relax. Gu Dongcheng would be overjoyed if his future-in-laws liked the children, so how could he possibly refuse? Xiao Xiao had the same thought. She wanted to go too, but the two of them refused. Pei Fei and Xiao Zerhua wanted to take the children out. Don't worry, if the children cry, we'll check their diapers. Bring the baby formula and bottles with you too. I'll just go out for a walk for a bit, I shouldn't be hungry. Xiao Xiao reminded her, Mom, don't get lost when you go out. If you can't find your way home, call me. Pei Fei pouted, you're worried we won't be able to find our way home? We're all grown up now. Xiao Xiao said directly, I'm worried about the children, worried that they won't be able to find their way home. Pei Fei felt that her daughter was underestimating them. You should know that she travels abroad frequently, and she has never gotten lost in unfamiliar places. Just because it's a small neighborhood, who do they think they are? Besides, there's a human navigator, Xiao Zerhua, right there. Getting lost? Not a chance. Mr. and Mrs. Gu also wanted to go out with the babies. But after hearing what their future mother-in-law said, they gave up the idea. The two decided to go out another time. We can go out for a stroll in a bit. Little Strawberry and her younger siblings were very energetic after drinking their milk. Pei Fei wiped their faces clean, prepared their things for going out, and carried them one by one into the stroller. Little angels, let's go out and play with Grandpa and Grandma. As soon as Pei Fei finished speaking, a tabby cat leaped into the small house next to the stroller. This is something Gu Dongcheng recently added to it. I bought a small house without a roof online. Next, use tools to secure it to the side of the stroller. The height is slightly higher than where the babies are lying. This way, the young master can see the babies at any time. Xiao Zerwa was puzzled as to why the stroller was designed this way. Oh, it was prepared for the kitten. Pei Fei and Xiao Zerwa were startled. Xiao Xiao quickly explained to them, Mom and Dad, every time we take the babies out, the young master has to come alone. It must be with the babies. If they discover a potential danger, they will tell you to protect the babies. Pei Fei and Xiao Zerwa were surprised. Young master goes out with you every time? It won't hurt anyone? Xiao Xiao confirmed, yes. Mom, if you get lost, you can ask the young master. He has a great memory and will definitely be able to find his way back. Pei Fei felt that the girls raised in the family were almost becoming sentient beings. No, it's probably become sentient. Otherwise, how could he know everything? As they left, the young master indeed sat obediently in its seat, vigilantly observing its surroundings. Oh my, young master has come down to play with the young masters again. Young master is wonderful. Hi, little quadruplets. You're getting prettier and prettier. Who are you to the quadruplets? Wow, beautiful lady, you look like the quadruplets' mother. Are you Ms. Xiao's older sister? Gu Dongcheng and Xiao Xiao occasionally take the babies downstairs for a walk. The couple and their babies are always the most eye-catching focus of attention whenever they come down from the stage. Almost everyone in Phoenix Garden with children knows them. The young master always spends time with the babies, so the residents all recognize this clever and protective little cat. Hearing people praise the babies for being beautiful and cute, Pei Fei responded happily. I'm not her sister, I'm the baby's maternal grandmother. Parents who were out with their kids were stunned. No way, you're Xiao Xiao's mother, the quadruplets' grandmother? My goodness, you're so young. She looks like an older sister. Pei Fei couldn't stop smiling. Every woman likes to hear others compliment her on how young she looks. Even Pei Fei, a noblewoman, was no exception. No wonder Zhao's mother is so beautiful, and her babies are so good-looking. So it was inherited from my grandmother's beauty. Is this handsome guy next to you, Grandpa? Xiao Zerwa's looks and appearance are stunning. No matter where they are always the most eye-catching focus of the entire event. With their combined charm and good looks, it's hard for them not to attract attention. While playing with the babies, Xiao Zerwa replied, Yes, I am the baby's maternal grandfather. It's a pleasure to meet you. Once outside, the babies are all very curious. He observed his surroundings intently, his eyes never blinking. They listen attentively when the people around them are talking. My grandparents have such a strong presence, they must be big bosses or business people. The people in the neighborhood were all meeting the quadruplets' maternal grandparents for the first time, and since they had finally met them, they inevitably had a lot of questions to ask. Pei Fei's smile can be considered an admission. I knew it. You can tell at a glance that Zhao's mother is a rich, beautiful, and successful woman. Grandma, your daughter and son-in-law are such a perfect match. Everyone says that Mr. Gu and Mrs. Xiao are the most perfect couple in our neighborhood. The babies are all New Year picture babies, the cutest and most beautiful babies. I really envy your family. They were speaking from the heart. Gu Dongcheng is good-looking, gentle, considerate and caring. Xiao Xiao is beautiful, has a great temperament, and has such a great figure. The quadruplets are absolutely adorable. I never imagined their grandparents would have such great looks and demeanor. He completely outshone everyone present. There are several babies of the same age in the neighborhood, most of whom are raised by their grandparents. Besides these, there are also many that are older than the babies. The area around the amusement park was very lively. Pei Fei wanted the children to interact more with babies of the same age, so she and Xiao Zerwa led the human cubs to play with the other children. On the other side, after leaving the residential area, Gu's mother led Gu's father straight to Jinhu Square. The two planned to visit Gu Dongqing's shop. Jinhu Square also sees a large flow of people in the morning. Walking onto the pedestrian street, Mr. Gu saw a photo studio with an advertisement that read Full Moon Photo, 100-day photo. He stopped in his tracks. Tao Yu, it seems like Dongcheng hasn't taken any full moon photos for his grandchildren yet, has he? How about we go in later and ask about the price, and have them take a set of photos of our grandchildren? When Gu's mother looked up, she also saw the photo studio sign. Okay. Let's come back and ask after we've looked at the shops. They're not far from here. The couple made the decision together. After looking at the shops, I quickly walked to the entrance of the photo studio. The door is already open. Seeing that there were quite a few people inside, Gu's mother thought that with such good business, the quality of the photos should be guaranteed. Chapter 115: The plans of both sets of parents, taking full moon photos of the babies. As soon as I entered the photo studio, a salesperson greeted me warmly. I learned that the two of them had come to learn about children's photography. There are quadruplets in the family. The salesperson enthusiastically recommended products and showcased various case studies to them. The brochure features photos of babies at 1 month old. Wow! They're all so cute, like little angels. My grandson would be even cuter wearing their clothes. Gu's parents liked him no matter how they looked at him. I can't wait to see what the babies will look like when they have their full moon photos taken. Gu's mother called Gu Dongcheng to ask if they could take pictures of the baby. Gu Dongcheng then realized that the children were almost 2 months old and he hadn't taken their 1 month old photos yet. Xiao Xiao completely agreed with the conversation between the two. Have mom and dad chosen a photo studio yet? How are the results? Gu's mother sent the photos from the photo studio's brochure to the two of them. Oh my god! So cute! The clothes are also very unique. Wouldn't our baby look so good in that? Ha, there's even a family photo. Dongcheng, how about we take the babies to have their photos taken here too? Let's choose this place for parents. Now that both sets of parents are here, we can even take a family photo. Gu Dongcheng had no objection. The weather is nice today, so we can take the kids to the photo studio this afternoon. Pei Fei and Xiao Zerwo returned. I heard that they also wholeheartedly support taking full moon photos. Little Strawberry, and 3 treasures and 4 treasures, did you hear that? Mom and Dad are going to take you to have your full moon photos taken. We haven't taken the baby's 1 month old photos yet. My baby is sure to turn out great. Pei Fei and Xiao Zerwa thought their grandchildren were definitely the most beautiful and best looking babies in the world. Xiao Zerwa was a little worried. I support taking full moon photos. But many of the clothes in the photo studio have been worn by children. Won't that cause a problem? Why don't we buy our own clothes, wash them, and then take them over to wear? He felt that this was a safer approach. Xiao Xiao felt that her father was overthinking things. Dad, the clothes that the photo studio buys are the best, and they always disinfect them. It's nice to buy your own clothes, but you also have to consider whether they match other people's themes. I have to buy the clothes myself, wash and dry them, which takes a long time. I probably can't film today. Xiao Xiao can't wait to take the babies to take super cute and adorable photos. Pei Fei agreed with Xiao Zerwa's point of view. It's okay to film later. It's not like we have to film today. I feel more at ease when I wear my own clothes. If you buy clothes through a local app, they will deliver them to your door very quickly. Drying is no problem at all. Don't your clothes have a dryer? Xiao Xiao frowned and thought for a moment, then her gaze finally fell on Gu Dongcheng. Honey, you decide. My washing machine does have a drying function, so I can wear the clothes very quickly after washing. Gu Dongcheng nodded. Then let's do as Uncle and Aunt suggest. Honey, if we buy the clothes now, wash and dry them, we can take the babies to have their photos taken this afternoon. Xiao Xiao immediately perked up. Great! Let's buy it now. Ha ha! I'm going to buy lots and lots of cute clothes for the babies. After saying that, she couldn't wait to open the local shopping app. Search for baby full moon photo clothes in parent-child outfits. A dazzling array of adorable clothes appeared on my phone screen. I like every single one of them. Pei Fei also joined in the selection. The mother and daughter spent half an hour choosing clothes. Xiao Zerwa wasn't idle either. After asking Gu Dongcheng for his address, he also opened his phone to check it. Taking full-month photos of babies is such a big event. How can we not buy clothes for the kids? So Xiao Zerwa also spent half an hour browsing children's clothing. 3 people were there to help the children choose clothes, so Gu Dongcheng didn't need to worry about it. I went to the balcony alone to study the functions of the washing machine. The adorable babies are curious about what their dads are doing in their strollers. Babies, this is a washing machine, used for washing clothes. Do you know what clothes are? They're the clothes that babies wear. There will be water inside after you open it, and your clothes will become clean. The babies' clear eyes looked and looked, their curious gazes sweeping from the washing machine to their fathers. The young master is also on the balcony right now. But the kitten was playing by itself. The balcony is covered with flowers and plants. It's one of the young master's favorite areas. Young master, you like flowers and plants so much? I'll buy you more another day. And this afternoon, your older siblings are taking your younger siblings to have their full moon photos taken. You should come with us too. Now that we've taken a picture, we'll be together forever. The kitten meowed and responded by starting to eat the leaves. Gu Dongcheng patted its head and let it play by itself. Little apple, little mangosteen, are you hungry? Dad will give you and your older brother and sister some milk. After you finish drinking grandma's milk, go to sleep. We'll go out and play together in the afternoon. The babies didn't seem to want milk. They said they weren't hungry yet and wanted to watch the washing machine on the balcony. Babies in this age group are curious about everything. A washing machine, a stool, or a flower can keep me entertained for a long time. Sanbao's gaze remained fixed on the roses on the balcony. Gu Dongcheng picked a petal for her and placed it in his palm. This is a flower, isn't it beautiful? Little Peach, do you know what a flower looks like? Yes, it's pink, the flowers are pink. Gu Dongcheng slowly guided the babies to recognize flower petals. Flowers come in many colors. However, children have limited memories, so Gu Dongcheng only tells them one color at a time to make it easier for them to remember. Little Peach held the petals in her hand, and her little hands unconsciously rubbed together. It has a very unique feel. The little princess widened her eyes, found it amusing, and rubbed it again. I laughed to myself. Erbao and Sibao saw that the little peach had flowers on it, bouncing its bottom to show that it wants one too. They stretched out their little hands, trying to grab the 3 treasures. Gu Dongcheng was startled and quickly picked 3 more leaves. Come on, everyone get a piece of flower, there's enough for everyone. Little apples and mangosteens, don't you dare steal these 3 treasures. Dad will give you a piece. Come on, open your hands. The toddlers don't understand what their fathers are saying yet. Seeing her father take out the flowers, she grabbed them with her little hand. They are stronger now than before. Although I can't pick up the toys yet, the light and fluffy petals pose no problem at all. Gu Dongcheng was very proud. Wow, the babies can already pick things up by themselves. Baby, you're so amazing. Daddy admires you so much. Gu Dongcheng was in high spirits. Although the babies can't speak yet, they can feel the emotions their father is conveying. They're so happy, waving their arms and legs around with the flowers in their hands. Xiao Zerwa, who was choosing clothes, witnessed this scene. Chapter 116. The Little Stars Surrounded by the Moon. Xiao Xiao and her 2 friends bought the most expensive and highest quality clothes from major brands for the babies. The delivery man arrived at the door within an hour and a half. Looking at the adorable little clothes in front of her, Xiao Xiao's eyes crinkled into crescent moons with laughter. Gu Dongcheng sorted the clothes and cut off the tags. Then put it in the washing machine. Modern washing machines have many functions after washing and drying. You can wear them after airing them out for a while. When Mr. and Mrs. Gu returned home, they saw colorful little clothes hanging on the balcony. They were stunned. Dongcheng, these are all the new clothes you bought for the babies. Wearing this to the photo studio this afternoon to take full moon photos? Gu Dongcheng nodded. It was bought by Xiao Xiao and her uncles and aunts. Mr. and Mrs. Gu secretly thought that when they got back, they would also buy some clothes and shoes for their grandchildren. Babies are growing so fast these days. Many clothes that are still wearable today will be too small when taken out again tomorrow. Young master, come here, let me brush your fur. You need to look handsome when we take photos this afternoon. The young master doesn't like being groomed and just meows. But that's not up to them. At 3 p.m., the whole family, along with the babies, set off on time. Gu's mother had already covered the photographer and assistant. We can start taking photos as soon as they arrive. When I saw a large family, the staff and customers in the photo studio were amazed. Pei Fei and Xiao Zerwa's temperament and aura clearly indicate that they are not ordinary people. They must be an extremely wealthy and powerful family. The most eye-catching couple was Gu Dongcheng and his wife. The man is handsome and sunny, and the woman is gentle and bright. What a perfect couple. His stunning good looks made everyone around him tremble. They all thought to themselves, if only my other half could be like them. I'd be willing to shorten my lifespan by 20 years. When their eyes fell on the stroller, the 4 little ones inside completely melted their hearts. My God! Look! Those are quadruplets. Twins are rare these days, but these are quadruplets. The mother is amazing. What beautiful babies. I used to think our kids were already at the peak of their looks, but wow, Quadruplets. They're angel babies. I wonder if the baby angels are getting engaged. Our baby is about the same age as them, we should seize the opportunity. Wow! The quadruplets' eyelashes are so long, how did they grow so long? Babies with long eyelashes are so beautiful. I wish I could have half of them. Is this the baby from the New Year's painting? He looks so cute when he smiles. Excuse me. How do I fight for custody of my child with a stranger? Aren't they encouraging couples to have 2 children? But it's never as quick and easy as having one yourself. I've decided, I'm going to have these quadruplets. Oh, there's a tabby cat next to the baby. How adorable. The quadruplets were so adorable that the parents and staff at the photo studio exclaimed that they wanted to take them home and raise them themselves. Upon arriving in a crowded and unfamiliar environment, the young master cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The quadruplets have such beautiful, jewel-like eyes, and they all have such curious expressions. The 4th child seemed a bit shy, turning his head to look at his parents every now and then. Gu Dongcheng also noticed his youngest son's actions and comforted him with a smile. Little Shanju, mommy and daddy will protect you. You can watch whatever you want, just like your older brothers and sisters. Don't worry, your mom and dad are always here, as are your maternal and paternal grandparents. They'll be with you. Sibao smiled at his father, tilting his little head up. Gu Dongcheng felt a warm glow in his heart. At this moment, the photographer and assistant from the photo studio came up to greet them. After greeting Mr. and Mrs. Gu, she went to Gu Dongcheng and Xiao Xiao. Excuse me, are you Mr. Gu and Ms. Xiao? Wow! The quadruplets are so cute. I'm the photographer who'll be taking pictures of you later, and this is my assistant. Gu Dongcheng and Xiao Xiao nodded in response. Ms. Deng has already booked a photo shoot package for you, which is the most expensive package we have in mind. It includes a total of 9 outfits and 9 themes. There are 200 photos in total. We'll also be giving away 2 family portrait sets. The photographer didn't go into the specific price, but it's likely that they've already reached an agreement with Mr. and Mrs. Gu. Gu Dongcheng said, "We brought our own clothes." Will wearing your own clothes prevent you from taking photos? The photographer paused for a moment, then said, "It won't affect anything, it won't affect anything. We often have parents bringing their own clothes here." Xiao Xiao smiled, "That's good. These are all clothes that we personally picked out for the babies. Of course, it's more fun to take photos wearing clothes you choose yourself." The children looked at their mother with blank expressions. When mom was happy, they were happy too. The assistant's eyes remained fixed on the babies. Wow, I've been in the children's photography industry for so long. They have also seen many beautiful babies. No one can compare to these 4 little guys. Nua put so much effort into creating humans. How can a baby be so stunningly beautiful? An assistant winks at the little cuties. I can play with them in a little while. There were many children taking pictures around, and Gu Dongcheng saw many parents and assistants holding toys and entertaining them. Some didn't want to take photos and even cried because they wouldn't cooperate. Whenever they hear a child crying, the quadruplets immediately become interested. Listen attentively. The children are probably wondering why the other child is crying. Fearing that the babies would be infected by the crying, Gu Dongcheng interrupted their curiosity. Let the photographer start preparing. Little Strawberry, Little Apple, we're getting ready to take pictures. Mom and Dad are going to change your clothes. Look, so many beautiful clothes, aren't they? Pei Fei took out the clothes. Change the clothes on the little ones in order. The photo studio has a special area for babies and adults to change clothes. After entering the changing room, Gu Dongcheng first checked for any hidden cameras. Only after confirming there were no potential risks did we begin changing the baby's clothes. The quadruplets have no idea what's going to happen next. They let their parents change them into new clothes. Dabao felt uncomfortable and pushed his father's hand with his little arms in protest. Gu Dongcheng gently comforted her, "Little Strawberry, hang in there a little longer, you'll be wearing it soon." The baby in her new clothes is the cutest and most beautiful little princess in the world. She's even prettier than Mom. The first subject the babies photographed was spring flowers. The background is filled with fluttering flower petals. Below, there are bunches of flowers, and bees and butterflies are among them. The area where the babies took photos was decorated with strands of pink gauze shaped like flower petals. It's like a scene from a fairy tale. The babies who came out of the changing room stared wide-eyed. The little feet were kicking so happily, they were super excited. Chapter 117: The frantic shooting of a full moon photo. The children seemed to fly away with joy, as if they had entered a fairy tale world. What the little ones don't know is that their clothes now also have floral patterns. It's just that the overall shape is that of a little bee. It has a little hat and a pair of cute little wings on the back. Finally, there's an adorable little tail. It's a bee's stinger. It has a cute and energetic art style. The little ones move like busy, curious little bees. Pei Fei was charmed by the baby's cuteness. Old Xiao, aren't these little darlings super cute and incredibly heartwarming? So happy, just like a little elf. You can't believe how good looking they are, La Xiao, you can't believe how good looking they are. Xiao Zerwa was also charmed by his grandchildren. She said softly, because he's our little grandson. Xiao Zerwa vowed to always protect the innocent smiles of his little darlings. May they always be happy. The photographer was completely charmed by the adorable children. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Dad Gu, Mom Gu, your baby is the most beautiful and heartwarming baby I've ever seen. So cute. The clothes you picked out are absolutely gorgeous. Oh my god. You look like 4 little elves." The children's expressions are incredibly cute. It's so cute and cuddly. The photographer frantically pressed the shutter button, snapping away. The little ones saw an auntie holding a black object and doing something to them. They didn't know it was a photograph. They all looked at her simultaneously. The photographer snapped away at the surprised expression. To make it more effective, Gu Dongchang and Xiao Xiao would use toys to amuse them during the process. Cooperate with the staff to help the babies pose. De Bao's little wings accidentally landed on Er Bao's face. The little apple felt itchy, so it opened its mouth and bit. De Bao didn't notice, and put his little arm around his younger brother's neck again. Er Bao cried because he was upset. Their little bee, Er Bao, suddenly cried. The photographer thought the little guy looked adorable when he cried, so he kept snapping photos. Gu Dongcheng quickly moved De Bao's wings and arms away. Little Strawberry had no idea what was happening. "I don't understand why my younger brother is crying. Little Strawberry, your little wings and arms are draped over your little brother. Your little brother is crying because he's upset. If we take our hands away, the little brother will stop crying." De Bao looked at his father, puzzled. "What are those little wings and arms?" Gu Dongcheng smiled and pointed to the little wings and arms on Er Bao's back. "Tell her that these are wings and arms." After being moved aside, the baby felt much lighter, and the crying gradually stopped. We just calmed little Apple down. The 3 children next to them started arguing again. The 4 mischievous kids thought their older sister's little tail was fun. The little hands grabbed and pulled. The young master saw it and immediately stopped Xiao Shanju's behavior. As a result, Xiao Bao was getting stronger and stronger. Afraid of biting Xiao Bao, the young master paced anxiously. San Bao was interested in Er Bao's hat and kept grabbing at it with her little hands. The carefully arranged arrangement was completely ruined in an instant. "Come on, babies, don't pull on your brothers and sisters' clothes. Do as your mother says, pose obediently, and let the photographer take pictures." Xiao Xiao spoke up to stop the children from being naughty. Then I gave them a demonstration of how to pose, and let the little ones do it the way their mother did. The kids wouldn't listen at all and just kept playing by themselves. The photographer suggested distracting them with toys. Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu, and their maternal grandparents all brought their toys with them. The babies were immediately thrown into a panic. "Oh dear, with so many toys, which one should I choose?" Mr. and Mrs. Gu were overjoyed. Toys are really useful. Gently guide them to pose properly. Photographers, hurry up and take the pictures. The young master was very cooperative. Like a little adult, she stayed by the baby's side. "Young master, please go among your younger brothers and sisters. You can sit or lie down, it's fine." The young master meowed. Upon hearing Gu Dongcheng's words, the kitten came to the side of the quadruplets. The next second, it actually did the same thing as the babies. The photographers and staff were stunned. Good heavens! This is the breed of cat. How clever! It's become sentient. It's not uncommon for people to bring their pets along for photos. They had never encountered such an intelligent and human-like kitten before. The young master's hair was carefully combed by Gu Dongcheng. The pose is both cool and cute. The photographer was working diligently, and Pei Fei wasn't idle either. They can take a long time to record all the cute baby photos with their phones. Taking photos and striking poses is tiring. After filming the first set of photos, the photographer asked Gu Dongqing and his companion to observe the baby's condition. The 4 little ones were full of energy. Okay, let's move on to the next subject. The next main subject is the dazzling stars. The background is a magnificent starry sky. The moon was high and bright, and the stars twinkled. The babies are wearing cute milk tea-colored outfits. It has cute cartoon-style designs of stars and moons on it. The staff also placed moon boats next to the babies. The moon boat glows the same color as moonlight. This amazed the little ones. The 4 little ones tilted their heads up to look in perfect unison. However, they were still young, and their little heads drooped to the ground after only 3 seconds. Fortunately, there was a soft mat on the floor, so the babies' chins didn't hurt. Little babies, would you like to board the moon boat and travel to faraway places? Wow, the babies are going to explore the starry sky, right? The photographer talked and interacted with the babies while finding the right angle to press the shutter. Take a quick look at the screen. My goodness, I'm so excited just looking at the screen. Upon seeing the glowing moon boat, the young master also became mischievous. The little paws stretched out and pushed the boat to see if it could move. The adorable children watched their young master intently. The young master pushed the small boat toward the babies. The quadruplets were quick-witted and nimble, managing to grab the small boat firmly in their hands. Her face was beaming with joy. The photographer quickly captured the moment. Sanbao is very generous, she's a baby who knows how to share. They got a small boat. The little princess found her mother's direction and stretched out her little hand. Xiao Xiao understood what her youngest daughter was trying to say. Wow! What a beautiful little boat! Just like the moon, so beautiful. Little Peach, are you giving it to mommy? Thank you, Sanbao, but there's only one Sanbao, so mom doesn't need it. You can continue playing. Little Peach blinked and looked at the little boat in her hand, then happily went back to playing by herself. The surrounding parents were incredibly envious of this scene, exclaiming, "Your baby is so generous. He's so young and already knows how to be good to his mother. Our baby has fun toys, but has never thought of sharing them with us. I wonder if I'll love my mom when I grow up." Xiao Xiao smiled and said, "They're just kids. They're so young, what could they possibly understand? With proper guidance, they will definitely be very considerate and sensible in the future." Chapter 118. Aren't the babies sweet? Aren't they adorable? Children are like blank sheets of paper. They do whatever they like these days. They're only a few months old, how can we expect them to be filial to their parents? Xiao Xiao is different from the parents who are speaking. She doesn't expect her babies to be particularly well behaved, she just wants them to be safe and healthy. The second outfit was completed successfully with the young master's cooperation. We're getting ready to change into the third outfit and start shooting. The theme of the third set is fruit babies. As the name suggests, the clothes and props are all related to fruit. This is Xiao Xiao's favorite set. Therefore, she specially bought a set of clothes for each of the babies according to their nicknames. De Bao's clothes are a strawberry-themed outfit. The second treasure is the apple, the third treasure is the peach, and the fourth treasure is the mangosteen. The kids love their clothes. Xiao Xiao waited and held them in front of the mirror, looking at them again and again. However, another headache soon arose for them. The quadruplets were drawn to the children around them who were taking pictures. He grumbled and wanted to join in the fun, refusing to cooperate with the photographers and staff. Pei Fei told them to wait a moment. Take the children outside to see. In her opinion, the most important thing is the child's happiness, and photos can be taken anytime. If it takes up the photographer's time, I'll just charge extra. For Pei Fei, the one thing she has no shortage of is money. The clothes worn by the babies in the photo studio are also very cute. The quadruplets looked on curiously. When they see a toy they like, or something fun, they will use their little finger to point at it. Pei Fei was holding Erbao. Little Apple, you like your sister's toys. Grandma will buy you the exact same one later. Erbao looked up at her with bright, sparkling eyes. Many children have seen the quadruplets. A little boy named Dada, who was posing for a photo shoot, ran over. The little boy was probably around 3 years old. It was fair and tender, and very clean. His eyes lit up when he saw the babies. Her gaze fell on de Bao and San Bao. Wow, Auntie, they're so pretty. I saw the little princess, she's so beautiful. Auntie, I want a little sister, but my mom says there aren't any left. But I want 2 younger sisters now. Can you give me those 2 younger sisters? I have lots and lots of toys for them to play with. Pei Fei shook her head firmly, no. If you want a younger brother or sister, go talk to your parents. Dabao and Sanbao are our children, they cannot be separated from their parents. The little boy looked pitiful and said, then I don't want 2, just 1, okay? Pei Fei sternly refused. When the little boy's parents heard what their son said, they quickly came over and pulled him back. I started yelling at him on the way. I was just taking pictures, how could you suddenly run away? Those are other people's younger siblings, how could I possibly give them to you? The little boy said unhappily, but they are so pretty. Mom, please give me a little sister. It has to be cute. Just like those 2 little girls from before, I don't want anyone who isn't cute. The woman held the child's hand and said, don't talk nonsense. If you misbehave again, mommy will sell you to a puppy and let the puppy take care of you. Dabao and Sanbao were unaware that the other children had their eyes on them. Her big, watery eyes were looking around. When we've had enough fun? Pei Fei asked them if they wanted milk. The little ones didn't seem to want any drink. The diaper was checked and found to be normal. Continue taking them for photo shoots. Fruit Baby is officially launched. Place several corresponding fruit props next to it. Lay down the prop leaves. The babies are like 4 fruit fairies. The fruits from the Gu family have come to life. Help them turn over, and their bottoms will shift every now and then. So incredibly cute. The young master, also wearing a fruit hat, was having a great time playing with the babies. The 3rd set of fruit babies has been photographed. Then the 4th and 5th sets. By the time they got to the 8th set of photos, the babies were too tired to pose anymore. Gu Dongqing fed them milk and let them rest for a while. Gu Dongqing, Pei Fei, and their father each held one of them. Perhaps because they were too tired, the 4 little ones fell asleep in their arms right after finishing their milk. The photo studio has a special area for babies to rest. Once the door is closed, you can't hear any of the noise outside. Xiao Xiao thought this was quite humane. My satisfaction with the photo studio has increased a little. I'll wait until the final photos are released. If I'm satisfied, I'll come back here to shoot again next time. After the babies fell asleep, Pei Fei and the young master stayed by their side. Let Gu Dongqing take Xiao Xiao and the others out for a walk. I'll text the babies when they wake up. The photo studio isn't far from Gu Dongqing's shop. Gu Dongqing planned to take Xiao Xiao and Xiao Zerwa over for a walk. Mr. and Mrs. Gu followed. Xiao Zerwa has been a businessman for many years. It's clear that the prices in the nearby shopping malls aren't cheap. Gu Dongqing's ability to buy such a large commercial space in such a prime location as the pedestrian street truly demonstrates his considerable financial strength. It's located in a prime area with high foot traffic and excellent feng shui. No rent required every month, so you don't have to worry about anything, no matter what business you do. The only expense was the initial renovation. With 2 floors in such a large area, the renovation would cost at least several $100,000. As Xiao Zerwa looked at the document, he asked, do you still have any money? I'll cover the renovation costs for you. A better environment will attract more customers. Most people who drink milk tea nowadays are young people. Young people love to visit places like this, and the better the environment, the more they like to come. Xiao Xiao was overjoyed. It would be best if her dad paid for it. But Gu Dongqing shook his head first. Uncle, no need, I still have money. I can pay for the renovation myself. Xiao Zerwa was surprised for a moment, but eventually nodded. After leaving the shop, Xiao Zerwa strolled around the neighborhood again. When we got back to the photo studio, the babies had just woken up. Pei Fei was washing their faces. After a while, Gu Dongqing changed the babies into new clothes and started taking the last set of photos. The babies who have just woken up are not as energetic as when they first arrived. Some babies squint their eyes. Some yawned and moved their little mouths. These subtle expressions were all captured by the photographer's lens. After taking the full moon photos, it's time for the family photos. Grandparents and maternal grandparents also participated. Their clothes are also matching the baby's clothes, creating a parent-child look. Taking photos with their parents, the babies all turned into little bundles of joy. She laughed like an angel in their arms. The babies are already incredibly good looking, and now with their parents by their side, they are even happier and more eye-catching. The four members of the family, including Gu's father and mother, stood on either side of Gu Dongcheng and Xiao Xiao. In the first set of photos, Gu Dongcheng and Xiao Xiao are each holding two babies. The adults had smiles on their faces. Come on, little ones, look at the camera with your mom and dad. Aren't my little darlings sweet? Sweet. Isn't it cute? Cute. With the photographer's guidance and the cooperation of Gu Dongcheng and others, the children subconsciously looked at the camera. Chapter 119, the full moon photo session, is over. Grandpa, Grandma, and Grandpa on both sides are very satisfied. The young master perched on Gu Dongcheng's shoulder and meowed obediently. And so, the whole family took a group photo. Perfect looks, perfect composition, perfect temperament. The photographer's hand kept pressing the shutter. After taking the group photo, the couple took photos with their babies separately, accompanied by a handsome little cat. The four little ones couldn't help but be drawn to the young master. Gu Dongcheng and Xiao Xiao each carried one. As the days go by, the babies are getting heavier and heavier. Xiao Xiao smiled so happily. Honey, the babies are growing so fast. If this continues any longer, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold them anymore. Gu Dongcheng laughed. So you need to eat more meals so that the babies can grow strong and healthy, and you can also grow strong and healthy so you have the strength to hold them. Xiao Xiao glared at him. Honey, how can you comfort people like that? The babies will be 2 months old in just one day. Their curiosity is now stronger than ever before. They listen attentively when their parents are speaking. Xiao Xiao was amused by the curious look on her face. Come on, give mommy a kiss. My babies, be good. Today is the day for our 1-month-old photos. From now on, my little darlings, grow up safe and healthy, just like before. Mommy loves you. Do you love your mother? The little ones are so happy staying in their mother's arms. They were even happier when they received a kiss from their mom, bouncing their bottoms. Every smile and gesture of the children and adults, every touching moment, was captured by the photographer. Gu Dongcheng is a master of impartiality. He has kisses with Sanbao and Sibao. We need both a first child and a second child. Kiss their little faces. Wow, it's so bouncy and bouncy. Dabao stared blankly at his father. Gu Dongcheng laughed. Little strawberry, are you stunned by daddy's handsomeness? As soon as he finished speaking, Dabao slapped him across the face. Good heavens, does Dabao think his dad is too narcissistic and wants to hit him to wake him up? Seeing her father call her older sister, the second child laughed happily without a care in the world. The babies are so adorable, and both sets of parents can see how much Gu Dongcheng loves them. Pei Fei and Xiao Zerwa's impression of him improved significantly. After the couple and babies finished taking pictures, the little ones are still very energetic, and Pei Fei and Xiao Zerwa can't wait to see them. My little darlings, how about taking some pictures with your grandparents? The babies are so cute. Grandpa and Grandma want to take some beautiful and adorable photos with you. Babies don't know what taking pictures means, but they find it very interesting to be in an adult's arms and be entertained. The children did not refuse the two children's request. Xiao Zerwa's smile was practically reaching for the sky. Holding the chubby little ones, their faces were full of doting affection. Mr. and Mrs. Gu watched from the side. They also wanted to take pictures with the babies. But you'll have to wait a little while. Pei Fei is a great beauty, both in the past and present, and she looks amazing on camera. The photos with the babies are always so beautiful. Wait until all the clothes have been changed. Good heavens, she wants every single one of the photos. The clothes worn by Gu's father and mother were the same style, and they were with their grandparents. The babies were very well behaved and their emotions were extremely stable. As if they knew who they were, the four little ones, who had been yawning, perked up again when they came into the arms of the two. She was making a little kissing sound as if she wanted to say something to her grandparents. The family photo has been taken. Gu Dongcheng immediately gave the babies water. The human baby held the baby bottle and drank it down. After drinking the water, put the children into the stroller. The young master also returned to its designated spot. Gu Dongcheng and Xiao Xiao looked at the photos taken by the photographer. The other party imported the photos into the tablet. To be honest, Mr. Gu and Ms. Xiao, every picture of your baby is adorable. I don't think it needs to be fixed at all. It actually looks worse after the retouching. This is the most beautiful baby she has ever seen. Her features are so delicate, like a porcelain doll. She's already in the most perfect state. Photo editing? Ha, there's absolutely no need for that. In addition, their family photo is also very beautiful. The couple's good looks are stunning from any angle, even when the camera is right up to their faces. She's already stunning even without makeup. Xiao Xiao clicked on the photo, and she had the same feeling. Every single one of the baby's signs looks good. There's absolutely no need for retouching. Wow! Honey, look at this. Dabao is biting his little brother's hand too. Ha ha, is she getting revenge? The thing is, Erbao is so clueless, he didn't even notice his sister biting him. And this one too, little Apple is hugging the young master, they're so sweet together. Sanbao was caught on camera with her eyes squinting. The little princess looks so adorable when she's sleepy. Hee hee, no wonder she's my daughter, she'll definitely grow up to be a great beauty. Ah, Dongchang, look. Look at this picture. Xia Shansu was smiling at the camera. Xiaobao's smile looks just like yours. Gu Dongcheng leaned closer to look. The photographer captured many adorable moments of the babies. Looking at the photos on the tablet, Gu Dongcheng's eyes were filled with happiness. The individual photos of the babies are beautiful. Pei Fei, Xiao Zerwa, and Gu's parents all like the family photos they took together. Ms. Gu asked the photographer, "We don't need retouching of our baby's photos, so can we make an album from all the photos we took?" She booked the most expensive package for the babies. It contains a total of 200 photos. But now the photographer has clearly taken more than 200 photos. Gu's mother was unsure whether the other party agreed. But she really wanted to finish all the photos. These are all records of my grandchildren's growth. I thought I would have to pay more, but the photographer agreed. Sure. Because the photos don't need editing, it saves a lot of work, and we can make all the photos into an album. I can also send you all the photos I took. Mrs. Gu was overjoyed and thanked the photographer profusely. The photographer smiled and said, "Auntie, your baby is so cute. It's my honor to be able to take photos for them. If you're planning to take your baby's 100-day or first-year photos in the future, remember to come to us." Gu Mule couldn't stop smiling, which meant she definitely would. Gu Dongchang and Xiao Xiao were very happy to hear that the photographer could send them the negatives. It takes about a week to complete the photo album. After saying goodbye to the photographer, the group pushed the stroller out of the photo studio. On the way back, Gu Dongchang passed by a newly opened fresh food supermarket and went in to buy some seafood. When we got home, the quadruplets were already asleep. Xiao Xiao was also exhausted. Mother Gu carefully carried the children back to their cribs. "Mom, you've had a long day, you should rest. I'll take care of the babies." Gu's mother turned around and smiled at her. "It's nothing, this is nothing. We used to work much harder in the village. We didn't do anything today, so I don't feel tired. You should go and rest. Kids, I'm here for you." Chapter 120 Recognition, Zhao's father's conversation before leaving. Back home, Pei Fei and Xiao Zerwa stayed in their room. Both of them had many photos saved on their phones. I can never get enough of looking at it. Xiao Zerwa chuckled. "Fei Fei, look at this photo of me, Sanbao and I are so close." She was looking at me with such admiration in her eyes. Unfortunately, Gu Dongcheng was accidentally photographed. When this guy appeared on camera, he suddenly didn't look so handsome anymore. Pei Fei was also engrossed in watching. "The little ones are just as beautiful as our daughters were when they were little. Your eyes are so bright and beautiful. Old Xiao, what do you think of Xiao Gu and his parents?" Pei Fei asked questions while looking at the photos. Without hesitation, Xiao Zerwa replied, "It's alright. Gu Dongcheng is a good person. He loves the babies and is good to our daughter too. His parents, although they come from the countryside, are both capable people. They are good people to have raised a child like Gu Dongcheng." Pei Fei smiled and said, "I also think that Gu's mother is obviously a good person, so there shouldn't be any mother-in-law daughter-in-law problems in the future. Seeing them as a family together, they really do look like the real deal. It's different from the impression we usually get of the younger generation. Many of their friends and family members are married. Their conditions are similar to theirs. The other party has no worries about food and clothing and has no troubles whatsoever. Pei Fei used to think it was nothing special, that's how marriage should be. But ever since she saw the picture of her daughter with Gu Dongcheng, I always felt that something was missing from their marriage. Is it happiness? Or sweetness? Or perhaps it's happiness from the bottom of one's heart. Their circumstances were better than their daughters and Gu Dongqing's, but they weren't necessarily happier than them. Xiao Zerhua clicked on the baby's photos to enlarge them, asking questions as he did so. Fei Fei, what do you want to say? Pei Fei didn't hide anything, it's about evaluating Xiao Gu. Do you approve of their relationship? Xiao Zerhua put down his phone, put his hands behind his head, and leaned back on the sofa. So far, Gu Dongqing's performance has been alright. My daughter is really happy too. I plan to observe for a few more days. He came out at the last minute. There are still many things at the company waiting for him to go back and handle. Xiao Zerhua stayed in Yuqing for a few days to investigate Gu Dongqing. I'll decide in a while. He turned to look at Pei Fei. You must have a good impression of him, right? You agree to their arrangement? Pei Fei nodded. Yes, Xiao Gu's appearance is a good match for our daughter. My family was poor, and it's not easy for me to get to where I am today on my own. I have nothing to say about our daughter and babies. Xiao Xiao will have a good life with him in the future. Although their current conditions are not great, if they encounter difficulties in the future, I will help them as much as I can. But I'll do as you said, and not reveal anything in detail. You can give your opinion in a few days. Both she and Xiao Zerhua own their own companies. She'll go back with Xiao Zerhua in a few days. Xiao Zerhua nodded, then it's settled. We'll see how it goes in the next few days. After saying that, he continued looking at the baby's full-month photos. On the other side. After leaving the crib, Mr. and Mrs. Gu returned to their room and turned on their phones. The couple also backed up the photos the photographer sent them. The more their grandchildren looked at them, the happier the two of them laughed. Seeing their group photo, Gu's mother sighed and said, I don't know what Xiao Zhao's family does, but I know they must be like the wealthy people in TV dramas. Maybe their homes are all glittering and opulent. I never imagined that we would have any dealings with people like them. Xu Wen, what do you think of Xiao Zhao's parents' attitude towards our son? Looking at the happy family in the photo. As a mother, Gu's mother couldn't help but worry about her son again. Gu's father pondered, our sons are not bad, they shouldn't dislike this small town, right? They're usually very polite to us. Mother Gu sighed again, what I fear most is a life of harmony and peace. They won't say anything about their attitude, so we'll never guess. How could Gu's father not be anxious? But what can you do in a hurry? Wife, trust our son. I believe that as long as Dongqing performs normally, Xiao Zhao's parents will definitely accept him. Mr. Gu encouraged Mrs. Gu, and also encouraged himself. Inside the kitchen. Xiao Xiao is helping Gu Dongqing clean the seafood. Gu Dongqing told her to go out first, in case she got pinched by a crab, it would hurt a lot. Xiao Xiao Shun is really amazing. Dongqing. I reacted very quickly. Besides, these crabs are all tied up, they can't hurt me. You're so tired from going out today, and you still have to cook for us. You're the one who's working the hardest. I want to do something for you. Xiao Xiao spoke while diligently working on her tasks. Gu Dongqing couldn't do anything about her, so he can only let her be. With the cooperation of the two. 40 minutes later, a sumptuous seafood feast was freshly served. Xiao Xiao called both sets of parents out, and they enjoyed a delicious meal together. Time flies. 5 days have passed in the blink of an eye. This was the day Pei Fei and Xiao Zerhua were to return home. The two called Gu Dongqing aside. Xiao Zerhua poured him a cup of tea. Xiao Gu, I've seen everything you've done for my daughter and babies these past few days. When I first came to Yuqing, I was very angry and furious. I wish I could find someone to beat you up and then take Xiao Xiao home. However, during the time I spent with you, I've seen that Xiao Xiao is doing quite well. With you by her side, she is very happy and joyful. Just as she said, she has found her own happiness. After thinking about it for a while, I've decided not to interfere in your lives. Now that you're married and have children, you can continue with your lives. Her mother and I won't object to you anymore. However, let me make this clear from the start, although we are entrusting our daughter to you. But if you ever dare to treat her badly, make her suffer, cheat on her, or even hit her, I will make you and your entire Gu family pay the price. I, Xiao Zerhua, always keep my word. Gu Dongqing looked at him earnestly and assured him, Uncle, don't worry. I will be good to Xiao Xiao for the rest of my life. I will only be good to her for the rest of my life, I will only love her. I would never cheat on her or hit her. If I ever cause Xiao Xiao any harm in the future, feel free to come and find me. However, it might happen someday. Uncle, I, Gu Dongcheng, swear that I will only love Xiao Xiao for the rest of my life, and I will make him happy. Xiao Xiao had been eavesdropping on the three people's conversation from a short distance away. Hearing Gu Dongcheng's words, Xiao Xiao's eyes welled up with tears. Marrying Gu Dongcheng is the greatest happiness of her life. Xiao Zerhua's gaze was like lightning, staring directly at Gu Dongcheng as if trying to see through him. After a long pause, he nodded. I hope you'll remember your words. Gu Dongcheng nodded emphatically. Uncle, I will always remember this. Still calling me uncle? Chapter 121 Departures in Succession. See you again at the 100-day banquet. Why not call me uncle but dad? Gu Dongcheng was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. This is my future father-in-law's approval of me. It used to be fine to call someone uncle, but now you have to call them father-in-law or dad. Dad. Gu Dongcheng said with delight. Xiao Zerhua smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Live a good life. I see. Your dad has told you everything he needed to say. I have nothing to say, just take good care of Xiao Xiao and the babies. Tell me if you have any difficulties. Pei Fei's calm voice carried a hint of instruction. Regarding the man my daughter chose. So far, she is satisfied with everything. After a period of observation, Gu Dongcheng passed her preliminary assessment. Let our daughter decide her own life. Gu Dongcheng looked at her and said, Mom, thank you for your understanding. I will take good care of Xiao Xiao and the children. Take good care of yourselves now that you're back in Wushi. The couple told him not to worry, that they would take good care of themselves. After talking with Gu Dongcheng, the two chatted with Gu's parents for a while. It's about the 100-day celebration for the quadruplets. We won't be having a full moon celebration. Let's hold the 100-day celebration in Yucheng. We'll come back next month. We'll leave things here to you. Mother Gu said cheerfully, it's not hard work, it's what we should do. You all go about your business, leave the children to us. We'll send you the hotel address via WeChat once we've booked it. Xiao Zerhua was satisfied. After their conversation, Xiao Zerhua and Pei Fei went to say goodbye to the babies. The four little ones were dressed in adorable clothes, cute from head to toe. The two looked at them with reluctant eyes. Little Strawberry, Little Apple, Grandpa and Grandma are going home. Little Peach and Little Bamboo, you must listen to your parents and be good children, okay? When we meet again next time, please remember Grandpa and Grandma. If you miss your grandparents, they will miss you too. We'll come see the little cuties again next month. The babies are so well behaved and adorable, I don't want to leave them. After the elderly couple finished speaking, they picked them up one by one and gave them a kiss. Little Strawberry and her younger siblings looked at their grandparents with a blank expression. Pei Fei wiped away her tears. Babies, don't cry. Grandma will be back to see you soon. Children's emotions are easily influenced. If they sense that their grandmother is crying and sad, the little ones will start making sounds and crying along with her. Xiao Zerhua held De Bao tightly, reluctant to part with them. De Bao seemed to know that his grandfather was about to leave. Her little hands gripped his collar tightly. Xiao Zerhua comforted her, Little Strawberry, be good, Grandpa won't leave. Grandpa will always be with you and your younger siblings. Xiao Zerhua kissed her little hand. The two dared not stay too long, fearing they would miss the babies and not want to go back. A dozen minutes later, I left with my luggage. Gu Dongcheng took them to the airport. When they left, they were carrying several large bags, all of which were local specialties that Mr. and Mrs. Gu had brought for them a few days ago. Although it's inconvenient to carry it on a plane, you can send it by courier. With the help of Gu's father, Gu He, and young master, the baby went out with the three of them. There is a courier station nearby. It was shipped quickly, then I went to the airport. On the way, Pei Fei reminded Xiao Xiao, your parents aren't here with you, so take good care of yourself, okay? Although Xiao Gu is taking care of you, you should still be sensible and not trouble others with everything. You're an adult now, you can't just do nothing like you did at home. Take good care of the children, keep a close eye on them when they go out, and don't let them be stolen by other families. Xiao Xiao was reluctant to see them leave. Mom and Dad, why don't you stay a few more days before going back? I don't want you to leave. We haven't seen each other for so long, and we'll be parting ways in just a few days. I wish my parents could stay by my side forever. But Xiao Xiao knew this was impossible. My parents have their own things to do. After returning from the airport, Xiao Xiao was sullen. Gu Dongcheng knew why his wife was feeling down, so he held her hand and silently stayed by her side. A new day. Mr. and Mrs. Gu are also going back. We still have some things to do in the village, so we'll head back first. I'll start making preparations for the 100-day celebration as soon as I get back, and I'll inform our relatives and friends. Regarding your wedding with Xiao Xiao, we'll have a fortune teller choose a good time and then discuss the specific date with you. My little darlings, Grandpa and Grandma are going back now. I'll come see you again at the 100-day celebration. Gu's father and mother are the same as Pei Fei and Xiao Zerwa. I'm afraid I won't be able to leave the children. After giving his instructions, he left in a flurry of activity, reluctant to part. Gu Dongcheng drove the two to the station. Xiao Xiao's parents are very nice people, and they treat our family very well. I didn't mean to look down on us. Dongcheng, you finally married such a good wife, you should cherish her, you know? Don't let Xiao Xiao suffer any injustice. Gu Dongcheng smiled as he drove. Mom and Dad, I understand. You all need to listen to what I'm saying. Go back to the village and stop growing crops. I'm getting ready to start renovating my bubble tea shop. When we open for business, you can all come and cut the ribbon together. The couple is genuinely happy that their child's life is getting better and better. Father Gu said good 3 times in a row. Don't forget your family while you're busy with work. Family should always come first. You can earn money anytime, but you also need to take care of your health. The couple is getting old and can't help their son much anymore. I can only do what I can to remind him to take care of his health. Thinking that her son was living a life approved by his in-laws. The initial reluctance to part ways quickly turned into pride. The son they raised has done far better than they imagined. After returning from the station, they started working on becoming a Michoud ice cream franchisee. He had already contacted headquarters a while ago. The franchise fee is also within an acceptable range. The only requirement is that a store manager needs to be sent to headquarters for training. Gu Dongcheng didn't have time, but he already had someone in mind. I called my good roommate and good friend, Cui Hao. The other party rushed to Phoenix Garden Community in a great hurry. What does Brother Chang want with me? Gu Dongcheng asked. Have Gangzi and the others looked for jobs yet? Cui Hao nodded and then shook his head. I've looked for them. Gangzi and the others have already gone to work. I went there a while ago too. I only worked there for 2 days, but I couldn't stand the rudeness of those senior employees, so I quit. I submitted my resume today and was planning to go for an interview tomorrow. Brother Chang, what do you want? Gu Dongcheng asked him. Mouse, are you planning to work for someone else your whole life? Cui Hao shook his head uncertainly. I don't want to work for someone else my whole life. But Brother Chang, you know our family's financial situation. If I don't work, I can't support myself. Starting a business is too far away for me. Chapter 122. Preparing to start a business, Gu Dongcheng's plans. Cui Hao's family is ordinary, even struggling. Starting a business is impossible for him. Without connections or resources, even if he wanted to, he could only honestly work odd jobs. These past 2 days, he went to work and truly realized the cruelty of society. Once you leave school, without the protection of teachers, people outside won't tolerate you at all. University interns are just like beasts of burden, at the mercy of everyone. Do the hardest, most tiring, and most unpleasant work, and get the lowest pay. This was completely different from what Cui Hao had imagined. He couldn't stand the humiliation and quit in a fit of anger. When I got back, I looked for jobs on recruitment apps and found that it was all the same old positions. Gu Dongcheng offered him a glass of water and asked. I plan to franchise with Michoud ice cream, and we need a store manager here. I want to ask you if you would like to come here? Cui Hao was startled. The store manager? What? Brother Chang, you're not kidding me, are you? I have no experience in this area. Can I do it? Gu Dongcheng smiled and said, you need to have confidence in yourself. Michoud ice cream will send you to headquarters for training. You just need to study hard during the training. When you get back, I'll recruit a few more employees for you, just like the training taught. Cui Hao's heart pounded. Brother Chang. Are you sure you want to be my store manager? Cui Hao understood that this was his opportunity. Brother Chang is promoting me. If I seize this opportunity, my career will soar to great heights. It's not impossible to buy a house and a car in Yucheng. Gu Dongcheng said seriously, if I were joking, why would I have called you over? You know my situation here, I'm usually too busy taking care of the kids to get away from home. Xiao Xiao should be going back to school soon, she won't have time. So, I wanted to ask you if you're interested? Cui Hao nodded emphatically. He was definitely tempted. But I'm also afraid that I'm not capable enough and will mess up Brother Cheng's plans. After all, opening a store is such a big deal, it requires a lot of investment. This is no joke. Gu Dongcheng encouraged him, saying that Mishui ice cream had a mature operating model. He just needs to follow the template. If you encounter any problems you don't know how to solve, there are people at headquarters to help you. Cui Hao was relieved. But, Brother Chang, you called me, what about Gangzi and Tingzi? You only called me, won't they start to misunderstand? Gu Dongcheng smiled, you don't need to worry about their affairs, I'll handle it later. Mouse, many things are different after you enter society compared to when you were in school. We all need to adapt gradually. Gangzi and Tingzi are both our good brothers. If there are suitable jobs in the future, I will ask them for help if they are willing. Cui Hao listened very attentively. Taking a deep breath, Brother Chang, I understand. Brother Chang, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I will work hard in the future. Gu Dongcheng smiled. So, you're willing to come and be the store manager here? Brother Chang, I've thought about it. I'm not very good at my major. Without professional expertise and no family connections, I'd probably only earn 2,000 or 3,000 yuan a month if I went out to work. Buying a house in Yucheng in this lifetime is as difficult as climbing to the sky. If I follow you, I believe you won't treat me unfairly. Therefore, I will definitely work hard on becoming the manager of the Mishui ice cream store and I won't let you down. Gu Dongcheng smiled and said, then let's work together, brothers. Since you're coming to be the store manager here, things will be a bit busier at first. Regarding compensation, how about I offer you a base salary plus bonuses? Base salary plus bonuses? Cui Hao was startled. He quickly shook his head in refusal, Brother Chang, I didn't do anything myself. Forget about the dividends. Once the bubble tea shop makes money, just give me something to eat so I don't starve. I don't want the dividends. We're good brothers, but I can't keep taking advantage of you. Cui Hao's implication was that he didn't want a share of the profits. Once the milk tea shop starts making money, we can just give him a base salary. He didn't contribute a single penny, so it's unreasonable for him to ask for a share of the profits. He could clearly hire an experienced store manager online. But Cheng Gu just had to come looking for him. This is clearly giving myself a chance. He can't let the other party keep suffering losses. Seeing that Cui Hao was too bored, Gu Dongcheng had no choice but to say, all right then. In the early stages of the milk tea shop's establishment, I will pay your wages first. Once things stabilize, I'll reconsider your compensation. Cui Hao exclaimed with delight, thank you, Brother Chang. Gu Dongcheng planned to give Cui Hao a base salary of 7,000 yuan in the early stages. It will gradually increase in the future. Upon hearing this number, Cui Hao almost spat out the water in his mouth. 7,000. That's way too high. Brother Chang, I haven't done anything yet. Most newly graduated interns earn around 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. 5,000 is the highest you can get. Wow, Brother Chang has set himself such a high base salary. He wanted to refuse. But this time Gu Dongcheng didn't give him a chance, saying, the initial salary is settled. I've made an appointment with the people at headquarters. If you have time recently, you can go there for training in a couple of days. Cui Hao's heart pounded with excitement. Yes, Brother Chang. Yes, Brother Chang. I have time now. The training schedule has been set. Gu Dongcheng invited the other party to stay for a meal. After finishing his meal, he played with the young master and the babies for a while before leaving. I walked out of the Phoenix Garden residential area. Cui Hao walked with a swagger, unable to contain his excitement, and even wanted to find a secluded place to let out a few long howls. Express your excitement and joy. Finally, I couldn't suppress the excitement on my face. He took out his phone and dialed his mother, Cui's mother's, number. The other person is working in the field right now. Upon hearing the phone ring, I rushed over to check it out immediately. I saw that it was my son calling back. Cui's mother quickly put down her hoe and answered the phone. Hey, Xiao Hao, why are you calling me? How's work going? Cui Hao smiled and said, Mom, I quit that job. Huh? You resigned? Why? You said things were going well before. When Chui Hao called home, he only reported good news and never bad. I called home a couple of days ago and said all the nice things. Chui's mother thought her son had found a good job, and she was happy to be working in the fields these past 2 days. Chui's mother continued to conceal the truth, saying, "That job was quite good, but Mom, I found a better one now." Found someone better? Xiao Hao, you've just started your internship, isn't it a bad thing to keep changing jobs? It's okay, Mom, I'm working with Brother Chang right now. Do you know Chang Gu? He's been to our house before, he's my roommate. Chui's mother remembered Gu Dongchang, but she was very puzzled. Isn't my son's good friend from a family with similar financial circumstances to ours? How come my son is working for him now? Chapter 123, Registering the baby's household registration. Chui Hao explained Gu Dongchang's situation. Chui's mother was stunned on the other end of the phone. My son's friend is now a multi-millionaire? She owns a house, a car, and a shop in Yuching, and is even planning to start a business with her son. Xiao Hao, are you serious? You're not joking with Mom, are you? She felt that Gu Dongchang, like her son, had not yet officially graduated. How could anyone possibly earn so much money? Chui Hao had expected his mother's reaction. Mom, I didn't believe it at first either, but it's true. Not only has Cheng Gu taken off, but he's also dating our school beauty. Brother Chang is planning to franchise Mishui ice cream and wants me to be the store manager. He originally planned to pay me a salary plus bonuses, but I refused. I feel like I did nothing, and it's unfair to Brother Chang that I'm getting a share of the profits. Later, Brother Chang said he would pay me a base salary first, and then recalculate my salary and benefits once the milk tea shop was up and running. Mom, Chang is paying me a base salary of 7,000 yuan a month now. Chui's mother knew from her son's serious expression that he wasn't lying. My goodness. My son's friend actually managed to turn his life around. A multi-millionaire. At such a young age, she would never have dared to dream of such a thing. After regaining her senses, Chui's mother spoke. Xiao Hao, you were right not to ask for a share of the profits. Even though you have a good relationship with Xiaocheng, you can't take advantage of him too much. Just work hard first, and things will definitely get better and better in the future. Chui Hao laughed. Mom, I really want to. I think following Brother Chang will lead to a bright future. Once Brother Chang becomes successful, he will definitely treat me well. Mom, when I make money in the future, I'll buy an apartment in the city and bring you, Dad, and your younger siblings to the city to enjoy a comfortable life. Chui's mother was pleased, but still shook her head and said, We'll talk about enjoying life later. You should focus on doing your job well first, and then try to find a daughter-in-law for your mother. When you get married in the future, your mom and dad will come to visit you. Mom, I'll try my best. Mom, I will work hard to earn money. It wasn't easy for my parents to raise me and send me to university. She has a younger brother and sister. As the older brother, Chui's mother secretly vowed that she must be successful in the future. Once I start earning money, my parents won't have to work so hard anymore. My younger siblings can also have a better life. After hanging up the phone, Chui Hao happily returned to school. After deciding on his future, he felt that the trees and flowers along the way were much more lovely. On the other side, inside Phoenix Garden Residential Community, Xiao Xiao asked, Are you sure you want to cooperate with Chui Hao? Gu Dongcheng, holding the baby, replied, Yes, I will take care of you and the child from now on. You haven't finished your studies yet, so you'll probably have to go back to school later. Besides, I didn't want you to be so tired, so I found a mouse. Haozi is very serious and responsible in his work. So I was going to let him give it a try, but this guy refused to give him a share of the profits. After meeting Xiao Xiao and Chui Hao several times, Xiao Xiao felt that Chui Hao was a very reliable person. Honey, I support you. Gu Dongcheng said with great enthusiasm, Wife, I will work hard. He hopes to have his own business in the future. He slowly proved himself to Pei Fei and Xiao Zerhua. Tell them that they chose them and made the right choice. On this day, the baby's 1-month-old photos were brought back. There are 3 copies in total. Gu Dongcheng and Xiao Xiao each kept a copy for themselves. Gu Dongcheng sent the remaining 2 copies to Pei Fei and his mother, respectively. The babies are growing very fast now. The baby looks very different when he is first born than in his full month-old photo. Since returning from the full moon photoshoot, the baby has changed again. It seems a bit bigger now. And they're even cuter now. The little ones are growing stronger every day, and Gu Dongqing feels a great sense of accomplishment. Gu Dongqing suddenly remembered something. The babies haven't been registered yet. Honey, now that we've got our marriage certificate, let's go register the children's births another day. Registering a household? Xiao Xiao slapped his forehead. Oh right. My parents came over recently and they were so busy that they forgot about registering the children's household registration. Xiao Xiao went to check the calendar. Today is a good day. Honey, let's take the kids now. You need to go to the local police station to register your household registration. The weather is nice outside now, making it convenient to take the kids out. Gu Dongqing had no objections and packed the things the kids would need for going out. The young master was also ready, and with a leap, he appeared in a familiar spot. The human babies seemed to know that their parents were about to take them out. In a great mood, she was making little noises and sticking her mouth out in the stroller, looking incredibly happy. Xiao Xiao was amazed. Wow, Dongqing, it seems like the babies know we're going out. They really enjoy playing outside. Look how happy little Strawberry and her younger siblings are. Sanbao is still blowing bubbles. It seems like all children are the same, they all like to play outside. Gu Dongqing was having a hard time pushing the little guy around. This makes it easier for them to observe the outside world. As soon as the family of 6 arrived at the police station, they attracted the attention of those around them. My God, look there. Quadruplets. Quadruplets. This is the first time I've ever seen quadruplets. So good looking. Oh no, my eyes are going to get pregnant. No wonder the baby is so good looking. The parents are also incredibly good looking. Why, is this family made of gods? They're so good looking. Whispers arose from the surroundings, making the toddlers even more curious. His eyes were fixed on the ground, looking here and there without blinking. Not many people came to register their household today. There were probably more than 20 people. There are 2 windows open, so the queue shouldn't be too long. Staff will be on site to guide you and help you prepare the necessary materials in advance. A woman in her 50s came to the stroller and looked at the 4 little ones with a smile. Oh my, there are 4 little fairies. They're so beautiful. You 2 are so young. You are so lucky to have given birth to such adorable quadruplets at such a young age. My little darlings, do you have names yet? The older woman has her own grandson, and because of her work, she really loves babies. Without exaggeration, the quadruplets were the most beautiful and best-looking babies she had ever seen. Gu Dongqing replied, it's already been retrieved. Not only do they have a formal name, but they also have a nickname. The older woman's smile grew even more amiable. Wow! You have formal names and nicknames now, you're all so wonderful. With their parents around, the little ones aren't shy at all. Feeling the old lady's kindness, the little hands danced with great enthusiasm. With all the materials prepared, it was finally their turn to line up. The staff member issuing the certificate looked up and saw 4 adorable, delicately carved New Year picture babies appear before their eyes. This person's heart melted. When her gaze fell on her parents, her pupils contracted again. Good heavens, what a family they are! They're so good looking. Absolutely ridiculously so. Chapter 124. The baby has a household registration, so the young master must have one too. The staff member has been issuing certificates at his post for over 10 years. There must have been at least several thousand families who have seen it. I've never seen a restaurant with such a high aesthetic appeal. My parents are even better looking than celebrities in the entertainment industry. This little baby is so cute, you could easily mistake him for a New Year's picture baby. I couldn't help but feel happy at first sight. Wow, hello little babies. Come with your parents to register your household. How old are you, babies? Gu Dongqing chimed in from behind, it's been over 2 months. The staff member exclaimed with exaggerated expression, wow, it's only been 2 months and it's already so big, that's amazing. Babies are curious about everything. The same applies to staff. Its unusually large eyes blinked repeatedly. Dad, your baby is so cute. Quadruplets, you are so lucky. Gu Dongqing had a hint of pride on his face. Thank you, many people say that. Our baby has a very good personality. The staff grew to love the babies more and more, wishing they could take them all home and raise them themselves. Unfortunately, after registering their household registration, the 4 little ones left with their parents. I don't know if I'll ever see them again. The staff felt a slight sense of disappointment. After leaving the police station, the babies are now officially registered. Xiao Xiao placed the household registration booklet next to the babies and took pictures of them. The young master meowed, seemingly trying to express something. Xiao Xiao didn't understand, so she looked up at Gu Dongcheng. Gu Dongcheng roughly understood what the little guy meant. Young master, you also have a household registration book. Just leave it at home. Your brother already took care of it for you when you came to Yucheng. You want to see it? Your brother will get it for you when we get home. Pets in the city can now also be registered. Or you could say it's your ID card. Upon hearing Gu Dongcheng's words, the young master meowed again, seemingly very happy. Babies have household registration certificates, and so should this one. Xiao Xiao asked in surprise, "Honey, you already registered the young master's household registration before?" Gu Dongcheng replied, "Yes. I saw that many people had gotten ID cards for their cats and dogs, so I took my son with me to get one. Perhaps the young master doesn't remember. I'll show it to it later." Back in their neighborhood, the couple took their children to play at the playground for over an hour before heading home. The doctor said that babies shouldn't stay at home all the time. It's best to take them outside to play for 1 or 2 hours every day. This can not only improve their adaptability, but also improve their mood and sleep quality. Gu Dongcheng knew that taking children out to play was also beneficial to their eyesight and senses. There were many parents with their children playing at the playground. The quadruplets are always the center of attention. Adults love them, and kids absolutely adore them. After all, humans are visual creatures and all like beautiful people and things. As soon as they got home, the young master couldn't wait to call out. Gu Dongcheng knew what it meant. "Okay, brother will get it for you right away." After rummaging through drawers and cabinets, Gu Dongcheng found a small notebook in his hand. The notebook is light yellow in color, with a cat pattern printed on the cover. Upon opening it, one finds the young master's name and home address written inside. The young master happily bit his tail. "Take it and play with it, but don't lose it, it's your ID card." The young master was very happy. She jumped into the stroller with her ID card in her mouth. It seems like they're showing their household registration booklet to the babies. The babies were indeed very interested, reaching out their little hands to grab. The young master was even happier. "Honey, the young master and the babies are having so much fun. I wish they could stay together forever." Cats' lifespans are incomparable to those of humans. Xiao Xiao couldn't imagine how heartbroken the children would be when their young master grew old. Gu Dongcheng smiled, "Wife, we will always stay by the young master's side. Babies can too. Young master accompanies the babies as they grow up, and the babies will accompany it as it grows old. Young master is a special cat. Gu Dongcheng doesn't know if his lifespan will be the same as that of an ordinary cat. However, he has a good attitude and cherishes the present moment. Even if the young master gets old in the future, it doesn't matter, he and the babies will take care of each other. When the young master gets old and can no longer walk, Gu Dongcheng will tell the babies, "I need to take care of the young master." They were raised by the young master's older brother. Seeing the time, Gu Dongcheng went to the kitchen to cook. After dinner, I check the babies' diapers and feed them. Every day with a baby seems the same. But upon closer inspection, it seems different. There are different kinds of fun every day. For example, today the couple started vestibular training for their babies on the advice of their pediatrician. The doctor told the couple that they could start this training once the baby was 2 months old. The core function of vestibular training is to promote the development of a baby's balance perception and improve the coordination of the nervous system. It can lay the foundation for future gross motor development such as rolling over, sitting, crawling, and walking. Regular vestibular stimulation can help babies better integrate sensory information such as vision and hearing. Reduce situations where babies are prone to crying, being afraid of being shaken, or getting motion sickness due to vestibular sensitivity. Giving babies activities like the airplane hug, the pendulum ride, the circle ride, the elevator ride, the swing ride, and the boat ride can all stimulate their vestibular system. Gu Dongcheng and Xiao Xiao plan to give the children an airplane hug today. The airplane hug is very simple. The couple watched the tutorial for a while and quickly learned how to do it. Which little baby wants to fly? Can mommy and daddy hug me? Seeing their mother's doting face, the 4 little ones all became excited. Xiao Xiao was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Wow, the babies all want their mom to hold them. But mom can only hold one baby at a time. How about dad holds the other babies later? It wasn't mommy's turn to hold you today, mommy will hold you tomorrow. Even though babies prefer their mothers. But there are some things that they can't change at their age. And they can't speak. If they are unwilling, they can only express their emotions by crying. Xiao Xiao hugged De Bao and Xiao Xiao Mei first. The little princess loves being carried in an airplane pose. It felt like I was flying. The little hands flapped and fluttered as if making a flying motion. Whoosh, it's flying, it's flying. Little strawberry, please don't fly so fast, mommy can't catch up with you. Xiao Xiao held and comforted the babies, playing little games with them. These are games that adults find childish and boring. But for the little ones, it is their greatest joy. Little Strawberry thought her mother was about to catch up with her and giggled excitedly. Her chubby little legs kept kicking backward. Little Apple and Sanbao and Sibao looked at their older sister with envy. Gu Dongcheng asked with a smile, which baby wants to fly too? Dad took him to play together. The four little ones were the happiest, sticking out their mouths as they learned to answer questions first. Since Zaya Shansu was so enthusiastic, let's play first. Second treasure, third treasure, you two wait a moment before flying. Chapter 125 Airplane Hug, Young Master's Amazing Reward. Xiao Bao came onto his arm. Gu Dongcheng couldn't see his expression. But you could feel his emotions. The adorable child was overjoyed. With its bottom sticking out, it kicks its legs as if it could fly faster that way. Gu Dongcheng made a poof sound, imitating the sound of wind. Xiao Bao laughed even harder. If De Bao and Xiao Bao are enjoying themselves so much, they probably won't get carsick or seasick in the future, right? Gu Dongcheng thought to himself. Xiao Xiao thought De Bao was a little rascal. After being held by the airplane, the baby wanted to stay on its mother's lap and wouldn't get off. Xiao Xiao pouted helplessly, honey, look at De Bao, he doesn't want to get down now. She cries the moment I put her down. Gu Dongcheng was amused by his daughter's tantrum. It's okay, I'll hold her Bao and Sanbao to play later. Let De Bao continue to follow you. Xiao Xiao worried, what if Xiao Bao doesn't want to come down later? Little Apple and Little Peach haven't had a chance to play yet. With De Bao as a cautionary tale, we can learn a thing or two. Xiao Xiao has started to worry about Xiao Bao and his two older brothers and sisters. Gu Dongcheng was optimistic, probably not. Ha, honey, I'll just put the little bamboo shoots on the bed without leaving a trace later. Just like he said, after we've had enough fun. Gu Dongcheng carried his youngest son to the crib. Oh dear, daddy's tired from flying. The plane has run out of fuel. It's landed at the airport. Little Mangosteen is preparing to land. Xiao Bao was stunned for a moment. Hey, why isn't it flying anymore? Oh, so dad ran out of gas. Gu Dongcheng provided a lot of ritual, which Xiao Bao could accept. Sibao, we can't take off today, we'll try again tomorrow. The little cutie looked at her dad with shining eyes. De Bao still refused to get down. The joy of having 2 or 3 children can only be found within oneself. Little Apple, you go first. Sanbao, wait for your brother. The second child was happy, but the third child wasn't so happy. She looked at her brother with envy. Gu Dongcheng picked up his eldest son and slowly lifted him into the air. Then he slowly drew a circle. Erbo is a hard-working little bee, flying among the flowers every day. Buzz buzz buzz, fly fly fly, the little bee is the most diligent. Let's go collect honey. Where's Hua Hua? Where's Hua Hua? Gu Dongcheng sang along, and the little guy was so happy he didn't want to leave. Finally, it's time for our 3 precious little princesses. Gu Dongcheng held the fragrant Sanbao and played with her for a long time. When they got back to the crib, the little one still looked like he hadn't had enough. Looking back at De Bao. The little cutie is already fast asleep in her mother's arms. Xiao Xiao made a hushed gesture, then gently put her daughter down. Seeing her daughter sleeping with such a sense of security, Xiao Xiao was completely helpless with her little darling. Gu Dongcheng heated up a glass of milk for Xiao Xiao. Honey, you've worked hard. Have some milk and get some rest. Xiao Xiao didn't stand on ceremony. After finishing my milk, I happily went back to bed to sleep. The young master would almost always stay by the baby's side at night. Because you've won over your in-laws, your cat is very happy and has decided to reward you with 500,000 yuan in cash. You took your babies to register their births, and now they are registered babies. Your cat is very happy and has given you a baby space. The storage space is only for baby supplies. Simply say open space to use it. Your kids are having so much fun playing with the airplane, your cat has decided to give you a 1-year double revenue experience card. Just as Gu Dongcheng was about to return to bed, another illusory panel appeared before my eyes. This time, there were 3 rewards at once. 500,000 in cash. Double your sales with this trial card. The trial card can be used after Mishu at ice cream opens. Gu Dongcheng found the baby storage space to be the most amazing thing. He tried it out of curiosity. Immediately put the bottle in, silently reciting the instructions to put it in the storage space. The bottle really disappeared in the next second. A thought crossed my mind. The baby bottle reappeared in his hand. How amazing! Although it can only store the baby's belongings, Gu Dongcheng is already very satisfied. Young master, thank you. Now the young master is lying next to the babies and has started to fall asleep. Gu Dongcheng scratched its little belly. The little guy made a gurgling sound in his throat. A new day. After breakfast, Sanbao's appetite was not high. Gu Dongcheng took her to the balcony to see the flowers in the plain, and soon the little princess's laughter could be heard. In the blink of an eye, the babies are already 2 months old. Xiao Xiao calculated that she had already been out of school for more than a year. Just as she was happily watching Gu Dongcheng fly the plane with the babies, I suddenly received a message from my counselor. Ask her when she will return to school to continue her studies. Xiao Xiao told Gu Dongcheng about this. Honey, my counselor contacted me. She asked if I could go back to school tomorrow. Honey, I don't want to go back to school. I can't bear to leave you all. Gu Dongcheng comforted her. Wife, how can you get your graduation certificate if you don't go back? And aren't you planning to pursue a master's and doctoral degree in the future? Don't worry, babies, I will take good care of them. You're just going back to school, not going out to work. You can still see the babies every day. Go back to school tomorrow. Xiao Xiao looked distressed. Okay. I'll go back and try it tomorrow. If you can't hold on, then continue your studies and come back to be with the children. Gu Dongcheng assured her, my dear wife, you can do it. If you miss the babies, just video call me after class. That evening, Xiao Xiao made many preparations. Pens, notebooks, erasers, tablets, chargers, etc. are all ready and packed in my bag. She wouldn't sleep and just sat next to the crib. What was originally a very ordinary matter was made into something like a life or death separation by her. Gu Dongcheng was amused by her actions. A new day. Xiao Xiao got up early and took out the milk storage bag she had prepared in advance. After expressing milk for the babies, she solemnly handed it over to Gu Dongcheng. Honey, this is enough for one day, that should be enough for them. Remember to think of me while you and the babies are at home. I'll miss you and the babies while I'm at school. After saying that, she looked at the babies playing on the soft mats with eyes full of reluctance. I've been by my babies' side every day since they were born. Xiao Xiao felt incredibly sad to be leaving them for so long. Little strawberry, little apple, little peach, little mangosteen, mommy is going to school. I'll come back to be with you at noon. Be good at home, okay? Listen to your father and your brother, and think of your mother. Wah, mommy doesn't want to leave you. The babies gained confidence from their mother's voices. They all turned to look at them. The little ones were so excited, thinking their mom was going to play games with them. Chapter 126. The School Beauty steps back into school. Xiao Xiao suddenly appeared, covered her eyes, and started playing hide and seek with them. Even very simple games can make them laugh. Honey, what should I do? The babies are so cute, I don't want to go out at all. Gu Dongcheng laughed, then stay a little longer. I'll drive you to school with the babies later. Xiao Xiao was tempted, but still refused. No need, honey, I can go by myself. You're already exhausted enough taking care of the babies at home. You should get some rest. I'll just take the subway myself later. There's a subway station near the neighborhood, making it very convenient to get to school. Gu Dongcheng knew that Xiao Xiao wasn't very skilled at driving an electric scooter. Therefore, she wasn't allowed to ride the electric scooter. Gu Dongcheng secretly thought to himself that he needed to buy his wife a car as soon as possible. While the babies weren't paying attention, Xiao Xiao picked them up and quietly left. Honey, I'm going out. Take good care of yourself at home, you've worked hard. Call me if you need anything, and I'll be right back. Gu Dongcheng stood in front of her, blocking her and the baby's view. Okay, go ahead. Be careful on the road, and send me a message if you miss the babies. Xiao Xiao suddenly stepped forward, stood on tiptoe, wrapped her arms around his neck, and said tenderly, Honey, I miss you more. You miss me? Then give me a kiss, or I won't believe you. Honey, you're so naughty. Despite saying that, Xiao Xiao still kissed him on the lips. She moved very quickly, her cheeks flushed. Gu Dongcheng held her close, inhaling her sweet fragrance. Honey, you smell so good. It looks so tempting. I really want to take a bite. Then bite it. Xiao Xiao's fair neck is even more beautiful than a swan's neck. Her skin was pink and moist, as if you could squeeze water out of it. Gu Dongcheng gently bit her neck. Okay, let's stamp one today and another one tomorrow. Xiao Xiao's heart raced as she pulled her arm away from Gu Dongcheng. Her ears and entire neck were stained with rouge. Dongcheng, I'm not messing around with you anymore, I'm going to school now. Gu Dongcheng spread his hands and chuckled, Go ahead, I'm not tying you up and preventing you from going. Xiao Xiao was extremely embarrassed and huffed, Then I'll go. Gu Dongcheng watched her leave. Just as he turned around to play with the babies, the door opened again. Xiao Xiao peeked out with her little head, Honey, sob, let me look at you one more time. Remember to think of me. Gu Dongcheng couldn't help but chuckle, Yes, I'll definitely think about it. Honey, let's go to school. If we're late, we'll be late. Xiao Xiao's reluctance was written all over her face. Okay, honey, I'm leaving. After the door was closed, the house fell silent. With his wife not home, Gu Dongcheng suddenly felt a void in his heart. I missed her as soon as I stepped out the door. Gu Dongcheng took a deep breath and walked towards the little cuties playing with the young master on the mat. Hearing footsteps, the little ones tilted their heads to look over. I discovered that Mom is missing. Sanbao was the first to discover this. He turned his head and looked around for his mother. No matter how she looked around, she didn't see her mother again. Gu Dongcheng saw what his youngest daughter was doing. I know she's looking for her mother. Gu Dongcheng quickly tried to distract her, saying, Mom went back to her room to sleep. Daddy and the babies play. Let's play hide and seek. Daddy will hide, and the kids will find him, okay? Gu Dongcheng took a bedsheet and held it in front of him. The babies feel like their dad has disappeared. Gu Dongcheng removed the bedsheet and then suddenly reappeared in front of him. The adorable children excitedly kicked their toes and screamed. Gu Dongcheng moved the bed frame aside, revealing his head. Dad's out. Daddy has disappeared again. Daddy's out again. Little babies, can you find Daddy? The children laughed and pointed at him with their little fingers. It's as if they're saying Dad is there. Gu Dongcheng ran behind the sofa and hid, secretly observing the babies' reactions. Without their father, the four little ones suddenly felt insecure. He turned his head and looked around. Unable to find their father, the little ones gradually became uneasy. She was about to cry. Gu Dongcheng made a noise, Where is Dad hiding? Dad's here. Gu Dongcheng deliberately showed half of his forehead so that the babies could see him clearly. Wow! I found Dad. The little ones got excited again. Rediscover the joy of gaming. Gu Dongcheng pulled up the bedsheet again, and in front of the human cubs, he suddenly appeared alive. After they got tired of playing, Gu Dongcheng carried them back into the stroller. Young master, get in the car. Let's go out and find other children to play with. The babies have so much energy during the day now. I need to expend my energy so I can sleep well at night. On the other side, Xiao Xiao's return to campus caused a sensation throughout the entire university. Her features are exquisite, like those of a work of art. A refined and elegant temperament. Her every move was graceful and charming. It's her. My dream girl is still so beautiful. Finally, you're here. What? I thought I'd never see the school beauty again before graduation. Goddess Xiao, you will always be the light in my eyes. Goddess. Goddess. Dump Gu Dongcheng. My heart belongs to you. Hee hee, the goddess really does love to laugh. The goddess is looking at me. Does she have a crush on me? The school beauty is back on campus. I've decided to go out for barbecue tonight to celebrate. Goddess, although I cannot have you, my soul will always belong to you. Hearing the whispers around her, Xiao Xiao felt incredibly annoyed. Right now, she only has one thing on her mind. That means she wants to finish her class quickly so she can go back and spend time with the babies. I wonder if the little ones missed me, or if they cried. Xiao Xiao's heart is filled with thoughts of her quadruplets and her husband. Before I knew it, I had arrived at the office building of the counselor. The other party was already waiting for her there. Because of her leave of absence from school, Xiao Xiao now needs to teach classes with students a year younger than her. Xiao Xiao had no objections, as long as she could successfully obtain her certificate and graduate. As for who her classmate was, she didn't care. The counselor hasn't seen Xiao Xiao for over a year. Upon seeing the other person, I couldn't help but be amazed by their beauty. My goodness, Xiao Xiao, you look even prettier and more beautiful now than last year. Exceptional charisma. I'm so envious. Everyone says that women's figures will change after having children, but you're aging in reverse. Her figure is even better than before she had children. Xiao Xiao blushed at the compliment. Oh, not at all. Teacher has such a great figure and such a wonderful temperament. The counselor waved her hand. If you praise me like that, I'll feel inferior. I heard you're dating Gu Dongcheng from our school. I even saw the video. Xiao Xiao nodded, a happy smile on her face. Yes, teacher, I'm doing very well now. When do you have time to come to my house for a visit? I'll introduce you to Dongcheng. Chapter 127 Gu Dongcheng, I was careless and almost got caught. The counselor said she really wanted to go. She's curious about the life of the school's most beautiful and handsome girl who's together. Go see how they're doing, and you can tell your classmates about it when you come back. Then it's a deal. Is it convenient for you to come in the next day or two? I'm bringing a classmate with me. I'll introduce you to her later. She's your junior, but now she's your classmate and the class monitor of your new class. She will coordinate with you regarding any forms you need to fill out in the future. Xiao Xiao welcomed them, saying, Okay, just let me know in advance when you're coming. The two chatted as they walked toward the teaching building. At the same time, Gu Dongcheng pushed the stroller to the playground downstairs. The young master stood majestically on its little bed. As usual, the playground was filled with parents and children. Oh dear, are you little darlings out playing with your dad today? Where's mom? Isn't mom coming along? Parents greeted Gu Dongcheng and the quadruplets warmly. Gu Dongcheng made a shushing gesture. I'm afraid that the babies will miss Xiao Xiao when they hear the word mom. The parents understood from Gu Dongcheng's gestures. He quickly took back what he had said. But by then it was too late. The babies pricked up their ears, their expressions shifting as they searched for their mothers. Once the parents realized they had said something wrong, they quickly tried to salvage the situation and distract the child. Wow, what is my brother playing? He's swinging on a swing and flying around. Little Strawberry and your younger siblings, when you grow up, Auntie will take you to play, okay? The quadruplets didn't listen. They looked at their father and burst into tears without prior arrangement. It's as if it's saying, Where's mom? I haven't seen mom in so long. Gu Dongcheng had come up with a plan. Oh right, where's mom? Mom seems to be in the nearby park. Do you miss your mom, babies? Then daddy will take you to find her. But you're not allowed to cry if you can't find it. The little ones were very excited, making MMM sounds. Gu Dongcheng waved goodbye to the parents. There is a park near the Phoenix Garden residential area. It is a scenic spot in Yucheng, and many tourists from other places visit it every day. The scenery inside is beautiful, and Gu Dongcheng plans to take the children there for a walk. Tickets cost 25 yuan per person. Babies don't cost money. As soon as I got to the door, the ticket seller was incredibly surprised. Handsome, are these all your children? Or are they your brothers? Gu Dongcheng smiled, they are all my children. Before Gu Dongcheng could say anything more, the children were already unhappy. It was kicking its toes as if saying, Hurry up, Lao Deng, go find mom. Gu Dongcheng was amused. Alright, Dad will take you to find mom. Where should we look first? Let's go over there. Gu Dongcheng had been here once before and remembered that there were many gardens along this road. Along the way, the human cubs were stunned. So many varieties of flowers. The dazzling array of flowers was so captivating that the little ones couldn't take their eyes off them, looking at one after another. Dabao reached out to pick it. Gu Dongcheng told them, These flowers belong to other people, we can't pick them, flowers are living things. Mom will be sad if she picks the flower. The little ones looked at their father with a mixture of understanding and confusion. De Bao wanted to pick more. The second and third babies also wanted to. Si Bao didn't want to, he just wanted to watch. There were many tourists admiring the flowers, and quite a few online celebrities were also taking photos for their videos. Gu Dongcheng and the baby's good looks are like stars in the night sky, they can't be hidden no matter where they go. An internet celebrity walked over carrying a bouquet of flowers. Wow, you're so handsome. Is this your baby? Oh my god, so cute. May I take a picture with you guys? I have 250,000 followers on Douyin. Young man, with your and your baby's good looks, you might become a hit online. Many people want to become famous these days, and the internet celebrity thinks Gu Dongcheng probably won't refuse. But Gu Dongcheng's words immediately proved him wrong. Gu Dongcheng shook his head. Sorry, it's not convenient for us. The internet celebrity stood still, which displeased her team. Dad, with your fan base in our family, posting your photos would probably make you go viral. Maybe he can become a celebrity baby in the future, or even a child star. Having traffic now means making money. I don't think anyone would turn down money. Gu Dongcheng remained unmoved. Sorry, we're not interested. After saying that, she pushed the stroller and left. Being an internet celebrity can be very lucrative, but Gu Dongcheng has no interest in it. He hopes that the children can grow up safely and healthily. These little ones are different, they're exposed to the spotlight at such a young age. Looking at Gu Dongcheng and the stroller from behind, the internet celebrity looked regretful. If you post Gu Dongcheng and the quadruplets in your work, there's a good chance it will go viral. The method that used to work every time didn't work today. Her assistants seemed a little unhappy. They actually refused their request. This guy is way too arrogant. The online influencer raised her hand, signaling her to watch her words and actions. There were many people around. If you say something wrong and it gets posted online, it will have a huge impact on your account. There are many fun things to do in the park. Gu Dongcheng led them to the lake to see the swans. Both black and white ones are swimming gracefully in the pool. The little ones realized that it was filled with water, just like the water they used for bathing. Erbo had a thoughtful expression on his face. They seem to be researching why swans can swim on the water while they can't. Gu Dongcheng's trick worked very well. The human cubs gradually forgot to look for their mothers. Gu Dongcheng found a less crowded place. Take out the baby bottle and warm water to make formula for them. After preparing the formula, I put the milk powder and thermos into the storage space. Little did they know that this scene was being witnessed by parents who were playing with their children not far away. He rubbed his eyes. Am I seeing things? Where did his thermos and baby formula go? Filled with curiosity, he took his daughter's hand and walked toward Gu Dongcheng and the quadruplets. Gu Dongcheng didn't notice the man's actions and picked up the babies one by one to breastfeed them. While feeding them, I also explained some science to them. The little ones held their bottles in their tiny hands and drank the milk guzzlingly. Take a couple of sips and stop to watch the swans. Xiao Bao would occasionally stop and point at the black swan. Gu Dongcheng readily agreed. Xiao Shanju thinks the black swan is beautiful, right? Black. It's a black swan, and the one next to it is white. Black and white, do you kids still remember the games you played at home? Are the black and white cards the same color? Xiao Bao paused for a moment, seemingly thinking about what his father had said. Then he gulped down another mouthful. On the other side, the man led his daughter by the hand to the stroller. Look left and right without leaving a trace. Although the action was very discreet, Gu Dongcheng still discovered it. Gu Dongcheng frowned. Could it be that the other party discovered that he had used the storage space earlier? Chapter 128. The baby seemed to have developed a bias. Gu Dongcheng realized to himself that he had been careless. There's a high chance the other party saw it. Sure enough, the man spoke up the next moment. Dad, did you make formula for your child just now? Gu Dongcheng keenly caught the uncertainty in the other party's tone. Gu Dongcheng shook his head and smiled. No. I prepare my baby formula at home and bring it with me. What's wrong? I think your child should be on formula now. The man paused for a moment. I didn't make the formula. Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me and I'm hallucinating? The more you say, the more mistakes you make. Gu Dongcheng didn't want to get entangled with the other party, so he pushed the stroller to another place to watch the swans. Watching Gu Dongcheng's departing figure, The man's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Am I seeing things? He asked his daughter, Sweetie, did you see that uncle making formula for his baby? The little girl nodded and shook her head, speaking in a babyish voice. Dad, that uncle is so handsome. Much prettier than you. The baby is super cute too. Daddy, can you give me 4 more cute little brothers and sisters like this? The man sighed. Was I hallucinating? Gu Dongcheng breathed a sigh of relief after changing locations. Fortunately, it wasn't recorded by the other party, otherwise, another unsolved mystery would have been added to the world. Playing with babies is very tiring. Besides feeding them and changing their diapers, you also need to entertain them and provide emotional support. Fortunately, Gu Dongcheng had the help of the young master. After eating and drinking their fill and having their diapers changed, the babies drifted off to sleep as they passed the koi pond. Gu Dongcheng pushed them home. It was almost time for my wife to come home from school. Gu Dongcheng went into the kitchen and started working. As soon as Xiao Xiao entered the door, she smelled a delicious aroma. My stomach immediately started growling uncontrollably. Honey, time to cook. Where are the babies? Gu Dongcheng turned to look at the kitchen doorway and said, she's sleeping in her room. Honey, how's it going back to school today? How are you feeling? Xiao Xiao laughed, not exactly adapted. I feel like I'm thinking about you all every single moment. What about you? Have you missed me? Gu Dongcheng said as he stirred the food, I really want to. Xiao Xiao gave a general overview of the baby situation. Xiao Xiao was both happy and distressed. You took them to the park? Is it fun? Great. The scenery is beautiful, and the babies love it. Honey, let's take the babies together next time we have time. Xiao Xiao smiled crescent-shaped her eyes and said, okay. Honey, you cook first, I'll go check on the kids. After saying that, Dada walked into the kitchen. The young master was still the same as always, fast asleep in his seat. Looking at the babies sleeping soundly with their sweet, milky scent, Xiao Xiao felt a warm glow in her heart. The fatigue accumulated from half a day of school vanished in an instant. My own baby was cured. The young master looked up, glanced at her, and yawned. Get ready to meow. Xiao Xiao made a shushing gesture and whispered, Young master, you can continue sleeping with the babies. I'm just here to check on them. You don't need to be so polite with me. I heard the kitten lower its head and continue sleeping. Xiao Xiao continued to look at the babies. She noticed that the babies were starting to look more and more like Gu Dongcheng. He has long eyelashes and is quite handsome. Her face smelled wonderful. I wonder how beautiful she'll be when she grows up. Looking at the babies, Xiao Xiao felt a great sense of accomplishment. I haven't been able to spend half the day with them today. Xiao Xiao felt very sorry for the little ones. Mealtime. Xiao Xiao told Gu Dongcheng that the counselor and the new class monitor were coming to visit their home. Dongcheng, is this a convenient location for you? How convenient. You can come anytime. I'll cook them something delicious then. Gu Dongcheng naturally welcomed his teachers and classmates to his home. He hoped that Xiao Xiao could make more friends. Xiao Xiao was pleasantly surprised, Honey, you're so great. I'll talk to the counselor and the others this afternoon. They came back 2 days later. With Gu Dongcheng's consent, Xiao Xiao was as happy as a little bee. But their happiness didn't last long. The sound of whimpering and crying could be heard from inside the room. Then a tabby cat quickly ran out from inside, meowing as it ran. Gu Dongcheng put down his chopsticks. Xiao Xiao was even faster than him. Honey, let me go. The babies haven't seen their mother all morning. Xiao Xiao planned to give them a surprise. When Xiao Xiao returned to the room, the quadruplets cried even louder. It was making a loud noise. It just won't stop. The babies miss their mothers and want to be held. But her abilities were limited. She could hug this one but not that one. The children were crying so hard it was heartbreaking to hear and brought tears to my eyes. The second child cried the most pitifully. Xiao Xiao held the little guy, comforting him while changing his diaper. Okay, little apple, don't cry. Mom's back, isn't she? Dad said the babies went to find their mom this morning, right? I also saw white swans. Baby, can you tell mommy about a swan? What does a swan look like? Mommy has never seen one before. As Xiao Xiao gently coaxed her, little apple's tears soaked Xiao Xiao's collar. The little hands gripped her mother's clothes tightly. I was afraid that my mother would disappear again at any moment. Babies who can't find their mothers are the saddest. Like unwanted weeds. Xiao Xiao kissed his cheek. Mommy's good baby, look, so many little pearls have fallen. Little apple, don't you know mommy feels sorry for you? The other 3 babies cried and pulled when their mother didn't hold them. So much so that the crying that followed was absolutely heart-wrenching. Gu Dongcheng quickly cleaned them up and placed them next to Xiao Xiao. After finally calming the 4 little ones down, the couple breathed a sigh of relief. Honey, hurry up and go eat. After you eat, take a nap. You have class this afternoon. Xiao Xiao hummed in agreement and prepared to get up and leave. Little did they know, the little crybabies were watching their mothers the whole time. Seeing her mother about to leave, she pouted and was about to cry. Okay, mommy won't go anywhere. Mommy's going to eat, babies, come with mommy. The babies were happy again with their mother. Xiao Xiao said they were mischievous little devils. The little ones thought their mother was praising them, and they laughed even harder. Xiao Xiao ate while interacting with the babies. The little ones were afraid their mothers would leave, so while playing with their toys, they would occasionally turn their heads to look at their mothers. Seeing that his mother was still there, he felt relieved and started playing by himself. Gu Dongcheng said enviously, "Wife, the babies seem to like you more. I love you more than I love myself." Xiao Xiao pursed her lips. Oh dear, babies are generally more attached to their mothers. If you go out, the babies will miss you. Gu Dongcheng felt comforted and looked at the quadruplets with tenderness. Babies, if daddy goes out and isn't home, will you miss him? Chapter 129. New dad leads babies in some exercise. The children remained unmoved, seemingly oblivious, and continuing to play as if they hadn't heard anything. Gu Dongcheng's heart is broken. After finishing their meal, Xiao Xiao picked up the little ones. Let's go back to sleep. The babies have a habit of taking a nap, and they fall asleep shortly after being taken back to their room. In the afternoon, Xiao Xiao got up and went to school again. When the little ones opened their eyes again, they looked around in their cribs. I didn't see my mother. Little Peach pouted and cried hard. The young master was pacing anxiously beside him, meowing as if urging Gu Dongcheng to quickly soothe the baby. Children's crying is contagious. I'm afraid that my 2 children and my little one will also follow Little Peach to look for their mother. Gu Dongcheng picked up his youngest daughter and walked out of the room. Young master, I'm comforting Sanbao. Could you please keep an eye on Debao and the others for me? The young master meowed and sat down seriously next to the crib, looking like a little adult. Little Peach misses her mother again. Why do you always miss your mother? Isn't it good for daddy to be with you? Do you love your mother more and not like your father at all? Little Peach cried even harder. Okay, daddy won't scold you anymore. Dad is not sad anymore. Daddy will take the baby to find mommy now. Gu Dongcheng gently patted Sanbao's bottom as he paced back and forth in the living room. Let's see where mom is. Are you in the fish tank? Hearing Gu Dongcheng's words, Xiao Taozi looked at the fish tank intently. I didn't find my mother inside. The little princess turned to look at her father, her eyes brimming with tears, ready to cry again. Oh, mom isn't in the fish tank. There are only fish swimming around in it. So, is it on the balcony? I know where mom is. She's definitely in the flower pot. Little Peach had been listening attentively to her father's words. Upon hearing the word flower pot, she immediately turned her head and stared intently at the flower pot on the balcony. It seems they're trying to find traces of their mother inside. But still nothing. Gu Dongcheng anticipated Sanbao's reaction. So mom isn't in the flower pot either. It might be in the guest room. Let's go check the guest room. As they entered aisle, Sanbao quickly looked around. No mother. She looked at her father again, her eyes seeming to say, Dad is lying. Gu Dongcheng smiled, it might be in the closet. Dad opened the wardrobe to look. This one isn't here, and this one isn't here either. Where is mom hiding? Gu Dongcheng feigned a puzzled expression. Now even Sanbao was confused. Could it be that mom really hid and dad can't find her? Little Peach's mother isn't here at the cabinet, she's probably out busy with something. Daddy will help you look for it. Don't cry if we can't find it. Sanbao's expression was as pitiful as could be. This time, however, there was no commotion. Perhaps she realized that her father had already done his best. Finally, Gu Dongcheng carried the 3 babies and searched the house inside and out. Sanbao finally accepted the fact that he couldn't find his mother. Little Peach was sullen and unhappy. Gu Dongcheng laid out a cushion in the living room. Bring the little ones out so the young master can play with them. The babies are now over 2 months old, and Gu Dongcheng continues to guide them step by step and helping them roll over. This will lay a good foundation so that it will be easier for babies to roll over later. Gu Dongcheng cleared out an area. First, I picked up Dibao. Little Strawberry, how about playing games with Daddy later? Little brothers and sisters, take a look. We want to play with this too later. The word play holds endless appeal for children. The 3 children all looked at their father and older sister. Curiosity and interest were written all over their faces. Even the young master and the babies had the same expression. Dibao giggled, clearly looking forward to the game. Let's play a game of swaying left and right. Get ready, it's about to begin. First, Gu Dongcheng lifted Dibao's lower leg and held her ankle with each hand. 2 small feet came together, and then Gu Dongcheng's arms exerted force. Sway gently from side to side. Back and forth. Let your baby experience the feeling of rolling over. How was it, little Strawberry? Was it fun? Come on, let's continue experiencing it, left and right, left and right. Dibao really enjoyed the swaying sensation and was as happy as a little bee. The little princess kicks her legs whenever she's happy. However, he couldn't kick because Gu Dongcheng was holding his ankle. Gu Dongcheng keenly noticed that Dibao's strength had increased considerably compared to before. Little Strawberry did a great job. You're getting more and more energetic. Great flip. That's enough for the experience, let's move on to the next workout. Isn't that fun? There's even more fun to come. Playing the next game with Dad. Seeing their older sister having so much fun, the 3 little ones couldn't sit still any longer. She excitedly waved her little hands, trying to attract her father's attention. Little Apple, Little Peach, Little Mangosteen, wait a moment, one at a time. After your older sister finishes playing, it will be your turn. This time, Gu Dongcheng arranged Dibao in the shape of the Chinese character De. Next, lift her left foot and place it on her right foot. Then raise the little princess's right hand straight up. Finally, I grabbed Dibao's left foot and gently pushed her bottom with my other hand, and she rolled over smoothly. Dibao found it amazing. Wasn't I lying down just now? Why did you suddenly lie down? Gu Dongcheng laughed, isn't Little Strawberry amazing? This is what it means to turn things around. Let's experience it one more time. Gu Dongcheng turned Dibao over and repeated the action he had just performed. The human cub was stunned. She rolled over and lay face down again. While taking Dibao for the experience, Gu Dongcheng's attention was also focused on the 3 little ones. He discovered that Erbao had his own ideas. The little guy actually imitated his sister's rolling over. He wanted to roll over by himself. Gu Dongcheng was completely stunned. It's only a little over 2 months old. That's how strong their learning ability is. Could it be that Erbao is a genius? Little Apple has a strong learning ability, but unfortunately he is still very weak. Even if you learn the method, you still can't flip it. Little Apple, wait a minute, it'll be your turn after your sister finishes. You'll get tired if you practice on your own. Erbao was a good listener. He stopped and continued watching his father and sister. After turning Dibao over again so that he was lying face down, I turned him over again. Gu Dongcheng opened his palms and massaged his back from top to bottom. This can help strengthen baby's neck muscles. Dibao tilted his little head back, looking very comfortable. Next up is leg pressing training. This exercise can strengthen your baby's leg muscles. It will be very useful for rolling over, crawling, and walking in the future. Gu Dongcheng let Dibao continue lying on her stomach, gently lifted her hind legs and pushed them up, then put them down again. This was repeated for about a minute. Finally, holding her left leg, with his left hand protecting Dibao's neck, he rolled her back over. Dibao then rolled over, all cute and cuddly. Chapter 130: A surprise for my wife. Dibao was still not satisfied and wanted to continue playing. Gu Dongcheng laughed, let's stop here for today, we'll play again tomorrow. The younger siblings haven't had a chance to play yet. Next up is the second baby. The little guy has a strong learning ability. He's been watching his parents the whole time. When it was his turn, he was grinning from ear to ear. Little Apple is very energetic in the second movement, her small body and calves exert force simultaneously. He almost flipped himself over. Gu Dongcheng praised him. Bao is amazing. He's so strong at such a young age. In another month or two, I'll probably be able to turn things around on my own. Be healthy and strong, Dad is so proud of you. The second baby is still trying to learn how to roll over. Hearing his dad praise him gave him even more energy. Gu Dongcheng kissed his little feet. Little apple, we don't need to rush, let's take it slow. Dad will practice with you whenever he has time. It's Sun Bao's turn. The three children played and cooperated at the same time. Gu Dongcheng put in a lot of effort to complete a set of auxiliary training for her. Little Mangosteen, it's your turn. How about you roll over for Daddy to see next time? Babies will all be able to roll over when they grow up. The four babies looked at their father with bright eyes, their expressions adorable and innocent. The four treasures are the smallest. Following the order, he was almost always the last one to do anything. Gu Dongcheng felt a little sorry for his youngest son. Tomorrow, Dad will take the baby to play first, and our little prince will go ahead of the older brothers and sisters in line. Little Bao stretches out his chubby little hand. Little Bamboo, do you want to give Daddy a high five? You don't trust your dad? Why don't you give him a high five? Come on, give me a high five. If Daddy lies to you tomorrow, Daddy will be a little puppy. Regardless of whether Xiaobao thinks that way or not. Gu Dongcheng covered Xiaobao's small hand with his big hand. After saying that, he started the auxiliary training. The young master and the older children played with toys, while the younger one obediently played games with his father. You and your babies are doing rolling over training, and your son is so proud of you. It thinks it's getting better and better at taking care of the baby, and the young master admires you greatly, so it's decided to give you a Mercedes AMG. The Mercedes AMG is parked in the garage downstairs. The relevant documents are in the car, and the keys are in your pocket. Please check them. When Gu Dongcheng finished the auxiliary training with Xiaobao, a virtual panel appeared in front of him again. See the information above. Gu Dongcheng was overjoyed. Mercedes AMG. A sports car. The young master has given me another car. Gu Dongcheng didn't know much about cars, but he happened to recognize this Mercedes AMG. It costs over $1 million. A two-seater sports car with a very eye-catching appearance. He had seen it on Douyin more than once. I used to only envy others, but I never thought I would have it myself one day. It's inconvenient for Xiao Xiao to go to school now. He originally intended to buy the other person a car. As a result, when I was sleepy, they gave me a pillow. I haven't bought it yet. The young master gave it to himself. You cried, young master, you really did. The kitten, who was playing with Bao, seemed to realize that Gu Dongcheng was watching it. The little guy turned his head and meowed, then continued playing with Little Apple. I went home after school in the afternoon. Xiao Xiao saw Bao and Sanbao rolling and playing on the mat. Although the movement was very slight, Xiao Xiao could still tell that they were flipping through the pages. Little Apple and Little Peach, are you practicing rolling over? Did Dad play games with you again today? Mommy missed you all so much this afternoon. Come on, when you practice later, give Mom a kiss first. Every baby has one, and they must be given to Mommy as a kiss. The little ones smelled so sweet and milky. Xiao Xiao's heart melted when she picked them up. Honey, did you practice assisted rolling over with the babies today? Xiao Xiao looked at Gu Dongcheng, who was busy in the kitchen, and asked. Gu Dongcheng replied, yes. The babies love it. Now that we have time to do some supplementary training, we might be able to flip very quickly in the future. Xiao Xiao thought it made sense. She lay on the mat, smiling as she showed the babies around. Mommy can roll over. Look, Mommy flips over like this, with her feet here and her hands here, it's so easy to flip over. Oops, I rolled over and now I'm lying face down. It's okay, Mom can flip it back over. Mom flipped over again, then flipped back over. The babies were all amused by their mother. Bao watched them most attentively. Start learning slowly. Unfortunately, they weren't strong enough and couldn't get over it no matter what they did. Xiao Xiao rolled over and came to her eldest son. You're already doing great, Bao. From now on, Mommy will help you flip over. Bao can do it already. After saying that, Xiao Xiao rolled over and fell asleep, sprawled out like a starfish. Hold the baby under your arm. Place two on each side, like an eagle spreading its wings to protect its chicks. The young master sat on her head like an owl. Gu Dongqing burst out laughing when he came out of the kitchen carrying the dishes. How can his wife be so cute? After dinner, Gu Dongqing said he wanted to give Xiao Xiao a surprise. Xiao Xiao instantly turned into a curious child. Honey, what's the surprise? You'll find out soon enough. After saying that, she pushed the stroller and led him to the underground parking garage. Find the relevant parking space according to the information displayed on the panel. A pink Mercedes-AMG suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Gu Dongqing took out his key and pressed it. The door unlock light came on. Honey, what do you think of this car? Do you like it? This pink Mercedes in front of me is practically my dream car. Xiao Xiao was immediately captivated by its beauty. What a beautiful car. I like it, but why did my husband bring me here? Xiao Xiao's affection was evident in her words. Gu Dongqing opened the car door. If you like this car, it's yours. Xiao Xiao. I love this place. Could it be? Xiao Xiao's eyes widened. Honey, could it be that you? My husband bought this car? Otherwise, why would he suddenly say these things? Gu Dongqing nodded. Yes, I've already bought this car, specifically for you to drive to school in the future. If you like it, that would be great. How could she not like it? But she knew this car must be very expensive. Honey, you're planning to start your own business. Why are you spending so much money on me? I can take the subway to school every day, it's very convenient. This Mercedes-AMG sells for at least 1 million renminbi in the country. Gu Dongqing is still in the critical stage of starting his business, and Xiao Xiao feels very sorry that he has spent so much money on her. Gu Dongqing pulled her close. Silly girl. So what if you bought it? Why are you so upset? Joining Mishue Ice Cream doesn't cost much, and your husband here has plenty of money. If I didn't have some savings, how could I buy you a car? Of course, I only bought it after ensuring that our family's material conditions were sufficient. Your husband is not short of money. So, be good, smile, and drive to school tomorrow. Chapter 131. Huang Jing's sky has collapsed, pressure from her best friend. The pink sports car sat there quietly, gleaming. The color is very different from the black and white we usually see. Xiao Xiao's eyes were full of joy. Honey, you changed the color? Gu Dongqing replied, yes, it was changed when I bought it. Do you like this color? Like. What a beautiful pink. If you like it, go and give it a try. After saying that, he handed her the key. I don't know how the young master did it. This Mercedes-AMG not only has a unique color, but the license plates and insurance are also all set up. The four little ones stared blankly at the car in front of them. Without even blinking. It's probably out of curiosity. Gu Dongqing picked up the little guy and put his little feet on the car hood. Little Bamboo, this is Mommy's new car, isn't it cool? Isn't it beautiful? Look, Mom is inside. Xiao Bao had already seen his mother and was curious about what she was doing. He urged his father to take him to see his mother as soon as possible. Gu Dongqing fulfilled the curious child's wish. Young master, please stay with little Strawberry and the others for a while. Brother and Sibo will play for a while. Holding the baby in her arms, she got into the passenger seat and turned to say something to the kitten. The quadruplets are no strangers to cars. But this was the first time I'd ever ridden in a sports car. It felt different from where I usually sit. She was making sounds and pointing with her little hands, trying her best to express something. Xiao Xiao started the car, and the ambient lighting turned on. Little Bamboo, do you want to drive a car? Come here, let Mommy give you a hug, so you can feel it. When our little one grows up, she will drive Mom and Dad in a car. The four children prefer their mother. Hearing that she was being hugged, she laughed like crazy. Gu Dongqing was hit hard again. Fortunately, he has 3 little daughters. Little Strawberry, your little brother is biased towards Mommy, but Daddy believes you won't, right? Bring Debao over. The little princess giggled in his arms. He excitedly kicked his calves as they stepped on his legs. She also wanted to experience the car firsthand. The ambient lighting on Mercedes-Benz cars is particularly beautiful. Gu Dongqing's favorite car used to be a Mercedes-Benz. Unfortunately, the price was too high, so he can only look. I never imagined I'd be driving an AMG one day. Everything depends on the cat at home. Xiao Bao excitedly placed both hands on the steering wheel. He turned to look at his mother. It means that mom should quickly teach him how to play. Xiao Xiao was surprised. "Si Bao, you really know how? This is a steering wheel. Come on, let mom teach you how to turn the steering wheel. You can turn this way, or you can turn this way, left, right, left, right." Gu Dongqing turned on the car's Bluetooth and played pleasant children's music. This completely stunned De Bao. The car can even sing. She looked at her father in disbelief. When caring for a baby, you must treat everyone equally. After Xiao Shanju and Xiao Qiaomei finished their experience, the couple happily brought in Xiao Pinghua and Xiao Taozi. The car smells wonderful, and the babies love the environment inside. When she closed the car door again, Xiao Xiao still had a joyful smile on her face. "Dongcheng, thank you, this car is beautiful. I love it so much." Gu Dongcheng looked into its eyes and said, "Wife, I told you I would give you a better life. I hope you can always be happy." Xiao Xiao cupped his cheeks in her hands. "Honey, I'm happy even without these things. As long as you and the babies are by my side, I am super happy every day." Gu Dongqing's eyes were full of affection. "This is different. I hope you have a different kind of happiness. I will work hard to make life better and let your parents know that you didn't choose the wrong person." On my way home, Gu Dongqing let the young master jump onto his shoulders. Xiao Xiao took his hand and walked side by side with him as Gu Dongqing pushed the stroller forward. The young master has excellent balance. It perched on Gu Dongqing's shoulder, occasionally feeling the breeze on its body. He looks incredibly handsome and spirited. Back home, Xiao Xiao couldn't wait to take out her phone and share her happiness with Huang Jing. Huang Jing was incredibly envious when she saw the photos and videos Xiao Xiao sent her. "I'm so happy, sister. What a beautiful car. The color is amazing. Did you choose it?" Xiao Xiao shook her head. "No, Dongcheng helped me change it. I just found out. My goodness, this is spoiling you way too much. If I remember correctly, this car costs over $1 million, right? Isn't he starting a business? How come he has the money to buy it for you?" Xiao Xiao frowned, conflicted. "That's what I said too, but Dongqing told me not to overthink it. He said that since he was buying it for me, his family was not short of money." Huang Jing thought it made sense. "Since Gu Dongcheng is spending money on you, you should just accept it generously. It's his way of showing his love for you. Don't be so fussy and womanizing, just accept it generously." Xiao Xiao. She was a woman to begin with. "Oh dear, my dear sister, you're overthinking it. If your husband ever needs money in the future, you can always sell the car. Why worry so much? Gu Dongqing drives to make you happy and to make it easier for you to get to and from school, not to make you worry. You're overthinking things, and all his efforts are being wasted." Xiao Xiao thought it made sense. Her friend was right. Just as she figured it out, Huang Jing's pitiful voice came from the other end of the phone. "Let me tell you, Aunt Pei came back from Yuqing and specifically sought me out, giving me a good scolding. Tell her I knew you had a baby and got married, but didn't tell her." "What, Xiao Xiao, your mom bullied me so badly. How are you going to make it up to me?" Xiao Xiao pursed her lips. "Just go find whoever bullied you." "Looking for Aunt Pei? I wouldn't dare. You should compensate me. I think the car Gu Dongqing gave you is quite nice, you can give it to me." Xiao Xiao said she was dreaming. "If you want to eat, go buy it yourself. Don't even think about taking my car, it was a gift from my husband. By the way, maybe you could find a husband and have him buy it for you." Huang Jing retorted angrily, "Are you trying to annoy me too? My parents have been pressuring me to find a boyfriend lately, and now you're pressuring me too. Are we even sisters anymore?" Xiao Xiao laughed. "Are your aunt and uncle urging you? Didn't you say they didn't care about your relationship problems?" Huang Jing complained, "It's all because of you. Aunt Pei came to my house looking for me, and then my dad, my mom, and my brother all found out. I've also seen photos of Gu Dongcheng and the babies. Then my mom got anxious. Gu Dongcheng is quite shrewd. Your parents actually accepted him so quickly." Xiao Xiao smiled smugly, "Because Dongcheng is outstanding. She can cook, takes care of people, and is considerate and gentle." Huang Jing felt that her good days were over. "My mom saw Gu Dongqing's photo and secretly told me after your mom left that I should hurry up. Pointing to Gu Dongqing's photo, we'll find someone based on his appearance. The conditions in all aspects can't be bad either. Oh my god, my world is collapsing." Chapter 132. The goddess of my dreams drives the car of my dreams. Huang Jing launched into a long tirade. Being pressured by family to get married and find a partner is such a painful feeling. Finding a family with good financial conditions was easy for Huang Jing. However, the appearance was chosen according to the requirements of Dongcheng. Mom's just making trouble out of nothing. Gu Dongcheng has such a high level of good looks. Huang Jing has only seen two people whose looks can rival his. They are Little Apple and Little Mangosteen, and it will take them more than 10 years to grow before they have a chance to grow. Shower, if I ever can't stay in Wushar anymore, I'll come to Yuqing to stay with you. Please be sure to take me in when the time comes. Xiao Xiao insisted, you're welcome anytime. Then it's settled. Judging from her childhood friend's tone, Xiao Xiao frowned. Jingjing, are you serious? Of course. If I stay in Wushar, my mom might urge me to find a partner. My dad always likes to have me go to his company so I can learn something and take over the family business in the future. But I'm not interested at all. As long as my brother is here, that's fine. His girlfriend really wants him to take over. I want to go out and explore on my own while I'm still young. You're in Yuqing, of course I want to go there. Xiao Xiao knew her childhood friend must have thought about it for a long time. Alright, it's up to you to decide. Although you are welcome here, you should ask your uncle and aunt's opinion before you go out again. Huang Jing pouted, no need to ask, no one can stop me from leaving. Sigh, let's not talk about my messy things anymore. How are Gu Dongcheng and the babies? Is Gu Dongcheng good to you? As soon as she finished speaking, Huang Jing realized that she seemed to have said something pointless. If I were to treat my best friend badly, I would buy her a sports car worth over 1 million. You have to understand that over 1 million yuan is something an average family probably couldn't save in a lifetime. Where are the babies? How old are you now? Do you miss me? And your young master, is he still taking care of the babies every day? Xiao Xiao sent her a video of the young master playing with the babies. Wow! Young master is so well behaved. I've made up my mind. When I settle down in Yuqing, I'm going to get one too. The same style as young master Yang has. When he goes back to his hometown next time, I'll go back with him and see if there are still any left in the village. Xiao Xiao has never been to Gu Dongqing's village. Let's go together sometime, but I'm not sure if there will be any cats. Huang Jing grinned, I can wait forever. We'll have it when the young master's mother gives birth. The young master is so smart and intelligent, Huang Jing wants to be just like him. Cats born to the same mother should all be pretty much the same, right? Xiao Xiao said she had no objection. After chatting, Xiao Xiao and Gu Dongcheng continued to perform vestibular training on the babies. This time we rode in an elevator. I put the little ones in the sheets, then lifted them up and put them down again. The babies fussed occasionally, but overall they really enjoyed the game. Xiao Xiao felt it was a bit difficult. As babies grow bigger and heavier every day, their weight also increases. Dongcheng, in a few months, I won't be able to lift them anymore. I told you to eat more, but you wouldn't listen. If we don't play with the babies, we worry that they won't take care of us when we get old. Xiao Xiao is confident in her baby, saying, my baby won't do that. The babies will always be good to me. Honey, what do you think it will be like when we're old? I guess I'll get gray hair and wrinkles. Xiao Xiao shivered. Ugh, I don't want to get old. The family played and chatted like that. Babies also listen to their parents talking while playing games. Playing games can quickly expend a baby's energy. Playing during the day makes you tired, so you sleep even more soundly at night. After the little ones fell asleep, Xiao Xiao yawned. I told you about Huang Jing. The other party plans to settle in Yuqing and also wants to raise a cat. I'll call my mom later and ask her to keep an eye out for me. Thank you for your hard work, honey. Xiao Xiao attended classes all day. When I got back, I played with the babies and then fell into a deep sleep. Gu Dongcheng looked at her profile and smiled slightly. After covering her with the blanket, I closed my eyes. A new day. After the babies had eaten and drunk their fill, it was time for a reluctant farewell. This time, Xiao Xiao learned her lesson. Let the babies play in the room. That way, the babies won't be able to see her when she goes out. After yesterday's events, the human cubs have slowly begun to learn from their experiences. I'm afraid I won't be able to find my mother. She plays for a while and then looks at her mother. Only when I saw that my mother was still there did I feel at ease playing by myself. Seeing that the children were staring at her, Xiao Xiao used a coaxing tone. Mommy's tummy is hungry, I'm going to eat first, and then I'll come back to play with the babies later. The little ones vaguely understood what Fan Fan meant. The child didn't make a fuss when she heard that her mother was going to eat. Honey, thank you for your hard work today. I can spend time with the babies this weekend. Gu Dongcheng reassured her to go out without worry, adding, drive safely. Okay, I understand. After saying that, she tiptoed and kissed Gu Dongcheng on the cheek. Honey, I love you. Gu Dongcheng cupped her face and kissed her lips. Husband loves you too. Go ahead, or the baby will be looking for you again. Okay, goodbye husband. After Xiao Xiao left, Gu Dongcheng remained standing in the same spot. The front door opened again. Honey, miss me. I definitely will. I'll think about it while eating, while sleeping, while using the toilet, and right now. Xiao Xiao smiled radiantly. Honey, you're so wonderful. Then I'm leaving. After saying that, she blew a kiss to Gu Dongcheng. Gu Dongcheng caught the flying kiss. Go on, sweetie, I'll take care of things at home. She was driving the dream car her husband bought for her. Xiao Xiao arrived at the Industrial University soon. The pink Mercedes sports car formed a beautiful sight on campus, attracting the attention of passing students. When I saw Xiao Xiao get out of the car, the eyes of the students around him turned into hearts. It's goddess Xiao Xiao. I'm so envious. She's so young and already drives a sports car. I have to compare Meituan and Xingju when I go out. What a cool and stylish car. A Mercedes-AMG, wow, I looked it up online and it costs over $1 million. This car looks so new, it must have just been bought. The color is amazing, it's the car of my dreams. My dream girl drives my dream car. I also want to buy one, but I don't know if I'll ever have the chance. Sigh, $1 million is as difficult as climbing to the sky for me. As soon as Xiao Xiao parked her car, the surrounding classmates were amazed by her and her car. The car is beautiful, and the person is absolutely gorgeous. Unfortunately, neither of these things belong to them. Hey, good morning, Xiao Xiao. Did you drive to school today? Is this your car? It's so beautiful. Xiao Xiao never expected to run into her counselor. Coincidentally, her car was parked right next to Xiao Xiao's. Seeing Xiao Xiao get out of the car, the counselor's envy turned into a tangible emotion. She has always loved Mercedes-Benz cars. She didn't dare to dream of buying an AMG. She would be happy just to be able to buy a C260. However, Xiao Xiao doesn't have the same troubles as her. You can buy any car worth millions. Chapter 133. The baby can't find his mother again. It's so great to be rich, beautiful, and successful. You can buy whatever you want. My husband was the most handsome guy in school. Where are the children? The quadruplets are absolutely adorable. The counselor thinks that Xiao Xiao is probably the epitome of a winner in life. I was drawn to Xiao Xiao and Mercedes-AMG. At that moment, two female classmates waved to them and ran over. Hello Xiao Xiao, Teacher Jiang, good morning. Wow, this car is so beautiful and cool. Xiao Xiao, is this car yours? The two were Xiao Xiao's classmates in her new class, serving as the class monitor and vice monitor, respectively. The counselor Jiang Linglu had previously mentioned taking students to visit Xiao Xiao's home, referring to them. The two were Lu Mei and Wu Shuang, the class monitor and vice monitor, respectively. They were completely mesmerized by the sight of such a cool car. They didn't know the specific model of the car, but they recognized the Mercedes logo. Plus, it's a sports car, and it's in my favorite color. This is absolutely my dream car. They'd be willing to cry even if it meant living in a big villa just to experience it. Xiao Xiao replied frankly, yes, my husband just bought it for me. Lu Mei and Wu Shuang screamed. Did Senior Gu buy this for you? Oh my god. Your senior is so nice to you. That's a sports car, isn't it? It doesn't look cheap at all. Xiao Xiao, you're so lucky. The counselor was secretly surprised. She had assumed Xiao Xiao had bought the car herself. I never expected it was Gu Dongcheng who gave it to Xiao Xiao. It seems Gu Dongcheng is quite capable now. He bought a car worth over $1 million without hesitation. Good heavens, I've been working for so long and I'm still not as good as a student who hasn't graduated yet. Jiang Linglu felt both envious and proud. Lu Mei and Wu Shuang had never ridden in a sports car. They wanted Xiao Xiao to let them experience it, but there were too many people around and the counselor was nearby, so they were too embarrassed to ask. At the same time, at home, the four little ones, who were playing in their cribs, waited for their mother to come back for dinner. She burst into tears, feeling wronged. Sweetie, Mommy has to go to school urgently after finishing her meal. Mom is an adult, she has her own things to do, and she has urgent and important matters to attend to. Babies, let's wait for Mommy at home, okay? When Mommy is done with her work, we can play together. Mom is going to do something very important. Let's not worry, Mom, let's stay home and wait for her obediently. The children didn't understand, and they didn't care. He was especially sad when he couldn't find his mother. She cried loudly in Gu Dongqing's arms. Take them out to distract them. The young master also enjoys going out and quietly staying by the side of the human cubs. I passed by a flower shop. The proprietress came over with a bouquet of flowers. Oh dear, what a beautiful baby. Why are you crying? Auntie will give each of you a flower, don't cry. Here, have some flowers for you. Be happy and joyful. The florist even put a small flower on each baby's head. So cute, like a flower girl who stepped out of a painting. Once they received the flowers, the little ones crying gradually stopped. This flower shop is newly opened. During this period, Gu Dongchang would pass by her house every time he took the babies out for a walk. Wherever the little ones go, they are the center of attention. The florist was already charmed by their cuteness. Gu Dongcheng said to the babies with a loving expression, Auntie is giving you flowers, babies. What should you say? Bao fell into thought. It seems like he's pondering what his father said. Gu Dongqing gently coaxed, Auntie gave us flowers, we should say thank you, right? Tell Daddy to thank Auntie, thank you for the flowers. Bao's mouth moved along with his father's. It was making babbling sounds as if it was trying hard to express itself. Gu Dongcheng understood what his son meant. Wow, little apple is so great. She's so young and already knows how to say thank you. That's so polite, Dad gives you a thumbs up. Bao is incredibly smart, Gu Dongcheng praised the little guy a lot. De Bao, San Bao, and Si Bao were interested in the flowers on each other's heads and reached out their little hands to tug at their own. The proprietress was charmed by Bao's intelligence and the cuteness of the little strawberries. Dad, your kids are so smart. In another year or two, they'll all be little geniuses. These little guys look to be only 2 months old. The facial expressions can be so rich. Moreover, they have a more intelligent and spirited look than ordinary children. You can tell at a glance that this is a smart baby. Gu Dongcheng was overjoyed, not expecting his babies to be particularly intelligent or achieve great things in the future. He would be content as long as he could live a peaceful and safe life in the future. Sure enough, the babies loved playing outside and gradually forgot about their mothers. Gu Dongcheng took them outside to play for 2 hours. They were already fast asleep when they got home. A new day. Gu Dongcheng had just finished cleaning when he received a call from Xiao Xiao. Honey, my counselor and 2 classmates will come straight to our house after class. Thank you for cooking for them later. Do you need me to buy any groceries to take home? Gu Dongcheng thought for a moment and said, ask them what they like to eat. Buy whatever they like. We already have some vegetables at home, so we don't need to buy anything else. Okay, then I'll go to the supermarket first and then go home. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Xiao returned to the classroom. I only have 5 minutes left before get out of class ends and I can go home. Lu Mei and Wu Shuang opened their small mirrors and applied light makeup. They felt that when visiting the homes of the school's most beautiful and handsome students, they had to maintain a good image. Even the counselor, Jiang Linglu, dressed up specially. Xiao Xiao's car can only seat 2 people. Fortunately, the counselor also had a car. Lu Mei and Wu Shuang both wanted to ride in a sports car, but Lu Mei won the game of rock paper scissors in the end. She got what she wanted. After getting on the bus, I took a lot of photos with Xiao Xiao's permission. Upon arriving at the supermarket, a group of people bought a lot of groceries. When it was time to pay, Xiao Xiao wanted to pay, but her counselor refused. After leaving the supermarket, she, Lu Mei, and Wu Shuang went to a baby store. Buy clothes and toys for the quadruplets. Good heavens, kids' stuff these days is so adorable. The 3 of them wished they could have a baby right away and dress them up beautifully. As the car started, the group arrived at Phoenix Garden residential area. Upon seeing the luxurious and imposing gate, Lu Mei and Wu Shuang were immediately amazed. I heard that houses here cost more than 20,000 yuan per square meter. They are all large single-level apartments. With such a large area, buying a set of these would probably cost several million. Why, they wouldn't even dare to dream of a house worth millions. Both are college students, but the campus belle is not only beautiful but also academically excellent. And she also has a handsome husband and adorable children. They also own a car and a house. I cried. There's no pain without comparison. But I can't help comparing them, and when I do, my heart is filled with tears of envy. When the three of them followed Xiao Xiao to the door and pushed it open, I was once again amazed by the stunning decor. Chapter 134. Teacher Xiao Xiao and her classmates come to visit. The song-style decoration is unique. Stepping through the gate, a classic and elegant atmosphere immediately greets you. What a high-class decor! Lu Mei clenched her buttocks, afraid that she might accidentally fart and desecrate such a high-class house. The house is very big. The living room is spacious and offers a wide view. The furniture and decorations that come into view give off a very expensive feeling. Besides the decorative items exclusive to song-style decorations, there are also many baby-related items. Very cute. It is sophisticated and elegant, yet also exudes warmth. It has a strong sense of everyday life. Zhang Linglu loves this house so much. So beautiful. Xiao Xiao, this is the house you and Senior Gu live in. It's practically my dream house. There are so many things for the babies, so cute. How wonderful it would be to live here forever. Is this where princes and princesses live in fairy tales? I'm so jealous. I'd be content if I could afford just one toilet here in my lifetime. Although Lu Mei and Wu Shuang have not yet graduated, they have already learned from their seniors about the severity of the current employment situation. For an average student, buying a house in Yucheng on their own is virtually impossible. Ordinary commercial housing is already a luxury for them. They couldn't even dream of owning a large, fully furnished apartment like Xiao Xiao's family's. It would be a lie to say they didn't like the beautiful house in front of them. Zhang Linglu is already married and owns 2 houses in Yucheng. But they are all ordinary commercial housing. It can't compare to a large, single-level apartment. Similarly, she also really likes song-style interior design. Xiao Xiao, the renovation of your house must have cost around 1 million yuan, right? The renovation cost over 1 million? Lu Mei and Wu Shuang stared wide-eyed. Xiao Xiao shook her head, then poured each of them a glass of water. I don't know either, my husband bought the house. The renovation was already done when I moved in. I can ask him about the exact cost later. The house was also bought by Gu Dongchang. Wow, the school heartthrob is amazing. I wish such an outstanding man was my boyfriend. Unfortunately, he's already taken. Xiao Xiao gestured for the three of them to sit down. Gu Dongchang was not seen in the living room. Xiao Xiao guessed that the other person should be in the kitchen. Bring the groceries you bought inside. Sure enough, the other party was busy. Honey, where are the babies? They're playing in their room, young master is keeping them company. Honey, your advisor and classmates are here? Yes, I'm outside. Xiao Xiao put the dishes down and returned. Gu Dongcheng washed his hands and walked out of the living room with the other person. Lu Mei and the other two looked around the living room. At this moment, Lu Mei looked up towards the kitchen. A man who looked like he stepped out of a comic book walked towards them. The man is debonair, with an elegant and sunny demeanor. He has an extremely handsome face. His eyes are exceptionally beautiful, with long eyelashes and deep, captivating eyes that seem to hold a galaxy within. A phrase came to Lu Mei's mind, eyes like stars. Good heavens, what a face that is! Unparalleled handsomeness. Just as Lu Mei was engrossed in watching, Wu Shuang and Zhang Linglu also saw Gu Dongcheng walking towards them. A gentleman as beautiful as jade, unparalleled in the world. That probably describes the man in front of me. This is Gu Dongcheng, the most handsome guy on campus at the Industrial University. The real person looks much better than in photos and videos. Wow, he and Xiao Xiao look so good together. They truly are the school's golden couple, looking exactly alike. This was the first time the three of them had come to her home. Xiao Xiao introduced them to each other. To see Gu Dongcheng in person up close, Lu Mei and Wu Shuang cheered excitedly. Hello, Senior Gu. You're so handsome, Senior Gu. It's even more beautiful than the rumors suggest. You and Xiao Xiao are a perfect match, much better looking than any celebrity couple in the entertainment industry. Gu Dongcheng smiled and said, Thank you. You are all very beautiful too. After he finished speaking, his gaze fell on Zhang Linglu. Hello, Teacher Jiang, I am Gu Dongcheng, a student at our school, and I am currently doing my internship. Jiang Linglu is poised and elegant. Hello, Gu. I've been hearing a lot about you at school lately. Young and promising, impressive. Gu Dongcheng said modestly, not at all, I was just lucky. Buying a house, a car, getting married, and having children on your own during your senior year of college is not just a matter of good luck. I heard you're planning to start a business and bought a shop in Jinhu Plaza to open a Mishui ice cream shop? Gu Dongcheng knew that this must have been what Xiao Xiao and the others had said. Yes, we've already arranged for people to go and learn. When the store opens, please remember to come and support us if you have time. Jiang Linglu pursed her lips, I have to go. I'll call everyone from our school to go. As their senior, you have to give them a free meal. Gu Dongcheng chuckled, of course, you're all welcome. This was the first time Jiang Linglu had spoken to Gu Dongcheng. The other person was far more humble than she had imagined. She also has a very good temperament. Gentle and refined, like a spring breeze. It's been a long time since I've seen students like this. No wonder Xiao Xiao took a liking to him. Gu Dongcheng is not only handsome and has a good temperament, but he is also witty and humorous. Lu Mei and Wu Shuang, who were standing next to him, exclaimed that their senior was too handsome. They are role models for others because they have achieved success in their careers at a young age. Xiao Xiao told me that you usually take care of the children at home. Is it tiring to take care of 4 babies every day? Gu Dongcheng shook his head, a genuine smile on his face. I'm not tired. I feel very fulfilled and happy being with the children every day. Taking care of children doesn't stop me from making money. Jiang Linglu felt that the other person was much better than her husband. Her husband works in a public institution. They've been planning to have a child for the past 2 years, but they've had disagreements about who should take care of it. Her husband wants her to stay home and take care of the baby. Jiang Linglu, on the other hand, plans to hire a nanny. Having a nanny to take care of the child doesn't prevent the two of them from earning money. But her husband felt that having a nanny take care of the children from a young age was not good for their development. Ideally, the mother should be by the child's side, as this can provide the child with a strong sense of security. However, Jiang Linglu was unwilling to give up her career, and the other party was equally unwilling to resign from their job in a public institution. So, they never had the child. If the other person can stay home and take care of the children like Gu Dongcheng, she can work outside and accept it even if it's hard and tiring. Unfortunately, there aren't many men like Gu Dongcheng. I'm not lucky enough to meet someone like that. Gu Dongcheng offered them drinks and fruit, saying, you guys chat for a bit, I'll go to the kitchen to prepare some vegetables, and you can try my cooking later. Lu Mei was stunned. Senior Gu, you can cook? Xiao Xiao replied for him, Dongcheng's cooking is excellent, you should try it later. Okay. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Lu Mei found it unbelievable she never expected that the school heartthrob could cook. Good heavens, he's handsome, knows how to take care of children, makes money, and loves his wife. Now he can even cook. I'm probably the only man like that around. Chapter 135 Can I be someone else's baby's mother? It's a pity that although they are very beautiful in the eyes of ordinary people, she can be compared to Xiao Xiao. I am just an ordinary person. She didn't have the beauty of a school beauty queen, nor the good luck to meet a good man like a school heartthrob. This was the first time my wife's classmate had come to our house. Gu Dongcheng was very happy for her. He hoped that Xiao Xiao could make more good friends. After Gu Dongcheng left, Lu Mei and Wu Shuang immediately felt much more relaxed. The quadruplets heard their parents' voices. Curious eyes looked around. Where is mommy? They've been working hard for over 2 months now, and they're getting more and more energetic. Erbao stuck his bottom out, he even tried to roll over to find his mother. Sanbao looked at his brother, seemingly understanding his intentions. They also stuck out their butts, trying to turn over. Unfortunately, their strength was limited, and the brother and sister tried their best but still failed. Xiao Xiao saw the children's hard work. Little apples and little peaches, do you want to find your mother? Your mother is coming. Mommy will help you turn over before you go to sleep. Look, who's come to see the babies? There are 3 aunties. Aunt Jiang, Aunt Lu, and Aunt Wu. Aunties, I heard the babies are very well behaved, so I came to see you after school. She could see her mother without even turning over. The 4 little ones were all incredibly happy. The young master joined in the fun, meowing happily. Xiao Xiao patted its head. These are my sister's teachers and classmates, they won't hurt the babies. Young master, you mustn't be mean to them. The kitten raised its chin and meowed, as if to say it understood. But anyone with eyes could see that the little guy was warily watching the person being hurt. The counselor and 2 classmates were both captivated by the quadruplets. From the moment I saw the human cub, the 3 of them could no longer take their eyes off them. Soft and fragrant cubs. So cute it's unfair. How can someone be so good looking? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her an angel baby. My goodness, is it because there are fewer babies now? Nuwa, even your little ones are taking this so seriously. They are so cute. More beautiful than any baby I've ever seen. Hi, babies. I am Aunt Jiang. These are the toys, clothes, and shoes that I bought for you. I hope you like them. So cute. Jiang Linglu was moved to tears by the cuteness of the quadruplets. I wish I could have 4 children and bring them home to raise. Jiang Linglu had a kind and approachable expression and a gentle voice. The children are more courageous in familiar surroundings than when they are outdoors. Sensing the goodwill emanating from the counselor, the children did not show any signs of shyness. He stared intently at the bag in Jiang Lingliu's hand. Now they have a vague understanding. There are my favorite toys in the bag. Wow, even a baby looks so cute when they're focused. This is my dream lover. Can a child who isn't your own really not be your mother? Lu Mei and her companion were completely charmed by little Strawberry and her younger siblings. I really want to hug them. Xiao Xiao, you are so lucky. A handsome and wealthy husband, an innocent and adorable baby, and most importantly, quadruplets. When they grow up, our house will be so lively. They could no longer describe Xiao Xiao's happiness as mere envy. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. All 3 of them wanted to hold the babies. Xiao Xiao smiled, the babies are all in good condition now and you can hold them. Lu Mei was so excited she wanted to jump up. Pretty babies, Auntie's here. These 4 little guys will all be school beauties and heartthrobs in the future. Just thinking about holding the future campus beauties and hunks in my arms. Lu Mei and Wu Shuang had an indescribable feeling in their hearts. Excited and thrilled. Xiao Xiao, what are the babies' names? Which one should we start with? Jiang Linglu and Wu Shuang both looked on with interest. Xiao Xiao first introduced the babies' information. Wow, my little ones, your names are all so lovely. So, big sister De Bo is little Strawberry. Erbo is the older brother, Xiaopingua. Oh my, Auntie loves to eat Xiaopingua the most, it's so fragrant. Little Peach is one of the 3 treasures. Hello, little Peach, you look just like a peach blossom baby. Sibao, you're Zaya Shansu. Zaya Shansu, how come you're so handsome? You've already captivated your auntie at such a young age. The 4 little ones were all dressed up nicely by Gu Dongchang. Her skin was fair with a rosy glow, and her face was radiant and delicate. They're perfect for pairing with energetic little outfits, and no one can resist them. The 4 treasures were very accommodating. I stayed quietly in the crib watching them. The second child is rather shy, although he didn't fuss, he didn't show much emotion either. As a quiet and handsome man. De Bao, San Bao, and Si Bao were much braver. Infected by the joyful atmosphere of the 3, I also started to laugh. Jiang Lingliu's heart melted at his adorable smile. So therapeutic. Xiao Xiao, your baby looks just like you, he really is like a little angel. Could I borrow it for a few days? De Bao, Zayaka Kamiai, you 2 are so cute. Would you like to come to Auntie's house with your younger siblings for a few days? Auntie's house has delicious food and fun things to do. Auntie will take good care of you. Little Strawberry didn't understand, but she laughed happily. Jiang Linglu reached out to hug her. The little princess did not refuse and let her hold her in her arms. The baby is so soft and cuddly, and smells especially good. Is this what it feels like to hold your daughter? Jiang Lingliu's desire to have a baby had reached its peak. Little Strawberry, are you really not considering going back to Auntie's house? Little Strawberry stared at her with her big, watery eyes. Suddenly, she reached out her little hand to grab her earring. The earrings were dangling back and forth, and De Bao thought they were toys. The little guy loves shiny things the most. Jiang Linglu picked it and gave it to De Bao, saying, "You can only play with it for a little while, you can't eat it." De Bao stretched out his little hand and grasped it firmly in his palm. They stared intently at the shiny little toy. Since little Strawberry loves jewelry so much, she might become a jewelry designer when she grows up. Lu Mei said, I don't know if I'll become a jewelry designer, but I'll definitely be a great beauty. She inherited the good looks of the school's most beautiful and handsome students. When these little strawberries grow up, they'll be absolutely gorgeous. Seeing how happy the counselor was to hug him, both Lu Mei and Wu Xuan were tempted. They all began to take action. Little Apple, Little Prince, Little Master, Auntie has some delicious food here. Do you want to come and play in Auntie's arms? Erbo only likes fun things and doesn't want delicious food anymore. No matter how Lu Mei tried to coax him, the little guy remained unmoved. The other person wanted to hug them. The adorable toddler waved his little hands to express his resistance. Lu Mei looked regretful. Auntie not only has delicious food, but also fun things to do. It's a baby's favorite toy, Little Apple. Aren't you tempted? Just give me a hug, and you can have the most coveted and favorite toy that kids love right away. Erbao thought the ant in front of him was lying to the child. He won't fall for that. Chapter 136. Let me hug my future husband. Clever Little Apple isn't so easily fooled. He can just ask his parents for fun toys. The little one glances at his mother. She stretched out her little hand, humming and whimpering. Xiao Xiao smiled gently and picked up the little one. You always need mommy to hold you, don't you? Auntie wants to hold you too, they love Little Apple so much. The second child wasn't listening to his mother. His eyes were fixed on the toy box. Xiao Xiao opened the box and did a quick disinfection. He handed a small Manhattan ball to his eldest son. The little one was so excited that he grabbed it and shook it vigorously. Then she raised her little hand to show her mother. Xiao Xiao was very good at coaxing children, and her expression and tone were full of surprise. Wow, Little Apple, your toys are so pretty. What kind of toy is this? Is it fun? What toy? Erbao's eyes widened. The baby doesn't understand either. But it's so much fun. It feels very unique when you hold it in your hand. Beside her, Lu Mei's gaze fell on Xiao Taozi. Little princess, look, Auntie has toys too. It's a small pink peach. Wow, look at this peach. It has 2 colors and it's fuzzy. Do you want it, baby? Little Peach is interested in toys. He held the toy peach in both hands and looked at it intently. Lu Mei held her 3 babies with a satisfied expression. Xuan, look how well-behaved Sanbao is. Ah, what a curious little one. I wish I had a daughter like that. I would dress her up beautifully every day. The baby's skin is so soft and bouncy, it feels like holding a marshmallow. Sanbao held the peach in his little hands and opened his mouth as if to take a bite. Lu Mei quickly stretched out her hand and covered the little princess's mouth. Sweetie, this is a toy, you can't eat it. Sanbao raised his little head and looked at her with a pitiful expression. Lu Mei quickly explained to the human cub, this is a toy, and toys are for playing with. It's not food. Food is okay to eat, but toys aren't. Sanbao still didn't understand, and it looked like the pearl was about to fall. Lu Mei panicked immediately. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao was right next to him, and she said it with an exaggerated expression. Little Peach, you can't eat toys. My stomach will hurt after eating it. Tummy aches are so uncomfortable, and the baby doesn't have any teeth yet, so he can't eat hard things. Actually, Sanbao didn't understand what his mother was saying and wanted to keep chewing. But a mother and daughter are of one heart. Sanbao can probably understand what his mother is trying to say. I threw the fluffy peach toy on the ground. Since she couldn't finish it, she decided not to eat it. Then he stared blankly at Xiao Xiao. The meaning was clear, she didn't want Lu Mei to hug her anymore. I want my mom to hug me. But the second baby was still in her mother's arms, and the little one wouldn't agree to that. So Erbao and Sanbao just stared at each other, neither willing to give way. Erbao turned to the side and buried his little head in his mother's arms. It means that mom now belongs only to her. Sanbao was unhappy, and the next second he burst into tears. Lu Mei's world has collapsed. Little Peach, I'm sorry, Little Peach, be good, let's not cry. You miss your mom, right? Let's play with her again later. Mom is playing with my brother, let's wait a little longer. Sweetie, if your little one cries, Auntie won't cry too. The second child peeked at his little sister, then started playing with his toys again. Seeing this, Sanbao cried even louder. Xiao Xiao was both amused and exasperated. This situation is unavoidable when there are many children. Mommy's hands are a little tired. Second baby, mommy will play with you on the bed. Mom's hands are tired, she can't wrap them for much longer. Little sister, come here too. Don't cry. Let's play with your brother. After putting little Apple on the bed, I also picked up the 3 little crybabies. Sanbao was angry with her older brother and didn't want to get close to him. Sibao is now playing with his toys obediently in Wu Shuang's arms. Oh my god, Shuang, Xiashansu is so good. The little prince and Senior Gu look so alike. Those eyes, that nose, and those lips. Oh my god, I think I saw my future husband. Wu Shuang told him not to dream in broad daylight. Sibao is only 2 months old. What are you thinking, you old witch? With your looks and qualifications, are you good enough for her? Lu Mei chuckled, you won't even give me a second thought. Come here, let me hug my future husband. Get out of here, you pervert, don't come here to disgust our little prince. Sibao is so well behaved, Wu Shuang hasn't had enough of holding him yet. Sibao, is what Auntie said right? Aunt Lu is a strange aunt, we don't play with her. Sibao looked at her and gave her a delicate smile. Wu Shuang was completely charmed. Lu Mei stomped her foot. Shuang, you're slandering me. Who are you calling a weird auntie? I'm just loving the babies. Come, give me the baby, let him feel my passionate love. Looking at her adorable quadruplets, Lu Mei wished she could find a boyfriend right away and give birth on the spot. Have 4 children who look exactly like your babies. Jiang Linglu smiled, you like the baby so much? Aren't there quite a few people pursuing you at school? Choose one, and you can have a baby after you graduate and have a stable job. Lu Mei immediately wilted. Teacher, you must be joking. All the guys who were pursuing me at school were losers. Even if we get together, we'll struggle to support ourselves after graduation, let alone have children. That's how it is for most people nowadays. Without connections or background, they can only wait until graduation and work hard together. Do you really want someone like your senior, Gu? Only a minority of couples are as happy as Jiang Linglu, Gu Dongcheng, and Xiao Xiao. The norm is for 2 people to work hard together in a simple and ordinary way. Lu Mei would prefer someone like Gu Dongcheng. But she was self-aware. It's practically impossible to find another person as outstanding as Gu Dongcheng. Even if they did, they might not even be interested in me. Jiang Linglu smiled, you can also find someone with better conditions. My family has some assets, so I can avoid working hard for another 10 or 20 years after graduation. But guys like that are hard to find. It would be best to find one like that. Unfortunately, among her many suitors, there doesn't seem to be one like him. Never mind, teacher, let's just take it one step at a time. Maybe I'll never get married? Wu Shuang added insult to injury, is it because nobody wants you and you can't get married? Everyone wants a partner with good qualities. Unfortunately, it's not something you can just encounter whenever you want. Both Lu Mei and Wu Shuang wanted to find a handsome man. Ideally, one should also have a certain economic foundation. After I get married and have a baby in the future, I won't have to work so hard. It can also provide better conditions for children. Handsome men tend to have better-looking babies. Just like the quadruplets. Exquisitely crafted, like a porcelain doll. I wish my future baby could be this good-looking. However, Lu Mei and Wu Shuang were also aware of their own circumstances. Such a thing is almost impossible for them. Chapter 137 So delicious you'll want to eat the bowl too. Lu Mei was still self-aware. Let nature take its course. Sibao only stayed in Wu Shuang's arms for a short while. Seeing Erbao and Sanbao playing, he wanted to join in. It twisted its body to get down. De Bao was the most lively, and Jiang Linglu could hold him however she wanted. The babies don't play with me. Lu Mei rubbed her hands together. Xiao Xiao, Senior Gu is cooking all by himself, I'll go and help him. Xiao Xiao laughed, there's no need for him to help, he can handle everything on his own. Okay, then I'll go see how my senior cooks. The school heartthrob cooked for himself. Lu Mei really wants to go and see. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to get so close to the school heartthrob. I just opened the door. Good heavens! What smells so good? The beeping sound came from the kitchen. The fragrance is coming from inside. Lu Mei couldn't help but swallow. I walked to the kitchen door with a spirited heart. The next second, his eyes widened. The school heartthrob looks so handsome cooking. A tall, slender figure standing in front of the stove is simply the most pleasing sight in the world. The shovel was constantly stirring the food. The light and fire reflected on his extremely handsome face, creating a dreamlike scene. Lu Mei had only ever seen this kind of scene in comics. The aroma wafting out is so tempting. Wu Xuan was also curious about how Gu Dongqing cooked. They ran out to see it with great interest. Soon, her expression became exactly the same as Lu Mei's. Wow, the school heartthrob is such a good cook. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as divine. It smells so good. Senior Gu's cooking skills are amazing. This is the most fragrant smell I've ever experienced. Wu Xuan couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement. She had the privilege of dining at a 5-star hotel once before. The taste of the senior's dish is much more tempting in comparison. Lu Mei and Wu Xuan were stunned. Why is Gu Dongqing such a good cook at such a young age? Senior Gu is really going to be the most charming man in the world. Jiang Linglu was drawn by the two people's exclamations. I brought my eldest child out to see. Soon, she too froze on the spot. Men can cook with such ease and grace. The key is that it tastes so good. Jiang Linglu felt an urge to cry. It's the kind of delicious food that makes you want to cry. Dabao also smelled the aroma and recognized his father in the kitchen. She pointed her little finger at her father and kept making aha sounds. Gu Dongqing heard his daughter's voice. She turned the fire down, then turned around with a bright smile. Dabao, you and your auntie are here. Daddy is cooking. He'll play with you later. The cooking smells too strong here, you can't come in. And there's fire here, it's very dangerous. Dabao disagreed, she just wanted to play with her dad. Let daddy hold me. She squirmed and twisted in Jiang Lingliu's arms. It's causing quite a commotion. There was no other way, so Gu Dongqing turned the range hood up to its maximum. Then turned the fire down to the lowest setting. I came over and hugged her for a while. Nestled in his father's arms, the little one became very curious about the food in the pot, craning his neck to look closely. Xiao Xiao learned that her daughter was causing trouble for Gu Dongqing. Hurry up and come out of the room to hug her. Dad is cooking, we can't disturb him. Come here, let mommy hug you. After daddy finishes cooking, daddy will hug you. Dabao didn't want to, and cried softly in Xiao Xiao's arms. But for Dabao's sake, Xiao Xiao was ruthless. I carried him to the living room. The little one will be fine after crying for a while. Gu Dongqing quickly started cooking. In order to free up his hands to comfort his daughter as soon as possible, Gu Dongqing used all the skills he had learned in his life. The various operations were dazzling, and the three people outside the kitchen were completely stunned. It turns out that what happened just now wasn't Gu Dongqing's limit. Good heavens, this is a culinary god descended to earth. 20 minutes later. Gu Dongqing turned off the fire and served the dishes. Senior Gu, we're here to help you. Lu Mei and Wu Xuan trotted into the kitchen, looking ready to unleash their skills. Jiang Linglu also followed behind, helping to serve the dishes. After thanking him, Gu Dongqing went out to find Dabao. Right now, Dabao is lying on the mat playing by himself, a lonely little figure, not happy at all. Honey, you and teacher Jiang and the other girls eat first. I'll play with little Strawberry for a while. Upon hearing her father's voice, the little one excitedly turned to look at him. The moment the little princess saw Gu Dongqing, she could no longer hold back her tears and they streamed down her face. Gu Dongqing was heartbroken. Little Strawberry, don't cry, don't cry. I'm sorry you've been wronged. Dad's here. Sorry, Dad just finished. Come on, play with Dad for a while. Oh dear, it's not cute for a baby to cry so much. Crying too much can turn you into a crybaby. Look at the younger siblings, they don't cry at all. We are the older sisters, and we should set a good example for our younger brothers and sisters. Dabao gripped his collar tightly, her clothes soaked with her little pearl. Gu Dongqing wiped her face clean. He gently coaxed her in his arms. The little one cried as he looked at the food on the table. She made a kissing sound with her little mouth. Gu Dongqing laughed. Dabao, do you want to eat? Baby doesn't have any teeth yet, so you can't eat it. Daddy will make you some milk. Let's drink the milk powder first. When you grow up, Dad will cook for you. Dabao was clearly attracted by the aroma, his eyes filled with longing. Gu Dongqing prepared the formula for the little princess. The little crybaby held the bottle and drank it down in a gurgling motion. Since Gu Dongqing didn't sit at the table, Jiang Linglu and Wu Shuang felt embarrassed to start eating. Gu Dongqing sat down with De Bao in his arms. Teacher Jiang, and my 2 junior classmates, thank you for taking care of Xiao Xiao during this time. These meals were made especially for you. Please try them. De Bao didn't want to get down from his father's arms. When Gu Dongqing spoke, the little princess stopped and listened attentively. Jiang Linglu pursed her lips. Gu, you're too kind. Yes, Senior Gu, if anyone should be taking care of us, it should be Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao is amazing. Not only are her grades good, but she also knows everything. We learned a lot from studying with her. Lu Mei then launched into a tirade of praise for Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao said embarrassedly, please stop talking, or the food will get cold. Teacher Jiang, Lu Mei, Shuang, please eat quickly. We can talk about anything else after we finish eating. Good. Looking at the delicious food in front of them, Lu Mei and the others could no longer resist. I couldn't wait to pick up my chopsticks. They picked up their favorite dishes. The instant it's put in your mouth. Delicious. It's truly unparalleled. It's outrageously delicious. The enticing aroma goes straight to your soul. Wu Shuang's jaw dropped. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. I declare that Senior Gu's cooking is the best in the world. Lu Mei raised her hand in agreement. I agree. No. It's the most delicious food in the universe. Senior Gu, you're simply a god. The things you create can make your soul float away. What else could you be but a god? Lu Mei never imagined that the food could be this delicious. A feeling that's hard to describe. At this moment, words couldn't make the food taste better. She even wanted to eat the bowl. Chapter 138 Lu Mei's Dream, Xiao Xiao's Encouragement. Lu Mei let out a loud gulp and took 2 more big bites. Jiang Linglu was also enjoying her meal. Gu, I think you should reconsider opening a bubble tea shop. You're sure to make money opening a restaurant. With your culinary skills, I guarantee your business will be packed every day. Wu Shuang also agreed. That's right. Teacher Jiang is absolutely right. Senior Gu, the food you cook is the best I've ever eaten. Well, I don't think any of the restaurants outside can cook even half as well as you. If you opened a restaurant, you'd become the richest man in Yuqing sooner or later. At this point, she felt even more envious of Xiao Xiao. The multi-talented school heartthrob can monetize his skills whenever he wants. If the other party owns a restaurant, buying a house is a piece of cake for him. I'm numb from crying. If I had half of the other person's skills, buying a house would be a piece of cake for me. Unfortunately, I don't know how. I regret it. Mom, why won't you teach me to cook? There was once an opportunity to buy a house and a car right in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. It's too late to regret it now. Jiang Linglu looked delighted. Gu, you should open a restaurant soon. I'll help you promote it at school. Xiao Xiao, your husband cooks so well, it's a waste that he doesn't open a restaurant. I envy this beautiful, rich, and successful woman in front of me. The other person can enjoy such delicious food every day. Xiao Xiao pursed her lips. Let's see what Dongqing arranges. Whatever decision he makes, I will support him. Gu Dongqing, holding De Bao, explained part of his plan. I plan to open a milk tea shop first, and then open a restaurant once the milk tea shop is operating normally. With Gu Dongqing's skills, he can open the business anytime. He doesn't lack money now. You can do what you've always wanted to do first. Take it one step at a time. When he told them he was planning to open a restaurant, all 3 of them got excited. Be sure to call us when you open. Let's go get a membership. Gu Dongqing laughed. Great. Once I open, I'll give each of you a lifetime membership. Lu Mei clapped her hands and exclaimed, Senior, you said it. You're so kind, Senior. No wonder it was so successful. It's truly impressive. Gu Dongqing smiled. He thought his wife's 2 classmates had pretty good personalities. With them around, she shouldn't be bored in class anymore. De Bao listens to his parents and the 3 of them talking. He would gulp it down every now and then. After Gu Dongqing had finished eating, he carried her back to play with her younger siblings. This meal was the most satisfying and enjoyable meal Jiang Linglu and Lu Mei had ever had. Wow, I'm so full. I never imagined my little belly could hold so much stuff. I'm so satisfied. We actually ate all the food on the table. Ha, we're awesome. Wu Shuang said, thanks to Xiao Xiao. Zhang Linglu was too full to eat anymore, and after leaving the table, she leaned against the sofa and couldn't move an inch. No way. She had been dieting and losing weight, but she failed today. Gu Dongcheng came out to clear the table. Wife, I can do it myself. You can chat with teacher Jiang and the others for a while. If you want to clean up the dishes, I'll leave it to you tomorrow. Now, listen to me, go and entertain teacher Jiang and the others. Outside the living room, Lu Mei and Zhang Linglu moved in unison, leaning back on the sofa, panting. Good heavens, I never knew eating a full meal could be so tiring. But the delicious aroma is so wonderful. After eating the food cooked by Gu Dongcheng, she felt delicious. She must be everyone's beloved fairy. Song-style decoration is so beautiful. Looking at the dream love room in front of me. Lu Mei and Wu Shuang recorded several videos and posted them on their WeChat moments. The note says it's from the school beauties family. The food was cooked by the school heartthrob. The post on WeChat moments immediately garnered a ton of likes and comments. Lu Mei and Wu Shuang are bursting with vanity. Wow, I heard the houses in Phoenix Garden are so beautiful. You can also see the river view from outside. Good feng shui, good environment, no wonder it's so expensive. I hope I can buy such a beautiful house someday. Lu Mei struggled to her feet and walked to the balcony, where she spoke. Wu Shuang didn't want to discourage her, but she spoke the truth. The house price here is 22,000 yuan per square meter now. If I want to decorate like Xiao Xiao's house, teacher Jiang said the decoration cost would be more than 1 million yuan. The total cost, inside and out, is probably several million. We'd only buy a house like this if we met a rich old man someday. Lu Mei felt that her classmate was boring, utterly boring. She has absolutely no sense of romance. Wu Shuang chuckled, I'm just facing reality. In reality, how many ordinary families can afford a house worth millions? Lu Mei disagreed, saying, isn't Senior Gu the one? I heard that Senior Gu's family wasn't very well off before. Wu Shuang laughed, Senior Gu is more handsome than Yanzu, can cook, and is very capable. What do we have? They either have connections or real power. But all we see is their backs. Zhang Linglu gave them confidence, saying, as long as you have a goal, you have a chance to achieve it. Who can predict the future? Maybe you'll all be able to find a really good job after you graduate. Making money by starting your own business isn't guaranteed. Your teacher believes in you. Everyone is the protagonist of their own life, and a good life is achieved through hard work. Your teacher believes that you will definitely achieve your goals. Lu Mei's eyes crinkled into a smile, teacher is so kind. That's what I think too. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, today's nobody, who knows if I won't be a future business tycoon. Lu Mei was full of confidence. She really loves large, single-level apartments. Living in a house like this must be a wonderful experience. She envies Xiao Xiao now, but she will definitely work hard to buy her own place in the future. Xiao Xiao came out and overheard the three people's conversation. They were also encouraged. You will definitely succeed in the future. Remember to treat us to a meal after you buy a house. Lu Mei giggled, definitely. Xiao Xiao washed the fruit for them. The four chatted as they digested their food, and before they knew it, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Linglu stood up. Xiao Xiao, let's go back first. Thank you and Gu for hosting us today. When you have some free time, I'll invite you to my house. Before leaving, the three of them wanted to see the baby. Gu Dongcheng said the little ones were already asleep, so the three of them had to give up. Xiao Xiao wanted to see them off. Zhang Linglu waved her hand, no need, we can go down ourselves. You've had a tough day. You guys get some rest, see you at school tomorrow. Yes, Senior Xiao Xiao, you're being so polite, we won't dare to come next time. Lu Mei and Wu Shuang echoed this. Xiao Xiao had no choice but to give up. I watched the three of them leave and disappear into the elevator. Back in the car, Wu Shuang couldn't help but feel envious. Teacher Jiang, Senior Gu is such a nice person. Xiao Xiao is so lucky. Chapter 139, taking the babies to get vaccinated without telling them. They're all a year older than me, and haven't graduated yet, they're all my age. How can someone be so outstanding? Lu Mei, sitting in the back row, couldn't help but sigh. I heard from people at school that Senior Gu's family is from the countryside, and they're even poorer than my family. But he actually managed to buy a house and a car in Yucheng in such a short time. The shops over at Jinhu Plaza are worth over 16 million. Xiao Xiao's new book has over 1 million copies sold. I'll buy it without hesitation. My god, Teacher Jiang, how did Senior Gu do that? If I could be as outstanding as Gu Dongcheng, I would be bringing glory to my ancestors. Not only is she incredibly talented, but she also cooks so delicious food. Yes, teacher, why is there such a big difference between people? Wu Xuan was also deeply moved. This question stumped Jiang Linglu. Xiao Xiao is in class with you now, so you can ask her when you have the chance. She really wanted to know too. How can Gu Dongcheng be so outstanding? At the same time, after the three left, Xiao Xiao began preparing her clothes and taking a shower. Gu Dongcheng packed up the baby's things. I saw the vaccine record. I see there are only 2 days left until my vaccination appointment. After Xiao Xiao came out of the shower, Gu Dongcheng told her about it. Xiao Xiao came over and looked at the little one's vaccination records from left to right. Yes, it's time to get vaccinated. Honey, time flies. My babies are almost 3 months old already. Let's take the kids to get vaccinated the day after tomorrow. The thought of getting vaccinated made Xiao Xiao feel a pang of heartache. Babies are so small, their skin is so delicate, it must hurt so much to be pricked by a needle. There are a lot of things to do at home in the coming period. The first thing to do is to vaccinate the babies. Next, we'll prepare for the baby's 100-day celebration. The 100-day celebration was held in Yucheng. Both sides' relatives returned. Gu Dongcheng picked up his phone. Honey, I've chosen a hotel. It has good reviews online, and the environment is great. Although the price is a bit high, I think it suits us perfectly. Xiao Xiao excitedly took the phone. Let me see. Wow. The place is so beautiful. Honey, let's book this place. During this period of preparation for the 100-day celebration, Gu Dongcheng has spent a lot of time selecting hotels in Yucheng. My parents-in-law are coming this time. Other relatives of the Xiao family will also be there. Gu Dongcheng hoped to leave a good impression on them. The situation is much easier with the Gu family. In the village, people usually hold their full moon celebration or 100-day banquet at home. If you want something decent, just choose a hotel. Gu Dongcheng just needs to set the location and send it to them in advance. 2 days passed quickly. The day I got vaccinated happened to be a Saturday. The couple got up early to pack things for the babies. The little ones don't know why their parents are taking them out. Thinking they were going out to play, they were happily and silly in their stroller. Xiao Xiao and Gu Dongcheng didn't mention the injection. The two had heard a claim online. It's best not to talk about getting a shot in front of the baby. They are just young, not ignorant. If they knew, they might start crying and making a fuss even before they got to the hospital. So the couple arrived at the hospital chatting and laughing with their babies. The 4 little ones thought they were just out having fun. When they took a number and waited in line, and heard the cries of babies, the human infants realized that something was amiss. He looked at his parents anxiously. The little expressions seemed to be saying, Daddy and Mommy, where are the babies? Something feels off. Xiao Xiao said with heartache, Mom and Dad brought the babies to play with their friends. There are lots of children here, older brothers and older sisters, younger brothers and younger sisters, it's so lively. The baby's emotions were only calmed down for a short while. More and more cries could be heard, and Xiao Shanju was the first to be infected and started whimpering and crying. Gu Dongcheng picked him up and comforted him. Sibao, little man, aren't Mommy and Daddy here? Your mom and dad will protect you. Don't cry, don't cry. Children cry because they fell down while playing. They only cry when they fall down, so kids, please be careful when playing games in the future. Sibao stopped to look at his father. A look of suspicion on his face. Gu Dongcheng said in a coaxing tone, how could Daddy lie to a little baby? Little Mangosteen is so cute, Dad would never lie. Sibao reluctantly believed his father's words. He continued to sob, but the sound wasn't as loud as before. Dabao, being the bravest, tried his best to turn sideways to see what was happening around him. The second and third babies were also scared, their eyes fixed on their mother. They only felt at ease when they saw their mother. Just as the couple was trying to soothe the little one's emotions, a little boy ran out of the injection room as if his life depended on it. But in the end, her mother caught her. Go back. Keep the injection. How can you stay healthy without injections? If you don't behave, Mommy will hit you. The little boy was also stubborn. Fine. Hit me then. I don't want a shot. Wa'ata. I don't want a shot. The little boy cried his heart out, but in the end, his mother dragged him inside. Soon after, the sound of a little boy slaughtering a pig could be heard. The children were startled by the sudden scene. They all looked at their parents in fear. Gu Dongcheng said with a smile, "Big brother was disobedient and his mother hit him. She cried because it hurt. Little Strawberry, you and your younger siblings are so obedient and well-behaved, your parents would never have the heart to hit you. Don't be afraid, sweetie." No matter how much Gu Dongcheng tried to persuade them, he couldn't dispel the fear in the little ones' hearts. Amid the little ones' unease, it was finally their turn. Upon seeing the auntie in white, the little crybabies burst into tears the very next second. The little ones seemed to be recalling unpleasant memories from the past. The nurse who was giving the injections was overjoyed to see the quintuplets. "Oh my, they're quadruplets. It's been a long time. You're already so big at just over 2 months old. Looks like you've been drinking plenty of milk since you got back. That's great. Why are you crying? Do you think your auntie would eat you?" Hearing about cannibalism, the quadruplets cried even louder. Gu Dongcheng and Xiao Xiao were surprised it had been so long since their last injection. Do the babies even remember? I cried as soon as I saw the nurse. It seems the little ones are all afraid of injections. The nurse smiled kindly and said, "My little darlings, crying won't help. I'll get the shot even if I have to cry. Only by getting injections can the body remain healthy. You'll get sick if you don't get shots. Auntie is doing this for your own good." Coincidentally, the nurses who gave the injections this time were the same two who gave the quadruplets the injections last time. They had a deep impression of the quadruplets and still remembered them. "It's only been a little over 2 months since I last saw them, and I can't believe how big the little ones have grown." Chapter 140. Daddy lied, injections hurt a lot. The babies still remember getting their shots. But the vaccine is necessary. To be fair, let's proceed in order. Little Strawberry, you're the older sister, let's go first, okay? Set an example for your younger siblings. Dabeo is a role model for his younger siblings. The little princess refused with tears streaming down her face. But Gu Dongcheng still picked her up. Xiao Xiao couldn't bear to see the children looking so upset, so she turned her face away. "It doesn't hurt, sweetie. It's your Dabeo, right? Auntie gave you a shot, do you remember? It didn't hurt at all." Dabeo remembers. But she felt pain. The auntie was lying when she said it didn't hurt. Fortunately, this time only one vaccine shot is needed, and it only hurts for a moment. Gu Dongcheng lifted Dabeo's arm and rolled up his sleeves. The little one seemed to realize what was about to happen. She suddenly burst into tears. Hearing their older sister crying so sadly, the 3 little ones in the stroller also started to cry pitifully. Gu Dongcheng kissed his daughter's cheek. "Okay, the injection won't hurt. It'll be done in no time. Dabeo is the best. Our little Strawberry is the bravest." Dabeo was still crying. For babies, injections are the scariest thing. "Here it comes, it doesn't hurt, it'll be over soon. Dabeo, look what's over here. What kind of toy is this?" Dabeo's attention was not distracted. But the nurse was very quick and efficient. While Dabeo was sobbing, I inserted the needle. The needlework was finished in no time. The little Strawberry cried loudly, and the little pearls fell everywhere. "Honey, is Dabeo done with his treatment?" "My wife is done." Only then did Xiao Xiao dare to turn around. "Give Dabeo to me, you can call Bao first." Xiao Xiao took Dabeo, who was crying pitifully, and comforted him with heartache. Dabeo was heartbroken this time, and no matter how Xiao Xiao tried to comfort him, she couldn't. Inside the stroller, she saw her father wanting to hold her. Bao twisted his little body with all his might. "Every cell in my body is resisting." Gu Dongcheng readily agreed. "Dabeo, look, your sister has finished. You're a man, you can't cry so loudly. Look, my sister didn't feel any pain after the injection." He had barely finished speaking when he heard Dabeo's extremely heartbroken sobs. "It's a lie to say it doesn't hurt at all." Bao was making a fuss in Gu Dongcheng's arms. Fortunately, nurses have seen this kind of situation many times. Gu Dongcheng had just hugged the little guy tightly when the nurse finished the injection. That speed was incredibly smooth. Before Erbao could even react, the injection was over. Gu Dongcheng pressed the cotton swab with one hand and held him with the other. Right, little apple? Daddy said it would hit very fast. It was over in a flash, right? Little Apple's face was red from crying. Gu Dongcheng held and comforted the little guy for a long time before he finally fell asleep, sobbing. Next, we come to the three treasures. My older brother and sister were both beaten. Little Peach probably realized that crying was useless, and her crying gradually stopped. He had a resigned expression on his face despite his young age. Seeing this made Gu Dongcheng's heart ache even more. Little Peach, you're such a good girl, it makes Daddy so sad. But it's good that you have this awareness. We'll be fine after we finish fighting, and we'll feel great afterward. The nurse was charmed by Sanbao's delicate features. Finish it as quickly as possible. Sanbao frowned, enduring the pain without crying, and Gu Dongcheng felt a pang of guilt. How could I let such a cute baby cry? Damn it, I'm such a terrible father. But we can't skip getting vaccinated. Sanbao is very brave. Sanbao didn't shed a single tear after the injection. Sanbao is so brave. She's braver than her older sister and brother. She didn't cry at all when she got her shots. Your auntie admires you so much. Sanbao was afraid of nurses, and his face turned red with fright when he heard what they said. The nurse was deeply hurt. Sanbao, are you afraid of Auntie? Auntie is a very nice person. Auntie is giving the baby injections for your own good. Wah, Auntie is so pitiful. Sanbao was scared and didn't want to listen to what the other person was saying, so he turned his head and hid his face in his father's arms. Gu Dongcheng gently patted her back to give the little princess a sense of security. Okay, we're done playing. Let's go back and play with our older brothers and sisters. Little Peach is so great. You are your father's pride and a role model for the children. Back in the stroller, the little princess whined and was very unhappy. Finally, it was the four treasures' turn. It took so long for it to be his turn. Xiao Bao was exhausted from crying. When Gu Dongcheng picked him up, the human cub's cries had all gone hoarse. You cried so early, now you can't perform well, can you? The father joked that the little baby was very sad. Gu Dongcheng rolled up the sleeves of the listless Sibao. The nurse acted according to the situation. The little guy finished playing very quickly. Sibao cried hoarsely. Xiao Xiao picked up the little one and comforted him. I coaxed him while feeding him with a bottle. All right, let's stop fighting. After the injections, Mom and Dad will take the babies home. Sibao looked at her mother with tears in her eyes. Xiao Xiao's eyes gradually reddened. I'm sorry to have wronged the babies. Come on, Mom will take you and your brother home. I won't come for injections anymore. It won't hurt if I don't get injections. Sibao clung to Xiao Xiao's collar with a pitiful look, occasionally turning her head to look at the kitten in the stroller. The young master wagged his tail and meowed, seemingly comforting his younger siblings. After putting away the vaccination record book, the couple thanked the nurse and left the hospital pushing the stroller. After stepping out the door, Xiao Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Honey, you have no idea how uncomfortable I felt in the hospital. I always felt cold and unsafe. Gu Dongcheng reassured her, saying that many people have this feeling, but it's just a psychological suggestion. Honey, I felt so sad when the babies cried during their shots. I wish I could fight in their place. But we can't not get vaccinated. Honey, do you think scientists could invent something that could transfer the baby's pain to us? Gu Dongcheng told her not to think too much. Wife, I know you're worried about the babies, but every baby has to go through this process. Look, don't other kids get hit too? Other people's children can bravely fight. You don't want our child to lose to them, do you? I feel bad about getting vaccinated, but it will be fine after a while. For the health of our children, we parents need to adjust our mindset. If the babies are affected by us, they might cry even more. Xiao Xiao knew that her husband was right. But seeing the children cry, she couldn't help but worry. The young master meowed from his seat. Xiao Xiao patted its head. Young master, are you also worried about the babies getting their shots? Babies, getting shots hurt so much, young master, do you know that? Your sister felt so sorry for you just now. I know my brother is right, but I still can't help feeling sad for the babies.